Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Test Tower. The fire was burning in the hall. The swords were stuck into the floor. The number of attempts was reported to be 79, and the number of deaths was 315,850. This was all the result that humanity achieved. It was reported that the destruction of humanity would occur in 58 minutes and 33 seconds. In the office of the guy who saw this message, he scattered all the documents and hit the table with his hands. The destruction of humanity was reported to be in 58 minutes and 32 seconds. People on the street were very excited when they saw the message about their destruction. The destruction of humanity was reported to be in 58 minutes and 31 seconds. People looked at their phones in horror as they received a shocking notification. Test Tower, 48th floor. The whole hall was on fire. Dead players lay on the floor. There were messages in the chat from Raccoon Man, who wrote that everyone did their best. His message was answered by Claymore123, who wrote, "Just a second." A man, enveloped in a strong blue aura, landed on the burning floor in a hall shrouded in flames. It was reported that a challenger had set foot on the territory of the 48th floor of the Red Dragon Destia. A player under the nickname Claymore wrote that there are still people ready to challenge. In the burning hall stood a guy whose face was covered by system censorship. In his hands was a small blade. In the chat, a player with the nickname Current Writer Josian wrote that this is a challenger in a very bad situation. At the same second, the number of viewers who connected became more and more, breaking the mark of 7,500 players. A huge monster, with a bunch of sharp teeth in its mouth, growled loudly. It was a dragon. He was so huge that the challenger was just a fly in comparison. Fire burned in the dragon's eyes. Bowing his head to the newcomer, the dragon said that people do not know how to give up at all, after which he asked if, having lost such a huge number of their fellow tribesmen, they had really returned again. The challenger immediately said that there was still a lot to be done to prepare the fried lizard, adding that he was still on time. Raising his head proudly, the dragon angrily asked if the newcomer knew that even with such a death the process could be made much more painful. He raised one of his front paws, which began to accumulate enormous magical power. "But what's the point of talking to you?" the dragon suddenly said. At the same second, chains began to envelop the challenger's legs. Below him was a huge magic circle. His legs were quickly wrapped in chains, preventing him from moving. "Your ending will be insignificant," the dragon added. After these words, he directed a strong blow with his paw at the last opponent, who, although he could not move, stood up. A second later, the dragon's paw crushed the challenger, breaking everything within a radius of several meters. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if driving into a corner and immediately attacking was not an obvious pattern. Hearing this, the dragon looked in the direction of the voice in shock. Not far from the point of impact stood the unharmed challenger, saying that just by looking at the movements, it becomes clear what the dragon is going to do. The dragon became enraged and fire poured out of its mouth. He asked himself if his opponent had really dispelled the effect of his skill in an instant. "Not bad, man," the dragon said angrily, after which he added that, however, after that, he majestically raised his head, preparing to spew out flames, and concluded that the challenger had simply chosen the path to a more painful death. After these words, he released a huge stream of fire at the challenger. By moving its head, the dragon controlled a stream of flame across the entire battlefield. The unharmed challenger suddenly rose above the fire. Deftly turning over in the air, he rushed towards his opponent. Suddenly, a huge and ominous force enveloped the blade in his hand. Within a second, he delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the dragon's face. Jumping into the distance, he looked at the dragon, who bowed his head and cursed. The challenger hit the monster right in the eye, from which the player's powerful magic subsequently oozed out. The dragon was angrier and stronger than before. He threw up his head, spread his wings, and shouted that he would never leave the challenger alive. A system window appeared indicating that the Red Dragon Destia was taking advantage of the features of the Brest region. The voice of the challenger was heard, saying that this entire dungeon is located under the lands of Brest, however. He raised his left hand, which was enveloped in strong magic. "There are no reasons for evasion," he added. The aura enveloping the player's hand became increasingly stronger, and particles of the system appeared around it. The message window said that the memories of the world were being read. Suddenly, behind the challenger, the holographic construction of a huge building began. The player extended his hand in front of him. An alert appeared indicating that a limitless stock of recorded skills was being formed. "Hellfire," said the challenger, after which a sphere of flame appeared in his outstretched hand. Raising the blade, he told it to burst into flames with black tears. After these words, the blade of his weapon burst into black flame. "Fool," the dragon said in a terrifying voice, looking at the player. Strong fire magic enveloped him. The dragon asked the player if he really believed in the power of some skills and was now shouting at the top of his lungs, after which he added that he would never kill his kind. Raising the burning blade to his face, the challenger calmly said that at this level it was truly impossible, after which he said that this is why he would create it himself. Hellfire and black tears, the player said, waving his blade, when suddenly he shouted, ordering the two skills to unite. At that same second, the hellish flames began to mix with the dark flames. A notification immediately appeared, informing him that the S-level Hellfire skill and the S-level Black Tears skill had been combined. Both flames mixed, forming something new. In his head, the challenger said that this would be a skill higher by a whole rank. Then he added that even a dragon is not able to resist him. The notification window said that the merger was successful. The main character raised his hand, which a few minutes ago contained hellish flames. Instead of his previous skill, there was a huge cloud of magic above him, shrouded in a terrifying aura. The notification that appeared said that the breath of Etherian, an SSS rank void dragon, had been received. The dragon looked in horror at what the challenger had done. He asked in horror if this was really the strongest breath that Etherian himself, one of the ancients, used. In his mind he imagined a huge dragon whose eyes were closed. Etherian was shrouded in a strong, terrifying and overwhelming aura. Dastia shouted, asking how any person could repeat this skill. Jinhyuk, the challenger, introduced himself, throwing off his mask. There was a malicious smile on his face. He said that through trial and error you eventually become smarter. There is fire in his eyes. Jinhyuk looked at his opponent and said that this is not the first time he has killed a dragon. Old man, he suddenly called his enemy. Flop, the voice of an unknown person was heard. On the monitor screen there was a game of the MMORPG genre. Again a voice was heard saying that it is often used to mean uninteresting or unbalanced, adding that these are games with terrible controls. The guy was sitting at the table, and his face and body were illuminated by the light from the game. He heavily criticized the game, calling it very bad. Or if the game has an absurd level of difficulty, he continued his thoughts. A huge tower was in front of one of the heroes. The guy kept thinking that this virtual reality game Tower of Challenges exactly matched this description. After adding that after the launch of the game, Korean old men, each of whom considered it their hobby to outplay its creators, rushed to conquer this game. He introduced players of different classes who rushed to attack. The guy added that old people will refuse to eat and sleep throughout the year. However, after 3 years, people realized, he added, after some thought, presenting various bosses and mobs, deadly traps and slugs that destroyed players with ease. He said that Tower of Challenges is a game that impossible to pass. He remembered the huge and great Gate Guardian, who deserves to be called invincible. Afterwards, he remembered the many heroes frozen to death who arrived in the polar region with a temperature of -60 degrees, where it is possible to freeze to death in just an hour. The next thing he remembered was a huge labyrinth, more than 10,000 kilometers long. This was not entertainment, but real torture, he said suddenly. After that, he forcefully threw the virtual reality glasses to the floor. After that, the game went bankrupt, the guy said. Or rather, it almost went bankrupt, he added, remembering the destroyed wall. Everything in the hall he remembered was destroyed. There was blood and shrapnel everywhere. He continued to say that there were still a small number of old people who defied this damn difficulty. Jinhyuk was breathing heavily, huge drops of sweat running down his face. He stood at the very top of the tower. He received notifications that the 50th floor had been captured. After that, another notification appeared congratulating him that Jinhyuk was the first to clear the challenge tower. Is this really true? The main character asked himself exhaustedly, holding his hand, from which blood was flowing. He kept saying that he was just curious. He explained that, unlike others, he cleared the tower in a different way. Jinhyuk said that he repeated the same thing over and over again until he learned everything by heart and became confident that he could reach the goal. He recalled many moments of his passage through the various floors. Suddenly, he added that he spent all 11 years on this. As Jinhyuk left the tower, he looked back and said that he didn't expect to clear everything down to the last floor, and then said that he should have at least turned on the live broadcast. Opening the system screen in front of him, he asked himself whether it was worth posting it on Newbie, after which he said that even though it was a flop, the video would still get a certain number of views. Suddenly, a notice in the form of an envelope appeared next to his head. Opening it, it contained a message thanking Jinhyuk for still playing their game. The next notification that appeared stated that there would be a reboot update in 12 hours. Reading this, Jinhyuk smiled contentedly, asking himself how much money the company uses to make updates. He sat down on the floor, leaning back against the broken wall behind him. Suddenly he laughed, saying that he couldn't understand because the game didn't bring much profit, after which he said that the guys were apparently up to something. The playing space began to collapse. He said that no matter what reboot update there was, he was no longer going to return to this game. After that, the main character took off his virtual glasses and said that he was going to broadcast the broadcast, which can be considered the source of his income, for the last time. He reported that he had no family to take care of, although he was already 27 years old, after which he said that with all this, he could not live forever on only 500,000 won a month. Jin-hyuk looked at his room, which was littered with bags of trash. There were energy drink cans on the table. It is necessary to tell the captain that he will not be involved in sports for some time, he added. The main character went to the window and opened it. Afterwards, he looked up at the night sky, dotted with stars, and said that he had once been told that he should aim to become a professional fighter, but now money is definitely more important than sports. It was late at night outside. The moon was already at its peak. Jin-hyuk started a stream, and 20 people joined in 3 minutes. In the chat they asked why he started the stream too early. The main character laughed while reading the chat. His table was filled with various foods and sodas. People in the chat noticed this and laughed and joked. Suddenly the face of the main character changed. He became very tense. He immediately turned to his chat, saying that he wanted to tell them something. People in the chat began to be outraged. The main character gathered his strength before speaking about the end of his career. Suddenly, taking a mug of alcohol, he laughed and said that he was just catching up on the atmosphere. Having emptied his glass of drink, he said to himself that tomorrow he needed to officially announce that he was winding down this business. After some time, he drank 3 bottles of alcohol and began to fall asleep. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw were those same empty bottles, which were illuminated by the rays of the sun. Jin-hyuk lay on the bed in a depressed state. Standing up, he grabbed his aching head and stomach, saying that he needed to quickly post a video about passing the test tower. By pressing the power button on the power supply, the main character turned on the computer. Suddenly, a certain shock appeared in his eyes. He saw a stream called Tower of Challenges actually appear. There were 331,417 people attending the broadcast. He looked at it confused. I don't know what to say. Has the Tower of Tests really appeared? He asked himself. After that, he clicked on the login button. Once on the broadcast, he saw that all the people on the street were looking at a huge tower that had appeared in the middle of the city. The camera suddenly turned to the guy who started this broadcast. He shouted that this tower was from the game Tower of Challenges, launched 11 years ago. Immediately the camera focused on the sky, which took on a blood red color. It can't be, the main character said to himself, who watched the broadcast in surprise, after which he said that this happens when you first start the Tower of Tests. At that very second, a notification appeared in front of him, which greatly frightened Jin-hyuk. It said that the first stage of updating the new version of the challenge tower had been completed. The city was engulfed in darkness and the sky was red. The new message stated that all players must move to the next floor of the tower within 90 days. Exactly the same message appeared in front of all people, no matter where they were. In case of failure, it was written on the next system window. Mothers and their children read in amazement what was written before them. Humanity appeared in the following notice. The chair in the main character's room fell with a crash. Shocked, Jin-hyuk looked at the system screen in front of him. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face. He was confused. Will be destroyed, the last notice stated. It was again reported that the first phase of the update had been completed. The main character was no longer in the room, only an overturned chair remained. A notice appeared indicating that people's level of adaptability and acceptance of reality was increasing amazingly. You need to remain calm, Jin-hyuk said, but he himself didn't really live up to his words. Drops of sweat were running down his face, and there was hidden fear in his eyes. As he left, he quickly put on his jacket. In his head, he said that if the Tower of Testing had actually become a reality, then now was not the time to hesitate. Opening the door, he ran out of the apartment like a bullet, saying to himself that he should hurry to the place where he could get this item. Running out onto the landing, he said that the world might be destroyed. Grabbing the handrail, he began to quickly descend, saying that nothing could be done. In one leap he jumped over all the steps, and there was a malicious smile on his face. Jin-hyuk said that his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. Central City. There is panic on the streets. One of the guys was looking on the internet to find out what time and how quickly he could get to Busan. Another of the townspeople shouted that it was impossible to stay in Korea at all. The guy in the yellow jacket, pointing with his hand, said that you can only survive abroad. Immediately the girl, showing everyone her phone, said that there was no point in going because these towers are everywhere. The main character rushed past all the townspeople. He ran to the subway descent. Stopping, he looked down, thinking to himself that now is not the time to run, but the time to move forward. He began to hastily go down the stairs with the thought that in the north of Korea this place was chosen as one of the territories outside the tower, adding that if you look at the countries, there are only 40 of them, and this place is the closest of all. At the top of the sign it said Central Underground. Below there was a beautiful fountain with statues of angels. Once below, a notification appeared in front of the main character, informing him that he had entered the event area. Jin-hyuk was serious. Looking at all the people below, he said that they were all people who played the first part of the Tower of Trials. He walked calmly between all the people who cast quick glances at him. In his head he said that everyone was just watching each other and there was nothing else left to do. Then he realized that the number of items that would soon appear here was limited, and, if he was lucky, there would be about 5 of them. Suddenly the guy behind called out to the main character. Jin-hyuk turned around in surprise. The guy had a wide smile on his face. Recognizing Jin-hyuk, he said that it was a miracle that he really came, because the main character spent all day playing with toys, hiding in the corner of the room. It was Jongsu, BJ partner of Paprika TV and owner of 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, a so-called successful celebrity, and at the same time, a representative of the company of which the main character was a part. Looking at him, Jin-hyuk displeasedly asked if now is not the time for a live broadcast. Pointing to everyone gathered behind him, Jongsu asked if he could see what was happening there. What other broadcast? Having slightly pushed the main character, Jongsu, with a smile on his face, asked what floor he had risen to and why hide this from a colleague with whom he works in the same company. Colleagues, the main character asked himself displeasedly in his head without answering anything to the guy who approached him. Remembering how they did live broadcasts, Jin-hyuk said that in the company created by Jongsu, many BJs were deceived due to an unfair contract, and the more broadcasts BJs did, the deeper they sank into this quagmire, and their protesting voices were mercilessly drowned out by the force of enormous lawlessness, the main character added after a short pause. He remembered one of the BJs crying while doing a live broadcast. He looked at the webcam in the corner of the monitor, when he suddenly grabbed her. Having pulled it out, the guy threw it at the contract. Then Jin-hyuk said that as a result, the colleagues with whom he was so close, all the friends with whom he rose from the very bottom, gradually left the company. Interrupting the main character, Jongsu grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he knew that he was a good player and made delicious mukbang. Jongsu had a kind smile on his face. He said that especially for Jin-hyuk, he was ready to change the terms of the contract to more favorable ones. Jongsu, the main character, coldly addressed his interlocutor. The world has changed. After that, he hit the guy hard in the nose, from which blood immediately sprayed out. Jin-hyuk shouted at him not to throw around words. At that same second, 2 of Jongsu's teeth fell to the floor. He covered his face with his hand, from which blood flowed non-stop. Jongsu fell to the floor, and the main character, looking down at him, said to himself that he even felt better in his soul. Turning away and walking away, he said that gradually he should begin to appear. Particles of magic were flying around the fountain. Suddenly something began to bubble in the water of the fountain. Elsewhere in the fountain, the water also became agitated. At that same second, a huge stream of power burst out of the water. It was a huge tree. Its foliage was lush and green. A strong warm aura emanated from him. As soon as the players saw this, they looked at the mangrove tree in shock. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly and said that everything was the same as in the Tower of Tests, after which he said that his memory was all right. The message that appeared was that the mangrove of greed continued to grow. Suddenly people saw red fruits appearing on the tree. Seeing them, the main character said, "These deliciously ripening fruits." The fruits were in drops of water, and under the warm aura that barely illuminated them, they seemed magical. Jin-hyuk added that they have an effect that increases the stats of agility, strength, and mana. Suddenly it dawned on him. His view changed. In his head he said that this was all without a doubt very good, but there were only 4 fruits. People around looked at each other. Quite harshly, said the main character. All those present at that very second climbed the tree for 4 fruits. They pushed, fought, kicked, just to get to the fruit. Suddenly a bloody handkerchief fell to the floor. It was Jongsu's handkerchief, who was covered in blood, and said, turning to Jin-hyuk, that if they unite, they will divide the fruit in half and it will be a victory for both. Suddenly he shouted that otherwise the main character would miss the fruit, adding that he was already late. Jin-hyuk looked at Jongsu coldly and did not answer. Turning away, he told him to sit quietly if he didn't know anything. "It's not time yet," he said firmly and with confidence. After these words, the main character smiled widely. People were maliciously eager to get the fruits. Suddenly one of them grabbed the fruit. He tore it off and bit it off greedily. A system window appeared next to him, informing him that his agility had increased by 3. Overjoyed, he waved his arms, shouting that everything worked out. Then Jin-hyuk said to himself that ordinary people don't even know about the existence of a tree with fruits. He saw people climbing up the tree non-stop. The main character added that people who have played only a few times will completely concentrate their attention on eating the fruits. He saw how people, one by one, began to fall from the tree. There was no emotion on his face. He was cool and calm. "And the old people," said the main character, creating intrigue. After that, a malicious smile appeared on his face. Suddenly he continued, enjoying a more perverted and cruel spectacle. A few minutes later, the tree root rushed to attack like a whip. He hit the ground around him with enormous impact force. In horror, people looked at the tree, jumping away. Suddenly one of the guys said that if you eat all the fruits, The tree becomes very dangerous. All those gathered began to leave in horror, passing by the main character, who did not move from his place. He looked at the tree, biding his time. Jiangsu also turned around, preparing to run away. Noticing him, the main character asked if he was really going to give up. Of course, the guy without 2 teeth screamed in horror. Disappointed with the answer, Jinhyuk said that the real reward of the event can only be obtained when all the fruits are eaten. Jiangsu stopped, turning to the main character. He asked, "Is he really telling the truth?" Looking at his interlocutor, Jinhyuk asked why he stayed here if it wasn't true. A bead of sweat ran down Jiangsu's face. Looking at the main character incredulously, he said in his head that he thought why he didn't show any interest in people, after which he said, so that was the reason. When suddenly he smiled madly and said in his head that he could definitely smell the sweet smell. Putting his hands in his pocket and spitting to the side, Jiangsu asked what he was going to do. In the eyes of the main character there was only confidence. He did not doubt anything. Jinhyuk replied, "That you need to get inside." Pointing to the raging tree, he said that if they moved close to each other, they would become easy targets, so be sure to approach the tree from both sides. "Are you really suggesting that we should focus our attention?" Jiangsu asked, interested. "Exactly," the main character answered, putting his hands in his pockets. They both prepared to begin the plan. Suddenly Jinhyuk said, looking at his comrade, that if at least one of them begins to hesitate, then that will all end. Jiangsu immediately replied that the main character should not worry, because this was not his first day in this game either. After a few seconds they moved. "Now," Jinhyuk said, after which he immediately ran in one direction. Jiangsu did not stand aside and also began to run, but only in the other direction. They surrounded the tree from different sides. Suddenly it stretched out huge and long roots. Jinhyuk deftly dodged the first root. Looking towards his comrade, he wanted to know how Jiangsu was doing. Jiangsu stood still with a crazy smile on his face, asking the main character who would listen to him. Then he said, without ceasing to smile an ugly smile, for Jinhyuk to go and become bait himself. The main character at this time easily dodged every root aimed at him. "What a relief," he said to himself. Suddenly a satisfied smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face. "That your character has not changed," he added. A sharp and large tree root was approaching the main character at high speed. He immediately dodged it, almost falling under the attack. At that very second, he said in his head that to those who would become bait. The root that Jinhyuk dodged went towards Jiangsu. "It will be you." Standing there, the rather protagonist shouted in his head. At that same second, a sharp root appeared in front of the face of the uncomprehending Jiangsu. He immediately wrapped his legs, immobilizing him. The roots instantly enveloped Jiangsu's entire body. At this time, the main character was getting closer to the tree, not paying attention to the caught one. "Save!" In horror and despair, Jiangsu shouted. "Why do I need this?" the stopped protagonist asked with a malicious smile on his face. Then he said that if he wanted, Jiangsu could report him through that wonderful lawyer. Jiangsu's face became increasingly engulfed by the roots. Tears flowed from his eyes. He shouted that he did not want to die like that. But before he could finish speaking, the roots of the tree squeezed him, turning him into a bloody mess. "Have a nice trip, trash," the main character said to himself as he approached the tree. He has very little left to reach his goal. The roots of the tree again headed towards the main character. "To the left, 22 degrees, Jinhyuk said. His eyes quickly ran around the entire battlefield. He watched all the roots attacking him. The roots were getting closer. Looking in the other direction, he said, "To the right, 35 degrees. In his head, he immediately said that it would be easy to evade. At that very second, the roots surrounded him. Suddenly they collapsed, but Jinhyuk was no longer between them. Having collapsed, they bounced off each other and hit the trunk itself in the very center, breaking it. The roots began to break apart the tree bark even more, and finally, the main character said, "The roots have made a passage to the heart of the tree." It was small, but it beat quickly and was filled with powerful energy. In his head, the main character said that a mangrove tree core appeared. After that, he smiled sarcastically and added that there really wasn't a single bit of error here from what he went through in the game, because he knows the exact trajectory. It's difficult to attack himself. Next to him, he saw a fragment of one of the roots. Immediately, Jinhyuk grabbed him. His eyes glowed bright scarlet. Rising, he looked at the tree and asked how about not boring each other and calmly parting with the tree heart. The tree was raging. The main character, looking at him, said that since this is an event mob, there is no experience from him. At most he can raise the honor level for a day. The tree once again raised its tentacles and roots to attack and defend itself. At that very second it directed them towards the main character. Immediately, a message appeared informing that the mangrove tree of greed was using the blood-sucking vine skill. "Even though I'm an old man, it will be difficult for me to dodge this," Jinhyuk said after seeing the monster's attack. The roots of the tree, shrouded in an ominous aura, flew towards the main character. Jinhyuk became very tense and prepared to defend himself. "However," he said. After that, he turned the blade over in his hand. With a deft blow, he repelled the attack of one of the roots, but he passed so close that he scratched the protagonist's cheek. The reflected root hit the ground with enormous destructive force. The following roots, Jin-hyuk also accurately reflected. In his head, he said that he had the power to twist the trajectory and change it to his heart's content. Suddenly, several roots united into one large root and were preparing to rush towards the main character. At the same second, picking up great speed, the huge hero headed towards Jin-hyuk. "There's no need to be scared or worried," the main character said right away. His right eye glowed with bright blue fire. He reflected all the roots aimed at him without taking damage. He skillfully redirected all the roots to another place. They fell elsewhere, breaking through the floor. Carefully and deftly, he moved closer and closer to the tree. There was only one scratch on his face, as well as a contented and wide smile. "After all, I've already been through this many times," he said suddenly. The main character, whose face was covered with black hair, waved his hand in the air. His face began to sweat and he thought he was almost there. Behind a tree with a green crown there was a bright light. A blue butterfly was visible. Many of these insects flew out of the leaves of the tree and rushed upward. Jin-hyuk frowned when he realized that they were sleep butterflies. He pressed his hand to his face. While dodging the glowing insects, the main character thought that they released sleeping pollen as a defense mechanism, and the sleeping pollen is inhaled instantly, and if you don't know how to protect yourself, you can instantly fall under this influence. Jin-hyuk waved the butterfly away with his hand and thought that the method of defense was very simple. He rushed towards a tall tree and thought that the butterfly would not be dangerous if he simply held his breath. Bright winged insects flew around the tree, inside of which there were red veins. Jin-hyuk extended his hand forward and attacked the hollow tree. Then the branches shook. The main character clenched his teeth tightly, raising one hand. He slammed his palm down on the trunk. A shock wave passed through. The space was illuminated. Jin-hyuk's black hair flew away from the wind. His face became sweaty and bright red sparkles appeared in his eyes. The roots of a tree rushed towards him from below. The burnt leaves smoldered. The system reported that Jin-hyuk was the first to bring down the World Tree of Greed. This tree was cut into two halves. It became pale and dry. The main character opened his mouth. He then smiled and thought that he didn't expect that the grip pattern and timing study he had been repeating so diligently and tediously would come in handy like this. Jin-hyuk was once again grateful for everything he had been doing all this time. The system reported that within 24 hours the level of honor would be recorded as an achievement of the main character. The system asked for the player's name. The main character frowned in confusion and thought that this was a system that required personal information to raise the level of honor. The word name was visible on the blue screen, and Jin-hyuk came to the conclusion that he would remain anonymous. He looked to the side and thought that he was categorically against the dissemination of his personal information, because it would cause widespread interest if it was revealed that he was an old man. The dark screen said that the face would be hidden by a mosaic and the voice would be altered, and Jin-hyuk concluded that the system could not achieve complete anonymity, but it still made a compromise and hid his identity. The main character extended his hand to the tree and said that this is important now. He stuck his hand inside the trunk, trying to find something there. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. There was a small jade ball in Jin-hyuk's palm. He clenched his hand into a fist, grinning contentedly, and the system reported receiving the core of a tree heart. The main character imagined a red fruit with green leaves and thought that if every year the tree fruit raised strength, agility, and mana by 3 points, then the tree heart would provide at least 12 bonus stats. Jin-hyuk imagined a glowing green ball and concluded that with the core it would rise by 4 points if you counted 3 as being given for gaining 1 level. The main character brought the core closer to his face, looking at it carefully, and thought that he did not even believe his eyes, because there could not be an item with such a good profitability, and, moreover, even after 50 floors, nothing better could be found. Jin-hyuk popped the jade ball into his mouth. Then he closed his lips and clenched his hand into a fist. A blinding flash appeared in his chest. He frowned and hummed thoughtfully. He then pressed his finger on the screen, wanting to see if the core was absorbed well. The system provided information about the main character, as well as his skills and abilities. Jin-hyuk had the first level, but had 12 stats available. The main character grinned and thought that this was the strongest first level. An hour later, headlines appeared online about the first victory against the Mangrove of Greed. The system reported that a video related to this event was posted 10 minutes later. People left a lot of comments. Their opinions were completely different. Jin-hyuk imagined people typing on phones and computer keyboards and thought that, except for a few comments at the beginning, everyone was sure that this news was absurd. The system reported that the video was downloaded. On the screen was Jin-hyuk, whose face was hidden by a mosaic. He thought that as soon as the video was uploaded online, all doubts disappeared instantly. Netizens left even more comments expressing their admiration. A shot of the main character attacking a tree appeared and Jin-hyuk thought that some people were excited and some were not, but people who saw the video had the same reaction. The main character pursed his lips, his gaze looked serious. The user under the name Kingsman introduced himself as director Park Hoshik. He offered the main character to enter into a contract. A user named Black Dragon commented that Jin-hyuk would definitely contact him and that he would give him as much money as the main character asks for. Jin-hyuk looked at the phone screen, asking if it was really that incredible, and then said that defeating the mangrove tree of greed while being at the first level is not easy. Sitting in his chair, he added that at the same time it was not so surprising. The main character looked to the side and thought that other people had never reached the second part of the tower. He constantly forgot that he should not judge others by himself. Jin-hyuk looked at the computer and thought about the mentioned 1 billion, and then remembered that he lived a hard life during which he could hardly even earn enough to eat. There was a video camera on the windowsill, and the main character thought that he was often late on rent. There was fast food on the table. Jin-hyuk thought that there were even times when, saving money for food for mukbang, he could go hungry for several days. Jin-hyuk was holding a drink in his hand and eating. He thought that if he had been offered this money a day ago, he would have accepted their offer without hesitation. He remembered standing in front of the destroyed tree and thinking that now he was not going to share the information he had, even for $1 or $10 billion. Jin-hyuk clenched his hand into a fist and grinned contentedly. He remembered his fight with the tree and thought that the most important thing now was the monopolization of information. Holding the phone in his hands, the main character thought about the next place he would go. He imagined a tall, dark building and thought that while he was busy playing the game, the mana flowing out of the Tower of Trials had filled all areas of Seoul. And if anything had been changed, it would be the relics that were outside the tower and subsequently became sacred. Behind the glass was a long sword, illuminated by 2 small spotlights. The weapons began to evaporate, and the main character thought that the sacred relics, which have abilities from legends, are in the tower, so now Jin-hyuk is talking about a replica, or in other words, a duplicate. Looking at his phone, he thought about the place where he could get the most lines. The main character stood in front of the People's Central Museum. A jug, a shield, a sword, and a scroll with hieroglyphs were floating in the air, and Jin-hyuk thought that the National People's Museum was a place where many relics were kept, and it was like a kind of treasure warehouse. The protagonist frowned and thought that the problem was that he was not the only one targeting them, and unlike the mangrove tree of greed, which only appeared in 7 places in Seoul, the People's Central Museum was only one, and many would definitely gather from all areas those wishing to obtain relics. He imagined 4 people whose faces were difficult to see, and came to the conclusion that among them there would be old people. Jin-hyuk grabbed the doorknob. The system reported that he had entered the event area. The main character opened the door and thought that it was quieter than he expected. He assumed that no one had come yet. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk clenched his teeth tensely. Putting his hands in his pockets, he thought that, as expected, someone had managed to come first. Someone's burnt corpse could be seen against the charred wall. The main character put his hands in his pockets and thought that the world had changed, so he assumed that people were also changing after him. But the difference between expectation and reality turned out to be significant, and within a day everyone became too fearless. He looked at the stairs and thought that they were targeting the sacred relics that were kept in the halls of the Middle and Modern Ages. Jin-hyuk presented the Didoyeon-jido map, a relic that everyone wants to get their hands on. The main character thought that they did not want to look at the 8 provinces of the Republic of Korea, and since the ancient map is saturated with mana and stores information about the Tower of Trials, everyone wants to possess it. There were marks on the map, and Jin-hyuk thought that it described in detail where to find the labyrinth with ruins, and what objects and monsters there were. The main character imagined many human hands reaching up, and thought that there was no information above the 10th floor, but this was enough to light a fire in people's eyes. He thought that everyone only wants this card, but they don't know that the truly valuable sacred treasures are hidden in the clay. A pitcher fell to the floor as someone screamed furiously. Many people were fighting among themselves. There were shrapnel on the floor and bloodstains were visible. Someone opened his mouth wide, deafeningly ordering everyone to freeze. The young man with black hair, who was holding his opponent by the clothes, turned around. The broad-shouldered man crossed his arms and said that whoever moves from now on is considered dead. The young man in the blue t-shirt frowned and told him not to talk nonsense. The young man with a plaster on his cheek said with a grin that no one here would be afraid of such words. Blood dripped from the hammer, and the man listened with a displeased look as he threatened to crush his skull. Suddenly the man clenched his teeth, his eyes turned red, and he hissed angrily that they really didn't understand the words. He clenched his hands into fists and began to scream loudly, tearing the fabric of his clothes. The girl with short hair asked in shock if this man had a personal ability, and the boy with the bandage on his face said that it was dangerous. The man turned into a gray-skinned monster and declared that the card belonged to him. He clenched his jaw angrily, his eyes emitting a red light. The old man in the blue vest closed his eyes and said with a laugh that he could not agree with these words. The man frowned, asking if he was crazy. Janu walked closer to the man and introduced himself. He frowned and yelled loudly so that the old man would already understand the situation and disappear, and that he could wring John's withered neck like a shaking chicken's head. John said with a slight smile that the man was very rude. Then he snapped his finger. With an angry expression on his face, the old man asked whether the man would quickly break his neck or turn him into a coal. Fire appeared on John's finger. The man frowned in shock, suggesting that it was magic. The old man extended his hand forward and released a fiery attack towards the enemy. The man's eyes reflected the flames approaching him. The fire completely engulfed his body, causing him to turn black and scream in pain. All that was left of the man was smoldering flesh. He opened his mouth wide and thick steam came out. John, who put his hands behind his back, turned away and said that this was a disaster brought on by the man's tongue. The old man smiled as Yuri came up behind him. He asked her to get the items and take care of the rest after that. The girl said with a smile that John could rely on her. She touched the small statue of Anubis and said that he would be enough. Yuri's eyes began to emit a purple light, bright lines appeared around her, and she said that he would deal with anyone who decided to stop them. The man in the wolf mask held a long spear tightly in his hand. A dark silhouette of a creature with sharp fangs and red eyes could be seen. The figurine darkened against the backdrop of a blinding flash. The gold sparkled. Yellow lines were visible on Anubis's body, creating patterns. Yuri crossed her arms, saying human. Whoever moves from his place will be considered an enemy of Anubis. The black-skinned warrior raised his weapon. The girl smiled and offered to cooperate. The young men looked at her in horror. One of them asked why there were so many awakened old people here. Bloody weapons fell to the floor and they screamed that they were giving up the card or anything else. Yuri clapped her hands happily and thanked them. Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on her face. Someone stepped on the fragments. The main character put his hands in his pants pockets and walked around the room. He tilted his head and pointed at the mess. Jinhyuk walked over to the crumpled scrolls and came to the conclusion that these people didn't even have basic antique etiquette. Shaking off the yellowed paper, he said it was a relief that nothing had been torn. The main character bowed his head and fell silent when he heard his name called. Yuri, her eyes burning with rage, asked if it looked like she was joking with him. Anubis stomped his foot, sending dust into the air. The girl with a crazy smile ordered him to kill Jinhyuk. The monster opened its mouth and rushed towards the main character, holding a spear in its hand. Jinhyuk stood motionless. He frowned as the spear blade came in front of him. The main character waved his hand. The weapon fell to the floor behind him. Yuri opened her mouth in surprise. There was a deep crack on the floor behind Jinhyuk. Those around him couldn't believe what he had just done. Two guys looked at him with their mouths open in surprise and discussed what had happened. They did not notice how the guy dodged. Besides, his hands were fine. The main character smiled and thought that these people did not know how much stat he had. He looked at the dark figure of the ancient Egyptian deity and asked Yuri what she was going to do after losing her only weapon. The schoolgirl bowed her head, opened her backpack and said that no one said that she only owned one figurine. She pulled out dark objects from her school bag. A magical glow surrounded the figurines of ancient Egyptian gods. They hovered in the air. The system notified that a replica of a sacred relic called the incarnation of Anubis had awakened. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. He watched what was happening with his mouth open. Sweat flowed down the girl's face. Dark streams of energy surrounded her. She asked Jinhyuk what he thought about it. Yuri stood behind a group of dark creatures. She asked the main character if he still felt the urge to laugh. The guy smiled, called her idea a good one and thought that she had a good level if she was able to maintain 5 of these things with such a small amount of mana. The main character imagined an old man with glowing eyes and thought that there were many experienced players like John. He remembered how the fire engulfed the body of the guy who insulted the man. Yuri looked at him displeased, clenched her teeth and quoted his words. Jinhyuk raised his hand to show the approximate level and said that to be precise, he rates it somewhere between good and acceptable. The girl looked at him with displeasure and said that he was trying to act cool and that she didn't like him. The main character squinted, looked displeasedly at the schoolgirl, opened his mouth and said that in this case it would be better to show her himself. He clutched an old piece of paper in his hands and thought that it was impossible to feel the difference if the skills were too different. Jinhyuk threw a piece of paper into the air and thought that a small demonstration would be enough for Yuri to see everything with her own eyes and understand what he was talking about. A tiger was drawn on the sheet, and streams of magical energy emanated from the raised palm of the protagonist. The system window said that he had injected mana into the Pine Tiger Sacred Religion replica. The guy tilted his head forward and smiled. The system notified the appearance of the ruler of the mountain. The main character extended his hand forward, guiding the tiger that appeared at his side. Yuri's eyes widened in fear. She clenched her teeth and said that this was impossible. The ground shook from the paws of the animal. The tiger's eyes glowed yellow. The system window said that it was an unnamed creature from the Joseon era. The ancient Egyptian creature bared its teeth. Jinhyuk stroked the tiger and asked how dare some jackal show his teeth to the ruler of the mountains. He waved his hand. The main character pointed his finger at his opponents and said that food was served. The tiger opened its mouth and rushed forward. The opponent raised his shield and growled. The ruler of the mountains raised his clawed paw. A horizontal stripe appeared as the tiger cut off the enemy's head with a wave of its paw. The three other incarnations of Anubis bared their teeth and raised their spears. The tiger opened his mouth wide and roared. The animal knocked down another opponent. The muzzle of the ruler of the mountains was stained with blood due to the fact that he tore his enemies to pieces. His eyes continued to glow and he moved so fast that the image was blurry. Sweat was running down the girl's face. She couldn't believe what was happening. Yuri froze in front of the black figure and thought that she had heard of different ways to use sacred relics, but had never heard of this method. She raised her head and thought that the mana emanating from the creature felt like her skin was being torn off. A white flash appeared in front of the girl. She realized that she could not win. Yuri fell to her knees. Her eyes were shining with tears. She was upset because she thought that she had obtained the most powerful items, but she was wrong. The guy put his hands in his pockets and walked up to her. The girl thought with irritation about who this man was. Jinhyuk stopped in front of Yuri sitting on the floor. She pressed her hand to her chest. The main character smiled and ordered her to give the item. Sweat ran down the girl's face. She opened her mouth and asked what he was talking about. The main character sat down next to her, looked displeasingly at the schoolgirl and demanded that she give up the Tutankhamun mask. Yuri frowned, clenched her teeth and asked where he was going to use this item, since it was useless in Korea. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes and looked at her intently. He raised his finger and moved it, calling someone to him. A tiger's face appeared in front of Yuri, and she stuttered and said that she would give everything up. An open backpack lay on the ground among the shards of glass. A mask with the face of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh hung in the air. The system reported that a replica of the relic mask of Tutankhamun was received. The main character squeezed the object in his hand and thought that he had easily obtained the second sacred relic. The girl raised one eyebrow and asked if he was targeting Tedunjido's card. Jinhyuk tilted his head and said that it was none of her business, but in reality he just forgot about the card. He stroked the tiger and asked the creature to check everything. The animal bared its teeth when the protagonist said that no one should follow him. Yuri pressed her hand to her chest and looked at the tiger in horror. The ruler of the mountain opened his mouth. Dark streams of power emanated from his paws. The main character watched what was happening over his shoulder and thought with satisfaction that all preparations were completed. He looked at the steps leading up and thought that the time had come. Jinhyuk raised his hand and thought that he should get the strongest skill of the trial tower. There were numbers and letters written on the wall indicating the floor. In a dark room, under protective glass, there was a luminous vase. Sweat was running down the old man's face. He didn't understand how Yuri allowed this to happen. The elderly man and the main character stood nearby. Jinhyuk clenched his fingers into a fist and thought that it was not so easy for John to get here. Continuing to sweat, the man thought about how this guy was able to get past Yuri. The doorway in front of them glowed blue. The guy pressed his hand to his face and said that it looks like this is a level 1 barrier. John closed his eyes and said that it looks like the guy knows about it. He reached out, touched the barrier and said that this was the first time he had seen something like this. The man shook his hand and said that physical impact and magical attack would be useless. Jinhyuk extended his hand towards the barrier. He closed his eyes and thought that he needed to find a place where the flow of magic diverged. Blue smoke emanated from a white ball, inside of which there was some kind of inscription. The main character opened his eyes and mentally said the word Carpo. Without lifting his hand from the barrier, he turned to John and said that he seemed to know how to destroy the barrier, but he had one condition. The man closed his eyes and asked what he meant by condition. Jinhyuk opened his mouth and said that if John Woo continuously applied his flame magic to the barrier, they would be able to weaken it. The guy pointed at himself and said that this would have to be done until he returned with the necessary relics. John rubbed his chin, smiled and said that it turns out he should stand outside and influence the barrier while the main character is inside. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and said that he himself cannot continuously use powerful attack magic that can damage the barrier. Although his proposal sounds dubious, but they have only one way out, because dawn will come soon, so he is ready to give the old man the card and take something else for yourself. John Woo frowned and thought that the worst possible outcome would be that he would receive nothing for his work. The man closed his eyes and asked the main character, and he promised that he would give the card to him. The guy smiled and said that he did not want to become an enemy of a person who possesses high-level magic. The main character narrowed his eyes and looked at Jonah in confusion, who sighed and thought that he had no other options but to trust this man. The man hid his hands behind his back and told the guy that he believed him. The young man looked at the barrier and asked to take care of it. The fire enveloped John's hand. He bowed his head and said that he would do his best. He gritted his teeth with effort and summoned even more magic. He directed a stream of fire at the barrier, preventing them from passing. The shield cracked from contact with the fire. Jinhyuk frowned, shouted that he went and mentally said the word Carpo. He covered his face with his hands and jumped through the barrier. The guy landed on his feet. With sweat running down the man's face, John opened his mouth and told the guy to hurry up. The main character smiled, waved, and thought that he planned to try his best. The guy turned away and mentally added that he would do everything his own way. Behind the glass lay a book with ancient hieroglyphs on the cover. Magic sparks came from the traditional Korean outfit. The rectangular object also released magical energy. Jin-hyuk hid his hands in his pockets, looked around and thought that, unlike the lower floor, everything here looks as if no one has been here. He looked at the broken display case. This was the only exception. The system window said that there was a sword engraved with Kyan Long. The main character imagined a man with a sword and thought that this man took what he wanted, put a protective barrier on the room and left. The guy pursed his lips and thought with disapproval that the man didn't want to take risks, so he just took what he came for and left, despite the fighting people. Jin-hyuk walked up to the broken display case and started counting something. The main character smiled and said that he had found what he needed, rejoicing that the player ahead of him did not suspect that he had taken the second most important relic. On the red pillow lay a bunch of gold coins. The system window said that these were coins from the Lai dynasty. Jin-hyuk took the item in his hands and thought that this was the last element needed to create a unique strong skill. The guy narrowed his eyes. He squeezed the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask, and there was a ceremonial Persian casting mold on the table. He watched with a smile as the golden streams of energy surrounded him. Energy emanated from the eye that lay on the ceremonial Persian uniform. The system notified that a reaction had occurred between the two relics. The guy pulled the thread and thought that if he wants to move forward, he needs to pay the appropriate price. He broke the thread on which the coins were strung. Jin-hyuk waved his hand and the coins began to fall down. The main character put his hands in front of him, protecting himself from the golden streams of power. The system reported that a reaction had occurred between the three relics. The system window said that Jin-hyuk had overcome the disgusting probability percentage and succeeded in unification. Without lowering his hands, the guy smiled. The system notified that a new relic of the Eye of Truth of rank SS had been received. A golden glow surrounded the black eye. In the system window, it was said that this relic allows you to open a window of another person's state and distinguish truth from lies 3 times a day. The main character looked at the object hovering above his palm and thought that the Eye of Truth was the best among the 5 eyes existing in the world, but he did not come to the museum that night for this. The system sent a notification that Jin-hyuk completed a hidden quest by combining 3 replicas below Class B to create an SS class item. Blue streams of energy surrounded his legs. The system window said that he had fulfilled the necessary conditions. The guy closed his eyes. The main character imagined white squares and thought that he would copy and collect the abilities that exist in this world, and then use these skills to create stronger ones. Jin-hyuk imagined a flash of light and thought that this would be his weapon to become the strongest in the trial tower. His body was surrounded by blue streams of energy. The system reported that he had received the personal ability of unification and that the memories of the world were in the process of being created. The system window contained information about the protagonist's personal ability. The level of the fusion skill was impossible to measure. It allowed them to copy other players' personal abilities, store them in the world's memories, and then combine them to create top-level abilities. Jin-hyuk's eyes glowed blue. The system advised that the conditions may be changed if difficulties arise that prevent the skill from being copied. Janu continued to attack the barrier with fire and called out to the protagonist. Sweat was flowing down the man's face and body. He asked the guy to hurry up because he was not sure that he could hold out longer. Jin-hyuk turned his head, pursed his lips, and thought about what he had to do to copy the old man's abilities. His eyes glowed yellow. The man released another stream of fire. The conditions for copying the ability appeared in the system window. It said that since John always hides his feelings, in order to get his abilities, the main character must force him to show true emotions. The guy smiled. He looked contentedly at the system window hanging in front of him and thought that he just needed to anger the old man. Using fire magic, Janu asked his ally to hurry up. With his back to him, the protagonist stated that the old man might not use this skill anymore. The man knitted his eyebrows in confusion, never ceasing to release fire from his hands. Looking around, Jin-hyuk arrogantly added that there was no particular need to use magic. The fire cleared. Janu lowered his hands and asked what this meant and why his ally asked him to do this. The barrier blocking the passage began to disappear. The guy cast the Carpo spell, which was a destruction spell in Latin, with the help of which the barrier was broken through more easily. The player narrowed his eyes as he mentally cast the spell. Covering his face with his hands, he crossed the barrier and the wall of fire. In fact, the old man did not contribute in any way to the destruction of the barrier. The man stretched his hands forward, watching the barrier crumble into small particles. The youth thought that the man's mana was almost completely depleted due to the fact that he believed that his endless attack on the barrier would do no good, although it was impossible to break through it. There was a huge map hanging on the wall. The guy was on the safe side, and now he needs to piss off the old man. Looking at the map, he thought that he already knew everything about the tower down to the smallest detail, so a map with information up to the 10th floor would be absolutely useless to him. Smiling slyly, the young man flicked his lighter, deciding that he was not going to give the card to anyone. Jianwu screamed out of breath, not understanding what his ally wanted to do. With his eyes flashing, the main character recalled what he had said just recently. Taking the lighter to the card, he stated that he did not need it. The fire broke out and engulfed the poster hanging on the wall. With this map, anyone could find out all the information up to the 10th floor, so there were fears that the player's advantage might disappear. The man opened his mouth in shock. The flames completely engulfed the wall. The surest way to maintain an advantage was to avoid the chance of losing it. Raising his tense hands up, the old man shouted angrily, promising to kill and grind into powder the man who burned the map. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The notification announced the fulfillment of the condition. A blue book appeared above the guy's head. A notification informed about the successful copying of the Fire Element B skill. A save button appeared in front of the book. The new notification said that the copied skill was saved in the memories of the world and that it allows you to control fire and increases affinity with the Fire Element. Looking at the notifications, Jinhyuk thought that the fire element was a good stat for the first copy. Summoning a fiery clot in his hand, Jianwu declared that the boy would regret what he had done and would pay for it. Smirking, the player asked if the old man knew why he burned the map. The alert announced the activation of the first level fire element. The guy's hands were engulfed in flames. The man widened his eyes in bewilderment. Looking at the guy's gloating grin and the rising flames, he realized that this was definitely the same skill as his own, but his strength was many times more powerful. John thought that this was no mere mortal in front of him if he had such a high level, and if he really didn't need some kind of card. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Squinting, the man wanted to ask something, but the player interrupted him, grinning and saying that if the old man was going to continue to calmly climb the tower, then he needed to obey him well. The young man went down the stairs. Imagining the faces of the people he met along the way, he thought that, counting himself, only 4 old people appeared in the National Central Museum, and that now that the test tower had become a reality, everyone's desire to reduce risks had become clear. The guy stretched his arms up to warm up. He was worried about the desire to be ahead of everyone by doing this. A status window appeared in the air, describing the player's characteristics and personal abilities. The main character crossed his arms contentedly, thinking that he should take possession of as many personal abilities and skills as possible, no matter what. Jinhyuk hovered over Jianwu, promising to contact him later. Looking down at the old man, he asked him to raise his level with the girl on the bottom floor. The man humbly knitted his eyebrows. The player received a toy with which he could do whatever he wanted for a long time. The girl pursed her lips in fear. The skill book was covered with a blue haze. The player had a long way to go, so the first thing he needed to do was collect the most necessary abilities for him. Walking down the street, he thought that he only had one body, so he did not have the opportunity to monopolize absolutely all ironic destinies. Smiling, the guy decided that he could only get a few. Putting his hands in his pockets, he realized that the coolest and most important destinies would be in his hands. Hearing the sounds of an unhappy stomach, the young man put his hand to his stomach and said that this was his limit. It was time for rice soup, and there was a cafe sign above the glass door. The people inside looked worriedly at something in front of them, not understanding what it was. Their eyes were fixed on the television. The news anchor announced that an incident had occurred at the National Central Museum in which at least 23 people were killed and more than 50 were injured. The man in formal attire added that some of the victims were seriously wounded, so the death toll would continue to rise, and he said that the instigators were allegedly targeting relics kept in the museum. The news showed a destroyed building. Attacks occurred not only in South Korea, but also in the United States, Europe, China, and Japan. The next shot showed the destroyed Louvre. The news anchor stated that similar incidents were happening all over the world. Sitting down at the table, the guy thought that, as expected, players in other countries were also not sitting idle, preparing to conquer the tower. Looking to the side, the journalist suggested watching a CCTV video filmed inside the building. One of the frames showed Yuri standing next to Anubis. In another shot, a man with a blurred face waved his hand. In the third frame, a huge tiger sank its fangs into the body of the enemy. The presenter said that it was hard to believe, but all this happened in reality. One of the cafe visitors, watching what was happening on the screen, asked if an ordinary person could do this, and suggested that this was the guy who had recently appeared in the Trial Tower community. Remembering the video of the destruction of the mangrove tree, he remembered the familiar movements, scratching his temple. The main character thought that there were too many people who began to recognize him, and that he needed to think about how to hide his identity. Looking at the camera, the news anchor announced that the government was investigating the origins of a building of unknown origin called the Test Tower, and that a special department, the Association of the Awoken, had been founded for employees who could now use special abilities. Curling his fingers thoughtfully, Jin-hyuk decided that the government had reacted faster than one might have thought. Pouring water into a glass, he thought that, judging by the fact that they had formed a department of people who had already awakened personal abilities, they had decided to accept what happened in the museum as something inevitable, although, in his opinion, it would take at least a few weeks before such a decision is made. The news anchor offered to meet with the participants and listen to the details. Holding a glass of water in his hands, the guy looked at the TV. A man with a scar on his face appeared on the screen, introducing himself as Sanjin, the head of the Awoken Association. The player frowned when he saw him. The man knitted his eyebrows sternly, saying that the reason he was here was to recruit awakened ones, and that everything would depend on the level of the players. But the government promised that the pay would be that of a 7th grade civil servant, and the minimum annual salary would be 60 million won. Hearing that the people who appeared on the broadcast would be an exception, the guy looked at the TV from under his brows. Maintaining a confident look, Sanjin said that he was ready to put the name of the head of the association on the line. Raising his eyebrows, he promised that if these people joined the association, all their needs would be financed by the government, no matter what they wished for. One of the cafe visitors said that he envied these people, no matter who they were. The girl called the sharp turn in their lives incredible. Smirking, the young man thought that, in the end, he was their target, since they said about the people who appeared on the broadcast. The government considered him a serious threat. Hiding his smile with his hand, the main character thought that he was not going to belong to anyone, no matter what price they offered him. Imagining the head of the association with his hands clasped, he thought that one experienced person had much more value than 100 similar players. And since Sanjin also understood this, the man tried to lure such a person to his side by luring him with a bank check. Looking at the TV screen, the player wondered if the fact that Changjin was entrusted with the position of head of the association meant that he had a pretty good ability. Putting his hand to his chin, Jin-hyuk wondered if the man was invited to this position because of his experience in the test tower, but hoped that he did have a good ability. Smiling, he concluded that he would certainly feel the beauty of copying. The guy looked at the wall clock. The time showed exactly 7 in the evening. The hands on the clock showed different times. When the hour hand points to the new time, the tower of tests will open, stars twinkling above the tower that rushes into the sky. The notification announced that the challenge tower had been opened. Players found themselves in front of a river with floating islands floating above it. The main character stood among them. People urged not to crowd. Someone said that this was completely the same as what they had done before. Smiling, the guy thought that everyone looked so much like newcomers. A bag of coins appeared in the air. A notification said that in honor of entering the tower, 100 coins were given out that could be used inside the tower. Gold coins fell from the sky. Notifications explained that players must film their achievements and upload them publicly to receive 100 coins for every 10,000 views. The commission will vary depending on the level. A blue eye with a plus sign appeared in the air. The notification said that viewing videos by those living outside the tower only counts on the first view, so players need to be careful when choosing videos to watch. The man in the robe spread his arms in front of the army of monsters. The notification said that the live broadcast function can only be used when clearing boss monsters to get to the next floor. The old man in armor looked at his hand. The minotaur let out a loud roar. A skull with the inscription warning appeared in the air. The alert said that if falsification of views and other illegal actions are detected, appropriate measures will be taken. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, realizing something. Residents of the city fixed their gaze on their phone screens. The live broadcast system was a bridge connecting the people rising in the tower and those who lived outside. Viewers watched the video, wanting to see the end of the tower, and thereby increase views. One of the videos depicted pagodas. 900 people watched it. In another video, the warrior stood with his back to the camera. In the third video, the player was about to defeat the dragon with his bare hands, while 1,200 people watched. In front of a huge number of videos, gold coins fell. This system through which famous people could earn money was the most interesting installation of the challenge tower. The people ran forward, planning to first conquer the goblin cave in order to hunt, get their share and have fun. Someone hit the guy with their shoulder. The man pushed him away. The main character thought that everyone was in too much of a hurry. Standing in the middle of people running forward, he assumed that the newcomers wanted to clear this place as quickly as possible and be ahead of everyone. But for him, getting coins was not difficult, because he already knew everything. But the guy was not going to upload the video so as not to share important information, even despite the reward. Looking back, he decided that this could cause him great damage. Satisfied with his hands in his pockets, Jin-hyuk had already decided what he needed to do first. Smiling, the guy thought that this was a slightly different road, different from the others. At that time, after clearing the beginning of the 30th floor of the tower, there was a period when there was no way to advance further. So the player collected hidden parts, searching the lower floors to climb to the next ones. The young man pulled back the lid of the stone box. Using a torch, he searched it. Moving further through the dark dungeon, the guy constantly analyzed every step of the path traveled. The light of the torch illuminated the carved walls of the dungeon. The player managed to find solutions in the ruins alone. His expression suddenly became very tense. Dropping the torch, he realized that his character was worthless from the very beginning. His hand, clenched into a fist, shook with anger. The result of searching all the lower floors was the realization that the character whom the player had been leveling up, having spent several years in suffering, was himself pathetic. A notification popped up asking you to confirm deleting the character. The guy clenched his teeth in disappointment, thinking that he had devoted himself entirely to such absurdity. Time spent on doubt was an unaffordable luxury for him, so he decided to go all the way from the very beginning and confirm the deletion of the character. Blue particles sparkled around his body. With his eyes flashing, the main character decided to definitely reach the end next time. Looking up at the sky, he thought it was 6 years ago. In front of him stood a huge gate strewn with human skulls and bones. A notification said that inside was the Level B Labyrinth of Crete, the feature of which was incredible intricacy, and the presence of traps of various types. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jin-hyuk thought that the foundation for a breakthrough above the 30th floor would be the accumulation of the base, and the key to the essence of the cleanup was in the Livarento's labyrinth. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he didn't expect to have to do this again. By touching the gate, blue runes appeared in front of them. Having opened the gate, the player decided to start walking through the labyrinth. The entrance to the labyrinth appeared in front of him. Ancient Greeks were depicted on the walls. On the floor in front of the entrance to the labyrinth stood a bust of a bull. Seeing a familiar picture and smelling a familiar smell, the guy smiled. White butterflies were flying under the ceiling. One of them flapped its wings and descended. The insect landed on the finger of the player, who was glad to see them. Suddenly he looked back. Seeing a crowd of people in front of him, the young man asked who they were. The girl smiled, stating that they were looking for a place to hunt and, seeing an open labyrinth, decided to go in before it closed. 10 minutes ago, before the invasion of the labyrinth, the squad noticed how someone opened the gate. A guy with red hair said that they followed a man who showed by his appearance that he knew something. Another member of the squad asked why this person immediately went into the labyrinth. They were surprised that the player managed to open the door of the labyrinth without a key. Looking down, the girl offered to follow him. The blonde crossed his arms and protested, saying that they didn't know what type of labyrinth it was or how big it was. Leaning on a tree, the girl said that they need to think with their heads, because they know very well what is most important at the beginning of the Tower of Tests. Looking up, she explained that the player had entered the labyrinth without a key and that the dungeon was on the first level, which meant that its degree of difficulty was not that high. Looking after the man entering the labyrinth, the squad member concluded that this was possible because the labyrinth was located on the first floor. Blowing a bubblegum bubble, another girl asked if this person would obediently share objects with them. Smirking, her ally replied in the negative. Looking at the labyrinth with burning eyes, she declared that the squad would force this player to remain in the dungeon forever. Smiling sweetly, the girl said that her squad saw an open labyrinth and decided to go into it. The other team members stood behind her. The girl stated that it would be better if they entered the maze altogether, because the more people sharing the burden of danger, the better. The main character thought that these guys were confident in their numerical superiority and were trying to outwit him. His eye lit up. A notification announced the activation of the Eye of Truth. Pointing at herself with her hand, the girl said her name and said that she was 22 years old and that earlier she had reached the second floor of the test tower. In the status window that appeared, it was said that Pakana had the skills Contact, Quick Step and Weak Healing. Seeing the inscription Skill Contact, the guy thought that this was a rather interesting ability, allowing one to get closer to an object encountered for the first time in a natural way. The notifications that popped up also suggested that a feature of this skill was the ability to get rid of the feeling of awkwardness, and the condition for copying was being alone with the owner of the ability and for 240 hours. Remembering the woman with demonic wings, the main character thought that Contact would help control her. A guy with red hair standing behind the leader of the squad introduced himself as Kulsik and said that he curled up in the process of passing the first floor. The girl in the lilac sweatshirt introduced herself as Hemin and added that she also only went to the first floor. Blowing up a bubblegum ball, the girl named Jangmina said that she went to the third floor. The blonde introduced himself as Minguk and stated that he had never played the Tower of Challenges. The guy with glasses scratched the back of his head, introducing himself to Kwan and saying that this was also his first trip to the tower. The main character smiled and said his name. Turning away, he thought that the squad could hit him in the back of the head at any moment, so there was no need to remember their names. Pakhana hugged his hand and called him by name. Looking into his eyes, the girl asked which floor in the test tower he had reached. Pressing close to him, the squad leader activated the first level Contact skill. The girl smiled sweetly. Red flowers appeared around them. Turning her back to him and replying that he had risen as far as he could, Jin-hyuk understood how this skill worked and thought that if he did not know about the existence of such an ability, then it would have worked. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, Pakana asked herself what went wrong, because the effect of contact should have already manifested itself. Hiding her hands behind her back, she asked her new ally to tell her what types of monsters there were in the labyrinth and what abilities they had. The guy agreed, squinting his eyes in displeasure. Butterflies were flying above him. Looking at the squad, the player stated that this labyrinth changes every time at a certain hour. The team members opened their mouths in surprise. The floor began to shake under their feet. Manga looked around and asked what was going on. Raising her eyebrows in fear, Pakana said that it was just a first-level labyrinth and asked what it was. Stone blocks began to emerge from the walls. One of them appeared right in front of the girl. Someone shouted to her to be careful. A second before the collision, the leader of the squad jumped to the side. Pointing his finger at his friend, Kalsik said that if he stood in one place, he would die and asked him to look up. A huge stone block fell from the ceiling, destroying the dungeon floor. The guys, trying to catch their breath, fell to the ground. The movement of the plate stopped. Dripping with sweat, Pakana looked back. With her hands on her knees, Hyaman said that she didn't see Jangmina. Chalsik gritted his teeth and said that the appearance of such a labyrinth on the first floor is absurd, because everything on the first floor should be the same, except for the ruins. Shaking off the dust, the main character asked if the members of the squad had been to the changing labyrinth at least once. Someone asked how anyone could have visited such a place. Knitting her eyebrows together in frustration, the squad leader said that this was too dangerous for the first level and that they needed to get out of here now. Looking at Hyaman, the girl asked her to find a way out using her ability. Hyaman replied that during the change in the labyrinth, her ability was deactivated, and tears appeared in her eyes. Having widened her eyes in fear, Penhaka realized that they were locked here, not even having the opportunity to find an emergency exit. As Jinhak watched the girls talk, he realized that the group, full of confidence, had only entered the labyrinth because of their ability to navigate, because they thought that knowing about the labyrinth would turn their foray into a trip to the neighborhood supermarket. Looking down, the guy thought that these people were stupid and realized that it was almost time for something to appear. The leader of the squad clenched her teeth in displeasure. Looking at the player facing her, she called out to him. Rushing towards him, Pakana asked why the guy didn't warn them in advance about such an important thing as changing the labyrinth. Pointing her finger at him, the girl said that because of him they almost died and many suffered. Kalsik also pointed his finger at the player and agreed with his friend, saying that only the young man knew about everything. Putting his hands on his belt, Quanwu added that because of him, Jangmina ended up on the other side of the walls. The guy sighed. Frowning, the main character asked if he asked the squad to follow him. Pakana opened her mouth in amazement. The player with burning eyes stated that they came here on their own and no one dragged them by force. Minguk gritted his teeth angrily, saying that in addition to being locked in the maze, he was in a very bad mood. A weapon materialized in his hand. Holding a sword in his hands, the blonde shouted that he didn't like the player from the moment he first saw him. Furiously knitting his eyebrows, the boy wanted to say something, but a strange sound was heard. The axe hit the wall with a crash. Minguk fell to the ground, dropping his weapon as blood gushed from his body. Holding her hands to her chest, Hyaman fearfully called out to her friend, her mouth open. Quanwu asked how this happened. A huge hoof hit the ground. The Minotaur opened its mouth wide and let out a loud roar. The squad watched in fear as the enemy appeared. Weapons appeared in the hands of the guys. A bloody axe was sticking out of the wall. Suddenly he disappeared, leaving a crack on the wall. Taking the axe in his hands, the Minotaur swung it to strike. Raising her eyebrows in shock, Pakana thought that now they would definitely die. The main character jumped out of his seat, ordering the squad to move aside. Putting his hands behind his back, he rushed towards the enemy, leaving the guys behind. The leader of the squad watched him in fear, not understanding what he was doing. Just as the monster was about to strike with his axe, Jinhyuk ran up close to him. The monster hit the ground in front of him with force, throwing shards of tile into the air. The player ended up in the air directly above the enemy's head, a notification announcing that the dodge was successful. Smiling, he thought this was a great opportunity. The wound on his shoulder didn't bother him at all. The notification said that the hidden breach stat had been obtained. In the new notification it was written that this stat reduces the excessive difference in levels in a battle with a strong opponent and, conversely, increases it in a battle with a weak opponent. By grabbing the horn of a monster, the player thought that the difference in levels decreases for every 3 points. The Minotaur clenched his teeth in anger when he noticed him. The guy landed on the floor. This skill allowed him to grow even while remaining at the first level. The monster's eyes lit up. The young man thought that this was the only way that he had learned about through countless trials and errors. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Opening its fanged mouth, the monster again raised the axe above its head. Having dodged the attack, the main character thought that he had already been hit by these attacks tens of thousands of times. The notification reported that the breach stat had been increased by 500s. After another evasion, another similar message appeared. The player's body remembered all the patterns of this monster. Thanks to numerous evasions, identical notifications appeared in the air one after another. The Minotaur once again swung his axe. Jumping at the right moment to dodge, Jinhyuk thought that he was an old man. The breach stat was increased again. Jumping back, away from the enemy, the guy thought that no matter how strong his attacks were, they were of no use if they did not reach their target. The squad members opened their mouths in surprise. Manga asked if they really wanted to deceive such a person. With her eyes widening in fear, Pakana thought that it was crazy to plan to kill such a monster and take away the rewards. The Minotaur clenched his teeth furiously. The player smirked, stating that his enemy was swinging the axe very slowly over and over again, but still hoped to hit at least once. The monster bared its fangs and growled. The axe headed towards the enemy. The blade ended up right at the guy's neck, but the way to become stronger in a short time was simple. This method was to take a chance by placing a bet and putting your life on the line. The blade flew past. A small cut appeared on the neck. The reward was given based on the life-threatening danger. The notification said that the player managed to evade a fatal attack at the last second, so the breach stat was increased by 1. Looking at the notifications, the young man thought that getting 1 stat point for a scratch was a good exchange. His fingers were stained with blood. Having dodged the next blow, he thought that the situation would become much more dangerous if he made a slight mistake, so he needed to finish it. Looking at the squad standing by the wall, the main character thought that the secondary characters had decided to leave of their own free will. Grabbing her friend's hand, Hyaman said that she wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. Pakana asked her to walk, leaning on the wall, because then there would definitely be a way out. Approaching her from behind, the player asked where they were going. The girl looked at him in fear, trying to say something. She opened her mouth in shock when she saw something in front of her. Pointing to the Minotaur, Jinhyuk said that the squad should join the battle if they also want to get stats, because they will be given a hidden stat if the guys dodge attacks. He added that rewards should be shared. The monster swung his huge axe for another blow. Pakana jumped back. Hyaman put her hand forward in fear. The leader of the squad began to cry, her mouth open in horror. A powerful blow rolled across the entire room, destroying everything in its path. Kalsik ended up on the ground in front of a pool of blood. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. Smiling, the player stated that they could not stand like a pillar and that they needed to dodge and keep their distance. Looking at the Minotaur, he asked him if it was true. Some noise made the monster stop a meter away from his enemy. A stone block next to him appeared from the wall. The labyrinth began to move again. The stone slabs began to be rebuilt. One of the walls that appeared separated the opponents. Waving his hand, the guy promised to see the monster later. The wall closed the passage, leaving the Minotaur alone. The monster clenched his teeth in displeasure, steam coming from his mouth. Opening his mouth, he raised the axe above his head. The sound of the impact shook the entire dungeon. Butterflies were still flying around the ceiling. Pakana leaned over to catch her breath. Kalsik, sitting next to him, said that they, too, could have died, like Minguk and Hyaman. The girl replied that now the enemy would not be able to pursue them. After introducing a white butterfly, the protagonist said that the pollen from the glowing moths he recently touched was attracting the Minotaur, so it was possible that the monster would continue to search for them. Raising her eyebrows in fear, the squad leader asked why their ally would do something so reckless. Looking at her incomprehensibly, the young man replied that he had to raise his stats. Reaching for the knife lying on the ground, he added that every time the maze changes, there is time to rest and replenish stamina. Waving the knife, Jinhyuk stated that it was fun for him when the monster found him. Looking up at him, Pakana asked how long her ally would do this. Sticking his index finger at the shocked squad members, the player replied that he was going to leave the maze in a month. Kalsik helped his friend get up. The girl, thinking that this hell could not last a whole month, said that they would go separately. She decided that if they went on their own, the monster would not chase them. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, saying that, most likely, this would be the case. Smiling, he asked which direction the survivors were going to go. The guys walked forward along the corridor, but moving without a landmark is many times more dangerous. Kalsik pursed his lips tightly. Someone asked if their ally knew where the exit was. Touching the tip of the knife, the player replied that he knew more about this labyrinth than anyone else, and accordingly he knew the location of the exit. Frowning with displeasure, Pakana thought that they had no other choice. Closing her eyes, the girl said that there was nothing more to do, but the guy interrupted her. Waving his finger, he said that in this world you cannot get something for free, because even for the bus fare you have to pay. The knife was a centimeter from the face of the squad leader. Holding a sparkling knife in his hands, the young man ordered to give him all the available coins. The man, holding a shield in his hands, rushed forward with a sword. The goblins jumped back in fear. A powerful blow from the shield threw them aside. The guy with the bandage on his forehead struck with a sword. The video of his battle was paused, and there were a lot of rave reviews underneath it. The video became popular, gaining more than 1 million views, and someone laughed. Smiling, the hero of the video said that this would be enough. The squad members smiled happily. The guy sitting in front of the laptop adjusted his glasses and said that all the headlines on the message board were only about him and that his fierce battle with the goblins brought in 1,000 coins just from views. Putting his finger to his upper lip, the guy with the headband said that it was all thanks to our common efforts and thanked his team. Another member of the squad, summoning blue arrows pointing upward in his hands, said that the audience probably thought that his friend did everything solo. Because they edited the video very well, the guy with glasses said that no one noticed that the swordsman added buffs. Suddenly the guy in the blindfold raised an eyebrow questioningly. Seeing that a user under the nickname Bald Guy left a negative comment, the person at the computer said that he was ruining everything. Putting his hand to his forehead, the guy in the bandage said not to be upset, because life in this world initially assumed its monopolization by outstanding discoverers. The boy with glasses worriedly called his friend. The notification said that a new video had been uploaded to the Walk of Fame. Because of the new video, the squad's video ratings immediately dropped. Approaching the screen, the guy in the blindfold asked why this happened. The preview video, titled "For the First Time in the World, Succeeded in Strengthening an Object Tenfold," showed a shining knife. Looking at the many positive reviews, the young man called it absurd. The number of views exceeded 1 million. 10 minutes ago, the main character crossed his arms over his chest and asked everyone to mind their own business. Waving his hand, he asked the squad to pick moss and prepare a sleeping place, as well as find logs to start a fire. Kalsik agreed and walked away. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, he looked back at his maliciously smiling ally. Looking to the side, Jinhyuk called up the status window and opened the exchange. The message that popped up in front of him said "Welcome to the exchange." Moving his hand over the notification, the guy thought about what he needed to buy. Enchanted tarot cards worth 70 coins appeared in the air. Then a fragment of an old worn bronze key appeared, worth 80 coins. Behind him appeared a piece of a wooden cartwheel worth 300 coins. Then a scroll appeared, a lotto booster worth 10 coins. The player smiled contentedly. These items were no different from garbage that no one would buy. His finger pointed at the purchase confirmation button. The notification thanked for the purchase. The most important thing was the knowledge of how to use these items. Holding his hand over the wave of blue energy, the guy decided to combine the key, tarot cards, and a piece of the wheel. Blue energy surged through his body, a notification announcing that the merger was successful. A wheel of fortune appeared in the air with a picture of fortune in the center. The notice said that this artifact could raise luck to its highest value for 10 minutes, but since it was not completed, the scope of use was limited. The wheel of fortune shone in the air above the young man. Summoning a knife in his hand, he thought that if you do not know the limit of its use, then, to the best of your ability, the luck you receive can be what pushes a person from heaven to earth. Grasping the wheel with his hand, the main character thought that its limit was known to him, because his life remembered everything. The wheel spun in the air. A notification announced that the highest luck value had been reached. Sealed scrolls rained down from the sky. The value of the number of scrolls in the inventory was 10. The enhancement lotto was famous for its worst chance of successful enhancement, but now luck was at its maximum level. The probability of success was 100%. The guy raised his sword to the spinning wheel of fortune. Smiling, he decided to use all the scrolls on the dagger, and a flurry of notifications about the successful enhancement began to pour in. The tip of the dagger began to sparkle. It flashed in the owner's hands, a notification announcing that an old level 10 dagger had been received. The new notification said that the player became the first on the Korean server to succeed in creating a level 10 item, for which he was awarded 5,000 coins. The corresponding achievement appeared on the pedestal. The notification stated that starting tomorrow it will be placed on the Walk of Fame for the whole day. The main character swung his new weapon several times. Placing it on his shoulder, he thought that finally a truly worthwhile thing had fallen into his hands. The 10th day of life in hell, Kalsik and Pakana sat on the floor, hugging their knees. There was a fire made from collected branches on the floor. A moss bed lay nearby. There was no food in the dungeon except mushrooms and moss. The girl watched with disgust as her friend ate fly agaric. She looked away. Jinhyuk was lying on a bed next to the fire. A memory surfaced in her head of how they were attacked by a minotaur who regularly came at a certain time. Pakana remembered how she barely managed to slip under a falling stone block. Because of the changing labyrinth, their life turned into a constant struggle on the brink of death. Imagining her forced ally swinging his sword, the girl was amazed at how easily he took it all. Holding her knees tightly, she said that they would die if this continued. Kalsik agreed, saying that this demon would use them and abandon them at the first opportunity. Anonymous comments began to appear before the eyes of the squad leader, giving advice or simply discussing the situation in the labyrinth. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl asked in a whisper if anyone had found information about this man. Users said that no information could be found because YouTube, personal blog, and all information were blocked, and he did not have a broadcast channel. Seeing this, Pakana lowered her head, thinking that they had chosen terrible people for the support group outside the tower. Frowning, she asked if they had passed on the information to the Elder and what the Raven Guild was saying. The anonymous man replied that nothing was known about this labyrinth and that it would take the guild 3 weeks to find them. Putting her hand to her face in disappointment, the girl thought that 3 weeks was too long. Throwing the last piece of mushroom into his mouth, Kalsik asked what they were saying in the guild. His friend replied that there was no information. Looking at her ally sleeping on the floor, she decided to share her thoughts with her friend. The guy was lying on his side with his back to the fire. Pakahana said that if you kill him and hold out a little longer until the Elder arrives, you can survive and get out of this hell. Knitting her eyebrows decisively, the girl said that the main question was how exactly to get rid of the guy. Kalsik picked up a stone lying on the ground, saying that killing it while he was sleeping was the best solution. Raising his hand, the young man said that few people could live with a broken skull. His girlfriend suddenly stopped him, grabbing his arm. Kalsik looked at her incomprehensibly. The girl said that this man has a reaction speed like a real monster. The main character did not move. Lying on a moss bed, the leader of the squad said that they were powerless, because there was a high probability of a counterattack, even if they attacked on the sly. Throwing an incredulous look at her, the guy asked what they should do then, because they could not just tolerate this and continue to suffer. Starting to look for something in her purse, Pakana recalled that her friend was a member of the Black Raven Guild and said that he had given her something in case of danger. The leader of the troop took out from her bag the poisonous sting of a giant immature pumpkin wasp, 1 drop of which could kill 100 trolls. Smiling evilly, she proposed to act in a way that could not be resisted. The main character lowered his eyes in displeasure. In his hands was a wooden board with fried moss and mushrooms. It felt like they were making a survival movie. Taking the mushroom with improvised sticks made from mouse bones, the girl said that she needed to catch a mouse or a moth, then there would be something edible besides mushrooms. Jinhyuk, sitting farthest from the fire, asked to give him some more mushrooms and water. The guys immediately fulfilled his request. Putting more mushrooms on the plate, Kalsik noticed that they still had plenty of this nasty stuff. Throwing a disapproving glance at him, the girl mentally called him weak-willed. The main character put a piece of mushroom in his mouth. Anonymous comments were glad that he swallowed the poison. Pakana smiled contentedly. Kalsik watched him, chewing his portion. The plate of mushrooms fell to the floor. Black liquid gushed out of Kalsik's mouth. The guy grabbed his throat. The veins on his body swelled. Jumping up from her seat, the leader of the squad was frightened to see her friend squirming in unbearable pain. Looking at the player, the girl asked if he knew about the poison. The guy asked the counter whether they really thought that he would mindlessly accept food from their hands. Kalsik's body turned black. The player explained that he changed the plates as soon as they were distracted. Summoning the report button in front of him, the young man said that secretly broadcasting live is definitely illegal. Furrowing her brows, Pakna asked what evidence he had. The anonymous users were surprised that anyone had managed to notice this. Looking at the status window, the main character read that the live broadcast can only be turned on during a boss battle, and if cheating and illegal actions are detected, the perpetrators will be punished. The notification clarifies whether the player wants to file a statement about the discovery of illegal actions. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Jinhyuk said that during the broadcast you need to watch your facial expression. Smiling maliciously, he added that the disappointment on her face was too noticeable. The guy pressed the confirmation button. A notification with the inscription warning sparkled around the frightened Pakna. The notification said that the application had been successfully submitted and all anonymous names had been deleted. The girl pressed her hands to her chest. The live broadcast screen behind her began to disappear. She turned around to look at the screen. The users did not understand what was happening. One by one they were disconnected from the server until there was not a single connected viewer left. Notifications said that these people would not be able to watch the video for a month, and if they violate it again they will be deleted permanently. Seeing that the number of spectators was 0, the girl asked how this happened. A new notice announced that the player's fine had been replaced by a merciless fate. Kalsik's body melted. Pakana turned around, noticing something behind her. The Minotaur walked along the corridor, holding an axe in his hands. The next moment he came around the bend. Seeing the enemies, the monster opened its mouth and let out a battle cry. The monster rushed forward at full speed. Hiding behind the player, the girl asked if he would fight this time. Slapping him on the back, she asked him to tell him where she should hide. The young man turned around, calling her impudent because the girl had recently tried to poison him, and now she was asking for help. Holding her hands to her chest in fear, Pakana stated that he always told them what to do. A plea for help was written on her face, and a notification popped up stating that the conditions for copying the contact skill had been met. The main character gave her an arrogant look and said that he no longer needed her. A skill book materialized above his head. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl said that the guy would regret it. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that her older brother served in the Raven Guild. The thrown axe hit the ground, causing Pakna to jump back. Jin-hyuk jumped into the air, ending up above the monster's head. Having fallen to the ground, the girl watched what was happening. The player asked her to carefully look at what the difference was between him and the guild. He swung the sparkling knife. Making a jerk down, the guy hit the Minotaur right in the back of the head. There was a shallow cut on the monster's head. Swinging its fist, the monster hit the wall, causing its enemy to jump back. The player landed on a stone tile, thinking that he was able to deal damage thanks to his breach skill. The powerful tug caused the rocks under his feet to crumble. Rushing forward, the guy concluded that he couldn't just kill the monster. Noticing something, he glanced to the side. The axe flew over him, forcing the player to slide along the ground. To win, it was enough to create the same situation as last time. Looking at the enemy, the young man clenched his teeth. The notification said that the first level fire element was activated. The flames rushed towards the Minotaur, who put his hands in front of him for protection. Breaking through the flames, the monster screamed furiously. Having rushed past, the main character was able to strike at the monster's legs. The Minotaur fell to one knee. The player was behind him and asked the monster not to rage so much. Grasping the knife tighter, he thought that as muscle builds, the meat becomes tougher. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Minotaur lowered his head, steam coming from his mouth. The moment had almost arrived for the monster to use his last card. The monster's eyes lit up. The notification announced that the Guardian of the Labyrinth had activated the 10th level frenzy. The Minotaur straightened his arms and opened his mouth. The muscles in his arms became larger. The hoof pressed through the floor, breaking it into small fragments. Its horns and axe became covered with green energy. The monster bared its fangs and growled furiously. Jin-hyuk confidently held the knife in front of him. Pakana clenched her teeth in fear, wondering if it was possible to somehow defeat such an enemy. The monster's eyes lit up with red fire. His mane stood on end. The 10th level frenzy icon appeared. This skill increased strength, attack speed, and movement speed by 30%. An additional ability was an increase in intelligence, allowing you to speak human language. Opening his mouth, the Minotaur declared that he would tear the man into small pieces. Holding an axe in front of him, he added that he would trample him into dust so that he could never encroach on this place again. The knife was enveloped in a purple haze. The guy said that his mana efficiency had improved a lot compared to before. Holding his weapon out in front of him, the player smiled and called on the enemy to attack. The monster swung his axe, wanting to get even with his opponent. The young man was able to block the attack by raising his knife in time. His blade was able to deflect the blow of even such a powerful weapon. The axe slipped, crashing into the ground. The next blow was blocked by a precise swing of the knife. The Minotaur continued to attack, but all his blows were reflected. Watching the battle from the side, Pakana could not believe her eyes. Opening her mouth in surprise, she realized that her ally had stopped dodging and began to take the full power of the blows. The monster swung its axe with renewed vigor. Even if all the guild members were here, they would not be able to defeat a boss-level monster that had activated a level 10 skill. The girl called the guy crazy, a drop of sweat running down her tense face. The blades of the two weapons crossed again. The young man parried the blow. Pakana did not understand how he could smile in such a situation. Frowning, the main character thought that he was stuck. Imagining how he was drowning in a bottomless abyss, Jin-hyuk thought that with all his soul he hated the reality in which he felt helpless. The notification said that the player had died. That in reality, that in the game the difficulty was like hell. The notification said that the number the breach stats received were 57. Memories of the battle flashed through his mind. The guy clenched his fist victoriously. A huge tiger burst out from behind him. This world reacted to him. Smiling, the player parried another blow, and a notification about increasing the breach stat popped up. Thanks to the knife, he managed to avoid being hit. The axe made a hole in the stone slab. The Minotaur raised one eyebrow in confusion. Stone fragments rose into the air. The young man put a knife in front of him and rushed to attack. Thanks to his lightning-fast strikes, the monster's body was covered with wounds from the knife. The main character rushed forward decisively, his knife covered in purple energy. Raising his fist, the monster declared that his opponent was only capable of tricks. Declaring that there was not even a scratch left on him, the monster aimed his fist at the enemy. A bright flash appeared in front of him. A shockwave swept across the room. The player landed on the stone floor. The monster's fist stopped right in front of his face. The notification said that the Labyrinth Guard's level 10 frenzy time had expired. Looking at the immobilized enemy, Jin-hyuk stated that 5 minutes had passed. The Minotaur clenched his teeth in irritation. The demon with horns was shrouded in flames. Frenzy was capable of exerting its maximum strength in 5 minutes. but after that there would be a penalty where the user would fall into a state of suspended animation for 24 hours. A corresponding notification popped up warning of a penalty. The Minotaur fell to the ground, causing a status window. The guy said that he had 50 breach stat points, which could reduce the difference of 19 levels. Smiling, he thought that over the next few days he would reach 100 points. Pakana looked out from behind the stone, asking if the battle was over. The player replied that the rage was over, but they managed to get rid of the monster only for a while. Hearing that the monster would appear again if the labyrinth changed and a day passed, the girl opened her mouth in horror. Sticking 2 fingers forward, the young man declared that there were still 20 days left. 20 days later, the stone floor of the dungeon was destroyed. The Minotaur raised his axe over his head. The young man easily dodged a sharp cutting blow from the right. The notification reported an increase in the breach stat. Jumping up, he avoided the lower blow. A notification appeared saying that the number of breach stats received was equal to 100. Furiously opening its fanged mouth, the monster rushed to attack. The enemy's fist slammed into his chin, the Minotaur becoming weaker with each point he gained. Throwing the enemy back, the young man said that it was all because of his mood. His foot pinned the bull's horn to the floor. Towering over the defeated monster, the main character declared that the time had come for them to part. Smiling, he looked back. Looking at Pakana, Jin-Huk said that he needed to decide how to deal with her. The girl, pressing her hand to her chest, asked what it meant to deal with her. Hearing that from now on the player was gathering interns into the company of old men, Pakana opened her mouth in surprise. Squinting, the guy asked if she really wasn't interested. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl shouted that she was very interested in such an offer because she had long wanted to join something like this. The player praised her for her determination. Approaching her, he asked to tell her how the girl could be useful for the company in the future. Putting her hand to her chest, Pakana replied that her personal contact ability would definitely be useful in managing the company. Thinking that he had already mastered this ability, the guy raised his eyebrows questioningly. The girl replied that she would never betray him. Taking a step forward, the young man asked what other proposals there would be. Hovering over his ally, he called her a complete disappointment. Hearing that the main character was ready to make a verdict, Pakana began to cry, begging him to give her more time. Smiling evilly, the player stated that there were no interns who had joined the company of old men. Raising her eyebrows in fear, the girl shouted that she would give him Braham's ring. Clutching his leg, she asked for her life and stated that her older brother had made a deal with China and provided ginseng to Koryo as payment. Looking at her from under his brows, Jin-Huk wondered how Braham's ring could have fallen into the hands of the Black Crow Guild. In the center of the golden ring, a red gem sparkled. It was one of the best items that can be obtained on the first floor. The ring increased movement speed, resistance to magic, and allowed it to restrain the mana of monsters. The guy's eye sparkled. Thanks to the Eye of Truth, it became clear that the girl's words were true. The corresponding notifications reported this. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the player congratulated her on gaining the status of an intern in the company of old men. Holding out 3 fingers in front of him, he said that the interns were not paid and that the interns should arrive whenever and wherever they were called. Hearing that the contract remained to be signed, Pakana widened her eyes in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. The notification announced the reading of the memories of the world, and the powers of the contact and fire element skills appeared in the guy's hands. A plus sign appeared between the skill icons. A notification indicated that the merging of 2 skills had begun. A ball of blue energy appeared in the player's hand. He stated that it would be a little hot. The notification said that the soul brand skill had been obtained. The young man put his hand on the girl's shoulder. She asked in fear if this was really a contract. Raising his hand over her, shrouded in energy, the protagonist asked if Pakana really thought that she would just need to put a stamp on a piece of paper. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The player congratulated her on joining the Black Enterprise. The notice stated that the soul brand was carved on the intern's face, and a woman's scream was heard in the depths of the labyrinth. An icon for the soul brand skill appeared. The description said that the object on which the mark was placed was obliged to obey the orders of the owner of the skill. If the rules were violated, the object's body would ignite. The gates of the labyrinth opened. The notice said that the first floor maze had been completed for the first time. The girl fell on the grass, rejoicing that she managed to survive. The notification said that players would be on the honor list for 1 day and would receive 5,000 coins. Looking at the notification, Pakana was surprised by such a reward for all the torment. Hearing the young man calling her, she looked back. Putting his hand in front of her, the main character ordered to give all the money. The coins flew into his status window. Now he had more than 10,000 coins, and there was most likely no player with more money yet. Pointing his finger at the intern, Jin-Huk ordered Braham's ring to be brought within 3 days. The girl objected, saying that 3 days was too little. Gathering blue energy in his hand, the guy stated that the time had been reduced to 2 days. A burn in the shape of a human palm appeared on Pakana's face, and she promised to bring the ring. The news was broadcast on a huge screen on the roof of the building. A man in an official suit announced that in a week, the strongest guild in Korea, Tangun, plans to defeat the boss of the third floor. Emblems of different guilds appeared. The Tangun Guild was the leading guild of the country, raising its stakes in the international competition to conquer the tower. The characters walked down the street past the screen. The news anchor asked if there were any statements from the Chinese. Knitting his eyebrows in confusion, the man said that it was better to try to capture the tower on his own rather than wait for help from another country because the Tangun Guild was able to cope without outside support. Watching what was happening on the screen, the player wondered if these people would regret their decision to go after the boss of the third floor. Imagining the tower, he realized that they were in such a hurry because they wanted to get as many resources as possible. Presenting the map of the tower, the young man decided that there was no need to go to the third or even the second floor because only 90 days were given to each floor. A message appeared about moving to the next level. Many monsters appeared in front of the player. In his opinion, the guild would not be able to cope with completing the floor due to the constantly increasing level of difficulty, and humanity would not have a second chance. The light was on in the window of the apartment building. The main character decided to begin by collecting all the information about the events of the last month. There were bags of garbage in front of the front door. Holding the phone in his hands, Jin-hyuk wanted to turn to informants whose information could be trusted in order to find reliable information among the gossip. A tab called Community Challenge Towers appeared on the phone screen. The site had a user search function. The main character was sitting at a table in a cafe. A guy with blonde hair introduced himself as Teeman and said his nickname was Bald Head. His strangely dressed avatar was holding a Molotov cocktail in his hand. The girl with black hair hit her chest and introduced herself as Yonghwa. Her nickname was Firefist, and her avatar was a children's inflatable ring and boxing gloves. Jin-hyuk opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that these guys with whom he played together 2 years ago were not at all similar to their characters. Imagining himself surrounded by avatars of his old friends, the guy thought that this was not how the first group should have been created. The notification announced the use of the Eye of Truth skill. Teeman smiled. All the information was displayed in his status window, including personal skills. The Machine King's ability icon appeared. This magic was quite powerful and had no serious drawbacks, so it was useful in large-scale battles. Yeonhwa took a sip from her plastic cup, her status window describing her stats and abilities. A sign of the Taekwondo Master skill appeared, which helped fight in close combat. The main character realized that the guys were hunting together because they had the same level. He smiled, thinking that they got along well before. The notification that popped up said that the player would only be able to copy abilities if they reached the 20th floor together. Pointing his hand at his ally, Teeman said that it was his turn. Distracted from his thoughts, the young man introduced himself, saying his name. Putting his hand to his mouth in embarrassment, he added that his nickname was Captain Boar, and thought to himself that he created this nickname 11 years ago. Sitting down at the table, Jin-hyuk said that he was 27 years old and that he streamed Paprika TV. Teeman's mouth opened in surprise. He was surprised that his friend was a streamer and said that he also sometimes watched Paprika. Smiling, the player replied that he had already stopped streaming. With a wave of his hand, the interlocutor said that they could relax, because they had been playing together for many years. Yonghwa, sitting next to him, agreed with him. The thought flashed through the guy's head that his friends were too sociable. He remembered the smiling Jongsu who wanted to use him. An image of Pak Hana with burning eyes, who was about to betray him, appeared in his head. Sitting at the table with his old comrades, the young man thought that for the first time he felt comfortable after communicating with many hypocrites. In front of the hologram of the earth there was a chessboard. From his friends the player managed to learn what happened while he was in the labyrinth, for example, how the main guilds of the world developed. He also learned about streaming trends. The man opened a window in front of him to record videos. People in robes hid their faces behind black masks. The main character learned about the appearance of a group of miners who created a certain factory and were engaged in kidnapping people. Teeman raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if his friend had really been missing for the last month. Hearing an affirmative answer, the young man clarified whether his friend had taken the test. After scooping ice cream into a spoon, the main character asked what kind of dough we were talking about. There was a taxi and a traffic jam on the highway. Looking back from the front seat, Teeman explained that a stream of players poured into the tower when it first appeared, but from the second floor the number of deaths increased. The tower rushed high into the sky. The association set a restriction due to which only those who passed the test could climb to the second floor. Pointing to the barcode on her wrist, Yonghwa added that the association issues a verification code to everyone. Remembering the face of the head of the association, Jin-hyuk thought that Sanjin was gathering people with powerful abilities under the guise of reducing the number of casualties. Smirking slyly, he decided to use the system created by the association for his own benefit. There was a screen with the earth depicted on it hanging on the skyscraper, and the taxi stopped at the entrance to the building. The symbol of the association appeared. After its creation, players who received a grade below F lost the opportunity to go to the second floor, and the dossier was stamped failed. People cheered as they stood in front of the man with the sword. Players with high scores immediately began to receive offers from the top guilds in the country, so 3 types of people gathered at the testing site. The first were those who desperately wanted to get the right to enter the tower. The guy clasped his hands, hoping to get a good rank. The girl bit her thumb, expecting to get at least E rank. The second were those who met players with high ranks, reporters prepared to do the interview, wondering which guild would take the A-rank player this time and wanting to do a special report. The man with the camera noticed something in front of him. The journalists opened their mouths in surprise. The third were those who wanted to show their right to enter to the whole world. Pakana from the Black Crow Guild and her brother Hajin, a rising star of the guild, passed along the road. A man walked behind them, camera flashes shining right in his face. Gait from the guild father of wrestling sternly knitted his eyebrows. The journalist asked the cameraman not to miss a single frame. Taking off his sunglasses, the man asked where the crowd came from. Hajin looked at him and explained that many people want to get rich quickly or gain fame. Frowning with displeasure, the man said that he did not have time and asked the guy to clear the way because reporters were waiting for him. His eyes lit up. Guide said that he came here for the sake of the young guys from Black Crow, so they need to try. Raising her eyebrows tensely, Pakana asked him not to worry and promised to do everything necessary. Hajin agreed with his sister. Security guards began to push the crowd aside to make way for the celebrities. Among the crowd stood the main character along with his friends. The guard pointed his finger at him and ordered him to get out of the way. Pointing to himself, Jin-Huk asked why he needed to move if he had his number and was waiting in line. Hajin pushed the guard away, accusing him of not doing his job well. Pointing a finger at the guy, the Black Crow Guild member said that he was making a big mistake by not moving. Hearing a voice from the crowd that said that he was opposing Hajin himself, the player realized that it was his trainee's brother, but did not even move, putting his hands in his pockets. Due to the use of the Eye of Truth skill, his eyes lit up. Hajin looked at him blankly and asked why the young man was staring at him. All the characteristics were displayed in his status window. The notification said that in order to copy his personal ability, the player needed to raise the target's interest to the maximum, and to copy one of the skills it was necessary to raise hostility to the maximum. With his eyes widened, the guy realized that he could provoke the copy target to gain his skill. While Hajin was trying to prove his point, Pakana approached them. Seeing her boss, the girl opened her mouth in fear. Her brother turned around, explaining that the man didn't want to leave. The main character grabbed him by the index finger. The next moment the finger was broken. Hajin immediately grabbed his swollen red finger, whining in pain. Jin-Huk calmly drank the water, not worrying about anything. Hajin's eyes lit up and he removed his hand, which was immediately enveloped in strong magic. All the people around were in shock. They called for everyone to run to the scene of the clash and look at what was happening. Janek, noticing something was wrong, looked at his opponent in surprise. At that same second, he grabbed the open bottle of water tighter. Hajin was already heading towards the main character when suddenly water got into his face and eyes. He threw a strong slash, but Jin-Hyuk was no longer there. All that was left was the bottle, which flew towards the attacker, when suddenly he received a strong blow to his leg, causing his stance to buckle. Within a second, Hajin fell to the floor with a loud cry, holding his knee. Not far from him, with his back turned, stood the main character. Everyone around was in shock. No one understood what happened. Among the uncomprehending crowd was Hana. She looked at Jin-Hyuk in horror. Drops of sweat were running down her face, and there was fear in her eyes. She asked herself why the main character was here. Quite suddenly it was heard from the crowd. It was Gait, who was holding his hands on his chest with displeasure. Jin-Hyuk looked at Gait emotionlessly. He immediately tried to use the level 1 Eye of Truth skill. At the same second, an error appeared with the inscription, Failure. Immediately another error appeared, informing that the use of the skill was impossible due to the difference in levels. There was rage on Gait's face. Gritting his teeth in anger, he advanced on the main character. His eyes burned with a bright, warm flame. This guy's level was reported to be above 20. As soon as Gait approached the main character, he looked up at him and said that he didn't know that Hajin had a nanny. Then Gait calmly replied that this requires an eye and an eye, but nothing, Kajin is quite a useful fellow. Immediately Jin-Hyuk tensed. Frowning his brows, he asked if what Hajin supplied to China was ginseng from the Goryeo dynasty. Hearing this, Gait became furious, gritting his teeth and asking how he knew. All the people and reporters around heard this and did not understand what they were talking about. With his arms outstretched, Jin-Hyuk nonchalantly replied, "Does it matter how he found out?" and then asked if Gait would ask the right question. A malicious smile appeared on his face, and there was a certain idea in his eyes. For example, how to get rid of side effects, Jin-Hyuk suggested the question. Gait said rather sharply. A message immediately appeared informing that Gait was using the 3rd level dungeon skill. Walls began to appear around Jinhyuk and the enraged Giddy. Hyun, Teeman shouted, throwing himself into the closing walls. Veins appeared on Gait's forehead with anger, and fire burned in his eyes. It exuded strong magical energy. Jinhyuk, Younghwa immediately shouted when she saw that the dungeon had closed. "Is this really a protective wall?" the main character asked in surprise, touching the impenetrable wall. Gait did not answer the question, but simply asked if Jinhyuk was really asking for 10 dungeons, after which he asked if then the main character could prove that he was not lying. Then Jinhyuk began to explain that the edible item needed to restore stamina and mana was ginseng from the Goryeo dynasty, after which he, imagining the exhausted magician, said that if you simply eat ginseng, a side effect will occur, magical poisoning. After that, he raised 3 fingers and said that the guys were probably suffering about this right now, but 3 objects could help with this. These were Carasian juice, moonstone, and most importantly, mandrake root. After which he said that he thought that the guys were now looking for the mandrake root. After thinking a little and throwing out his hand, he said that he would tell him where he was, after which he asked if Gait now believed him. Drops of sweat were running down Gait's face, and it was clear from his face that he was very excited. He said to himself that everything he said coincided with the words of the scouts and researchers. "Well, I agree," the main character asked with a malicious smile on his face. After thinking a little, Gait replied that he would believe Jinhyuk. But, he suddenly said, sharply holding out the knife that appeared in his hand. "I'm warning you, no tricks," Gait said in an angry and threatening voice, adding that otherwise it wouldn't seem like much. He clenched his teeth in anger and said to himself that the main character had asked for as many as 10 of the most valuable dungeons, and this was an excessively high fee. He held the blade shrouded in strong magic in front of Jinhyuk's face and said in his head that he needed to end everything here. Suddenly fear and shock appeared in his eyes. Jinhyuk smiled madly, his eyes glowing with a bright purple flame. Looking at his opponent, he said that it seemed that Gait had not yet understood. "Both our deal and your life," the main character continued to say. "In my hands," he added, raising the blade, which was shrouded in strong, terrifying magic. And at this time one of the guards broke through the floor. Jinhyuk's comrades were surrounded, but they successfully defended themselves. "Get away," Yenba shouted furiously, adding that unless, of course, they want to die. There was a raging fire in her eyes. Suddenly a notification appeared saying that the level 3 dungeon skill had been cancelled. The magic has dissipated. The guys went in different directions. The main character, with a smile on his face, shouted to Inui to calm down the girl. "Are you okay?" The guy's voice was immediately heard. They immediately ran up to him, shouting that he had been kidnapped just like that, and they would kill everyone, he said. Waving his hands, the main character said that everything was fine. Pointing to the departing Gait, Jinhyuk told them not to worry because he and Gait had found a common language. At that same second, Hajin rushed to the enraged Gait in a rage and asked if he would really just let the main character go. Bowing, Hajin, with a drop of sweat on his face, said that if he gave him a chance, he would come up with a good plan. At that same second, he received a strong blow to the neck from Gait. Raising him with one hand high above the ground, he told him to understand that Jinhyuk is stronger than everyone, after which he said that if Hajin does something like this again, he will greatly regret it. The guy was already out of breath, veins stood out on his neck, and saliva was flowing from his mouth. "I understand," Hajin said in a trembling voice and out of breath. Throwing the guy on the floor, Gait and his guys left. Hajin asked himself in horror what happened in that dungeon. A fire immediately lit up in his eyes. He was angrier than before. In his head he screamed that no one could humiliate him, which means he would kill him. It was immediately reported that by raising hostility to the maximum, you can copy one of the skills. A notification immediately appeared that the conditions were met, which means Jinhyuk copied the stealth skill. It was reported that stealth is a passive ability, difficulty in obtaining, description, breathing, and pulse can be controlled. The next message states that the copied skill is saved in the memories of the world. Jinhyuk, with a malicious and at the same time satisfied smile on his face, looked at the enraged Hajin. After that, he began to walk away while the people around him admired him. In the table rating, Hana was in first place with scores of 1,755. The main character said in surprise, folding his arms over his chest, "Did the trainee really drink mountain ginseng?" Suddenly a voice was heard inviting the next person into the office. With a blade in his hands, he entered the office and saw a crystal with a man standing next to it. He said that the test is simple, you need to hit the magic stone, objects, skills, you can use everything. The hidden power of the stone is revealed during the attack. The guy saw the blade in the hands of the main character and asked if he would really only use it. Jinhyuk immediately extended his hand with the blade in front of him and said that this would be enough. "Okay," the guy said, putting his hand to his chin and looking at something on the tablet, after which he added that the main character would start as soon as he was ready. Suddenly the guy noticed that the main character approached a stone larger than the one he was supposed to hit. He immediately turned to Jin-hyuk, after which he said that the stone he approached was a mid-level stone, and pointed to the stone that was needed and told him to go to the entry-level stone. A flame flashed in the eyes of the main character. The guy was enveloped in the strong aura of the protagonist. He looked at Jin-hyuk in horror and shock and said that ordinary players could not even activate a mid-level stone. The stone fell with a crash onto the floor, divided into two halves. The guy added that it was impossible to break the middle stone in half. The result of the main character immediately appeared on his tablet, showing that Jin-hyuk's rank was as shocked by such results. The guy shouted that he needed to report this to his superiors. Jin-hyuk suddenly said not so quickly. Taking the guy's tablet, he told him to report back in a week. Immediately the guy asked in confusion whether he was really asking to postpone the report. There was a terrifying power in Jin-hyuk's eyes. He said that this was for personal reasons, and in a week the guy can report wherever he wants. But, the guy mumbled, not knowing what to say. Then the main character straightened up, took out a blade and, playing with it, said that he knew several worldly wisdoms. One of them, the law is far away, but the fist is nearby. In horror, the guy screamed that it was true. The door from the office opened. The main character, standing against the wall with his hands folded on his chest, asked Hana passing by, but they quickly overtook her. Suddenly the girl extended her hand to the main character, which contained a ring. It was Braham's ring. Difficulty of obtaining a magic resistance +10, movement speed +5%, ability suppression +20, description, suppresses the monster's magical abilities. Taking the ring in his hand, he turned around with a satisfied face and was about to leave. Hana immediately screamed, pointing to her face to remove the brand from her because she kept her promise. As he left, Jin-hyuk waved his hand and said that he would look at her behavior. Why suddenly surprised voices were heard. These were his comrades. Teeman, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked in confusion whether the main character really had an F rank. Then Manhwa, in an equally confused voice, said that she thought that the main character would have a higher rank than them. It was day outside. The sun was shining. The voices of the protagonist's company were heard from the huge building. Jin-hyuk replied that this was just a temporary result, after which he said that he needed to take a repeat test in a week. They left the building. A taxi immediately pulled up to the guys. Manhwa, walking to the car, said that the second test was in the dungeon, after which she asked the main character how it would pass. Jin-hyuk, getting into the car, said that he needed information, after which he added that there was no need to worry about him because he would write later, and let the guys go to the tower. After sitting in the car and buckling down, the main character folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that the first test determines the rank based on magical power, and the one who passes this test moves on to the second. He introduced the huge monsters and orcs located in the dungeon, after which he said that the task was simple. He needed to go through one of the dungeons of the tower. There were no restrictions on difficulty. You could choose any opponents, even goblins or orcs. At the same moment, he imagined a completely different place. In the hall that he presented, a beautiful girl with beautiful wings was sitting. Jin-hyuk said that the place where he would go is the ancient ruins on the first floor, after which he added that neither in the 11 years that they played the tower, nor now that it appeared in reality, no one was able to pass this forbidden zone. When was the last time I was here? He asked himself, finding himself in a new dungeon. He had a satisfied smile on his face and a huge backpack behind his back. They came to the abodes of the fallen, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a can of soda hitting him in the head. They immediately shouted at him to tell Jin-hyuk to drag his suitcases. Mountain ruins, first floor of the Tower of Challenges. Warkug was very beautiful. Waterfalls flowed and rocks flew in the air. In his head, Jin-hyuk said that with an F rank, he couldn't go there alone because the guild guarding these ruins wouldn't let him through. They marched forward in a huge expedition. He added that the best option was to go as a porter. Suddenly, one of the team turned to Jin-hyuk and asked how he got here. The main character looked coldly at the questioner. He smiled and said that he needed a lot of money to survive. To this the stranger smiled back and said that everyone needs money. Suddenly, he showed a picture of his family on his phone and said that he was here to feed his wife and children. Jin-hyuk's face changed at that very second. He immediately realized that this man was one of the suicide players. They moved further and further. The traveler said that both of them with rank F should be extremely careful. Where they point, that's where we go, because the equipment doesn't work inside and the ambulance won't come. Don't worry, the main character said with a confident and warm smile on his face, after which he added that those who are here will at least return home unharmed. Yes, the stranger asked a little confused, turning to the main character. Cold sweat broke out on his face. The sky was blue. The sun illuminated the mountains and the earth. The stranger suddenly laughed and thanked Jin-hyuk for his kind words, after which he praised him for being braver than the others. It was reported that the quest for the raid group was beginning. A scroll appeared indicating a raid. It was reported that this is a raid on the capture of ruins. Difficulty S, conditions, kill the boss of the location, free the prince who is deep in the ruins, reward, relic of your choice. We are there, it was heard from up front. Then everyone threw their huge backpacks onto the ground. The leader's voice said that everyone was doing well, so now they can rest while they wait for the raid group. Jinhyuk put down his backpack and looked at the huge temple in front of them. The golden chest was a special reward. The notification that appeared announced a special reward for the first conqueror of the tower. Special, the main character asked himself in surprise, looking at the notification that appeared in front of his face. Is it really only me who can see this? He asked himself. The next notice was about receiving the award. The hero now has stats for plus 10 points of luck and plus 10 points of adaptability. The next message said that the luck and adaptability stats had been increased by 10. Frozen was also obtained. The lock under the frozen emblem was opened. It has been reported that Cold Heart is the ability to remain calm even in a critical situation, but may have trouble showing emotions. It was also reported that the passive skill Monopolization was obtained. The lock under the Monopolization emblem was opened. It was reported that if Jinhyuk completed the quest alone, the reward for completing it would be the highest possible. This, the main character said in confusion. Suddenly a crazy smile appeared on his face, and madness was also visible in his eyes. He asked himself how cool this was. He put his hand to his mouth and thought. Jinhyuk presented several chests behind him with various rewards. He said to himself that even though there were an incredible number of awards in the tower, to receive at least one was great luck. With such passiveness, I don't even need luck, he joyfully said to himself. While he was thinking, a bright light suddenly shone in the center of the temple. It illuminated everything around. After a few seconds, barely visible figures appeared in it. It was a raiding party. One of the guys was loudly indignant, saying that he couldn't get used to teleportation, after which he asked what the others were doing. More soldiers appeared behind him. One of them reported that all 50 people were alive. Ordinary workers looked with some horror and distrust at the arriving raid group. It was immediately reported that the Eye of Truth of the first level was being used. We are moving forward, the leader shouted, adding that they will form the formation on the move. The raid group is in the vanguard. It was reported that this guy's name was Jeonghwan, age 29, level 14. Ability, Relief. Jinhyuk was informed that the condition for copying the ability was to gain Jeonghwan's trust during the raid. The main character's eyes exuded strong magical power. Damn, he said, biting his lip in worry. He looked at Jeonghwan, who was gathering a squad, and then said that gaining trust would be difficult. Wait a minute, he suddenly said. His eyes showed that he had something in mind. Jeonghwan didn't even realize that the main character was watching him so closely. In his head, Jinhyuk was asking himself if the guild leader of the top 10 was only at such a low level. He stood with his arms crossed and watched, saying in his head that he would not be noticed. Destroyed temple. There was devastation everywhere, nothing was whole. The roots of the trees have already sprouted everywhere. A mage from the squad, stopping in front of pitch darkness, turned to everyone and told everyone to follow her, because if someone gets lost, no one will save him. It was reported that the lamp skill of the first level is activated. The staff in the woman's hand glowed bright red. Strong magic was released from the staff, lighting up part of the corridor. The corpses and bones of other raiders and monsters appeared in it. Ordinary workers, going inside, were very frightened. Looking around, they asked if these were ruins. The guys walked past monsters that had long been killed by the raid group. Well, there was a massacre here, said a passing worker. They walked further and further. Looking around, they said that the atmosphere here was very scary. Suddenly Jeonghwan and his troops discovered what they had come for, after which he called all the workers to come to them. There was no positive emotion on Jinhyuk's face. He looked at the squad leader with contempt. It's strange, the main character said in his head, asking afterwards if there really were any losses, although they endured so many monsters. Remembering how Jeonghwan had just recently shouted about formation on the move, he said that guy's strategy seemed rather strange. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts were interrupted by a strong blow on the shoulder from another porter, who angrily told Jinhyuk to go and distribute water. Then the main character remembered that he was just a porter. He smiled evilly, and veins stood out on his face. The man who hit him on the shoulder pointed his finger in the other direction, saying that here they could handle it themselves, telling the main character to help the foreigners. Foreigners, the main character asked himself in surprise in his head, looking at the guys in gold-colored armor, when suddenly he saw a strange sign on the shoulder of one of them. After thinking a little, he remembered that these were warriors of the Sion Guild. Suddenly he saw one of the soldiers in white robes and armor, which was unlike the others. Jinhyuk smiled mockingly, saying in his head that they were such fragile creatures, and then asked himself if it was worth making friends with someone. After a while, he handed over a mug of cold water. The knight in white robes looked at the main character in surprise. Jinhyuk said that the knight did a good job. The warrior thanked him. It was reported that level 1 communication was being activated. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly when he learned about this. It was immediately reported that there was little interest in him. Suddenly the knight began to take off his helmet. Taking it off completely, it was a beautiful girl with brown hair. What Jin-hyuk saw shocked him. He understood everything immediately. She was the youngest daughter of the Laurentia family of aristocrats from Europe. She is a versatile player associated with divine power, with offensive, defensive, and healing skills. The girl looked incredibly heroic. She held the sword confidently in her hands. Jin-hyuk continued talking in his head. She, the hero who saved Amsterdam from chaos, is one of the most famous players in Europe. She is the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurentia. Looking at how Teresa greedily drank all the water from the glass, he said in his head that it was now clear why there were no losses, adding that Teresa showed herself best in battles with the undead and other evil spirits. But, he suddenly said, after which his eyes glowed with a bright flame. He added that many want to go higher, and Teresa is here, although there is now a raid on the boss of the 3rd floor. It was reported that the level 1 Eye of Truth was being used. The girl, holding an empty mug in her hand, blushed because she was refreshed. Suddenly an error appeared saying that using the skill was impossible due to the difference in levels. Is she really higher than the 20th level? The main character asked himself in surprise. Suddenly, another message appeared on top of the error, informing that the luck and adaptability stats compensated for the difference in levels. The Eye of Truth of the 2nd level was immediately used. Cool, Jin-hyuk shouted joyfully in his head. It was reported that the main character can view the status of the target. Looking at the system screen in front of him, he said with a satisfied smile on his face that now he could appreciate everything. After looking at the girl's stats, he saw that her age was 22, level 29, and her special ability was the protection of heaven. Teresa was incredibly beautiful. There was no anger or greed in her blue eyes, only love and kindness. The conditions for copying were that Teresa is one of the top 100 players in the world, and if the main character rescues her from a dangerous situation, he will be able to copy one of the abilities or skills. Well, numbers, Jin-hyuk said in shock, looking at her characteristics on the system screen, after which he added that now it's clear why everyone admires Teresa. Suddenly, at one of the points, he noticed a quest to choose a profession. It was then that he understood why the girl went to these ruins. At that same second, Teresa, with a wide and kind smile on her face, handed the empty mug to the main character and, thanking him, said that she had quenched her thirst. Taking the empty mug, Jin-hyuk smiled kindly and said to himself that it was he who needed to thank her. Ability, which is highly valued by warriors, Jin-hyuk continued to say to himself. He understood that now he had a chance to receive the patronage of heaven. Jin-hyuk only had to find out what situation could be dangerous for this paladin and how he could save it. Suddenly the temple began to shake violently and collapse. The warriors called for their leader. He ran as fast as he could towards the soldiers. He was terrified, there was fear and bewilderment in his eyes. What he saw left him speechless. Trouble, said one of the soldiers. Sentinels, he said slowly. Already dead? The girl continued, sitting next to the corpse of one of the guys on their team. Further down the corridor there were more corpses. Ruin guardians were reported to be keeping an eye out for trespassers. A huge mechanism flying in the air looked at the entire raid squad. Remaining time is 10 minutes. Unknown cubes, shrouded in strong magic, began to appear around the guard. It has been reported that the ruin's security system sleeping bomb activates when intruders appear and summons guards when activated. In his head, the main character said that if you don't touch her, nothing will happen. At this moment, Chongwon grabbed his head in horror and panic, shouting to the entire audience who turned on this monster. It's late, only 10 minutes left, Jin-hyuk said to himself. Veins appeared on Youngwon's face. The leader's face was illuminated by the light from the guard. There was fear and the reflection of a monster in his eyes. In his head, Jeongwon said that fighting the guards with their strength would be suicide, adding that at least half, even more, would die. After that, he began to wonder what if they evacuated the civilians in 10 minutes. It's impossible, Jeongwon suddenly thought. This word seemed to be endowed with magic that forbade him to make the right decision. There was madness in the leader's head. He screamed to himself that he couldn't stop even before he started, adding that he worked so hard to become the head of the guild, so he couldn't stop now. We continue the raid, Chongwon said firmly. The terrified soldiers ran up to the commander, saying that they had not even gone halfway, so the guards would attack from all sides. Drops of cold sweat ran down Youngwon's face. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the soldiers to shut up and follow him, adding that he would take responsibility for everything. Even without a second team there is a chance for success, he said. Pointing to Teresa, he said that they had her. At this time, one of the soldiers ran up to a gathering of guys resting nearby and told them that the guards had woken up. One of the vacationers indifferently said that the one who reported about everything was worried, explaining that such a huge guild as Parhi would not act without countermeasures. True, the informer asked in surprise. Of course, the archer said, jumping up from his seat, adding that loners like them just need to obey the head, after which he said that most likely, the guild had probably already destroyed all the guards. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared behind him. A second later, the archer was turned into a bloody mess. The remaining frightened guys stood in a circle, preparing to defend themselves. We are in a very bad situation, the informer realized. Huge magical armor appeared around the guys, the main forces of the raid group. We are preparing for battle, Chongwon shouted, after which he added that the tanks are forward and the bearers are back. Quickly, he shouted, ordering the porters to distribute buffs to the tanks and the healers to get ready. People immediately began to rush from side to side, following the commander's orders. Taking a stance and raising his shield in front of him, he suddenly began to glow. It was reported that Youngwon would activate level 3 steel defense. It was also reported that Jeongwon had activated level 2 combat concentration. Tanks began to gather next to him, on which buffs began to take effect. The mage behind them took off, a magic circle appeared below her, and the staff she raised above her began to glow. It was reported that this girl had activated the second level angel song. The stats of all warriors have increased. They're getting closer, Youngwon shouted, ordering everyone to stay in formation. At that same second, huge armor jumped onto the line. A blow from a huge axe struck the commander's shield. He was able to contain it. Then the guard stood up. Leader, it was suddenly heard from far away. It was those three guys resting to the side. They were very exhausted defending themselves from the guards. The informer shouted, asking for reinforcements because they could no longer cope. The mage girl pointed at the guys, saying that they needed to help the solo players. At that same second, Youngwon ordered the girl to shut up and concentrate on the battle. The commander understood that in any case there would be casualties. Beads of sweat ran down his face. There was rage in his eyes, and his teeth were clenched from tension. In his head he was screaming that there was no time to think about solo players. The solo players were very scared. They held on with all their strength. Jeongwon explained that, unlike guild players who act coherently, solo players are immediately lost in such battles. They heard it, but, said one of the solo players, lowering his head in disappointment. He realized that they had been abandoned. Tears flowed from his eyes. He screamed, begging for help. Suddenly, quick steps were heard. Teresa soared above the guards, swinging a sword shrouded in powerful magic. It was reported that the 4th level cross skill was activated. There was a warm flash from the ceiling. At that same second, all the guards were struck by Teresa's strong, well-aimed and quick blows. The girl's eyes burned with a bright blue fire. The desperate guy suddenly saw the light. Teresa, he shouted joyfully, looking at his savior. A bead of sweat ran down Teresa's face. There was composure and calm in her eyes. In her head, she analyzed that 2 guards had passed through the raid team's positions. The non-combat units were in danger. She immediately rushed to the defense of the soldiers. Teresa understood that she needed to hurry up and cover the rear. In the rearguard, there was devastation in the hall. Many of the porters were dead. One of the workers was sitting on the floor, saying that they were in trouble. Blood was pouring from his mouth. One of the guards swung a huge axe at him. Suddenly, cuts ran down the guard's arms and legs. "What are you talking about, uncle?" The voice of the main character was heard. At that same second, the guard fell apart into many pieces, out of action. In front of the man, who was already ready to die, stood Jin-hyuk, who, with a smile on his face and a blade in his hand, said that he had already said that he would return home alive. Jin-hyuk, from behind, a man suddenly shouted. A huge hand of a guard was flying towards the main character from behind. Jin-hyuk avoided her without an iota of fear. It was reported that the level 1 fire element was being activated. At that same second, the protagonist's hand caught fire. He smiled madly and shouted, "What else?" Throwing his hand forward, a strong stream of fire was released from it, which was directed towards the hand. All that was left of her was fragments, although the fingers on her hand were twitching. Jin-hyuk, shaking off his hand, turned away and said that he would not finish off, let others do it, after which he said that he needed to remain at the 1st level so he could not kill. "Where did you get such strength?" asked the surviving man, holding his wounds. Scratching his head, Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he was just lucky. In his head, he wondered who woke up the high-level guards of the ruins, because there was no point. The old man looked at his savior in shock, in no hurry to get up. Suddenly, Teresa grabbed the man. A second later, he was already standing 10 meters away from the main character. Teresa stood with her back to the main character and said that she thought Jin-hyuk was a good person, but he turned out to be threatening the man with a knife. Suddenly, she said that perhaps it was he who woke up the guards. There was anger and contempt in her eyes. Turning to the main character and raising her shield, she said that Jin-hyuk was arrested. The main character was very confused when he heard the accusations. At the same second, a strong blow from a girl's sword flashed next to him. The main character barely managed to dodge. She turned to face Jin-hyuk, telling him not to move because she didn't want to hurt anyone. After thinking a little, the guy said that there was a misunderstanding. The girl again struck a strong blow, but missed. She shouted that she would listen to him later. In his head, the main character said that it seemed that Teresa was too angry and was not listening to him at all. He understood that he no longer had a choice. Teresa swung her shield at the protagonist again, wanting to deal a strong blow. She threw a strong punch, but missed again, so Jin-hyuk pushed with force. Teresa flew into the floor with enormous force, breaking a crater. There were stones on her face. She lay exhausted in the hole, holding back the pain. Jin-hyuk put a blade to the girl's face, saying that he would not be a guard. Teresa looked in horror at the main character, whose eyes glowed with a bright blue light, and there was calmness and composure on his face. Jin-hyuk said that if he had to, he would kill with his own hands. Mrs. Teresa, Mr. Jin-hyuk, the rescued man suddenly started screaming. With his arms outstretched, he ran up to the enemies and shouted that Jin-hyuk had saved him. Hearing this, Teresa was speechless. After a while, the man left, and non-stop apologies were heard in the hall. The girl bowed to the main character, apologizing. Jin-hyuk asked her to stop, saying that his actions really seemed suspicious. He began to leave, and Teresa followed him, asking why the main character was hiding his identity. For what reason, Jin-hyuk wondered, calmly walking forward. The same as you, he answered after thinking. After that, he said that Teresa invited the Sion Guild as a cover, after which he added that the girl wanted to secretly obtain the contract of St. Peter for the quest to choose a profession. After thinking a little, he admitted that he also needed one item, the receipt of which no one should know. Teresa was shocked by what she just heard. Drops of cold sweat ran down her face. She asked herself in her head how the main character knew about everything. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he knows all the strategies for passing these ruins, so Teresa will help him with her skills, and the items they need are in one place. Turning to the girl, he asked with warmth in his voice if she would join forces with him. Teresa looked at the main character in confusion, wondering what to answer. The guards were defeated. In the crowd of vacationers, the commander shouted, saying that it was impossible. Throwing his arms forward, he furiously shouted that they should move forward in coordination, and then asked if they really wanted to go alone. Teresa, standing in front of him with her hand to her chest, explained that according to their map there were only 20 kilometers left. The strategy was known to everyone. Nothing would change if it didn't exist, after which she said that, in addition, according to the agreement before the battle with Boss, all squad leaders have the same rights. Hearing this, Youngwon broke out in a cold sweat and didn't know what to answer. Teresa stood silently opposite him, waiting for an answer. Exhaling heavily, he hit himself on the forehead and allowed the girl to separate from the group, after which he said that she should return before they reached the boss's room. Joyful Teresa, clasping her hands, said that she would join them before the battle began. Remembering something, she asked to take one porter with her. Then Youngwon began to walk away, waving the girl away, telling her to do whatever she wanted. Hearing this, happiness and joy appeared in Teresa's eyes. "This is a one-way ticket," the voice of the workers was heard. The porters stood in a huge crowd, praying that they would not be chosen to march with Teresa. Suddenly the main character raised his hand. Coming out of the crowd, he said with a serious face that he was ready to go. Immediately all the workers threw themselves on his shoulders, begging the guy not to follow the lead of youth and to stay with everyone. In his head, Jin-hyuk said that no matter what he said, the workers still wouldn't understand. "Uncle," he said suddenly. The main character stopped. A strong, terrifying aura emanated from him. In his head, he asked if it had ever happened to him that when he was young, he was struck by an idea. The porters immediately released the guy, not understanding what he was talking about. At that very second, Jin-hyuk turned to the workers and, clutching his heart, shouted that love was burning inside him now, even if he lost his life because of his weakness. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Jin-hyuk and Teresa started to leave. The porters looked at the guy, saying that he was such a romantic. Exhaling heavily, the main character said that he was tired. Next to him walked Teresa, looking at the main character. After a while they came out into a hall full of monsters. They walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. Teresa pointed to the crypt, surrounded by a magical barrier, and said that the Treaty of St. Peter was in that sarcophagus. "Yes, I noticed that too," Jin-hyuk answered immediately. Looking at the girl, he calmly asked her if she understood that she needed to remove the protection. "Yes, I know," she answered immediately. Suddenly a warning flashed in front of them. Teresa looked in shock at the system window in front of her, in which it was written that the Master of the Abode of the Fallen was watching them. Reading the same thing on his screen, Jin-hyuk was calm, rubbing his chin. In his head he said that this was definitely about the boss, after which he thoughtfully said that the boss had never been interested in the players, and now he decided to show himself. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the girl's face. Pointing to the warning, she stammered and asked if the main character saw the same thing, after which she said that it was definitely from the boss, but what did these words mean? Did he really see us as enemies? Teresa asked in confusion and fear, to which Jin-hyuk immediately replied that this was not so. Pointing his finger at himself, he said that the boss was a sign of him. The girl looked at her friend in shock and asked herself in her head where such confidence came from. Turning to Jin-hyuk, Teresa decided to ask if he really knew the way through. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character replied that he had known him for a long time. Then, the girl said slowly and shyly. Jin-hyuk was unhappy waiting for his companion's question. Then what should I do? She asked, putting her hand to her chest. There was fear in her eyes, but she was still ready to do anything. There were many dangerous monsters walking below, protecting the grave. Suddenly, Teresa jumped from the balcony. She landed among the monsters. The monsters immediately paid attention to her. Teresa was reported to be activating a level 5 battle song. For 10 minutes, all stats increased threefold. There was a powerful and terrifying aura around the girl. Her eyes glowed with a bright blue light. She was ready for a fight. What happened a few minutes ago was that the main character said with a smile on his face that her task was simple, saying that Teresa must attract the attention of the undead. The monsters quickly rushed towards Teresa, who was already preparing to defend herself. She recalled the words of the main character, who said that if the girl released her divine energy, raising her hand with the sword, Teresa began to gather all her strength. Then all the attention will be only on you, the main character said in her memoirs. Suddenly she opened her eyes. They were filled with enormous power. The sword in her hands was shrouded in a strong aura. It was reported that the power of a level 5 saint was being activated. A few seconds later, a huge light was heard, illuminating everything around. Its source was Teresa herself. At that same second, all the monsters rushed at the girl. A glowing blade immediately appeared in front of the face of one of the monsters. She immediately cut it down and started working on the others. She handled everyone without much effort. An endless crowd of monsters ran towards Teresa, ready to kill everyone. Immediately, the main character's foot stepped on the head of one of the monsters. Jin-hyuk jumped from head to head, realizing that all the undead were now directed at Teresa. He jumped further and further, moving towards the sarcophagus. In his head, he said that thanks to the control from his companion, he would not enter and increase his level. Suddenly, he felt incredibly strong and ominous magic. The huge sarcophagus exploded at that very second. A huge skeleton emerged from it, shrouded in strong and terrifying magic. It was reported that elite undead had appeared and special dead had risen. The floor was on fire, and the main character was covered with debris. A few seconds later, Jin-hyuk stood up from the rubble. There was a satisfied smile on his face. In his head he said happily, the mini-boss had finally appeared. At that same second, a huge guard sword appeared from behind a column of smoke. Noticing him in time, the main character deftly dodged without receiving damage. As he dodged the sword, he said in his head that Durahan shouldn't have been here or the conditions had changed because of Teresa. He immediately began to run away from the guards who surrounded him. A few seconds later, he jumped on the guard, starting to attack him, and at this time the lick used strong magic, destroying everything around him. The main character understood that it would be easy to deal with him. Then he added that you need to be careful with flying monsters. At that same second, the lick raised the staff in his hand above himself and began to accumulate enormous power in the weapon. After a few seconds, he pointed his staff at Jin-hyuk, about to release strong magic at him. Black lightning bolts of black magic were released from the staff. Noticing them, the main character smiled contentedly and began to dodge. The lightning passed right next to his face, but without hitting him, it rushed towards the protective barrier of the crypt. Upon reaching it, the barrier cracked. In his head, Jin-hyuk said that in general, such a defense would not be difficult to deal with. A few seconds later, the barrier shattered into pieces. It was reported that the 5th level magical defense had been destroyed. The lick didn't know what to do because he was the one who destroyed the barrier. Without wasting any time, Jin-hyuk ran towards the lick. A blade appeared in his hand, shrouded in powerful, terrifying magic. And there was a crazy smile on his face. He ran through all the guards blocking his path, cutting them down. He looked with contempt and hatred at the severed parts of the guards. Looking at Teresa, who was constantly slashing at the monsters around her, he said that it looked like she would be done soon too. "There is only you left, skeleton," said the main character, looking at the lick, who, apparently, was confused. At that same second, with one powerful and sharp blow, he was cut into 2 parts. Surprised, Jin-hyuk looked at what happened to the lick. "I finally found you," came the stranger's voice. A foot stepped on the monster's crushed skull. At that very second he was crushed with force. The one who reads all the movements of monsters like an open book was suddenly said by a stranger. It was a small guy with a sword in his hand. He said that he was sure that the main character would come here. "Long time no see," he said, extending his hand with the blade towards Jin-hyuk. This guy's eyes glowed bright blue. "You," the main character answered in confusion, looking at the guy. Not recognizing the stranger, Jin-hyuk shouted, asking who he was, to which the guy with the sword replied that the main character should remember him. when suddenly veins appeared on his face from anger. He angrily asked if he really didn't recognize him. "You don't recognize me?" the stranger shouted again, pointing his sword at the main character. The Eye of Truth has been reported to be used. Lightning oozed from the main character. It has been reported that stat effects compensate for the difference in levels. The player's status opens. The guy did not lower his sword, aimed at the main character. This guy's name was Yusung, age 28, level 29, ability Sword Song. It was reported that the copying conditions are such that Yusung believes that he is the best swordsman, so Jinhyuk needs to defeat him in a sword fight, breaking the guy's self-confidence. Looking at Yusung's sword, he recognized that the iron sword was from the Qianlong dynasty, when suddenly he remembered that this was the same item that had disappeared from the museum. He imagined Yusung stealing that sword and then said in his head, what if it was that guy? Afterwards, he remembered the times when Challenge Tower was a virtual game. That's when Yusung lost to him. It was after this defeat. The next moment when Yusung came to him was on a completely different floor where Jinhyuk defeated the next boss. Wherever he was, the main character said, Yusung challenged him again and again. This warrior is eager to fight. Pointing his finger at Yusung, the main character recognized him as that same stalker. The guy himself was very angry. Gritting his teeth, he angrily said that Jinhyuk didn't recognize him because the game became a reality, after which he asked if the main character really underestimated him that much. Putting his hand to his face, Jinhyuk tiredly asked if it was Yusung again, adding that he constantly challenges him to fight just to play. This time it will be different, Yusung said, holding the sword in front of him. He was very angry and said that they are both at the very beginning of their journey, so Jinhyuk has no advantage now. The main character turned away and coldly said, what if Yusung wants to fight, then he won't stop him, when he suddenly asked if he could handle it. At this time, his partner ran up to him from behind. Pointing his finger at her, Jinhyuk said that she wouldn't just stand by and watch. Teresa ran at all speeds to her comrade. Exhaling angrily, with hatred in his eyes, Yusung said that his opponent had an interesting partner, when suddenly he shouted that he would not allow anyone to interfere with them. Suddenly it was reported that Yusung was using the level 5 battlefield selection skill. Yusung's blade was shrouded in strong magical power. The guy pointed his blade at the floor. Hitting the floor with force, a huge blast wave was heard. The main character stood next to a broken grave with things. In the very corner there was a small glow, from which strong magic emanated. The space began to change. Teresa called out to her comrade, who was reaching into the grave for light. Jinhyuk took out a small ball from the sarcophagus. With a satisfied smile on his face, he looked at Teresa and said that they would meet again. Within a second, he and Yusung disappeared. They both found themselves in some kind of space. Raising his blade and taking a stance, Yusung shouted that now nothing would hinder them anymore, after which he challenged the main character to a fight. It was reported that Yusung would activate the 5th level duel. All of Yusung's stats increased by 10%. The main character just stood there, waiting for the fight to start. It was reported that all of his stats were reduced by 10%. Yusung advanced towards Jinhyuk. The main character himself looked at the approaching opponent and said to himself that Yusung's special skills, choosing the battlefield and the duel, had significantly weakened him. That is why the situation has become extremely unfavorable. It has also been reported that special conditions for the synthesis skill are activated. In the message that appeared, it was written that when the situation for copying is unfavorable, the conditions are adjusted in accordance with the changing situation. Copying conditions can be met after obtaining the skill. Stretching his hand out in front of him, he pointed his finger at his opponent. The main character was shrouded in strong magic. Suddenly, he said that he was copying Yusung's unique ability. It has been reported that the unique ability Sword Song is being copied. Right there in the notification it was written, Song of the Sword, Jinhyuk's skills as a swordsman are enhanced by 200%. The body itself uses sword fighting techniques and also significantly enhances the player's perception. Behind Jinhyuk, the protagonist's strong skill began to be used. There was a smile on his face. It has been reported that the copied ability is retained in the memories of the world. You're ignoring me again, Yusung shouted furiously. He immediately ran towards his opponent, shouting at him not to relax. A blade appeared in Jinhan's hand. At that same second, a fierce battle began. Every blow was repelled. The main character struck. An enraged Yusung, parrying his opponent's blows, shouted, asking what he was counting on, adding why he was fighting at medium range, using only a dagger. Jinhyun had a sly smile on his face. Inflicting and repelling blows, Oo replied that it seemed to him that this was enough, because fighting with swords was also interesting. Hearing this, Yusung's rage awakened. He pulled his sword behind his back and shouted that Jinhyun was still underestimating him. After that, he pointed his sword at the main character. It was reported that Yusung would activate the 6th level Sword Soul skill. At that same second, waving his sword, which was filled with enormous strong magic, he sent a shockwave towards the enemy. Easily dodging, the main character asked if he was trying too hard, adding that Yusung was just using the highest techniques in a fight with a newcomer. Hearing this, Yusung sent his opponent away and shouted that Jinhan was no longer a beginner. It's a pity that the main character once said to himself, after which he rushed towards his opponent. He understood that if the enemy continued to parry the attacks, the dagger would come to an end. "So it's time," he said. After these words, he took out the sphere that he had previously taken from the grave. For a skill that can withstand a sword, he added to the previous sentence. Immediately after this, he placed the ball on the blade of his blade. After that, he said that he was combining the sword song and the demon soul. Suddenly the ball disappeared, being absorbed into the blade. Synthesis was reported to be taking place. In the next window that appeared, it was written that the ability sword song and the item demon soul were combined. The light that appeared from the synthesis blinded everything around. Because of this, Yusung had to close his eyes. There was a fire in the eyes of the main character. The notification that appeared stated that Jinhan had received the unique ability Sword Graveyard. In the window that appeared, a description of the skill was written. All the owner's skills are enhanced by 500%, the body uses only the most effective sword techniques, perception is at maximum, one of the abilities required to obtain the title Demonic Swordsman. The glow faded, and then the main character extended his hand with the blade to the side. There was not an iota of fear on his face. It has been reported that the unique ability Sword Graveyard will be activated. It was immediately reported that the skill Knight of the Dark Moon of the first level was activated. A huge force spread through the protagonist's hand. In his head, he said that the ability so far produces barely a tenth of its total power. He understood that he did not have enough mana to control this power, so he needed to increase its supply as soon as possible. Yusung stopped. He didn't understand what was happening. A huge strong magical wave flew next to him. Cold beads of sweat ran down his face. He didn't dare move. In his head, Yusung only asked himself what kind of incredible power this was, after which he added that this is the most convenient battlefield for him. He tries not to fight at the distance familiar to his opponent in order to maximize favorable conditions. Yusung was furious, causing him to bite his lip and veins to appear on his forehead and cheek. He screamed to himself why he couldn't win. He remembered how many times he died in the game. And out of the game, he said. Yusung recalled how he collected many articles and photographs in the room in order to reach the main character. Because of his anger, he broke his virtual reality glasses. He kept saying that he did everything to defeat Jinhak. Throwing his head up and spreading his arms, he shouted, asking why he could not surpass the main character. "I will not put up with this," he shouted again, after which he sent many strong blows towards his opponent. Noticing them, Jinhak stood up. His eyes burned with a bright violet flame. Yusung's punches were right in front of his face. At that very second, he repelled them, cutting them with his blade. Did he really parry these attacks too? Yusung shouted in shock, looking at his opponent's results. Suddenly the main character appeared behind Yusung. With a malicious smile on his face, Jinhyuk said that he had already fought with someone who was much stronger and faster than Yusung, but now he was tired of it. Immediately after these words, he raised his blade, shrouded in terrifying magic, above his head. And within a second he struck a strong blow at Yusung, who managed to block it with his sword. Due to such strong pressure, he lost his balance and began to fall. His sword began to crack due to the enormous strength of the protagonist's blade. With a deft movement, Yusung's sword was knocked out of his owner's hands. Jinhyuk had a crazy smile on his face. The sword landed 10 meters from its owner and stuck into the floor. After lowering the blade, the main character said that it seemed like he had won again, after which he added that he didn't even remember how many times he had won against Yusung. "This is the 138th time," Yusung answered, standing on one knee and bowing his head. "Kill me?" he suddenly asked. Hearing this, Jinhyuk smiled contentedly. Suddenly he said that next time, it would be his 139th victory. Hearing this, Yusung was shocked. Waving his hand on his face, the main character told the defeated man that he himself knows that the Tower of Tests is no joke, because even the strongest players sometimes die here due to negligence. "But we need strong players," he added. After that, he extended his hand to Yusung and said that people as persistent as him are needed even more. Hearing this, the guy looked at the outstretched hand. A strong player, he asked himself. In his head, Jinhyuk said that he needed to wait 60 days to copy the player's abilities again. In reality, he smiled, looking at his opponent, but in his heart he laughed insidiously, saying that there was no need to waste energy on searching if there was an excellent target to copy. Yusung took the main character's hand, rising from his knees. It was reported that the first level communication ability is activated. Standing up, Yusung immediately turned around and began to leave, saying that he accepted defeat, after which he added that next time the outcome would be different. Hearing this, Jinhyuk laughed. He said that he would wait. It has been reported that the effect of the battlefield selection skill has been cancelled. The space began to break down. Before everything finally breaks down, Yusung said that he still doesn't know the main character's name. "Why do you need to know my name?" Jin-hyuk immediately asked. Pulling the sword out of the stone, he said that then he would call the main character as before. As before, the main character asked himself in surprise. Suddenly he understood. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, Yusung turned around and called the main character by his in-game name. Not only he heard this, but also Teresa, who was a little confused by this. A scream was heard in the dark room. Someone called out to Jiangwen. There was a system screen hanging in front of the hooded guy. He looked at the leader and asked if they hadn't killed all the monsters. Chongwen asked what he was talking about. The guy pointed his finger at the screen and said that the scanning artifact had lodged something, although there shouldn't have been anything left there. The red dot moved quickly. Youngwon realized that someone was moving in their direction. The squad members looked fearfully at something ahead. A monster in armor approached them. It was an iron golem. A man with long blonde hair sat on a golem. Youngwon frowned. From the stranger's appearance, he guessed that this was a high vampire. The man put his hands behind his back and went down to them. He bowed, greeted the guests, and said that his name was Baluz. The vampire smiled and said that he was accompanying the lord, the owner of these ruins, and also his blood relative. Chongwen pointed his sword at Baluz, opened his mouth and asked why he came, because it's unlikely that he just went out for a walk. The vampire looked with hostility at the swords pointed at him and said that he had a proposal to the leader of the group. He held out his finger to the blade and said that he was giving them a choice. The first option was to simply follow him without arguing. The vampire pressed the tip of the sword, blood flowing down his fingers. A scarlet stream fell to the floor. The system reported the activation of a bloody plague of an unknown level. Red streams of magical energy wrapped around people's bodies. Youngwon opened his mouth, sweat running down his face. Magical currents engulfed the bodies of his team members. They screamed, not understanding what was happening to their bodies. A dark human silhouette was inside a red cocoon. The guy opened his mouth and looked to the side in fear. Baluz raised his hand, smiled, and said that if the leader chooses the second option, then only half of the squad will go with him, and he will eat the rest. Magic sparks illuminated the stone object. Kneeling down, Teresa cast a spell. Jin-hyuk sat next to her. The system reported that the power of a level 5 saint was being used. The girl closed her eyes. The crystal hovered in front of her. The blue stone was decorated with silver patterns. The system window said that this is an icy tear, which, when absorbed, enhances magic, but if purification is not applied, it can seriously harm the player. The system reported this. That mana is increased by 12. The main character looked at his palms. He could not believe that he was able to get an icy tear, which is usually difficult to get, along with the Demon Soul Stone, and thanks to the holy power, Teresa had already received 12 stats. He gave the girl a thumbs up when she asked if everything worked out and said he was happy with the result. Her eyes widened in surprise as the system window appeared in front of her. A system for notifying that an invitation has been received from the owner of the monastery. In the system window it was said that if Teresa wants to save the members of her group, then she needs to go to the farthest room. The reward for this will be a meeting with the owner of the monastery. The system also notified that upon accepting the invitation, all monsters and traps will be deactivated. Her eyes glowed blue. A drop of sweat rolled down her face. She opened her mouth and said that the entire squad had been taken hostage. The girl could not believe that someone could kidnap an entire group. Jin-hyuk pursed his lips as he watched Teresa lower her head and say that she needed to act quickly to save anyone. She clenched her hand into a fist. Something was bothering her. Teresa imagined a woman with black wings and wondered if he could defeat the Lord. The girl imagined a dark figure with red eyes opposite her and thought that they might fall into a trap prepared for them. Teresa opened her mouth and said that without a raid group they could not defeat the Lord, and thought about whether the outcome could have been different if she had stayed with the squad. The girl imagined a multicolored symbol with a cross in the center and thought that she joined the party as a paladin simply because she wanted to protect other players. But perhaps she made the wrong choice. Yusun closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The guy leaned forward and said he would go because it had nothing to do with him. As he passed the girl, he said that he thought she was having a hard time making a decision, so he would like to give her some advice. Yusun looked displeased at the guy standing with his back to them and said that Jin-hyuk doesn't have a drop of honor. He's simply selfish and in general he hates him. The young man frowned, clenched his teeth, and said that he could only guarantee one thing. The main character smiled and crossed his arms over his chest. Yusun said that if anyone could defeat the Lord, it was only him. Teresa pursed her lips and looked ahead in confusion. The swordsman went further and said that he was leaving. The girl clenched her teeth. She smiled and thanked Yusun for the advice. Teresa clenched her hand into a fist and told Jin-hyuk that she was going to accept the invitation of the owner of the monastery. The main character put his hands on his hips, warned that his services were expensive, and asked if she was sure that she could do it. The girl continued to clench her fingers into a fist, opened her mouth and said with determination that she was ready to pay as much as necessary for his help. Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that she would go there anyway. He slammed his fist against hers and said he agreed. The system reported that 2 players accepted the quest. The system window said that the monsters were hibernating. They approached the steps that led to huge doors. A drop of sweat rolled down Teresa's face. He thought that there were some unreal volumes of mana here. She opened her mouth and looked fearfully at the main character, who said that she did not need to be afraid because now they had an idea of the enemy's strength. Jin-hyuk put his hand in his pants pocket and said that in battle the strongest does not always win. Teresa assumed that he had a plan. The guy clenched his teeth, bowed his head and answered that he did. The doors began to open, revealing a red glow behind them. The girl pressed her hand to her chest. The shadow of the doors fell on her. Jin-hyuk said that no matter what happens, she must trust him and believe in him. They found themselves in a room with red flags, red carpeted steps leading to the throne. The main character and Teresa walked forward. Baluz narrowed his eyes slyly and pursed his lips. It was difficult for him to hide his glee. Jin-hyuk walked a little ahead of the girl. Someone said that they had finally arrived. On the throne sat a girl with silver hair. This was the Lord, also known as Alice von Ataraxia. She pressed her hand to her face, turned her head and said that she was tired of waiting for them. The main character calmly looked forward and asked if people were safe. The Lord snapped her fingers and invited him to see for himself. The system reported that a measurement gap was being applied. Tied up people appeared in front of Jin-hyuk. The guy's eyes turned yellow and sweat rolled down Teresa's face. The dark-haired man's eyes and mouth were covered with black cloth. The main character recognized him as Hajin. The young man's eyes lit up when he suggested that Hajin had awakened the guards. 2 people froze in the middle of the red carpet. Lord said that she invited them here because of the smell that comes from Jin-hyuk. The woman crossed her legs and said it was the sweetest smell she had ever smelled. She smiled, put a finger to her lips and said that she liked the smell of his blood. The Lord stuck out her tongue and said that this sweet smell, which was incomparable to the smell of other people, excited her. The main character opened his mouth and looked at her with disgust. Nothing like this had ever happened before. The Lord smiled and said that she felt his anxiety. Jin-hyuk bowed his head, pressed his finger to his forehead and said that a person cannot be calm when a vampire talks about blood. The woman smiled and said that he had nothing to worry about. She eats delicious things very slowly, so he can live another 60 years. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He opened his mouth, thanked her for her concern, said that he did not want to live like an expensive dinner and thought that Lord's words meant that she wanted to insert a tube down his throat and keep him with her. A red beam appeared next to him. There was a hole in the carpet behind the main character. Blood was coming from a wound on his cheek. The vampire said that his opinion did not matter. She pointed her index finger at him and said he had no choice. Smoke was coming from a hole in the carpet. Jin-hyuk bowed his head and hid his hand behind his back. Teresa asked if he was okay with concern in her voice. The guy leaned forward, gritted his teeth and said he had something else to offer. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when the main character dropped to one knee and told Lord that he could give her something sweeter than blood. The vampire narrowed her eyes and left. She leaned forward, waved her hand, and said that for them there was nothing more important than blood, so that no matter what he offered her, her opinion would not change. The guy smiled and asked if she was sure of her words. He imagined lions with spikes and asked if she would refuse if he offered them freedom. The Scarlet Lord's eyes widened in surprise. The other vampires bared their teeth and growled, outraged by his words. Someone raised his hand to stop the angry crowd. The woman put her hand on her hip, opened her mouth and said that Jin-hyuk would regret it if he didn't back up his words with action. The guy lowered his head and said that he would not have come here if he was not ready to answer for his words. The Lord opened her mouth and allowed him to speak. The guy raised his hand, summoned some purple object and said his name. He brought the object to his face and said that he was the representative of the mains in the tower. The main character put on a mask with a purple symbol and vowed to free the Lord. 2 pairs of red eyes glowed on the red mask. Main were those who, because of money, revenge, or personal beliefs, renounced humanity. Jin-hyuk imagined a man next to the tower and thought that the mains were preventing the players from climbing the tower. The half-naked man threw his sword over his shoulder. The mains helped the monsters located in the labyrinths and ruins. The Lord pressed her finger to her chin, pursed her lips, and said that she had heard of the Mana, but she doubted that the guy was one of them. The main character in a black mask raised his head and said that he had established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor. He imagined a low building among the mountains and a red dome with a strange symbol and said that there they told him how to deceive the barrier that covered the ruins. Teresa looked at the guy's back in confusion, thinking about what it all meant and why he said that he was Main. The vampires in black hoods were heatedly discussing something. The girl did not understand why everyone was excited when they found out about the temple. The main character bowed when the Lord said that since he knew about the temple, it was not a bluff, but she was not ready to believe him. Red splashes of blood rose at her feet. She said that she didn't care whether he was main or not, but the vampires had been locked in this place for centuries, so it was all just idle chatter. Scarlet streams similar to blood changed shape. Lord said that she did not like talkers. A lot of weapons appeared behind the vampire. She said that she did not believe the talkers. The system reported that the bloody sphere was activating. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that she was sorry that everything had turned out this way because his blood smelled so delicious. The Lord waved her hand and the weapon flew forward. She wished Jinhyuk death. Red sharp objects were approaching the guy. Teresa covered him with herself and her shield. A hexagon appeared, in the center of which there was a cross. The system notified that the power of the saint was activated. The huge cross shone brightly, surrounded by smaller crosses. The weapon collided with the golden protective dome. The cloak behind Teresa developed. She told Jinhyuk not to go out. Sweat ran down the girl's face. She clenched her teeth and said that she hoped that divine power would cope with this attack. The system notified that the connected shield was activated. Many weapons hovered in front of the barrier. Teresa opened her mouth with effort, trying to hold the shield. The Lord closed her eyes, laughed and said that it was funny to see how hard a girl would work to counter a normal attack. Her smile became smaller. The vampire clenched her teeth and said that she greatly hated everything holy. The system notified that a bloody explosion had been activated. The Lord raised her hand. A red ball and a stream of energy appeared above her. She said that she would destroy them with one blow. Teresa raised her head. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She realized that she could not hold out for long. The girl smiled, remembering that Jinhyuk asked her to trust him and have faith in him. A black and purple blade whistled through the air. Teresa had a dagger sticking out of her chest. Tears flowed from her eyes and blood came from her mouth. The main character stood behind her. The girl looked at him in confusion and whispered his name. The Lord froze, thoughtfully watching what was happening. Blood sprayed. Teresa fell to the floor. Jinhyuk stood next to her with a dagger in his hands. He asked if the vampire would believe him if he could prove that his words were not a bluff. The main character looked at the woman standing near the throne. She said that she liked how he betrayed the comrade who protected him, but she needed more evidence. Teresa grabbed the hem of his trousers. With the last of her strength, the bleeding paladin raised her head and said that they promised to save the squad members. The guy in the mask was watching her. She asked if this was his plan. He raised his hand with the dagger and swung it. Blood spattered the shield. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. The Lord smiled contentedly. She opened her mouth wide, laughed, said that she was convinced that he was on her side and said that she would give him the opportunity to explain himself. The main character bowed. Something red flashed in his hand. He said that he had prepared a special spell that would allow her to overcome the barrier. A ring was clamped between his hands. The system window said that this was a Braham ring. Jinhyuk said that if you put the Lord's soul in the ring for a while, you can deceive the barrier. The woman in the black dress said that this was the first time she had heard of soul sealing. The main character continued to stand with his head bowed. He imagined his eyes glowing red and thought about the reason why he was giving up all the experience points. The guy imagined how many system windows appeared around him and thought that for the same reason he remained on the first level. He imagined how he jumped over a crowd of fighting monsters. He was holding back because of the skill of moving souls. The main character knelt down on one knee and extended his hand. This special skill could only be activated by a level 1 player. The system notified that Jinhyuk met the criteria. A purple hexagon appeared, inside of which there was a white ghost. The system reported the activation of the magic circle for moving souls. Glowing circles and symbols appeared around the guy. The system window stated that recharging would only occur after 365 days and that only one soul could be sealed at a time. The system sent a warning that the skill will only work after receiving the subject's consent. Jinhyuk spread his hands to the sides and told the Lord that in a minute this magic circle will disappear forever, but if she gives her consent, the spell will work. The blonde woman froze in indecision. The main character was waiting for her decision. The other vampires watched with their mouths open. They were surprised that this circle was using it in such a way. A blue beam touched Beluse's forehead. The Lord turned to him. The woman pursed her lips and, using a mental connection, said that it was difficult for her to trust this person and asked to kill him and destroy the circle if Jinhyuk did anything suspicious. Beluse closed his eyes, indicating that he understood the order. The Lord began to walk down the steps, thinking that although it was difficult for her to trust her life to this guy, she had been imprisoned for several thousand years, so if she didn't try now, she might never be able to get out of the dungeon. She stepped to the edge of the circle. The leader of the vampires pointed her finger at the main character and said that she was asking for the last time whether she could trust him. The main character bowed, extended his palm to her and said that if she trusted him, she would not regret it. Their fingers touched. The system notified that Jinhyuk had activated the first level communication skill and that the subject was slightly interested in the main character. The woman opened her mouth, said her full name, and said that she allowed her soul to be moved. The ring with the red stone began to glow. The system reported that the soul of the Lord, known as Alice, is moving into the ring of Braham. Blue smoke enveloped the woman's body. Blue smoke rose above the ring with the red stone. The woman said it was quite cozy here. The main character picked up the ring from the floor and said that he was glad. He looked at the item in his hands and told Lord that this was now her new home. The system notified that the ability to protect heaven was activated. Teresa moved her hand. The armored paladin stood up, standing behind Jinhyuk. His mask began to disappear. He turned his head and congratulated the girl on her return. There was a golden cross in the dark blue hexagon. In the system window, it was said that the patronage of heaven allows one to return the deceased to life, but instant death did not allow this to be done, and it took 240 hours to recharge. The girl stood bent over and pressed her hand to her shoulder. She raised her head and smiled widely. Teresa lowered her head, keeping her hand on her shoulder. She smiled when the main character congratulated her on her return. Jinhyuk, whose face was hidden by a purple glow, looked at the ring, from which indignant cries were heard, and thought that he no longer needed it. He put the artifact in his pants pocket. Jinhyuk then took the purple sword, and Teresa said that she had a lot of questions, but it was better to ask them later. There were enemies in front of them, and Jinhyuk said that now was not the right time or place. Baluz gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and called Teresa and the main character stupid people. He raised his hands above his head and shouted loudly, asking if they thought they would live after betraying his master. The system reported that the 13th level blood wave was being activated. Streams of dark red energy appeared around Teresa and Jinhyuk. The main character raised his burning hand, and the system notified that the 5th level fire element was being activated. The next second there was an explosion, causing wind. Jinhyuk waved his weapon, looking at the fire that filled the space. Without looking at the girl, he told her about the team members. Teresa approached the tied-up warriors who were sitting on the floor. The system reported that the girl was using the 4th level cross. With a quick movement of her hand, she cut the ropes on the body of the black-haired youth. He looked at Teresa with a smile and asked her what was wrong with the vampires. While Jinhyuk stood surrounded by enemies, the girl said that he was facing the vampires alone. Baluz tilted his head and asked with an angry expression how the man was able to reflect his magic. Jinhyuk, holding the bright sword tightly in his hand, replied that the vampire's magic and his fire extinguished each other. His eyes began to emit a purple glow as he added that the vampires lost even when their mistress was imprisoned. An inscription appeared on the dark screen that Jinhyuk was activating a unique ability called Sword Graveyard. The system then reported that Baluz was activating a level 9 dark martial art. The white-haired vampire gritted his teeth tightly and extended his hand in front of him, shouting that he would kill Jinhyuk with his sword if he could not do it with magic. The vampires rushed forward as Baluz ordered them to break the ring and free their lord. Youngwon opened his mouth wide, saying Teresa's name. Then he furrowed his thin black eyebrows. The vampires fell to the floor. Jinhyuk and Baluz stood opposite each other, and the black-haired youth asked who the main character was. The girl thought with a smile that Jinhyuk didn't want to reveal his identity if he was still wearing a mask, and replied that they met completely by chance, so she doesn't know much about him. Bellis also fell to the floor and Jinhyuk turned away from him. He approached Teresa, who said that she had died for the first time, and at the hands of an ally, the main character replied that they still managed. The girl lowered her head and agreed with these words with a smile. A tear rolled down her cheek. The mask on Jinhyuk's face began to disappear and his eyes were now visible. Teresa closed her eyes and with a warm smile thanked the main character for keeping them all alive. The system reported that Jinhyuk saved the life of the owner of a unique ability called Protection of Heaven. Then messages appeared on blue screens stating that the conditions had been met and that the main character had successfully copied this ability. The system reported saving. Then a notification appeared that the ability was being stored in the world's memories. A golden cross could be seen inside the pentagon. The system provided information about the Heaven's Favor ability. When Jinhyuk asked why Teresa was crying, the girl punched him in the chest, saying that she didn't know. The girl remembered how the main character pressed the dark screen and asked if he knew that she would be resurrected, and Jinhyuk silently turned away. There were red tapestries hanging in the room, and the main character said that he was glad that Teresa survived. He pulled back the red curtain and invited the girl to finally take the relics and leave. Youngwon put his hand on his chest and introduced himself with a smile, and then said that the rights to the relics obtained during this raid belonged to the guild. The main character, whose face was hidden behind a black mask, asked if the young man was asking for relics after he saved his life. Youngwon explained with a smile that they would pay for the relics with money or something else, so Jinhyuk would not be left out. The protagonist frowned, thinking that after defeat, this leader was still acting overconfident. He then pointed his finger to the side, saying that the guild could take the relics. As Youngwon walked past him, Jin-hyuk warned them not to complain if the result didn't satisfy them. The young man stopped smiling and turned around in bewilderment. On the floor lay a fragment of Merlin's staff. The black-haired youth's eyes turned red and he reached for the relic with a smile, thinking that although most of the raid group was hostage, they would be able to restore their authority by bringing back good loot. Youngwon's fingers almost touched the staff. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back and closed his eyes, screaming in pain. A bright red mark appeared on his palm. Jin-hyuk, who stood with his back to the young man, thought that this was a curse that lay on Merlin's staff. He looked to the side and thought that if Alice completely disappeared, then this relic would become safe, but Alice was now trapped in the ring. Youngwon raised his hands, asking what was happening to him. Teresa put her hand to her mouth, looking at the young man in shock. Jin-hyuk put his hand on her shoulder and turned her around while the black-haired boy screamed loudly. It was night. A tall dark tower was visible. Someone asked the head of the department whether they were standing at the entrance to the tower in vain. Yi-hyun, with a tired look, said that she was not sure that the guy's words could be trusted. The man opened a pack of cigarettes and replied that he just needed to wait a little. Ti-chun raised the cigarette to his mouth and added that they received the message, so they should at least get something. The blue-haired girl frowned and said that the experts had reported that the raid would last at least 3 weeks. The man looked down, remembering Jin-hyuk and his words and the imminent completion of the capture of the ruins. He was worried that the main character was not a member of the party. Ti-chun flicked his lighter. The system reported that the ruins called the Abode of the Fallen had been cleared. The man opened his mouth in shock and dropped his cigarette. A crowd of people emerged from a bright blue portal. The black-haired boy and girl next to him looked tired. People raised microphones and cameras, congratulating them for clearing the ruins and asking what strategy they used. Opposite the bald man stood a crowd in which many flashes were visible. The guild members covered the face of Jeonghyun, who had lost not only his hair, but also his eyelashes and eyebrows. The man in the suit opened his mouth in shock. Ti-chun and Yi-hyun stood in front of the crowd, asking what happened inside there. Teresa said with a wide smile that the ruins were not cleared by the Chongwon raid. People took pictures of the girl on their phones. Someone in blue pants and black sneakers took a step forward. Teresa looked at the main character and said that he managed it almost alone. Jin-hyuk's face was hidden behind a black mask, and the girl added that the others were just watching from the sidelines. Yi-hyun, with a bead of sweat appearing on her face, asked if she should call the association leader, and Ti-chun smiled, saying that was a good idea. The young man with bandages on his head clenched his teeth tightly. Then he turned around and walked away. People were moving away. White clouds swirled in the blue sky. A commentator with the nickname Truth asked who the man in the mask was. Water was pouring from the kettle into the plastic packaging. There were various news articles about how a strong player single-handedly cleared the ruins. Holding the chopsticks in his mouth, Jin-hyuk thought that people had written a lot of things. As he picked up the instant noodles, he thought that he knew this would get dark for discussion, but it was still too much. He was glad that his face was hidden behind the mask. While chewing his food, the main character remembered Teresa and thought that she had promised to keep everything a secret so he didn't have to worry. There were chopsticks and instant noodles on the table. Jin-hyuk looked at the ring with a smile and thought it was time to talk to the locked vampire. The main character narrowed his eyes when Alice asked how he dared to put it in a dark and smelly pocket. The girl frowned angrily, asking if Jin-hyuk didn't know who she was. With a malicious smile, the main character shook the ring, and Alice asked what kind of earthquake it was. The main character began to wave his hand, and the vampire screamed that she was dizzy. Jin-hyuk looked at the ring with a smile and asked if Alice had come to her senses. The girl lay on her back, saying that vampires never forget an insult. The main character narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and Alice ordered him to stop. He waved his hand and said that she still hadn't realized anything, so he would have to explain. The girl opened her red eyes wide and screamed that she was going to throw up. With a crazy smile and burning eyes, Jin-hyuk began to rotate his hand in the air. Alice screamed loudly as her white hair flew around. A red light was visible. 3 hours later, the ring was on the table and Alice was begging it to stop. The main character raised his hand to the artifact, which began to emit a red glow, and ordered the vampire to leave. The system reported that Jin-hyuk was releasing the power from the Braham ring. Alice sat on the floor, resting her hands on it. She then smiled widely and said that it was finally time for revenge. Suddenly, the vampire looked at Jin-hyuk, who was several times larger than her. She looked at herself in horror, asking what it was, and the main character explained that he had pulled out and materialized only a part of Alice. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, and he added that now she can still be called a mini version of Alice because she can use barely 1% of her powers. Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that she was still stronger than an ordinary vampire, even though he imposed a limitation. Alice fell to the floor and covered her face with her hands. The main character looked at her and informed her that what he said in the ruins was not a lie. The vampire, with tears streaming from her eyes, told him to shut up because she did not want such freedom. Jin-hyuk grinned and said that he would give Alice the true freedom she craves. The vampire opened her red eyes. She looked at the main character and asked what this meant. He crossed his arms and said that he would destroy everyone who betrayed Alice if she helped him, and return her place as head of the Ataraxia clan. The system reported that a new video was uploaded to the honor roll. Alice stood half-turned. Jin-hyuk held his sword out in front of him as someone said that during a raid that was supposed to fail, a masked player turned the tables. Netizens wrote comments saying they were nervous while watching the video. Jin-hyuk raised his burning hand. Commentators wrote that his actions did not look like a newcomer. There was an explosion. Someone wrote that the main character's magic and technique were at an incredible level. Jin-hyuk's sword blade shone as did his eyes. Belso suggested that this is the same guy from the video about the tree. Other commentators wrote that everyone should recognize the main character. Jin-hyuk stood with a lot of camera flashes around him, and another viewer wrote that he is the country's new hero. A user with the nickname All the Girls in the Country asked if all the guilds wanted to get the main character. These comments were visible on the screen. Jin-hyuk raised his head and said that many guilds have absolutely no money. Standing in front of a tall building, he concluded that this seemed to be true. The main character looked at the mask in his hand with a grin and thought that he was not going to get involved in the affairs of the guilds or the showdowns between them. He didn't care about them. There was a huge explosion and Jin-hyuk thought that they wanted to kill him. He kicked the fragment and decided that he was not going to forgive it. In front of the main character stood a huge crowd of men in black suits. He raised his hand, creating a fireball. When his palm became covered in fire, he thought he would tear them to shreds. On the top floor of the building, a man sat with his hand on his face. The young man rested his head on the floor, gritting his teeth, while Gongsu said that Jin-hyuk should have died in these ruins. The man slammed his fist on the table, shouting that his subordinate had woken up the guards and had achieved nothing in the end. Gongsu frowned and shouted loudly that because of some fool they couldn't handle, their guild would lose its reputation and might cease to exist altogether. The head of the Black Crow Guild kicked Hajin, who let out a painful sigh. Two guards in black glasses and suits stood at the white door. From the fiery explosion, Hajin flew into the air. A man in black sneakers entered the room. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, asking Gongsu if he was the master of this guild. Gongsu grabbed the arm of the chair and ordered his subordinate to grab Jin-hyuk. Hajin sat down on the floor, thinking that this was his only opportunity to restore honor in the face of the head. Then he jumped up, thinking that he would be called Super Hands again. Suddenly, the main character removed the mask from his face and greeted the man with a smile. He then punched Hajin in the face. He flew into the wall. Gongsu put his hand forward and shouted that because of Jin-hyuk they lost positions in the association. He asked if the main character thought that he could just walk around here. Jin-hyuk sat down in the chair and said that this is not what Gongsu should worry about. The man frowned. His hand reached for the sword, which lay on the stand. The system reported that Gongsu was activating a level 5 flash sword. He jumped onto the table, stretching his arms out to the sides and looking at Jin-hyuk. Gongsu frowned in confusion, thinking about the main character being so relaxed even though a sharp sword would pierce him right away. He brought the blade to Jin-hyuk's head, deciding that he should die. The man opened his mouth in shock when something hit his sword. He frowned and broke out in sweat, looking at the fragment of the sword, and realized that it was a saber. The main character grinned contentedly. He reached into the bag of checkers and said that they were convenient to throw. Jin-hyuk put his feet on the table. With a smile, he invited Gons to start a conversation. A huge level 25 scarab suddenly jumped out at them. Alice screamed in horror that the monster was very nasty. "Alice, stand behind me," the main character said, waving his hand. A moment later, Jin-hyuk was surrounded by a crowd of scarabs. Without thinking twice, he extended his hand forward. It was reported that the unique ability Heaven's Favor was activated. A giant flash illuminated everything around. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion. A very bright light came down from the ceiling to the ground. It illuminated every monster around the main character. The monster's physical defense decreased by 30%. Immediately, Jin-hyuk turned to Alice, who was hovering next to him, and told her to show her strength. The angry girl raised her fist and asked why a noble vampire should fight such nasty monsters. A crazy smile appeared on the main character's face at that very second. He began to twirl his finger, around which magic began to accumulate. What? He asked, looking at the vampire, who was very scared. At that same second, she put her hands in front of her, in front of which a magic circle immediately appeared and strong magic was released. It was reported that Alice was activating bloodbinds of an unknown level. Blood began to envelop the scarabs. By completely enveloping the scarabs, they created huge drops of blood containing the monsters. "Great," said the main character, smiling and preparing to attack. It has been reported that the power surge stat is applied. 100 stats, the difference is reduced by 33 levels. In 1 second, Jinhyuk cut through all the huge drops of blood, destroying all the monsters. Notifications immediately started pouring in that the main character had raised his level by several points. Stopping, he lowered the blade, which was covered in the black blood of monsters, and said that it was very difficult for him to hold back, adding that while he remained at the first level, he had accumulated so much stress. At the same second, a new crowd of scarab monsters surrounded Jinhyuk. The unique ability Sword Graveyard is activated. The main character stood up again. A powerful and terrifying aura appeared around him. He smiled madly, and incredible power oozed from his eyes. He shouted that he was very happy about the appearance of monsters. Clear day. The sun illuminated everything around. Olympus Guild. There were members of the guild in the meeting room. Folding his hand, the head of the Titan Guild, exhaling heavily, said that it seems that almost everyone is assembled, so it's time to start. Looking at everyone present, Frederick said that everyone already knew that the 8th raid on the 4th floor ended in failure. He stretched his fingers first on one hand, then on the other, saying that out of 100 people, divided into 15 detachments, only 9 returned alive. He remembered the powerful boss of the 3rd floor, and then said that although the boss is very ordinary, he summons thousands of statues, so he needs a way to defeat them. Damn, one of those present hit the table with a loud scream. It was Tenwei, the head of the China Guild. Sticking his hand in front of him and gritting his teeth in anger, he said that they could not cope even with the use of a divine artifact, after which he asked how Frederick would order to get rid of these statues. Immediately Maria, the head of the Olympus Guild, calmly replied that the 2nd and 3rd floors were completed too quickly and good players had too little time to level up. Teresa stood behind her. A dissatisfied Jinho sat next to her with his arms crossed over his chest. Maria continued to say if only there were more players above level 15. That's right, Jinho, the head of the 3rd squad of the Tengun Guild, immediately answered. Suddenly, with a frown, he decided to ask if it was because they were having problems because guilds like China were monopolizing dungeons for control of magic crystals. Tenwei immediately reacted with displeasure to this and indignantly asked if he was really challenging him. What did I say wrong? Jinho asked in response. At that very second they started shouting at each other. Their faces were several centimeters away. Tenwei shouted that they were just passing through the tower for the sake of humanity, adding that he would not tolerate insults. Do you think this excuse will help? Jinho shouted furiously. Frederick watched all this. When he got tired of this, he asked the guys to stop, adding that the only thing they were missing was civil strife. We have gathered to solve another problem, he said calmly, while those who had quarreled looked at him angrily. Jinho sank back into his chair, folding his arms across his chest. Maria, also holding her hands on her chest, asked if Frederick had any thoughts. Yesterday, he said, clutching his head, a message arrived from Maine. Having gathered his strength, he continued that if they fulfill one condition, then they will help them. Maria, Tenwei, and Jinho were shocked when they heard this. Drops of cold sweat appeared on their faces. There was silence in the meeting room for several seconds. Suddenly everyone started screaming, furiously asking whether to cooperate with them. After all, they are all on the international wanted list. They cannot work with such non-entities as Maine. Teresa, standing behind Maria, simply listened to all this without interfering. A bead of sweat ran down her cheek. She herself said in her head that everyone present is afraid to interact with Maine, adding that this is not surprising because the influence of the guilds is already higher than the influence of the government. At one point she calmed down and simply listened to the indignant screams of the heads. She continued to reflect that the greater the influence, the more important moral character becomes, adding that they must act with this in mind. The source of light in this room was a bright chandelier from above. Suddenly the aura in the hall changed to a more sinister one, and the light from the chandelier began to fade. Non-entities, a voice was heard. It's somehow unpleasant to hear this, the stranger said. All the light from the room was absorbed by the fireplace from which this voice came. Everyone looked in that direction in horror. Suddenly the fire in the fireplace flared up even more. He was unusual. The normal flames were mixed with black fire. Pride is a good thing, said the voice. At that same second, a man wearing a dark cape appeared in the hall, from behind which only his thick gray beard was visible. In his hands he had a staff, at the end of which there was a skull. He looked at those present, asking if they understood that they would not be able to cope only on their own. The terrifying aura emanating from the old man filled the entire room. All the heads immediately jumped up from their seats, backing away. Jinho was furious. He shouted how the damn Maine dared to come here. He was incredibly angry and pierced the table with his fingers. Grabbing it, Jinho swung it and ran at the old man, shouting that if he himself had come here, he would kill him. Jinho threw the table at Maine, but Tenwei suddenly appeared in front of him. He cut the table into two with his sword, after which he pointed the weapon at the old man and said that for the first time he agreed with Jinho. The old man did not move. He laughed and said, "These heads are just hotheads," adding that after hearing the proposal, they will change their minds. "Help us," he said in an intimidatingly harsh voice, after which he smiled madly, adding that they could cope with the boss of the third floor. Jinho was furious at this. He was ready to tear the old man apart. He could barely restrain himself, shouting that this was all nonsense, because if they united, they wouldn't even have 100 people, after which he asked how he could cope with a huge army. The old man, holding his hands on the staff, calmly answered that such a quantity could be created. At that same second, the old man was enveloped in incredible magical power. It has been reported that the skill Black Cemetery Guardian is used. Suddenly, Frederick looked out the window and saw that something had started to happen on the street. At that same second, a skeleton hand appeared from the ground. A huge horde of the dead began to emerge from the ground. The old man said that this is all thanks to the wars that have died down long ago, because of this there are a lot of useful corpses here, adding that among the main there are many strong ones, for example, necromancers. Cold sweat ran down the face of Frederick, who saw all this. Necromancer, he spoke quietly and slowly, but summoned such a quantity. Hordes of the dead stood on the walls of the building. Frederick immediately turned his head and looked at the staff in the old man's hands and asked in shock if it was all because of this artifact. The old man was surprised and asked if the head really knew about him. Picking up the staff, the old man began to examine it, proudly announcing that it can only be created by collecting 99 items. "This is the Staff of Greed." Tenwei looked at the old man intensely, when suddenly, exhaling, he said quietly, "A combination of the Necromancer and the Staff of Greed. There is a chance to deal with the boss of the third floor," he humbly admitted, lowering his sword. At that same second, Maria shouted that Tenwei was even talking, because this was Mana. "We know," Jinho answered, standing 5 meters from the old man, adding that now the right decision would be to kill him right now. There was no more rage and anger on his face. He humbly said that if the public does not know about the agreement, then the game is worth the candle. "Even you, Jinho," Maria shouted furiously, to which he furiously asked if they had any other choice now. Teresa watched all this from the side. In her hand was a sword and shield. How did it all turn out this way, she asked herself. Everyone went crazy, she added in her head. She silently watched everything that was happening, not understanding anything. She imagined the image of the main character in her head, and then said to herself that if Jinhyuk had been here, then nothing like this would have happened. "What should I do?" she asked herself, abandoning her imagination. She continued to hear how the heads argued among themselves and could not come to a common decision. Suddenly a notification appeared informing that there was a request for a video call from the outside. Seeing the notification in front of her, Teresa was very surprised. The system window asked whether to accept the request from Jinhyuk. Teresa answered the call immediately. "Jinhyuk?" the girl shouted joyfully when she saw the main character appear on the screen, asking the girl how she was doing. When suddenly he heard screams in the hall. "What is this strange situation?" he asked, seeing nothing. Suddenly the old man heard the voice of the main character. Turning his head sharply towards the girl, he asked her who he was, adding that since he had given his voice, then let him show his face. Switch to conference mode. "As you wish," said the main character. He disappeared in Teresa's face. A huge screen appeared in the middle of the hall, with Jinhyuk's face hidden on it. Maria recognized him. Looking at the closed face of the main character, she screamed, was this really the unknown person who had cleared the first floor dungeon? Remembering his image, the image of a guy who possessed enormous power, Maria explained that this was an incredible player who cleared the dungeon alone, unknown to anyone, and large guilds from all over the world wanted to get this player. And now this super rookie is right in front of them. The heads of the guilds crowded around the screen. It was reported that they made such efforts to contact the main character. All the heads smiled madly and confusedly, and drops of sweat ran down their faces. That is why everyone concerned's mouth went dry with joy due to the unexpected appearance. "Interesting," the old man said, smiling madly, after which he added that he also heard about Jinhyuk, about the player who cleared the first floor dungeon. He stroked his beard with interest and asked if the main character knew that this time there would be a capture of the boss of an absoluteness of another level. Hearing this, Jinhyuk asked if it was possible for a necromancer to defeat the boss. Of course, the old man answered immediately. Outside the window was a terrifyingly huge army of the dead. The old man said that so many summoned people thought that it would be enough, after which he added that even the heads of the guilds agreed. "True," the main character asked sarcastically. "Are you sure you can handle this fake staff?" Jinhyuk suddenly asked with a mockery. Hearing this, Teresa was surprised, and the old man shouted in rage, "How dare he?" Then the main character said, "The heart of a saint and the prison uniform anointed with oil." It was without these two items that the old man created the staff. Listening to this, everyone gathered in the hall was shocked. Suddenly Frederick asked, looking at the closed face of the main character if he had evidence. After thinking for a while, Jin-hyuk replied by pointing to the staff that the real staff of greed has a red stone under its skull, and the open floors do not have some of the materials needed to create a real staff. After that, he pointed to the summoned dead, who were missing an arm or leg somewhere. Jin-hyuk said that the dead were too weak and such soldiers could not even last a quarter of a day in the boss's room. I think that if there is danger, the old man will simply abandon you, running away with the loot like a typical swindler. After these words, all the guild heads were opposed to the old man. The necromancer himself did not know what to say. Suddenly, through clenched teeth, he said that the main character was impudent. At that same second, power enveloped the old man. He immediately waved his staff, dissolving and shouting at the end that they would still regret that they did not accept his offer, after which he added that they would not be as calm the next time they met. "I will keep an eye on you," he said finally. After these words, he disappeared, leaving behind only smoke, and the dead collapsed from loss of strength. The sun shone again, illuminating everything around. Seeing the scattered dead, Frederick was very scared. "What to do now?" he asked, without leaving the window. "Leave it to me," the main character immediately replied. All the heads glanced at the screen in which Jin-hyuk said that no one would have to cooperate with Manami because he was taking responsibility for the operation. Frederick approached the screen and asked in surprise if the main character really wanted to say that he could cope alone. "Yes, that's true," Jin-hyuk answered without a drop of doubt in his voice. Doubt and fear were visible in Frederick's face. In his head he said that even if the main character does not succeed, he will at least be closer to them. There was some excitement on Maria's face. Unlike the deal with Manami, this one has no serious disadvantages. Frederick continued talking to himself. Tenwei smiled contentedly, realizing that they had a good opportunity. Jinho had a crazy smile on his face. They all understood that such a good moment should not be missed. At that same second, putting his hand to his chest, Tenwei asked Jin-hyuk what kind of payment would suit him. He was immediately interrupted by Maria, who with a malicious smile on her face said that Olympus would fully finance the main character. Frederick interrupted her, calmly saying that Titan would provide financial support. Behind him stood Jinho, who raised his fist and said that the main character may not want money, which is why he is ready to provide everything necessary. "I don't need anything," Jin-hyuk interrupted the guild leaders. He calmly added, in addition, that the heads would restrict the entry of other players so that he could go through alone. "I don't need a reward," he said firmly. Confused, Maria thoughtfully asked why Jin-hyuk needed all this. "This makes one doubtful," Tenwei added, looking at the screen with some disbelief, after which he asked what the reason was. "The reason," the main character said thoughtfully, scratching his cheek. After thinking, he replied that he was simply doing what was necessary, when he suddenly added that this was also for the sake of his dear colleague. Hearing this, Teresa blushed with embarrassment. Behind the screen, the main character pinched his leg to restrain himself. He didn't like so much senseless pathos. Teresa smiled warmly with a slight blush on her cheeks from Jin-hyuk's pleasant words. "I'm delighted," Jinho shouted loudly, causing smoke to come out of his mouth. The main character looked at Jinho's face, who said contentedly that as a representative of the guild, he had nothing to add because Jin-hyuk's words deeply touched him. "Good atmosphere," the main character said to himself. There was a camera next to him, which notified that a video was being recorded. All the heads moved away from the screen and began to discuss something. At this time, Teresa was left alone with the main character. In his head, Jin-hyuk said that ordinary players would ask for good payment, but here it is worth thinking about the prospects. Behind the mask, the main character had a crazy smile on his face. He said to himself that a player who sacrifices rewards for the sake of his comrades, after which he added that thanks to these words he could get much more than he would have been paid. He also understood that he could not conflict with the guilds, so he would upload a video, editing the moment with Main. Immediately after these thoughts, he ended the video call. Having opened his characteristics, the main character saw that his level was already 12. He was pleased with the results, so he had a satisfied smile on his face. Jin-hyuk said to himself that he had only been in the spawning ground for a day, and was already level 12, adding that everything was going even better than he expected. When suddenly he was called from behind. He immediately turned his head in the direction of the scream. Evil Alice shouted at him, saying that he couldn't leave everything to her. At this time, mountains of scarab corpses lay behind her. Then Jin-hyuk, turning to her, said that since she has the strength to argue, she will not die. "Do you really think this is the norm?" she shouted. When tears suddenly appeared in her eyes, Alice immediately began to wipe them away with a handkerchief, saying that they did not have equal cooperation, but slavery. Dissatisfied, Jin-hyuk put his hands on his hips and said that this was an unfounded accusation. A few seconds later, he opened a store in front of him and, choosing an order, said that he just wanted to buy the girl mana replenishment. "I'm sorry, but that's not enough," the vampire replied. Not enough, the main character asked in surprise, turning to the girl. Alice looked at the floor and said emotionlessly that this alone would not restore her strength, adding that if the mana ran out, how then would she help the main character? When suddenly she raised her head. There was a crazy smile on her face. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and there was bloodlust in his eyes. She extended her hands towards Jin-hyuk, saying that she should restore her mana the traditional way. The frightened protagonist, waving his hand, told Alice to calm down. In a second, she was next to Jin-hyuk's beckoning neck. Cold sweat appeared all over his face. There was a bite. "Yummy," shouted a joyful and happy Alice, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. Jin-hyuk, holding his neck with displeasure, asked himself how much the vampire drank of his blood. Satisfied, Alice behind him said that she had replenished her mana, and then asked him what they would do now. The main character again approached the screen with the store and said that first he needed to stock up. The main character's basket contained a strengthening pill, an incomprehensible cube, an ability counter, a sticky glue, a forest web, and a two-headed ogre's snot. Having purchased all this, a notification appeared thanking you for your purchase. Alice immediately flew up to the main character and said that he had bought some strange rubbish. Jin-hyuk immediately told her with a kind smile on his face that although it may seem so, even trash is sometimes useful. Alice, the main character, suddenly turned to his companion. They stood in front of a huge hole in the ground. Jin-hyuk said that from now on they will have a lot to do. Alice sat on his shoulder. The main character looked at the girl with a smile on his face and said that they must clear the minus floor in a day. "Hang in there," he added. After these words, he jumped headfirst into the hole. He flew down with a calm smile on his face, and Alice, holding on to Jin-hyuk's jacket, screamed that he didn't even know the depth. How could he even jump like that? "Do I know the depth?" the main character asked himself in his head. Opening his eyes, he looked at his approach to the ground and said that he had already jumped here more than 100 times, so he knew everything for sure. "Alice, now," Jin-hyuk said with a satisfied smile on his face and purposefulness in his eyes. Alice didn't understand at all what he was talking about. It was reported that reverse gravity of an unknown level was being activated. It was Alice's ability to soften her fall. The main character carefully stood on the ground, and Alice, falling on all fours, breathed heavily and said that Jin-hyuk was too reckless. Suddenly he felt something. At the same second, the 4th level fire element skill was activated. The main character lit a torch in the destroyed hall. "It's okay," he said. Huge worms with sharp teeth began to appear from everywhere. "We came to the right place," Jin-hyuk said. Huge beetles and cockroaches crawled out of all corners. Insects were descending from the sky. Looking at them, the main character said that such weak insects could not defeat him, and then asked if you could come out yourself. He asked this from a huge monster sitting on a throne in front of him in the form of a huge statue. "So you know about me?" Suddenly an ominous voice was heard. "Of course I know," Jin-hyuk answered with a satisfied smile on his face. The statue's eyes lit up, the monster's face distorted into a mad grin. It was the hound that roamed the desert, Anubis. The statue tilted its head towards the main character and said that Jin-hyuk was the first person to come down here, so he wanted to have fun first, but the main character brought his death closer. There was not an ounce of fear on Jin-hyuk's face. With his hands in his pockets, he said that he didn't come here to chat. "And you are ridiculous," said Anubis. Immediately after that, he laughed, asking if he really thought that the Magnificent he would personally fight Jin-hyuk. Alice immediately covered the body of her comrade with hers, saying that Anubis is very dangerous, so she will try to deal with him and let the main character himself leave. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly. In his head he said that Alice seemed to care about him. "Don't worry and just watch," he said as he walked past her, heading towards Anubis. Confused and frightened, Alice stretched out her hands, asking him to moderate his ardor. Then Jin-hyuk told the girl that he would show which person she entered into an agreement with. He was heading towards a huge evil monster. "Interesting," Anubis replied, holding out his hand with a weapon. It has been reported that Anubis activates the personal ability Judgment of Anubis. He screamed loudly, and his staff in his hand was shrouded in strong magic. Anubis asked whether Jin-hyuk learned about him from this vampire or not. The first question has been asked. A girl from magic appeared behind the main character, in front of whom there were scales. Jin-hyuk said in his head that Anubis always uses this ability on the enemy, and when he answers all the boss's questions, the absolute judgment of Anubis's judgment is activated. A notice immediately appeared in which it was written that the copying conditions were such that it was necessary to destroy the embodiment of Anubis, the container of his consciousness, by driving him crazy. Having learned about the conditions, the main character said to himself that if he pisses off Anubis, he will receive the power thanks to which he will be able to ask questions, so there is no need to answer the questions precisely, a short answer is enough. After that, Jin-hyuk smiled and answered Anubis's first question, right? Otherwise how would he have known about this place? The subject answered the question. Of course, Anubis answered with a terrifying grin, after which he asked if he had come here for the hive. Second question asked, Of course, the main character answered, showing a hand sign without thinking, adding that on the black market they would give a lot of money for him. The subject answered the question. A heart appeared above one of the magical scales. It slowly dropped onto the scales. Then I'll ask the last question, Anubis said, after which he asked if the main character had come to his territory and thought that he could stay alive. After asking this question, he leaned over Jin-Hyuk. The third question has been asked. Showing a dislike with his hand, the main character with a confident smile on his face said that if he couldn't win, all he could do was throw away all his things and die. The subject answered the question. At that same second, sharp stakes imbued with strong magic appeared around him. All conditions are met. The court of Anubis is activated. A huge magical crocodile swallowed the main character and reduced all his stats by 50%. It was also reported that all abilities and skills are sealed for 1 minute. Then Anubis, raising his staff, summoned a huge mantis and with a crazy smile on his face said that he would now need to present it for sentencing. It was reported that Anubis chooses the representative. It was an unusual mantis. It was also imbued with strong magic, which is why its appearance changed. I present him to you, Anubis said solemnly. Alice looked at this in horror because she couldn't stand bugs. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face. A huge black mantis with enormous power appeared in front of them. His name was Zayant. He was many times larger than the main character. Anubis said that it would be Zayant who would pass judgment on him. How do you like my representative? Anubis asked Jin-Hyuk. The huge monster crackled and buzzed. Impressive, the main character answered, and at this time a weapon began to appear in his hand. A record player appeared in his hand, which he immediately put on the floor, saying that it would still be enough for him. It was a mini gramophone. It plays the selected music once and also cannot be turned off until the music ends. Anubis was confused. Looking at the gramophone, he asked the main character if this was human music, and then asked if he wanted to darken the mind of the representative. Reason, asked the main character, taking the blade in his hand and closing his eyes. Music, he said quietly. At that very second, Zayant ran towards Jin-Hyuk. She needs to give herself entirely, the main character added. After these words, he grabbed his head with one hand and raised the other with a wedge, preparing to dance. Immediately the sounds of cello playing were heard. Jin-Hyuk said that he found the perfect music through trial and error. The mantis struck sharply, but the main character easily dodged it, moving to the beat. He continued to say that it was a rhythm that fit perfectly with Zayant's attack patterns. Immediately the sounds of trumpet playing were heard. As always, following the rhythm, he spoke. He dodged every unpredictable attack from Zayant perfectly. He controlled this battle. In his head he said that escaping from an attack using music is not luck, it is an exact calculation. Seeing what the main character was doing, he was shocked that he even opened his mouth. Drops of sweat were already running down Jin-Hyuk's face. He was tired. When suddenly he said in his head, then about now. It was reported that 1 minute had passed, which meant that the main character could now use his skills. The time limit is up, Jin-Hyuk said. Immediately after this, he landed many hard and fast strikes on Zayant. The sword cemetery skill is activated. Blood sprayed from the mantis's head. A second later, green blood also sprayed from the mantis's paws. Anubis shouted in shock, asking if the protagonist really thought he could defeat his representative. He was very angry, which is why he said through clenched teeth that Zayant recovers in seconds, and if Jin-Hyuk spends all his strength, then the end will come. Yes, the main character answered the words of Anubis, after which he added that right now he cannot kill this praying mantis. After these words, he turned to the boss, raised his blade, and with a satisfied smile on his face said that he could make him no longer want to live. At that same second, the representative's paws began to be cut off one after another. The mantis screamed in pain, coughing up blood. Alice looked in surprise at what the main character was doing and said in her head that she knew, of course, that he was so strong, but not so much. Suddenly a crazy smile appeared on her face, and she said to herself that it was possible if it was him. She raised her head, her cheeks flushed and her eyes filled with hope. Then he will help me take revenge, she continued joyfully. The bloody mantis fell to the floor. His paws were scattered all over the hull. An enraged Anubis shouted at the main character to fight and not run away. The representative trembled exhaustedly. Proud warrior, chosen by God, representative. Jin-Hyuk walked towards the mantis, passing through the remains of it. He dispelled the blade in his hand. In his head, he said that the last stage is that it destroys his, the great warrior, faith in his own invincibility, humiliation and provocation. After that, he sat on the head of the dead mantis. At that same second, the mantis rose from the ground, completely restored. After that, he put his battle claw to his neck, and he cut off his own head. The representative of Anubis was defeated. Horror and fear enveloped Anubis. Did he commit suicide? The boss asked himself. The main character was informed that his level had increased. The mantis's head fell not far from Jin-Hyuk. A notification appeared stating that after studying the magical tome of the Duchy of Peltaris, you can learn ice magic. He put his finger on the ice card and said that this could only be seen on the middle floors of the tower. Madness took possession of him. He gained enormous strength and power. It was reported that he had obtained the level 1 ice creation skill. The first level ice creation skill was immediately used. The main character closed the ice book in his hands. Immediately, many pieces of ice appeared around him. Anubis was very angry. He said in full tension that he recognized that Jinhyuk was not an ordinary person, after which he asked if he really thought of winning him by betting this ice. "What are you talking about?" asked the main character, who was enveloped in strong and powerful magic, after which he continued that Anubis cannot even attack directly, because he himself is holed up on the 42nd floor. Suddenly Anubis humbly lowered his head and asked if Jinhyuk understood that he was incarnating before, then why was he challenging him? "Reason," said the main character slowly. "Well," cheerfully, throwing out his hands, he continued mockingly. You say merrily, Anubis shouted furiously. Fury and enormous power enveloped the boss. "Am I really nothing more than some kind of entertainment for you?" he shouted furiously. Disrespect, disrespect." Anubis did not calm down. At the same second, a huge hive of bees appeared. The hive skill is a huge beehive in which countless insects live. It was reported that Anubis was liberating the hive. "Kill this impudent man," Anubis furiously ordered the monsters. At that same second, all the monsters that were aimed at the main character were killed by ice balls. "An incredible amount," Jinhyuk said mockingly. He extended his hand forward, which became covered with strong ice magic. At that same second, the protagonist's hand caught fire. The monsters surrounded him, but he stood in position, preparing to attack and defend. It was reported that Jinhyuk combined the fire element and ice creation skills. With their hands clasped together, the merging of skills began. A few seconds later there was a strong glow. All the monsters were absorbed by a bright glow that covered absolutely the entire room. The merger was reported to be successful. The next notification said that the main character had received the AA level daylight skill. The monsters were ready to attack the main character, who was absorbed by a bright cold light. The system notified about the activation of the first level daylight skill. 6 rays of light appeared. The light became brighter. A powerful light stream attacked the insects. The wasps looked at the light anxiously. A dark blue hexagon with a white sun inside appeared. The system window said that the daylight skill allows you to compress and release magical power, has high power and limits the enemy's field of vision, which gives a great advantage in battle. The main character closed his eyes and held the object in his hands with all his might. Anubis pressed his paw to his muzzle and thought that he needed to change his battle tactics. He raised his hand. Purple smoke appeared above his paw. The system reported that Anubis was activating the chosen creature. A creature with a yellow shell and glowing eyes appeared. The system reported that a particularly strong individual had arisen in the hive. The insect's eyes were red. It flew forward rapidly. Jinhyuk stretched his hand forward. Crystals appeared next to his fingers. The system reported that he had used level 1 ice creation. His attack left holes in the insect's body. Anubis thought that it would be too easy. From the body of one wasp another appeared. The creatures chosen by the ancient Egyptian deity do not die, but multiply. 4 insects flew towards the main character. Surrounded by ice crystals, the guy raised his head and looked at the approaching wasps. Anubis thought that no matter how skilled the main character used, it would not matter. Jinhyuk squeezed a small object in his fingers, smiled and said that it had finally happened. The system reported that the enhancement pill increases the size of the object tenfold. The guy waved his hand. The white beam hit one of the wasps. The insect fell. The main character jumped up, hunting for others. The system reported that the effect of the pill would appear in 1 minute. The wasps fell to the ground. Jinhyuk jumped onto the back of one of the insects. He grabbed the insect's antennae. The main character wrapped his legs around the wasp's head and controlled it. Anubis opened his mouth, asked what they were doing and ordered them to kill the guy immediately. Jinhyuk rode a wasp as he flew towards the hive, thinking that their ability to multiply rather than die would drive any opponent to despair. There were many insects behind him. One of the wasps hit the other with its sting. The main character thought that in the terrible absurd conditions the enemy could not sensibly assess the situation. A blue cube appeared around a ball of insects. The system reported that an incomprehensible cube had been activated. In the system window there were the names of the items: ability counter, sticky glue, forest cobweb, snot of a 2-headed ogre. Jinhyuk put his palm in front of him. The system window began to glow. The system reported that 4 objects were combining, strengthening an incomprehensible cube. Glowing rays touched the surface of the cube. Flashes were heard. The main character stood on one knee, pressed his palm to the ground and thought that thanks to endless repetitions he could understand the tactics and then correctly assess the situation. Insects fought against the walls of the trap and flames appeared outside. Jinhyuk smiled and snapped his fingers. The system notified that the 5th level fire element had been activated. The main character flared up inside the cube. It was an unusual decision that the main character came to. The system window said that the enhancement pill was starting to take effect. The wasps began to grow, then there was an explosion. There were many system alerts that the enhancement pill had dropped out. There were a lot of pills at the bottom of the cube. The main character thought that in order to become an equal opponent for the boss with a huge army, the maximum number of these pills was needed. Many system windows appeared in front of Jinhyuk with a message that the level had increased. Looking at them, the guy thought that thanks to the endlessly multiplying monsters, he received not only a lot of experience points, but also valuable items. Anubis clenched his teeth, sweat running down his muzzle. He could not understand what was happening. The main character smiled broadly. Behind him was a blue cube and a web. Anubis realized that he had prepared the items for unification in advance, learned the features of the hive, and created a trap. The guy's eyes glowed. He put his hands in his pockets and looked up. The ancient Egyptian god realized that he had succumbed to his provocations. Anubis slammed his hand on the armrest. His face contorted with rage. He raised his hand and cursed. God clenched his fingers into a fist. The system reported that Anubis had destroyed the hive. The fragments scattered in different directions. The main character clenched his teeth and, looking at the fragments, said that he was just getting the hang of it. Anubis frowned in irritation and asked how the man dared treat him with disrespect. God leaned forward and began kicking the floor, repeating the word disrespect. Anubis pointed his staff at the guy and said that he must survive and rise to him. Jinhyuk smiled and said that there was no need to shout like that, because he himself planned to do so. God smiled bloodthirstily and said that she would punish him for his disrespect. His eyes went dark. The system reported that the Anubis container had been destroyed. The system window said that the conditions were met. The main character smiled, and a square with the inscription saved appeared behind him. In the system window there was information that to activate the Judgment Anubis skill, you need to ask 3 questions, after which the enemy's strength is reduced by 50% and all skills and abilities will be blocked for 1 minute. A purple hexagon appeared with an ancient Egyptian symbol inside. The system reported that the skill can be used on one person only once, and if abused, punishment from the Egyptian gods awaits. The main character presented a fresco on which there was a creature with a bird's head and a human body. The system reported that the gods of Egypt were showing interest in him. He also presented an image with green skin. The system reported that some gods were experiencing hostility. Jinhyuk squinted, sighed heavily, and said that the local gods are quite picky. Lord's eyes were widened in surprise and she asked what happened here. The main character stood with his back to her and said that Anubis was tired. The characteristics of the player Jinhyuk were written in the system window. The Lord sat on his shoulder, studying the information. The guy thought that for the first time he was able to rise to so many levels in this place. 3 system windows appeared with a message that strength, agility, and endurance had been increased. The main character thought that he would pump up all his skills since he did not know what awaited him in the future. His eyes widened in surprise when the request for a video call came through. The guy in the dark shirt looked at the main character with displeasure when he asked why Yusung was calling him. Jinhyuk raised his hand when Yusung began to ask about where he was and why this place was not familiar to him. The protagonist said that it was none of his business and repeated the question about the reason for the call. A bead of sweat ran down his face when the guy on the screen said he had a proposition for him. Yusung introduced several people and said that in 24 hours, a martial arts tournament would begin at the Awakened Association, to which players of rank AA and above, including himself, were invited. Sweat flowed down Jinhyuk's cheek. He looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment and said that the association decided to hold the tournament despite more important things, such as the boss of the 3rd floor. Yusung frowned and asked the protagonist to take part in the tournament so that they could fight. The protagonist asked why he should waste his precious time on such nonsense and mentally added that his decision might change if the guy had new skills that he could copy. Continuing to frown, the guy in the dark shirt said that Jinhyuk couldn't refuse. The main character looked interestedly at the screen in front of him. Yusung showed a black card with gold designs and said that he had a pass to the black market. Someone tapped a brown object on the stand. The blonde man said the item was sold. The auction host waved his hands. According to Yusung's explanation, the black market was not a place where players could buy something with coins. The knight crossed his arms and smiled. This was a secret market where invited participants could purchase items exclusively for real money. The main character leaned back in his chair and thought that the Tower of Trials had become a reality and now people began to hold such auctions. And he just needed items to pass the boss of the 3rd floor, so perhaps he could buy a lot of good things at the secret auction for the rich. The guy looked at the system window and was surprised that his actions were already being discussed. He presented a website that posted a video of the upcoming raid. It was uploaded to a new channel by Unknown, and it featured the Unknown Masked Man, Teresa, and the leaders of the other guilds. There were 4 people in the still image from the video. Since Jin-hyuk edited the moment from Maine, no one spoke badly about the guilds. And in any case, it was unprofitable to conflict with large guilds. There was a man in a mask on the screen. People in the comments admired him and asked to show his face. The main character imagined himself with a dagger on his shoulder and thought that people reacted predictably, showing interest in the masked player, who confidently declared in front of the heads of other guilds that he would go on a raid alone. There were red numbers in the corner of the screen. The main character was pleased that the video had 50 million views and expected to receive 50 coins for it, taking into account a commission of 90%. He smiled, looking at the screen, and thought that although the commission was simply incredible, the amount was still not bad. Jin-hyuk yawned and told himself that this was all clear. The guy was sitting on the podium among other people. He couldn't wait for the tournament to end. In the arena, opponents crossed swords. The dark-haired girl blew a pink bubble. The tournament organizers selected 24 players of rank AA and above. What was happening was filmed because after several failed raids on the 3rd floor, the Association of Awakened and large guilds wanted to show the population the strength and greatness of the best players. The main character pursed his lips and thought that a show was happening before his eyes and that it was a good way to defuse the situation. He remembered how Yusung showed him the black card and said that he would give him the pass to the black market right away if Jin-hyuk agreed to the fight. The guy closed his eyes, raised his hand and said that he had not yet reached the rank of AA, so he could not participate in the tournament. Yusung on the other side of the screen ignored him and said that the winner of the tournament would be able to choose a replica relic from the National Museum. With a serious expression on his face, the guy on the screen said that the winner could invite a player who did not participate in the tournament to fight with him. The main character felt anxious. He pointed at the screen and shouted that this time he would defeat him in front of everyone. The guy smiled, waved his sword, told his friend that this was his limit and offered to surrender. His opponent replied that he was deliberately fighting half-heartedly so as not to harm him. He raised his head. Anubis stood behind them. The tournament participants could not believe that the summoning had happened. The players scattered screaming. Other participants in the tournament were caught in the fire. There was a fire burning above Janu's palm. Someone said that these two were not bad either. Guild representatives in black suits sat on the podium and discussed which player they should recruit. A blonde man, the head of the Black Fortune Guild, named Dokpyo, said that he only liked one. The man pursed his lips and thought that the guy in black clothes was gorgeous. Yusung swung his sword. Watching him, Dokpyo thought that he had control of the battle, a wide view and most importantly many types of attacks. He remembered how the assistant opened a suitcase with gold. The head of the guild invited the guy to join them, but he refused, saying that he was not interested. The man frowned in irritation and thought that it was the first person who refused to join his guild. This ambitious guy was different from the rest. Blonde Dokpyo thought that he couldn't watch the tournament anymore because he was too nervous. Another man adjusted his glasses and said that if he had participated in the tournament, he would have dealt with everyone present and forced the one who refused to join the guild to bend the knee. The man took off his glasses and asked the head of the guild if he was right. His name was Doan. He had the rank of AA and was a member of the Black Luck Guild. He put his glasses back on. Dokpyo said that he should think less about the tournament and focus on the interview because he was invested in for a reason. The player replied that he had nothing to worry about because he knew how to shine in front of the cameras. Doan opened his mouth wide and yawned. The head of the guild thought that the guy had every opportunity to rise to the S rank in a couple of years and that if everyone knew that he had raised a rising star, then the prestige of the guild would greatly increase. The fight in the arena continued. The guy in the green hat turned around. The long-haired girl arched her back and screamed in pain. Yuri put her hands in front of her, protecting herself from the air currents. Janu fell to the ground and screamed from the pain in his back. Yusung held a sword in front of him. The host announced that they had a winner. There was a live broadcast of the tournament on the phone screen. Someone was surprised that the winner had been announced and asked to let him watch. The two girls watched the video and discussed Yusung's appearance. The interview with the winner was broadcast on the big screen. The guy said that instead of a line he was choosing the right to choose an opponent. People in the square were discussing his choice. Someone suggested that he wanted to fight a master from some guild. Yusung raised his sword. People were eager to find out who he would challenge to a duel. The guy pointed his sword in the direction of the podium and demanded that the enemy come out. Doan smiled widely and said that he approved of this choice. He froze in confusion. The guild leader put his hand on his back, demanded that he sit down quickly and said that Yusung did not choose him. The dark-haired guy frowned. Dokpyo drew his ward's attention to the fact that the tip of the sword and his gaze were directed slightly above them. The dark guy looked at the arena in confusion. He did not understand why the winner of the tournament did not choose them, because no one except him and Dokpyo could become a worthy opponent to him. Behind Doan, someone slammed his hands on his knees and muttered something irritably. Jin-hyuk stood up and told Yusung that he was good at annoying people. The guy lowered his sword. People could not believe that he chose an unknown player. Kwanwoo opened his mouth and began to quickly type something on his laptop. Another man asked him to punch the main character through the bases. Information about Jin-hyuk appeared on the screen. People were surprised that he was an F-rank player. The main character jumped into the arena. Watching him, Dokpyo thought that if Yusung challenged an AA rank player, the fight would be spectacular, but for some reason he chose an unknown guy with a low rank, but there is no benefit to be gained from this. The blonde man frowned and assumed that the winner of the tournament just wanted to publicly mock the weak. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and asked Yusung to give up if he lost this time too, because it was time to learn to admit defeat. The opponent frowned and asked how he could be so sure of his loss after seeing him win the tournament. The main character gave him a thumbs up and said that he had definitely become stronger and asked if he had trained hard. The swordsman clenched his teeth and said that, without stopping for a second, she did everything to catch up with him. Yusung waved his sword and said that in order to get a pass to the black market, Jin-hyuk must fight at full strength. The system notified that the player was using the sword soul skill. Blue streaks appeared when the guy activated the second stance sword soul technique. He gritted his teeth and activated the blazing swordsman soul technique. The main character tiredly closed his eyes and thought that Yusung had taken up his task again. He raised his hand, summoning fire magic, and said that he was ready to fight. Jin-hyuk spread his arms to the sides and shouted that Yusung was a stalker. White clouds floated across the blue sky above the city. The beam pierced the roof of the building. The blue sky was visible through the hole. There were blocks of ice in the arena. The guy was surrounded by smoke. There were holes in the swordsman's clothes. He annoyedly asked how many skills his opponent had. Exhausted, the guy fell to the ground. The main character got down on one knee and began to look for something in Yusung's pockets. He believed that he was simply taking what was his since the enemy promised to give it back. He clutched the black and gold card and said that he would gladly take advantage of the invitation to the black market. People in the stands were discussing the battle that had taken place. Jin-hyuk used a huge ice projectile and with some kind of beam smashed the ceiling. The audience doubted that there was a person in front of them. The main character sat down in front of Yuri and John and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl pressed her hand to her chest. The old man said that this was their first meeting after the museum. The guy smiled, said that their first meeting was a little rough and suggested leaving everything in the past. John and Yuri were told that they don't want to be his enemies. Jin-hyuk squatted down and said that since they decided to live peacefully, he wanted to ask for Yuri's phone number. He handed her the phone and said that if she didn't want to, then she didn't have to do it. The girl thought that in that case she would refuse. He opened his mouth and said that everything is not so simple. The main character turned the phone towards her and said that Yuri should be confident that she can cope with the consequences. She squeezed the black phone in her hands and thought that this was a request only in words, but in reality it was blackmail. The people in the stands screamed in fear. Someone jumped down behind Jin-hyuk and said that it was amazing. He didn't expect an F-rank player to be able to win. The main character's eyes turned yellow. The system reported that the Eye of Truth of the second level was activated. The system window contained player Doan's data. The guy waved his hands and said that he did not expect to see such a show. The system notified that in order to copy the giant's hand skill, it is necessary to unravel the hidden intention of this person. Jin-hyuk squinted and thought about how the system determined the intentions and desires of the object every time. He believed that this was beyond the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Doan raised his hand and said that there was no need to look at him so hostilely. Because he didn't come to fight, the main character asked why he came in that case. The guy smiled and said that they have the same field of activity and most likely they will see each other often. He extended his hand to the main character and said that he was showing common courtesy to his colleague. Jin-hyuk smiled and activated the third level Eye of Truth. The system reported that Doan's words were lies. The guy continued to smile broadly and hold out his palm. The main character thought that behind such a calm expression of face, anger, rage, and hatred were hidden. He was also embarrassed by the reporters. He imagined the blonde man and thought that the guildmaster Dark Fortune was waiting for something. The main character introduced the giant and thought that Dokpyo wanted his guild member to defeat the newcomer who defeated the winner of the tournament in front of reporters in order to draw attention to himself. Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that they were like an open book to him. The system notified that he had figured out Doan's hidden intentions and that the copying conditions had been met. A golden hexagon appeared. The system reported that the giant's hand skill had been acquired. In the system window it was said that the giant's hand increases the grip strength and makes it possible to lift objects that weigh 10 times more than it does. The main character presented a machine with prizes and thought that when the challenge tower was a game, it was not possible to copy this skill, because there were few users who had it. But now that the game has become a reality, skills that others have difficulty obtaining are just waiting to be. He collected them. His eyes turned purple. He said that it was unusual to hear his colleague call him and asked if it could be considered that this greeting came from the head of the Black Luck Guild. Do-eun opened his mouth and said that Jin-hyuk doesn't seem to be in the guild, so they would be happy for him to join. The guys smiled broadly at each other. The main character asked if they would give him a deposit if he decided to join. Do-eun replied that he only needed to name the amount. They shook hands. The dark guy tensed. The main character looked at him with displeasure and asked if he really thought that he could defeat him with sheer force alone. Do-eun smiled brightly. He stuck out his tongue and said that it goes without saying that the system sent an alert that Do-eun had activated the level 5 giant's arm. The guy opened his mouth wide and said it was obvious. They continued to stand holding hands. A purple silhouette of a woman with scales appeared behind him. The system reported that Anubis's court was activated. Do-eun could not understand why his skill did not work. The guy frowned. He got down on one knee and screamed in pain. Jin-hyuk said he had to admit he was holding up well. The main character's eyes became their normal color. He said that Do-eun seemed confident in his strength, asked if he was ashamed to writhe in pain like that and why he forgot about his pride. Purple discharges surrounded their hands. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. Golden lines appeared between them. Do-eun asked Jin-hyuk to stop. The main character hit the guy in the stomach and called him wretched. Something came out of his mouth. The strong blow sent Do-eun flying backwards. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that this was because he pretended to want to make friends. He squinted and looked at the red smoke. A pit appeared in the arena. The eyes of the main character turned yellow. The system reported that the Eye of Truth was activated. Red smoke came from the hand of the head of the Black Luck Guild. He was outraged by it. That Jin-hyuk dared to beat one of his best players and said that he put in a lot of effort for this day. The system window contained information about the player Dokpyo. The system reported that in order to copy the ability to the energy of bloody rage, the main character must break the man's pride. The guy pressed his hand to his chest and said that he understood that the head of the guild was angry, but he should have behaved more restrainedly. Dokpyo's face contorted with rage. He assumed that Jin-hyuk was scared. The main character looked at his palm and said that he simply did not plan to defeat the guildmaster yet. The man's eyes were black. He jumped up and called the protagonist's names. The system reported that the energy of bloody rage was being activated. The man extended his hand forward and shouted that it was impossible to defeat the guildmaster. Jin-hyuk raised his hand. The system notified that he was using the daylight ability. The spectators covered their eyes with their hands, protecting themselves from the blinding light. They could not see what was happening in the arena. A dagger appeared in the protagonist's hand. Dokpyo clenched his fingers into a fist. The system notified that the power surge stat was being activated. The system window said that 99 points were used. The difference in level was reduced by 33. The man winced and thought that Jin-hyuk reflected his energy, although this was impossible. He imagined the white and gold armor and thought that in the raid of the boss of the second floor, the Divine Warrior, he was the leader of the Vanguard, and therefore a guy with an F rank could not even entertain the thought of competing with him. Dokpyo opened his mouth wide and told Jin-hyuk that he was just being ridiculous. The guy turned his head. Someone told them to stop. The body of the guild leader was enveloped in green smoke. The system announced that the 4th level arbiter was activating. The main character pursed his lips. Someone said that in a tournament that most of the population is watching, they must show that they deserve people's trust. Someone came down to the arena. There was green smoke coming from the man's hand. It was the head of the association, Sanjin. Jin-hyuk squinted and thought that in front of him was the head of the unification of all awakened Koreas. The man with the scar on his face looked at them disapprovingly. Dokpyo pointed at the guy and told the leader that he came on time because Jin-hyuk had just beaten up his guild player. The man turned his head when Sanjin said that they were at a tournament, not a show, so there was no need to worry about getting hurt. He approached Jin-hyuk, introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. He remembered sitting at the table in his office and said that, to be honest, 20 minutes ago he had no idea about the guy's existence. But the director in charge of the tournament contacted him urgently. A man sitting in the stands was talking on the phone. He told the head of the association that he had to come as soon as possible, because something incredible was happening in the arena. Sanjin introduced the man with glasses and said that he rechecked his test results due to the fact that there were many inconsistencies and found out that Jin-hyuk influenced the examiner. He looked closely at the main character and called his name. The association representatives bowed, congratulated him on receiving Korea's 16th S rank, and apologized for the association's mistake in giving him the wrong rank. Spectators jumped up in the stands upon hearing the news. People ran into the arena, eager to see the special player. Do-eun continued to lie on the ground unconscious. Dokpyo gritted his teeth and thought about what was happening, because this tournament was supposed to glorify the Guild of Black Luck, but it simply trampled them. He opened his mouth and asked them to wait when he decided he had to take control of the situation. The man grabbed the reporter's hand and said that he had to report that their guild was planning an attack on the boss of the 3rd floor. The reporter's jacket remained in Dokpyo's hands. He said that they would talk about this another time and asked him to contact the editor. The man froze with someone else's jacket in his hands. The journalist was filming Jin-hyuk. Dokpyo's eyes turned black with anger. He turned around and walked away from the crowd. The system reported that the conditions for copying the Dokpyo skill were met. A red hexagon appeared. The system reported that it had received a unique ability, the energy of bloody rage. A news site was open on the screen. There was a photo of the main character smiling. The comments discussed Do-eun's loss. Jin-hyuk smiled. Looking at the phone, he was pleased with the public's reaction. He remembered Sanjin raising his finger and saying that as an apology, the association would provide him with a plane to fly to Las Vegas. The guy leaned back in his chair and said that everyone wants to have a high rank because the attitude towards such players is radically different. The plane took off into the sky. A flight attendant approached the main character. She placed the food in front of him. Jin-hyuk was delighted with the level of service in first class. He tasted the food. The main character closed his eyes and smiled blissfully. The Lord called him. The blonde guy was chatting with the flight attendant. The vampire asked the main character to pay attention to him. The man was surrounded by smoke. Lord said there was a strange smell coming from him. His blood smelled so bad that she didn't even want to taste it. Jin-hyuk looked to the side and asked what she was complaining about. The vampire said that this was not a joke and that guy was not an ordinary person. His eyes turned yellow. He thought that if the Lord, who considers people to be mere bags of blood, speaks like this, then something is really wrong with that person. The system notified that the Eye of Truth of the third level was activated. His eyes widened in surprise. In the system window there were characteristics of a player named Alex Judro. The guy waved his hand. The system said that depending on the degree of closeness with the object, you can copy one of the skills, but for the maximum degree of closeness you need to join the Manga association. The main character pursed his lips and thought that he couldn't even imagine that guy was one of the Manga because he walked around with such a calm face. Alex walked past Jin-hyuk. He pointed his finger at the main character and asked if he was the same player from Korea who received S rank. Jin-hyuk imagined a man in a black mask and thought that Alex had boarded the plane on purpose and assumed that after the news came out, not only large guilds were interested in him. The guy smiled and said that he had recently changed his rank to S. The suspicious man said that he was amazing at the tournament. Alex handed over his business card and introduced himself. He gave us a thumbs up, said it must be fate, and suggested they have a drink together to pass the time on such a long journey. The main character took the black business card, decided to play along and said that he was right. There was a bottle of alcohol on the table. Taking out expensive cognac, Alex began to talk about himself. They sat opposite each other. The new acquaintance told Jin-hyuk about his cosmetics business and the difficulties he had to endure after the appearance of the test tower. The main character closed his eyes, smiled, and thought if this man knew that he knew who he was. The blonde guy smiled back. He raised his glass and said that to be completely honest, he didn't come to Korea for the cosmetics business. Alex tilted his head and said that he wanted to expand his business and start doing business with the awakened ones to keep up with the times. The guy raised the glass to his mouth and said that he had a problem. Jin-hyuk asked him to tell him more about it. Alex put the glass on the table and asked if the main character had heard about the masked player. The interlocutor realized that he was talking about the unknown. Jin-hyuk raised his glass and said that he seemed to have seen a video in which the unknown suggested attacking the boss of the third floor and asked Alex how he was related to him. Main smiled and said that they also wanted to take part in the raid on the boss of the third floor, but the masked player got in their way, so an unpleasant situation arose. Alex narrowed his eyes and said that despite the fact that the unknown said that he was doing this to protect his comrades, he refused them, saying that he needed to do something alone, so they should not interfere with him. They continued to sit opposite each other. Jin-hyuk suggested that Alex personally knew the unknown person. The man said that it could be said that way. The main character smiled falsely and said that the unknown person turned out to be greedy. The interlocutor agreed with him. Jin-hyuk was delighted with his ability to lie with a calm expression. The man put an ice cube into a glass. He poured himself more cognac and said that the main character would provide them with invaluable help if he went with them to the third floor to the room. The guy raised his hand, expressed surprise at the invitation, and said that the unknown was going to fight the boss alone. Alex handed him a bottle and said that S-rank players are given the right to freedom of action, so that no one will touch them and they will be able to get items from the third floor. The main character closed his eyes, thought that even the large guilds allowed the unknown to go through the floor alone, and agreed to block the entrance to the boss's room and assumed that the main wanted to get there with his help. He opened his eyes and said that Alex's request was too serious because he had just received rank S and his new acquaintance wanted him to go against large guilds. The man smiled and said that he was a businessman and that he not only asked a lot but also offered a lot. A vial appeared above his palm. Main said that there is a medicine that helps with incurable diseases and even with cardiac arrest. His eyes lit up and he showed the main character a bottle of elixir. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. He took the bottle in his hands, said that his interlocutor's offer interested him, and thought about how the Manga Association was able to get such a rare thing. Alex hid his hand under his jacket and said that many people wanted this elixir, but he was ready to give it to a new acquaintance as an advance. He put the contract on the table and asked Jin Hyuk to sign it. The system reported that Main would activate the contract with the 6th level dead man. The main character's eyes turned yellow. Alex said that such a chance is rare. The main character extended his hand to a piece of paper and thought that visually this agreement was no different from ordinary ones. He imagined a dagger surrounded by smoke and thought that the violator of the terms of the contract would be overtaken by a mortal curse. But if he didn't sign anything, then there was nothing to worry about. The guy closed his eyes and said that he could not sign this because he was very reasonable and was not ready to confront large guilds. Alex raised one eyebrow, said that it seemed that the valuable elixir was not enough, expressed regret about his decision, and said that he was counting on him. Jin Hyuk clutched the bottle to himself when Main said that now he had better forget about the elixir. The man looked at him irritably and asked what he was doing. The main character showed the bottle and repeated his words that he is very reasonable. Jin Hyuk's eyes glowed purple and he said that he is also very greedy and always gets what he wants. Alex clenched his teeth and said that he was talking nonsense. Passengers inside the plane began to shake. The man grabbed the armrest of his chair, thought about what the main character was going to do with so much mana, and assumed that he intended to blow up the plane. The board lit up. The pilot reported that the plane had encountered sudden turbulence and asked all passengers to take their seats and fasten their seat belts. Jin Hyuk closed his eyes, asked if Alex heard the alert, and said that he should return to his seat. The man clenched his teeth and asked if he really knew from the very beginning which association he belonged to. The main character replied that he guessed and praised Main for her good game. Alex opened his mouth, said that he did not advise him to irritate them and that the unknown would make him pay the appropriate price for this situation. Jin Hyuk turned his head and said that Main had a good sense of humor and that it was stupid to claim that he was on the same side as Unknown after they were kicked out of the Olympus meeting. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He was wondering who this guy really was and whether he knew the Unknown. He put his hand on the armrest and thought that it might just be a bluff and that the big guilds could share information with him after he was given the S rank. The guy waved the vial and said that it was possible to share information about the Unknown if Alex behaved well. The plane was landing. Jin Hyuk suggested we meet another time. The plane's wheels touched the ground. The signs were shining with lights. There were many light bulbs on the ceiling. A Ferris wheel could be seen in the distance. There was an advertisement on the wall. The girl opened her mouth and asked incredulously if this was a city of people. The Lord walked next to Jin Hyuk. She said that she liked it here. The main character asked her to be quiet and threatened to send her to the ring if she did not listen. He imagined the blonde-haired Main and thought that as gratitude for the fact that the Lord had smelled Main, he released her from the ring. With his current amount of mana, her height was 150 centimeters. Golden rectangles appeared. The main character evoked memories of the world. A red hexagon appeared. The main character united the Eye of Truth and the energy of Bloody Rage. Another red hexagon appeared. The system reported that the merger was successful, and he received the Greedy Look skill. In the system window, it was said that the Greedy Gaze allows you not only to view the status of any player, but also to share vision and read thoughts. The system reported that due to the characteristics of the Blood Devil energy, the personality of the skill owner can be changed if used frequently. In addition, the separation of vision and mind reading can only be used on players with a lower level. The protagonist imagined a blue hexagon and thought that he wanted to combine this skill with a safer spiritual skill, but he urgently needed the Greedy Look. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Someone called him. The Lord showed the casino and asked if they would go there. The main character reminded her that they did not come here to have fun. They went further. Jin Hyuk said that it is forbidden to use magic in ordinary casinos. The hotel employee hurried to the car. The main character thought that he could take the money by force to spend it at the auction, but he could not take the earnings from ordinary people. The Lord turned to him and asked where they were going. Jin Hyuk smiled and said that this place cannot be compared to a regular casino. The girl's eyes shone with delight. They approached the building where the Tortuga private gambling house was located. The Lord frowned with displeasure and said that those buildings were better. The main character once again reminded her that they did not come here to have fun. A man with a knocked-out tooth shouted that he had seen with his own eyes how some person used the skill so that he became a victim of deception. Another man slapped him in the face and said that he used the skills himself and was now trying to get out. The main character and the Lord went up the steps. The girl said that those who are beaten like that are fools. Jin Hyuk looked at the back of her head and agreed with her. The girl looked at the surroundings with delight, said that there are a lot of interesting things here, and asked how this place differs from others. The main character picked it up and said that you can use magic in this casino. He sat Lord down on a chair. He asked the woman behind the bar to serve the girl any drink she wanted to try. The vampire was outraged by his action. She had not gone out for a long time, and he did not allow her to have fun. The guy drank some drink in one gulp. The Lord asked what he was going to do alone. He put the glass on the counter and said that he needed to earn extra money. Streams of magical energy emanated from the hand. A red hexagon hung above the man's head. The system reported that the third level of basic blocking was being applied. The player to whom this skill was directed did not receive influence from other skills, and the skills of the object who used it remained active. The man turned over the cards. It was a Tortuga dealer named Pedro. Jin-Hyuk pressed his hands to his face. Looking at him, Pedro thought that he had already lost $500,000 to him and losing more would be dangerous. But he was determined to win. An employee of the establishment moved a stack of chips and said that he was raising the bets. The main character closed his eyes and twirled the chip in his fingers. He pushed the stack of chips forward. Jin-Hyuk smiled. People watched his game with excitement and assumed that about $5 million were at stake. The guy's eyes turned purple and asked if everything was okay because it was a big amount. Pedro smiled and said that the dealer is always confident. The main character looked at the glass and asked which guild controls this establishment. The man replied that the guild is the cleaners. The man closed his eyes and thought why Jin-Hyuk had been silent all the time before, and now he started asking so many questions. Pedro waved his hand in fear when the main character asked if he could ask so many questions. The dealer said that he must answer all the visitors' questions. The man frowned and suggested that this player had the skill of reading minds. He put the cards on the table and thought it didn't matter. Pedro waved his hand and thought that Jin-Hyuk would not be able to do anything if he changed the cards at the moment of revealing. The system reported that the sleight of hand skill was being used. There were 2 jacks on the table. The dealer's eyes widened in surprise. He could not understand how this happened. Jin-Hyuk smiled. Pedro didn't understand how this was possible because he used the skill and changed the cards. The main character showed his cards and said that he won thanks to this pair of kings. He imagined a red hexagon and thought that the new skill, Greedy Gaze, which allowed him to read minds, was a good ability. Jin-Hyuk held out his hands to the chips and said that he was taking them. Someone was running towards them. Men in black suits surrounded the table. The man in the red shirt said that he did not know thanks to what skills he received such a win, but he would have to follow them. The main character was indignant at the way they treated visitors. The red-haired man frowned and said that they do not call those who take such winnings visitors. Jin-Hyuk smiled. The man opened his mouth and ordered his subordinates to take the guy into the room. Blood began to flow from the man's nose. The main character clenched his fingers into a fist and said that he remembered the words he heard at the entrance. He raised his hand to strike and said that those who are beaten like this are fools. Jin-Hyuk dodged the shots. A man with glasses shot him with a pistol. The hero dodged and stabbed him into the ground with one blow. The bar continued its work. Someone shouted for the hero to smash them all. The girl pulled out a glass of drink and asked what the drink was called, while flames rose and explosions thundered behind her. The bartender said that this drink is called the drink of fire. The girl looked at the pink drink. The bartender said that this drink expresses the emerging passionate love between their lovers. The girl frowned. Everything was on fire behind her. She said in a half-whisper ardent love. She closed her eyes, took a sip of the drink and said that all this was nonsense. The men looked nervously at the beating of people and asked if the guild leadership had arrived, but they were supposed to arrive only in 30 minutes. The red-haired guy frowned angrily. Cold sweat flowed down his face. He realized that something had gone wrong, although they were in a criminal area. The hero beat the employees with a smile. The guy looked at him and noted that even here it is difficult to find such an unstoppable fighter. The guy with the phone ran up to him, said that they had problems here and offered to look. The manager asked what was so important here. He kept his eyes glued to the phone screen. It contained a photo of a hero. He was informed that he had recently received an S rank in Korea. It was the player Jin-Hyuk. The manager looked ahead anxiously, thinking that even in America there are about 20 representatives of this rank, and now one of them is right in front of him. He imagined a city on fire and a crazy hero above him and thought that if the hero continued to rage, he would simply destroy the casino. All the men froze. Someone asked everyone to stop. The manager unbuttoned his jacket. He sat down on his knees, still wearing only his shirt, and asked for forgiveness for not recognizing the hero and acting tactlessly. He asked for forgiveness again this time. Jin-Hyuk bit his lip nervously and asked why the manager was suddenly apologizing. He asked if the guy really thought that it was in vain to contact him after learning his rank. The guy crawled closer to the hero and said in a trembling voice what he meant. The hero interrupted and said that this was all absurd. He leaned towards the guy with a malicious smile and asked if this place wasn't like this originally. He clarified that the one who is beaten is the fool. The hero began to bend his fingers. He said that he made a bet, won the average amount, but they intervened and then caused moral damage, so if you count everything. The guy looked in horror at the hero, who said that $10 million would be enough for him. Jin-hyuk grabbed the manager by the collar and otherwise ordered the establishment to close. After a while, the hero looked at his bank account with 10 million on the balance. He thought that this amount would be enough to get the desired item at auction. He leaned against the wall, cars were driving along the road behind him. He reminded himself that it would soon be their turn. The car stopped next to the hero. The window rolled down. A man in a jacket was sitting behind the wheel. He clarified which hero the guest was and said that they would take him to the auction hall. The car rushed forward at high speed. The hero sat in the back seat and looked out the window. He couldn't see what was outside, which meant that the auction location was being hidden. The car was approaching the mansion. The hero was full of anticipation. The hero stood in front of the open gates of an expensive mansion. They wished him a good time. The hero's pendant began to smoke red. He asked if the hero had forgotten his promise. The guy asked to wait because he was going to an inconspicuous place on purpose. The demon began to hurry the hero, but he nervously asked him not to be capricious. Alice incarnated into a human body. She was wearing a white shirt, smiled and said that she liked being outside. The hero smiled and asked if she really liked it that much. The girl said yes, and this place is suitable for someone as noble as her. The heroes began to rise. Alice asked if they were going to the auction now. The hero asked not to attract much attention to himself and the girl asked why. There were a lot of people inside the mansion. The hero noted that there were too many eyes here. The hero walked and looked around. He had already participated 175 times. He participates every year. But now he was more worried than usual. He was interested in objects related to the tower. People drank wine and smiled at each other in anticipation of the start, and according to rumors, this time the heart of an ichthyosaur will be presented at the auction, which was made possible thanks to the appearance of the tower. Thanks to magical energy, many lost ancient jewels are being revived again. People were all waiting and wanted to at least take a look. Alice felt a foul odor. She grabbed her nose, which surprised the hero. An unknown man with a cane decorated with a skull approached the hero. An ominous smell emanated from him. An old man in black clothes appeared in front of them. He called himself Julius Cedric and said that he was the teacher of the worthless fool behind him. The hero looked at the gloomy blonde, seeing that he had been given a good treatment, because he returned without results and elixir. The hero used a greedy gaze. He looked at the smiling old man covered in a purple aura. A window of characteristics of this person appears. As the hero expected, the man had amazing abilities, necromancy, and his abilities were perfectly combined. With minimal mana expenditure, he could use a lot of magic, so everyone wants to get this skill. The conditions for copying were learning dark magic from the old man and receiving an A+ grade in order to be able to copy his skill. Jin-hyuk frowned, thinking that the system was clearly going crazy. He realized that the old man needed to be shaken up. He smiled and said that thanks to his student he received a rare thing. And the flight was interesting? Cedric said thank heavens if so. He looked at the guy from under the hood and said that he had arrived specifically to re-clarify about the information that the hero possesses. The hero asked about the unknown and Cedric agreed, saying that for them he was a big problem. The hero smiled and walked forward, noting how straightforward the old man was. He said that they were now in such a wonderful place, so he suggested discussing this another time. Cedric blocked the hero's path with his cane. His eyes glowed purple as he expressed his regret that there wouldn't be another time and he needed to deal with it as soon as possible. Jin-hyuk waved the cane away. His eyes glowed yellow. He pointed at himself and said that he had missed the moment when this became his concern. He and Alice went ahead. She stuck out her tongue. The blonde was terribly angry, calling him a bastard. Cedric put his hand on his shoulder with a smile and asked him to leave him, saying that there were still ways. Jin-hyuk was annoyed, but Alice was amused and said that smelly people annoy her. She suggested getting rid of them. Jin-hyuk asked her to leave them as there is no need to make a fuss here. They went out into a large hall where people were already sitting in their places. The guy said that he would just buy the desired item and that's all. The host on stage drew the attention of the ladies and gentlemen to himself. He said that everyone had been waiting for this for a very long time. The hero decided to hurry. The presenter raised the gavel up and said that they were starting the 175th black market auction. The screen showed a smoking meteorite that fell into Arizona, USA. The hero kept his hands in his pocket, thinking that this stone was now emitting strong magic after the tower appeared. The man pointed to the crowd and said they were starting at $100,000. The heroes sat down in their places. People began to inflate the price, and other, higher prices began to outbid them. Jin-hyuk smiled. At the moment there was no craftsman who could process the meteorite, so this item cannot be used in any way. Now there was an opportunity to buy it cheap. Jin-hyuk raised the sign with a smile. The host hummed approvingly and asked if anyone was ready to beat this amount. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that he bought a meteorite for pennies. Someone held up a sign and said the amount was $1 million. The presenter began to sweat and began to beat his fist on the table. Jin-hyuk opened his eyes in surprise. He looked down and saw that Cedric had entered the bidding. The presenter raised his hand and said that they were starting bidding, and the new slot was a sealed catalog of mental hospitals with a price of $100,000. People started raising the price. The hero raised the sign and named the price of $300,000. Cedric raised his sign with a wicked smile and named the price at $1 million. People looked at the old man in horror, afraid of such pressure. The presenter asked if there were any more bids and hit the gavel on the stand, saying sold. Jin-Hyuk bit his lip nervously, looking at the old man, realizing that he had decided to buy everything he had his eye on. He clenched his teeth. Alice looked at the hero with slight curiosity. The hero raised the sign. The presenter offered the next lot, a relic of the Mayan civilization found in South America. The hero immediately offered $500,000. Alice looked at the hero with confusion and said that it was unreasonable, because he didn't even listen to the end, but the hero said that they had a plan. Cedric held up the table and named the price at $1 million. The host was amazed again. He asked if there were any more bets. Jin-Hyuk shouted 1.5 angrily. Cedric immediately raised his hand and named the price of $3 million. The presenter was pleased. He asked if there would be more bets. Jin-Hyuk calmly lowered his hand. The presenter asked again. Cedric smiled. The item was sold to him for $3 million. He looked the hero in the eyes. The presenter began to name the next lot. The guy and the old man immediately raised their numbers. The presenter announced that he sold the item to an elderly gentleman for $2 million. The signs waved and the whole hall was silent. The next item sold for $3 million. The presenter loudly banged his gavel on the table. Sold for $5 million. The presenter pointed to the old man and said sold again. The next lot was also great. When Columbus discovered a new world. The student looked at the teacher and asked, how about giving in? Cedric hit the student and asked, what will happen if the guy gets what he wants? Cedric gritted his teeth and thought that they had big losses, but they would have enough funds. He decided that they would get whatever he set his sights on. They will definitely exchange it for information about the unknown, and they will definitely exchange it for information about the unknown. A chessboard appeared on the screen. The presenter said that the next lot was for real connoisseurs. He showed the first chessboard. The hero was silent with displeasure. The people around did not appreciate the trinket. They were indignant that even the figures were not attached to it. Some people wanted to bury the money on the heart of the ichthyosaur. Alice looked at the hero. He raised the board and named the price at $50,000. The presenter accepted the information and announced a new price. Cedric doubled his bet. Arguments echoed throughout the room as the stakes grew inexorably. The hero, covered in sweat, has already named the price of $1 million. Cedric drooled and indicated the price at $8 million. The hero sat down. People were in shock discussing the patient who took some kind of board for $8 million. The hero, all embarrassed, raised the sign and named the price of $10 million. The old man smiled. He could not contain the gushing energy, and like a madman he named the price at $30 million. He looked at the hero with a smile, saying that $10 million was his limit, and he found what he really needed. He threatened with his fist and shouted that if he wanted to get this thing, he would have to agree to his terms. The stunned presenter asked who wants to offer even more. The hero hid his displeased face behind his hand. He understood how much Cedric had spent and was surprised that he still had something left. It exceeded his expectations. He leaned forward, thinking that he needed a new plan. The presenter said that lot number 56, the very first chessboard, was being purchased by an elderly gentleman for $30 million. Alice stood up, folded her arms across her chest and named the price at $100 million. The old man, without expecting it, opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't understand why the hero needed some kind of board worth $100 million. He looked at Alice and the hero, not understanding who this little guy was. Cold sweat was running down his face. He had spent more than $70 million on all sorts of rubbish, and if he stopped now, it would be a complete failure. He shook his head and named the price at $110 million. But Alice immediately named a new price of $200 million. Cedric pointed his finger at her. She became covered in red energy. He said not to cross the line and asked if she really had $200 million. The presenter excitedly raised his hand and asked the girl to show her a certificate of her account balance. Alice began to cast a magic ball. A huge pile of gold appeared under her. The girl asked if this was enough. One man ran up with a special device and checked the gold crown for authenticity. He said the crown alone was worth more than $500 million. The old man looked at the girl in surprise. She winked at him slyly while the old man suggested that she was not an ordinary person. In this couple, Jin-Hyuk began to confuse him even more for keeping such a mysterious girl next to him. The old man frowned. Perhaps he had an opponent who would be more problematic than the unknown. He stood up and said that the situation had changed. He said that they were moving on to Plan B. The student smiled wickedly. His eyes glowed green and he said he had been waiting for this. The presenter smiled. The girl in a mask carried a chessboard in a glass box. Alice, uninterested, asked to hand the board over to the hero. She calmly looked at the mountain of gold and said that she was going to sort out all this rubbish anyway, and more importantly, she can't stand to see how these fools are looking high at her contractor. The hero exhaled, looked at the girl and thought that she knew how to speak words worthy of praise. There was an explosion behind the hero. Everyone began to take cover from the flying debris. The roof over people's heads began to crumble and fall. Auction employees began escorting people out. People ran in panic and pushed each other. The blade of the sword waved. Someone asked, where are people in such a hurry? The student, enjoying himself, killed one person after another. He called people victims who he needed as raw materials. Alex used melt magic. A magical rune appeared above his hand. The floor under people's feet began to crack and emit light. People's skin turned gray. One man grabbed his head and said that it was torn. People fell to the ground. The little boy was crying and calling for help. The hero was covered in energy here. He looked at Alex and said that he was crossing all boundaries. He called him a psychopath. The souls of people left their bodies, flying out like green smoke from their withered bodies. A bloodthirsty monster appeared. The hero prepared for battle, calling his opponent an abomination. Two more monsters appeared in front of Alex. Alex said that they were beautiful. The hero gritted his teeth and stood in a fighting stance. Alex said that this was expected of an S rank. He smiled and said that he remembered very well how the hero insulted him on the plane. After the order to eliminate, the monsters ran to attack. The guy said that he no longer needed to hold back. Jin-hyuk calmly looked at the approaching monster. A bloodthirsty hand was approaching his face. There was a flash and stones flew in different directions. The hero jumped to the side. Two monsters stood in front of him. Alex called the hero agile. The monsters were slowly approaching. Alex asked where that little rich girl ran off to. A sword began to appear in the hero's hand. He said that she didn't like these nasty guys, so she ran away a long time ago. He noted to himself that her body had disincarnated, since it would need all the magical energy. The damage will gradually stack. Jin-hyuk frowned. Monsters, covered in flames, ran to attack the hero. He understood that there was no point in wasting time and decided to end the fight as soon as possible. He took off. The sword graveyard has activated. The hero ended up behind the monsters, inflicting a bunch of cuts on them. The monsters disappeared in two black flashes. Alex looked at the hero in admiration and said how amazing it was. He couldn't even keep track of the hero, but another soul moved from the corpse into Alex's rune. He said that it's nice when the amount of resources exceeds expectations. He waved his hands. New monsters appeared. He said that everything was becoming nice and simple. The hero turned around. The two killed monsters had regenerated. He thought that Alex wanted to exhaust him and prolong the battle. Monsters surrounded the hero. They were fueled by the forces of people and therefore remained in the ranks while the enemy was running out of mana. This is their standard tactic. Alex smiled madly. This is how necromancers fight. Jin-hyuk dodged the blow and grabbed the dagger. He raised his hand to attack the blow and he slid back, asking if this was all Alex's trump cards. He pointed a glowing blade at Alex and said that he would burn them before they recovered. He used daylight. The outbreak consumed the monsters. Alex covered himself, annoyingly noting that he was using that skill again. But he had already analyzed his technique by watching a video from the tournament. A wall of darkness and huge bloodthirsty eyes appeared behind Alex. He realized that he needed to attack before the rays of light united. Alex watched as the rays of light incinerated the monsters. He asked why they weren't moving. The monster's legs were covered with ice. Steam poured out of the hero's mouth, and his fingertips were covered with ice. Alex opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that the hero had hidden the ice skill with a flash so that he could not see anything. "Leave me alone." A cold flash appeared. A deadly beam hit Alex from it. A powerful light came from the mansion. It became as bright as day. Alex was lying on the floor. He looked at the hero, saying that this was impossible. He looked at the bloody scraps that were left of his cuties. The hero came up from behind and said that the cuties were a little blown away. Alex waved his hand, but a beam of ice hit him. The hero waved his dagger, and a light flashed in front of his face. Alex jumped out of the cloud of smoke. He was sweating. He realized that he had lost, but he had a huge advantage. He decided to quickly run and find a teacher. An invisible blade pierced his body, and a knife blade protruded from his stomach. Alex began to fall to the ground. The hero was hiding in the smoke. He stood in a throwing stance and smiled. He approached the wounded Alex and said that he had created chaos and asked if he was really going to run away. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth. The hero grabbed the handle of the knife. He said that he would tell Alex how he would die. Blood sprayed from the guy's mouth. Jin-hyuk said that for the next half hour, blood would accumulate in his lungs, and when they were filled with blood, the guy would begin to choke. The hero's eyes burned. He said that in the first place, perhaps death by fire, but suffocation is no less painful. He said what he thinks. What can make sure a guy doesn't suffer for too long? He showed a bottle of elixir and said that if he tells about the main association, Alex decided that he could survive. Anu smiled and grabbed the hero's leg. He couldn't speak because he was choking. He clenched his teeth. Blood seeped through them. He decided that he could write in blood. Jin-hyuk stepped on his hand. He smiled and said that if the guy can't talk, then nothing can be done. Alex realized that he was not going to listen to him. The hero put his hand in his pocket and said that he didn't need it now. He threw something to the guy and offered to take it away. Alex's business card fell into a pool of blood. The hero asked to do a favor. He turned around and walked in the other direction, asking the guy to die as long and painfully as possible. The entire auction hall was in ruins. Something caught the guy's attention. He saw a safe created by Michelangelo in the heart of an ichthyosaur. With this combination, he can create a subspace for items. He combined both artifacts. He clenched his hands and pulled out his tongue from effort. The system reported that the hero had successfully created a huge subspace for 5 tons of inventory. The hero twitched. Someone turned to him. The leader behind him smiled and thanked him for saving them. The boy pressed himself close to the leader and said thank you to the guy. He thought that he would have to pay for these items. He frowned and said that he didn't take the items for nothing, but the host said that everything was fine. Jin-hyuk looked questioningly. The presenter smiled and said that he lost consciousness, and then he saw the hero and he saved their lives. He hugged his only son. He said that he had never even thought of informing on the hero. Jin-hyuk was silent in surprise. This was the first time for him. He closed his eyes, smiled and walked away, noting that this was not a bad feeling. 3rd floor of the Tower of Challenges, Cathedral of Hate. The door opened leading into the corridor. The girl covered herself from the arrows with the tabletop. She threw it aside. She asked why they put up so much protection. She slouched and said that you have to go through this every time. A man with glasses stood behind her and asked her to stop complaining, as he was in a bad mood because of Alex. Melina turned around with displeasure. She put the snake dagger to his neck and asked if she should really worry about his bad mood. He replied that if she did not want to die, she would have to. Someone appeared in front of the couple and asked them to stop. There was an inverted cross on his robe, and the man in the plague doctor mask said that he couldn't even believe that they had survived together for more than 10 years. The couple turned away from the unknown. He asked why they are always like cats and dogs. They sat down on different benches. The unknown person said that the reason he called them was the appearance of a new character who required special attention. It was about a hero. Melina waved her hand and said that he probably played before too, but that does not mean that he is stronger than other rankers. The unknown man turned around and asked the girl to be vigilant. Perhaps he had already risen above them. Melina said that those who rose to 20 are considered covered. She did not think that he could. The man said that he also thought that they shouldn't have done that. He looked at the unknown person and said that they had chosen the unpopular virtual reality, the Tower of Tests, to hide from the surveillance of the international police, and therefore they knew the tower well. Melina said that others simply had no need to bother themselves like that. She leaned back and said that perhaps the hero was playing this heartless game out of idleness. She looked at the chandelier and said that only a sick person could try to get into this game. The unknown man was silent. The couple did not take his words seriously, but at least they understand each other. He understood that the hero should not be underestimated. His eyes flashed red as he knew he needed to eliminate the threat. He ordered to keep an eye on Kedrick. He disappeared and asked to be told that this was not a fiasco. Melina smiled and called the unknown man a troubled old man. It was a sunny day. Yewa swung her leg. Teeman was on the defensive. He managed to block, but the blow was too strong. The guy's defense fell off. He fell to the ground. Yangwa asked if he was okay. He raised a trembling thumb. They washed up after training. Teeman called Nuna over to him. He pointed to the screen. An unknown person was depicted there. He said that he was not so simple. Yewa sat next to him on the sofa and said that he might be bluffing like the others. Teeman said there was something special about him. They looked at the stream. Yangwa asked, is there really an unknown person standing in the Tree Man Temple in the boss room of the 3rd floor? Teeman said that this place was very popular, and if you answer 3 questions from the Tree Man, he will give you a skill item as a reward. Teeman tensed. He said that the problem is the complexity of the questions that the tree asks. An unknown person stood in front of a tree with a human face. An unknown person was commenting in the chat. The tree smiled and said that it had not had visitors for a long time. It asked if he had come to solve its riddles. The unknown person put his hands in his pocket and asked to ask the most interesting questions. The tree frowned and said if a person guessed 3 riddles, then it would give him a leaf that he would choose. Wooden legs appeared. It said that if a person even makes a mistake. The unknown man was surrounded by several wooden giants. The tree said that otherwise it would punish the hero. It announced the first question. It introduced the sea dragon and asked what is the optimal depth and temperature for a Kellhorn to live in seawater. Teeman and Yewa looked at the screen in confusion, asking who could know the answer to such difficult questions. The unknown person raised his hand and said that the depth was 175 meters and the temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yanhwa and Timon froze. The tree opened its mouth wide in surprise. The unknown person suggested asking the next question. The tree said that it had not yet answered whether the answer was correct or not, but the man said that he knew that the answer was correct and therefore suggested asking the next question. The tree frowned and said that the next question was not an easy one. The guy and the girl watched the stream in bewilderment. The tree asked how to use Felioni's spongy body. The unknown person said that it was necessary to simmer for 5 hours the salt of the sunny desert and the holy water of a priest who had changed his profession. The tree said that this answer was correct. The unknown remained calm. The tree called the last question. The giant eagles from the heavenly plateau only mate once a year. When? The unknown person pressed the button. He pointed his finger at the tree and said that when the first snow falls in the tower. The tree smiled. It laughed and said that the answer was correct. The unknown person rubbed his nose through the mask and said that he was interested in talking about the tower. The hour was going crazy. The tree calmed down and said that it would give the man the leaf he chose. It suggested choosing red, yellow, or green. Red is a fire modifier, yellow is a defense boost. Timon smiled and said that he knows that green increases movement speed. Gewa proudly pointed to herself and said that there would be a long battle with the boss. She was interested in what the unknown would choose. She said that she would choose speed. The unknown person said that he did not need these sheets. He said that he wanted to get something else. He touched the tree and asked for the black leaf it was hiding. The tree looked at the man in fear and asked how he knew about the black leaf. The guy and the girl looked at each other, not understanding what we are talking about. The tree smiled and said that it couldn't give it to the hero, but agreed to give the hero an extra green leaf if he chose red. Wouldn't it be beneficial? The unknown man turned around and deliberately said that the great and venerable tree man said that for the correct answers he would give the leaf he wanted. He said that it would charm his teeth. He extended his hand and asked to give the black leaf under the threat of calling the tree a dishonest liar. The tree was oozing tree sap from excitement. The unknown person asked what the managers would think about this. All the leaves fell off the tree. The system reported that the spirit had kept its promised word and the hero was receiving a well-deserved reward. The hero received 1280 black leaves. The unknown person squeezed the piece of paper in his hand and thought that the last element of the puzzle was ready. He asked if it was time to start. He took out a lightning dagger, looked at the tree giants and said that he would deal with them first. One guy turned to the other and asked if he had heard. 2 guards stood in front of the portal and one said that the unknown person had already started a raid on the boss of the 3rd floor. The second asked, "Is it really so fast?" They told him that they could sit here and go home. There were still soldiers in front of the guards. The guard asked if there was any point in protecting the entrance. "Will someone come?" "Only crazy." The second guard said that they were ordered, so they are on defense. He ordered them to do what they say. The guy smiled and said that they had a plan of action, and if he bothered too much, nothing would work out. The soldiers in front of the guys turned into purple smoke. Their weapons fell to the floor. Black circles appeared under the guards' feet. Purple lines wrapped around the guy's legs. A man appeared. The guard was wrapped in ribbons. The unknown person ordered to absorb and conserve all the energy since they need everything and they have no time to hesitate. Zedric stood in front of the portal with his sect. Zedric said that he had already started. Leaves were flying over the temple. The unknown man turned around. Behind him a headless giant fell to the ground. Chat admired the unknown's battle. The camera followed the hero. Someone in the chat expressed skepticism. The hero said that he didn't care whether they believed it or not. He said that he already had enough problems, so he asked them not to bother them. The chat was surprised that the unknown approached them. This idea began to refute this theory, saying that the unknown would not communicate with the audience like that. The unknown man looked at the camera and said that he was telling this to them. He said that if they want to watch, then let them watch. But if they don't want to, they can leave. Many streamers curry favor with viewers to increase views. The guy looked at the phone in surprise. But if from the very beginning I come out with a concept, I do what I want. The guy smiled and asked what is he doing. Then a fandom will be formed from those who are interested in such a concept. In the chat they admired the hero's audacity. The hero walked silently towards the gate. There was a purple flash above the mountain. The hero turned around, surprised that there was someone else here. He grabbed the camera and asked to cancel the broadcast. This was not appreciated in the chat. The system reported that the broadcast was completed. A bunch of warriors ran to attack another group. The magicians put up purple runes. Warriors in armor ran to attack. Stone statues defended their positions. The evil spirits attacked the soldiers. The battle has begun. The hero watched what was happening from the cliff. It seemed to him that the sides were equal. The evil spirits destroyed the stone soldiers. The hero assumed that their side was stronger. The sorcerers put out runes. They shouted that the blow was aimed at them. Someone hit one sorcerer in the shoulder. The sorcerers saw fragments flying at them. They began to demand that the shields be turned around. The fragments began to bounce off the magic discs. The sorcerers could not understand where the attack was coming from. they saw a masked man behind the stone army. The sorcerer ordered the undead to eliminate the masked man. Skeleton archers began to shoot at the hero. The hero began to hide behind the stone soldiers. He put out his hand, rays of light swirled in it. He used the protection of heaven. A flash of light illuminated the undead. The sorcerers looked at how the undead suffered from the blow. They realized that they could not control it because of the holy skill. They decided that they needed to concentrate on controlling thoughts. A huge warrior in a horned helmet began to attack the sorcerers. One of the subordinates shouted to the master that Team 3 had been destroyed. Zedric clenched his teeth and said that he could see it that way. The unknown ran forward. He thought that there were 4 teams created to effectively control the undead. He presented the battle plan. One of the teams was destroyed. If you destroy the first one and break the network, then control is completely destroyed. A fiery flash appeared next to the hero. He attracted attention. He attacked the stone golem, asking if he could really catch it at that speed. The fighting statue of the Moe ran after the hero. The sorcerer pointed to a huge approaching head and said that the enemy was coming in their direction. He was ordered to stop him. The unknown person found himself behind the sorcerers. Moe jumped. The sorcerers looked in shock at the approaching death. The statue stuck into the ground with a roar. The sorcerer shouted to the master that the first team was destroyed, and if this continues, they will be surrounded. Zedric said that he knows all this. He shouted furiously and asked what kind of enemy they were facing. He said that he throws ash into the cooked rice porridge every time. He held out his staff and began to activate the Pyramid Guardian. They shouted to him that if he used this skill, he would have no mana left to attack the boss, but he ordered him to shut up. His eyes glowed and he said that he would concentrate all his power and kill him. He ordered to wake up. Ghosts and bandages began to appear around the necromancer. These were the guardians. Exhausted, Zedric fell to the ground. They asked him if he was okay. The old man replied that he was a little overtired. He turned around and ordered to come closer. He grabbed the sorcerer. He looked in horror as the master's hand began to suck out his life. In an instant he withered away. Zedric regained his strength and said that if the guy twitches, the pain will only get worse. The unknown dodged the attacks, noticing how Zedric absorbed his own comrade. All that was left of the assistant was hollow clothing. Zedric's eyes glowed red. He asked how long the hero had been waiting for him. He stood in the middle of the army of guardians and smiled madly. He suggested that the fun begin. The guardians rushed to attack. Zedric screamed and asked the unknown how he liked his strongest army. The guardian extended his hand and the bandages, like snakes, stretched forward. Zedric said that it was his mummy soldiers who were free to use bandages as strong as steel. The bandages easily destroyed the stone soldiers. Zedric shouted that the undead could not be stronger. The hero dodged the soldiers' fragments and bandages. The necromancer shouted that he had to hold them back for the battle with the boss of the 3rd floor, but if he killed the unknown, then the game was worth the candle. Zedric began waving his staff, stuck out his tongue like mad, and asked the hero to die as quickly as possible. The two watched the intense battle from the sidelines. Melina and her partner said that the eccentric in the mask was amazing and she had not seen Zedric give all his best for a long time. The guy said that his plan to destroy the bases was, of course, good, but the fact that he didn't leave after that was stupid. He said that Zedric had miscalculated the balance of forces and paid for it. The steel giant swung his sword. The guy said that after seeing the skeletons and death knights, he thought he could handle it. Zedric burst into laughter. The guy noticed that he had quite a few problematic abilities. The guy touched the glasses and said that there was no point in interfering with them. Melina turned around. She looked at the powerful explosion. The unknown man dodged his enemies, destroying one after another. He was serious. He recalled that time, that experience. He remembered the old man who said that the hero's sword is strong and sharp, but he is very tense and his mistake is the dissipation of strength. He took the rope and offered to look at it. The old man smiled and said that a true master is able to deliver a good blow using a minimum of force. He waved. The rope shattered into pieces. He asked to imagine that it was moving freely, like the wind. It was responsive and pliable, impermanent. He waved, saying that at the right moment. The hero looked in surprise at the master, who said that at one moment you released the energy of her movement. The master smiled and asked if he wanted to learn his spiritual sword art, Shuhangamu. The system reported that part of the spiritual art skill had been restored and could now be reproduced. Something dug through the earth in an arc. The bandages began to be pulled off the mummy's face. The hero attacked with a dagger. The system reported that the understanding of the Chuhangamu sword spiritual art skill was growing rapidly. Zedric began to cover himself from the pressure of energy. He looked at the hero in confusion, thinking that the whirlwind from his spiritual art was so powerful that it attracted everything around him. A tornado of energy began to form, sucking everything inside itself. The hero frowned. He used the 5th type of sword dance, soul destruction. The entire battlefield lit up brightly and began to collapse. Zedric was able to stay on his feet, but all his mummies were scattered in different directions. Double shield activated. Zedric covered himself with a shield from the attack. He knitted his eyebrows, thinking that only 6 months had passed since their world had changed. He asked where he got such strength from. The skull on the staff began to crack, and a moment later it burst, spewing out energy. Cedric was thrown to the side and screamed. The tornado went out, leaving only twilight. The necromancer lay among the debris and bodies. He looked ahead and realized that he needed to run. He realized that he could not win this fight. He looked at the pile of bodies around and the approaching army and began to ask to protect himself and delay the enemy. He shouted that this was an order. A hero approached him from behind and said that the apple does not fall far from the tree. He compared him with his student. Cedric turned around in horror. The hero said that he first boasts of his advantage, and when he realizes that he needs to run, he immediately runs. Cedric called the hero a bastard. He realized that the unknown was Jin Hyuk. The hero asked to say hello to his student. The necromancer's pupils shrank in fear. He screamed, covered in fire. The old man was completely covered in flames. The hero asked him to tell him that he was worried that he would be bored alone and that's why he sent him. Jin Hyuk silently looked at the burning body. Energy began to flow out of the undead. The sorcerers began to look at the crumbling call. They were surrounded by stone soldiers. While the crowd was being beaten, the deified skeleton of Cedric was already lying behind them. It was not easy to use soul destruction at this level. The hero walked down the stairs of the temple, suggesting that he was even overtired. The system reported that the hero purchased a solution for replenishing medium-level mana, 4 pieces. He held 4 flasks in his hands. He understood that if he didn't come here now, everything would be at a loss to him. He used all 4 vials and told himself that he needed to wait a little longer. He approached the shield, surprised that it had flown all the way here, and remembered that he used to love shields. He threw it on his back, starting to feel nostalgic. He took the shield in his hand, got into a fighting stance. He looked at the stone soldiers. The giants began to advance. Temple Guard, Lord of the 4 Principles. The hero stood in front of 4 giants. The giants attacked the hero. He began to repel attacks with a shield, saying that he liked their silence. He began to accelerate, dodging blows. He began to make cuts on the giants. He asked them to spit out the key already, as he was tired. The giants with evil faces continued to attack. One of them has already fallen to the ground. Jin Hyuk grabbed the shield with both hands and asked if they had such a pattern. The giant held a golden bud in his hands. He used the pagoda of knowledge. At the end of the golden bud was a key. The giant squeezed the flower. It shone with green energy. The system reported that the key leading to the main hall was responsive. The hero's mask began to disappear. The entity behind the gate responded to the call. A huge orange flower appeared above the giant. The hero frowned, realizing that the enemy had decided to act for sure. The flower was shining. Golden hands appeared. A golden sage appeared with a bunch of hands. The Bodhisattva appeared. He looked at the destroyed giants and said that he had not been summoned for a long time. He smiled and said that he didn't think there would be a person among the visitors who would pose a threat enough to use the key. The hero lowered his hands and said that he would only destroy the boss of this floor. The deity smiled and called the man interesting. He said he was not sure about the rest but acknowledged the man's bravery. The hero jumped back and said that he wanted to finish everything quickly since he was terribly tired. The deity said that he would like to continue the conversation. The hero jumped. He covered himself with a shield and said that chatting with statues was such fun. Spears appeared in the hands of the statue. He said that every moment of life is a gift. He called the hero a stupid child. He swung a bunch of arms and ordered the hero to enjoy it while he could. He said when death comes, he will miss this moment. The hero frowned. The statue smiled. There was a green flash. The hero fought off a powerful green beam with his shield, which began to crumble the ground. The shield began to crack. He bent down, thinking that the attack was so powerful that when he simply blocked the blows, it seemed to him that his body was crumbling. He ordered himself to endure. He will only have one chance. The statue smiled and said that the hero was able to withstand sound attacks. A bunch of hands attacked the hero. The hero took a stance and began to cover himself in cold steam using ice creations. Huge ice growths appeared in front of him. A moment later they collapsed. The statue's spears easily destroyed the hero's defense. The statue frowned and called the hero a boy. He frowned, saying that he was using Western magic. He swung with both hands, and he caught the shield with one hand. He smiled, saying what pathetic tricks he uses. Suddenly a black flash appeared in front of him. The hero remained in the throwing stance, looking at the statue's displeasure. The statue's hand was pierced by the hero's dagger. He said that poison did not affect him. The hero clenched his red fist and said that it was called blood energy and said that if you wound once, you could deal damage continuously. The statue tore off its own hand and said that it did not matter, and such a trick would not work twice. The hand fell to the ground with a crash. The statue asked what the hero would do, because he only took away one hand. The hero leaned on his hand and said that he was right and one would not be enough, and he said that he knew that he did not use the same method twice. He pulled the pearl from the statue's hand and said that he had received exactly what he needed. The statue frowned, realizing that the hero had been aiming for the hand with the gem from the very beginning. The hero began to combine the artifacts and told the deity to blame himself for giving away one of his hands so easily. The grimoire and the pearl began to unite. The golden dawn of S-rank Lemigeddon has appeared, allowing one to learn magical abilities. The hero used a greedy gaze. He began to study the characteristics of the statue, but could not see anything except the name. The deity bowed its head in disappointment. The conditions for copying were as follows. It was necessary to infuriate the opponent within 5 minutes using ice magic, and to fulfill the conditions, suitable music and attire were needed. The hero froze in bewilderment in front of the system window. He didn't want to believe what he saw in front of him. He thought that the system was going more and more crazy. He pressed something and was glad that he could do it. The statue asked what he was doing. The hero ordered the gramophone to appear and said that the conditions are strange, but he cannot give up. He said that if he takes the lower 25 floors, then he can only get the mandala here. The deity got angry and asked what the boy was doing. Music started playing. The hero rubbed his head and asked not to ask anything else from now on. He created a woman's wig for himself. He said that he was also not happy with what was happening. The veins on the face of the statue bulged. He asked what the hero, in the name of the saint, was doing. The music was gaining momentum. The statue furrowed its brows. He screamed and raised his hand to attack, asking if he was going to play jokes in front of him. Avalokiteshvara activated the mandala skill. Weapons began to appear in his hands. He began to attack and told me to feel the pain that follows a millionth samsara. The hero waved the book. A huge wall of ice appeared. The statue began to attack the hero's defense. The hero stood calmly. Shards of ice flew past him. He said that he was getting an excellent result. The deity looked angrily at the hero. 1,000 attacks hit blocks of ice. Melina and her partner watched from the side. Melina said that she couldn't believe that the hero's ice magic had reached such a level. They were lying on the slope of a cliff. Melina asked what kind of wig the hero had. The guy stood up, noting that his actions could not be predicted. The unknown defeated Zedric and is now fighting with the 1,000-armed statue. Avalokiteshvara's strength is great and can hardly be dealt with. Even after reaching the 10th floor, she is called the second boss of the 3rd floor. The guy looked at the hero, appreciating the hero's strength, noting that he went beyond the capabilities of people. Melina looked at her friend and asked if the two of them could handle it if they attacked. The guy said that it would be difficult. The girl turned around and offered to retreat. She said that they could not cope unless they received support from management. Lichao said that they could not leave because then their place in the hierarchy, which they so stubbornly defended, would be at risk. Melina asked what to do then. Is he really going to die for the position? The coin appeared between the guy's finger and he said it was time for this. Melina smiled. A purple flash appeared on the hill. The hero turned around, noting that the mains had not only sent Zedric. He continued to dodge the statue's attacks. He closed his eyes. The statue attacked and said not to dare turn away from it. The hero sat down. His hand caught fire. He used the element of fire and apologized to the statue. The grimoire flipped through the pages on its own. He straightened his hair so he couldn't concentrate. Ice creation activated. A pile of ice shards rushed towards the statue. The hero said that thanks to him he even worries. The statue screamed furiously and attacked again. The hero used ice magic. The ice blocked every attack from the statue. The statue called the hero a fool. The barrier trap was activated and the green dome covered the statue and the hero. The deity waved one of his hands and asked if the hero could really only defend himself. She asked where the confidence went. The statue jumped and attacked again. The blows began to ricochet off the dome. The hero fell into a trap from a pile of golden cuts. He used ice magic again. He covered himself with an ice dome. The statue watched as a bunch of cuts ricocheted inside the dome. He squeezed the dome and said that it was useless to resist. He took advantage of disfavor. Huge palms appeared around the dome. The system reported that Avalokiteshvara activated the divine spear. The statue swung over the dome. The dome burst and blocks of ice flew in all directions. The hero took off. The statue smiled. Suddenly he looked forward in surprise. The hero asked if the same attacks wouldn't work twice. He looked down. The hero was running at his feet and said that they were going through quite well. He stood in a throwing pose. The statue looked angrily at the blocks of ice that appeared at his feet. He was completely covered in ice and screamed. The hero slipped back and asked if he knew how offended he was. The statue was writhing in rage, locked in an icy prison. The hero asked why someone who has achieved nirvana through self-improvement is so prejudiced. The hero reached out to the wall of ice. An installation of the middle finger appeared next to him. Jinhak said that for compulsive disorders, there is nothing better than shock therapy. The statue's face expressed fury. He shouted that he would send the man to endless suffering in Abysai. He said that he would make the hero reborn into an insect thousands and millions of times. The system reported that the copy conditions were met. The hero successfully copied Mandel's ability, which is capable of imbuing weapons with special powers. The hero took off his wig. Magic symbols appeared behind the hero's head like a statue. The deity clenched his teeth in fear. The hero touched the icy middle finger while the deity asked how he was able to obtain this ability. He said that it took an eternity of meditation before the mandala revealed itself to him. How could a simple man like him use it? The hero raised his hand and said that he would make sure that the potential of his skill did not go to waste. He ordered the statue to disappear. The middle finger pointed at the statue. He rushed forward into the ice prison. The statue was pierced by the middle finger. He looked in horror at his fate. There was a bright green flash. The statue was smashed into many pieces. The system reported that the hero's level has increased. Jinhyuk sat on the ruins of a 1,000-armed statue. He held the golden key in his hands and rested. The key allowed the hero to summon the third-floor boss on the third floor. He walked away from the ruins of the statue and warmed up. He said that it became more difficult than in the game. He walked past the corpse of a necromancer. He said that he was overtired. He looked at his characteristics. I scrolled through and thought that I needed to spend my stats on mana. His mana increased to 77. He warmed up, saying that next time he would need to prepare something for mana regen. Suddenly he remembered something. He still had some things to do. The test tower is a place with a special atmosphere. He introduced a bunch of monsters. As night falls, the temperature quickly drops, and the aggressiveness and strength of the monsters grows. The players ran towards the portal. As night fell, most of the players did. Someone stopped hunting and looked for a safe place. The hero lit a fire, and in front of him lay a night forest and a starry sky. He cooked food over a fire. He took a huge juicy shrimp. The mask disappeared from the hero's face. He took a bite. He smiled, thinking that this was a taste that he couldn't enjoy. He decided that next time he would need to copy the cooking skill. Someone made a noise among the bamboo. Strangers appeared and said it smelled delicious. It was Melina and Lichao. The girl said that they would also have to spend the night here. Could they stay with the hero until dawn? The hero silently looked at the unknown people. Melina smiled. The hero agreed and offered to sit down. They sat down and introduced themselves. The hero held out a bowl of food and offered a treat. Milna's mouth watered. Lichao waved, thanked the hero and said that they do not eat what strangers who hide their faces offer. The hero put the bowl on the ground, asking if the mask really bothers them. Lichao said that it is worn when there is something to hide. Jinhyuk pointed his finger and said that he could take it off if they were embarrassed. They were sitting by the same fire. The couple was surprised. Jinhyuk raised his finger up and said that he wouldn't take it off just like that. He suggested holding a game. He showed 3 fingers and said that they would be interested in learning about each other. He suggested asking 3 questions, and if they answered his questions, he would take off his mask. Lichao looked at the hero, thinking that the answer to the question does not necessarily mean the truth, because you cannot know the truth of the words. He didn't know what the hero was up to, but it certainly wasn't a disadvantage to them. He nodded to the girl. Jinhyuk gave a thumbs up. Melina tossed the coins and began to catch them. She smiled and offered to decide with a coin who to start with. She chose obverse. With the help of magic, an obverse appeared. She grabbed the coin and said that they were the first. The hero thought about barely noticeable magic. Caligula coin. Choose a target and pour magic into the coin for 5 minutes, and you can influence the mind of your opponent. Melina thought about it. She decided that if she asked the name or guild, the hero was unlikely to answer. She smiled and asked if any of his comrades were here. The hero noted that this is a practical question. He looked at the couple and said that he came here alone. He said that now it was his turn to ask questions. He said they were hunting the boss and asked why they were only watching. It was clear that he was fighting. Melina smiled and said that they were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple because this place had a bad reputation and they had to be careful. She again took the coin in her fingers and asked why the masked man came to the tower. The hero straightened the coals in the fire and thought, even if the interests coincide, she wants to win him over to her side. He said that he doesn't know what he wants. He asked if he said what he needed, would they be able to fulfill his conditions. Melina played with the coin and agreed on the condition that their interests coincided because they are capable of much. Lichao smiled. Jinhyuk leaned over and said that now there will be the last question. He asked if they answer now, then he will take off his mask. The girl asked what the hero wants for the last time. Jinhyuk looked at the fire and said the last thing he was interested in was. He pointed a stick at the couple and asked if the main association really thought that the 2 of them were enough to resist him. Melina smiled and said that everything was as she thought. They stood up. She said that he knew their true colors, and they saw with their own eyes how strong he was, because he alone dealt with Avalokiteshvara. The hero continued to sit. He was asked if he was still overtired. They realized that he was very weak. She raised her hand and said that 2 of them would be enough. She pointed a coin filled with magic at the hero. They looked at each other silently. Melina looked at the coin in surprise and asked why it didn't work. Lichao asked what the girl was doing. The hero took the bowl of shrimp and said that the Caligula coin was fine. A purple scale appeared behind the couple. The hero said that she couldn't use it now. The judgment of Anubis was used, which reduced stats by 50% and blocked abilities for a minute. Lichao shouted that they had been discovered. He demanded that the girl use the skill. Melina said that not one skill works. Jinhak placed the bowl on the altar, saying that the couple was so confused. The system reported that the temple gods were pleased with the offering. The system offered to select a subject to conduct the court of Anubis. The pillar with the furious face glowed blue. A great commander has been chosen by the enemy. The second pillar shone red. The afterlife commander was chosen by the enemy. Melina and Lichao looked in horror at the two stone statues they had never heard of. Guardians of the Earth, great and afterlife commanders. They were approaching the couple. Lichao remembered the shrimp sacrifice. He realized that it awakened the pillars, and it turns out that it was not a simple meal. The hero collapsed by the fire, saying that he was very tired. Deciding that it was better not to move rashly, he said that he would not be able to escape anyway. The afterlife commander used a ban on exit. A fiery barrier of totems surrounded the space. Lichao took off. He approached the resting hero, saying that if he died, they would disappear. Jinhyuk said that he asked not to move. A huge hand hung over the guy. The great commander used a warning. The blue pillar hit the ground. Lichao, with broken glasses, covered in blood, lay under a stone paw. The pillar hit the ground again. The coin fell and rolled on the ground. Melina clasped her hands, realizing that she had to run before it was too late. The commander raised his hand for a new blow, but the hero ordered to stop. He approached the girl and suggested starting a conversation. The greedy gaze was activated. The system reported an error due to a difference in levels. The hero frowned, noticing that even the luck stat did not help him this time. He looked at the corpse of Lichao, lying in the hole from the blow. Jinhak said that he hoped that this time the girl would answer the questions more sincerely. Melina asked what the hero was interested in. He looked at the girl and said that he had heard a lot about the mains, but he could not understand the motives. He said that if they do not climb the tower, all humanity will disappear. Why are they bothering the players? Melina started to speak, but someone said she couldn't. Lichao, covered in blood, crawled out of the pit and demanded that he close his mouth and not say anything. The commander swung his stone paw. Lichao shouted that she would never do anything. Melina looked at her friend in horror. The paw rose, covered in blood. Jinhak said that being true to an idea to the end is cool, but only at the right time and in the right place. Melina turned around in fear. Jinhak said that he does not leave alive those who are trying to take his life, only if she tells him the information. He will save her life. He held a purple dagger in his hands and said that if she gives him information, he will leave her alive, because information is worth a lot, but not as much as life. Melina looked at the hero in fear. She said she didn't know the real names of those sent to kill him. She introduced a man in a plague mask and said that they call them Lancelots. Melina sat on her knees and said that besides him there are 11 more people, but she is in a group of assassins and therefore does not know. A greedy gaze was activated, which confirmed Melina's words as the truth. He sat down opposite and suggested we continue. The girl said that the management said that if he collected the 12 cursed relics of the tower, then even if humanity disappeared, they would be able to survive and would receive a great reward. She looked at the hero and said that she knew nothing more about it. Melina was telling the truth. This is all that the hero could find out. Lancelot and the 12 cursed relics. The hero smiled, thinking that they were even crazier than he thought. The goal of the mains is to summon the devil. They will survive even if humanity is destroyed. It will be necessary to act, taking this information into account. He stood up and thanked the frightened girl for the necessary information, because she would be useful to him. Melina smiled and asked if she could go. The hero said no. Melina began to say in shock that the hero said that he would leave her alive if he left her alive. The hero approached her and said that he would keep his promise, but only after concluding a contract. His hand shone. Melina did not understand what he was talking about. The hero smiled and used the soul brand. He said that the contract stated that she would listen to him. Melina looked at the hero in fear, thinking that this was 100 times worse than death. However, if she can survive. Tears flowed from her eyes. It was a bright, warm morning. Jinhyuk decided to replace the broadcast of the fight with video. He removed the system window and said that he had lured people with the broadcast and said that of course they would be annoyed. He moved on. There was a temple ahead. The hero suggested starting. He smiled and held the key in his hand. He used the call. A purple beam shot out of it and something began to appear. A purple sphere shone in the air. The birds flew away in different directions out of fear. The boss of the 3rd floor answered the hero's call. A gate appeared and began to open. A stone foot stepped out of the purple portal. The stone army began to appear. A man came out with a cup of sake. He asked who dared to disturb his rest. The hero activated his greedy gaze. The system reported that the luck and adaptation stats compensated for the difference in levels. The boss of the 3rd floor appeared. The long-haired man sat on a stone throne. His name was Muhan. The system window of its characteristics opened. Copying was impossible due to the difference in levels. Muhan drank sake and said that many tried to fight against his army, but only the hero summoned him using the key. He sat on the head of a huge warrior, under which there were also many giants and warriors. It was a huge Muhan army of 100,000 souls. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked about his army. He activated the first chessboard. He extended his hand, and a projection began to appear under it. He hit the plate. The system reported that the first chessboard had opened. A huge chess field opened up under his feet. 2,851 magic chess pieces volunteered. A row of pawns appeared in front of the hero. Mukhan smiled and said that this is an interesting idea because with this method one can become a replacement for an entire army. He asked what such a little thing can do. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he wasn't finished yet. He used enhancement pills on the chess pieces. Pawns turned into knights thanks to strengthening. The knight's eyes smoked blue. Musin chuckled with interest. He hit the ground and admitted that the hero was different from those who came before. A huge chess army stood around the hero. Jin-hyuk smiled. A man was cutting a chess piece out of stone. The old man turned around and asked Yuri to prepare a few more pieces. Pak Hana nervously sought out the figurine and said that since the goal had been set, they would know how much was left, and she did not understand the task of simply making sculptures. The girl imbued the figures with magic, saying that she had no time to think. She turned around tiredly and said that they had already made more than 2,000. If Jin-hyuk didn't like it, it would be a complete end. She took the bishop piece, saying that for that matter. She looked at the box of chess pieces and said that it was a plus for them to be on his side. Jin-hyuk smiled and said, since he is recognized. He touched the figure and said that to hear recognition from someone who just sits on his third floor and hides behind the servants is bluffing. He mounted his horse, taking a spear. He said that he doesn't care, not nice. Mukhan frowned and asked again. Jin-hyuk said that Muhang defeated a couple of weak players and is now showing off, which is why he is stuck on the third floor because he does not have the ability to go higher. Muzan is covered in energy. The monsters of the test tower guard each floor and use the energy of this floor. In addition, not only the players, but they too can climb the tower and increase their strength. Mukhan laughed, calling the hero a nice fellow. He asked if he really thinks that he cannot rise above the fourth floor because he does not have enough strength. The hero calmly said that it was so because he was tied to the third floor. Muhan stood up, smiled, and said that the hero can think as he pleases. He said that it seemed like the hero's plan was to piss off his opponent. His face suddenly became angry and he said that the difference in army size and level of tactics was obvious. He said that it was simply impossible to win with the strength of a hero. First Battalion. The stone warriors put up their shields. They put out their spears and went forward. The hero looked at the approaching enemies, calculated that there were 1,000 statues in the first vanguard. He realized that the enemy wanted to see how he would react. He raised his spear up. The first chessboard skill has activated. The attack and defense of chess pieces on the field has increased by 30%. The chess warriors were beaming with energy. The hero presented a diagram of the upcoming battle. He ordered the outermost pawns to take 3 steps forward, and he ordered the first detachment to prepare for defense. The warriors moved forward. The pawns activated the shield wall. They put their weapons forward. The enemies were approaching. The hero ordered to maintain the battle formation. The shield warriors collided with each other. The soldiers stood in line angrily. The pawns were pushed back. The hero ordered everyone to fight to the death. The shield warriors were pushed back. The hero ordered to shoot. The boats began to shoot from crossbows. The arrows flew towards the shield warriors. They began to pierce the enemies. The warriors raised their shields. The elephant figures activated a wave of fire. They raised their staffs and fiery flames poured out at the enemies. The warriors held shields and fire seeped through the cracks. Burnt bodies fell to the ground. Muhan smiled. A purple mark appeared on his forehead. He said that the hero mated with the advance group in seconds, which was worthy. He ordered the 2nd and 3rd battalions to advance. He pointed with his hand. The warriors ran to attack. The horses attacked the enemy's flank. The hero presented the battle scheme. The horses activated a wedge formation, which increased damage by 200%. The hero attacked in the front row. He ordered the line to be broken through faster than lightning. They approached the enemy from the rear flank. The stone warriors turned around. The horses plunged into the enemies, tearing them apart. Muhan frowned, noting that Jin-hyuk was quite skilled at commanding an army. The hero gave orders. Muhan noted that he promptly switches to attack and defense, gives accurate and timely orders. He saw a hole in the formation. He thought it looked too delicious, like a poison treat. Muchon activated the identification of weak points. Light poured from his eyes. The system reported that if you destroy the crown, the pieces stop moving. Only the king or queen can be the crown. He watched the battlefield and realized that if he destroyed the crown, then victory would be in his hands. He laughed madly. He laughed and called the hero impudent. He kept wondering why the hero makes a mistake that even beginners do not make. He realized that this was not the case. A woman's leg appeared on the battlefield. The crown was Alice, who was watching the battle with displeasure. Muhan with a smile ordered to go forward to make a breakthrough. The hero turned around. He imagined the maneuvers of the current battle. As soon as he withdrew, the enemy targeted the center of the formation. Jin-hyuk ordered to ignore everything. He said that the enemy now has 3,000 fewer soldiers in defense. He understood everything. He attacked Muhan. He lured it by opening the center and showing the crown bait, which was a good trap. The giant raised his hand to strike. The elephants burned with fire. The giant was torn to pieces. A huge hand grabbed the giant. He swung, and he threw it far forward into the center of the chess formation. The giant roared through the center. Shrapnel flew past Alice. The giants landed very close. Alice was surrounded by enemies. Muhan smiled insidiously. He said this is the end. Alice looked around gloomily. The horses galloped forward. The huge titan praised the protagonist because he got to him with a small number of warriors. Jin-hyuk lowered his shield, saying to stop talking nonsense, because he knows that he left the passage on purpose. Mohan frowned when he learned that the protagonist knew about the trap. Lowering his hand, Mohan said that he had given the crown to Alice and made his way to him with such small forces, but he would not achieve more. Mohan enveloped himself in mana, saying that they will end this here and now. The protagonist looked at the two titans that appeared. The Bodhisattva and David began to discuss the weakness and beauty of modern people. Mohan frowned as he noticed the strangeness. He raised an eyebrow, asking the protagonist if he was crazy because of the defeat, why he was laughing in such a position. Jin-hyuk smirked as he walked forward. Events take us back to the past. Alice irritably asked Jin-hyuk if he was really going alone. He responded by asking her if she was worried about him. Alice looked at the protagonist, saying that of course she was worried about him, because Mohan was the guardian of the third floor for a reason. Jin-hyuk angered Alice by saying that it was the first time she considered someone strong, which means he was stronger than her. She immediately yelled at him, asking him how he dared to compare the Lord of the Night with these guards. Turning away, the dissatisfied girl said that she didn't care about him at all. When the protagonist asked Alice if he could leave this area to her, she looked at him arrogantly, saying that even in her current state she could easily cope. Many guards' hands rushed towards Alice. She, seeing this, waved her hand and formed bloody spears. She screamed sharply, asking them if they even knew who they were trying to kill. Her bloody spears destroyed her attackers. The spears broke off entire parts of the guards' bodies. Only a few remained untouched. But this was not for long. Alice took off, beginning to form a sphere of blood. The system notified Alice of activating a bloody explosion. Alice looked arrogantly at the guards, ordering them to die. Alice sent the sphere at the guards, creating a powerful explosion. After the explosion, she carefully stepped on the guard's corpse. Then she raised her head arrogantly, showing her superiority. A shocked Mohan screamed, asking how such a little girl could have such power. The protagonist, whose spear was enveloped in mana, said that he, thinking that he would defeat the queen, let him get closer, and this was already a mistake. The system notified the activation of Bloody Rage energy. The black leaf suddenly enveloped itself in mana, after which the system notified that the black sheet was reacting to the energy of Bloody Rage. The protagonist's spear began to flare with mana. The system notified that a new attack modifier had been received. An icon with a crack in a man's skull appeared in the air, after which a system window appeared with a description of the mind destruction skill, which caused ongoing damage from decay and disorientated the enemy. The protagonist wound up his spear to throw. A moment later he threw it at Mohan. The spear left behind a trail of mana as it rushed towards the target. Dark mana suddenly flashed in the guard's eyes. Even the Bodhisattva did not escape this. David glanced at the Bodhisattva, who began to tell him that he did not like him in the first place. With a cry, the three-faced demon sharply attacked David. David, whose face was crumbled, was shocked. The Mohan army started fighting each other. Small warriors even killed generals, and the Bodhisattva continued to beat David. Mohan clutched his head in horror, not believing that his entire army was destroyed by one man. The protagonist's call made Mohan look at him in horror. Jin-hyuk grinned and told Mohan not to be nervous, otherwise he looked too pitiful. The system notified that ice creation had been activated. A wall of ice formed behind one of the generals. A nervous Mohan called the ice nonsense. Jin-hyuk began to form a bow out of ice, asking the floor guard if he was going to escape from certain defeat. Mohan rushed to run and ordered his soldiers to stop the protagonist. One of his generals immediately attacked the protagonist after the order. The general's fist struck even his allies. Jin-hyuk's horse was cut in half and flew away along with the fragments. Jin-hyuk himself jumped into the air, forming an arrow and telling Mohan that he was still the same. At that time the system notified the activation of the mandal. Afterwards, the system notified about the skills ice creation and mandala that worked together. Jin-hyuk smirked as he knocked an arrow. A moment later, the protagonist released the bowstring. The arrow struck the general's outstretched palm. Suddenly an arrow flew out of the general's back. after which she rushed towards Mohan, almost overtaking him. The arrow pierced Mohan's chest, causing hellish pain. He fell to his knees and began to glow brightly. Mohan released mana from every crevice in her body. Soon a powerful explosion occurred at the Mohan site. The system notified that the boss of the third floor had been killed. Alice smiled at the explosion. A moment later, the system notified the opening of the fourth floor of the test tower. Yuri and Yangwa were very happy when the system notified them of the remaining time to complete the fourth floor. The system window showed that there were 89 days and 24 hours left. Maria and Jinho were very surprised by the notification they received. With happiness at the sight of the notification, tears appeared in Teresa's eyes. At this time, behind Jinhyuk, the Mohan army was falling apart. The system notified the protagonist that he had successfully completed the third floor of the test tower. While the explosions were happening behind Jinhyuk, he looked sadly at the system window. Jinhyuk walked across the battlefield. He received many system notifications about leveling up. Looking at the system windows, the protagonist decided to invest stats in mana and then look at the drop. Jinhyuk was a little taken aback when he saw the awards. Treasures that could be obtained after eliminating a monster were divided into ranks by color. Red treasures, the lowest rank, dropped from the first 10 floors. But there was an orange chest in front of Jinhyuk, shocking him. The protagonist was overjoyed, guessing that this was due to the effect of the monopolization skill, which was triggered when he received a reward alone. When the chest opened, cards immediately flew out of it. The system notified the receipt of such items as pink diamond, first right, soft grain, living water, sunseed and snail that breathes fire. Jinhyuk smiled as he placed the items into his inventory. A moment later, he turned his attention to one of the objects. Looking at the sunseed, the protagonist was amazed by the effect of the monopolization skill. Alice felt awkward when Jinhyuk started grinning, saying that with this item it would be possible to easily pass the fourth floor. But then she smiled. Looking at the protagonist with tenderness, she considered him incorrigible. Events are transferred to the office, where 4 heads of guilds have gathered. Frederick smiled nervously, saying that Jinhyuk was actually able to walk the floor. Jinho laughed sharply, calling the protagonist a hero, and Maria sighed, saying that it was good that they got another 90 days to prepare for the next floor. Tenwei frowned at Mary's words. He slammed the table, shouting, asking if they thought the success of this kind of raid would be good for them, since Jinhyuk got everything. Loot, views, everything. Tenwei abruptly fell silent when Teresa asked what he was talking about just now. Teresa screamed, saying that Jinhyuk was cleaning up after them. They could not cope with the boss and almost teamed up with the mains, but thanks to him, humanity received the 90 days they needed so much. An angry Teresa scolded Tenwei for his words. When Teresa asked Maria and Jinho to say something, they only remained awkwardly silent. Teresa hesitantly asked them if they were serious. Tenwei sat down in his seat as the girl asked them if everyone thought like him. Teresa, having received no answer, froze. Bowing her head, the girl surprised everyone by announcing her resignation from the association. Maria, hearing this, screamed sharply, asking Teresa to think again, because she had done so much so that she could come here. Frederick intervened in their conversation, saying that their association was not a passing yard, and it was impossible to just join and leave, because only people who can really protect humanity receive an invitation, and if she leaves them, she will not be able to return. Teresa froze when asked if she trusted Jinhyuk with the future. Grabbing the door handles, the girl answered in the affirmative. She abruptly left the office, saying that she trusted him the same way she once trusted him with her life. Events take us to the beach along the edge of which the protagonist was walking, saying that he could go to a good hotel and relax. Yangwa called Jinhyuk, surprising him. While climbing the stairs, the protagonist said that he had been in the tower before and could not answer. Yangwa bowed her head and said that her grandfather did not open his eyes. Jinhyuk became wary and asked where she had been. Yongho was the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Chunin. She was always resilient, active, and cheerful. But looking at her now, the protagonist was amazed. She looked at him crying. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state. Jinhyuk grabbed the girl by the shoulder, asking her to tell her what happened. In the hospital, a girl's voice was heard saying that this started around the appearance of the test tower, after which she asked if he remembered the incident in Incheon. The protagonist remembered the incident when he was with Pakhana in the labyrinth. Looking down, Jinhyuk said that he seemed to see it on the news. A despondent Yangwa said that then grandfather was there and defeated the monsters that awakened after the outbreak, but was severely injured and did not recover. She pointed to her lying father, saying that now he felt even worse. Jinhyuk, seeing the sick look of the old man, could not believe that this man was considered the strongest in Korea. A moment later, a system window with a complete list of characteristics appeared in front of him. The system informed him that if he saved Chunin, he would be able to copy one of his skills. The protagonist's pupil flashed. He could not believe that in front of him was a person who had never entered the tower. Suddenly, a doctor entered the room, asking Younghwa what was going on here. Entering the room, the doctor said that she left the room too abruptly, coming to a man who could do nothing but fight. A dissatisfied Hajin approached and said that even an S-rank person could not help here. Jin-Hyuk turned around telling Hajin that he came to see if he could do anything for his friend. Walking past him to Chunin, Hajin asked for forgiveness, saying that he was embarrassed when he thought that he, the famous Jin-Hyuk, had decided to also become a brilliant doctor. Younghwa made Hajin shudder by saying that she was so desperate that she called a friend who is not a healer, although he is strong. Younghwa shouted sharply, saying that the best local specialists in this field are here, but even so, her grandfather did not recover. Hajin took off his glasses, saying that they are doing their best. A moment later, he put them on, telling Younghwa that even with the help of modern equipment, they have no time to study the diseases that appear due to the influence of the tower. After his words, everyone in the room fell silent. Younghwa became desperate, asking for forgiveness. The system notified about the activation of the greedy gaze skill. Younghwa glanced at Jin-Hyuk, asking him to leave so as not to interfere with the doctor's work. But the protagonist was very angry and did not listen to the girl. Looking at Hajin, he read his thoughts. He complained about his appearance, because now he had to pretend that he was doing treatment. Pointing to the veins of the old man, Hajin said that due to the conflict between the energy of his techniques and the magic of the tower, he fell into a coma. After he stopped pointing, he said that they wanted to use the magic stone treatment method that they were researching now, but the price of the raw materials was high. The protagonist began to get even angrier when Younghwa told Hajin that he didn't have to worry about the expenses since she would pay for everything for her grandfather's sake. Hajung smirked upon hearing her words, but a moment later he got scared when the protagonist asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about while extorting money. Jin-Hyuk approached Hajin, calling him a fraud. Two assistants immediately stepped forward, shouting at the protagonist. Hajin adjusted his glasses, saying that even if he is Younghwa's guest, he can't say whatever he wants. Frowning, he mentally told himself that even if they were caught, he would not find accounts for cryptocurrency wallets registered under false names. Jin-Hyuk scared Hajin by asking what else he had done besides fake accounts and cryptocurrency. Younghwa started to get angry, asking Jin-Hyuk what he was talking about. Pointing at the protagonist, Hajin shouted about his lack of evidence. Jin-Hyuk read the thoughts of the perplexed guy with his own eye. The protagonist fell into a stupor when Hajin asked himself if Jin-Hyuk knew that the Black Fortune Guild was in contact with the Dweller. Jin-Hyuk was horrified, not believing that the occupant of the tower had made contact with people. The two groups of people looked at each other. The protagonist tried to understand what the inhabitants of the tower were planning by contacting Doc. Suddenly the heart rate monitor beeped, and Chunin began coughing up blood. Younghwa screamed for her grandfather. Hajin looked at Chunin annoyed. Suddenly he began to run out of the room, but Younghwa's foot closed the door, preventing him from leaving. The angry girl asked him where he was going to go. Angry and crying, Younghwa threatened the guy, saying that if her grandfather dies, he will not leave here alive. The protagonist surprised the girl by telling her to calm down, because the most important thing now is treatment. Chunin clenched his teeth in pain. Hajin shouted sharply, saying that he was about to go get the necessary medicine, but they stopped him, forgetting that it was thanks to them that Chunin was still alive. Jin-Hyuk closed his eyes, tired of the guy's lies, and then asked Younghwa to hit him once. She jumped up sharply. Hajin was puzzled as he watched the approaching foot. Younghwa's punch hit Hajin square in the face. Jin-Hyuk approached the old man, thinking that the case was serious, because the overflow of mana was too serious. The protagonist began to form the elixir, telling himself that he could not leave it to die. The wounded Hajin stared at the protagonist in shock. Jin-Hyuk smiled, saying that Hajung really knows something since he understood what was in his hand. I uncorked the lid. The protagonist decided not to miss this chance and not copy the Chunin skill, even at the cost of the elixir. Pouring out the elixir, the protagonist smiled terribly. The system notified that the patient had consumed the elixir. Chunin's body began to glow. Soon his veins changed color, and a moment later they disappeared completely. He sighed in relief, no longer feeling pain. Younghwa was happy when she saw this. She even cried out of happiness. The system notified that the conditions were met. A moment later, the system notified that the heavenly flower cultivation technique had been successfully copied. Next, a system window appeared with a description of a technique that helped restore mana 30% faster. Hajin was shocked, not believing that Chunin would be cured. Opening the door, he decided to quickly leave. Suddenly, Jin-Hyuk kicked him on the back. The assistants were very scared when Jin-Hyuk gave them permission to go. Looking at Hajin, he told him that he would talk to him separately. After some time, Hajin was thrown into the wall. Angry, he asked the protagonist what he was going to do to him. Jin-Hyuk narrowed his eyes, saying that he is not killing for simply embezzling money. He will let him go if he returns the money stolen during this time. Hajin was surprised, asking if he would really let him go after this, Jin-hyuk responded by saying that he himself would explain everything to Yonghwa and he didn't have to worry. Ha-jun looked away thinking that the whole thing was suspicious. Crackling his fingers, the protagonist asked Ha-jun if he stopped wanting to live. A satisfied Yonghwa's phone screen lit up. 36.3 million won was deposited into her account. The people in the hospital were amazed. Ha-jun ran at full speed, glad that he was alive. Looking after Ha-jun, Alice told Jin-hyuk that it was not like him. He responded by ordering her to follow the guy and find out where he was in a hurry. The vampire looked at the satisfied protagonist and asked if he let the guy go on purpose. Jin-hyuk confirmed this in response. Alice looked with interest at Jin-hyuk, who said that even if they tortured ordinary servants, they could not get much information, so it was better to find out where their base and leaders were. Alice flew off after Ha-jun with a smile on her face. The protagonist turned away, not understanding the girl's joy. In Yonghwa's room, the protagonist asked her to go out for a while to check how the elixir was absorbed. She agreed and left the protagonist alone. Then Jin-hyuk looked at the old man and said that everyone had left. He didn't show any reaction at first, but a moment later he opened his eye, saying that he thought he had faked it perfectly. Chunin sat down asking if his breathing gave him away. Jin-hyuk replied saying that it was not at all that. Looking at the protagonist, the old man asked for forgiveness for his deception. Sitting next to the bed, the protagonist said that he understood his wariness. Because he appeared so suddenly and healed him, he would also be suspicious of himself. Chunin glanced at the protagonist. A moment later, he laughed loudly, telling the protagonist that he understood people well. Jin-hyuk, slightly worried, told Chunin that Yonghwa was worried about him, and she, who usually did not ask for help, even wrote to him. Chunin heard this and said that he seemed to be good friends with his granddaughter. The old man clenched his fist as Jin-hyuk asked for permission to make the request. Chunyoung frowned when Jin-hyuk, who had received permission, asked him what happened during the breakthrough. The old man involuntarily touched the scar. Looking at him, Chunin began his story. Then, sitting in the car, he was very scared. Looking at the rift, he didn't understand where it came from. A moment later, the monsters began to emerge from it. Even the policeman was scared at the sight of the monster. The spider attacked the frightened guy, but Chunin saved him by kicking the monster. Then he suddenly tensed up, crushing the ground. Taking a fighting stance, Chunin ordered the people to be evacuated while he dealt with the monsters. Someone stepped onto the rubble, saying that even among the people of this world there were good warriors. The man towered over Chunin, offering to play with him. A moment later, a grin appeared on his face. Chunin held the monster's head in his hand. Then he threw it aside, deciding not to be distracted. The old man frowned, realizing that he could somehow cope with the monsters. But the walking man with the blade was a problem. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. Chunin turned his head sharply. With a grin on his face, the man stood over the old man. In a second, he struck his opponent's chest. Then he landed carefully. The wounded Chunin fell to the ground. The intruder turned, looking at the old man. Touching the scar, Chunin said that this was the last thing he remembers. He had never seen a person control a sword like that in his life. Jin-hyuk looked away and began to analyze the alien's appearance. After analyzing, he suggested that the Murim forces that dominated the 21st floor began to behave extremely unpredictably. The protagonist began to stroke his jaw, thinking about the people from Murim, who made it difficult for him during the game. His eye widened. He tried to understand what these people wanted to achieve by going out into the outside world. Jin-hyuk, looking at the old man, surprised him by saying that those who attacked him were the residents of the tower. Because of them, the situation is complicated. While Yonghwa was sitting outside the door, Chunin asked Jin-hyuk how long he had known Yonghwa. The protagonist answered him by saying that it had been a long time. The old man smiled broadly, offering to arrange a wedding, but the protagonist refused him, saying that they were not in such a relationship. Closing his eyes, Chunin said that although he was not very smart, with age he began to understand many things well. Opening his eyes, he said that he began to understand people. Massaging his hand, the old man said that it takes 10,000 hours to become proficient in any field. Jin-hyuk heard this and looked at the time spent in the game. Recalling the Awakened Ones, Chunin said that the tower had only appeared a few months ago, and the Awakened Ones who were considered experts were already overrated. After which Jin-hyuk said that he stood out, he was different, as if he had been through this many times, a person with experience gained through all sorts of trials. The protagonist closed his eyes, telling the old man that he was exaggerating. He grinned and said that even being modest, he could not hide anything from the fact that he was a master of his craft. Placing his hand to his chest, Chunin said that he wanted to repay the one who saved his life. Jin-hyuk grinned as he received the gratitude of Korea's most prestigious martial artist, after which he asked if he could ask for anything. Chunin smiled, telling him not to worry and to talk. Soon the protagonist came out to Yonghwa. She immediately turned around, starting to ask about her grandfather's condition. The protagonist answered her by saying that the elixir entered the body and began to act, and in a few days the grandfather would be healthy. The girl scratched her head, asking how she could return the favor. Jin-hyuk grinned, saying that grandfather had fully compensated for the losses. Chunin smiled, pleased. Tears were streaming down his face. He never thought that Jin-hyuk would ask for this. At this time, the elevator reached the 101st floor. Jin-hyuk entered his room. He smiled as he approached the window. While in a luxury skyscraper, Jin-hyuk said that the money was always good. The protagonist called for lunch on the phone. Soon the food cart arrived at his room. He carefully cut off a piece of steak, and he put it in his mouth. A moment later, he was happy to enjoy the taste of steak, but just a few months ago he ate whatever he had, often ramen. Alice, who was lying on the sofa, said that he ate too deliciously. But a moment later she was looking at the TV, which was broadcasting a program through the Tower of Tests. Their guest was Yoon-seok, a ranker from the Tangun Guild, considered the strongest in Korea. Sitting on the sofa, the girl asked Yoon-seok what was the key moment in conquering the tower. He answered by saying that the most important thing was to become stronger as quickly as possible. Pointing to the girl, the guy said that there are two methods for this. The first is to simply raise the level of skills in your level. Alice looked sadly at the TV while listening to Yoon-seok say that the second method was coins. The guy smiled, saying that being able to purchase useful and powerful items through coins was the best opportunity for a ranker. While Yoon-seok was talking, Alice glanced at the protagonist and said that he quickly ate everything. Alice sat down abruptly, asking Jin-hyuk where he decided to go. But a moment later her lips stretched into a smile. She took the wine and stopped listening to Yoon-seok and the girl. The guy was filmed by several cameras while he said that the one who cleared the third floor first would be the first to get to the fourth. Yoon-seok pointed at the screen, saying that the fourth floor was a special dungeon where it was necessary to withstand and clear 100 attacking waves, and the key to clearing was to capture and hold the base. The problem was that if the player who entered was unable to defend the strong point, then the fourth floor was completely blocked for 20 days like an hourglass, without opening a minute earlier. When the image of the unknown appeared on the screen, Yoon-seok said that due to the huge risk, even the unknown would not act so rashly. The protagonist turned the shower handle, listening as they began to discuss the threat of the tower on TV. As the water poured out of the watering can, Yoon-seok said that a scenario in which humanity would disappear could happen. Jin-hyuk stood motionless in his soul, listening to all this. The interviewer approached Yoon-seok, asking if they should have waited a month. Looking at the girl, Yoon-seok smiled, saying that if they wanted to boldly enter the fourth floor, they would need a month to prepare. Standing near the car, the guy offered to relax this month with him. When he got into the car, the system window that suddenly appeared puzzled him. The system notified the player unknown, who began passing the fourth floor. Yoon-seok's eye widened as the system asked players planning to participate in the passage of the fourth floor to prepare. Next, the system notified about the first wave, which would begin in 8 hours. Yoon-seok spun his car around. Ignoring the girl's screams, the guy ordered to gather all the rankers. System messages from players began to appear one after another. Yoon-seok was very angry. They were completely unprepared, and there were only 8 hours left. While driving in the car, he asked himself what the unknown was thinking about when he did this. At the same time, the protagonist, who was sleeping together with Alice, opened his eyes. Stretching, he said that he slept well. Getting up, the protagonist told Alice that it was time to move out. The system notified that 1 hour 37 minutes 51 seconds remained before the start of the first wave. The fourth floor of the challenge tower consisted of 100 waves consisting of regular and special zombies. Players could clear them in 2 ways. The first was to prepare various towers for defense, or you could choose a base where you could effectively hold the defense. Upon entering the fourth floor, the protagonist immediately received a system notification that he was the first player to enter. Walking around the city, the protagonist said that it was creepy here. The system notified him of 20 minutes after which players would be able to get here. Looking at the destroyed city, the protagonist decided to hurry up because he only had 20 minutes. First, he arrived at the World Cup Stadium. When the protagonist touched the pillar, the system notified that the right to install a base had been used. Soon a flag appeared over the stadium, and the system notified that the stadium had been chosen as its base. When the protagonist began to plant and apply various seeds and living water, the system notified about each of them. The system reported an increase in plant growth of 20%. At this time, the players had already gathered in the starting area. Looking at them, Jin-hyuk realized that all the famous guilds had sent their players. He flinched when he was called. Taemin and Yonghwa were his names. Teresa also greeted the protagonist. Suddenly, Taemin and Yonghwa were shocked by Teresa's treatment. Jin-hyuk came down to them asking for forgiveness for being in a hurry. Taemin and Teresa immediately said that there was no need to apologize. Teresa turned away and embarrassedly said that it would be better to be with Jin-hyuk. Some people began to discuss the protagonist's group. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked if everyone was well prepared. Manhwa and Timon expressed their doubts due to the strength of their opponents. The protagonist grinned, saying that if it was easy, it wouldn't be fun at all, so he specifically chose the stadium as a base. Manhwa and Timon were horrified by his words, realizing that 100 people were needed to hold such territory. Teresa looked at the embittered couple and the protagonist with puzzlement. After hearing Manhwa call the protagonist a masochist, the shy Teresa asked if Jin-hyuk was a pervert. But she did not receive an answer. The dissatisfied screams of Manhwa were only heard in the creepy city. Teresa approached Jin-hyuk asking permission to ask him something. Spreading her fingers, the girl said that at least 5 people were needed to protect the base. She then pointed at Manhwa and Timon, saying that there were only 4 of them and it was strange. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that soon the 5th would come to them. Suddenly, an angry Yusung landed nearby. He pronounced each syllable of the name separately, calling out to the protagonist. An angry Yusung took out his blade, telling Jin-hyuk that he would kill him. Some time ago, Yusung was quietly training in the forest. He stood up and began to meditate, but the system window interrupted his training. It was a message from Jin-hyuk telling him to arrive within an hour at the starting area. Yusung frowned, deciding to ignore it. But a moment later, the protagonist sent him a message saying that if he comes, he will fight him without using his left arm and right leg. Continuing his training, Yusung called it a provocation and decided not to get caught. But a moment later another message came. Jin-hyuk said that he would also close his eyes. Yusung could barely contain his anger, deciding to take revenge in the future. Next, the protagonist asked if he was a coward. This question struck Yusung like lightning. Jin-hyuk told an angry Yusung to come over. He smirked when he saw the attribute sword, an item that channeled elemental magic that allowed him to fight at a distance. Yusung approached and told the protagonist that he would now show how wrong he was. I screamed furiously. Yusung's sword flashed. Pointing to it, the protagonist asked what he was going to do with this unfinished sword. Yusung gritted his teeth, asking what his words meant. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that the attribute sword was not bad, but only in its completed state did it fully reveal itself as a weapon. Smiling, Jin-hyuk said that the random drop on this floor contained an item that would complement his sword, but he needed the fire attribute, didn't he? Yusung shouted, demanding that the protagonist stop bluffing because a random drop was just random. Pointing at Yusung, Jin-hyuk said that he has his own methods of getting what he wants, so if he joins them, he will give him the item. Yusung frowned and thought seriously. A moment later, he sheathed his sword. Turning away from Jin-hyuk, he said that it would be good if this item fell to them. The system notified the formation of a group of 5 people. Next, the system notified that a minimum number of players had been assembled to defend the base. Yusung watched the group leave. Teresa asked Jin-hyuk if everything was okay. Because Yusung was not himself, Jin-hyuk answered her by saying that as long as the agreement was in force, Yusung would not betray. Although Yusung came across as creepy, he was a man of honor. Manhwa called out sharply to Jin-hyuk, remembering something. She handed him the swords. Jin-hyuk, smiling, took the twin swords. The system immediately notified that these were the twin swords of a dragon, and because of the tower, the ancient relics received magical power comparable to the power of the artifacts. Manhwa asked with interest how he was able to get the swords that his grandfather valued very much. The protagonist replied by saying that his grandfather treated him well. When Jin-hyuk removed the canvas, he saw a note with the inscription dowry on the sword. Soon the entire group approached their base. Manhwa and Yusung immediately started arguing when they saw the base, but Jin-hyuk calmed them down by saying that he had a plan. Suddenly everyone in the group looked away. A group of people stood outside the stadium asking them if they were the ones who chose the stadium as their base. The protagonist paid close attention to the speaker's sword. He began to remember where he had seen this pattern on the sword. The guy grinned when he recognized the identity of the protagonist. The protagonist's group looked at the approaching people. Jin-hyuk, looking at the pattern, recognized it. It was the pattern of one of the Miram members from the 21st floor. Looking closely with Gunhyun, Jin-hyuk realized that the inhabitants of the tower were indeed getting out. The protagonist confirmed his identity when one of them asked him. Gonghyun closed his eyes and introduced himself, but Jin-hyuk interrupted him with irritation, saying that he shouldn't introduce himself because he knows well enough how wild the people from his family are. Gunhyun fell into a stupor upon hearing the words of the protagonist. Teresa worriedly asked Jin-hyuk if he knew Gunhyun. He answered her by saying that they knew each other. The clan of masters of the world of Miram, inhabitants of the 21st floor of the tower, remembering their protagonist, grinned because they were all warriors with incredible self-esteem. Gonghyun trembled with anger. Suddenly, the protagonist made a face that parodied Gonghyun's future reaction. Then he waved his hand asking me to skip this part. Gonghyun gritted his teeth when the protagonist said that his clan had no pride left to protect. Unable to restrain himself, Gunhyun shouted sharply, asking the protagonist how he dared insult his clan. He unsheathed his sword in preparation for battle. Next, the protagonist saw a system window with a complete list of Gunhyun's characteristics. The system notified that if he found all the inhabitants of Miram, he would be able to copy the skill. The protagonist thought about it, realizing that there were other people besides Gunshin. Teresa asked the protagonist their further plan of action. Jinhyuk smiled evilly, deciding to simply copy the skill and ordering the group to prepare for battle. The people from the Gonghin group ran to attack under his orders. While Yonghwa was happy about the fight, Taemin was tense. He activated the Machine King skill, and the system also notified him about this. Soon a tank was formed, and the system notified the mechanism was called. When Yonghwa's body was enveloped in mana, the system notified the activation of the skill, not a step back, thanks to which the damage received is reduced by 15%. Teresa began to form her armor, saying that she would cover the rear. Yusung glanced at Jinhyuk, saying that every time he saw him, he realized that he did not care about the circumstances. The protagonist looked at his comrade, asking him to hold out for 3 minutes. Looking at the enemies, Yusung said that even 3 minutes would be too much for him. In an instant, he swung his sword dozens of times, eliminating a dozen enemies. When Teresa swung her shield, the system notified the activation of the sacred power-up and battle song. Taemin and Yonghwa rejoiced as their stats increased by 5. Immediately, Taemin launched missiles at their enemies. Fashion explosions began to erupt on the battlefield. Yonghwa dealt with her opponents by kicking them. Teresa threw back the opponents with her shield. Gonghin silently watched the frightened subordinates. Yusung instantly hit 3 opponents as he rushed to the next target. He stopped, hitting the last 2 opponents. Yusung glanced to the side when Gonghyun said that it wasn't just weaklings gathered here. Yusung barely managed to block Gonghyun's attack. The next attack hit Yusung's shoulder. He became very angry when he was wounded. Standing in front of him, Gonghyun praised Yusung for his good reaction. Raising the sword, Yusung said that without knowing the basics, he would not become a swordsman, so he would personally show him what the art of the sword was. Gonghyun stood up in preparation for an attack. He made a sharp lunge. Yusung tensed, looking at the streams of mana in the enemy. He had difficulty blocking the heavy blows of the enemy, who was many times stronger than the triad. A sudden blow from Gonghyun caused Yusung to raise her sword upward. Gunhin raised his blade in preparation for an attack. Yusung tensed as he saw the blade approaching, but Teresa was in time and deflected the blow with her shield. Following Teresa, Jinhyuk appeared and praised her. Smiling, the protagonist said that now it was his turn. The system notified that the fire element was activated. The protagonist directed a bunch of fire at the enemy. The fire instantly spread, engulfing a large area. Gonghin tensed slightly as the fire surrounded him. He was very annoyed, saying that he couldn't do anything with such weak magic. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped into the air. Gunhyun smirked, telling Jinhyuk that he couldn't dodge his attack in this position. But he was suddenly interrupted. Ice enveloped his leg, frightening him. Jinhyuk concentrated mana in his hand, saying that people do not check what has already been checked. Then the system notified that the daylight skill was activated. A powerful stream of mana rushed straight at the enemy. Gonghin clenched his teeth in fear, but suddenly the figure of his brother appeared in the air. He struck in a crisscross manner, deflecting the attack. A moment later, he landed behind the frightened Gonghin. The protagonist stopped smiling when he saw the arrivals. Hitting the ground with his staff, the newcomer said that it had exceeded all his expectations. The Gonghin clanmates stood in front of him, coming to his aid. The two groups stared at each other. Wangbo, thoughtfully, said that he did not think that outside the tower there was someone with so much internal energy. His sister agreed with him. The protagonist grinned, glad that everyone had finally shown up. The system notified that he had found all the residents within the triad. The system then notified that the copying conditions had been met, after which the system notified that the Endless Step skill was successfully copied. The system then reported that the skills Endless Step and Sword Graveyard had been combined. The system notified that the protagonist had received the skill steps of the Demon King of the Sword. Next, a system window appeared with a description of a skill that increased movement speed by 70%. Jinhyuk smiled, satisfied with the result. Wangbo glanced at his brother, asking if he was okay. The brother and sister began to anger Gonghin by making fun of his failure. Gonghin shouted sharply, saying that he could have done it alone and no one asked them to interfere. Wangbo reassured his brother by saying that they did not doubt his abilities, only the head ordered to reach an agreement and not kill. The sister looked at Gonghin, saying that he shouldn't fight much. Gonghin looked at his sister irritably, saying that he already knew everything. He then pointed at the serene protagonist, saying that he already knew that they came from the tower. All 3 arrivals were shocked to hear this. Jinhyuk watched Gunhyun's questions with a smile. Gonghin abruptly stood up, saying that regardless of their plans, he must be killed. But Wangbo lowered his brother's sword with his Bicento. Wangbo raised his hand and said that they needed to go. Gonghin got angry when he heard one of the guys say that they had 3 minutes before the zombies arrived. The protagonist waved his hand, driving away his enemies. Huangbo told him that they would not have chosen this terrible place anyway because they already have a base. Putting his Bicento on his shoulder, Huangbo said that this was a place that was much better than a huge stadium. Standing on the hill, Huangbo began to order. Gonghin took one last look at the protagonist, saying that next time he would fight at full strength. Yanghua complained about the fight before the battle itself, and Timon addressed the protagonist, reminding him of the preparation. The protagonist did not listen to them, looking at the supermarket, a place with strong walls, full of products. Jinhak smiled. He knew about the danger of the supermarket. The drone was flying across the sky. He was approaching a crowd of zombies. The zombies screamed and ran. Nervously, Timon looked at the screen and asked if they could cope with such a crowd of monsters. Yanghua irritably asked the protagonist if he chose this strange place specifically for the stream. He answered her by telling her not to worry. Pointing to the huge flowers of the sun, Jinhyuk said that they seemed healthier. Looking at them, Teresa expressed her surprise. Jinhyuk took the branch in his hand and asked everyone to come closer. Pointing to the flag, Jinhyuk said that the purpose of defending the base was to prevent the flag from being captured, so he placed the flag in the center of the stadium so that it would always be in sight. Drawing on the ground, the protagonist said that their stadium had 4 entrances on each side and he just planted plants in front of each entrance. Everyone looked at the plants in amazement while the protagonist said that if they kept them, they would be able to protect their base, and at the same time, thanks to its size, they would be able to count on a reward for the maximum number of kills. Jinhyuk and Yusung took turns saying that the plants would kill most of the zombies, but while they were recharging they would have to hold off the hordes of zombies. Yusung turned around, taking over the western gate. Jinhyuk told him to be careful. Angry, Yusung asked Jinhyuk if he thought that some pieces of rotten flesh could defeat him. Jinhyuk sighed and angered Yusung by saying that he had just said something similar and was beaten. Timon agreed with the protagonist's plan, saying to rely on him. He had to cover his comrades by staying in the center and do not forget to use drones to monitor all directions. Flexing her fists, Yanghua took the northern gate and Teresa took the southern one. Walking east, the protagonist ordered everyone to take their positions. Summoning the swords, Jinhyuk was happy that he would finally be able to use them. Timon knelt down, forming a cannon. Jinhyuk looked at the system alert alerting them to the start of the first wave. Timon screamed, warning everyone about the zombies. Teresa put up her shield in preparation for battle, and Yanghua stood up. The zombies were rapidly approaching the western gate. Timon carefully observed his surroundings. Yusung frowned as he prepared to fight. Finally, the zombies came out of the gate. A huge crowd of zombies screamed as they entered through the western gate. They ran forward like savages. The system notified the colors of the sun that applied sunlight. The bud of the plant began to open. The opened flower sent a meteor towards the zombies. The meteor was already above their heads at great speed. Explosions and flames began to flare up everywhere. But the zombies did not stop and continued to run forward. Yanghua covered her face saying that the plants are superior to ordinary defense towers. Soon, instead of zombies, only blood remained on the ground. The flower bud closed again. Yanghua exclaimed as she looked at the entrance. Zombies, stepping over corpses, rushed towards him. The protagonist took out his twin blades. Jinhyuk screamed, telling his comrades that they needed to hold out for a minute. Teresa looked at the protagonist. He looked at her in response and smiled. Teresa felt a little embarrassed after that. She remembered how in moments of danger Jinhyuk was always by her side. She stood by his side and they dealt with difficulties by trusting and covering for each other. The girl smiled shyly. She closed her eyes and began to concentrate. A moment later, an aura enveloped her body and she became determined. She completely trusted Jinhyuk. The bloody humanoid monster fell dead after being hit by the blade. The first wave was over. A system alert appeared about the start of the second wave in 3 hours. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the dark-haired guy said that it was very difficult from the first wave. The man added that the team members should not overexert themselves and rest. Chongwon, raising his fist with his finger out, said with a smile that they should think only about objects and experience, and if something goes wrong, they can run away. The guy said they would be careful. It was written on the information window that the best moments of the battle from each base would be broadcast for popularity voting. Putting his hand to his mouth while viewing the entry on the information window, the bald guy asked if the supermarket was the base of the Triad Guild. He added that they are said to be using a new type of tower to protect the narrow passage. Looking at the system window, the guy said that they were good. Turning towards the guy and pointing his finger at the system window, he called Youngwon and said that there is a team that took Sanam Stadium and there are only 5 members in it. Pressing close to the guy, wanting to watch the recording, he asked in shock how there could be 5 people on such a huge base. The bald guy's eyes widened and he said that this couldn't be happening. An image of an orange flower appeared with a flame burning above it. He asked what had to be done to the plants to make them so strong. An image appeared of a guy performing a huge number of sword attacks in a short time. Chongwon said that these guys are not simple and the zombies were not even close to overwhelming them in numbers. The dark-haired girl with burning eyes put her fists forward. Dozens of zombies scattered from powerful and fast attacks from 2 blades. Turning in his direction, the dark-haired girl stated that Taemin, Younghwa and Jinhyuk, all S-rank and all famous newcomers, were there now. Looking at the system window, the bald guy told her to wait. Approaching the screen with sincere happiness on his face, he joyfully stated that Mrs. Teresa was also there. He recalled with embarrassment the moment when this girl came up to him and asked if he was okay. An image appeared of a small shop with an anti-tank barrier at the entrance. The bald guy shouted for everyone to vote for this video. Another guy stated that as soon as Youngwon saw Teresa, he immediately went crazy. The guy kept shouting that she was the best and she needed to beat everyone. A golden cloud of energy appeared above the palm. A notification about calculating solar energy has appeared. The guy asked what it was. He received 1,800 energy from the sun. With a smile, clenching his fist, the protagonist said that this energy can be obtained when you kill zombies, and it is necessary to strengthen plants. The girl lying on the ground asked if this would help them defend themselves. He confirmed. A cannon plant with the required amount of energy of 600 units was obtained, as well as an ice plant with 350 units, stone for 250, as well as berserker plant for 600. Teresa, with a dark-haired girl standing next to her, was holding 2 brown egg-like objects in her hands. The main character said that 1 cannon should be planted in the east and south. Throwing 2 more to the 2 guys, he added that in the center there was ice and in the west there was stone. He looked at the last one in his hands with a smile and thought about what he would do with it. Raising her hand up, Younghwa asked if she should just plant it in the ground. Exhaling with his eyes closed, the protagonist replied that if you just plant it like that, it won't grow in the required time. Making a hand gesture, he told her to wait and then he would explain. He said that they need special fertilizer to grow quickly. Putting his palm forward, he began to create different plants from energy. An alert appeared that the plant cotyledons were trembling in anticipation. They lick their lips because of the incredible taste that they have never experienced in their lives. Throwing the bag and shovel onto the ground, Jinhyuk declared that everything was ready. Starting to pour fertilizer into the plant's mouth, he told it to eat more and grow faster. With a loving face, the protagonist continued to throw food into the plant's mouth. Pointing at him in fear, Taemin declared that the main character had completely lost his mind. The dark-haired girl asked how long it takes to stay in the tower to turn into such a person. Gritting his teeth and starting to tremble with anger, Yusung asked how he could lose to such a person. The blonde girl asked if Jinhyuk was a pervert. Putting his hands in his pocket, the protagonist said that, in general, if you give fertilizers, they will grow very quickly. Holding his nose, Taemin complained about the stench. The main character told them to take care of the plants until the next wave. Turning her gaze towards the departing protagonist, Teresa asked where he was going. Turning in her direction, he said that he needed to tidy up a little. With confusion on her face, the girl asked him what he meant. The main character calmly walked down the stairs. Looking at his teammates carrying boxes, the protagonist mentally stated that everyone was busy collecting supplies on the battlefield. They are preparing for a long battle. Jumping off the bus and starting to run along the road, he declared that it was all in vain. Raising his head to an abandoned brick building, the protagonist declared that only simpletons prepare for a long battle. Starting to look around in the abandoned room, the main character, making a hand gesture, said that he had not been here for a long time, about 8 years. He added that there were still a lot of cobwebs in the corners, as before. Approaching the illuminated, broken window, he said with a smile that the view also remained the same. He suddenly grabbed the white curtain. Tearing it off and looking at the huge mirror, he also stated that this thing was also here. Extending his finger towards her, he declared that it was time to begin. His finger touched this matter. Several hunters stood in the middle of an unusual ruined building. In the corner of the room there were several dozen boxes and a mirror. Surrounded by a purple aura, a hand began to emerge from him. The main character began to slowly emerge from the portal that appeared with a smile. The strong blow caused great damage to the stone wall. Gritting his teeth and hitting the wall, the dark-haired guy declared that he would destroy Jinhyuk and would definitely not leave him alive. The guy behind him said that he usually disagrees. The chip-eating girl finished his sentence and said that this time she thought her brother's words made sense. The blue-haired girl, continuing to throw chips into her mouth, said that although they need to increase their influence, it is not necessary to team up with someone who cannot be controlled. A dark-haired guy in a hat, turning to a girl named Sokka, asked if she really took his side. He thought about how many times they had secretly met with people outside. Squinting his eyes, he mentally said that, unlike him, no one could open them. He mentally asked how he revealed their identities. He lowered his gaze, continuing to think. He assumed that if he were removed, then as the protagonist had said, there would be no cause for concern. The shocked girl let go of the chips from her hands. Turning towards the guy in red, he asked what happened. The guy said there was a problem at the warehouse. The huge red monster let out a loud roar. Appearing in a stream of smoke, the main character said that he took a housewarming gift, a red flower, gourmand. Holding it with a crazy smile, he said that he was sorry for eating all the food that was in the warehouse. The surprised man asked how the main character was able to get here. Throwing his arms out to the sides and opening his mouth wide, the dark-haired guy said that he didn't know what he was up to, but first he should stop. The protagonist asked why. Looking at him angrily, the dark-haired guy declared how dare he and asked if he understood what he was doing now. Covering his eyes and starting to scratch in his ears, the main character asked if he was talking about the queen. The shocked trio of hunters opened their eyes wide and asked how he knew about the queen. A dozen incomprehensible warriors began to look at each other and ask what they were talking about. The strong roar of the red monster created powerful currents of wind. The main character said that if the base, which is defended by more than 200 people, falls before the third wave, the owner of the fourth floor, the womb of the dead, nicknamed the queen, will appear. An image of a long red hand with huge claws appeared. Covering his eyes, the protagonist stated that he was still thinking about how to fulfill this condition. He turned with a grin at a dozen warriors and said that they had just chosen this place as a base. Taking her weapon in both hands, the purple-haired girl confidently stated that the queen could not be defeated even by uniting, and asked why someone who knows about this would want to summon her. With a crazy expression on his face and a burning eye, the protagonist said that he was just too lazy to clear out the fucking zombies 100 times. He put his hand forward and brought his palm to the monster's body. Pushing away from him and jumping out into the hole in the ceiling, he wished them to die successfully. Starting to run after him, the dark-haired guy stated with annoyance that he said what he wanted, and now he's running away. He shouted at him to come back and fight him. A huge monster with a bunch of tentacles was destroying the base. A notification has appeared about the destruction of the supermarket base. Turning to the side with confusion on her face, Teresa asked what this vibration was. Raising his hand to his chin, Timon, looking at the system window, stated that the supermarket was being destroyed. Looking at him, the girl asked if this was the base of those who fought with them. She added that the triad chose it as a base. Looking to the side, the dark-haired girl expressed the hope that this was not related to Jinhyuk. Folding his hands, Yusung stated that his intuition told him there was a connection. A notification has appeared about the fulfillment of the condition and the start of a unique event. Dozens of dog and humanoid monsters began to appear from the red energy. A red-haired girl in a mask hung above a pack of zombies. She narrowed her blood-red eyes and declared that she would punish the pathetic people. It was the boss of the fourth floor, Pendariel. A unique quest has begun. A system window appeared with information that the boss of the fourth floor was coming to them to punish the weak. With genuine shock on her face, Younghwa asked how this could even happen. A horrified Timon said he couldn't believe it and stated that they just had to clear out the waves of zombies. Gritting his teeth, Yusung looked at the information window and wondered what Jinhyun wanted to achieve with this. The guy's foot stepped on the roof of the house. Looking at the empty, destroyed street, the protagonist said that it seemed to him that this was a wonderful place. Creating an unusual amulet similar to the sun above his palm, he mentally stated that this was an item that he received after killing the boss of the third floor. It was a solar eclipse stone. The system information window provided a description of the item. It was a divine relic used in ceremonies. Can cause darkness by blocking out the sun. Weakens skills with the light attribute by 50% and enhances skills with the darkness attribute by 100%. Clenching his fist with the item, he declared that it was time to use it. The solar eclipse stone has begun its activation. A huge dark sphere began to slowly block the bright sun. In an instant, the earth fell into darkness. Zombies received new effects, skills with the darkness attribute increased by 100%. With glowing eyes, the summoned monsters began to examine themselves. Unusual growths began to appear from the back of one of the zombies. Raising their heads up, they began to scream with all their might. Frightened Teresa looked at the system window, on which it was written that skills with the light attribute were weakened by 50%. Timon, approaching the girl with her head down, asked what was wrong with her. Looking blankly at her hand with a golden aura, she asked how it was possible that her saint powers were suddenly reduced by half. Pendariel looked up in surprise after receiving a strong buff. Lowering her hands with long claws, she said with rage that this was done by the impudent little man. An alert appeared that the boss of the fourth floor was looking for his location. The fourth floor boss directs the entire attack towards Sanam Stadium. Clicking on the system window, the main character stated that it was excellent. Turning his head towards the flying object, the protagonist said that it was time to load. One of the members of the actively escaping team stated that there was no information that there was a boss of the fourth floor. Another said that they needed to get out faster, and because of the triad, this raid failed. Looking at the bald guy running away, the dark-haired guy said that if they failed the raid on the fourth floor, it would be closed and inaccessible for 20 days. He also added that they should not run away. Youngwon told him to shut up and said that first they need to survive, and only then they will think. A new video has been uploaded. An image of the system appeared, on which there was a recording of the destroyed supermarket and the appearance of a hidden boss. Several people were actively discussing the recording. They stated that for such a large guild with over 300 members to have problems with even one of the first waves was a shame. A notification appeared about the protagonist uploading a video. The intro of the video, which was in the top 10 in terms of views, featured a confidently smiling protagonist with his hand thrown forward. Its headline mocked the triad, and in the comments, people praised and expressed hope for Jin Hyuk. They stated that he had bought time for the guild and had a chance. Someone also managed to express hope for a beautiful battle. Looking at the video screen, Manhwa asked when he managed to shoot the video. Teeman was surprised by the number of views. Looking with pretense at the protagonist's averted eyes, the girl asked if he had accidentally gone too far. The guy asked if he planned to bring them here. A slightly frightened Teresa said that the second wave had not yet begun. She asked hopefully if the destruction of the supermarket was his prank. Turning around, the main character said that no one could know. Closing his eyes, Yusung asked if he did it or not. He added that it was good that a worthy goal had emerged. Looking at the protagonist, who had his hands in his pockets, he asked if he had a way to defeat the queen. Closing his eyes and raising his finger, he stated that there was one method. Folding his hands and exhaling, the guy said that it was good that at least this time he had some kind of plan. He also asked what the plan was. The main character raised his hand and pointed his finger forward. Looking seriously into Yusung's eyes, he stated that his role was very important this time. The guy, with a little fear and misunderstanding on his face, pursed his lips. 100 different monsters rushed along the dark, ruined street. Above them was a huge Pandariel, shrouded in a pale green aura. Starting to walk through the crowd of zombies, she stated that people are weak. Scanning the area near the large stone building, Pandariel asked if it was here. She lowered her head and looked ahead angrily. Opening her eyes wide, she shouted that she needed to punish the others. Dozens of zombies howled throughout the entire location. Having scattered, they began to crawl onto straight walls. Looking forward, Teresa told everyone to go back because the zombies were approaching. A powerful artillery unit began firing at the monsters. Someone shouted that these were some special zombies. A powerful stream of flame appeared above the red and yellow flower. The guy shouted at her not to be greedy and to use everything she had. A powerful explosion instantly spread throughout the building, onto which about 100 zombies were simultaneously crawling. Pandariel approached him and stated that the man was stupid. The zombies shielded themselves from the bright light and struck the building. The boss of the 4th floor began to emit pale lightning from her body. She added that man is also weak. A stream of flame destroyed the zombies. Pandariel declared that she would punish him. Looking ahead, she said that this was her home. Her eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, a 100-meter block of ice appeared in front of her, with 4 people inside. Teeman and Manhwa were sleeping while frozen in ice. Teresa and Yusung also fell asleep instantly. A small purple crystal began to fall to the ground. Pandariel watched as he kicked off the ground and flew a short distance. She narrowed her eyes and took it in her hands. She looked questioningly at the diamond-shaped purple crystal. Gritting his teeth angrily, Yusung declared that the protagonist would definitely not die a natural death. The blonde girl tried to calm him down. With a malicious expression on his face, Jinhyun fingered the coins. He received 100,000 coins from Yusung. He asked who else had so much money and said that nothing could be done. He also mentally stated that he felt sorry for spending his coins. He clicked on yes on the acquisition system window. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, the protagonist stated that from now on they all become bait. The indignant dark-haired guy asked if he was making fun of him. Turning around with a confident smile and showing them the crystal, the main character apologized and said that it seems he used the wrong word, not bait, but booby trap. Pandariel examined the crystal in her hand. A bright light instantly illuminated her surprised face. The 4th floor boss's eyes widened in fear and surprise. Ice creation has been activated. Huge ice crystals formed an ice prison. They grew through the stone protection of the building. Hundreds of monsters found themselves wrapped in ice. The frozen Pandariel, looking at her hand, said that she was cold. By spreading her arms and activating Plague, the girl smashed the ice with a stream of aura. Teresa slept in the ice with her eyes closed. Bringing her head towards her, the 4th floor boss told her to get away from her floor. Swinging, she struck a 3-meter block. The blonde girl remained motionless. The red eyes of the uncomprehending Pandariel widened. The silent breathing skill has been activated. A powerful rake from under the stone slab shook the air around. The activation of the skill steps of the demonic Sword King has begun. The main character, quickly running away from the battlefield, looked back. Turning his head forward, he smiled. The huge red sphere began to emit powerful energy. Inflicting another blow, she angrily declared that it was forbidden to enter her fortress. Pandariel, the womb of the dead. An image of the boss of the 4th floor appeared, standing under the closed sun, a pale aura shrouding her hands. her level and skills, and especially her deadly poison attacks, the boss of the 4th floor is strong in all respects except intelligence. An image of 4 warriors shrouded in ice appeared. The essence of passing the 4th floor is protecting the base. This rule applies not only to players, but also to zombies. An image of a zombie appeared near the red flag. Making strong jerks, the protagonist quickly covered the distance. And now, since the queen is in the stadium, this means that the defense of her base is weakened. The main character turned around sharply. Making his way, Pandariel quickly ran after him. Looking at her angry face covered with veins, the protagonist stated that she somehow quickly saw through his plan. Looking ahead with a grin, he said that it was too late because he had a good time and there should be enough time for everything planned. He ran out into the square where several tall zombies appeared. They looked in his direction with burning eyes. He instantly rushed from the roof of an abandoned building. The sword graveyard has been activated. Enveloping his blades in golden and purple energies, the protagonist jumped backwards. The skill heaven's protection has been activated. With glowing eyes, the protagonist swung his blade. Several powerful cleaving blows struck the zombies. Running along a destroyed street shrouded in corpses, the protagonist mentally stated that everything here was just as disgusting, and mentally declared that he would finish everything quickly. Looking ahead, he thought about what was about to appear. In front of him was a red flag, under which was a mountain of skulls. With a serious expression on his face, he thrust his blade forward. As he approached, he closed his eyes. A stream of powerful energy appeared behind him. Jumping sharply back and starting to slow down, the main character mentally stated that he had appeared. His blade was hot and cut down the middle. This was done by the guard protecting the queen's flag, the butcher. A huge green monster with 2 cleavers raised his hand furiously. Leaping forward, the protagonist grinned and asked how he could deal with him this time. The butcher took out a pair of scissors and began licking his lips madly. Having parted them, the 2-headed monster rushed forward. His scissors stopped on the protagonist's blade. Looking blankly at the 2 swords shrouded in a blue aura, the monster asked why he didn't cut them. The main character jumped into the sky. His hands were covered in a layer of fire. The element of fire has been activated. Landing on the butcher's head, the protagonist dealt him a fiery punch with his fist. The monster shrouded in fire howled in pain. Both of his heads were on fire, and the scissors flew into the sky. Activating his 2 blades, the main character mentally stated that he had incredible regeneration. Running up to the lower body of the monster trying to extinguish the flames, he mentally stated that he did this more to limit the view. Dozens of cutting blows struck the monster's body in an instant. The crippled butcher, gritting his teeth, declared that this would not kill him. Several blades could not pierce his flesh. Running up from behind, the main character again inserted his bladed weapon into his body. A system notification about the activation of the mandala appeared. Starting to channel golden energy through his weapon, the main character offered to argue. A powerful aura struck the body of the monster, who cried out questioningly. A powerful explosion instantly covered a large part of the city. The main character's level has been increased. Large scissors flew away from the splitting butcher. The main character received scissors with a soul thirsting for revenge. He stated that this was the 31st victory. Turning towards the flagpole, the protagonist said that he thought it was time to finish. Putting his hands in his pocket, he slowly climbed the skulls. An information window appeared in front of his surprised face. Above the flag it was written that the Black Hound was showing his presence, and the representative of the Egyptian gods was making him a business proposal. Looking down with a confident smile, the main character stated that he understood what he was talking about. An image of an unusual dark substance appeared, wearing a blue-violet robe. It was Anubis. The main character mentally stated that he thought that he would sit quietly for a while after wasting his energy on the -1st floor. Covering one eye and raising his head, the protagonist said to speak. The emerging image of a being in the sky looked at him. A system alert appeared that the Black Hound was emitting a long howl. Grabbing the flag, the dark-haired guy asked why she was angry now and stated that then he would just take the flag. The Black Hound is confused. She asks him to calm down. The dark creature approached the flag with a pleading expression on its face. An information box appeared, which said that the Egyptian gods wanted to see the logical conclusion of the battle. Anubis looked at the protagonist standing on the mountain with his skull. The main character thought that as those who guard the floors above the current one, they could not accept that the clearing of the 4th level would end without a battle with the boss of the level. He mentally asked if this was the reason, or if they just didn't like the arrogant little man. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist asked why he should accept his offer. As he grabbed the flag, he said that he could win just by taking the flag. Anubis clenched his teeth. A notification appeared that the Black Hound was offering him a contract. The main character looked suspiciously at the system window. Putting his hand to his chin and grinning, he declared that this was an incredibly suspicious generosity. Pandariel screamed in the sky as she approached him. The powerful impact destroyed part of the asphalt. Landing on the ground, the red-haired monster struck a fighting pose. She silently raised her gaze. She looked at the flag in confusion and asked why it was there. She turned to the side in surprise. The protagonist asked if she was asking why he didn't take the flag after getting an easy victory. Touching the scissors, which emitted sparks, the helmeted protagonist said that someone forced him to fight her. He added that he had already received an advance, so he could not take the flag until he defeated her. Looking to the left, Pandariel incomprehensibly asked about the advance. Raising his helmet, he said with a smile that everything was so. He grabbed his weapon. Then he threw the butcher's weapon on his back and said that he was very glad that he had received advance payment. In the hands of the boss of the fourth dungeon, a huge sword began to form from the aura. Starting to pick him up, she declared with burning eyes that he would regret it. Heaven's protection has been activated. Throwing his weapon on his back, the main character began to cover himself with a golden aura. Skills with the light attribute have been weakened by 50% due to the effect of the solar eclipse stone. Looking at the slowly approaching girl, he mentally stated that even with the maximum effect of blink, he would not have nearly enough stats to kill her. A deep imprint of her feet remained on the ground after the jerk. Appearing behind the protagonist, Pandariel swung her two-handed blade. The main character turned his frightened gaze to her. Smoke from a powerful explosion spread around the building. The red-haired girl, holding her blade forward, silently looked forward. The main character, who had a golden magic circle behind him, looked at her with a crazy look. She asked in surprise how he was able to block. The activation of the mandala has begun. The protagonist looked at her confidently, being in the epicenter of the smoke. Putting her hand to her face, she asked why he was not dying and asked him to disappear. Spreading her arms to the sides, she screamed for him to disappear. Huge strands of her hair rushed towards the guy. The skill steps of the Demon Sword King has been activated. Enveloping his blade in red energy, the protagonist quickly struck several times. His movement speed has been increased by 70%. He exhaled and began to cover his fingers with ice. The system reported the activation of the skill, Ice Creation. Gritting her teeth, Pandariel tried to jump away from the flow of ice. Soaring into the air, the main character swung his blade at the chain boss. A powerful blow landed on her shoulder. She screamed as her shoulders and neck began to freeze. After carrying out the attack, the dark-haired guy jumped away. Breaking the ice and looking furiously at the guy, the boss of the fourth floor said that he couldn't kill her so easily. Taking a stance, the protagonist said that he knew that this was not enough. With rage on her face, the red-haired girl ran towards him, drawing her sword away. Appearing behind him, she launched an arcing attack. The Create Ice skill has been activated. A dozen small crystals instantly appeared on Pandariel's face, blocking her view. She began to move her hands chaotically, not understanding what was happening. The main character easily dodged her attack with a confident smile. He grabbed the edged weapon with both hands. Raising the butcher's weapon, he delivered 2 slashing blows to the floor boss's face. With fury in her red eyes, she declared that he had made a mistake. Rushing towards him, she was able to throw him away with a blocked blow. The protagonist looked at his blade, which blocked the enemy's attack. Pandariel looked at him in fear. She narrowed her red eyes slightly. Looking at her with a smile, the protagonist stated that Muhan could only hide behind the backs of the servants, but she was much stronger. Cutting the hand of the crying boss of the fourth floor, he said goodbye to her. A notification appeared that Pandariel had been defeated. The status window reported that the level was elevated. The guy smiled and put his hands in his pockets. The system reported that the hero successfully defended the base. The ice blocks on the building were breaking up into smaller pieces. People came to their senses after the ice around them melted and turned into water. Teresa smiled and said that Jinhuk managed to do it this time too. The girl sat on her knees and looked at the blue sky above her head. There was a news broadcast on TV. The heroes were talking about how 24 hours had already passed since the fourth floor of the test tower was broken through. But one of them still could not believe it, because he expected that it would take at least 20 days to fight off hundreds of waves. There were signs at the establishment about 40% discounts. The door opened slightly and the bell rang. It was said that it was hard to believe that Jinhuk and his team managed to do this in one day. Apparently they saw the full power of an S-rank player. Truly monstrous. Manhwa stood up and happily waved her hand at the hero. Timon smiled, pleased that the guy had come after all. The main character smiled, asking if he was late. He just had to bring someone with him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, asking who he was talking about. A girl wearing black shoes entered the room. She pressed her palm to her chest, looking to the side with dissatisfaction, noticing that it was quite dirty for a banquet hall. Manhwa realized that this was Alice, whom they met that time. Jinhuk raised his eyebrows, saying that he brought her because she is now also part of their company of old men. The girl raised her hands to say hello. The young man smiled awkwardly, asking what this strange name was. The main character turned to Manhwa, asking where Teresa was. The girl smiled, saying that she would be there in about an hour and asked to start eating without waiting for her. Suddenly, the guy turned his head in surprise. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that he didn't think the guy would come. Yusung folded his arms and frowned, saying that he only came to find out the secret method for receiving random rewards. The young man hugged the arriving hero and, smiling, he said that he would tell him this secret, asking him not to choke and drink with them. The bell at the entrance rang. Pak Hana, Hyun, Rick and Yuri entered the establishment, holding a phone in her hands, saying that they had also come. The heroes bowed to Jin-hyuk, congratulating the president on the successful clearing of the 4th floor. The young man smiled, thanking them. The guy smiled broadly, pointing to Alice, who was taking money out of her wallet, saying that they could eat as much as they wanted, because in honor of clearing the 4th floor, this lady was paying for everyone. The girl smiled, taking out gold coins. On the table there was a chicken appetizer and large mugs of intoxicating drink. The hero threw his head back, drinking the contents. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that it was wonderful. Alice, who was sitting next to her, closed her eyes, saying that she couldn't believe that you could eat so much for just 2 coins. She picked up her fork and knife and frowned at the plates full of goodies. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the chicken leg on the fork, saying that she had tried a lot of meat, but here its taste was simply on a different level. The main character, licking his lips, reached for her plate with a fork. A bright flash flashed. Alice bared her teeth and looked at him angrily. The hero said that if that was the case, then she could eat herself. She ate happily. A blush appeared on her face. Alice thanked him, saying that she would never forget this. Jin-hyuk smiled, looked at her and thought that no one could tell from her that she was one of the strongest inhabitants of the tower. Taemin looked confusedly at the man sitting next to him, asking what Hyun was doing before. Yusung frowned at him. He raised the glass to his mouth, saying that he was a student at medical school. The guy screamed in surprise, saying that this could not be. The door to the establishment opened. Teresa came inside and smiled awkwardly, asking to be forgiven for being late. Yuri jumped up and smiled, holding the phone in her hand and closing her eyes with the other. Rick, she couldn't believe that it was really her in front of her. Pak Hana opened her eyes in surprise. Jin-hyuk smiled as he heard the girl say that she wanted to tag her and take a photo together. The main character remembered himself in a room in front of 4 monitors, thinking that before, when he went through the test tower, he was always alone. He leaned his arm on the back of the chair, looking at the joyful heroes around him. Alice, chewing her food, looked at him, asking why he was smiling. The young man said it was because it was getting a bit noisy here. The sign of the premises was illuminated on the street. The status window notified that the hero's strength, agility, and endurance are 16, mana 92, jump 100, luck 10, and adaptability 10, free stats 9. Number of coins 235,341. No profession. Hero's abilities: Fusion, Graveyard of Swords, Patronage of Heaven, Court of Anubis, Skill, Fire element of the 5th level. Sitting on the chair, the hero crossed his legs, noticing that he had risen 3 levels. He smiled and knitted his eyebrows, thinking about how he used to think that he was advancing in the most ideal way, but now he is advancing so fast that it doesn't even compare to the past. The guy brushed aside the window, looking to the side, thinking that perhaps it was because of the changes he had received after the game became a reality. The main thing was that he didn't make any losses. The hero said it was time to look at the reward for the 4th floor. There was a scroll under the transparent blue cube. The system notified that it was a high-level skill enhancer. The scroll dissolved in his palm. Jin-hyuk said that he would apply it to the skill that he uses most often, Ice Creation. The status window reported that the Ice Creation skill had been raised to level 8. Cold air came out of the ventilation. The guy, shuddering, noticed that it was getting cooler and turned to the man, asking if he had turned on the air conditioning. He frowned with displeasure, shouting that if he was cold, he should dress warmer, telling him not to shirk work. The hero scratched his ear thoughtfully, choosing the next one. He placed his finger on the status window, intending to purchase something. A giant wheel of fortune appeared in front of the guy. Random item knockout of level A. The young man understood that the item that could be knocked out when scrolling was a random KR item. He pulled the lever, lowering it down. The wheel spun quickly. The system notified that the hero must press the red button in the middle, informing him that he had little time left. Jin-hyuk folded his arms across his chest, smiling, watching the wheel, not understanding what kind of cheap threats these were. The red arrows were pointing to the button. The guy was thinking that if the wheel was left spinning like that, the sound and visual effects would make the player feel anxious, as if something terrible was about to happen. The system reported that the time was up, asking the wheel to be rotated again. The arrow pointed to one of the wheel slots. The hero asked if someone else would press the button in his place. He smiled, holding the lever in his palm, thinking that besides him, the one who was looking far and wide for bugs deliberately left by someone in the system. The wheel again accelerated its rotation speed. The hero lowered the lever. The system continued to report that time had expired, asking the hero to spin the wheel again. Lightning flashed around him. His hand froze over the red button. He said that if you rotate the wheel without stopping, then on the 37th time its rotation speed will decrease by 99%. Beads of sweat appeared on Yusung's face. He turned to Jin-hyuk, asking if he really said that this way you can knock out the desired level item. He stood near the wheel, holding his hand to the side, asking how far he went. Jin-hyuk lowered his head and smiled, thinking about letting the man also choose his desired item in this way. Yusung smiled as he held the red sword sitting in his hands, saying that he could finally defeat him. But the picture faded. The hero knew that this method had consequences. In a week the received item would disappear. The main character smiled while holding the lever, saying that the man was so happy that he had collected all the attributes, so the young man couldn't wait to see his face in a week. The arrow pointed to the medicines. The system reported that the hero had received the item 3 color pills in the amount of 3 pieces. He smiled. The objects dissolved in his palm. The guy thought that since he could only use this for a week, then this was the best option for the next floor. And now the last and most important item for passing the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk smiled as he watched the item dissolve in his hand, the system notifying that the hero was using the item entrance ticket for the Great Magical Library. The status window notified that the Great Magical Library had opened. The young man found himself surrounded by bookshelves, saying that he had not been here for a long time. Should he visit the old man? At the far end of the room, behind the bookcases, a man was sitting on a chair. A book was open on the table in front of him. Unusual devices illuminated it. The man smiled and chuckled softly. The hero took a step, coming closer. Jin-hyuk walked forward, smiling and holding his hands in his pockets, listening to the fact that the man had heard that the 4th floor had been cleared, but did not expect to immediately see guests. He reached into the inkwell with his pen. The man turned around, pressing his hand to his chest, introducing himself as Rick Hennessy. He is the manager of this library. Books were flying around the man. He raised his palm to his monocle. Rick is an influential mid-level manager who is in charge of the Great Magical Library in the Tower of Testing. Jin-hyuk smiled and introduced himself, thinking that he had finally met with one of the managers. The man walked down the steps, saying that for the first time in his long life he had seen a person come here so quickly. He looked at the unusual decoration in the form of a planet on the ceiling, putting his hands behind his back, saying that not only did the hero come here, he also immediately found him in the huge labyrinth of the library. For him, this is an interesting case. The main character smiled, saying that luck was on his side. He reached his hand towards the book on the shelf. The man, standing nearby, said that the young man could take any books, but there were no books of the level that he could read. Rick knitted his eyebrows, saying that, at a minimum, you need to understand the runic language. His words were interrupted by the guy, saying that these were teachings on ascension to the 6th circle, written by the magician of the Imperial Palace Talamos. Jin-hyuk held up the red-covered book in front of him and looked at the man and smiled, asking if he was right. Rick frowned, eyes flashing, asking if he knew the rune language. The guy lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that he by nature loves to learn new things, so he knows a little of everything. The man looked at him carefully, thinking that the player who had just climbed to the 5th floor already knew the language of runes. Tall bookshelves rose to the ceiling. Rick asked permission to ask a question, to which the guy immediately agreed. The man smiled, saying that he understood perfectly well that he was different from other players, at least in that he managed to get here, but it seemed to the man that there was some special support behind the hero. The guy turned his head and grinned, repeating the word support. Jin-hyuk put out his hand. Behind him was a goddess holding scales. The status window notified that the judgment of Anubis was activated. The hero said that the Egyptian gods were behind him. Thanks to them, he was able to get here and get information about the tower. The man froze, looking forward, not understanding how this was possible, because he definitely felt the energy of Anubis, which means that the gods are showing interest in the players. Jin-hyuk smiled as he scratched his neck, saying that he seemed to be a valuable player for them to be blessed with such power. The system reported that since no target had been selected, Judgment of Anubis was being deactivated. Rick straightened his suit, saying that a worthy person requires appropriate treatment. The man took off his hat and bowed, saying that he had underestimated his dear guest, offering his deepest apologies. The guy smiled awkwardly, imagining the laughing god Anubis, thinking that if he saw this, his neck would be seized. Rick held out his hand, pointing at the levitating books, saying that to confirm his apology, he would give the hero one of them. The main character smiled, asking if he really could choose anyone. The man bowed, answering of course. He closed his eyes, saying that he wanted to give his precious guest a precious gift. The guy's gaze fell on book number 12 Fahrenheit 127. He said that in that case, he would take this one. In his hands was a book with a dark cover. Rick looked at him, asking if he was sure. The young man flipped through the pages. The wise man continued, saying that this is certainly a good grimoire. However, it is written in an ancient rune language, so except those who lived in this era, no one is able to understand it. Jin-hyuk turned to him and smiled, quoting the words that he is the Black Dragon Nasidrian, writes this in a memo that he became an ancient dragon. For 1,000 years he researched methods of destruction and ruled the world. The young man put his palm to the page, saying that this is a book written by a lizard with 8th grader syndrome. He'll definitely take it. Rick smiled. He laughed loudly, again asking for forgiveness, because this was to be expected from one blessed by the gods. The man put his hands in front of him, white flashes shone between them. He said that from now on he would watch Mr. Jin-hyuk. Bright green flashes were near the bookcase. Rick smiled, gradually dissolving into pixels, saying that he would look forward to meeting the player Jin-hyuk again. The main character looked in surprise at the disappearing pixels. There were drops of sweat on the hero's face. It was terrible. The 5th floor seemed like a world with a dead civilization. The guy ran along the road ahead, and in this dark world only fanatics remained, maddened by blood. The young man turned around worriedly. The torch burned brightly. Pitchforks and axes were raised into the air. With his mouth wide open, the man ordered to seize him and find victims. This place turned out to be one big mental hospital. The guy, eyes wide open, rushed to run forward. The presenter of the program, holding a piece of paper in his hand, looked worriedly at the man who was telling this story, repeating the words about the mental hospital. He stuck his hand out, asking if the fanatics looked so threatening, asking why the hero was running away instead of fighting. The man said that he was going to fight them back using his skills. However, there was a big obstacle on the 5th floor. They were discussing the hero of the program in the chat, saying that he was simply scared of them. The man raised his index finger, saying that there was a ban on the use of skills. The presenter cried out in surprise, repeating his words. He covered his face with his palm, raising the bright stone upward, saying that he could not even call his inventory, and only thanks to this stone of return, he could barely save his life. The girl paused the recording of the program when the man said that this is why this time they would provide a special discount of up to 20% on the homecoming stone and sell it for 5,000 coins. Teresa furrowed her brows, asking to be taken with her to the 5th floor. The main character frowned and lowered his head, saying that she couldn't go there. She put her hands on the table, asking why. Teresa frowned, saying that she already understood that he was going to the 5th floor, but she couldn't let him down. The guy bared his teeth, not understanding where such assertiveness came from. He looked at her, saying that it was impossible. No matter how she asked, he himself could sneak in, so he would just give her up. The girl grabbed the boy's hand. She clenched her other hand into a fist and frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on her face. She asked him to promise her that he would not try to do the impossible. Sitting in the car, the hero touched his wrist. He smiled, thinking that her words were funny. A status window appeared in front of the guy's face, indicating that the system reported that he had been sent a gift as help from the kingdom of Caladium. The young man imagined a man in unusual shining armor holding a flag with the coat of arms of a wolf, thinking about whether this kingdom was not the enemy of the Murim government. The system notified that the hero received a muddy smell. Blue smoke spread out. Its characteristics were presented: difficulty of obtaining, F. Description, a skill that allows you to hide your own smell, breath, and even signs of presence. Limit, 3 seconds. After use, the styling is 24 hours. The system reported that thanks to the support of higher powers, the hero overcame the limitation on the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk smiled, thinking that he was given a gift in defiance of the tower's restrictions. It seemed that they had begun to contact the players they were interested in. Like Murim, the hero was going to take full advantage of the skill. The car drove forward, passing tall buildings. The status windows indicated that the hero had entered the 5th floor of the challenge tower. He will start the passage from a random place. The main character landed on his knee, his cape flying up. The system reported that the use of skills was blocked and a random F rank item was issued. There was a blue exclamation mark in the red triangle. In the status window it was written that there was only one rule: survive and escape. Jin-hyuk smiled, his eyes sparkling. He put his palm with the dark book forward. The system reported that thanks to the possession of the Grimoire of Macedrian, one of the hero's skills was unlocked. Now he can use the greedy gaze. He smiled, putting the book away in his inner pocket, thinking that that was why he had chosen it from the library. He would keep it because it would be useful in the future. Other players began to appear in the room with a gleam of pixels. They held out their arms and tried to get their bearings. The guy noticed that it was very dark here. The girl, frowning, asked why it was so humid here. The main character looked at them, thinking that those who ended up at the same starting point had already begun to arrive. The circle on his wrist shone brightly, and he frowned, thinking about leaving these newcomers and moving on. The system notified that the tracking scroll had been activated. His eyes went wide due to the skill being used. The status window notified about moving to the location of the scroll object. Long blonde locks were visible in front. Jin-hyuk bared his teeth in displeasure, calling her stubborn. Teresa appeared in front of him, landing on her knee, resting her hand on the floor. She raised her head and smiled, saying that she was not sure that he would keep his promise, so she followed him. While the players around were coming to their senses, the guy, standing in front of the girl, said displeasedly that he asked her not to follow him, asking what she was even thinking when she went here. Teresa, brushing dirt from her clothes, asked not to scold the man who came here because he was worried about the hero. Jin-hyuk covered his face with his hand, thinking that now he would have to rebuild the entire plan. The girl turned her head back. The players touched their trousers, saying that they had something in their pockets. She put her hand in her pocket. Smiling, the girl stuck out a flashlight, asking what the young man had. The guy, knitting his eyebrows, showed her the pen. She knitted her eyebrows awkwardly, saying that it was somehow not very good. Jin-hyuk pressed the button, extending the rod, saying that he could only get by with her. The guy pressed the button, causing the lighter to fire. He pulled her forward, saying that now at least something was visible. The girl covered her face with her hand. Teresa raised her eyebrows, saying that she also had a flashlight. She tried to turn it on. The main character covered it with his palm, looking to the side. The guy raised the flame of his lighter higher, asking what this strange place was. 3 players followed him. He said that they need to get out of here. The people in yellow hoods opened their eyes wide when they heard them. One of the fanatics opened his mouth wide, pointing his finger at the players, saying that the victims were there. They moved in a crowd towards the players, holding torches aloft. One of the heroes stuck out his hand, shouting at the guy to turn off the lighter. The fanatics edged closer, shouting to capture them all, their robes rising higher, their torches shining brightly. While running away from the place, only the shoes of one of them were visible. A hand appeared from behind the stone. Jin-hyuk and Teresa peeked out from behind him. She put her hand on his shoulder. The guy knitted his eyebrows, looking at it. The girl pointed to the side, asking if they shouldn't save those people. Squatting, the young man turned to her, saying that since she followed him, she would have to listen to his instructions. She asked in surprise what she was talking about. The main character looked forward, leaning his hand on the stone, saying that now they should avoid unnecessary exposure. Besides, the girl is not ready for a head-on attack right now. Teresa stood up and, lowering her eyes, asked if he was underestimating her too much, since she had also prepared things. She smiled, holding out 2 blue stones in her palm, saying that she also bought it for the guy. This is an item that is needed on the 5th floor, a homecoming stone. Jin-hyuk hit himself in the face with his palm. The girl smiled awkwardly, not understanding what was wrong. The players held the door, trying to keep the fanatics at bay. One of them turned back, shouting that at this rate they would soon break through, asking for help from those behind, asking what they were doing. The girl arched her eyebrows, looking sarcastically at the stone of return. She frowned and smiled, saying that she would get out of here now, wishing them to stay happily. The stone in her hands cracked. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the falling fragments. The players holding the door noticed this. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, asking if it really didn't work. The guys screamed in displeasure because they also bought these. The fanatics knocked down the door, throwing the players back. A man of strong build held a weapon in his hand, tightly squeezing his palm. The players froze in place, eyes and mouths wide open. A tall man in a mask moved towards them. Without letting go of the weapon, the guy fell to the floor, leaning his hands behind his back. The girl looked at the broken stone in her palm, unable to believe that this was all a deception. Jin-hyuk lowered his eyes, asking if she believed everything they said on TV. Teresa sadly looked at the wreckage. She lowered her hands in frustration and knitted her eyebrows, saying that she bought 2 specifically to give one to the guy. Screams were heard. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. She turned around and, clenching her hand into a fist, said that it was time for them to go. One of the fanatics appeared behind her, holding a rope in his hands, smiling terribly. He opened his eyes and mouth wide, shouting that this was a sacrifice for their god. He threw a rope around her neck. The girl grabbed him by the clothes. In one motion, Teresa knocked the fanatic over her. He flew into the wall, leaving behind a bright explosion, sending dust into the air. The people in yellow robes raised their torches and stood frozen in place. The girl bared her teeth, covering the hero's back, saying that it seemed they had been discovered. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that it looked like that. The fanatics folded their palms in front of them. Their eyes were wide open. One of them said that God wants the victims of holy blood. Together they must bring about the revival of the king, finding eternal happiness. The main character clicked the handle, extending the rod. With a sharp movement, he struck one of the fanatics in the throat, who opened his mouth wide. He crouched down, covering the wound with his palms. Behind him, the hero did the same with the others. Jin-hyuk frowned, asking if someone wanted to give him another sermon, a pen dripping with blood in his hand. The robed people looked at him worriedly, their eyes wide. A tall man in a mask appeared behind one of them. Trembling all over, he raised his head to address the deputy, holding a giant hammer in his hands. The guy clasped his hands together with his palms in front of him, saying that they were not afraid, but the deputy's palm had already covered his head. There was a loud sound. Teresa covered her mouth with her hands, eyes wide. The main character grinned, asking if she had ever played hide and seek. He pointed his finger at the approaching big-headed guy, saying that he wanted to play with them, so he told the girl not to get in his way. She looked at him in shock. The deputy swung his hammer, preparing to strike. The guy shouted, "Let's start." The main character and the girl ran to the side after the deputy's hammer smashed the floor under their feet. One of the fanatics sat on his knees in front of the leader in a purple robe. He asked what happened to the victims. The fanatic sank to the floor, saying that they were successfully catching them. The leader smiled horribly, saying that God is making even more victims, because now the tower has opened and even more ignorant people will come to them. He threw his head back, laughing loudly, saying that the promised time of his rebirth had come. The fanatic turned to the head, asking him to pay attention to this. The man looked at him in surprise. On the screen there was a deputy swinging a hammer and the main character and a girl running away from him. When the leader asked who it was, the guy replied that these were recently discovered victims. The head thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, saying that it was the first time he had seen a deputy suffer so much. They were too agile for victims. A man in a black robe and a cross on his neck stood silently nearby. He looked at the screen in surprise. Looking at the smiling young man, he turned questioningly, calling him by name. The head looked at him in surprise, asking if he knew this hero. The man looked at the screen, saying yes. The players were visible on several monitors. They were in despair. The man, holding the mask behind his back, said that for their plan, he would become the most dangerous obstacle. There was a pink mark on the raven's mask. The huge hammer was in the air. The deputy delivered a crushing blow, forcing Teresa to jump away. Looking around, the girl noticed that this monster was not like ordinary fanatics due to its high speed and body structure. The enemy again swung his hammer to strike, jumping to the side. The main character said that at the moment a fight with the big-headed one was impossible. Looking at his girlfriend, he added that they needed to keep their distance and asked her to lend him something for a while. The guys ran around the corner. The deputy came around the corner. A bright flash blinded him. The man covered his eyes with his hand to see at least something. The hammer hit the ground with force, destroying the stone tiles. A cloud of dust formed beneath him. Raising the hammer, the monster saw fragments of some device at the site of the impact. Teresa watched the enemy from the second-floor balcony, so they were able to buy some time to develop a plan. Hiding behind the fence, the main character asked his ally to listen to him carefully. Pointing his finger at himself, he offered to aggravate the big-headed one towards himself. The deputy walked around the corner. Teresa objected by saying that they had just managed to break away. Jin-Hyuk explained that they would have to face the enemy to get through this floor anyway. He added that while the monster was distracted, it was necessary to evacuate other people who had trusted the Stone of Return and now could not get out. The girl nodded approvingly. Looking away, the guy said that he would try to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, despite the fact that it had become a little more problematic. Looking down, Teresa agreed and thought to herself that everything was worse because she came here. The player smiled as he looked at her. Escalators led to the 2nd floor. The guy asked his ally to remember something just in case. The monster stepped with its huge foot on the stone tiles, asking where the victims were. A small stone flew into his head and someone called out to him. After throwing a stone into the air, the player asked if his enemy was playing hide and seek too badly. The deputy rushed after him up the escalator. While he ran after his victim down the corridor, Teresa stood behind the stone wall. Looking out from behind the wall, she was convinced that the monster was no longer threatening her. A few minutes before, her friend asked her to take advantage of the moment at the right time. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl asked what it means at the right time. The young man smiled, declaring that his ally would definitely feel it when it came. Teresa was trying to find something in the basket of sports equipment. Taking a hockey stick in her hands, she thought that she would understand when the time came. Getting ready to save the people remaining in the dungeon, the girl ran forward. Running away from his pursuer, the main character thought that his girlfriend had probably already gone far enough. His eyes lit up, a notification announcing that Greedy Gaze had been activated. A status window appeared in front of the deputy, showing that his power level was equal to 100, and a warning popped up stating that an action was detected that violated the causality of the 5th floor. Another red notification appeared in front of the player's eyes, in which it was written that the Rotting Heart had shown interest in him and that a secondary condition for changing his occupation had been created. Jin-Hyuk ran down the hallway, a notice stating that Rotting Heart had offered to be his sword. The new notice said that the player could transform into the Black Apostle upon accepting the offer. The fire demon crossed his arms over his chest. Rotting Heart was one of the absolute beings residing on the upper floors. In the tower, he was better known as the Demon King. A sharp awl broke through the thin veil. If you try to overcome the restriction in places like this floor where the use of skills has been sealed by any means, it will attract attention. There was a notice in the air that said Black Apostle. Becoming one will allow you to show off your new abilities, but you will have to pay for it by becoming a servant of the Demon King for the rest of your life. The image of a smiling Melina appeared in the guy's head. Smiling, he thought that a tiger could not fall in front of some dog. With a wave of his hand, the player refused the offer. The Demon King gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. The notification announced that Rotting Heart had gone berserk. The deputy raised his head. With shaking hands, the monster grabbed his helmet. dark energy pierced the guy's chest, a notification said that he had received the Demon King's curse for refusing his offer. His heart wrapped in chains, a new notice announced that the player was now a target for all demons and that the curse could not be lifted until the death of its owner. The young man fell to the ground and grabbed his chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Its drops sprinkled the stone floor. After spitting out a blood clot, the main character said that it was painful. Wiping the blood from his lips, he smiled. Fanatics in yellow robes stood in front of him. The player asked if they would continue to just stand and watch. Beckoning them with his finger, Jin-Huk urged them to attack. The cultists ran away in fear. The members of the squad were sitting on the floor, tied with rope. The blonde said that they had made a mistake. The girl begged for their lives. Someone fell on his back. Grabbing the black girl by the hair, the distraught cultist was about to make a sacrifice to his god. Teresa hastened to intervene in the ritual of sacrifice. Jumping into the air, she swung her club for a shot. The attacked cultist spat out a clot of blood as the club struck his face. Other fanatics surrounded the squad. Teresa looked back and asked the rescued girl to take care of the others. Clutching her head, the black girl shook with fear, saying that there was no point in this and that they would all die because they would not be able to get out of here. Teresa understood that the squad was enveloped in a sting. The cultist raised a sickle above his head. Having placed her stick in front of her in time, the woman was able to deflect the blow. The sickle cut off part of the wooden stick. The thick part of the club struck the cultist in the lower jaw. The black girl watched the battle with tears in her eyes. Hearing that everyone would be able to get out of the dungeon safe and sound, she raised her hands. Teresa smiled and said that it was time for the squad to rise up and take up arms because her comrade was already clearing the 5th floor. The main character showed no signs of life. He lay on the deputy's shoulder, followed by a crowd of fanatics. Part of the squad was in the dungeon. Someone shouted that they would all die. The guy in the cap started crying, saying that he shouldn't have come here and that he was going to leave as soon as he got at least a couple of items. Hitting the iron bars with his sickle, the overseer shouted that the prisoners were too noisy. Furiously opening his eyes, the cultist declared that those who made noise would be sent to be tortured. Turning to his colleagues, he bowed, asking them to continue the conversation. The man in the purple robe asked if they had caught the same man. The answer was yes. The priest frowned tensely, saying that this was the first time he had met him in person. The main character sat behind bars, stretching his shoulder. He looked up when his name was called. Jin-Huk narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Looking at the priest, the guy thought that his mana was definitely human, which means that the man is one of the mains if he is in league with the boss of the 5th floor. His eye lit up, a notification announcing that Greedy Gaze had been activated. The next notification said that the status window could not be opened. The priest's face darkened. The message explained that the object was using a high-level mental barrier. Taking the capsule out of his pocket, the player thought that he was going to use it in the fight against the head of the cult, but there was no other choice. White powder fell from the capsule. The notification said that thanks to the use of the white pill, the adaptation stat doubled for 10 minutes. The guy looked at the priest. The notification said that the greedy look had broken through the object's protection, and all his characteristics and skills appeared in the status window. Looking at him, the player noticed the inscription Knight of the Round Table and thought that Hosenbelt was probably the same influential person in the main association that Melina was talking about. Having examined the enemy's skills, the young man came to the conclusion that the mental barrier skill could be the key to defeating the deity. The player squinted his eyes in displeasure when he saw the copying conditions. The notice said that he must behave like a schoolboy with 8th grader syndrome until the object says his knightly name. Squeezing the bridge of his nose with his fingers, the young man thought that the tower system was controlled by a very strange person, because such conditions could only be met if he drank 6 bottles of saju. The man frowned, asking why the prisoner was silent. Covering his eyes with his hand, the main character apologized. Smirking evilly, he stated that he was busy suppressing his powerful powers of darkness. There was silence in the dungeon. The cultists looked at the prisoner through the bars in disbelief. The purple-robed leader asked if this crazy man was exactly the one his colleague was talking about. Hosenbelt looked down with displeasure and confirmed it. Waving his hand, the head declared that he was leaving this crazy man to his friend. Alice couldn't help but laugh, covering her face with her hand. Jin-Huk asked her to pretend that nothing happened, because he himself was dying of shame. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, the priest stated that the prisoner did not fully understand the seriousness of the situation because he was about to be sacrificed. Raising his hand above his head, the guy flashed his eyes and asked if his enemies really thought they could keep his destructive madness locked up. The priest silently watched this performance, with his hands behind his back, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction. He assumed that the enemy was hiding some kind of trump card, which was possible given his abilities. Squinting his eyes, Hosenbelt stated that he was already aware of the enemy's forces and that he would not be able to survive here with the sealed skills. The player turned away, thinking that getting what he wanted was too difficult. The bloody man opened his mouth wide and screamed. Severely knitting his eyebrows, the man asked if the prisoners had heard this scream. Hearing that this was the sound of a sacrifice ritual, the members of the detachment widened their eyes in fear. The priest said that they, too, were awaiting a slow and painful death, which was impossible to endure in a sober mind. A key flashed in his hands. Waving at them, the man said that he would give the key if the guy told everything about the unknown. The player smiled slyly, mysteriously placing his hand on his head. He said that he would reveal the unknown man's true name if the priest revealed his. In the man's hands was a raven mask. Holding it up to his face, Hosbelt said that he was also known as Lancelot. An icon for the skill mental barrier appeared. A notification announced that the conditions had been met and that the skill had been successfully copied. The description said that the skill strengthened the owner's mind defense, protected him from viewing his status, and protected him from all kinds of mental attacks. The man frowned, asking the prisoner to tell about the true face of the unknown. The young man put his index finger up and said to listen to him carefully. Hearing the name of the unknown, the priest tensely lowered the corners of his lips. He put his hands behind his back, realizing who was hiding under the mask of the unknown. The man said that he would keep his promise, and a silver key fell to the floor of the dungeon. Putting on the mask and turning away, the priest wished the guy a quick death. The main character smiled contentedly. Another prisoner noticed a key lying on the ground. He immediately grabbed it in his hand. Leaning against the iron bars, the man tried to open the door. However, he quickly realized that there was no hole for the key at all. Jinhyuk, lying on the floor, thought that this was to be expected. Closing his eyes, the guy asked what his ally was doing at this time. The cultist pressed the lever. Teresa fell to the floor of the dungeon. Closing the lattice door, the fanatic said that it was the first time he had seen a victim who resisted so much. His colleague added that this woman had defeated 20 warriors. The cultist declared that God would be pleased with a victim with such vitality. The girl stood up, wiping her face with her sleeve. Looking at the squad, she asked where the others were. The woman turned around, hearing someone's dissatisfied exclamations. The black girl kicked her ally, saying that things would be different if they weren't there. Covering the child with herself, Teresa asked what was happening and ordered the torture to stop. Knitting her eyebrows in dissatisfaction, the black girl said that the saint simply didn't know something. The little girl began to cry. A member of the squad explained that this was a resident of the tower. Teresa turned around in confusion. The child looked at her pitifully. The next moment, the girl hugged her knees and looked down. Tears appeared in the eyes of the squad members. They said that they would not have been locked up if only the tower and its inhabitants did not exist. The black girl pointed her finger at the child and said that it was all because of him. The girl shook in fear. She closed her eyes. Teresa grabbed the black girl's hand. Looking at her sternly, the woman declared that it did not matter who the child was because the fanatics had captured him just like they had. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. The dark-skinned girl's hand began to shake. Frowning, Teresa squeezed it tightly. Turning to the child, she asked what his name was. Burying her face in her knees, the girl did not answer. The woman said that she had nothing to be afraid of and that no one would touch her. Pressing her hands to her chest, the resident of the tower whispered that her name was Andrea. Smiling, Teresa replied that it was a very beautiful name. Andrea carried a large basket on her back. At that moment, fanatics with pitchforks came to their village. Sticking his index finger in front of him, the cultist said that they would spare the lives of the villagers if they sacrificed one person. The people bowed down to the little girl, asking her to go with the cultists for the sake of the village since she was an orphan. The villagers said it was a great honor. The fanatic grabbed Andrea by the hand. Hugging her and patting her on the head, Teresa said that she must have been very lonely. The woman frowned. The girl sat on her lap with a sad look. The saint thought that she was no different from an ordinary person. The cultists stood on the other side of the bars, discussing the next sacrifice, for which one person from each cell had to be prepared. Leaning against the cage, the fanatic explained that if no one was chosen, then everyone would participate in the ritual at once. The black girl shook in fear. The brunette, bursting into tears, said that she would not go anywhere. Rolling her eyes, she realized something. Andrea furrowed her eyebrows in horror when a squad member suggested handing her over to the cultists. Covering her with her body, Teresa ordered them not to rush to conclusions. The squad members clenched their teeth menacingly. The cultist clenched his fists in delight, declaring that God would be happy if his victims fought. Another fanatic opened his mouth in confusion. Someone raised their hand. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he would volunteer if no one objected. Squinting, the other prisoners agreed. The cultist tied the victims' hands tightly. The prisoners were led forward under escort. Jinhyuk held a red and white capsule in his teeth. He spat it out without anyone noticing. The capsule fell into the drain. The cultist turned around questioningly, but did not notice anything. Smiling, the player thought that all the necessary preparations were completed. Walking past the cells, he decided that Teresa had probably been caught and that, due to her personality traits, she herself would volunteer to be a victim. This was the first time the guy went through this part this way, but while everything was going quite smoothly, a notification opened before his eyes informing him that a hidden quest had been received. Now for killing each fanatic, the adaptation stat will increase by 0.1%, and for eliminating the head of the cult, the stat will increase by 30 units. Licking his lips, the player thought that he did not expect that the adaptation stat would increase this time. A sudden scream made him squint. The crowd of cultists raised their clenched fists in the air, praising their god. In the center of the arena stood the deputy. Next to him were pillars with crucified victims. Continuing to walk forward, the young man thought that a lot of fanatics had gathered here. One of the prisoners vomited. The guy thought that it wasn't bad enough for anyone to vomit. The chains rose into the air, and someone ordered the next victims to be made. The wooden gate tilted. The next moment they fell, opening the passage to the arena. The deputy looked around. The cultists urged the prisoners on with pitchforks. The main character stood among the other victims, their hands freed from the ropes. He looked around, hearing someone's enthusiastic exclamations. The chains were stretched around the pillar. Someone shouted that God wanted victims filled with horror. Jin-hyuk rolled his eyes. A crazy fanatic with a microphone asked which sacrifices gave God the most joy. Raising their hands in the air, the other cultists screamed that God loved the majestic and worthy victims. Raising the microphone to his mouth, the man urged them to see new victims. Pointing his hand at Teresa hanging on the pole, the cultist shouted that this woman had performed a magnificent act, sacrificing herself for the sake of a child she did not even know. Raising his head, the fanatic declared that the blood of this worthy victim would grace the completion of their rite of sacrifice. Putting his hand in his chest pocket, the main character thought that he was going to finish this floor, having received all the stats, but the situation changed. The ancient grimoire of Macedrian appeared in his hands. Notifications announced that its owner had freed himself from the restrictions of the owner of the 5th floor. Seriously angry, the guy said that he was tired of everything. Red energy enveloped his body. The notification began to count down. Flames jumped out of his hand thanks to the activation of the fire element. A fiery arrow flew out of the window of the building. The fire pierced the capsule in the drain. A notification announced that the red fire pill had been activated. The ground under the deputy's feet caught fire. Fire whirlwinds rose throughout the arena. The cultists began to run away. A man with a microphone asked how this was possible, because according to God's commandment, the use of skills is impossible. A knife appeared in the young man's hand. The next moment, he threw the blade to the side. The tip of the knife pierced the chain on which Teresa was hanging. The links of the chain fell apart, but the girl was unconscious, blood dripping from her forehead. The main character caught her. When the woman was in his arms, the guy realized that she was unconscious. He put his fingers to her neck to feel her pulse. The player lowered the corners of his lips with displeasure. His feet were firmly on the ground. Summoning a black and white capsule in his hand, Jin-hyuk said that stats were no longer so important to him because the desire to kill all the cultists was stronger. The guy put the capsule into his mouth. The teeth tore it in half. The notification announced that a black darkness pill had been used. Dark energy rushed through the arena. The notice said that a black barrier had been erected. Protecting themselves from dark energy, the cultists covered their faces with their hands, indignant that they could not see anything. A dark haze enveloped the player's body. A sword appeared in his hand, and a huge cloud of dust rose in the arena. The blade of the sword flashed in the midst of dark energy. The notification stated that the sword graveyard had been activated. The cultists stood in a cloud of dust, not understanding where their enemy had disappeared. The sharp sickle fell onto the stone floor. One of the fanatics fell to his knees and began to pray to his god. The others followed his example and begged the almighty and great god of the Demon King for help. Hearing strange sounds, the fanatics were distracted from prayer. Seeing a man in the darkness, they felt the energy of the Demon King god. Raising their hands joyfully, the cultists realized that God had answered their prayers. The main character dealt with the enemies, inflicting a series of lightning attacks. The face of one of the cultists was cut lengthwise. A notification reported that the enemy had been destroyed and that the adaptation stat had been improved by 0.1%. Another similar notification appeared. The cult sign lit up in the darkness. The message about increasing the stat appeared again. The golden guard of the sword sparkled in the player's hands. Teresa lay on the floor, surrounded by dark clouds of dust. Her hands were tied with a chain. Blood was running down her face. Some time ago, she defended Andrea from the attacks of a black girl who offered to send her to sacrifice. The girl frighteningly grabbed her sleeve. The woman said that it was just a small child. Stretching out their hands to the girl, the squad members shouted that she was just an NPC, so she could be sacrificed. Teresa got into a fighting pose. From the powerful blow, the bodies of the squad members hit the iron bars. Holding her fists in front of her, the woman said that they were deeply mistaken if they thought that without skills she was an ordinary weakling. Frowning sternly, the girl declared that she could defeat them even if they all attacked at the same time. Getting down on one knee, the black girl asked if Teresa was going to choose her own victim. The answer was yes. Wiping the blood from her chin, the squad member said that the woman was just pretending to be kind, but in reality she was the same as everyone else. Andrea looked at her protector in fear. A smile appeared on the saint's face. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. Patting her on the head, Teresa promised to return. On the other side of the bars stood a cultist. There was a crazy grin on his face. The man said that before him was a victim worthy of God. This same fanatic was already lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. His face was distorted by a grimace of death. Some of the cultists were imprisoned in blocks of ice, the rest were engulfed in fire. Having regained consciousness, Teresa raised herself up in her arms. The girl looked up when she heard someone's voice say that she was trying to do the impossible. The main character was sitting on one knee in front of her. Smiling, the woman said that she knew he would come. Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly. The knife cut the chain on Teresa's hands. While she was rejoicing at her release, the guy was dealing with a notice that said that 23 adaptation points had been received for completing a secret quest. Now all he had to do was deal with the head of the cult and get out of here. He looked back when the woman said she had somewhere to go. The cage door opened. The prisoners running out of their cells were happy that they managed to survive. Running into the next cage, Teresa called her new friend. The child clenched his fist joyfully when he saw his savior. They hugged. The woman was glad that everything was fine with the girl. Seeing them, the player asked what was happening. The girl explained that Andrea was a resident of the tower who was captured by the cultists for sacrifice. The notice said that the effect of Macedrian's ancient grimoire would soon end. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that he was wasting his precious time on something like that. Suddenly he widened his eyes, realizing something. The child clung to his protector. The young man grinned slyly. Leaning towards the girl, he wanted to ask her something. Strictly knitting his eyebrows, the player asked why she didn't become a believer if all the locals fanatically believe in God. Teresa looked at her friend incomprehensibly. The girl looked down in disappointment. Clenching her fists, she replied that she did not want to believe that God existed. Andrea explained that the villagers sold her because she had no parents, and tears appeared in her eyes. Her fist shook. The child added that if there is a God, then he created this hell full of despair. Tears flowed from her eyes. The girl concluded that if this was God's plan, then God was very bad. She brought her hands to her eyes to wipe away tears. Andrea looked back when the main character said that he and she were very similar because he was also abandoned at birth and sent to an orphanage. Leaning against the wall, Jin-hyuk said that life without parents is really very difficult. Teresa opened her mouth in surprise, amazed that her friend was telling something about himself. Remembering his past, the guy said that he needed to move on with his life without blaming anyone or being offended by anything, because it wouldn't change anything. Tapping her fingers together, Andrea said that this was impossible while the head of the cult was alive. She looked up as the player suggested a course of action. Smiling, the guy promised to kill the head of the cult. Hearing that she could then live in a world freed from the power of God, the girl raised her eyebrows. The notification announced that the soul brand had been activated. The player's index finger lit up, and he invited the child to become his partner. Andrea nodded approvingly. The young man touched her breast. A blue fire lit up inside her. Patting her on the head, the guy asked her to take care of him. Putting her hand to her chest in confusion, Teresa thought that she had not done anything like that. Walking down the corridor, the main character called on his friends to deal with the head of the cult. The notification reported that the ancient grimoire of Macedrian had ended and that all skills were blocked. A man in a purple robe stood in front of a cloud of dark energy. In his hands was an urn with a skull. The distraught man praised his deity. While going down the stairs, Jin-hyuk explained that the head of the cult was completely different from the other fanatics. His strength, even without the use of skills, was in no way inferior to the deputy. Teresa looked at her friend with concern and asked if they could defeat him without using skills. The guy replied that he had originally planned it that way. Hearing that the time was up and that he could no longer use the skills, the girl looked down tensely. Looking around, the player said that they could try to fight hand to hand, but the head of the cult had one of the most dangerous artifacts. The woman asked what they were talking about. Presenting an urn with skulls, the guy said that a vase that eats evil spirits kills the enemy with a spell with absolute accuracy. Following him, Teresa asked what they needed to do to win. Her friend replied that he would take the first blow. Looking around, he added that there is a cooldown between spell uses, so after the first blow, the saint should enter the battle. The girl pressed her hand to her chest as her friend said that she must defeat the head before he used the artifact again. Grabbing the lever, the young man asked if everyone was ready. His team members nodded in approval. After that, he pulled the lever. The lock on the door spun. The thick metal door opened. There was a man in a purple robe standing in the room. The main character said that if the team remembers everything he said, they will certainly get out of here. The man looked around, noticing the appearance of opponents. The player entered the room with his hands in his trouser pockets. The cultist was surprised that the people who ruined the ceremony came to him in person. Jin-hyuk asked where his partner had disappeared. Turning to face them, the man replied that his partner got what he wanted and left. Presenting Hosenbelt, the guy got upset because he wanted to kill him right there. Grabbing his cloak, the cult leader said that he did not understand how the enemy was able to use the skills, ignoring the restrictions of the god. Throwing off his robe, the fanatic declared that he would sacrifice his enemy and make him repent for all his atrocities. Seeing the urn in his hands, Teresa realized that this was the artifact her friend was talking about. The player jumped into the air. Pushing away from the wooden cabinets, he urged his girlfriend to join the fight. The girl jumped up to the enemy from the opposite side. The cult leader was able to deflect the blow with his foot, putting his hand in front of him. The fanatic wanted to trip him, but the woman was able to avoid a collision. The man clenched his teeth furiously. His knees were on the ground. Raising his eyebrows decisively, the player signaled to his girlfriend that it was time to attack. Teresa clutched the cloth ribbon in her hands. The cultist's mouth was closed to her. While the man tried to free his mouth from the tape, the young man rushed to attack. Andrea watched what was happening from the side. The cult leader clenched the ribbon between his teeth. With a sharp turn of his head, he managed to throw the girl back. She crashed into a wooden cabinet, the vases standing on it cracked. The fanatic raised his fist to strike. The opponents were quite close to each other. Realizing that things were bad, the main character clenched his teeth in irritation. Dodging the attack, he hit the enemy in the jaw. The man grabbed his face. Smiling, Jin-hyuk stated that he killed monsters with his bare hands that were tens of times larger than the cultist, so the enemy did not have a chance in hand-to-hand combat. Teresa smiled, thinking that she would not have expected anything less from her friend. The cult leader opened his mouth wide, declaring that it was quite good. Taking the urn in his hands, he said that the enemy would become the first victim of God. The skull on the urn began to exude dark energy, and the fanatic began to cast a spell. The skull's eyes glowed brightly. Dark waves of energy rushed towards the enemy across the room. Teresa furrowed her eyebrows, realizing that this was the very spell her friend was talking about. Dodging the waves of energy, the guy reminded his friend that this spell had a long cooldown. Dark energy erupted from the skull's eyes, which could be used to determine when the spell was ready to be used again. Smiling, the player asked his friend to take care of the rest. The girl opened her mouth in confusion. Dark energy shot through her friend's body, blood gushing out of his mouth. Andrea watched what was happening in fear. Teresa raised her eyebrows in surprise. The guy fell to the ground. His white t-shirt was stained with blood. The notice said that the player had died and that the Demon King's curse had disappeared. The cultist smiled contentedly, declaring that God would definitely be happy with such a fresh sacrifice. Placing her hand on her friend's chest, the woman asked him to wake up and open his eyes. The mad fanatic asked if his friend's death was really so painful. His eyes lit up. Tears streamed down Teresa's cheeks. Kicking her, the man declared that she was not the right victim if death did not bother her. The woman fell to the ground and the voice of a child was heard. The cult leader grinned. Realizing that she had been noticed, Andrea began to shake with fear. The man reached out to grab her. Teresa rose to her feet. The next moment she jumped onto the enemy's neck. Taking him in her grip, the girl bent down to throw him over herself. The impact sent up a cloud of dust. Looking down, the woman said that she would never allow her child to be taken away from her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Rising, the cultist realized that his opponent still had the strength to fight. A crazy smile appeared on his face. The main character was lying in a pool of his own blood. The enemy pushed Teresa into a stone wall. He towered over her, fists at the ready. Wiping her face with her hand, the girl thought that it was simply impossible to resist such an opponent without skills. Raising his fist, the man rushed to attack. However, the woman jumped back in time. Once at the other end of the hall, she prepared to make a retaliatory attack. There were fragments of vases in her hands. The girl threw them forward with force. The fragments broke the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Looking around, the man declared that the darkness would not save her. Teresa rushed around the corner. The light bulb in the chandelier burst. Leaning on a stone block, the woman thought that the enemy's horizons should decrease. She tried to catch her breath, thinking that she needed to take the vase away, because otherwise she would have no chance of winning. The cultist's foot hit the ground. The girl looked back. She somehow managed to evade the enemy's rapid attack. Looking at him, the woman wondered how the enemy was able to find her so quickly. Looking after her, the fanatic declared that she would be finished if he found her again. Hearing that her shiny hair immediately caught the eye even in the dark, Teresa looked at her curls. Long hair glowed, revealing the location of its owner. The urn began to glow and the cult leader declared that he would capture the enemy and force him to watch as the little girl fell victim to the vase. With these words, he rushed around the bend. Due to the powerful blow, the girl's body flew back. Having grouped herself in time, she maintained her balance and ran forward. Smiling madly, the fanatic praised her fortitude. Hidden around the corner, Teresa heard the enemy say that it was pointless because it was only a matter of time before they found her. Putting her hand on her wounded shoulder, the girl thought that she couldn't waste the precious time that her friend had won because otherwise everyone would die. Next to her lay a fragment of a vase. The woman took it in her hand. The cult leader walked down the corridor, praising his master. Suddenly he noticed bright hair around the corner. Smirking, the man said that he would spare the enemy's life if he swore to become a believer. Andrea hugged her shoulders. Trembling with fear, the fanatic promised to make the girl a saint of the Demon King God and allowed her to take the girl with her. After that, he rushed around the corner, but there was no one there. A strand of hair hung from the closet on a piece of cloth. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Teresa rushed forward to grab the urn. A few minutes before, she had held a fragment of a vase to her hair, thinking that it was nothing compared to her friend's sacrifice. The sharp piece cut off most of the hair. The cultist looked blankly at the strand of hair. Sensing the approach of the enemy, he turned around. Stretching her hand forward, the girl noted the enemy's reaction speed. The man raised his fist sharply. The vase broke on his head. Andrea threw it, sitting on the cabinet. The fanatic angrily put his hand to his head. Taking advantage of the situation, the woman grabbed the ballot box. Stopping in front of the cultist, she praised the girl for her good job. Clenching his hand into a fist, the cult leader asked what the enemy was going to do now. The girl looked at the urn, enveloped in a blue aura. A few minutes before the start of the battle, the main character put his index finger up and cast a spell. Teresa asked what this meant. Hearing that it was a runic spell that would need to be used at the right time, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Smiling, Jin-hyuk said that his girlfriend will definitely feel when this time comes. Holding the urn in her hands, the woman realized that the right time had come. Leaning over the urn, she whispered a spell. The skull's eyes lit up. Pointing his finger at her, the cult leader asked how his enemy knew the ancient language of the runes. Putting the vase in front of her, Teresa thought that her friend knew that she could do it and said that an old man had told her this spell. Dark waves of energy erupted from the skull's mouth and rushed towards the enemy's body. The cultist began to cry, not understanding how this could happen. Blood sprayed. Sharp waves of energy pierced through the fanatic. The notification announced that the boss monster of the 5th floor had been defeated. The urn fell to the floor with a clang. Having removed the girl from the closet, the woman asked if everything was okay. Andrea confirmed this. Sitting in the arms of her protector, she pointed her finger at the main character. Sitting down next to him, Teresa asked her friend to wake up and apologize for following him without his permission. She began to cry and said that she would not do this again. The notification that appeared said that the influence of the Demon King God had disappeared and that the restriction on the use of skills had been lifted. The protagonist's hand trembled. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The Heaven's Favor skill sign appeared, and a notification announced its activation. The message said that the player could be resurrected if he did not die instantly. The cooldown of this skill was 240 hours. Jin-hyuk's body was filled with light energy. His friends smiled happily. The guy got up from the ground. Putting his hand to his stomach, he said that death is a very painful thing. Seeing his friend's happy but tear-stained face, the player asked why they were crying again. Teresa said the tears were flowing and lightly punched her friend in the chest, causing blood to spray from his mouth. Leaning over, he said that he was still in pain. The woman asked for forgiveness, then the guy asked why she cut her hair. Pointing to the empty notification, the girl asked why the message about opening the next floor had not yet appeared if they had defeated the boss. Pointing to the door marked exit, the player replied that the condition for clearing the 5th floor was to escape from it. Looking around, he added that this floor had another highlight. Andrea looked at him with interest. There was an urn on the floor, and when he approached it, the guy explained that the place of the boss monster could be transferred to someone else. Taking the urn in his hands, he explained that since the clearing condition did not include eliminating the boss, the one who takes this artifact in his hands will become the new owner of this floor. Sitting down on one knee in front of the child, the young man said that he was entrusting him with the position of ruler. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Teresa looked at her worriedly. Smiling, the player recalled that he promised life in a world without the head of the cult. Andrea took the urn from his hands. She widened her eyes in amazement when her friend said that now no one could make her unhappy. The urn glowed as a notification announced that the floor ruler's seat had been transferred. The new report said that the new ruler had acquired an instant enhancement to match his knowledge. The girl's hair had become noticeably longer. Light energy sparkled around her legs. Teresa raised her eyebrows in shock. In a split second, Andrea turned into an adult girl. She clenched her fist happily. Bowing before her friend, the ruler of the deserted places assured that all local beings would obey his will. The notice confirmed her oath. New messages stated that the player was the first to receive devotion from the boss monster, and that for this he was registered in the Hall of Fame. The main character extended his hand. Patting the girl on the head, he hoped that the smile would never disappear from her face. Andrea looked at her friend with delight. Throwing herself on her neck, the girl asked to visit her more often. Hugging her friend, Teresa agreed. The girls waved to each other as the notice announced that the 6th floor was open and that there were 90 days left to clear it. The man was riding on the bus, his head buried in his phone. There was a heated discussion on the main character on the forum. Users believed that he should be thanked because he is a real legend. The schoolchildren looked at the phone screen in amazement. One of the users wrote that after this, all the old people who considered themselves godlike should shut up. News popped up on the forum about how a fraudster sold ordinary stones under the guise of returned stones. Netizens actively condemned him for deception. The people in the bar raised their mugs of beer, which the boss treated them to in honor of the clearing of the 5th floor. A man with a bandaged hand wrote on the forum that he was one of the survivors who was able to get out of the 5th floor thanks to the main character. The man was watching a live stream of the boss battle. With a wave of his hand, he closed the video. Putting his hand to his forehead, Yusung mentally asked why the main character was not going to give the opportunity to get closer to him. The guy looked back when there was a knock on the door. A voice was heard behind the closed door. Suddenly, the door was broken into many pieces. The masked man held his sword forward. Summoning a weapon in his hand, Yusung asked who he was. The blonde bowed, saying his name. Raising his sword, Cowan stated that he expected to see more luxury in the house of the unknown. The guy raised one eyebrow in confusion. The main character raised 2 fingers up. All this happened through his fault. Realizing this, Yusung clenched his teeth angrily. A deafening explosion was heard on the upper floors of the building. The bright sun illuminated the city. The main character scratched his ear with his finger. The girl pointed to the bag. Then she pointed to the display case. Smiling, Alice said that she would buy all the goods in this store. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jinhyuk said that inflation would come because of her, but his girlfriend didn't seem to care at all. Gold coins fell from the sky as payment for Andrea's education. The guy allowed Alice to enjoy a civilized life, although it was more like retribution. Andrea stood next to the vampire. She had to learn to live like a boss and even stand like a boss. There were many spears stuck into the stone floor, and the girl kept notes in a diary. The ruler of the 5th floor was holding a staff. Alice was teaching her the basic knowledge that every boss should have. Their classes were similar to an introduction to bossology. While his girlfriend was talking to the consultants, the player was checking his status window, confident that he could benefit from their cooperation. Seeing his stats increase, he smiled, thinking that he was getting stronger and faster every day, because he already had 78 points, including those obtained from the hidden quest on the 5th floor. Imagining himself on the scales with other people, the guy thought that even the guild rankers, who raised their stats through dungeons, should be about level 30. But there were simply no players with better characteristics than him. Smiling, the young man was delighted to see the item received as a reward for completing the 5th floor. The golden mirror glistened in the sun. The notification said that the boundary-breaking mirror connects the player to any desired location in the challenge tower on the first 10 floors. As the player grows, the permissible floor is added and the usage time increases. Taking his phone out of his pocket, the main character thought that he had a lot to prepare. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Hyun put it to his ear and asked what the director was calling about. Smiling, Jinhyuk said that he had something to do for him and asked if everything was okay. Looking out the window, the man replied that the director had recently become so popular that there was not a single channel left that did not talk about him, so they might experience stagnation at work. While watching the store employees carry Alice on the throne, the player asked how many people come to Hyun. The man replied that several hundred people come to him every day and asked how he could help. The guy in the office opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that he would be sent a list of all items that needed to be booked. With his eyes flashing, the player asked for a meeting with the Battle Fathers Guild. On the wall of the building there was a sign called Cafe. The guy was holding a glass of milkshake in his hands. He took a sip, and the man opposite asked if his colleague had had enough rest. Kite seriously knitted his eyebrows, declaring that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Sticking his index finger up, the young man replied that they had seen each other for the first time since the test and that quite a lot of time had passed. Smiling, he thought that it was very good to have power. During the test the man was very proud of himself, but now he seemed uptight and was very polite. Waving his hand, the main character apologized for the incident with the mandrake and explained that he was too busy clearing the tower. Kite smiled and said that everything was fine. Taking the glass in his hands, Jinhyuk stated that he would like to change the terms of the contract as an apology, and said that the Martial Fathers owned 10 ranked dungeons on the 3rd floor of the tower. Sticking his finger up, he asked to give him one of them. The man realized that he needed to give up one ranked dungeon on the 3rd floor instead of 10 dungeons on the 1st floor. His fists trembled. Pointing a finger at himself, he clarified that his friend was not only raising the conditions, but was also not going to tell him the promised recipe for the antidote. The guy smiled and confirmed his words. With his clenched fist on the table, Guide asked on what grounds the proposal had been revised. Waving his finger, the player replied that this was affected by rising inflation, prices of raw materials, and wages. Gritting his teeth in irritation, the guild member said that the Martial Fathers were not a charity organization and that he had not come here to listen to such absurd demands. Slapping the table, Geit declared that he had just wasted his time. Rising from the table, he decided to pretend that he had not heard anything. The man suddenly stopped, putting on his sunglasses. The player asked him if his colleague had completed the Grey Temple maze. The guild member turned around in surprise, asking how he knew about this. Haughtily looking away, the young man declared that he could get any information as a guild master. The image of the Gorgon Medusa appeared in his head. Geit did not stop trying to pass the Grey Temple, but lost every time, because of which the reputation of the guild suffered, and his place as leader was threatened. Fingers crossed, the main character suggested that he go through the maze on his own for his colleague. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Austria, Vienna, it was night outside. The orchestra was sitting on the theater stage. The conductor bowed and the audience applauded. Alice clapped enthusiastically, praising the musicians for their excellent performance. The notification stated that the player had enjoyed a masterpiece of the era. A quest icon appeared and a notification said that the quest go to a concert 7 times had been completed and the conditions had been met. Alice pointed her finger at the stage and offered to buy everything here. The notification announced that the skill's absolute pitch and tool understanding had been successfully copied. There were many delicious dishes on the table. Alice waved to the waiter and asked him to bring 2 bottles of the most expensive alcohol. After putting a piece of meat on his fork, the main character thought that he would finish everything and immediately returned to Korea. The new notification showed the progress of quests related to restaurants and various dishes. Taking a glass of wine in her hand, the vampire asked why they were just having fun. After chewing a piece of meat, Jin-Huk replied that it would be useful to them in the future, but for now they should enjoy it while they can. The girl smiled and said that she had nothing against it. The guy put a slice of tomato on his fork. The elf stroked the deer. On the 6th floor of the tower there was a forest guarded by chauvinist elves. The next floor will open if you spend 90 days in the forest. Most players usually just mark their stay by leaving a mark on the tree and then go to other floors to level up. But each floor has its own purpose, as well as the rewards that can be obtained there. The guy smiled, thinking that this time he needed to prepare well. The notification announced that a request for a video call had been received, and an image of Geit appeared above the table, stating that everything was ready. A pillar of blue light appeared in the center of the square. The man, leaning on his staff, said that they had arrived. The player thought that teleportation magic was a very convenient thing. Here, on the 3rd floor, was the Sanctuary of Career Change, the most popular and lively center in the tower, with many people walking along the streets. Many came here to the priestess, who instructed the players. In the hands of a girl in a white dress, many blue windows of professions were spinning. Hearing someone's voice, the young man turned around. He praised Geit for his quick preparation. The man took off his glasses, saying that it is better not to hesitate with such things. Pointing his hand behind his back, he said that these were members of the raid. The guy in knightly armor put his hand to his chest and introduced himself as the captain of the 2nd team of siegemen. Running up to the main character, Yongwon stated that he had watched every one of his videos on Newbie. The player thought that this was a rather ambitious captain of the Battle Fathers. A girl named Haeyoung smiled, saying that she was a fan of his. The main healer of the siege warriors knitted her eyebrows and asked for an autograph. Standing behind the enthusiastic members of the raid, Geit said that this was not a fan meeting. Smiling, he thought that even the best warriors of the guild became ordinary fans when they found themselves in front of their idol. Standing opposite his colleague, the man explained that Yongwon would formally remain captain, but command would go to the main character, who could take away anything he wanted after the raid. Clenching his fist, Geit wished them victory. Jin-Huk smiled, thinking that there was no longer a need to kill him. The sun shone on the ancient Greek temple, and the raid members agreed to meet 30 minutes after preparations were completed. The guy climbed the stairs into the temple. The priest closed her eyes and said that the player needs a profession to become stronger. Stretching her hand forward, she asked which path the player would prefer to take. Many blue windows appeared in the air. Looking at them, the guy thought that he had already tried all the popular professions on his twinks. After asking to show the most unpopular professions, windows for the professions of a cook, analyst, and sculptor appeared in the air. The player clicked on Barrier Master, thinking that it was an unpopular and difficult profession to learn. A memory of the barrier and the museum appeared in his mind. Remembering what happened in the maze, he thought that the man was very proud of his skill. Maliciously clutching a sheet of paper in his hands, the young man decided to trample this pride into the dirt. The notification said that a quest to change his profession had been accepted. Hearing something, the main character looked back. People gathered on the site and were heatedly discussing something. Running out into the square, the man asked if the leader of the Fighting Fathers was here. A member of the Samurai Guild invited him to talk. People in kimonos stood behind him. Frowning, Geit said that he would not allow them to participate in the capture of the Grey Temple. The armored man said that people were very disappointed in the battle fathers who could not cope with the labyrinth. Putting his katana on his shoulder, he stated that it would be better if they went through the dungeon together if simple strength was not enough to clear it. Dike clenched his teeth in displeasure. He noticed how passers-by began to whisper. The samurai guild had shown great growth lately. A man in armor was holding a katana in his hands. There were rumors that this guild was increasing its level thanks to its well-coordinated organization and ability to collect information. Perhaps they could clear out the Grey Temple. Kite thought that the samurai leader had simply rigged society to suit himself, a bead of sweat running down his tense face. Someone approached him from behind, calling him popular. The main character smiled. Many passers-by immediately turned their attention to him. The samurai frowned, thinking that the S-rank player from Korea had something to do with the battle fathers. As he passed by, Jinhyuk said that he was interested in something. Without turning around, he said that the Samurai Guild claims that the Battle Fathers fail due to lack of strength, but itself is not much different from them. Hearing this, the samurai clenched his teeth angrily. The man in the green kimono furrowed his eyebrows in anger and asked how someone had the courage to say such a thing. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the samurai stated that this was an S-rank player. He asked if the guy wanted to say that they were weak. The young man waved his hand and said that the Samurai Guild didn't even live up to the norm. Yanwon and Haeung raised their eyebrows in surprise, thinking that his words confirmed their weakness. Closing his eyes and sighing, the man replied that he was not bothered by such statements because their power was incomparable to the player's power. Hearing this, the guy looked around. A sly smile appeared on the samurai's face. Holding out 3 fingers, he said that their guild included an old man who reached the 30th floor in the Tower of Trials. Hearing about the 30th floor, the main character turned around. The dark-skinned young man grinned slyly, saying that there was someone behind them. He threw the weapon over his shoulder and explained that this was an old man who was reaching the 30th floor of the test tower. The main character frowned tensely. He turned around and thought about the words about the 30th floor. Jinhyuk put his hands in his pockets and put on a serious expression while someone said that it was no wonder that old man's team, who had risen to level 30, had grown so quickly. The muscular youth placed one hand on his waist and said that they had information about lands that no one knew about and that they could prepare in advance for all the traps or prepare the necessary forces for conquest. He raised an eyebrow, smiled widely, and added that using this information, they would become the first heroes to save humanity from the Tower of Trials. The main character looked closely at the smiling player, who said that it would also be nice to get rich in the process. Jinhyuk's eyes turned red and the system reported that the greedy gaze had been activated. The dark-skinned hunk smiled confidently. His words turned out to be true, and the main character came to the conclusion that he simply believed his words. While the Musliman stood holding a sword in his hand, Jinhyuk thought with a smile that then he would simply find the one he needed. He furrowed his brows and his red eyes darted to the side. In the crowd stood a man wearing a straw hat and a broad-shouldered man with black hair. Jinhyuk looked carefully in the other direction. There stood a young man who crossed his hands, and a girl with short hair. The main character tried to understand who was talking such nonsense. In the middle of the crowd stood a man in dark clothes, looking down. Jinhyuk opened his eyes wide. This man crossed his arms, and he was the one the main character was looking for. The system provided information about level 27 Yamamoto Takeshi and his abilities. An inscription about incomplete foresight appeared on the dark screen, an hourglass was depicted inside the pentagon, and Jinhyuk thought that depending on the level of the owner, higher floors could be seen. The main character put his hand on his forehead and with a grin concluded that things were getting more interesting. Takeshi opened his mouth slightly as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. The players stood near a chest of gold, and the dark-skinned jock shouted with a smile that his comrade was right and the trap really didn't work. As the jock put one arm around Takeshi, he thought that no one else knew that he had the ability of partial foresight because he thought that he would get an even bigger reputation if he hit it. Takeshi frowned and smiled, thinking that he was sure of it. Then he stopped smiling and thought that it wasn't a lie at all if no one knew about it. Suddenly Takeshi saw the protagonist smiling widely in the middle of the crowd, not understanding why he had such a reaction. Jinhyuk, whose eyes were red, said with a grin that he didn't even know who this man was, but he must be very strong to go up to the 30th floor, and asked if there was any information about floors above the 10th. The dark-skinned hunk smiled, saying that the main character was knowledgeable and that information was the most valuable weapon in their time. Then he asked if Jinhyuk would take them with him. Suddenly, a broad-shouldered man with short black hair angrily clenched his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that he would not believe this nonsense. He fell silent in surprise and froze when someone's palm appeared in front of his face. The main character, holding his hand to his face, said with a smile that they would go together and that it was worth starting the conversation with this. The man raised one eyebrow, looking at Jinhyuk's palm in bewilderment. The dark-skinned jock began to sweat and stared at them in shock. Then he smiled, spread his arms to the sides and said that he had finally found a person with whom he could have a normal conversation. He walked past the angry Commander Kim, telling him to relax because at least they would improve their reputation if victory was theirs. The jock then walked forward, leading the crowd, a broad-shouldered man with short black hair spreading his arms to the sides, asking the main character why he allowed them to walk together. Takeshi looked at the indignant man. Commander Kim raised his hand and shouted loudly that he would have stopped them by any means if Jin-hyuk had not been nearby. The main character raised one finger and moved it from side to side, saying that this is impossible because they really want to become heroes of humanity. He smiled slyly, his eyes lit up brightly, and he exhaled steam, saying that it was worth giving them a chance to feel how easy it was to be heroes who encroached on someone else's prey. The short-haired man frowned at Jin-hyuk, who was smiling madly and tried to figure out what this crazy guy was up to. The young man with blonde hair turned around and told the commander that they would also go. He walked forward and Kim remained motionless, his thick eyebrows furrowed. The system reported that they had entered a gray maze. Torches hung on the stone wall. There stood a statue of a young man, frozen with an expression of horror on his face. This was the player who completed the maze first. A crowd of people walked past the stone statues, and Takeshi said that these players could not be brought back, and that you could consider yourself dead if you crossed eyes with her. The dark-skinned jock said with a grin that he was prepared and took out Perseus's shield. Jin-hyuk looked skeptically at the shining shield and thought that they spent a lot of money. He doubted that the Musliman knew how to use it correctly. Suddenly, the system reported that the conditions had been met. The main character frowned as he looked at the golden screen. It was written there about a second bonus for the one who conquered the tower first. Jin-hyuk pressed his finger on the accept button and assumed it was because he entered the labyrinth immediately after receiving the quest. The system said he had received the lunar seal. An image of a white crescent could be seen. An inscription appeared on the golden screen stating that this ability will take effect after completing the quest to change the procession. The system provided information about the lunar seal. The system then said that if Jin-hyuk possessed all the forgotten languages that were once lost in the tower, then he would be able to study the nameless barriers. The main character frowned and began to sweat, thinking about forgotten languages. He remembered the symbols carved on the stone wall and thought he had seen them when he passed the tower, but he still could not understand their purpose. Jin-hyuk touched the stone surface and realized that this was all the first reward for the conqueror. He smiled. The main character opened his eyes wide, from which purple lightning was shooting, and thought that there were still things that he did not know about. Takeshi lowered his head, closing his eyes and frowning. Suddenly he opened his brown eyes. He leaned over to the dark-skinned Musliman, covering his mouth with his hand, and told him something. Suddenly the players ran forward to prepare for battle. A giant red cobra towered over the crowd. The jock arched his black eyebrows and loudly ordered the main damage dealers to attack. The players extended their arms forward, releasing streams of magic. The snake opened its fang mouth wide as the shells flew into it and exploded. The jock took out his shield and shouted to everyone to get ready. Then he jumped high into the air. He clenched his teeth tightly and swung his shield. The jock struck the snake and cut its head. Gray smoke rose, people watched, and someone called the jock strong. A young man with blonde hair asked the girl standing next to him if there was anything they could do. He hung his head and called himself pathetic. Jin-hyuk sighed and thought with a stern face that these guys had a long journey ahead of them and that they were depressed just because of this. The main character touched his face and thought that Ellis alone could handle this in a minute. There were many mechanisms hanging on the door, and the system reported that this was the 5th floor of the testing tower. A girl with long purple hair was holding a red spear in her hands. Ellis held out her hand, commanding her to comply. The girl clapped her hands and praised the vampire. The dark-skinned hunk touched his chin, frowning thoughtfully. The players looked around, not understanding which way to go. The jock suddenly grinned. Takeshi looked at him silently. A white stone wall was visible, and he thought the left side looked safe. Then he looked to the right, where there was a dark corridor. Takeshi, whose face was covered with sweat, thought that he had not seen this in his foresight. He did not know what to do. He looked up, saying in an uncertain voice to go left. Jin-hyuk gave a thumbs up, saying that this was expected from a real old man, because ordinary people would go to the dangerous-looking right side, sensing there was a catch here. The main character added with a satisfied smile that this labyrinth sends people with such thinking straight to hell. The dark Musliman and Takeshi smiled softly. They decided to go to the left, where a white wall was visible. Takeshi crossed his arms, followed by Jin-hyuk with his hands in his pockets. Takeshi looked away while the main character thought that the man's foresight was worse than he thought. He chuckled because Takeshi chose the left side. A fire appeared in Jin-hyuk's eyes and he thought that there was no right path here anyway, because both of them would lead them to hell. The young man with brown hair stopped when he saw a corridor with torches and a laser. A beam of light came out of the wall and approached them. The jock turned around, looking worriedly at Takeshi, but he replied that it was a simple trap, so there was no need to worry so much. A red beam came out of a hole in the wall. Many lasers intersected with each other. A network of red rays formed above the crowd. The players placed their shields in front of them, and the system announced that a skill called mana injection was being activated. The black-haired youth screamed in pain as the attack hit him. The jock frowned and yelled deafeningly for them to use more mana. Holding his shield, he ordered Takshi to stand behind him, and the man sat down on the floor, covering his face with his hand. He sweated and clenched, thinking that this was all because of Jinhyuk, who also wouldn't be able to get out of here. Suddenly, Takshi looked to the side, his gaze tense. Someone raised 2 fingers, creating a magical fog reminiscent of space, and the system announced that the quest to change profession to Barrier Master was beginning. A crowd of people looked at the many red lasers. Jinhyuk brought his hands to his chest, creating a glowing ball. Suddenly, the space was plunged into blue light. The system reported that an imperfect physical barrier was being activated, and that the first condition of the quest had been fulfilled. Ribbons with different symbols were wrapped around the crowd of people, which could not penetrate the laser attacks. A blonde boy and a girl with brown hair looked up in surprise, saying that this was the first time they had seen something like this. The lasers hit the surface of the magic shield. Jinhyuk looked up and thought that this was his limit until he got a profession, although the first condition of the quest was only to activate the barrier, so it didn't matter. He walked forward, ordering the boy and girl to remain inside the barrier. The main character turned around and said with a grin that he was going to get one item, because you can get it if you dodge the laser 300 times. The blonde boy and girl opened their mouths in shock. Jinhyuk stepped outside the shield, saying that those interested can join because it is not as difficult as it seems. Closing his eyes and smiling, he said that he needed to set the right beat. Then the main character snapped his fingers. 2 laser attacks intersected. Jinhyuk jumped up, avoiding the red streaks. Dodging the laser, he said with a smile that it was very simple. The young man with blonde hair frowned and dropped his jaw, not believing his eyes. The samurai also dodged the lasers, screaming loudly in pain. The main character jumped, dodging lasers. He smiled widely and frowned. The young man remembered how he called Commander Kim, wearing black glasses, and asked if they would go into the red if they gave everything to Jinhyuk. Giddy, standing with his back to the sweating young one, replied that he was still too young to understand that there are times when you have to put up with even loss. The commander gritted his teeth, saying that if the youth was not confident in his abilities, retreating was also a strategy. The main character jumped across the battlefield amid laser attacks. While he was smiling, young one looked at him and thought that he now understood Giddy's words. The main character jumped into the room, leaving lasers behind him, and the system announced the completion of the hidden mission. He picked up the red crystal and said with a grin that it was a reward for all your sweat. The system said he reported blazing flames. Jinhyuk turned around when he heard someone scream loudly. The player with the bandage on his forehead sobbed loudly, clutching his severed hand. The bald man fell to his knees and yelled that Yashida was dead and that a healer was needed. Takshi clenched his teeth tensely. The dark-skinned Muslim furrowed his black eyebrows, ordering everyone to stand up and count the number of wounded and dead. Jinhyuk raised his hand to his mouth, expressing feigned excitement for the wounded warriors. He said that his barrier could only accommodate 30 people, so he could not let everyone in there. The jock clenched his teeth so tightly that there were veins on his cheek and neck and insulted Jinhyuk. He approached the main character and shouted that he and his subordinates were safe, which means Jinhyuk knew about the trap, and the main character calmly confirmed this. The jock clenched his teeth and frowned, saying that people died. Jinhyuk with an angry expression on his face, saying that he only allowed the samurai to come with them because the jock was talking about the old man who broke through to the 30th floor. Takshi looked down when the main character said that the jock has no right to be angry. With his black eyes wide open, Jinhyuk asked if anyone asked the samurai to follow him. Then he turned away and grinned, and the jock shouted that their samurai guild wouldn't just leave it like that. A fire appeared in the room, and the main character said with a smile that now was not the right time to say such a thing. The system reported that special conditions had been met and that at least 50% of the raid had been killed by traps. The system then notified that Jinhyuk was about to receive a blazing flame and that the guardian of the Grey Temple was awakening. The red cobra opened its mouth wide as its skin burned. The dark-skinned hunk gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, asking what it was. The predator's eyes shone, and the system reported a snake that was eating fire. Jinhyuk grinned slyly, telling the samurai not to relax because everything was just beginning. He raised his hand and added with a mad smile that the samurai had to survive first if he wanted to say anything. A huge cobra approached the crowd of players. The predator opened its mouth wide, sticking out a long tongue. The system provided information about a level 55 fire-eating snake. The dark samurai grabbed his shoulder and shouted that they had not lined up yet. Jinhyuk grinned and asked the man to give it to him, and he didn't understand what he was talking about. The main character pointed his finger at the samurai's shield and said that he would rather give it to Jin-hyuk since he doesn't know how to use it properly. The man frowned and shouted indignantly that the main character should not talk nonsense, and that only an idiot would just give up the artifact. The snake raised its head up, its skin glowing. The main character raised his hand up, and ice blocks grew from the ground. The system reported the creation of a glacier. Jin-hyuk turned around and said with a grin that in this case he would take the shield from the samurai's corpse. He began to sweat with fear, arching his black eyebrows and opening his mouth. The snake opened its mouth and released a stream of fire. The flames approached the warriors, who screamed in fear. The pumped-up samurai clenched his teeth, saying that there was nowhere to hide here because it was a straight tunnel. He raised his shield and shouted for Takeshi to stay behind him. The fiery attack overtook him. The dark samurai screamed deafeningly, calling for Takeshi. While Takeshi covered his face with his hand, his mouth wide open, his comrade begged him to survive. Charred corpses lay on the floor. The golden shield fell down with a ringing sound. The pumped-up samurai was on his knees, his entire body blackened by the fire. The main character reached for the shield and remembered his words that this samurai did not know how to use it properly. Jin-hyuk asked with a smile, what is the point of an artifact if its owner is brainless? Takeshi's mouth opened in shock. The system provided information about the shield of Perseus. Takeshi gritted his teeth furiously and asked the main character who he was and how he could act as if he knew everything. Jin-hyuk turned around and asked with a smile if the samurai's foresight, of which he was so proud, was no longer working. Takeshi opened his mouth in surprise and began to sweat. Holding his shoulder and sitting on his knees, he asked if Jin-hyuk had seen his skills. The man arched his eyebrows and asked how the main character was connected to this tower. Takeshi did not see his future. He frowned as beads of sweat ran down his cheek. Behind the main character was a giant burning snake. The predator opened its mouth, from where a powerful stream of fire hit. Jin-hyuk touched his face and frowned. The system reported that the creation of a glacier had been activated. A huge block of ice grew out of the ground. The main character, whose eyes turned white, created white magic in his palm. He swung his hand and angrily asked how the snake dared to interrupt when people were talking. The predator was covered in ice, frozen with its fanged mouth open. Takeshi dropped his jaw in shock, looking up. The ice reflected the light, and Jin-hyuk returned to the samurai's question about how he was connected to this tower. He raised his hand and said with a grin that he was in fact the exiled god of the tower. Takeshi extended his hands to the main character with a surprised face, thinking that the gods are absolute beings who rule the upper floors of the tower. He opened his eyes wide and realized why Jin-hyuk's abilities were beyond the capabilities of humanity. Takeshi fell headfirst to the floor and screamed that he had committed a mortal sin because he did not understand it right away. The main character touched his chin and thought with a smile that if he really were a god, he wouldn't hang around here, going through the floors, instead he would create an elevator. Holding the sword in his hands, Jin-hyuk looked at Takeshi and informed him that he had been banished into a human body, and that the samurai's skills would prove useful to him on the upper floors. Takeshi stood up, pointed a finger at himself and thanked the main character for thinking so of him. Jin-hyuk sat down and asked if the samurai agreed to conquer the tower together. Takeshi opened his eyes wide, thinking that being chosen by God himself was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He closed his eyes and shouted loudly that he would try his best, and the main character stood up, saying that he would leave a mark on Takeshi as proof. His eyes glowed and he said with a crazy smile that this mark would burn the samurai to ashes if he betrayed him. The system reported that the soul brand had been activated. Takeshi stood up, there was a red mark on his face, and he said that he realized that it was better to keep it a secret. The system reported the deactivation of an imperfect physical barrier, and the blue light around Yongwon and the girl standing next to her began to dissipate. Ice shards lay on the floor while the young man talked about how Jin-hyuk single-handedly defeated the monster that destroyed the entire samurai guild. Yongwon approached the main character and bowed, thanking him for the fact that they were able to survive. The young man with blonde hair looked down and said bitterly that he was annoyed that there was no help from them. Jin-hyuk turned away from him and said that it was too early to say that everything was over, because she was not one of those who easily accepted the death of her beloved pet. There was a fire burning in the torch. A green snake crawled across the floor. Yongwon frowned and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle and under no circumstances look at the enemy. The player with short black hair fearfully asked what they shouldn't be looking at as a predator crawled behind him. Suddenly, two green hands grabbed his face. A creature with scales and red and black eyes looked at him. The reflection of the player screaming in horror could be seen in the enemy's eyes. His face began to turn into stone. The monster struck with its long tail, destroying the stone statue. She looked at the crowd of players and said that they had invaded her temple. Then she screamed with an angry expression that they also dared to touch her baby. On the dark screen one could see an inscription about the boss of the Grey Temple, Jellyfish. The players closed their eyes and began to scream loudly as purple mana rushed towards them. Yongwon closed his eyes and ordered everyone to calm down, because this is what they came here for. The system reported that the young man was activating General Command, and he raised his hand. The players ran forward, and the system said that the fear resistance and morale of the raid members had been increased by 20%. The short-haired girl raised her palm up, activating a bolt of lightning. Medusa, with yellow sparks flying past, told her to watch where she was aiming. Then she frowned and rushed towards them. The jellyfish blew away Yangwen with its tail. She gritted her teeth and asked loudly if she looked like an idiot who could only petrify. The young man opened his mouth and a large amount of blood flowed out. He fell to the floor, and the girl, without opening her eyes, asked what that sound was. She became alarmed and thought that someone had been wounded. The jellyfish's eyes shone brightly and she raised one hand, standing behind the screaming girl. Medusa swung her hand with long black claws. Suddenly a golden shield flew into her face. The main character attacked the monster with a grin. The jellyfish crashed into the wall and a gray mist rose up. Jinhyuk stood in front of the players and with a crazy grin ordered them to retreat. He wanted to fight the jellyfish alone. Yangwen and his partner quickly ran away from the enemy. Medusa wiped her face with her hand and asked why Jinhyuk looked into her eyes but didn't turn to stone. The system reported the activation of the greedy gaze. A red symbol was visible and Jinhyuk became immune to petrification. The main character, whose eyes turned red, suggested with a grin that it was because the jellyfish was weak. She clenched her sharp teeth and called him an insolent man. The system said that the Gorgon's power was activated, and that the magic attack power was increased by 30%, and the movement speed was reduced by 30. She raised her hand up, creating a purple mist, and screamed that she wouldn't let Jinhyuk die so easily. The snakes opened their mouths, releasing purple streams of energy, and the system reported that the acid solution was being activated, as well as the steps of the demonic Sword King. The main character deftly avoided attacks by jumping around the room. He asked with a grin how the jellyfish was going to kill him when she herself could barely crawl. She raised her long-nailed hand, activating a poison strike. With her mouth wide open and her brow furrowed, she waved her hand. Jinhyuk raised his shield, looking at the enemy with a grin. The system reported that the sacred artifact was answering the call of its master. The magical currents collided with the shield. The system notified that physical strength and defense had been increased by 30%. Medusa gritted her teeth and thought that she had even used the power of the Gorgon, but her blows still did not penetrate the shield. Jinhyuk raised his hand and a magical glow began to appear on 2 of his fingers. Medusa closed her eyes and clenched her jaw tightly in pain. The main character stood behind her. He raised 2 fingers to his face with a smile, and the system announced that the sealed coffin barrier was activated. The monster that was imprisoned inside the barrier opened its mouth wide and screamed. Jinhyuk grinned and clenched his hand into a victorious fist, thinking that the final requirement to finally become a barrier master was to successfully trap the boss monster in the barrier. Medusa crossed her arms, with chains appearing around them, and screamed furiously. She rushed forward, asking if Jinhyuk thought he could lock her in that pathetic glass box. The fragments flew into the air, and the main character frowned, looking at the enemy. Medusa gritted her teeth and waved her long tail. Jinhyuk ran quickly as purple attacks flew into the wall behind him. He ran to the side while the jellyfish looked at him. The main character raised his hands, which began to emit red lightning, and the system reported the activation of the giant's hand. His fingers dug into the stone. Bright sparks were visible above his skin. Jinhyuk took 2 large stones in his hand and threw them at the jellyfish. She clenched her teeth tightly, breaking the stone with her hand. While the fragments were flying in the air, she said that this would not work on her. Jinhyuk waved his hand holding a large stone with a smile. Medusa, whose skin was covered with scales, suddenly thought that the main character was trying to throw stones at her. As Jinhyuk grinned slyly, she thought that he didn't want to hurt her. She clenched her jaw and a bead of sweat appeared on her cheek. Suddenly a blue light began to appear around her. Jinhyuk knelt down and said that she realized everything too late. Medusa remembered how the main character stepped on blood and thought that he was drawing runes with the ashes of corpses. There was a charred body on the floor, and she realized that he had done this while distracting her with stones. Medusa furrowed her brows as a barrier formed in front of her face. Her body was immobilized by chains and shackles, and she began to pound the surface of the barrier with her fists. Suddenly she threw her head back, and the system reported that a great binding force had imprisoned her. Jinhyuk put his hands in his pockets and said that the jellyfish would never be able to come out of there because he put a lot of effort into creating it. As she screamed loudly, ordering the protagonist to let her out, he raised one finger and advised her not to waste her energy. Jinhyuk smiled as he looked at the golden screens in front of him, where it was written that the 3rd condition for becoming a barrier master had been met. Medusa gritted her teeth, tears flowed from her eyes, and the main character thought that it was difficult to lock the boss monster in the barrier alive, so people only catch the goblin boss from the 1st floor. He clicked on the golden screen and thought about catching a higher level boss. The system reported that Jinhyuk managed to catch the highest level boss monster during the quest. Various blue symbols were visible. The system notified that the main character had changed his profession to a rune interpreter, the highest class of barrier master. The main character opened his mouth and frowned, looking down. The system provided information about his new profession. A bead of sweat rolled down Jin-hyuk's face. He then clenched his hands into a fist and screamed loudly in happiness, thinking that he knew that a secret profession would appear. He smiled and thought that the more difficult the conditions, the more generous the rewards, and that if he continued to dig, he could get a lot of things. A blue glow appeared around his hand. Jin-hyuk looked at his palms, and the system reported that the moon seal was engraved, and that the activation time of the barriers was reduced by 25%, and their effectiveness increased by 30%. The main character smiled widely. His eyes lit up, and he said that he was already looking forward to tormenting him with this. Medusa, whose hands were tied to a chain, asked if he would kill her now. She opened her mouth in horror when Jin-hyuk turned away and said with a smile that he could make himself armor from her skin. She began to cry, and the main character thought that killing boss monsters is common because they can give you experience points, rewards, and items. He imagined taking the head of a jellyfish and thought that when killing it, nothing was given, because outside the temple its head loses the ability to petrify. Jin-hyuk imagined a person frozen with his mouth open, and thought that the armor made from her scales would inflict poison damage on the wearer. He put his hand on his waist, pressing on the blue screens and trying to understand what use the jellyfish was. A pot of pink lotus fell to the ground. The main character picked it up and stuck the knife inside, sticking his tongue out of his mouth. He drew red symbols on the floor with his fingers. A red pillar of magic appeared. The system reported that a secret communication line had been drawn through the magic circle. The man in the hat, whose face was visible behind the screen, asked how Jin-hyuk knew about his contacts. The main character threw the cup aside and said that he only bought what he came across, so it was just a coincidence. The man straightened his hat and with a serious face said that he had not shared this contact even with the gods. He wanted to know how Jin-hyuk knew about it. The main character turned away, raised his hand to his mouth and asked what this monster was doing here. There was a live jellyfish sitting in a glass box. Jin-hyuk grinned as the man pressed his face to the screen, and thought that he was a collector who collected everything related to Greek mythology, so he would definitely not miss this chance. The man's eyes widened in shock when the main character said that he was just about to get rid of the jellyfish and that he could watch it. Jin-hyuk smiled madly and said that he would get down to business. The system reported the activation of the sword cemetery. The man frowned his light eyebrows and shouted that under no circumstances could such a jewel be killed. The main character turned around when the man said that it was no longer so important to him how Jin-hyuk found out his contacts. He closed his eyes and said with a smile that he would open the gates leading to him for the main character, and they would talk when they met. The man's blue eyes shone brightly, and he said with a mesmerized smile that things could get more interesting from this meeting. The main character frowned, not understanding what was wrong with his interlocutor's smile. Yellow lightning appeared in the air. A large portal appeared in front of Jin-hyuk. He put his head down and walked through it. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened as he looked around the place. He saw stone buildings and a statue of Anubis. Rick approached Jin-hyuk and said that this was the 42nd floor of the Test Tower, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods. With a serious face, he added that this place is called the White Oasis. The main character frowned and thought that he did not expect to reach this floor so soon, and that this would be his first meeting with the gods until he reached the 100th level. Putting his hands in his trouser pockets, he said that he believed that he would end up in the Great Library, but did not expect to end up here. He asked if the man was here on vacation. Rick straightened his jacket and answered with a smile that he was here for work, and that Egyptian gods lived here, about which the main character was well aware. He opened his blue eyes and added that they also wanted to meet Jin-hyuk, so everything turned out very well. The main character grinned, and from the man's manner of speaking, he thought that he learned about Jin-hyuk's lies with the blessing of the Egyptian god. People wearing animal masks walked around the city. While the main character followed the man, they gossiped about people entering the tower. Suddenly the man stopped. Raising his hand, he asked if Jin-hyuk knew what this place was. A huge crater was visible in the ground, and Rick said that a huge sphinx used to stand here. He added with a smile that the sphinx appeared after it became known that Jin-hyuk was hiding behind the name of Anubis. The wolf-headed creature opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. The main character sat down on one knee, picked up a stone and said that he heard that this statue had high artistic value. The man frowned, asking if Jin-hyuk was afraid of the absolute beings who had great power and ruled the upper floors. The main character threw a stone behind him and asked if he should be afraid of them. He dusted off his hands and said with a grin that it wasn't even the 50th floor. Rick smiled silently. Then he raised his head and laughed loudly. There were two statues near the giant pyramid, and he said that Jin-hyuk still didn't disappoint him. Anubis clenched his hand into a fist so hard that it shook and called the main character an arrogant man. Next to him sat Osiris, the god of resurrection, who laughed and said that Anubis looked funny. The man in the hat and Jinhyuk looked up. When Rick bowed and said his name, the protagonist snapped his fingers and said that he had been tricked by the judge and that he had not come here to see the gods. Anubis waved his hand and called Jinhyuk impudent. God stepped on the purple barrier, and Rick said that the main character came here as his guest. The man put his hand on his chest and asked if Anubis was going to break the laws of the tower in front of him. The god sat down and crossed his arms in displeasure, and Osiris laughed loudly. Rick looked at the main character and thought that he didn't even flinch, as if he already knew the laws of the tower. Anubis bared his teeth and said that if he couldn't kill Jinhyuk on his own, then he would do it according to the rules of the tower. A creature with bright eyes lay in the coffin, and the system reported that Anubis was calling for a warrior. The guide of the dead, dressed in gold clothing, came out of the coffin. Rick put his hands behind his back and thought that this was the strongest warrior that the 6th floor player could resist. He looked at the main character and came to the conclusion that with Jinhyuk's current characteristics there was no way he could win. He was wondering how he would act in such a situation. Anubis frowned and through clenched fangs said that if the main character could hold out for more than 5 seconds against his warrior, then he would allow him to take one thing from the treasury. A blue screen appeared in front of Jinhyuk. The system asked if he was accepting a request for a duel from Anubis, the ruler of the 42nd floor. The main character grinned and asked if he only needed to hold out for 5 seconds. The screen shone brightly. The system reported that Jinhyuk bought royal blood. A gilded artifact with many designs was visible. The system reported that the main character spent 2 million coins, and now he had a little more than 1,000 left. Jinhyuk took the shining artifact in his hands, activating the protection of heaven and creating the sacred royal blood. He pressed the screen with a grin, accepting the challenge to a duel. The main character waved his hand and struck the warrior. His body turned black and began to smoke, and the system reported that extreme changes in characteristics were fatal. Jinhyuk turned away and said that he didn't even need 5 seconds. Anubis opened his mouth in shock, and Osiris expressed his surprise that the man from the 6th floor was able to defeat the warrior. The main character asked with a smile what he should choose from the treasury. Anubis yelled angrily, asking where Jinhyuk saw them attack immediately after accepting the duel. Suddenly someone with a bird mask loudly called Anubis. Horus, the sun god, crossed his arms and asked if Anubis was going to break the rules of the tower. Anubis kicked the floor and broke it, cursing loudly. Clenching his hands into fists, he walked away, telling Horus to do as he wanted. The sun god, with his back to Rick and Jinhyuk, apologized and said that he would show them the treasury. There was gold and other valuables in the room. Many weapons were visible. Horus extended his hand forward and told the main character to choose. The sun god, who was several times larger than Jinhyuk, said that a promise is a promise. The main character grinned slyly. He looked at Gore, who said that Jinhyuk would have gotten here sooner or later anyway. The main character put his hands in his pockets when the sun god invited him to become a resident of this floor by choosing one of them. Horus clenched his hand into a fist and said that then Jinhyuk would gain strength worth more than all these jewels, and this time he would actually receive their support. Rick frowned, thinking that the sun god wanted to offer a player on just the 6th floor a once-in-a-lifetime choice of power. The man smiled and thought that Jinhyuk had received the support of the gods after all. He raised his hand to his face and froze in shock when the main character said that he didn't need it. Jinhyuk put his hands in his pockets and walked past the mountains. He turned around and explained with a smile that he was going to conquer much higher floors, so there was no point in getting help from here. He then pointed his hand towards the treasure and said that he had chosen something. Horus gritted his teeth and called Jinhyuk impudent. The sun god left the room. Anubis stood outside. Horus approached him and said that Anubis, as always, was in trouble because of his temper. The dog-headed god asked what Jinhyuk chose. They stood at the railing. Horus said that the main character had chosen a black ancient egg. The bird mask hid the face of the sun god, who said he couldn't check if Jinhyuk knew what he chose. There were red lightning in the sky, and Horus said that, depending on what the protagonist does with the egg, it could become a great disaster for humanity. Alice held the phone in her hand and asked in bewilderment about the ancient egg. She looked at the treasure, saying that many problems could arise from making the wrong choice. Alice touched the egg with her finger, asking what to do if the city disappeared, because she wanted to go shopping. Suddenly the vampire frowned with a puzzled look. The main character sat down on the sofa and asked Alice to wait while she was in captivity. The ancient egg emitted a purple aura. Jinhyuk stretched out his hands to the treasure with a smile. He opened his blue eyes wide and decided to concentrate hard. The scales on the egg reflected the light. The man with round glasses smiled widely and wrote with a pen, while Jinhyuk thought that the only thing he knew about the ancients was one phrase said by an eccentric adventurer named Phesis. With a crazy smile, the main character remembered this phrase, "Tasty mana is the key to success." He spun the egg and the system reported the use of the fire element. Jin-hyuk waved his hand, activating the creation of glaciers. Then the system reported the activation of the protection of heaven and the cultivation technique of the flower of paradise. The room filled with bright light as the egg absorbed mana from the air. There were flames swirling around the treasure. Jin-hyuk thought it was tempting. A bright purple flash appeared. There was a small black dragon sitting on the table. The main character stretched out his hands to the dragon with a smile and thought that it was looking for the mana it had just tasted. Jin-hyuk clenched his hand into a fist, intending to gather all the remaining mana and give the dragon form. He extended his hand forward, creating a blue ball. The main character handed the dragon a clod of mana and said that this was the monster's first food. The dragon looked at the blue ball with suspicion. Then it closed its eyes and ate it. The dragon opened its round eyes and mouth as the system reported that Jin-hyuk had received an achievement that all the inhabitants of the tower were interested in. The main character touched his face when the system informed him that choosing a name would increase his pet's loyalty. Jin-hyuk took the dragon and said with a smile that he would name it Kaguma. While Kaguma was shouting his name, the protagonist thought that he didn't have any mana to feed on yet. The smile disappeared from Jin-hyuk's face when he saw the blue screen. He stood up from the couch and the system informed him that Rick had subscribed to his channel and that the commission rate had been reduced from 90% to 80%. There was a blue sky above the tall buildings. The head of the SWB company named Kang Benchin said with a smile that the main character only needed to give a regular interview. He guaranteed 40% of the rating. Jin-hyuk drank from a straw. Holding the documents in his hands, he asked if managers do this too. They sat in a spacious room. Benchin replied that it was quite natural, and if the main character shared some cool tips for passing, people would really like it. The girl with brown hair smiled. Jin-hyuk thought about passing the test tower. Putting the straw in his mouth, he thought that this was the only popular program that was preserved on television at the present time. He frowned and thought that Benchin was blind or had memory problems if he didn't recognize him. The man pointed a finger at himself, asking if he had something on his face, and the main character answered in the negative. Putting the glass on his foot, he asked about payment, specifying that he wanted to receive magic stones. Benchin extended his hands forward and replied that recently many players have been choosing this type of payment. There were framed photographs on the shelf. Jin-hyuk asked how much a man could give of these stones, and Benchin replied that they usually pay according to the standard. He raised one finger and added that for a star like the main character, they could offer an unlimited condition. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Benchin said with a smile that there is a person who wants to star with him, and if the main character stars with him, then the man will give him the opportunity to receive an unlimited number of stones from their company. Jin-hyuk grinned and accepted the offer, then asked who this person was. There was a crowd of people outside the SWB television building. The man in the black suit took a step and said that the day had finally come. Doc put his hands in his pockets as he grinned as he walked past reporters who took pictures of him and bombarded him with questions. A woman in a black suit was getting out of the car. Shu and Tenchao stood with serious faces as camera flashes flashed around them. The operators looked at them in admiration, shouting that with such a cast something grandiose was planned that would blow up all the ratings. Another car pulled up. Jin-hyuk came out with a grin. He greeted Doc, who smiled and said that he was very busy rebuilding his image after the terrible disgrace. He crossed his arms and explained the presence of Shuya and Tenchao by saying that he had to at least somehow prepare. The main character raised one eyebrow and smiled broadly. Shu pursed his lips, looking at Jin-hyuk with hostility. Tenchao furrowed her thin eyebrows. Suddenly, the operator with a microphone in his hand turned around. Teresa came out of the car with a smile. A frowning man named Jeongyeon also came out. Doc clenched his teeth and frowned tensely. Yusung walked forward, surrounded by bright camera flashes. People stared after him, asking why he agreed to Jin-hyuk's proposal, assuming that they were comrades. Yusung frowned angrily, saying that they were not comrades and that he would destroy him. The operator froze in fear as the young man looked at him with fury. Shu and Tenchao stood behind Doc while the man thought about how Jeongyeon, Teresa, and even Yusung were on the protagonist's side. A grin appeared on the girl's face. As she and Shu walked forward, Doc shouted that they had agreed to film together. Tenchao turned around and said that their goal had been achieved, and they did not have to fulfill any more conditions. Dokpo opened his mouth in shock when Jin-hyuk turned around and said that he should have been better prepared if he wanted to show off his connections. Doc ran after the journalist and asked him about the interview. He frowned and opened his mouth in shock when he saw the pants of the runaway journalist in his hands. The man clenched his teeth and trembled with rage. The main character was inside the television company, smiling happily. Yusung closed his eyes, asking if Jin-hyuk was enjoying Dokpo's despair, and the main character asked the young man not to interfere in his life. Yusung gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he lost his home because of the main character, while Jin-hyuk thought about what he told the mans that Yusung was unknown. He spread his arms to the sides, saying that he had no idea what the young man was talking about. Yusung raised one finger and shouted that by comparing only the 16 videos he had made of the main character, one could immediately understand that the unknown was Jin-hyuk. While Yusung looked at the main character with hostility, he realized with horror that he was a stalker. While the guards were inspecting them, Jin-hyuk asked how Yusung liked it. He explained with a smile that he was talking about a guy expelled from the main association and about a fight with him. Yusung frowned and remained silent. Kawain smiled widely as he held a sword in his hand. Yusung said that this man is quite strong. The young man gritted his teeth and added that, compared to his duel with Jin-hyuk, it was very easy. The main character looked at him with a smile. Jeongyeon looked closely at Teresa and asked what kind of relationship she had with Jin-hyuk. She blushed and said that the main character is her comrade, whom she trusts the most. The man crossed his arms, looking at Teresa, who was smiling. 5 people were sitting at the round table. The presenter said that today they had special guests on their program. The woman smiled and asked if Jin-hyuk, who is gaining popularity due to his incredible passing speed, had any special advice. Benchin watched the broadcast with a smile. The main character said with a grin that you should never stop trying until you succeed. People sit at the table, and they announce the start of recording and what they have on the program today. Special guests have gathered outside the test tower. Smiling, the girl notices that Jin-hyuk is gaining popularity due to his incredible completion speed, so she asks if he has any special advice for the others. The man looks at the screens as the young man says he has some advice. Jin-hyuk points his finger, telling him not to stop trying until the person succeeds. The girl feels awkward, but she reports that it was very encouraging, and he continues to talk about how they just need to avoid it. The men look away awkwardly when Jin-hyuk claims that on the 4th floor, too, you only need to dodge. A TV is shown and the question is raised about how they can show this on TV. The man adjusts his glasses, asking if they understand the extent of the damage. If they don't put out one episode, they'll completely ruin the record, not to mention their reputation. The young man calmly drinks his drink while the question is asked whether he comes without shame and conscience to receive payment. Fingers are pointed at him when he notes that he did everything he was required to do under the contract, and the man asks if he thinks such nonsense will work. Jin-hyuk looks at him seriously. He grabs the man by the collar. The young man intimidatingly asks if he knows who Jonsu is. The gray-haired man is scared, thinking about that man. Jin-hyuk smirks, noting that he kept the streamers like cattle with their slave contracts. A certain conflict is depicted when it turns out that one day the streamers, having united, came to the office to protest and the young man was also there. Jin-hyuk is shown watching and he says that thanks to this he has learned a lot about life, such as how to wag your tail so as not to end up on the street. The man was sweating with fear. The young man remembers what he told them at a time when they were almost surviving due to the contracts they rigged. A gray-haired man is depicted, who indifferently reports that there are no problems with the contract. Jin-hyuk's eyes sparkle as he asks if he still thinks his words are bullshit. The person's eye is scanned when the system notifies about authorization. He adjusts his glasses. Benchin points to their TV company's magic stones. Smiling, he reveals that, according to the terms of the contract, they give him the opportunity to use an unlimited number of magic stones here for 2 hours. He fearfully claims that this was written in the contract when they look at him intimidatingly. The man spreads his arms to the sides, declaring that he can use this for his own purposes. There is an anti-theft spell in effect, so no one will be able to put it into inventory. A young man is shown with magic stones in his hands, and the idea is heard that he has no choice but to absorb them, but usually absorbing even a low-level stone takes 5 minutes. Benchin slyly adjusts his glasses, realizing that no matter how much he absorbs, the amount he can absorb in 2 hours will be negligible. He friendlily informs that if the young man needs anything, he can contact their employees, because entry here is strictly controlled. The girl happily films Jin-hyuk. The young man smiles, realizing that they intend to destroy his reputation in case he takes these stones by force. He turns away, announcing that, although for 2 hours, he will take advantage of this time. Smiling, Benchin states that they will see each other in 2 hours, and the guys need to take care of Jin-hyuk. The young man and 2 girls remain in the room. Looking at them, he wonders if he should show them something amazing. They look at him questioningly. A sign is shown near the office. A photograph of 2 men is shown, and a phrase is heard that one of them is sorry that the other died in an accident. The photo goes into the trash can. Benchin frowns, declaring that the living should move on, and wonders why the dead haunt him even after death. He walks along the corridor, thinking that he was at least somehow able to minimize the waste of magic stones, but does not know how to get rid of it. He believes that he can set journalists on him so that they make a fuss. His eyes scan as the man decides to do it as soon as he gets out of this situation. Smiling, he intends to ask if Jin-hyuk used the stones. His expression remains the same, but he finishes his sentence awkwardly. Empty boxes are shown. The safes are also emptied. The girls are looking at something with emotion. It turns out that they are petting the dragon, and the young man asks if there are more stones. His baby just likes to eat. The animal looks happy. The man falls to the floor in fear. The young man grins, thinking that this is his payment for the fact that Benchin did dirty deeds. Not knowing his place, he will torture and use him for the rest of his life. Information about Kaguma is shown. The animal looks full and happy. Its characteristics are reported. The young man looks at him, noticing that he is strong, but he does not have enough mana for the battle. He only has 80. He looks at the system window, realizing that if he calls him into battle, he will only be able to hold out for 5 minutes. If not less, he can only swing faster than he planned. Jin-hyuk calls someone asking what he is doing. A large hotel building is depicted. The man is breathing heavily. The girl looks at the system window, reporting that the goal has been set and he has already created an alliance with important people. The person on the call claims that the person is acting faster than he expected, believed that Yusung was feuding with Jin-hyuk. Shui seriously notices that he reacts aggressively, but still obediently fulfills his requests. This is enough to consider him a supporter of Jin-hyuk. An image of Yusung is seen, and it is reported that there is nothing they can do. Everyone is red-listed. This very list is shown, and it turns out that they are all enemies of China. Yusung frowns when asked how he is. A smiling young man is shown, and it is revealed that the boundary-breaking mirror can be enlarged, after which some information is provided. The guy crosses his arms, noticing that Jin-hyuk said he would tell him about a way to become stronger, and he mastered a truly monstrous thing. Looking down, Yusung asks why the young man called him. He was planning to conquer higher floors. He could have done it himself. Smiling awkwardly, Jin-hyuk reveals that it is because he cares and thinks about him. The guy must become stronger in order to challenge him again. A mirror is shown being activated and a question is asked about which floor they are going to. The young man looks at Yusung slyly. They look determined and the time remaining is announced. We are talking about the 10th floor. A large creature appears, and there is talk of a warrior's refuge. Guardian warriors are depicted protecting the boss, and it turns out that there are about 21 of them. Smirking, Jin-hyuk wonders if the guy can handle it. Yusung points his finger. The creature is depicted and he thinks they should try, unless that monster wakes up. Smiling, Jin-hyuk asks if this is enough for him. He raises his finger, declaring that if the guy gets rid of all these warriors and holds out against the boss for 1 minute, he will accept his challenge to a duel. Yusung looks determined. He immediately takes out his sword. The guy waves his weapon, telling Jin-hyuk to be sure to keep his promise. He takes a swing at the monsters when it is reported that this is a haven for warriors. The creature speaks menacingly about who has the right to be here. Throwing a punch, Yusung tells him to get out of the way. A hair product store is depicted. The sitting man notices something. Teresa, passing by, pays attention to him. She lifts her cap, realizing it's Younghwa. Hair return is reported to be used. The girl's hair immediately grows back. The guy cries with happiness when Teresa notices that it is expensive, but his hair is now the same as before. It turns out the curse is still in effect. Younghwa is shocked when he receives a notification that his hair is falling out all over his body. He drooped, and the girl tried to calm him down. The guy sadly reports that sometimes he thinks that maybe this curse is a punishment for his sins. Jeonghwa smiles as he remembers being the raid commander on the first floor. It was a success where he acted only out of greed, and greed that caused many people to suffer. He even thinks that hair loss is perhaps too easy a punishment. Teresa looks at him, smiling. The guy's bald head glows, and the girl claims that since people suffered because of his greed, this, of course, is not good. She kindly remarks that he still risked his life to get what he wanted, which seems to her to be something magnificent. Younghwa looks at her admiringly, and it turns out that he is the head of the St. Teresa fan club. Yusung swings his sword as the sword song is reported to be activated. He attacks the monster. There are stones scattered around it. The guy breathes heavily, thinking about what is left. A large monster appears, and it turns out that it is he who remains. The thought sounds about what will happen if Yusung holds out for just a minute. Smiling, Jin-hyuk raises his finger. It is reported that then he will be able to fight him seriously. It's about defeating Jin-hyuk. The guy clutches the hilt of the sword. The thought sounds that this is for him. He suddenly rushes into battle. It turns out that Yusung is willing to risk his life for this. The monster sits motionless. His eyes suddenly light up. The guy opens his eyes. He looks dazed as he lies in his hospital bed. The hospital building is depicted. The girl peels an apple, revealing that he is in the hospital, and Yusung notices that she is the servant. She sighs, calling herself his slave. The girl recalls the moment when the director ordered him to be taken to the hospital because his condition was terrible. She searches for something in her bag, claiming that the man told her to give it to him when he woke up. She hands the guy something. He looks at the stone seriously. Yusung thinks about how he fought the 10th floor boss. The ultimate skill invulnerability is reported to be activated. A formidable monster is depicted, and a notification comes that the object is not receiving damage. The guy lies on the rocks, remembering that neither physical nor magical attacks worked against the creature, Even his attribute sword was broken. He squints in pain while Jin-hyuk is dissatisfied with his result. There is a mask on his face, and the young man declares that he still has a long way to go. The creature swings its weapon. Jin-hyuk leans on the ground as the Demon Sword King's steps are announced to be activated. He dodges all attacks with impossible accuracy, which is what the guy notices. The monster covers himself with his hands, his eyes sparkling. A notification arrives that the sanctuary is being activated. Suddenly, he strikes a pose and the force of gravity is reported to increase by 500%. Frowning, Yusung notices the terrible pressure. He seriously thinks that even Jin-hyuk can't handle this and wonders what he will do. It turns out that back then he thought it was the end for both of them. Magic forms in the young man's hand as he announces that he has been waiting. Jin-hyuk puts his hand forward and a notification comes that the first level barrier is activated, increasing the effect of spells by a given area per second. He clenches his hand into a fist, declaring that the time has come for the monster to truly become stone, and talks about setting the direction of activation. The creature is surprised by what is happening. He is suddenly thrown aside. His eyes sparkle, and many alerts come in saying that due to his invulnerability, damage is not dealt. Yusung has a lifeless look and thinks that this can't be true. Jin-hyuk overpowered the boss as if he was showing off to him. It turns out that this is the last thing he remembers. It was reported that the boss monster of the 10th floor had been neutralized. With his hands in his pockets, the young man looks at the windows of the system and is told about the remaining time to clear the next floor. Information about the immortal stone giant is provided, and a notification is received that the condition has been met. A luminous element is visible. The invulnerability was reportedly successfully copied. It turns out that the activation time of invulnerability has been reduced several times. The guy is holding a stone in his hand. He clenches his hand into a fist, thinking that he is being bullied even now. The 6th floor, the Forest of Elves, is depicted, and many notifications come from the system. Jin-hyuk smiles, noting that because of this taste, he became addicted to the Tower of Trials and has not uploaded a video from an unknown person for a long time. He must replenish the coins spent during the battle with Anubis. The young man sticks out his tongue, deciding that thanks to Yusung, who got rid of the small fry, he was able to concentrate his energy on creating that barrier, which requires a lot of mana. Alice, resting her head on her hand, calls out to the contractor. Jin-hyuk turns his attention to the man in the tree when the girl asks if he is aware that someone is following them. She arches an eyebrow, noticing that he's not doing anything and that's not like him. The man watches, and the young man claims that in the place they are going to, they hate strangers. They will not gain anything from this battle, so he will leave it like that. The man has a mask on his face and reports that Jin-hyuk is now heading to the elf forest on the 6th floor. Beijing is depicted with tall buildings. People drop to their knees when someone claims that the young man took the 5th and 10th floors. Liko looks down when they are asked what they have been doing all this time. Suddenly he clenches his teeth. An ear falls to the floor. He does not raise his head, even when they call him pathetic, because he has not completed a single assignment properly. The guy holds a blade in his hands, noting that he always has to interfere in order for things to somehow progress. A girl restores a man's ear, but is told to leave him. Gunchan puts the weapon away, informing him that next time he won't get away with just one ear, and advises him to remember this when he looks at the wound. He leaves, claiming that he doesn't know why Jin-hyuk stayed on the 6th floor, but they're better off, so he tells everyone to go to the 6th floor and regroup. He angrily tells them to burn Jin-hyuk along with the forest and all witnesses. The 6th floor, the Forest of Elves, is depicted. The masked man is told to keep his eyes on the target. He continues to watch the young man. Suddenly a girl appears behind him. A group of people are shown and they are told that this forest is one of the best places to relax in the tower. The young man looks at the food with pleasure, and the thought sounds that the 7th floor will open automatically after staying there for 90 days, so many come here to relax. Suddenly he notices an unusual animal. The girl worriedly tells him not to go there. There is elf territory, it's dangerous, to which the young man replies that there is such a cute horned rabbit. They pull him by the ear, saying that elves hate strangers. If he doesn't want an arrow in his head, he should quickly go back. The rabbit looks at them with interest. A man is lying on the floor. The girl stands tensely near him. She sits on a branch, leaning on it. She watches the young man, wondering who he is if he is being followed. The elf thoughtfully notes that he doesn't seem to be up to anything, so she assumes he's just lost. Jin-hyuk actively inhales the aroma while she thinks that only experienced ones can get out of this forest. He will never find the way out. He immediately realizes that he needs to go left and follows there. The girl looks at him in shock. The young man smiles, and she thinks that he needs to spend a lot of time in the forest so that he can find his way by smell, so the question arises about how an ordinary person knows about this method. Jin-hyuk approaches the barrier of illusions, which the elf notices. She is quite aware that once he is trapped, he will endlessly walk in circles until he is exhausted, wandering through endless illusions. She closes her eyes, thinking that she will watch this and, when he loses consciousness, will carry him outside. Suddenly the question arises about who does this. The young man puts his fingers to the tree trunk, and it turns out that there should be a passive voice, and an active one reduces the effectiveness by half. He sighs, claiming that he doesn't know who created it, but that person skipped all his grammar lessons. The girl blushes, asking who he is. Jin-hyuk smiles, realizing that he now has an elf who looks like a newbie attached to him. He stretches, deciding to eat, and is told that the kitchen of another world is being activated. He starts chopping vegetables. The young man is happily preparing the dish. The elf admiringly notes that this man knows how to cook. Suddenly she is surprised. She lands, drawing the bowstring. The girl displeasedly asks how the young man dares to cook the meat of an animal and whether he wants to insult the forest. Jin-hyuk just grins at this. Frowning, he declares that this is not meat, but just beans. The elf is surprised when he says that if she doesn't believe him, she can try it herself. The young man hands her a plate to make sure. The girl smelled the aroma of the dish. She lowers her head in shock, deciding that this cannot be because it really does smell like beans. She looks at the plate in bewilderment, and it is reported that the race of elves in the Tower of Trials love cooking and music. A piece of meat is depicted when it turns out that among them, animal meat is strictly prohibited. The young man smiles, thinking about what would happen if he gave the elf a chance to try a dish similar to meat and offers it to the girl. It sounds like they won't be able to contain their curiosity. The elf looks at the dish with appetite. She decides to try it. The girl arches an eyebrow, asking if it's really not meat. Jin-hyuk clenches his hand into a fist, telling her not to insult his dedication to cooking because he won't allow himself to lie or play dirty tricks with food. The elf tries the dish with doubt. She takes a bite. The girl wonders in admiration how something can be so delicious. She continues to eat. There are several plates on the ground, and the elf says that she did not think that the young man would be such a wonderful person who could introduce them to such a new dish. She bows to introduce herself and apologizes for being wrong about him. Sylvia closes her eyes, asking what he can do to him as an apology. Smiling, Jin-hyuk wonders if he can visit the elf village. A rabbit with a horn appears, and the girl is perplexed. The Forest of Elves, the main village, is depicted. The young man introduces himself displeased. Penheim greets him with a smile. The guns are pointed at him, so Jin-hyuk asks if they're sure they're happy to see him. Gritting his teeth, one of the elves asks how a stranger who came from nowhere can expect a warm welcome. Teslan kindly pulls the string, declaring that little people have no right to be in the sacred forest. The personality of this guy is described. With sparkling eyes, the young man notices that he is still the same. It sounds like even in the game he hated people with a passion, although that may have been due to the mess that Jin-hyuk created back then. Coughing, he reveals that Sylvia invited him here as an arrow flies at him. It unwinds in the air. Suddenly the young man pulls out a sword, declaring that the elf is too rude to the guests. He holds his weapon forward, wondering if he should have brought the gift with him. Teslan frowns, noting that for a human he has a good reaction, but he will shoot the next arrow at his head. Sylvia and the hero were surrounded. The girl asked Teslan to stop. She said that she brought him to the village as an apology for the attack. Alphika kept her bow taut and asked Sylvia to be silent. She said that strangers were not welcome here and they would deal with it after his death. Sylvia pointed anxiously at the hero and said that it was no coincidence that she invited him because he is a talented cook. A blush appeared on her cheek and her mouth began to water. She said that he was capable of preparing real delicacies. The elf clenched her teeth irritably, thinking about real delicacies. Everyone was silent in surprise. The elf asked if she really thought it was so easy to convince them. She was asked to stop. The head of the elf was drooling. She said that there was no need to rush and offered to prove her words with deeds. Teslan turned displeasedly at the elder. The hero smiled contentedly. Elven figs are a special fruit containing mana. By eating them, you can increase the power of your magic. And the day when the elves gather the harvest and give thanks to the forest. This festival is called the Moonlight Festival. Jin-hyuk cooked in a huge cauldron. He used the skill of a kitchen from another world. The ingredients flew into the air, and the elves watched in shock. The hero threw the towel on the table. Many plates of dishes appeared on the table. Jin-hyuk smiled and invited everyone to the table. He said it was not meat, but an imitation made from soy. The elves carefully began to try. Their eyes sparkled and a blush appeared on their cheeks. Teslan looked around gloomily, but reached for the meat. Someone pushed the plate away. Jin-hyuk looked at the elf with displeasure and said that he wanted to shoot him. All the elves were gorging themselves on delicacies, and only Teslan stood aside. The elder wiped his mouth from the food and said it was delicious. He threw a napkin in the air and said that the stranger had given them such delicious food. He said that the atmosphere was only getting better. All the elves gratefully raised their hands in the sky and began to begin the Moonlight Festival. The musicians began to play music. The elves sat obediently on one knee and figs were handed to them. A bright light burned over the night forest. The elves threw a celebration. Tired people sat around the fire and said how they would like to see it. One man was dragged into the bushes by an unknown person, while the guy said that elves have a very bad character and if they catch your eye, they will immediately want to finish you off. He smiled and said it was pretty safe to be around them, wasn't it? He saw the men in black kill all his friends. He raised the knife in fear, trying to understand what had just happened. Blood spilled onto the ground. The leader of the killers reminded everyone not to leave any witnesses. The arrow hit the target. Sylvia trained with the little elf. Jinhyuk and the elder were sitting next to each other. The hero said that he heard that elves have marksmanship in their blood. The elder laughed and said that this was a common thing for them. He smiled and asked how was the festival for the hero. The girl was carrying a plate of figs. The elder said that they rarely invite strangers to this festival. Due to the effects of the figs, they are forced to hide in the forest. The elves danced and had fun. The elder was sure that elves love entertainment and food no less than others. The elder smiled and said that peace is above all. Jinhyuk leaned towards the man and said that the elven wisdom was impressive. Suddenly someone came up from behind and asked how dare a stranger evaluate them. It was Teslon. The hero asked if he was really offended because he didn't get food. Teslon angrily shouted that the ability to cook does not change his race and his presence here discredits the holy elven forest. Jinhyuk and the elven guy collided head to head. The hero said that his mind copes better with this. Teslon asked if the hero really wanted to die. He pulled an arrow from his quiver and proposed an archery competition. Jinhyuk smiled and said that the loser will leave the forest forever. Teslon laughed and asked if he was really sure of defeating the elf. He pointed his finger at the hero and told him to prepare his targets. Everyone watched what was happening in shock. Drunk and cheerful, they ran to watch the archery competition. Everyone stopped what they were doing and hurried to look. Jinhyuk and Teslon held bows in their hands. Jinhyuk smiled sarcastically and said it's a pity that the elf doesn't have a support group. The hero put out his hand and opened subspace. A small black dragon appeared and wanted to eat. Teslon looked in bewilderment as the man embraced the dragon. Teslon pointed to the target and invited the hero to shoot first. Jinhyuk frowned and fired. The arrow stuck almost at the edge of the target. Teslon grinned and said that it was not bad for a person. He pulled the arrow and said that the hero was still far from his skills. The dragon flew forward. Teslon looked in surprise at the approaching animal. He opened his mouth and fear activated. All frightened for 3 seconds, Teslon released the arrow. All the elves were infected with laughter. Jinhyuk smiled maliciously. Everyone fell down laughing. Trembling with fear, the elf looked at the hero. The arrow did not even reach the target. The elf could not understand why. Jinhyuk took the orange mass and laughed at the elf's naivety. He and the dragon smiled slyly. The guy said that victory is victory. The conditions were met. Teslon screamed fiercely and started calling the hero names. The little dragon sat disappointedly and asked to eat. Jinhyuk sat down next to him and asked the dragon to be careful, but the beast only wanted to eat. The guy took him in his arms and asked him not to do that again. Teslon grabbed his head and said that he had summoned the dragon to cheat. He asked if he really had no conscience. He opened his eyes in surprise when the hero said that he didn't have a single ounce of conscience. The hero smiled. He received a direct hit, copying the elf's ability. He sarcastically called himself a human. The elf began to attack the hero while he brushed off the accusations. He said that it was a warm-up and proposed a new one. The elf frowned. He said that if the hero cheats, he will execute him on the spot. Teslon exhaled, saying that they had wasted a lot of time. He drew the bowstring and used a direct hit. The arrow hit the center. The cheerful elves began to praise Teslon. Sylvia looked at the hero and said that it was not too late to apologize to Teslon. The girl was excited. She said that he was the best ranger and a person could not defeat him in archery. The hero smiled. His hand became covered with mana. He became interested. The ice creation skill has been activated. The target tree was covered in ice. The ice pushed the target up. Spinning, the circle shot into the air. Teslon shouted and asked what the hero was doing. He answered him that everything was simple. His bow covered in red mana. He said he was increasing the difficulty to match his level. The energy of bloody rage and a direct hit began to synergize. The hero received a scarlet magic shot. The accuracy of the shot has increased, as has its power. Tesla suddenly sensed some change in such a short time. The hero pulled the red arrow and released it. The target was spinning in the air. The hero's arrow cut the elf's arrow. The target was torn in half. Teslon looked at this sight in fear. The crowd screamed excitedly. They shouted that this was impossible, because the target was made of strong fig wood, and the hero split Teslon's arrow and broke the target in half. Jinhyuk smiled slyly and said that the elf lost to the vile little man. Teslan dropped his bow and said that he could not lose what was left of his honor. He walked away from the scene and said that he would leave the village and would not return here again. He said that the ranger of the sacred forest always keeps his promises. The elves began to mourn the departure of their hero. The hero asked the elf to stop. Tesla turned around and said that he was fulfilling the terms of the deal. Did he really want to humiliate him even more? Jinhak scratched his head and said that he believed that he was keeping his word, but the festival was in full swing. He said that if the elf left now, the atmosphere would spoil. He smiled and suggested changing the terms of the contract. Teslan looked at the hero incredulously. He gritted his teeth and said he was almost gone. The elves could barely contain their laughter. Jinhak smiled and said that in his homeland only brave men wear this. Teslan was dressed like a stripper. The hero said it was a waiter's outfit. The elf shouted that no one would dare laugh at Teslan. But at that very moment he was struck by laughter. The elves fell to the ground. The elder noted that there were interesting hobbies here. The hero said that he hoped that he had not gone too far. Teslan kicked those laughing. The hero thought that subjecting the best elven ranger to this should be done carefully. The elder smiled and asked the hero not to be afraid, because Teslan was lucky to taste defeat, for his desire to protect the forest began to weigh him down. Teslan was full of rage, and the elder was grateful to the hero for the fight with the elf. Jinhak smiled, looking at the man, and noted that he was a worthy and wise elf. Both smiled slyly. The hero asked whether it was worth extending the punishment. The elf said that it was necessary to curb the ranger's ardor since such an opportunity arose. Someone ran scared through the crowd and called the elder. The crowd incomprehensibly made way for the running man. The elder looked at the elf in fear. He sat holding the stump of his hand. They asked him which garrison he was from and asked what happened. The elf shouted furiously that strangers had come to them and begun to invade. He described the image of masked people appearing out of nowhere. He remembered screaming in fear. People killed everyone they reached. The elves grabbed their bows, their rangers. The white-haired man in the mask easily killed everyone with his large spear. The guy said that the invaders are very strong. An unknown magician girl poisoned the elves with magic. Even high-ranking rangers were not a hindrance to them. The elf coughed up blood. Sylvia ran up to the guy and asked him to save his strength in this state. The elder was trembling with anger. He shouted and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Everyone ran to the weapon racks. The elder assumed that the forest was already surrounded. There was no trace left of the fun. The elder said that they would defend the forest without sparing their lives. Teslan changed clothes and ordered an urgent gathering of the detachment. He called high-ranking rangers to follow him. Jinhak stood gloomily in the midst of the commotion. He clenched his teeth angrily. His eyes filled with rage. People were running away from persecution. They could no longer run. They did not understand who these people were. One of the people turned around and said that they were simple players. The flames scattered people in different directions, tearing them apart. The leader of the killers repeated that no witnesses should be left. He said that everything in this forest had to disappear. The killers stabbed the screaming people to death. Spears pierced a man calling for help. One of the killers was hit by several arrows. The killer began to shout about the enemy, but an arrow pierced his head. The elder came out into the clearing. His gaze was mad. He asked if this was possible. He looked at the dead girl. These were the children of their mother. They were brutally killed. The elder clutched the girl's body to himself in horror. He apologized to the fallen for not being able to protect them. Teslan was silent behind him. He told everyone to remember that if they encountered any survivors, they would need to be evacuated to the center of the village where they would be protected. Everyone listened seriously. Teslan ordered the brutal killing of the noticed enemies. The elf screamed furiously and called on everyone to avenge their brothers and sisters. Jinhak walked over and said he had a plan. Teslan asked in surprise what plan he was talking about. The killer received a message. The killer reported to Shuya that the elves were seeking revenge. The girl recorded a message and conveyed to all the units that the main target was Jinhak. The forest was covered with a huge barrier, which made it impossible to call for help. The girl and her squad were moving through the trees. She asked to send more scouts to the village so that they could accurately locate the target. The assassin, with armor in his arms, said that he had received the message. The white-haired assassin also accepted the message. 3 squads surrounded the forest. Among the 150 people there were 3 S-rank fighters. They began to move deeper, and one squad should definitely find the hero. Having received the coordinates, they will gather all their forces and attack the target. Small dinosaurs surrounded one big one. No matter how strong the hero is, a bunch of dinosaurs killed one big one. A bunch of dinosaurs will not be able to withstand 3 S-rank players at once. The girl ran deep into the forest, mentally promising the hero that they would not leave a speck of dust from him. Someone's hand began to approach her. The hero knocked the girl down with a blow. She rolled on the ground. The hero stood on a branch and said that he still could not understand who they were. A mask was removed from Shuya's face. She was a representative of the China Guild, which was prowling near the television studio building. The hero threw the mask to the side. He said they would pay for interfering with him. Shuya smiled insidiously, not expecting the hero to come to them himself. The squad of the big guy with the sword received a message that the target had been detected. The man stopped and said that they were moving towards the detachment. He noticed something. The big man ducked down as a hail of arrows showered them. Teslan and the furious elves stood on the branches. The elf said that for today they were their targets. The big guy got angry and called the elves aborigines. His companions were pierced by arrows. The hero activated the sword graveyard skill and the steps of the demonic sword king. He moved at great speed from killer to killer, leaving corpses behind him. Shuya nervously ordered to keep her distance. People wearing masks began to scatter in different directions. The hero began throwing shards of ice at the killers' backs. Shu hid behind a tree trunk, noting that the hero was much stronger than in the video. They could have been killed before help arrived. Sweat was running down the girl's face. She understood that she needed to stall for time. She called the hero. He turned around. A voice from behind the trees said that he didn't know what the hero had forgotten here, but it seemed like there was something valuable here. Jin-hyuk frowned and said that they shouldn't care about this and demanded not to waste time and attack. The white-haired man ran, burning everything with fire. The girl said that while the hero was with them, the others were already cutting out the village. Shu smiled and said that when the village is destroyed, the thing he desired will disappear from this world. Jin-hyuk looked into the gap between the trees, asking if they were going to destroy the village. Shu smiled, thinking that if what the hero needed was in the village, he would return to protect that item. She smiled madly. In this case, they would have a chance to regroup. Jin-hyuk coughed. The girl watched him in bewilderment. She asked if he really didn't care what happened to the village. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he did not want to exterminate her. He just understood what the killers were planning. The killers watched the flash of light. The hero said that their plan was an ordinary circus because the village of elves. The white-haired assassin looked ahead in bewilderment. He asked why she was here. Alice was floating in the air. She said that she didn't care about elves. She glared at the killers and said that they had interfered with her partner's plans. She activated the Bloody Spears skill. She waved. Spears began to form above her head from bloody clots. She said that was reason enough to kill them all. The killer looked at the demoness in horror and said that she was a monster. She pointed her spears at her enemies and ordered them to disappear. The murderers were pierced by spears. A powerful explosion was heard near the barrier. Shu saw that the name of the destination player was missing. There was a pile of bodies pierced by spears on the ground. The white-haired man reached out to the system window and asked for help. His hand fell limply to the ground. Alice watched what was happening and said that she was very bored, and this could not even be called a workout. She landed on the ground. She turned around and saw frightened elves. She looked at them calmly. The elves looked at each other. Alice asked if elves make alcohol. Shu looked at the window in shock, not believing that the main forces had already been neutralized. The hero walked towards her while she was hiding in the shadows. She screamed and ordered the creation of a bloody demon circle. Jin-hyuk glanced to the side, trying to understand what he was talking about. The killers surrounded the hero. Poisonous smoke poured out of the girl's mouth. She activated the injection of psychotropic poison. Thanks to the poison, the troops gained resistance to fear. All the killers turned green and their eyes turned red. They were filled with rage and courage. They attacked the hero without hesitation. His eyes lit up. He began to fight off the attacks. Behind him, the killer raised his hand to strike. The hero dodged it, asking if they had all gone astray. He used ice magic, and ice fangs fell on his enemies. The killers were still surrounding the hero. Shui nervously watched the battle in the shadows. She mentally called out to Tenchao, saying that they needed his help. At this time, the elves fought with the murderers. Teslan shot from a bow using the skill of an archer. Tenchao blocked the shots with a huge sword. Sylvia stuck her hands into the ground and powerful roots climbed towards her enemies. Tenchao was immobilized. Teslan pulled the string and said that the killers would not escape. 3 arrows took flight. Tenchao was covered in green smoke and all the arrows and roots bounced off of him. His defense increased by 50%. He saw messages from his partner. He was connected by roots and said that the elves wanted to stall for time. He tensed, his veins bulging. He scattered the roots to the side, freeing himself from their shackles. Sylvia covered herself from flying fragments. Tenchao swung his sword. Sylvia looked and realized that she did not have time to dodge. There was a loud noise. The ground was scattered and a depression appeared from the impact. Teslan managed to save the elf from death. Tenchao stood menacingly, covered in mana. His eyes glowed red. Teslan noticed that he was strong. The hero cut the killers into 2 parts. He stood among the corpses and said that their detachment was defeated. He demanded the girl to show herself. She was nervously silent, realizing that they could not hold out until the others arrived. She came out from behind the tree, saying that there was no point in hiding anymore. Jin-hyuk saw her characteristics. The conditions for copying were such that if the hero defeats her while being poisoned, he will be able to copy one of the skills. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth and realized that the task was not too simple. The girl's hand was covered in toxic smoke. She admitted that it was pretty good. She ran, activating the spiritual poison. She said that even he was unlikely to survive her poison. The hero dodged the poisonous throw. The tree instantly dissolved. He dodged, realizing that it would hurt, but he wanted to gain at least one such skill. He touched Shuya's shoulder. He said he was trying to make an important decision. He activated the protective Kai barrier and his defense increased by 50%. He kicked the girl in the stomach. Thanks to his defense, he can ignore most physical damage. The girl bent over from the blow. The blow knocked the air out of her. She noticed that the hero was using too powerful a skill. The hero frowned at the girl lying on the ground and said that there was no need to stop people from thinking. Shu glanced at the hero. She understood that she needed to hold out until Tenchao arrived. She put out her hand and ran to attack. She wanted to inflict damage on the hero. The blow hit the girl's face. The hero said that she didn't want to listen to him. He sent her flying with one blow. Something surprised him. He saw a small needle stuck into his finger. The girl was trembling in pain. She asked if the hero really thought that she would be a simple punching bag. She stuck out her tongue, which had a needle on it. She smiled contentedly, saying that she had finally succeeded. The veins on the hero's arm began to swell. He was poisoned with spiritual poison. His mana circulation was disrupted. He clenched his forearm, his fist all swollen and pink. The girl said that the poison spreads throughout her body, destroying mana channels and internal organs. It enters the body with mana, so there is no antidote for it. Shu laughed madly and said that now the hero's life would slowly and painfully fade away. The hero shook his hand. His fist glowed red as he used the celestial flower cultivation. Mana recovery rate increased by 30%. The swollen fist was covered in red light. He threw the needle on the ground and asked about the antidote. He smiled madly and asked who needed him. He said he's not such a weakling. Shu smiled and grabbed the glowing dagger. She realized that she would not get out of here alive. The hero rushed to attack. He knocked the weapon out of the girl's hands and hit her in the face. Tenchao ran to her aid. Shuya was pierced by shards of ice. Jinhak was serious. A kick and the girl rolled on the ground again. Tenchao screamed. Jinhak swung his sword. The big man made a powerful jerk. He swung his sword, activating the Sword of Abundance Kai. There was a roar over the forest. Tenchao stood in front of the girl and asked if she could stand up. Jinhak looked at the man's characteristics. He slid by, suggesting that Tesla had lost. He looked at the copying conditions. According to the information, Tenchao was in love and was using the most destructive attack to protect the girl. To copy, you had to defeat the man without getting wounded. The hero's eyes burned. He studied the man's skills and tried to understand whether he needed them. He thought about it, mentally asking how the system knew about other people's feelings. Suddenly something dawned on the hero. It began to creep into glitches. Tenchao touched the girl and said that the hero began to behave strangely. He ordered to get up while there is time. The girl asked where the others were. The man said that only the two of them were left. Shu smiled and said in that case to listen carefully. She said that after the battle with the hero she realized something. She looked at the glitching hero and said that they could not defeat him, even with the rest of their partners. The girl took off her hood. Tenchao asked, "Is the hero really that strong?" She said she didn't think they could return to the triad. Tenchao pulled off his mask. The girl said that all that was left was. She kissed the man and said that they needed to continue to complete the task. The hero shook his head. He looked at the killers in confusion and asked what they had done here. Poisonous smoke poured out of the girl's mouth. Tenchao smiled, smoke also coming out of his mouth. The psychotropic poison was activated and the couple gained resistance to fear due to the effects of the poison. Tenchao furiously rushed towards the hero. He said he has no regrets. The hero smiled. Swords appeared in his hand. He said that since the killers decided to finish the job, he would become serious. The sword graveyard has activated. The killers ran to attack. Tenchao swung his sword. He used the form of a colossal sword. Shu used a snake strike. The hero took a defensive stance. He used the soul-haunting sword dance, 8th technique, one with shadows. The barrier began to evaporate due to a communication breakdown. Tenchao's sword was broken into 2 pieces. A man lay nearby without legs and arms. He reached forward, but he buried his face in the ground. The skill of 1,000 poisons and eradication of evil was copied. The hero received the ability to detoxify and knowledge of thousands of poisons. The destruction of evil made it possible to detect the target. The hero smiled as he learned new abilities. He walked away, stretching his arms, saying that the 8th technique was still a bit difficult and it looked like his whole body would hurt tomorrow. Behind him, Tenchao touched Shu's hand for the last time. The hero was trying to figure out what to do with the China Guild now. The man's hand covered his beloved's hand, thus ending the guild's attack on the hero. Charred stumps smoldered on the battlefield. A quarter of the elven forest was burned and many elves lost their lives. The wounded Teslan was carried away on a stretcher. He lost to Tenchao. Thanks to Sylvia, his life was saved. The elf had a bandage on his face and thanked the hero for stopping the attack. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked to stop pretending to be cool because it was better to focus on recovery. Elf Town Hall. The elder was in great shock. He gave orders without leaving his home. Alice drank alcohol and was watched by young elves. The hero, meanwhile, used magic. He activated the 3-star dimension gap barrier and mystical manipulations. The hero's hand glowed. He said that it was quite difficult, but now China would think 100 times before attacking him. He walked away and said that he hated such people. China Guild headquarters. The combat unit consisted of 150 people, including 3S ranked. The deputy guild head hit the table and asked, were they all lost? Employees were sitting at the table in front of him. He asked if the hero was really that strong. He said that the total mana of the 3S ranked fighters exceeded 10,000, and although they were strong, they ranked slightly above average in their guild. The girl with glasses said that since the skill system has not yet been fully developed, anyone whose mana exceeds 10,000 is considered S rank. She pointed to the hero and said that he is special and therefore they should not compare him with S rank. The guy offered to send assassins with more than 20,000 mana to his house. A man nearby said that this could start a war. The guy said that he is not afraid of war. The man said that it is not profitable for them. Lai Aoi gritted his teeth. Mr. Yonsu appeared and asked if they didn't understand all the problems. He sat down in the main seat and said that the basis of battle is assessing the strength of the enemy, and since he does not even know this, they will lose again. The old man frowned. Lai Aoi asked him for forgiveness. Yonsu said that from now on, responsibility for Jin-hyuk lies with them. He said that he would talk to Gunyon himself. Lai Aoi lowered his gaze guiltily. He asked how they could allow him to do this on his own. The old man interrupted him and ordered him to remain silent. An ominous aura came from the old man. He asked if they really didn't understand yet. He said being a hero is on a whole different level. He looked at the footage of the battle and said that the last scene that was captured on video, he was sure that it was the 8th technique of the soul-chasing sword dance. He knocked on the table and said that this skill was rare even in Muram, and the hero learned it until the 8th floor. The old man's eyes lit up. He thought that they still had a chance. The elves looked somewhere in surprise. Everyone was struck with joy and shock. The elder left his house. He slowly began to climb onto the stage. He came on stage and said that they had suffered many losses. Despite the bravery of the rangers, many elves had died. Everyone sadly listened to the words of their leader. He said that they must move on in order to restore their forest and for life to continue to prosper. The man picked up the fig fruit and said that they should continue the Moonlight Festival. He said that they would celebrate for the sake of the departed to overcome their sadness. The elves raised their glasses. A large bonfire was burning. It was a funeral. They drank to their friends who had returned to Mother Nature and to their comrades. The hero activated the kitchen skill of another world and began to cook. He prepared a large portion of food with a smile. The elder watched what was happening with a smile and told Sylvia that no one could have known that a traveler who met by chance in the forest could help them so much. The hero gave the little elf a large plate and ordered him to eat without leaving anything left. The hero looked at the sad young man. He thought that elves were known for their gluttony, and the guy sat without an appetite. He frowned, thinking that he was in severe shock. Suddenly the hero looked to the side. All the elves opened their mouths in shock. Gloomy Teslan put on a fairy costume. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that the ranger liked the clothes, but he said that it was not so. He tossed the figs and said that he had always thought that strangers were a threat to their forest. He assumed that they had come for the mana-soaked figs. He closed his eyes, saying that in fact it was just a massacre, and the one who stopped it was not him. Jin-hyuk looked seriously at the elf, who said that the hero did everything. He bowed and said that he wore these clothes because he lost a bet. He said that this is how he shows his respect. Jin-hyuk looked to the side with displeasure and thought that if he voluntarily decided to wear this, it's not so funny anymore. The embarrassed Teslan suddenly turned around to laugh. Alice burst into laughter and pointed her finger at him. She said that she had never seen such stupid clothes again. The demoness fell to the ground, saying that she had no idea who would agree to such a thing. The sad guy turned around laughing. Suddenly he started laughing too. The elves began to be infected by a wave of general laughter. Sylvia laughed too and wiped tears from her face. Teslan smiled quietly. Jin-hyuk smiled too. He turned to the elder, who asked if they could talk. The hero and the elf went to the temple, above which there was a tree. The elder used magic to get through. The system said that the user was confirmed. The 2-star barrier has unlocked. The heroes found themselves in a beautiful carved room. The elder laughed and said that this was an old warehouse in which village treasures were stored. He said that no one could come here without his knowledge. Jin-hyuk looked around, not expecting that he would be able to get here. The elder took the harp in his hands. He smiled and said that they call this instrument Descartes. Playing it can enhance the resulting effects. He bowed and handed the hero the instrument. He said that this was his gratitude for the salvation. He said that he would always remember the hero. Jin-hyuk smiled shyly, pointed his finger at something else and said, "What about this?" The elder looked at the dagger and bow, closed in a special capsule. He said that they were passed down from the time of their ancestors and the elves received them in gratitude for the healing of the god. The elder pointed to the harp and said to take it, since he did not have the right to dispose of this weapon. Jin-hyuk took the harp with displeasure. The elder bowed and said that thanks to the prophecy, they would one day find their owner. Jin-hyuk frowned. He couldn't think that elves had such a thing. The elder smiled. Drunk Alice demanded that everyone raise their glasses. Someone approached the barrel of alcohol while the girl was saying that she liked their forest. She shouted joyfully that she would one day take over this place and make sure to save the lives of the elves. The hero poured the purple liquid into the alcohol. Everyone was drinking. Jin-hyuk, gloomy, approached the table with a glass. He looked at the elder. He raised his glass with a smile as a sign of respect, and he drank it. Jin-hyuk sluggishly raised his glass, mentally asking what was it. He put the glass on the table. He thought that he should take them and leave. He approached the warehouse, remembering that the barrier was 2-star. He touched the door, and he was surprised to notice that there was no barrier. At this time all the elves were sleeping on the ground, and even Alice folded her wings. The Braham ring consumed the subjugated soul. The ring on the hero's chest glowed red. While all the elves were sleeping, the hero held a dagger and bow in his hands with a smile, thanking him for the gift. The elder was sleeping and drooling. Tower of Challenges, 3rd floor, Tower of Hate. Hosenbelt stood at the altar. He said that they could not go up to the 10th floor without the permission of the unknown. He said that they were missing out on all the artifacts that were only available for 10 days from the opening of the floor. He touched his forehead and said that first there were problems with the hero, and now with the unknown. He didn't think that they could use objects like that. Melina stood up. They walked away. The head asked where she was going. The girl said that she was going to rest. She went out and thought that they didn't know that the hero and the unknown were the same person. Her face lit up with the hero's handprint. Just the thought of it made her burn with shame. She would die if she revealed it. She looked at something. In front of her stood 2 unknown men in robes. They had white hair. Melina ordered them to stop. She pulled out a dagger and asked who they were and what they forgot here. The vampires smiled slyly. Blood sprayed. The guards were dead and Melina was wounded. The vampire licked the blade. He said their blood tastes as bad as they do. The second vampire said that he needed to stop putting everything he saw into his mouth. He said that it was difficult to find a person with good blood. Melina looked at the unknown people in horror, noting that she didn't even notice how they moved. The vampire pointed a sword at her. He asked if they should taste test her blood too. The vampire frowned. Lancelot appeared from the black smoke. He bowed and asked forgiveness for appearing in such a form. He turned to the aristocrats born of the noble knight and asked how he could help. The vampire took off his hood and smiled. The vampire girl said that finally someone who understands has appeared. 90 days after the Elven Forest incident, the 6th floor was opened. The 7th floor was also blocked. At the same time, the time has come to prepare for the next stage. The girl was sitting on a bench. Life was in full swing around her. She chewed chupa chups and thought that in a year she was supposed to graduate, but then she thought that by then the world might disappear. A system window appeared in front of her. Systema announced the long-awaited meeting of veteran company shareholders, which will begin soon. All employees are required to gather on the 1st floor of the tower near the Moon Lake at Fortino. They were also informed that they would find anyone who did not show up or was late. Chupa chups fell out of the girl's mouth. She screamed. She asked the hero to stop commanding her. Test Tower, 1st floor, Lunar Lake. Jin-hyuk sat on a stone and smiled at the newcomers. The hero's friends looked at him with displeasure. They said that they worked all night making those horses. The girl asked if he could just let them go. The old man asked to stop all this. The hero walked up to the crowd with a smile and said if they want, they can just leave. These words surprised the people. Jin-hyuk summoned the green elven blade and said that in case of death they would need to pay compensation. He asked for their bank account addresses. The old man stood up on the counter and said that finding a job today is so difficult. He thanked the hero. Yuri made a heart and said that their employer was very kind. The moons illuminated the lake a soft pink. The hero asked if they could move on to the topic of the meeting. He sat down on a rock and said that they would first hold some kind of introductory round. He asked everyone to tell the latest news. He clapped and suggested we start. Hyun smiled and said that he was a representative of the Master of the Black Raven Guild. Pakana also introduced herself and said that she was carrying out orders for the hero. Hyun said that he found out that Yoonseok moved to the 7th floor. According to the informant, he is trying to find a certain feather. Test Tower, 7th floor, Tundra. Everything is covered with snow. If you go all the way from the starting point to the end, the next floor will open. There were a bunch of people frozen to death in the snow. The 7th floor is notorious for requiring lengthy preparations for a raid due to weather conditions. Jin-hyuk smiled as he imagined the phoenix feather, the blessing of flames it gives should help in passing this floor. Pak Hana smiled and said that Yusung had fully recovered and was discharged from the hospital. He also asked to tell the hero that he would kill him. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that this means Yusung is completely fine. Taekshi bowed. He smiled and introduced himself. He said that it was an honor for him to meet the hero. He handed the hero a sword and said that he had stolen an item he wanted from the Temple of Medusa. He assumed that they were furious because their national relic was missing. The hero examined the sword and said that it was an excellent job. He held Fontaine's heavenly sword in his hands. He thought that now it was already useless and in the future he would need to exchange it for something worthwhile. He ordered the next one to speak. The girl smiled and called herself Andrea. She said that she was in charge of the 5th floor. She said that the organization of power on this floor has been completed. She said that she is preparing this just in case, although the players rarely appear. Yuri asked incredulously what the girl meant when she said she was responsible for the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that she was the boss of the 5th floor and said that she must be very tired. People got scared, asking what the monster would do here. The hero looked at Andrea, who smiled welcomingly at the frightened people. He thought that she had grown a lot. He assumed that it was all thanks to Alice. He twirled his finger, asked to calm down and invited the next one to start. The hero pointed to the disgruntled Melina from the Demonic People Association. People were also surprised by this proximity. Jin-hyuk rudely said to stop being silent and demanded to tell the news. She said that an important incident had recently occurred. She said that an association had come to them. Jin-hyuk guessed about the top floor. The vampire pointed to his emblem and said that they were blood relatives of the Decasus family who worshipped animals. They looked at the masked man and said that if they help them out, they will help them achieve what they want. They said that they heard that they need a relic from the 11th floor. The man rubbed his chin and asked what the vampires want from them. The girls smiled and said that a prisoner had escaped from the ruins of the 1st floor. They asked for help to catch him. Melina silently watched the conversation. Jin-hyuk looked at the nervous girl and asked if they really gave the bracelet of the renegade from the 11th floor in return. Melina said that their management did not expect this. The hero's ring suddenly lit up. It burned and vibrated. The hero could not understand why Alice would react like that. She shouted that that was all for today. The huge stone shattered into pieces. Furious, Alice cursed the unknown people. She said that they were the kind of people who betrayed her. She screamed that she would find them and tear them to pieces. She turned around and put her hand on her chest, asking if the hero had not promised to help her take revenge. She said that this was a chance. She asked the silent hero if he would help her. Her eyes shone. Jin-hyuk said that he would definitely keep his promise and asked not to worry. However, he said that they needed to be careful. Alice sank. Jin-hyuk calmly said that he did not have enough mana to fully unleash its power, and now revenge could harm them. Alice was indignant because the guy said that she would have to abstain from the necklace for a while. Jin-hyuk smiled and gently asked you to trust him. Alice fell silent. She lowered her sad gaze. She poked at the hero's chest and said that she wanted chicken legs. The hero looked at the pink moons and said that he managed to calm her down, but he needed to prepare for the next time. Test Tower, 7th floor, tundra. The ships were covered in ice. Someone asked if the eastern sea was also blocked. The detachment had difficulty moving through the snow and ice. Someone replied that there was too much ice and the temperature was low and the air was humid, which made it difficult to start a fire. The people were exhausted. The snow was knee-deep. The path to the gate was not visible due to the snowstorm. Yoon-seok, shivering from the cold in the tent, looked at the map. His comrade said that this had been going on for too long. Yoon-seok screamed and asked the man to stop whining and look for other ways. He said that they must pass the 7th floor by any means necessary. A man came into the tent and said that the captain should see this. Yoon-seok walked outside and someone was standing in front of him. It was Jin-hyuk. The hero was approaching the tent. Yoon-seok asked what brought him here. Jin-hyuk said that he is here to clear the floor. He warmed his hands with his breath and said that the guys did a great job. Yoon-seok was shaking from the cold. He said that he didn't need the hero's help and they could handle everything themselves. The hero frowned and asked why the guy thought that he would help them. He walked past the guy and asked him not to think too much. He came for a phoenix feather, and they were on his way. Yoon-seok pointed his finger at the hero and said that occupying this place is their exclusive right. Is the hero invading private territory? The hero asked again in surprise. He smiled and said that Yoon-seok was funny and asked if anyone really thinks that the 7th floor is the Tangun Guild area. Yoon-seok shouted that this was a provocation. The hero said that this was fair competition. He went further and asked to stop him if they could. Yoon-seok clenched his teeth in anger. He returned to the tent. Two men were warming themselves by the fire. One of them pointed at the hero and ordered him to stop because entry was prohibited. The hero waved his hand to the men. Both of them were taken aback. They smiled that they were big fans of the player. They asked what brought him here. Jin-hyuk said that he needs to look at one thing that is in this forest. The man began to get nervous. He said that it was impossible to go further because this territory was dangerous and they were standing here for a reason. The hero simply walked past them, thanked them for the warning and said that everything would be fine. The man turned around and said that he did not notice how he passed by, but he was walking through the snow. He smiled, thinking that he knew that S-Rank's gate was different from theirs. He decided he had to report it. Yoonseok stood under the snow. He ordered to gather a team and pursue the hero. The man asked again in surprise. Yoonseok said that Jin-Hak is going to get the feather and if they follow him, success is guaranteed. Yoonseok frowned and ordered not to take his eyes off the hero because this is an order. The hero bent down to the fragments, almost covered with snow. Everything was covered in blood. He thought that these were traces of people from the Tangan Guild, but all the corpses had disappeared somewhere. He looked at the stone, on which drawings were carved and gaped with claw marks. He frowned. Something caught his attention. He looked at the men who were following him, half falling into the snow. The hero asked why they were following him. After all, they themselves said that it is dangerous here. The man smiled and said that they could not leave the hero alone in such a place. They decided that the hero would need a guide. The hero looked at the frozen men on the floor and could not understand who would be needed here. The man noticed that it was even colder in this area. The hero activated the creation of ice and the element of fire. They sat in a lined igloo with a fire burning in the center. The men warmed themselves and were jealous of their S-rank abilities. The man introduced himself as Deko. The hero evoked a greedy gaze and looked at the dull skills of the men. He asked if Yoonseok really ordered to follow him. Deko began to pretend that he did not understand what he was talking about. The hero raised his finger and said not to lie if they don't know how. He said that the guy probably sent them to go to the Phoenix Feather. The men fell silent in shame. The hero said that seeing how they came to this dangerous place, only one conclusion suggests itself. Jin-Hak closed his eyes and said that he was not blaming anyone, because now there are other, more annoying problems. The men asked what he was talking about. The hero looked at the flames and asked if they had seen a large boulder outside with a strange mark, which was the mark of an ice troll. The girl said that she had heard about scary giants. They are the strongest mid-rank monsters on the 7th floor. The hero frowned, remembering the sign. It belonged to the most powerful clan of ice trolls. The man asked if they were on their territory. The hero said no, because their territory is actually in the west. But this confused him. Everyone began to worry. The hero said that their presence here was unnatural. In addition, the only route to the island with the Phoenix Feather passes here. Are they trying to get the feather by ignoring its resistance to ice? The hero looked forward. Something didn't add up in his head. He looked away nervously. Something was approaching the igloo. Spears were flying at him. The hero summoned an ice wall. The spears bounced off. The people from Tangan ran away in horror. They hid behind trees and snowdrifts. They asked where they were attacking from. Deko saw something. Jin-Hyuk calmly walked forward. Diho shouted that he should hide. The hero looked at the scarlet flashes on the slope. He dodged 2 shots. He said that someone should have already realized that hide and seek was useless. He ordered them to leave. Vampires appeared on the cliff with a bunch of trolls. Bershin and Ophelia looked at the hero, asking if he was the same Jin-Hyuk. Ophelia called him cute. The ring shook. The hero covered the ring and activated his greedy gaze. He mentally asked Alice to calm down. Bershin calmly looked at the hero. The vampires' numbers were enormous. The hero chuckled nervously, thinking that just by looking at the statistics he understood the difference in levels. He realized that a lot of mana would be required. The copying requirements are also complex and there are a lot of fines for everyone. Deko ran up to the hero and asked if everything was okay. The hero smiled. He lowered his gaze and ordered to run away with his comrades and call for help. Deko asked in fear what about the hero. He asked if he was going to fight them alone. An elven dagger appeared in the hero's hand. He said that he was not a weakling. He smiled and asked to buy him a drink when they got out of here. Deko looked at the hero in admiration. His comrades began to pull him back. Deko became hysterical and asked the hero to take care of himself. According to the copying conditions, the hero had to survive after uttering 4 or more dying words. If successful, he could copy one of the enemy's skills, but each word blocked one of his skills. The hero underwent the technique of epic phrases before his death. 1,000 poisons have been blocked. The hero dodged the blow. He hit the ice troll back. Ophelia hummed as she watched the battle. Jin-Hyuk punched the troll in the face. The vampire asked how someone's blood could smell so delicious. She looked at the hero with emotion and said that she was becoming more and more interested in him. Trolls surrounded the hero. Someone said enough was enough. The hero turned around. The vampire said that he had heard about him from demonic people. He noted that he was quite strong for a human. Bershin introduced himself and said that he was working with Takasis. Ophelia also introduced herself and said that she was also connected with Takasis. The hero asked if all this was really their doing. He talked about ice trolls and kidnappings. Ophelia smiled. Noticing that they were getting straight to the point, she noticed that the hero was not surprised. She waved her hand and said that the hero could consider this their trap. She smiled sweetly and said that they wanted to catch someone who could notice anomalies in the tundra. The trolls were waiting for the next order. Ophelia said that the demonic people told her the names of the survivors on the first floor of the depraved hall. It was about Teresa, the invincible unknown, Yusin, and a certain strongman pretending to be a porter. They said it was Jin Hyuk. Ophelia smiled and said that they were sure that one of those listed had helped Alice escape. Jin Hyuk frowned. The girl sipped her finger and asked why the hero came here. Bershin smiled and said that the hero need not wait for help from the Klutzes behind the forest. The beast watched the camp from the slope. The demonic people arrived at the camp on huge wolves. The vampire said that the demonic people would get rid of them. Ophelia played with her hair and asked if the hero would answer a couple of questions. She asked where Alice is now. Jin Hyuk asked which Alice are we talking about. He got into a fighting stance and said that he didn't know who they were talking about. The vampires smiled and asked if the hero really decided to play the fool. Berthian took off his cloak. He pointed his dagger at the hero and said that he would make the hero remember. The vampire took off. He found himself behind the hero. He swung his sword and activated the dark fighting spirit. Purple clots attacked the hero. He began to fight off all attacks with a dagger. Ophelia laughed and asked the vampire not to forget that they needed the hero alive. Jin Hyuk dodged at the last moment. Bershin said he knew. He frowned. The hero smiled and the vampire thought that he was better than he expected. A blood clot appeared in his hand. He used blood jade. He clenched his fist and blood rings appeared around the hero's head. They pulled the guy's eyes and deprived him of his vision for 30 seconds. Blood clots were approaching the hero. A bunch of drops hung in the air near the hero. Berthian extended his hand. The blood spikes activated and a sharp spike extended from each drop. The hero used the flame and smiled. He burned all the blood around and said that it wouldn't work on him. Ophelia looked at the hero in surprise, noticing how strong the man was. She noticed that he was not at all inferior to Mikhail. She frowned and assumed that the hero had helped Alice escape. The hero and the vampire stood opposite each other. Bershin said that the hero is not a bad cornered rat. Jin Hyuk just grinned. He closed his eyes and said that they shared something interesting with him and so he would repay them. He said that he already knew that they would come for him. Bershin was surprised. Among the demonic people was Melina. The hero said that he has many sources of information. Yunseok saw the attack coming and shouted that they were being ambushed. He ordered everyone to take a defensive position. People in white cloaks appeared. 3 unknown people watched the panic. They walked forward in silence. One of them pulled off his hood, and he raised his sword. The sacred blessing was activated, and warm rays of light began to break through from behind the clouds. Teresa shouted that she would help and asked her comrades to take their positions. Yunseok looked at Saint Teresa in surprise. Timan and Yangho were also here. The demonic people were approaching and orders were already being given to kill everyone. The massacre began. Someone drew a dagger and sheathed it. An icy whirlwind arose. Enemies and their wolves began to be scattered in different directions. Yunseok frowned at the chaos around him, realizing that it would take a long time to clear the sword of this debris. Bershin and Ophelia felt something. The hero said that he had prepared something for the vampires. He pointed a dagger at them and said that they would like it. A roar echoed throughout the tundra. The machine monarch skill has been activated. The huge cannon fired. Shots tore through the ice and demonic people. Another player was approaching on drones. He jumped and activated mana replenishment. The girl raised her hand. A powerful explosion thundered, throwing enemies in different directions. Teresa raised her glowing sword. She cast a divine buff. The demonic people said that they could not stand against the holy power. Lancelot was approached and told that they needed to retreat to regroup. Lancelot clenched his teeth. A powerful stream of light illuminated the battlefield. Ophelia looked at the light, thinking about the vile sensation, recognizing in it the presence of divine power. She made a face as she thought about how much this pissed her off. She turned to the fighting vampire and called out to him. He turned around and said he felt it too. The hero was enveloped in bloody stripes. The vampire activated the bloody pool. The hero shrank into a dense sphere. Ophelia screamed that divine power had caused unexpected changes. Berthian said that they needed to retreat to change the plan. The sphere ignited. The hero tore her into pieces. He said it wouldn't help them. He looked at the retreating vampires. Bershin turned to the hero and shouted to him that he would kill him with his own hands. He didn't say anything. His eyes widened. The hero cast blue light, pointing his hand at the vampires. He activated daylight. He smiled and asked what the vampire was talking about. A powerful beam of light shot at the enemy. The fir trees were bent. A large canyon was formed after the shot. The hero exhaled. He looked ahead, asking himself, had he gotten rid of the vampires? The system reported that the hero had advanced in the phrase before dying, with 2 more phrases remaining. The fire element was blocked. The hero laughed and noticed that the fire element was blocked. He felt the activity of the ring on his chest. The ring was burning. The hero asked to calm down because it was not time yet. The Tangan camp was in ruins. Teresa smiled and was thanked for her help. They bowed to her and said that they survived only thanks to her. Yoon-seok remained gloomily silent. He looked at the seal left on the ground, melting the snow. Teresa approached the captain and said that the demonic people were definitely attacking again. She smiled and suggested retreating to the tower. She said that together with the hero she would ensure a safe journey. Yoon-seok turned around dissatisfied. He was not happy to hear the hero's name. Teresa turned around. She waved to the hero and invited him to come to her. The hero approached. Taemin and Younghwa were glad to meet him. The couple smiled. Taemin said that the hero got in touch again so suddenly. Younghwa said that she needed something here. She turned around. Yusung stood to the side displeased. Teresa said she didn't think he would come either. She said that they were able to repel the attack of the demonic people. Everyone looked at the hero. Taemin said that they couldn't relax because they didn't know who was behind them. Younghwa noticed what a large guild the demonic people had organized. Jin-hyuk exhaled and asked how is this possible. He said that they were collaborating with the high vampires of the upper floors of the trial tower. Someone suggested that vampires were up to something in the tundra. The hero was in thought and did not understand. Younghwa and Taemin were horrified. The hero said that from what he learned, the enemies want to get out. Taras and Yusung were also scared. They asked again in shock. The hero said that the ice trolls protect the location with the phoenix feather, contrary to their main attribute. The hero looked down. He said that this was possible thanks to the feather's resistance to cold. In general, with the symbiosis of a pen with the right object, you can open a portal. Yusung asked how does this relate to their escape. It sounded absurd. The hero remembered the bloody remains in the clearing. He said that the Tangan Guild members had been kidnapped and many of them had already died. Jiro, it seemed like they wanted to unite the people with the phoenix feather to escape the tower. Teresa's hands began to shake. She just said that. She grabbed her face in horror, saying that then there would be an escape like in Amsterdam. Yusung put his hand on her shoulder. He stood next to her and said not to worry, because this won't happen. He noticed that the hero most likely has a plan. Teresa looked in surprise at Yusung, who asked to share the plan. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked if the guy realized this thanks to his stalking. Ice Cave. Berthian and Ophelia sat on their knees. Another vampire held a glass of blood and asked if that person was really that strong. The vampire sat on the throne and said that they were unable to bring back the prey that was trapped. He was very disappointed. He expressed doubt that the couple would be able to catch the fugitive. Berthian bit his lip and asked for forgiveness. He said something unexpected happened. Ophelia looked guiltily at the floor. She said the man was already waiting for them. He also easily fought back against Mikhail. The vampire asked in surprise whether the man could really withstand their attack. Ophelia said that during their fight with Mikhail, she remembered the hero and said that she felt Alice's energy. Drops of blood fell into the glass. The corpses were suspended from the ceiling and dripping blood. The vampire said that they would find her even faster than they thought. He smiled contentedly. He said that at least they were of some use. Drones patrolled the area. Taemin was working on a holographic screen. He and Younghwa were supporting people in the forest. They used drones to spot demonic people. Yusung tried to attack the hero, but Teresa stopped him. She and him subsequently separated from the group to perform another task. The hero shouted to the stalker that he had no other choice, and he himself wondered why the guy was indignant, but still fulfilled his requests. People carried all the provisions on sleighs. The guild left the camp and went to the outside of the tower, although some will have to stay. Yoon-seok folded his hands in displeasure. The hero said that the choice fell on him. He walked forward and asked why the guy was following him. The hero walked through the snow. Yoon-seok was half drowned in the snow. He said that this was the property of the Tangan Guild and he was responsible for it. He asked where they were going. Jin-hyuk looked ahead, surprised that the captain said we and said that he was heading to the freshwater lake. The hero spoke about a freshwater lake where there was the highest concentration of mana on the 7th floor. When the tribe has problems, the troll camp was located on the shore of this lake. Its leader returned here to replenish mana. But this is not the only reason. Yoon-seok looked around gloomily. He looked at the pile of ice trolls. Among them there were even women with children. Yoon-seok held a white flag in his hands. They walked through the troll camp. Yoon-seok asked why they needed this flag. The hero only said to keep it straight. Yoon-seok looked around in disbelief and noticed that the trolls were not attacking, as he said. Jin-hyuk looked forward. He said that ice trolls are not savages. They value honor. The trolls looked at the white flag. The hero said that family is their priority, and as long as the guy holds the white flag, they will not attack. The trolls watched silently. Yoon-seok looked at them angrily and called them mobs. They stood at the leader's house. The chief said that he had heard about a man who beat members of his tribe with his bare hands. He said that the man looked strong and asked why he gave up so easily. His name was Karakul. Yoon-seok looked at the leader in fear. The hero grabbed the flag from him. The flag fell to the ground. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he wasn't going to give up, he just faked it to get here. The leader looked at the man angrily. He shouted that the hero had neglected the honor of a warrior. The trolls looked at the hero angrily. The leader was indignant at how confidently the hero stood after such a brazen prank. The leader swung his hammer. He stood up and told the hero to die with dignity in the name of atonement for his guilt. He demanded a duel. The trolls began jumping up and down in anticipation. The hero smiled and asked what Yoon-seok thought. He asked if he would continue to defend Tangun's honor. Yoon-seok shook his head. Jin-hyuk smiled and a dagger appeared in his hand. He told the guy to just watch. Triad Guild headquarters. The abandoned kettle broke. Gunchon angrily looked into the void and said that all the members, including the S-rank ones, died in the elf forest. Cold sweat ran down his face. Yeonsu said that Jin-hyuk is not the one he can beat. Gunchon objected and said that if Yeonsu gives him a chance. Yongsu asked how long can you humiliate yourself. He ordered not to approach him. The veins on the guy's face bulged. In rage he began to toss from side to side. Throughout the building he could be heard cursing the hero and threatening to kill him. A man was walking down the street with a rope and threatened to kill him. The leader attacked. The hero parried his blow. The caracal sucked in a breath of cold air. He activated the leader's cry and screamed. A red wave of sound rushed towards the hero. The hero waved his fingers and activated a barrier that distorted attacks. The sound reverberated off the shield. He smiled. Every time he thought that the leader was really strong for a troll. He activated the creation of ice. Thorns rushed towards caracals. They began to break against his body. Jin-hyuk jumped up. He swung his swords and activated the sword graveyard. 2 cuts ran down the troll's back. Blood sprayed from his mouth. The giant fell to the ground. Everyone, including Yoon-seok, shouted that this was impossible. Caracals looked at the sky and admitted his defeat. He asked to kill him with honor. The hero landed on his chest. He said that he didn't know much about honor, but he was well aware of the traditions of the ice trolls. He spoke of complete submission to the winner of a duel. He said that this is an inviolable sacred rule. The hero asked if he knew what he thought about after winning. Caracal is able to withstand demonic people. He asked why he obeys them then. Caracal turned his head and asked if the hero was talking about vampires. He said that he did not obey them because he lost the duel. His gaze was empty. He said that he was defeated by someone stronger than the 2 of them and that's why everything was like that. He introduced the vampire and said that his name was Mikhail and he was the high vampire of the Decassus family. The troll said that even his entire tribe could not stand against him. The giant looked at the hero and said that he knew that there was no hope left for either him or his tribe. He asked to be given a dignified death. Jin-hyuk was silent, thinking about the higher vampire. He said to forget about the nonsense about dying with dignity and suggested that we unite. Caracal opened his eyes wide. The hero said that he would help him bring back a bright future for the tribe, but he would have to obey him. He pointed at Yoon-seok and said that he would keep him as collateral. Yoon-seok pointed at himself in horror. The wolves of the demonic people were constantly observing the drones. 2 of them fell into the snow, smoking. The man said that it was strange that they were always in sight. Lancelot asked, shouldn't espionage be secretive? He asked what Mikhail thought about it. The vampire smiled and said that Lancelot was too smart for a human. He turned to Ophelia and ordered her to go to the freshwater lake. He smiled and said that he hasn't heard anything from the Ice Blade lately and it looks like Jin-hyuk has lured them to his side. He suggested that the drones were leading them by the nose. Ophelia closed her eyes. Mikhail ordered to kill everyone if they seemed suspicious. He turned to Berthian and asked him to prepare this. Mikhail opened his black wings. He took off. Lancelot smiled and told the demonic people that he would get rid of the annoying drones in a couple of seconds. Lancelot thanked him. Circles began to emanate from the vampire. It activated climate change. A terrible whirlwind arose. The weather began to get worse. The drones were swept away and torn to pieces. Teeman turned to the girl and said that all the drones were out of order. Activated the cultivation of the heavenly flower. Yanghwa got into a fighting stance and said that they will be here soon and they need to prepare. Teeman began typing something on the keyboard. A bunch of images and diagrams appeared in front of him. He activated the mechanical platoon's great offensive fortress. The wolf howled. Lancelot motioned for him to stop. He raised his hand and ordered them to prepare to attack. Ophelia flew through the snowstorm on her spear. She was stern and thought that the hero would try to take the phoenix feather with the help of ice trolls. She thought it was smart. She was approaching the lake. Something surprised her. She saw how the trolls were having fun with the hero. Red mana appeared in her hands. She called them fools and placed the military headquarters in the canyon of a freshwater lake for a reason. Mana Storm has activated. The girl raised her hands with a crazy smile and a red whirlwind rose up. She decided to bury everyone in one fell swoop. A red vortex began to form in the sky, emitting lightning. He began to destroy rocks. Shards of stone scattered in different directions. Ophelia landed on the ground. She smiled and said that it was a great pity. The hero's blood seemed very tasty to her. The entire area was in ruins. Younghwa turned around and asked what that loud sound was. She asked if everything was okay. Jinhyuk scared Taemin with a maniacal smile and said that he was here. Younghwa turned around and asked when the hero had time. She said he needs to make sounds when he walks. Younghwa exhaled steam and asked who is at the lake now. Jinhyuk smiled slyly. Ophelia looked ahead in shock. The image of the troll with the hero began to dissipate like a glitch. The barrier of illusions has been lifted. Ophelia looked at the disintegrated illusion. She angrily began to look around and try to understand the reason for using the illusion. She turned back. Teresa stood behind her with a shield and sword illuminated by the light. She looked at the vampire and said that she would not kill her if she surrendered. Ophelia smiled and said that she fell right into her trap. She summoned the blade and said that she despised holy power. Yewa sat down on her knees and said it was time to start. She took off and ran forward. The demonic people noticed the approaching girl and began to warn about an attack from the flank. Lancelot ordered not to weaken the defense. The magicians activated the projection of a dark body and purple flashes began to sparkle in the air. Younghwa began to dodge the magic shots. Behind her, projectiles from Taemin's robots were flying at her enemies. Taemin pointed forward and encouraged his friend. The mana shield activated, the demonic people covered themselves with a dome that contained the explosions. Lancelot gritted his teeth, noting how brave it was to attack first when outnumbered. The dome dissipated and there was smoke all around. Yewa jumped high into the sky. Mana concentrated in her hand and she screamed. Teresa swung her sword. The golden cross stuck into the ground. The girl's eyes glowed yellow. Ophelia blocked the blows and closed her eyes, saying how annoying the sacred power was. The trolls packed their things and walked away. A yellow flash flashed behind them. Caracal shouted that there was no time to stare and began to rush everyone, because they had a long journey ahead of them. He carried Yoonseok in his arms. He said that the battle that they could not avoid had begun. Teresa gritted her teeth and attacked, her eyes blazing with magic. Ophelia parried the attack, channeling all her rage into the blow. A snowstorm was raging around when Teresa covered herself with a shield and deflected Ophelia's blow and immediately returned it, hitting the rock behind her opponent. Ophelia leaned on the stone and used it. Got up. She removed the stone from her and angrily hissed that the paladins were pissing her off. She looked at Teresa, who was walking in the haze of her magic, and said that the girl herself was the nasty one. Ophelia rubbed her chin, grinned as if she was up to something, and said that Therese should know that while she was here, the main would attack her friends. Therese paused for a moment, her face darkening as she heard her friends hope she would come to the rescue. The girl grinned and giggled as she doubted it. Teresa raised her sword to attack and said with a smile on her face that her comrades were not weaklings. A warrior with a knocked-out tooth, who loudly asked for salvation, was grabbed by the head. Yeonhwa pulled him towards her and kneed him in the stomach. The girl launched it at her comrades with a kick, causing them to fall into the snow. Hosenbelt called Younghwa's name as his eyes glowed red through his bone mask. However, the girl did not pay any attention to him as she continued to fight with the enemy, to which the man thought that she was a monster since she was fighting with so many opponents and did not even think of giving up. Hosenbelt grinned and looked carefully at the ongoing battle and thought to himself that only this time the saint was not here so they would be able to defeat her. He ordered his warriors to surround Younghwa, and the warriors immediately surrounded the lone girl. Blows flew from all sides and Younghwa gritted her teeth, concentrating on repelling the attacks. She took another blow aimed at her shoulder when she thought that she had to admit that with Teresa and the buffs it would be easier for her, since she was at her limit. Younghwa attacked herself, turned around and called out to Taemin. Many octagonal drones flew over the army, which all the warriors and animals immediately paid attention to. Hosenbelt looked at them and opened his mouth in surprise. The system window reported that a magic anti-tank mine was being activated. Taemin had robots behind him as he controlled the drones himself using hologram screens. Green explosions illuminated the snowy plain. Younghwa, urging herself on with strange exclamations, ran away from the place where the drones were clustered. Hosenbelt, through the noise and explosions, shouted that Younghwa was escaping and gave the order not to let her go. He chased her on a wolf and shouted that she had attacked herself and was now running, and gave the order to seize her. Mikhail, who watched this, angrily said that Lancelot was a fool since it was a trap. Hosenbelt listened for a moment. He took off his mask and rubbed his eyes. Hosenbelt stopped his wolf and ordered the warriors to stop pursuing. Taemin looked at the army, leaning on a branch, and told Younghwa that the army was retreating, to which the girl, kneeling from fatigue, mockingly asked whether she should rejoice or cry. Taemin thought about the prepared traps buried in the snow. Jinhyuk looked out from behind the tree and squinted as he thought about whether the enemy had found out about the trap, and besides, the mines that they had been laying for so long were now useless. Suddenly something caught his attention. He turned to his comrades, put his hand in front of him and ordered them to retreat to the ridge of the mountain. The system window reported that the dark gravity well was activating. Violet spheres began to rise above the plain. Violet flashes cut through the ground. Robots appeared from the crevice. The boys ran away from danger as fast as they could. There were screams that they had been discovered running from the forest as three figures emerged from the trees. Hosenbelt ordered to go around the forest and catch up with them when many wolves were sent forward. He raced on his wolf and thought intently that they were thinking of escaping from their wolves through the snowy forest, but that was stupid. Jin-hyuk ran ahead, followed by Yonghwa, and Taemin brought up the rear. Taemin got stuck knee-deep in the snow, saying that it was hard to run in the snow, to which Yonghwa asked him to hurry up. Hosenbelt noticed the guys ahead, barely making their way through the snow, and thought that they had caught up with them. He sent the animals forward when something suddenly caught her attention. Even through the mask, one could feel his surprise and irritation at what he saw. The guys ran to the man in the mask. Hosenbelt recognized the guy with his hands in his pockets as unknown. Darkness fell over the Tangan Guild building. The guards saw the guest and exclaimed in surprise. The man took out a blade. One of the guards cursed over the radio. He told Mr. Nam Gunchon that something happened downstairs. At the same moment, the door was blown to pieces. Gunchon covered himself with his hand, not understanding what was happening. An unknown person entered the room, holding a sword in his hand. He took out a piece of paper from the inside pocket of his jacket with 2 fingers. He straightened out the leaf and began to read an appeal to the guild on the topic that they are weaker than even pensioners armed with sticks, but they dare to call themselves the strongest guild, so they better give up and open a restaurant of national cuisine and let them stop disgracing themselves. Gunchon looked at Unknown in surprise and asked what kind of absurdity was happening. He wanted to ask what was happening now, but the Unknown said that he was taking away their guild sign, and if they were ever seen again, they would greatly regret their actions, and he thought about the defeated warriors who were now lying in the corridors of the guild. Gunchon put his hand in front of him and asked him not to interrupt, as the unknown man burst in sharply, but he was not allowed to finish, as the man continued to say that if they have the impudence, then let them go up to the 7th floor of the tower. The unknown person continued to speak, despite attempts to interrupt him, so he read from a piece of paper that the majestic and unique Jin-hyuk would be waiting for them there, so this is the only way they can resolve their differences. Gunchon gritted his teeth and the veins in his neck stood out in anger as he began to swear to himself. The unknown person threw away the piece of paper and said that was all he had. An explosion was heard in the guild building on the top floor. Gunchon exhaled through his teeth and his eyes turned red with hatred. Jin-hyuk turned to the Hosenbelt army with a grin. He was surprised to think about where this huge army had come from, since they did not know that the unknown had teamed up with someone. The unknown person turned to Gunchon and said that the 2nd army belongs to Jin-hyuk, and does he understand what situation he is in? Gunchon gritted his teeth and said angrily that Jin-hyuk said that he would be alone, but in the end he brought so many people. The wind whistled and blew a stream of snow over the warring armies. Jin-hyuk walked past Unknown with a smile, who immediately said with rage and hurt in his voice that he would not forget that the guy made him say that stupid speech. Jin-hyuk, with a gambling smile on his face, said that first he needed to finish the job and rushed into battle. The unknown person flashed pink lightning and also rushed to attack. Pillars of snow began to explode. Gunchon shouted to his troops that they were under attack and ordered everyone to be destroyed. Hosenbelt ordered an offensive. 2 armies that had nothing to do with each other clashed in battle when Jin-hyuk thought that this is how the battlefield veteran created several minor misunderstandings that forced Ming and Tangun to fight, ignoring common sense. Jin-hyuk watched this and laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes when he thought that, of course, this changed the balance of power. The winds of both armies fought without sparing themselves. The system window reported that Hosenbelt had activated the Knight's Oath skill. He put his hand in front of him and ordered the warriors to deal with the enemies and finish off the unknown. The system window reported that Gunchon had activated the Aura Blade skill. He waved his hand and said that his warriors would not linger here since they needed to kill Jin-hyuk. The cry of 2 armies rang out across the field. Even the wolves participated in the battle, tearing apart their master's enemies when Jin-hyuk said he thought they were having fun. The guy looked back with a smile and thought that even if they fought until they were blue in the face, they were heading to the Permafrost Valley, a secret place that only Jin-hyuk knew about. He took his friends to the cave and said that here they could discuss their plans, and at the same time warm up a little, to which Yonghwa and Taemin opened their mouths in surprise. There was a greeting from Caracal, who had been waiting for them for a long time, to which the guys screamed about what the ice trolls were doing here. Jin-hyuk smiled and asked them not to worry since they were previously controlled by vampires, but now the tribe is working with them to thank them for freeing them. Yusung nervously grabbed his weapon and said that Jin-hyuk is quite good at getting others on his side. Yoon-seok was sitting on the ground between 2 barrels when they noticed him, to which Jin-hyuk explained that he was there as a hostage. Jin-hyuk turned to see one of the trolls bandaging Teresa's arm. She smiled guiltily and apologized for losing Ophelia. He smiled and exhaled a puff of steam as he said that he suspected that catching her alive was too difficult, which is why Teresa did such a good job anyway. Everyone gathered around the fireplace when Teemin asked what they would do now, and Younghwa added that the situation had become more tense than they expected. Jin-hyuk began to sketch out the plan, saying that the enemies would definitely go to the island for the phoenix feather since they needed it, and fortunately they themselves had advanced much further than them. Everyone looked at him when he closed his eyes, put his hands in his pockets and said that he needed to be properly prepared to meet the guests when they caught up with them, and everyone immediately asked what he meant by the word prepare. Jin-hyuk grinned sinisterly. He took a few steps in the snow and said that they were throwing a really hot reception. A group of people came out of the portal, and the girl said that there was a cold around. The troll held out his hand with the essence of the soul and said that he was collecting it to start a rebellion against Mikhail. The system window explained that the essence of souls allows you to use the mana accumulated inside for 2 hours. Caracal handed it over to Jinhyun and said that they found this treasure while building a camp in the valley by the lake, and handing it over speaks of trust. Jinhyun looked at the essence and thought that it was usually passed down after conquering other tribes, but now he was receiving it like this. Caracal thumped his chest and said that after seeing how bravely Jin-hyuk fought for them, he realized that he could trust him, to which he awkwardly thought that it seemed that Caracal took everything in his own way. The troll grabbed the handle of his hammer and said that they would show them all what the flames of the ice blade could do. He stood up from his seat and said loudly that they would no longer have to bow their heads. Jinhyun smiled contentedly, releasing a cloud of steam again. He thought about the ring and the need to fight for freedom. A battle cry rang out across the ice cave that they would do this. There were footprints in the snow. Someone drew a circle with steps and divided it into 4 parts, now standing in the center. Jinhyun stood in the center of the circle with his weapon at the ready and raised his head when someone spoke words about courage. Mikhail floated in the air, saying that Jin-hyuk decided to show himself first. He sank into the snow and said that he heard that Jin-hyuk forced demonic people to fight ordinary people and convinced Caracal to become his ally. Mikhail smiled through his teeth and said that Jin-hyuk is smart, so why did he do such a stupid thing? System Windows reported using Soul Essence and temporarily increasing mana from 113 points to 320 when Jin-hyuk picked it up. The system window said that 15 minutes remained. The next system window reported that Jin-hyuk has Strength 22, Agility 22, Endurance 231, Mana 320, Gap 100, Luck 10, Adaptation 78. Number of stats 0. Number of coins 251,558. Profession Rune Interpreter. Fusion Skills level 5. Graveyard Sword level 5. Blessing Star level 5. Courts of Anubis 5 armor. He looked at the vampire, and the system window reported that the Greedy Gaze was activated. The next system window reported that it was impossible to use the skill due to the difference in levels. Mikhail clenched his hands into fists and smiled ominously as Jin-hyuk thought that even after using the essence, the gap was so large. He turned to Mikhail and asked if he was trying to leave the tower with the help of a phoenix. The vampire grinned and said that he was impressed that the guy guessed, and then he understood how he helped Alice escape. Jin-hyuk spread his arms to the sides and said that he had no idea who he was talking about. Mikhail laughed and said that there was no point in playing dumb since they were sure that it was he who had a hand in her escape. His eyes flashed with rage as he asked where Alice was and that if he answered, he would be allowed to live. The vampire said that Ophelia was very interested in his blood, to which Jin-hyuk dejectedly thought about why they all wanted to make him dinner. He waved his hand and said that he didn't want to, so let the vampire better tell him why they wanted to escape from the tower so much. Mikhail grinned and asked again. Jin-hyuk tensed as the situation suddenly changed. He sensed danger around him. A spell covered in runes flew at him. The spell ribbons doubled. The snow turned red from magic. The Bloody Port spell was used in the clearing. Mikhail looked down at his feet and explained that Blood Port is a technique that uses blood as a material to create new creatures, and that in the past it was easy to find victims because they themselves came to him. Blood golems began to crawl to the surface, and the vampire asked if they weren't cute. Jin-hyuk activated the magic when he heard that the vampires needed the phoenix feather to send them outside the tower and get more human blood. Mikhail began to look like a madman when he said that they would continue to create golems using all the available blood until they created an army capable of conquering the tower. Jin-hyuk looked around and thought that he had never seen anything like this since the Society of People made some adjustments in their behavior. Mikhail closed his eyes, calmed down and ordered them to bring him about the phoenix. The golems rushed to search. Jin-hyuk exhaled and said that they were pretty disgusting. The golems jumped, attacking him when he thought there shouldn't be any problem. He began to smash one golem after another. Teemin stood behind his screens when Jin-hyuk said that he was not going to give the feather to the vampire. Mikhail looked back at the forest and asked what Jin-hyuk hid there. He flew into the air. The system window reported that daylight was being activated. A blue beam cut through the space. Jin-hyuk held the weapon in front of him and told the vampire to look at him. The beam left a deep furrow in the ground. A bloody hand appeared from the smoke. Mikhail made one of his hands like this with an evil grin. He grinned evilly and said that Jin-hyuk would be begging for death very soon. The man with glasses exhaled steam due to shortness of breath. The system window said that the unwavering spirit would be activated, causing him to not get tired for 20 minutes. He carried Yuri on his shoulders and ran as fast as he could. Blood golems attacked from all sides. The monster attacks continued despite the spells being sent at them. Yuri looked back at the golems and asked why there were so many of them. Besides, there was not a word about it at the meeting. He activated the connection with the team and asked them about the situation. The man lit a fire between his palms. The system window reported the activation of the fire element skill. He narrowed his eyes and said that it had been a long time since he had fought like this. He spread his legs, crossed his arms, and began to launch fireballs at the monsters, laughing because he seemed younger. Yuri looked back at him and said that Grandpa was doing a good job with monsters. She would even say he was having fun, but they would still need some time. And during this time, the man looked like a spider, as it seemed as if he was launching more at the same time than two hands can do. Yuri the owl saddled him and with an angry expression on his face ordered him to run faster, since she didn't think she could hold out for long, to which he said that it was dangerous. The man began to move his legs faster and said that he couldn't draw something like that so quickly with just his legs, so he asked her to hold on a little longer. Yuri clenched her fists and closed her eyes as she angrily screamed about why she was always given the hardest jobs. The bloody golems pressed on. One of the spells cut the monster in half. Teresa swung her sword, leaving a trail of blood. The girl was surrounded by a crowd of monsters. One of the golems managed to reach her and throw her into the snow. Teresa's eyes lit up with holy fire. The system window reported that the sacred explosion was being activated. The space was cut by a beam of light, cutting the area into two parts. Teresa plunged the sword, from which drops of blood flowed, into the ground. She leaned on the sword, and pieces of golems continued to fall around her. She exhaled heavily and thought about her comrades, which are now giving their all, and the monsters will definitely break through if they give up ground. He pulled his sword out of the snow. The crowd of golems continued to attack her when Teresa thought that she could not allow this, so he grabbed the sword more conveniently. Jin-hyuk grabbed the hilt of the weapon and rushed to attack. Mikhail waved his hand, concentrating the blood around it. A multitude of bloody hands appeared above him as the vampire prepared to attack. The system window reported that the fist of blood was being activated. Jin-hyuk quickly moved around the area to start the fight. The bloody hand rushed to the ground, crashed into it, and began to gain height again. Jin-hyuk took off and several bloody hands surrounded him in the air. They clenched it into a fist. A ray of light illuminated them from within, turning black for a moment. The system window reported that the blessing of the star had been activated. Jin-hyuk broke the bloody hand's spell. Mikhail smiled in surprise and stood in a defensive position, after which he said that the guy even had divine skills. Jin-hyuk pushed his feet off the ground. He tried to strike the vampire, but he deflected and said that his divine skills would not interfere. Suddenly Mikhail felt something. He turned around and looked at Jin-hyuk's back, after which he said that it was clear to him that he was just crazy. Jin-hyuk exhaled and decided to catch his breath when he heard that he looked happy even though his attack didn't work. There was a crunch of snow underfoot. Mikhail was approached by Ophelia and Baluz, who said that they were finished, to which a pleased Mikhail ordered them to draw their blades for a joint attack. The vampires looked at each other. They drew their blades as their leader ordered. Jin-hyuk looked at the vampires mockingly and said that an attack by 3-on-1 was meanness. Mikhail was annoyed because his opponent spoke like that, and he himself had a smile from ear to ear. The vampires stared at Jin-hyuk when Mikhail said that he was giving one last chance to tell where Alice was now and he would leave his life, to which the guy simply replied that he had no idea. Jin-hyuk perked up as he felt a bloody hand attack from behind as the vampire called him a liar. The guy with a murderous expression repelled the attack. He looked at the vampires intently. Baluz attacked him with a blade, and Jin-hyuk constantly avoided the blows. He got angry and began to irritably ask where Alice was. Ophelia attacked from behind when Jin-hyuk frowned and again said that he had nothing to do with it. He abruptly avoided the blow and leaned on an ice block, asking how many more times he had to repeat that he didn't know. He looked back at the blow of another bloody hand. This time, Jin-hyuk was unable to dodge, and he flew to the side a couple of meters. Jin-hyuk managed to stop his fall by sliding a couple of meters while braking. He looked at the bloody hand, which remained lying with a huge fist at the site of the blow. Mikhail clenched his hand into a fist and said irritably that he would just make a chop out of the guy in case it would help him remember. The three vampires attacked, surrounding Jin-hyuk. The guy tried to parry every blow, but there were still so many of them that he missed some. Yuri concentrated on the spell. She put her hand in front of her. Yuri smiled contentedly and said that she had everything ready. There were furrows on the ground that emitted pink magic. The vampires found themselves on opposite sides of the magical furrow, not understanding what had just happened. The system window reported the activation of the 4-star reality shackles barrier. On the field where the battle was taking place, the pentagram of the spell was activated when the question was asked when he managed to create such a large barrier. Ophelia and Baloo stared at him with displeased faces when Jinhyuk said that they all continued to drone on about Alice. The guy grinned, holding a chain with a stone in his hand. The system window reported the transfer of mana to the Ring of Brahams. The vampires emanated a murderous aura as she was really furious. An elegant foot in a slipper fell to the ground. The vampires looked at the new enemy in surprise when they hoped that she would sort everything out. Mikhail groaned in frustration. Alice stood in front of her enemies and activated her magic. She looked at her hands. The system window reported that the tower's restrictions had been relaxed and the capacity limit had been increased by 20%. Alice clenched her hands into fists and rubbed her eyes. Suddenly, the girl began to glow with furious magic and a red light immediately spread from her. She arched as the ground behind her was thrown into the air by a massive explosion. The vampires hardly peered at the silhouette of the vampire. When Ophelia asked in surprise why she still had so much strength, and this after so many years of imprisonment in the ruins, Alice spoke quietly, but her voice was heard throughout the clearing, saying that she, Alice von Ataraxia, had lost too much during her exile into endless darkness. She pointed her finger at the vampires and said that they would compensate her for everything, and called them dirty traitors. The Caracal walked along the snowy road and carried Yunseok in his arms. The system window reported an incoming video call from Jinhyuk. The face of the leader appeared on the screen, telling an irritated Yunseok that it was his time to be useful, and then asked him to calm down since he really needed his help. Caracal watched the conversation with interest when Jinhyuk said that Yunseok needs to hurry up since he does not know how much longer his people can hold out, and he asks to find magic crystals or the basis for a magical procedure with Caracal. The troll suddenly saw something ahead and was surprised. Blood golems rushed towards him at all speeds when he shouted to them to attack. The system window reported the activation of the White Beast's skills. The Caracal swung his axe. The system window reported that transparency had been applied to the equipped weapon. The next system window reported that attack power was increased by 15% and attack speed was increased by 15%. Caracal cut the monsters in half. He looked at the blood golems and said that such monsters would not guard magic crystals. Both companions frowned, and the troll said that he had a couple of guesses, after which he suggested checking them out. Yunseok gritted his teeth and thought irritably about why he should work as some kind of assistant since he is the second captain of the Tangun Guild. The troll looked intently at the enemy and asked the hostage not to worry as he would protect him. Yunseok, who was sitting on the troll's arm, looked at him in surprise. His face became sad as he realized the situation. Caracal was heading into the forest when he said that he couldn't lose the only one who could contact Jinhyuk. The blood golems did not finish and continued to attack. Alice ascended into the sky, attracting all attention to herself. She looked at the bloody crowd below. The system window reported that the bloody sphere was being activated. The girl looked concentrated. She threw her hand forward and immediately a huge scarlet sword began to appear from the portal. The huge blade hovered in the air. The blood golems watched her with fear. The blade, hanging on a long chain, crashed into the ground with an explosion. The blast wave caused an avalanche. Grandpa and Yuri were arguing, not understanding what was happening, and were clinging to their surroundings with all their strength so that they would not be carried away. Jinhyuk covered himself with his sword, fighting the shockwave. Yuri and Grandpa held onto a tree as they could be blown away by the wind. Teresa shielded herself with her sword, thinking that this explosion came from Jinhyuk. She looked around and nervously thought about the scale of their battle. The surrounding area was covered in snow. The site of the impact looked like an open wound, covered in blood, as Mikhail said that Alice got rid of most of the golems with just one blow. He focused his bloody hands around himself and said that he would be imprinted by this. Jinhyuk began to concentrate magic in his hands when he turned to Alice with the question that it seemed to her that they needed to discuss a lot, so let Mikhail take charge, and he would deal with the others and join. She frowned and asked if he thought she couldn't win on her own, and the vampire sank to the ground. Jinhyuk exhaled tiredly and said that he didn't think so, he just wanted to share her burden since they were a team. It was as if a light illuminated Alice, and she looked at the guy in surprise. Jinhyuk put his hands in his pockets and walked away from her when he remembered that he wanted to say something. He exhaled heavily, collecting his thoughts. Jinhyuk smiled happily. Jinhyuk closed his eyes and said that he would tell. When they finished, leaving the girl perplexed. Alice grinned and said it was mean. The system window announced that a new phase of the epic phrases before death technique had been reached. An icon appeared prohibiting it from spells. The system window reported, "That invulnerable is sealed." Jin-hyuk pointed his finger at the vampires and said that he would deal with the small pawns. The vampires looked at each other, and Ophelia and Baluz bowed, accepting the silent order. Mikhail stood opposite Alice, waved his hand and said that he had not seen the former ruler of Ataraxia for a long time, and asked how she was doing. Alice leaned forward and clenched her teeth in rage. She transformed into a terrible monster in an instant, after which she began calling Mikhail names and told him not to dare say her name with his filthy mouth. She forged it with a red net. There was a powerful explosion that spread over most of the forest and mountains. The net ended up being draped over her bloody hands when Mikhail said she shouldn't have left the tower. She took a defensive stance and clenched her teeth when she heard that the tower's restrictions had made her so weak, even though she had once been the strongest in the world. He grinned, summoning magic and saying that it upset him to see her so worthless now. Alice became even angrier. She summoned bloody whirlwinds and told him to stop talking nonsense as she was going to destroy him. The system window reported the activation of the bloody explosion skill. Alice sent a shockwave at her opponent. Mikhail took cover in a puff of smoke, talking about protecting the tower's balance and the foolishness of pursuing such a foolish goal. A bloody mask appeared on Mikhail's face as he said that Alice has the power to achieve so much more, so why would she risk everything to save a meaningless world, as it is naive. He said that it was his turn, then spread his arms to the side, using Vischa, and offered to look at how he had grown. Alice clenched her hands and wanted to call him a pathetic rag. Jin-hyuk stood in front of a pair of vampires. They pulled out their blades and said that this time everything would be different. Jin-hyuk exhaled with a smile and said that it sounded like they had given in the past. Baluz raised his weapon and said that it was true since he kept him alive for information. Ophelia added that since Alice was here, there was no point in keeping him alive. Jin-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and asked if they were sure, since then he would also show them his true strength. He grinned and said that before that they had only seen 20% of his true skills. Jin-hyuk made a comical expression and pointed at himself. The empires were perplexed by this performance. The system window reported that the final phase of the epic phrases before death technique had been reached. Jin-hyuk smiled evilly. The system window reported that the mana absorption was successfully copied. The next system window reported that it allows you to steal part of the enemy's mana with a successful attack, 0.3 mana points for a blank hit and 1 for a successful one. Jin-hyuk wiped his blade and thought about how he left them alive and grabbed everything they said in order to gain this skill, since when fighting vampires, sucking mana is vital. He began to concentrate streams of magic around sewing and thought that he would connect it with a divine skill. A connection diagram has appeared. The system window reported the fusion of the mana suck and star blessing skills. The next system window reported receiving soul sucking. The skill icon appears. The system window reported that it allows you to steal part of the enemy's mana during an attack. If the subsequent attack is successful, then you can steal the hidden spirit stat. The next window informed that you can also get 0.01 spirit stat per hit. Ophelia and Baluz were shocked, since the energy of mana absorption can only be used by vampires, and it is not just mana absorption, but combining with divine power. The snow exploded and Jin-hyuk told them to stop staring. He attacked, offering to try the spell in action. Baluz clenched his teeth in pain. The system window reported that due to the soul-sucking effect, 0.3 mana points were stolen. Jin-hyuk licked his lips contentedly. The system window reported that by using the soul absorption effect he received 0.01 soul stats. Ophelia looked at Baluz in surprise when Jin-hyuk thought that the spirit is in harmony with all the existing stats and fills with vitality, and the secret stat that he discovered after trying 62,000 different combinations, which does not stop growing, so now its development will continue faster. Jin-hyuk was enveloped in a furious aura. The status window reported that the steps of the demonic sword king was activating. The guy circled around the two heroes, leaving bright flashes. 3 status windows overlapped each other, reporting that 0.01 spirit stat had been gained due to the soul suction effect. Jin-hyuk furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth in a smile. 2 more windows reported that 0.01 mana points were stolen due to soul absorption. The windows overlapped each other, reporting that 0.3 mana points had been stolen due to the soul suction effect. Bershin and Ophelia looked in different directions, baring their teeth, and there were bright flashes around them. 3 windows flashed in front of each other, notifying that 0.3 mana points had been stolen due to the soul suction effect. The guy turned to her, shouting that he needed to act now. The girl put her sword in front of her. Ophelia's eyes turned white, red energy formed around her sword, and the system notified that the bloody thrust skill had been activated. The girl put her hand forward, her mouth wide open. A stream of red energy passed near the main character. He bent down, saying that this was already good. Jin-hyuk frowned, looking to the side. He looked at the red dome in the distance between the trees, thinking that it seemed that Alice could not cope alone, so he needed to return as soon as possible. The main character squeezed the weapon in his hand, saying that there is little time, so he will forget about the stats for now, asking what Mikhail wants. His eyes shone brightly, the blade in his hand sparkled with a green flash. The main character said that if they told him, he would think about leaving them alive. The system notified that the sword graveyard skill was activated. Berthian bared his teeth, asking what was going on with his mana. Ophelia frowned, saying that he was hiding his true power. The guy knitted his eyebrows, shouting that they would not fall for his tricks. A bright flash flashed at his neck. Ophelia turned around, her eyes wide open. She screamed his name. The guy's head quickly fell down. His body fell to the snowy ground, leaving a bloody trail. The main character turned his back to them, saying that he only needed one. The girl opened her mouth wide. Jinhyuk smiled, eyes sparkling, and asked if Miss Ophelia was ready to talk. The girl frowned, eyes wide. The guy in the red mask bared his teeth as he struck. Bright red energy immobilized Alice. At high speed, the girl, surrounded by energy, hit the ground, breaking it into pieces. Alice flew into the air, the red energy breaking into small bright clumps. The girl bared her teeth, thinking that her mana was running out. Raising his arms above his head, the guy created giant red hands and clenched them into fists, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, showing his fangs. A bright explosion thundered among the snowy fir trees, raising small particles of earth into the air. Red monsters moved forward along the snowy road. There were immeasurably many of them. The system notified that the white beast skill had been activated. Karakul swung his weapon sharply, fighting off the monsters. Among the beautiful creatures and black-robed people, he finally found a large piece of ice surrounded by red circles. Karakul rushed forward, fighting off the attackers, saying that in order to win this war, the crystal must be destroyed. He frowned, turning to the guy in his palm, saying that he would clear the way, asking if he could reach him. The young man was breathing heavily, eyes wide, asking if this meant he had to get through all those monsters and destroy that huge magic crystal. Monsters gathered around the crystal, the stone shone brightly, surrounded by two red circles. The guy raised his palm, saying that the troll had a family to protect, but he himself just wanted to be popular with women. He opened his eyes wide, shouting that he just wanted to become more successful, asking what kind of nonsense the troll was talking about. Monsters attacked the Karakul's hand. The troll walked forward, monsters were hanging on him, trying to destroy him. He knitted his eyebrows, asking not to be dramatic, because life is much simpler than he thinks. Karakul raised his leg, throwing off the red creatures, asking the guy to do what he could at the moment. The young man closed his eyes and screamed, holding onto his fingers. Karakul put his fist forward, making his way through the crowd of monsters, saying that this is the credo of a real man. He moved sharply forward, throwing the creatures in different directions. The troll raised his fist high. His fingers opened. The guy standing inside looked forward worriedly, listening to the troll's words that he needed to go forward. Yunseok moved forward. The red monsters reached out with their paws behind him. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, breathing heavily. He recalled seeing the new sword while listening to congratulations that he was now the second captain of the Tangun Guild. The gray-haired man smiled, saying that there is no better job than this. The guy will have everything. Money, girls, cool cars, admins. The hero happily examined the sword, holding it in his hands. Yunseok smiled as he looked at the raised tip of the sword. He wondered what he was capable of. What can he do at the moment? The faces of people in black suits were hidden by masks. The tip of the sword split the ice block. The guy thought that it was something right in front of him. Yunseok bared his teeth as he swung his weapon, shattering the crystal into small pieces. The system reported that the Bloodport's mana source had been destroyed. The black-robed people froze in place, looking at the two pieces of the magic stone, shouting that the magic circle had been destroyed and was now disappearing. The magical seal above the ground gradually disappeared. The guy in the red mask froze in place. Teresa smiled happily, saying that the magic circle was gone. Yuri happily sat on Hyun's shoulders as he supported her, shouting wow. Jinhyuk smiled as he saw the seal disappear, saying that they did it. Ophelia squeezed her eyes shut, releasing air from her mouth underwater, forming bubbles. The main character frowned as he held her leg, lowering her under the cold water. He said that the arm was already falling off, asking when it would finally crack. The guy pulled her out of the water. Holding her upside down, Ophelia knitted her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, screaming about the 29th floor. They aimed at him. The guy knitted his eyebrows, saying that the Imperial forces were there. The main character looked at the twitching girl, saying that Mikhail said that he wants to get Bauman, which belongs to the Empire. That's all she knows. Jinhyuk threw it into the snow, saying it felt good. He imagined a large sword placed above the dragon, thinking that Bauman is the best sword for killing dragons. Most likely Mikhail wants to use it to kill the dragon of the 48th floor. Ophelia rose to her knees, resting her hands on the snowy ground. The state window notified about the activation of the Mark of Sorrow skill. The main character grabbed her by the collar. The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed. Jin-hyuk looked at her, asking her to choose between life and death. Ophelia closed her eyes and knitted her eyebrows. Tears flowed from her eyes. She did not understand why she would ask something so obvious, shouting that she wanted to live. The guy removed his hand. A blue mark remained on her neck. The system notified that the hero had received the opponent's consent. The mark of sorrow was installed on the opponent's body. The young man walked away in the other direction and, holding out his hand, said that he would wait for them to work together. The girl grabbed her neck with her hands, unable to hold back her tears. Alice kicked her legs. She screamed loudly, red energy squeezing her head. The guy in the red mask put his hand forward. The red giant hand did the same. He said that he hoped that the girl enjoyed her escape enough. He took the amulet in his hand and, looking at her, said that it was time to go back. She did a good job. The system notified that the sword graveyard skill was being activated. The main character cut the giant red hand with one blow, his eyes shining brightly. The guy in the red mask froze, thinking that his Vischa, which had withstood even Miss Alice's attacks, had been cut. Jin-hyuk caught the falling Alice, carefully placing her on the ground. The girl smiled when she saw the contractor. The hero said that she was doing well, asking her to rest a little. The girl closed her eyes, raising her eyebrows pitifully. Jin-hyuk held his hands out in front of him, summoning bright swords. He said that now his opponent is himself. The system notified that the remaining duration of the soul essence was 29 minutes and 54 seconds. The guy in the mask put out his hand, calling for whist. He bared his teeth. Jin-hyuk stopped the attack with a giant red hand, holding his swords in front of him. The system notified that the sword graveyard skill had been activated. The main character flashed her eyes. The status windows obscured each other, reporting that thanks to the soul absorption effect, 0.3 spirit stats were obtained. Alice watched their battle in surprise, wondering if he had always been so strong, but realized that she had been with him all this time. The girl smiled, realizing that he had grown during the time they were separated. The guy in the mask was floating in the air, red giant hands coming out from behind his back. He called the main tuner an annoying bitch. He waved his hand, baring his teeth. Jin-hyuk placed two swords in front of him, crossing them. A giant red fist headed straight towards the main character. It broke the ground into pieces with a loud sound, sending dust into the air. Suddenly, purple energy enveloped the giant hand and it began to fall apart. The guy in the mask arched his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. With a sharp movement, the young man passed through the guy, his eyes flashing, leaving a purple trail behind him. The main character turned to him. The masked guy smiled. The young man realized that this was a mana barrier skill. Jin-hyuk put one of the swords forward, thinking that due to too much of a difference in mana, the blows would not go through, and it would take an eternity to catch up with him with the soul section. The guy plunged his sword into the red monster's neck. Yoon-seok, baring his teeth, cut down the monsters, clearing a path for himself. One of the creatures was about to attack him from behind. Suddenly, Yangwa appeared and punched the monster. Yusung stood on the edge of the cliff, saying that he was sick of being Jin-hyuk's pawn. The man looked down in surprise. His gaze fell on the guy standing surrounded by defeated monsters. He thought that it was Yoon-seok, not understanding how he dealt with all of them with this one broken sword. Yusung furrowed his eyebrows, thinking that the guy was stronger than he expected. Yoon-seok pointed his hand at the troll lying next to him, telling the leader that Caracal was dying, asking for help because he was a comrade who defended his life. Teresa slid down the slope, saying she had to go. She walked closer to the troll and sat on the troll's lap. The status window notified that the sacred healing skill was activated. A bright light illuminated the girl's face. He knitted his eyebrows in concentration. Teresa wiped the sweat from her face, saying that now he was in no danger. Yusung looked at her in surprise. Yoon-seok raised his eyebrows, asking if Caracal could hear him. Teresa fell into the snow, exhausted, and the man screamed. He wrapped her up to keep her warm. Yusung leaned her elbows against a tree and, looking at her, thought that she had passed out because the girl was too overworked. The man remembered Jin-hyuk, who knitted his eyebrows and raised his index finger, saying that he should not come here under any circumstances, ordering them to go with the wounded to the designated place as soon as they were finished. Yusung froze in place, looking up, thinking that whatever the hero was doing, he should hurry up, because everything here is already at the limit. The system notified that the greedy gaze skill was activated. The guy's eyes glowed red. The status window reported that the luck stat and adaptation stat had been applied. The guy in the mask froze, looking at his palm. The status window showed Mikhail's stats. His age, gender, and level were unknown, as were his strength, agility, stamina, and mana stats. The skills, bloodline, moon hiding claws, mana barrier, and mana drain were unknown level. In the status window there was information about the requirements for copying. Mikhail is the hunting dog of the Decassus family and a high vampire playing the role of Black Wings. If the hero survives the battle with this strong vampire, usually only appearing on the highest floors of the tower, he will be able to copy one of his skills. Jin-hyuk smiled, grateful for at least showing these miserable demands. Mikhail grinned when he saw that grin again, saying that the guy was interesting. The system notified that the Moon Hiding Claws skill was activated. He put his hand forward, the giant red hand extended its claws. Mikhail smiled, saying that he would see how long the young man could smile. He waved his hand sharply, sending red energy forward. Red claws were approaching the main character. The system reported the activation of the Sword Cemetery skill. The guy cut them with one blow. He knitted his eyebrows and looked forward. Mikhail, smiling, approached him. The vampire smiled sarcastically, saying that one by one he would pull out each of his teeth. The guy let go of the hilts of his swords. A bow with 3 arrows appeared in his hands. He smiled, asking if the vampire was sure of his words. The system notified that the magic red shot skill was activated. 3 arrows hit Mikhail right in the face with a bright explosion. The main character jumped back, holding a bow in his hand. A small scratch appeared on the vampire's face, from which blood flowed. He noticed that the hero had a lot of tricks hidden. Mikhail bared his teeth in a frightening way, calling this naive childishness rather than a trick. The system notified that the world-destroying Hellfire skill was being activated. The vampire released dark wings. Everything around glowed red. Alice opened her eyes in surprise, not believing what was happening. She put her hand out to the side, shouting at the contractor to quickly leave, because if he gets hit, he won't survive. The main character stood motionless. Jin-hyuk smiled, saying that he needed to take the hit to survive. Alice frowned, screaming for him to get out of there quickly. A large shield appeared in front of the girl. The system notified that the Perseus shield skill had been activated. The guy smiled, telling her to just watch. Behind him, red energy rushed high into the sky. Alice opened her mouth and frowned, shouting the name of the main character. Red lightning began to shine around her. Mikhail threw his head back, mouth wide open, showing his fangs. The ground underfoot was splitting into pieces under the force of red energy. A giant red flame shot into the sky, sending debris and dust into the air. The girl closed her eyes, putting a shield in front of her to protect herself from fire. She called Jin-hyuk. Rivers of fire flowed between the cracks in the earth. The ground broke around Mikhail, from the cracks of which a bright red light was visible. Mikhail breathed heavily, looking at the floor, telling the hero to consider it an honor, because for the first time he would use all his mana against a person. Alice looked at him in surprise, holding her hand out in front of her. She spread her hands thoughtfully. The vampire turned to the girl, saying, "Since this small midge is no longer there, then they should continue." She opened her eyes wide and smiled. Mikhail froze in surprise, his eyes widening. He looked up. The main character hovered above him, raising his sword to attack. The vampire did not understand how this was possible. Jin-hyuk smiled widely. A bright red fire appeared on the battlefield, lifting small stones upward. The main character threw back his head. His body shone with a bright yellow light. The system notified that the invulnerable skill was activated. The status window notified that using this skill, which goes against the norms, costs more mana. The hero jumped back. The guy raised his arms again, intending to strike the vampire standing below, saying that he had no idea how much a second meant to someone like him. Jin-hyuk smiled widely, holding a bow in his hands, saying that during this time he is able to turn it into meat, of course only after absorbing all the vampire's mana. Mikhail bared his teeth, looking at the weapon attached to his neck. The status window reported that the hero's mana was not enough. A loud explosion sounded on the battlefield. Blue energy rushed upward. The system reported that the mana barrier had been cancelled. Jin-hyuk stabbed him in the head and the vampire fell back. He bared his teeth, not understanding how the guy survived the hellfire and remained unharmed. The main character smiled, eyes sparkling. The vampire intercepted his weapon. Mikhail, breathing heavily, said that he recognized that the hero had taken him by surprise. He did not expect that all the mana would be used up. His hand was shaking. He tilted his fist, moving his bow away. The vampire raised his leg to strike, asking if the hero thought he would lose to someone like him. The young man put out a block with his hands, stopping his attack. Mikhail threw the protagonist back, floating on his wings. The snow rose upward due to the force of the impact. The vampire raised his fist, approaching Jin-hyuk. His hair was lifted higher by the wind. Alice appeared in front of his fist, holding out her palm. Mikhail arched his eyebrows and bared his teeth when he saw her in front of him. She swatted him away, calling him an idiot, asking if he thought she would just stand by. Mikhail landed on his knee, resting his hand on the ground in the snow. He bared his teeth in displeasure, saying that it was she who wounded him. Alice looked worriedly at the rising hero, putting her hand in front of him. Noticing that his mana was running out, the guy shook himself off, saying that everything was fine. The young man was breathing heavily, baring his teeth, thinking that in reality he was just protecting Alice. Besides, in 10 minutes their chances of winning would completely disappear. The system notified that the remaining time to use the Soul Essence skill was 11 minutes and 31 seconds. 6 people sat at the table, watching the hero through a magic ball. They saw him swing his bow to strike, asking if he forced Mikhail to use his best skill. One of the people said that he was afraid that Mikhail would lose. One of the robed people folded his hands in front of them, saying that they could not miss Alice, who was under their noses. The one sitting next to him bared his teeth, asking if it would be dangerous to interfere with the lower floors. The one sitting with his back said that, given the amount spent resources, they are obliged to do something. The guy in the black robe stuck his hand out to Mr. Exemption, asking what they should do. The man's eyes shone red. He ordered to continue to monitor them. The girl grabbed his hand by the wrist. She pulled the guy towards her. Mikhail bared his teeth, not understanding why the lady was on the side of people. He furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips, saying that even though she had been dethroned, the vampire still showed her respect, asking if this was not a betrayal of her comrades. The girl frowned, screaming about why he was accusing her of betrayal. Alice grabbed Mikhail by the collar and, baring her teeth, said that they had betrayed her, and she was not on the side of the people. She was loyal to the contractor. The foot stepped on the snowy ground. The main character flew over the vampire, raising his leg to strike. The guy threw Mikhail far back with his knee. The vampire clenched his teeth as he flew over the snowy ground. Jin-hyuk looked at the girl, offering to attack with bloody spears. She knitted her eyebrows, asking if he could handle the mana, to which the guy answered of course. Alice put out her palm, and a bloody spear in the form of a spiral began to form in it. The girl bared her teeth, raising her weapon to strike. An explosion thundered across the battlefield, sending snow flying into the air. The girl found herself in the air, holding a spear in her hand. Mikhail looked up. She swung her weapon at him, leaving a red explosion behind. The vampire put out his palm to stop the attack. He bared his teeth. Alice was right in front of the guy's face, saying that she knows that they all look through his eyes, but they quickly grasp. People in robes watched her through a magic ball. The girl arched her eyebrows, addressing the dirty cheaters, telling them to listen to her words. She was going to take revenge on them at all costs. She bared her teeth, a shiver running through her body. Mikhail frowned and smiled, asking if Lady Alice was strong enough, since the spear didn't even pierce his heart. The main character told him not to worry because he would take care of it. Jin-hyuk appeared near the vampire's face, raising his shield to strike. The guy hit the handle of the spear. Mikhail lowered his head, mouth wide open. The tip of the spear passed through his body. His eyes rolled back and blood gushed from his mouth. The spear went right through, landing in the snow. The system reported that the hero managed to survive the battle against Mikhail. He managed to fulfill the conditions for copying the skill. The main character smiled, holding a red shield in his hands. The system reported that the copying of the claws that hide the moon skill was successful. The guy froze, looking at the disappearing wings of the vampire. The windows obscured each other, indicating that the hero's level had been increased by 1. The status window reported that the blood portal had been destroyed. The young man exhaled with relief, saying that it was easy. The guy loses his balance. He collapsed to the ground, and Lady Alice placed the contractor's head in her lap. She smiled, stroking his head and saying that thanks to the young man, she was able to feel the taste of revenge for the first time, so now she is very happy. Alice furrowed her eyebrows, saying that part of her didn't trust Jin-hyuk. She couldn't understand the reason why he was helping her. The girl gently stroked his hair. She pushed them away from the guy's eyes, saying that she had now completely changed her mind. Behind her, one wing was white and the other black. She thanked him. A chair fell in the room, and screams were heard that this couldn't be happening. The man slammed his palms on the table, not understanding how the vaunted royal guard lost to a common man. One of the people raised his hand, displeasedly noting that the bloody portal had also been destroyed, which would greatly hinder the gathering of forces against the Empire. The man nervously tapped his finger on the table. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness. He said that there was no need to fuss. Even though the portal was destroyed, they did not lose everything. He placed his palm on the ball, saying that Lady Alice had been discovered. The man frowned and, eyes shining, said that he was watching Jin-hyuk. The main character was lying with his eyes closed. The sun's rays fell on his face and his eyes slowly opened. Above him was a joyful Teresa. She told those standing around that the guy had woken up. Jin-hyuk stood up sharply. The girl nervously moved her hands, saying that she went to look for him because he had not returned for a long time, and then they brought him here while he was unconscious. Teresa looked at the back of the departing guy, saying that in the area where he fought, only the bodies of vampires remained. The guy put his hand to his chest, where there was a ring on a chain. The girl asked if something had happened. He turned to her and, smiling, said that it was nothing, thanking Teresa. The main character turned to everyone standing nearby, noting that they had worked hard. Jin-hyuk smiled, offering everyone something to eat, because he was very hungry. A fierce battle was taking place in the snowy forest. Someone raised their hand, ordering everyone not to move. Gunchin pointed her index finger in front of her and asked if the warriors were attacking just because the protagonist told them to. Holding a book with a magic circle in his hands, Hosenbelt stated that they planned this raid because they wanted to catch Jin-hyuk. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth, realizing his mistake. The girl's bloodshot eyes widened in anger when he asked if they were supporting the protagonist. The troops dispersed. The commanders ordered to stop the battle and retreat. Ophelia, who was watching this, frowned and declared that these fools were just wasting their time. Leaning against a tree, she couldn't figure out what to do with the brand that was constantly burning her skin. Someone's voice, saying that it was hard to accept, distracted her from her thoughts. Melina jumped out from behind the tree. Seeing her, the vampire asked what she was doing there. Pointing her finger at her, the girl laughed, saying that her arrogance led to punishment. Summoning a sword in her hand, Ophelia said that no man would dare to mock her. Melina hastened to justify herself, saying that it was a joke. Suddenly, a red triangle with an exclamation mark appeared in front of the girl's face. A notification warned that battles between slaves were prohibited. A new message said that the brand of suffering had been activated. The brand on her neck caught fire, causing its owner to experience unbearable pain. A trace in the shape of a human palm burned Melina's face again. A woman's scream was heard between the snow-covered firs. A phoenix feather appeared in the air. The description said that having a feather increases resistance to cold by 500%, and that in combination with the right ingredients, an item with a special ability can be created. Holding it in his hand, the protagonist stated that clearing the 7th floor would be easy and that they needed to eat first. There were many fish dishes on the table. Teresa said that she had never tried anything like it. Yongo was surprised that her friend was so good at cooking, but it was only his basic skill. Caracal walked up to the player and thanked him. The chieftain hit his chest, stating that his people were alive only because of him. The notification said that the recognition of the chieftain of the Ice Blade tribe had been received and that the conditions for copying had been met. An icon for the skill White Beast appeared, which increased attack speed by 15% and applied transparency to equipment and weapons. Smiling, Jinhak stated that there was no need for gratitude because he did not do this for free. Spreading his fingers like a fan, the guy stated that the tribe would have to pay him 500 magic crystals every month, leaving them at the entrance to the floor. Caracal gaped in shock and stood there dumbfounded. Yusung frowned in displeasure, disappointed that he had chosen such a person as his opponent. The player smiled, saying that he was eating his food, and Yusung replied that he was eating because he was angry, and that his blood pressure rose every time he remembered what he was forced to do. Raising his index finger, the boy said that this could easily be fixed by placing a bet, since there wasn't much food left. With a sly grin, the young man proposed a bet in which the one who caught the biggest fish would win, and the loser would have to make a video of himself calling the winner Lord and post it for everyone to see. The ice cracked, its shards flying everywhere. Yusung opened his shirt, exposing his abs. Grabbing the blade in his teeth, he dove into the hole. Furiously knitting his brows, the boy decided that he would not back down and that victory would be his. There were many underwater monsters hidden in the depths of the lake. The water on the surface of the lake was bubbling. Timon said that this man was too easy to fool. Teresa confirmed this. Timon narrowed his eyes, calling the guy evil. Yonghwa thoughtfully put her hand to her chin, suggesting that their new ally was actually enjoying this. The protagonist said that he was too annoying. Throwing something to her friend, Yonghwa said that she found it while he was unconscious. In his hands was the pendant that Mikhail was going to use on Alice. Putting it in his pocket, Jinhak thanked his friend and thought that he should study it better. There was an empty plate and a wooden mug on the table. Someone asked where Yunseok went, suggesting that his group went back. Yonghwa said that she hasn't seen him for a long time. Yusung emerged from the hole holding a huge fish by the tail. Jinho trembled when he saw the notification of completing the 7th floor and the achievement Veteran Company. Throwing everything off the table, the man became very angry at his subordinate. Pointing at the guy, he said that a huge amount of support was sent for him, but he returned empty-handed, giving everything to the protagonist. Throwing sheets of paper at him, Jinho said that the subordinate should have cleared the 7th floor by himself and that his report was simply useless. Yunseok smiled, lowering his head when he was scolded for breaking his sword. The association tower sparkled under the sun. Someone said that the 7th floor was cleared. T-Chun closed his eyes, saying that it was the protagonist who did it. The man frowned sternly and added that according to the report of the Dangan Guild, there was a conflict with demonic people on the 7th floor, but Jinhyuk and his squad fought them off. Looking out the window, Sanjin answered negatively to the question of whether to contact the player and said that for now they just need to observe so as not to reveal their intentions ahead of time. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the head of the association was thinking about whether the protagonist would side with humanity or be their enemy. While the answer to this question was unclear, he could relax because the situation in the world was stable, people were walking along a busy street, and the news was playing on a huge screen. The man raised his clenched fists and shouted that an emergency had occurred. The store employee widened her eyes in shock when she heard that she needed to act according to the VVVIP protocol and convey this information to everyone. The men brought a red carpet into the hall, and they were urged to act as if they were at a rehearsal. At the same time, the carpet covered the floor. The employees, who were told not to miss a single detail, sprinkled rose petals on the floor. The red petals ended up near the black shoes of the guests. All the employees bowed, wishing her a good day. At the end of the carpet there was a table. Alice smiled, happy with such a greeting. The people said that they would make sure that the shopping was successful. There were gold coins and chests of jewelry on the floor. The vampire praised her subordinates and provided gold as payment. The people opened their mouths in shock. The girl said that everything she laid eyes on would be hers without further questions. Alice sat on the throne, wanting to start shopping. The guards immediately lifted her onto their shoulders. The man, holding the head manager in his arms, said that he passed out. The employee said that he was just happy and that this was just a strange way of expressing his emotions. Alice smiled contentedly. A smile appeared on the face of the main character too. He was sincerely happy for her, standing to the side. In his hands was the Porweight necklace. The description said that this artifact was created for sealing, which was effective against those who possessed dark-type skills. Remembering Mikhail holding the necklace, Jinhyuk wondered why the vampire wanted to seal Alice instead of killing her. Putting the pendant in his inner pocket, the guy thought that maybe there was something he didn't know yet. The employee at the cash register was printing new receipts non-stop. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of his face, which said that Rick had sent him an invitation to the masquerade ball taking place on the first floor of the trial tower. The face of one of the busts in the store was covered by a wolf mask. Colorful masks were flying in the air. The masquerade ball was one of the events taking place on the 25th floor of the tower. When the trial tower was a game, the guy visited it as a guest. He sat on a chair in the center of a huge fire. The player took off his mask. He was the first and only one to arrive, so he simply danced, setting everything around him on fire. This time, things were different. Because the ball was to be attended by players from all over the world, the warriors in armor drew their weapons. Looking back, the guy called Alice, saying that it was time for them to go. The girl looked back contentedly. There were many people walking along the street. The first floor of the trial tower, the neutral zone, the nameless city. The vampire hid her hands behind her back, saying that her friend promised to buy her everything she wanted. The young man asked her not to be angry because they came here to visit the store. Seeing the 8-leer in front of her, the girl thought it was a joke. The protagonist said that he had to prepare for the masquerade ball. The door opened, as evidenced by the ringing of the bells on it. The guy squinted in surprise. Goblins were taking measurements from Yusen, who was standing in front of the mirror. He turned around, baring his teeth angrily. Jumping up to his opponent, the young man angrily declared that he had thrown a ridiculous challenge and made a laughing stock of him. Jinhyuk smiled, asking him to calm his mana, otherwise the goblins would die. The monsters were lying on the floor foaming at the mouth. The player narrowed his eyes. Putting up a finger, he declared that immersion in cold water was good for the muscles. Yusen urged him not to change the subject and not to talk nonsense. Waving his hand, the guy said that he had a sword for his opponent. Yusen menacingly shouted that he had fallen for such sweet talk many times before. Putting his hand in front of him, the protagonist asked him not to exaggerate, because he had once already told how to move a sword. Yusen raised an eyebrow questioningly, but confirmed his words. He turned away, thinking that he could have used that sword for a long time if the weapon had not broken in the battle with the stone giant. Jinhyuk said that he would help him find a new sword, and offered to meet at the ball. Yusen frowned in displeasure. Leaving the room, he decided to trust his enemy one last time. The boy smiled slyly. Yusen cast a suspicious glance to the side. Seeing Alice choosing a dress for herself, he wondered what country she was from. But these thoughts were immediately discarded. The bells on the door rang, announcing the departure of the guest. The player smiled and apologized for the inconvenience. The goblin scratched his head and said that he understood everything. Straightening his arms, the monster recommended a black classic suit for the ball. Walking deeper into the studio, the boy said that he was interested in something else. The goblin asked if he was looking for something specific. The youth bent over the incense, which contained the scent of a snowy canola flower. Grinning, he said that it was strange that a goblin from the first floor owned incense from a flower that grows on the snowy mountains of the 17th floor. The goblin folded his arms and asked what they were talking about. The player said that he had noticed something interesting earlier. When his friend used mana, all the goblins fell unconscious except him. The goblin's face twisted. His features twitched as soon as Alice crossed the threshold. Pointing his finger at the girl, the boy said that the goblin immediately understood who she was. The young man pointed at the monster and said that he was actually a mid-level manager. Raising his finger up, he asked if this was true. The goblin smiled. The next moment, the monster laughed, saying that he was a very interesting person, just like Rick said. Turning away, he said that his guest had made a mistake about something. Grinning, the monster said that he was not a mid-level manager and that Rick worked for him. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips in amazement. His eyes lit up. A notification said that Greedy Look had been activated, but the attempt had failed because his level was not high enough. Hastings bowed, introducing himself as a top manager. People were putting together the Tower of Trials little by little. This goblin was one of the 7 creators of the tower's rules. Jin-Huk smiled, thinking that he had never met any of them before. The monster closed his eyes, saying that according to Rick, there was someone who knew about the existence of the managers. Hastings stuck out a finger, deciding to reward his guest for finding the hidden manager by taking on the tailoring of the suit. The guy smiled, saying that he never expected to meet a top manager in such a place. The goblin suggested moving on to discussing the outfit. Seeing that the finger was pointed at her, Alice asked why her friend was doing this. The girl was holding a gilded envelope in her hands. Sitting on the edge of the fountain, she clarified that her friend provoked the monster only to get another invitation. The player expressed his confidence that the goblin would have accepted. Throwing a treat to the little dragon, he said that his friend loved balls. Alice nodded, asking how he knew that. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, the vampire said that this ball would be dangerous because these people created the rules of the tower, and in her entire life she had only met a high-level manager once. Scratching the dragon behind the ear, the guy promised that he would be careful. Angrily baring his teeth, he thought that he could get a huge number of useful buffs. A notification appeared in front of his eyes, informing him that the suit and dress were ready. Hastings wanted to have a good time at the ball. It was time to go. People were gathering on the way to a huge palace. A girl in a cloak asked her friend if Marie or Teresa would come. The boy hoped to see an unknown person. Someone's foot stepped on the road to the castle. People in Japanese masks walked forward. Someone assumed that they were from the Samurai Guild. A passerby asked if these were the warriors fighting at the front. The Samurai Guild leader adjusted his tie. Looking to the side, he called his companion to look at the people around him. Seeing the enthusiastic players, Hoshikawa decided that they looked like parasites who lived off the deaths of strong players. Tsutomu looked at his boss and said that he should not be angry about the stolen guild treasures, because they would not return even if everyone here was killed. The man replied that his friend simply had to agree. Leaning over, the man in the red mask warned the guild leader that the China Guild had also received an invitation. Saying that they should stick together, he collided with a girl standing in the road. Looking back, Tsutomu menacingly asked what kind of donkey dared to stand in his way. Suddenly, the man began to fall. His obese body pressed through the stone slab. Hoshikawa opened his mouth in fear and shouted out his colleague's name. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. She asked what donkey they were talking about. Alice stood in front of the fallen man's body along with the protagonist. The vampire asked if she was still standing in his way, her eyes sparkling with fire. Tsutomu gritted his teeth from the intense pressure. A notification announced the activation of the power suppression skill, which suppressed the enemy's power with mana. The girl's eyes emitted red energy. Hoshikawa opened his mouth in shock, thinking that a top ranker from the guild was defeated by such a fragile girl. Looking at the masked guests, he mentally asked who they were. Leaning towards his companion, the protagonist asked her to stop, because they would be in trouble if someone revealed her true identity. The notification announced that power suppression was deactivated. The vampire crossed her arms in annoyance. Approaching them, the samurai thanked the stranger for calming his girlfriend down. Placing his hands on his hips, he asked if such cruelty was really necessary and apologized for his friend's behavior. Narrowing his eyes, Jin-Huk asked what he meant by calm down. A hammer appeared in his hand. A notification announced the activation of the ice creation skill. The player struck the man lying on the ground with the hammer. The red mask on his face cracked. Hoshikawa's eyes widened in fear. Alice, not expecting this from her friend, put her hand to her mouth. Holding the hammer over Tsutomu, the guy explained that he was misunderstood because he asked his companion to step aside so he could beat the samurai himself. Throwing the bloody hammer down, the player asked if everything was clear to the guild leader. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. His eyes lit up. A notification announced the activation of the greedy look skill. Hoshikawa jumped back in fear. His status window showed stats that weren't the best. The guy narrowed his eyes in disappointment, thinking that it couldn't be the head of a top guild and that the copying conditions were just terrible. The hammer fell on Tsutomu's back. The samurai standing next to him was surprised that his identity was revealed. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that their guild was in an alliance with the China Guild, so the offender would not be able to go unpunished. The player picked up his mask. The samurai was scared when he saw who was hiding behind it. The guy smiled when he heard his name. The people around were surprised, watching what was happening. A passerby pointed at him and asked who this girl was, assuming that she was his partner. Raising his finger up, the young man said that the people were too noisy. A notification reported the activation of ice creation. Ice walls protected him and the samurai standing next to him from the crowd. Taking a step forward, the protagonist expressed his confidence that the man knew full well that such threats had no effect on him. He said that he didn't care what the guild was doing. An ice spike grew from under his foot. Its tip approached the samurai's mask. The ice spike lifted the mask. Jin-Huk warned that even the guild leader would not dare to stand in its way. Alice kicked Tsutomu's body until she was called out. Hoshikawa watched the guests leave. Gritting his teeth, he called out the name of his opponent. A notification informed that the players had entered the masquerade ball event area. The vampire looked around in amazement, saying that there was a lot of space here despite the fact that there was only one floor. Walking through the crowd, the guy thought that he had never been to a ball with so many people, which made him feel strange. In the corner stood laughing Teresa in a rabbit mask and Maria in a fox mask. Next to the set table stood Yusin in a red cloak. Suddenly, the player frowned in surprise, noticing someone. The girl in a black dress tugged at her companion's sleeve and asked what he thought. The man replied that a certain person would continue to scream until the very end. The stranger pointed at the woman in front and asked what about her. The guy in the mask replied that she would beg him to let her go. These people turned out to be independent S-class players. Judilo smiled madly and said that everyone looked very funny. Casey agreed with him. Looking at them, the young man thought that the twins were among the top European players. Imagining them wielding their blades so skillfully, he thought that the siblings were deliberately provoking battles and tormenting people for fun. Smiling slyly, the boy mentally declared that to him, they were just walking bags of skills. His eyes flashed with madness. He decided that he had to keep an eye on them. Looking at his friend, Alice realized that he was up to something again. The man standing next to the samurai asked why the player did this despite the fact that the guilds were cooperating. Hashikawa frowned and said that the enemy had knocked out his comrade, so now he was alone. The samurai hoped that there would be no punishment for what happened. Putting his hand to his head in confusion, the deputy guild leader China thought that they met again after all the humiliation in the elven forest and tundra. Gritting his teeth, Liao thought that he could not do anything because he had received orders not to mess with the player anymore. Someone approached them from behind and said that they would deal with the annoying guest. Straightening his tie, the little boy asked them to move aside. The guests smiled when they saw him. They noticed the horn on his head. Someone called him cute. The boy approached the heroes and asked if everyone was enjoying the ball. Carmen waved his hand and introduced himself as a low-ranking manager. Without taking his eyes off the status window and typing on the keyboard, the protagonist asked what he needed. Closing his eyes, the manager asked if it was true that the player had dealt with one of the guests. Looking away, Jin-Huk asked if he meant the body that had gotten in his companion's way and clarified if he needed to send flowers to the grave. Carmen smiled, asking what flowers he was talking about, and a dark tentacle appeared next to him. A bunch of dark tentacles appeared in the middle of the hall. The boy declared that no one would dare laugh at him and that the player would meet his death here and now. The guests of the ball opened their mouths in shock. Taking off his mask, the boy said that the host, threatening his guest, would have problems if he tried to kill someone. Baring his fangs, Carmen replied that getting rid of the guest was not that difficult. The player noticed that the strongest people of the Tower of Trials were watching them from the second floor. Clenching his fist, the manager objected that, despite his actions, no one had come down. Alice summoned crimson energy in her hand, but the companion stopped her, holding out his hand in front of her. The goblin opened his mouth and called out to the manager. Carmen looked around in fear. A message appeared in front of the sewing machine, saying that one of the buttons on the shirt was loose. The goblin read the letter that popped up in front of him, stating that the customer was disappointed with the situation and that it needed to be fixed or he would leave a long, angry review. The tailor thoughtfully placed his hand to his chin, thinking that something like that couldn't happen to his suit. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Hastings walked towards him with an angry look. The notice informed him that a top manager had arrived at the ball. The monster adjusted his glasses. Baring his fangs, he angrily asked how someone could treat his guest like that. The goblin kicked his subordinate in the leg. Carmen fell to one knee, clutching his leg. The top manager asked why he wasn't answering. Hastings' eyes flashed, asking what the boy was doing to his client. The guests of the ball, watching the situation from the sidelines, were surprised by the appearance of the top manager. The tailor frowned and said that he knew that some managers took bribes from outsiders, but he turned a blind eye to it until it crossed the line. He asked what would happen to the reputation of the event if the host harmed someone else's guest, and the boy looked down guiltily and said that he did not know that the top manager had invited the guest. Hastings narrowed his eyes and said that this was no excuse. He looked at the smiling protagonist and said that the boy should apologize to this man for his misdeed. Carmen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jin-Huk thought that this was getting interesting. A camera appeared behind him, a notification saying that filming had begun. Towering over the lower manager, he urged him to speak from his heart. The boy bowed and said that he was sorry. Frowning, the boy ordered him to speak louder. Gritting his teeth in anger, Carmen called him a pathetic person. But the goblin's menacing gaze immediately cooled his ardor. The boy bowed even lower and loudly apologized. Watching from the second floor, the man in the red cloak thought that the man using the manager in this way was truly impressive. Crossing his arms over his chest, he understood why His Majesty gave him the gift and thought that they needed to drag the player to their side. The man in the cloak looked at Yansu standing next to him. The old man was scratching his beard. Watching the events of the ball, the warrior thought that they could end the war with this vile aristocrat. Rick brought his fist to his mouth to clear his throat. A notification announced that the microphone skill had been activated. Standing on the balcony, the man announced that he would be hosting the ball due to the problems with the manager and finally offered to talk about why everyone had gathered. The guests turned their gaze to him. Rick explained that the ball was an event for promising players, but that was not its main feature. He snapped his fingers and said that today the guests would choose a faction with which they would conquer the tower. A pedestal appeared in the middle of the hall. A notification announced the start of the main event of the masquerade ball and called on the players to prove themselves worthy. There was a red button on the pedestal. A notification said that the players should choose any labyrinth, dungeon or historical site between the 10th and 30th floors. Another notification said that the player who got the achievement would be given an advantage in choosing sides. Rick explained that the guests should press the button and name the floor and area to indicate the location. Wishing them good luck, he left the hall with hasting. The doors slammed shut. The guests looked at the pedestal in shock. The man in the black mask asked what hopeful meant. The girl whispered something in her companion's ear. He asked what they had just talked about. Looking back, the lady in the purple mask asked if the manager of the lower floors had mentioned them. Maria put 2 fingers to her lips and whistled loudly. The guests looked in her direction as she urged them not to whisper like cowards, because everyone was equal. Taking off her mask, the girl suggested working together to solve the problem, because the situation had suddenly become complicated. Alice threw off her mask. The protagonist thought that it was typical of Maria to immediately get down to work despite the unexpected change in circumstances. Smiling, Teresa told Yusin that they were on the same side again. The man in the blue tailcoat frowned, asking why they needed to work together. The girl, blowing up a bubble gum ball, asked if this guest was an enemy of humanity. Maria spread her arms and suggested that they calm down to discuss everything peacefully. The protagonist's legs lit up with a blue light. Approaching each other, the guests of the ball began to bicker. The guy opened the lid hiding the button. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed this. Jinhyuk pressed the button. The notification recorded the selection and said that the preparation of the 25th floor, the Valley of Kings, had begun. Maria looked around in fear. Yusun covered his face with his hand in irritation. Teresa was covered in blue light. The guy gave a thumbs up. The guests shouted that they were not ready yet. The notification stated that all players would be transported to the selected location. Stone statues crossed swords above the entrance to the dungeon. The notification said that the players were on the 25th floor of the Tower of Trials and would only be able to leave after completing the labyrinth or choosing a faction. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, the guy noted that this place looked very impressive every time. The man clenched his fist in displeasure, stating that they were here without any preparations. The pink-haired girl looked back. Having summoned the armor, the man said that he would do more than others, get out of here and become the chosen one. Maria asked him to calm down, saying that nothing good would come of it if they went against each other. Turning around, she added that they knew nothing about this place, but the person who pressed the button must have a plan. The girl decided that they needed to talk to him, but there was no one near Alice anymore. The vampire spread her hands when asked where her companion had gone. The young man entered the dungeon. Feeling each brick, he was looking for something. One of the bricks fell inside the wall. A notification said that 5 paths were open leading to the Tomb of the Kings, and that only one needed to be chosen. 5 windows with different symbols appeared on the wall. The notification said that 1 minute was given to choose. Smiling, the protagonist thought that anyone who saw such an eerie notification would think that this was the road to the treasury. The man stepped into a trap. If you select a door with an element, it will open and the spirits guarding it will appear. A notification said that time was up. Because the player did not make a choice, all the doors opened. The monster came out of the window, asking why he was the first to do this. Salamander scratched his head, seeing the man in front of him. The monster began to increase in size, asking the guest not to hate him too much. A huge fire dragon towered over the guy, introducing himself as a spirit guarding the Tomb of Kings, and declaring that the violator of the general peace will pay for his misdeed. Looking back, Jinhyuk said that they were going to kill him. Kaguma took a step forward when asked what he thought. The black dragon assumed a fighting stance, frowning. Salamander looked at him questioningly. Kaguma inhaled forcefully. The player inserted earplugs into his ears. A wave of fire burst out from the mouth of the pet dragon. A notification announced the activation of the flame skill. The small salamander jumped out of its fiery shell. A bright flash lit up its frightened face. The players stood at the entrance to the dungeon. Feeling an incredible wave of energy, they covered their faces with their hands. Teresa leaned towards Alice, wanting to ask her something. The girl asked if her friend had told her where he went. The vampire silently looked away. Climbing the stairs, Yusung said that their friend was probably where the energy was coming from, because doing reckless things was his hobby. Alice tugged at the hem of his cloak. In her hands was a small stone. The girl threw it towards the dungeon. Many deadly traps immediately activated in the corridor. Leaning over, Teresa asked how she knew about the traps, but then realized that this was to be expected from her friend's partner. The saint smiled. Scratching her cheek thoughtfully, she felt a frightening aura that she had encountered before. Someone placed a hand on the stone wall and asked what it was. The wind spirit came out of the door. Sensing that he was about to lose, the earth spirit put his hand to his head and asked what Salamander was doing. The water spirit flew out of another window, stating that their combined power should not be needed. The light spirit closed his eyes, expressing his desire to sleep. Undyne's eyes widened in surprise. Noticing the fallen salamander, the water spirit asked why he was lying on the ground. Sticking out his tongue, the fire spirit said that his friends should do the same because the devil had appeared. The spirits opened their mouths in amazement. Kaguma stood in front of them, ready to attack. His mad eyes lit up. Yansu squatted, frowning. The old man watched the events in the dungeon through the screen, not understanding where the player got the dragon from. By activating the skill Brand of Grief, the protagonist left a mark on the head of the water spirit. A notification stated that he managed to subdue 5 spirits. The spirits bowed before their new master. The notification said that the player had unlocked an incredible achievement and that 5,000 points were credited to his account. Now he was in first place in the participant rankings. Yangsu immediately called up the status window, requesting a video call. The people in black robes did the same. Many notifications appeared in front of Jin-Huk, informing him that many factions showed interest in him and wanted to work with him. The guy smiled, seeing that the third faction was interested in him, and wondered if this would complicate the situation even more. Scratching Kagum's chin, the player said that he was popular thanks to him. After that, he confirmed the video call with Muram. The old man appeared in front of him and greeted him. Frowning, he stated that he would only let the player live if they sided with them. Scratching his ear, the boy waved his hand and ended the call. Snapping his fingers and rejecting all incoming calls, he called for his new subordinates to stand up. The spirits rose to their feet and agreed when ordered to obey their master, lest they become Kaguma's snack. The boy accepted the video call from the Empire by pressing the corresponding button. Penhammer from the Caladium Kingdom, which was part of the Empire, appeared in front of him. The protagonist smiled, saying that he knew the Empire was interested in him. The old man closed his eyes, stating that the conversation would not last long. Frowning, he asked if the player would agree to work with them if they helped conquer the tower. Crossing his arms, Jin-Huk promised to consider his offer. Penhammer called it decisive. Giving a thumbs up, the boy stated that he would consider the invitation only under one condition. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. The man closed his eyes as waves of fire appeared in front of him. Maria, who was standing next to him, asked what the situation was. The girl with gum in her mouth replied that it would take more than 1 hour to advance into the dungeon. Maria, looking down, thought that no one except the group that followed Alice would pass this test and everything would again focus on Jin-Huk. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of her eyes stating that the conditions for returning had been changed at the request of the protagonist. Now it was possible to return to the ball by meeting one's death in the dungeon, but if the player was even slightly injured, all accumulated points would be lost. The man in armor pointed his finger to the side and said that they would be able to get out if they died by inflating a balloon made of gum. The girl asked if such a statement could be trusted. The guy standing behind him cut himself in half and evaporated. The man, holding a sword in his hands, asked if he really returned back. The girl, who saw her colleague die, asked if it hurt. Maria smiled thoughtfully, thinking that the protagonist had deliberately chosen this level. Knowing about this condition, the girl wondered if she should ask Teresa to introduce her. One of the players opened his mouth wide and loudly asked why everyone was happy. Frowning, he said that all achievement points would be cancelled if the players died. With an angry look, Liao said that the protagonist was not so simple because he had secured himself an advantageous place in this competition. Someone asked if he could just be grateful. The player turned around. Putting his hand on his hip, Maria asked if the man knew anything about this labyrinth and what he would say to those whose lives were saved thanks to this condition. Turning away, the girl said that the player could try to clear the labyrinth on his own. The man spread his arms, saying that everything would be different if the protagonist had not pressed the button. Putting his hand to his head, Liao thought that this was just ridiculous. His ear twitched as he heard someone's voice. An image of Yansu appeared in his mind. The old man explained that it was a whispering technique and that his colleague shouldn't speak so loudly. The man frowned. The guild leader said that everything had gone wrong and that the protagonist needed to be eliminated, but his subordinate didn't have the necessary powers, so he just needed to organize something. A notification popped up about receiving a gift. Liao stood alone in the middle of the dungeon. Penhammer kept a calm expression and said that this was a very serious favor, usually directed by a manager, and hoped that the player would keep his word. The boy replied that he would not forget their agreement. Jin-Huk crossed his arms and said that if the old man touched him, he would immediately go to feed Kaguma. The dwarf and salamander carried their master forward. The fire spirit said that he was very tired. Undyne asked him to shut up if the spirit did not want to be eaten by the dragon. Smiling, the guy appreciated the efforts of his subordinates. The spirits thanked him. Noticing something, he asked them to stop. Exhausted spirits fell to the floor. The player asked them to stay here. The floor was stained with blood. In the shadows lay a dead girl. Squinting, the guy realized that she would not be here if she died from a monster or a trap. Looking up, he realized that another player killed the girl. The blonde smirked, saying that it was great. Holding a bloody scythe in her hands, Casey said that the blood smelled great. Judilo, sitting next to her, asked if they should finish off a few more players. The little twins were sitting on the floor. Tears were running down their cheeks. A man in gloves tightened a wire around someone's neck. The criminal was smirking. The twins witnessed the brutal murder of their parents. Casey noticed knitting needles on the floor. In this difficult situation, they did the impossible. The girl reached out to take the knitting needles. Working as a team, the siblings dealt with the criminal, stabbing him with sharp knitting needles. At that moment, the children lost their minds. They hugged each other, smiling madly. A notification popped up in front of the protagonist, informing him that in order to copy the skill sharing everyone, he needed to fulfill all the perverted desires of the twins. He mentally asked if it was really necessary to cover their backstory. The twins rushed forward, preparing for battle. Jin-hyuk jumped back. He stopped the blades flying at him and noted the speed and power of the enemy's combined attack. The boy frowned, realizing that his opponents were good. He jumped up and kicked each of the twins. Casey smiled contentedly. Judilo bared his teeth and said that their enemy was very strong. The twins jumped back to increase the distance. The boy held a blade in his hand. Dark energy enveloped the weapon. A notification announced the unification of the two weapons. The twins' skill was activated. Huge scythes appeared in their hands. New notifications said that copying the partner's weapon and creating a common one was successful, and that a synergy was activated, increasing the attack power by 200%. Judilo grinned, preparing to strike. The sister standing next to him expressed a desire to feel unusual blood on her hands. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist thought that they were too energetic and called them to attack. The people in red robes gathered around their leader, congratulating him on signing the contract. Penheimer leaned on his arm and said that it was too early for congratulations because it was just a promise. One of the warriors asked him not to be modest. Standing in front of his leader, the man said that the new ally would help in the struggle for power on the middle floors. His colleague praised the leader for his excellent work. At this time, someone left the hall. Slamming the door behind him, Yeonsu thought that seeing Penheimer so pleased was simply disgusting and that he should not have acted so rashly just because of the ancient dragon. A dark energy appeared behind him, calling his name. Without turning around, the old man asked if the bloody ghost had come. Smirking, the dark entity said that she did not expect that anyone would look for her. The man asked her to speak quietly so as not to be heard. Leaning down, the ghost asked who they needed to get rid of and assumed that his target was a person from the Empire. Frowning, Yeonsu asked him to eliminate the group the protagonist was working with, as they were the ones causing the most trouble. The ghost narrowed his eyes, warning that the price for breaking the rules would be huge, and asked if his friend was sure of his decision. The guild leader looked back angrily. Baring his fangs, the shadow said that he was only asking a question. After that, the ghost melted away. The old man called him arrogant. Walking down the corridor, Yeonsu thought that he would be killed if the protagonist fell into the hands of the Empire. Taking a small box in his hands, he decided to get rid of the player himself. The man walked through the corridors of the dungeon. The battle with the twins was in full swing. Jin-hyuk dodged the double attack by jumping high into the air. His eyes flashed. The skill Demon King's steps was activated. The twins' bodies lit up with red energy. The skill Soul Suction was activated. A notification said that 3/10 of a mana point had been received. Casey laughed madly, saying that her body felt like it had lost something. Judilo stuck out his tongue in satisfaction, saying that something like this had never happened to him before. Punching them in the stomach, the boy said that he was very sorry if this was how they expressed their pleasure. A huge explosion was heard. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Shaking off his hand, the player thought that he needed to satisfy the children's desires in order to gain the skill. Leaning on their sides, the twins rose to their feet, praising the strength of their enemy. Summoning a dagger in his hand, the boy thought that the game was going on too long and that he would have to kill them. Noticing something strange, he narrowed his eyes. The twins humbly bowed before him. Placing their hands on the floor, Casey said that they realized that they could not defeat their opponent. Clenching his fist, Judilo happily declared that if they could not kill someone with such delicious blood, then they should become a family. The boy lowered the corners of his lips in surprise. The death brand was activated. The marks on the necks of the crazy twins lit up. The share all skill icon appeared. A notification announced that the copy conditions had been met. The description said that the skill allows you to temporarily use the enemy's skill, as well as share emotions and memories with them if the target is close enough to the player. Reading the description that popped up in the air, the protagonist thought that everything ended in the most unexpected way. The twins jumped on him, declaring that from now on they were a family and that they would be together until death. The boy frowned in displeasure. At this time, his friends were walking along the corridor of the labyrinth. Yusung asked where Jin-hyuk was. Alice, who was walking ahead, replied that she did not know. She was asked where they were going. Frowning, the vampire replied that she did not know. Angrily clenching his fists, Yusung asked if their companion knew anything. Turning around, the girl decided to tell something. A thin blue thread stretched from her body, a line of mana connecting her to the contractor, showing the way. Pointing her finger forward, Alice said that they would find their friend if they went there. Someone's voice made them turn around. People in masks appeared from the walls of the labyrinth. Someone stuck a weapon into the stone floor and said that he would not let the players leave. Holding a spear in his hands, the bloody ghost said that they would die here and now. Putting a shield in front of him, Teresa asked Alice to stay behind. The vampire clenched her teeth in displeasure, thinking that she had no mana at all because her master was far away. At this time, the guys walked along the corridor, discussing something. Spreading his arms, Judilo said that he pierced the thighs of his enemies with a metal rod and even heard the crunch of bones. Squinting, the protagonist thought that his social battery was almost exhausted. Walking ahead, he asked the twins to listen to him carefully. Smiling, the boy asked them not to kill everyone from now on. A notification announced that the brand of grief had been activated and that a new rule had been added. The boy hung his head in disappointment, saying that the cops wouldn't arrest them. The girl said that they weren't awakened. Thinking that he would get into trouble, Jin-hyuk put his hand to his forehead and suggested doing something different. Pointing at himself, he explained that he would be pointing at the bad guys, who could be dealt with as he pleased. The twins looked at each other happily. A notification announced that a new rule had been added. Turning away, the player thought that it was good that they were so narrow-minded. Suddenly, he stopped, noticing something ahead. His brows furrowed. The notification announced that the Demon King's footstep skill had been activated. Seeing that their new friend was missing, the twins asked to wait for them. The men rushed forward with katanas in their hands. Their weapons were aimed at Alice, who was standing in the way. Teresa jumped out in front of her. Holding a glowing shield in her hands, a notification said that the Holy Enhancement skill had been activated, increasing physical capabilities. A new notification said that the Holy Shield skill had been activated. A huge glowing cross appeared in the middle of the corridor. Teresa looked back and asked Alice to stand behind her. Activating the Soul Hunting Kai Sword skill, Yusung dealt with a couple of enemies in a few hits. Feeling the enemy approaching, he tensed up. The bloody ghost attacked him from behind, but the player managed to block the blow. The ghost smirked, surprised that a person from outside the tower could use the Kai sword, and asked who he was. Swinging his sword, Yusung said that he was not going to tell a stranger about himself. Jumping back, the bloody ghost called him quite lively. The boy raised his katana in front of him, saying that he would show how agile he was, and the skill Song of Blades was activated. Taking a fighting stance, the player whispered that he wanted to save this skill. The enemy smirked and asked what he just said. The sword sparkled with blue lightning. Using the unity with the blade and releasing a shockwave in front of him, Yusung shouted that he was going to use this skill on another person. Numerous blows tore the bodies of the enemies. Teresa opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that her ally was very strong. Swinging the burning spear, the blood ghost estimated the strength of the enemy who could use such a skill. Activating the blade of phantom blood, the man aimed his spear at the enemy. An arrogant smirk appeared on his face. He pitied the enemy for having to fight him. The spear crashed into Yusung's sword, spreading a shockwave. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The boy fell to the ground. Preparing to stab him with the spear, Blood Ghost regretted that such talent was wasted. A bright flash appeared in the air. A notification announced the activation of the cross skill. Teresa cut the enemy's body with her sword. However, the man remained standing. Holding the shaft of the spear in front of him, he called this skill annoying. Teresa looked back. The enemy said that it was a big mistake for a person with holy power to come here. Yusung gritted his teeth in anger. The warriors surrounded Alice, pointing their blades at her. Blood Ghost said that he should have protected her better. Smirking, he assumed that this girl was not so good at fighting if she was always behind. The vampire frowned in displeasure. She closed her eyes and said that her friend was late. The protagonist cut through the warrior's blades, activating the sword graveyard. His eyes were burning with a bright fire. Blood immediately gushed out from the warriors' bodies. The ghost gritted his teeth in shock. Seeing the player who had just killed his comrade, he thought that he couldn't even follow his movements. Teresa smiled happily when she saw her friend. While the saint was healing Yusung's wounds, Jin-hyuk asked him why he kept losing. Using healing magic, the girl answered that it wasn't the player who was too weak, but the enemies who were too strong. The guy closed his eyes and waved his finger, pointing it at the blood ghost. He declared that everyone around him was definitely bad. The twins suddenly jumped up from their seats. Rising into the air, they prepared to attack. With their huge sides, the siblings cut the warriors in half one by one. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, the ghost realized that they would have to retreat and regroup. Blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise. His spear pierced his master through. The protagonist declared that he was only a mid-level demon cultist. His hand was covered in purple energy. He waved his hand, saying that this fight was a waste of time. The warriors called out to their leader in fear. Hearing that they had missed a couple more villains, the twins rushed to attack. The guy, watching the fight, patted Alice on the head. Sitting on one knee, Yusung thought that his friend killed the enemy, who easily interrupted his own ult with just one attack. The player gritted his teeth in disappointment. His hand was shaking. He wondered how much more he needed to grow to reach this level. There were many corpses on the floor. The young man patted the twins on the head, praised them, and asked them to go ahead because he had some things to do. The twins ran ahead down the corridor. Teresa pointed at them and asked if they were the ruthless players. The guy replied that they were working for him from today. Yusung looked down sadly. In front of him lay the dead body of the blood ghost. Without turning around, he asked what his friend would do now, because it would take about 20 days to complete the labyrinth. Smiling, the protagonist asked if noobs really had that much time to play. Turning to Teresa, he asked what happened to Yusung. The girl replied that he would recover soon. Looking at the elemental spirits who had taken victory poses, Jinhak explained that they would open the way to the king's tomb, in which one could find artifacts that would allow one to clear the labyrinth in an hour. Alice crossed her arms in displeasure and asked how her friend got so many pets. Teresa picked up Kaguma and said that the dragon was very cute. Looking at the spirits, their master asked to show him the right way. There were many bloody corpses in the room. One of them slightly opened his eye. The sun was shining on the China Guild building. Someone put documents on a stack of papers. Sitting on the sofa, the guild worker, Xiao, said that there were too many documents here. Walking to the window, the girl thought that a day had already passed since Liaoe and Gunchong entered the tower. She looked down. A crowd of people were walking along the pedestrian crossing. Everyone was busy with their own business. Looking at them, Xiao thought that the people looked too calm. Her gaze seemed arrogant. Behind the passers-by, the huge trial tower towered. It was pointless to worry about civilians when there was no way to contact the top rankers. The girl closed her eyes. She thought that this world was too vulnerable. Protocols for players were lying on the table. Undyne concentrated all her energy in her hands. A notification announced that the spirits guarding the grave were opening a secret passage. A new notification said that the path to the king's tomb was cleared. The gates opened before the spirits. A gust of wind blew over the heroes standing at the entrance. There were mountains of gold in the tomb. Teresa looked around and asked her friends not to touch anything. There were books and chests of treasure next to the mountains of gold. A notification suggested that everyone could choose a treasure for themselves, but warned that overly greedy players would be cursed by the king. Someone suggested taking only one treasure. Pointing to the bell, the protagonist explained that the exit from the labyrinth would open if you ring it. Yusung frowned, surprised that it was so easy to get out of the labyrinth by stepping on gold coins. Jinhak replied that he would throw him out of here if he didn't like something. Distracted from searching for treasure, he looked back, seeing a man at the door. Liaoe, holding the wound on his stomach, entered the tomb. Holding his sword in front of him, Yusung said that they had missed one enemy. The man pulled out a scroll from his bosom. The unfolded canvas glowed. A notification reported that the scroll of early spring had been used and that a spatial shift had occurred. The player squinted in disbelief. A sparkling rift formed in the scroll. Yangsu appeared from the rift. A crowd of warriors followed him. Bowing, Liaoe reported that the Ghost Blood group and its leader had lost. The old man replied that he knew that heretics could not be trusted. Hearing the praise, the man sternly knitted his brows. Standing on a mountain of gold, the boy said that the managers would be angry if they found out that someone had used a divine artifact. Taking a black pearl out of the box, the old man said that this was nonsense. He objected, saying that the managers could not enter this labyrinth. The warriors put their weapons forward. Throwing the pearl into his mouth, Yansu furiously shouted that no one would know about this if everyone was dead. The pearl cracked in his teeth. A notification said that a cooldown pill had been used. The old man bent over, spreading his arms to the sides. His body became many times more muscular. The guild leader called on his comrades to prepare for battle. The notification said that the stats had been doubled and that after an hour, the unused power would dissipate. A rush of energy made Teresa cover her face with her hand. Yusung noticed a large release of mana. Alice put her hand forward, surprised that such weak creatures dared to fight them. Suddenly, the vampire was transported from the tomb to the medallion. Holding the necklace in her hands, the protagonist thought that her intervention was unnecessary. Clenching his fists, the guild leader ordered to kill everyone present. The warriors rushed forward to carry out the order. Teresa frowned, saying that there were too many opponents. Her friend's hand was enveloped in light energy. The girl looked back, hearing that they could also call for reinforcements. 5 spirits in battle mode appeared in the tomb. Jinhyuk smiled and sent his comrades into battle to show what they were capable of. Huge spirits rushed forward at the frightened warriors. Holding a shield in her hands, Teresa asked if they should join in. Yangsu slammed the ground with force. At the same time, he jumped high into the air. Finding himself above his enemy, the old man raised his fist to strike. Gritting his teeth in anger, he used wall-breaking fist. A powerful explosion was heard, coins flew into the air, but the guy managed to dodge. The player dodged another blow from the enemy. Having missed again, Yangsu called on him to stop dodging and fight like real men. Raising his fist, he suddenly stopped, hearing that the guy found something. Standing in front of him, the young man asked why his enemy was silent. In his hands was a horn. He assumed that the old man already knew what kind of artifact it was. The man gritted his teeth menacingly, answering that it was the most annoying divine artifact of the 25th floor, the Horn of Despair. The player smiled, confirming these words. Next to the horn were 3 black cards with skulls and a card with a green clover. If you blow into it, a cataclysm will occur, but the 4th time the owner of the artifact will be blessed with great luck. Yangsu gritted his teeth even more, saying that there was no need to think of him as stupid. He opened his mouth wide and said that it was impossible to survive 3 cataclysms in such a closed space. The protagonist brought the horn to his mouth. A sound wave spread around the horn. A notification announced that the Horn of Despair had been used. Yangsu's eyes widened in fear. A huge shadow loomed over him, a notification warning of the arrival of the first cataclysm. The man's mouth opened in fear. A black scorpion, the first monster of the tomb, appeared on the tower in the center of the hall. The monster swung its tail. It hit the ground with it, causing an explosion and people to fly into the air. The young men fell on a pile of gold coins, letting out painful sighs. Teresa turned around and, holding a sword in her hand, screamed that she could not see Alice. Yusung frowned and angrily shouted for the girl to think about her own safety first. The barrier was cracked. The system reported the activation of the battlefield selection. Yonsu, whose long eyebrows and beard were flying due to the wind, suddenly called out loudly to someone and asked if the person had gone crazy. There was a sea wave to the left of the protagonist, and the old man asked if Jinhyuk wanted to finish them all off here. Jinhyuk replied with a smirk that he couldn't hear him and that he had just started. Still smiling, the protagonist jumped upwards at an incredible speed. Yonsu, whose eyes were white with anger, ran after him, ordering him to stop. The old man pushed himself away from the monster's body. He held a sword in each hand, his face expressing rage. Yonsu frowned, wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and he shouted for Jinhyuk to stop. The protagonist began to blow the horn, and the system announced that the second cataclysm was arriving. A yellow monster was visible in the middle of the gray smoke. Yonsu, whose face was covered in sweat, looked down in fear. He saw the monster open its mouth wide, trying to devour him. The system announced that the mud predator, the second despair of the tomb, was appearing. The monster stretched out its long limbs. Yonsu began to swing his swords in the air, defending himself from it. The player with short black hair opened his mouth wide and coughed loudly as one tentacle wrapped itself around him. He frowned and called out loudly for the leader. The monster then slashed the floor many times, causing red blood to spray into the air. Liaoi was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. He opened his eyes wide and frowned when he heard someone calling out loudly for him. Yonsu swung his sword and asked Liaoi to give him support because they had to take the horn from Jinhyuk. The man sweated and arched his thick eyebrows, asking what Yonsu was talking about. The old man, whose eyes were white with anger, called Liaoi a fool. The protagonist held the horn in his hand with a smirk, and Yonsu shouted that it was causing all the chaos. Liaoi's mouth opened in shock, with deep wrinkles between his eyebrows. Yonsu waved his hand in the air and told the young man to take this thing that was too good for him. In front of Liaoi, who was kneeling, a sword was stuck in the floor, and Yonsu ordered him to bring the horn no matter what it took. Liaoi pulled the sword out of the floor. He then raised it closer to his face and said that he was obeying the order. A huge burning monster was running behind the stone golems. A huge scorpion raised its sharp sting. Yonsu approached Jinhyuk. The protagonist deftly dodged the old man's attacks. Yonsu gritted his teeth and thought that he should be more patient. He frowned his white eyebrows and concluded that Jinhyuk would continue blowing the horn since he had already started. The old man's eyes emitted a bright light, and he thought that they say that the 4th time a person will have incredible luck. Black cards with different designs were visible, and Yonsu thought that Jinhyuk was in a hurry to get it. The old man extended his hand forward and thought that he needed to make sure that luck would be his. The protagonist threw his head back, dodging the blade of the sword, and Yonsu concluded that this must be what Jinhyuk was thinking. Holding the horn in his hand, the protagonist jumped back, and the old man thought that although this horn was said to bring luck, it all depended on the person. Jin-hyuk knelt down, smiling contentedly, and Yeonsu thought that one would gain luck and the other despair. At the top of the tall tower, the protagonist could be seen raising his head and blowing into the horn. The system announced that the third cataclysm was arriving. Blinding purple flashes were visible. The player in red clothes closed his eyes and covered his hand from the light. In front of the tower stood a huge monster emitting a purple aura. The monster wore a black helmet, and the system said that the thought body, the third despair of the tomb, was appearing. The monster tensed his arms, and armor began to appear around them. Then, he spread his arms out to the sides, and bright purple streaks appeared in the air. The warriors in white and red clothes froze as part of their bodies evaporated, while someone shouted that the monster was splitting everything it touched. As the attack approached the protagonist, he put his shield in front of him. Jin-hyuk was thrown back by the force of the blow. The horn slipped from his fingers, and he thought that if he accidentally dropped it now, everything would be over. Jin-hyuk broke into a sly grin. He crashed into the wall, where smoke immediately rose up and the horn flew to the side. Someone caught it. Liao frowned, looking at the horn in his hand in shock. Yeonsu turned around and let out a deafening scream, asking for the horn to be handed over. Liao stood motionless, holding his sword in his hand, and the old man shouted for him to hurry up. The old man furrowed his white eyebrows and began to sweat as Liao asked him why he wanted to use this terrifying item. While Jin-hyuk was scratching his head in the ruins, Liao asked if Yeonsu needed incredible luck. The young man grinned evilly, saying that he had worked so hard all this time, so he was going to be a little greedy. The protagonist's dark eyes widened in shock. Frowning his thin eyebrows, he screamed shrilly, calling for Liao to stop. However, he was already blowing the horn, raising his head up. Liao smiled widely as the system reported that luck was arriving. Then, a message appeared on the dark screen stating that peace had returned to the king's tomb. 2 bowls of water fell to the floor. The brown-haired young man frowned and his jaw dropped in shock. He stood there and looked out the window. The sky above the tall buildings had turned red. People dropped their phones, looking up in horror. 3 monsters appeared from the purple portal, and the system reported the appearance of 3 despairs. Yusung sat on the floor while Teresa paced back and forth. Conjuring a bottle in his hand, the boy told her to conserve her strength. Removing the lid with his teeth, he said that in order to get out, they need to knock him out or wait for the time to run out. The system reported that there were 5 minutes and 21 seconds left. Teresa frowned, asking Yusung how he could rest in this situation and not worry about Jin-hyuk. The boy looked at the glass bottle and asked if he was worried about that bastard. Teresa froze in tension as Yusung tilted his head and laughed. Leaning his elbow on his leg, he asked if the girl still hadn't realized that most of the situation was under the protagonist's control. Yusung narrowed his eyes and added that Jin-hyuk was able to notice things that others weren't paying attention to. He was sure that what was happening now was also the protagonist's plan. Teresa caught the glass bottle with the red liquid in it, and Yusung told her to sit down and rest because there was no point in interfering. She silently looked at the youth who had started drinking again. The timer had run out. Yusung and Teresa stood up and looked around when the system reported that the battlefield selection had been deactivated. They found themselves in the middle of the treasury, and Teresa asked where the despair was. Liao pressed his palms to his face and screamed desperately. Jin-hyuk tensely clenched his teeth as a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Yusung frowned, and Teresa's eyes widened and her mouth opened in shock, looking up. A huge scorpion was visible behind the screen. The system was offering to witness the punishment for disturbing the king's tomb. 4 large monitors were hanging high in the air. A purple portal was visible. The system announced that the master of the tomb was giving them a chance to atone for their sins, and that a portal to the location of the 3 cataclysms had been created. Liao wanted to run there to save his homeland, but Yeonsu grabbed him and shouted at the man to calm down. The old man gritted his teeth in anger and said that even if Liao went there, he would be useless, which was why Yeonsu asked him to hand over the forge to him. Holding Liao by the neck with one hand, Yeonsu took out a glowing scroll, and the system announced that a spatial change was taking place. The player grabbed Liao and ran away, and the old man turned around and shouted deafeningly, ordering them to grab the wounded and return. Jin-hyuk, Yusung, and Teresa stood motionless, staring at the screen. Yeonsu gritted his teeth and thought that if he had used the forge last, those monsters would have gone to Murim. He frowned, and anger appeared in his eyes. As he entered the portal, the old man thought that he hadn't been able to get rid of Jin-hyuk, but he was still quite lucky this time. Crumpled cars were flying in the air. A monster with green skin and sharp fangs opened its mouth wide as people ran away from it. Half-destroyed buildings were burning and smoking. A scorpion was waving its claws. The protagonist clenched his fist, watching what was happening through the monitor. Veins appeared on his skin from the intense tension. The dwarf and Sylphid looked at Jin-hyuk with concern, and the salamander asked if he was okay. The protagonist remained silent, his face looking angry. Teresa's mouth dropped open in shock when she saw Jin-hyuk entering the purple portal. When his face was halfway inside, the girl screamed his name in a shrill voice. There were no people in the office room, and some chairs were lying on the floor. The next second, a loud explosion thundered, and the furniture flew into the air. Xiao was lying on the floor, holding a spear in her hand. The scorpion swung its tail. The girl, whose face was stained with blood, gritted her teeth and activated the self-defense law. The scorpion struck the building. Xiao jumped back, emitting a green aura. She fell on her back, letting out a heavy sigh. Her eye that was bleeding was closed, and she asked through clenched teeth why the people standing next to her were looking at her. She knelt down on one knee and told them to run away, which they did. Xiao raised her spear and thought that she needed to hold on until Gunchan returned. The girl gripped her weapon tightly. A giant scorpion was approaching her while she thought that she needed to hold on for at least another second. Suddenly, Xiao clenched her teeth. Yusung and the protagonist were holding swords in their hands. Jin-hyuk lowered his head and asked if he could hold off the scorpion for 10 minutes. Yusung looked at the protagonist in surprise with his mouth open and his eyebrows raised. Then, he smiled contentedly. Yusung took a step towards the scorpion. Raising his sword, he said with a smile that he would finish off this monster. The system announced that the battlefield selection was activated. Yusung raised his hand up while the system said to move to the selected location. Xiao, who was holding a spear, saw Jin-hyuk next to her and asked why he was here. The protagonist turned away from her and remained silent. Then he turned around and said with a slight smile that he wanted to gain experience points. People quickly ran away in an attempt to escape. The man in the white shirt opened his mouth in horror as a purple ribbon flew after him. Teresa quickly cut it with her sword, her eyes shining brightly. The system reported the activation of the skill Sacred Enhancement. The girl knelt down and thought that many people had not yet managed to evacuate. In front of her stood a huge monster in black armor. Teresa frowned and thought that she should delay it in order to save as many people as possible. The monster lowered its head, looking down. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Then it gritted its teeth and raised its hand. The monster swung its hand, and a purple pillar of energy appeared in the air. Teresa raised her shield, preparing to attack. She opened her mouth in surprise as the purple ribbons curved around her and flew past. The monster attacked the other people, piercing their bodies. The system reported that their minds were infected by the thought body. The girl with brown hair opened her mouth wide, her eyes turning red. Teresa turned around and realized with horror that the people had begun to mutate. The man in the white shirt grew sharp fangs and long black nails. The girl with brown hair began to slowly walk forward. Teresa stood still as the mutated people attacked her from behind. One of the monsters crashed into the girl's shield. Another monster grabbed his sword with his hand, opening his mouth wide. Teresa's blue eyes widened in horror. The huge monster watched what was happening and smiled. Then he opened his mouth and laughed. The scorpion stabbed with his stinger. Yusung jumped high into the air. He clenched his teeth and crossed his arms as the system reported that the battlefield selection had been deactivated and that all of the boys' stats had been increased by 10%. Yusung swung his arm and rushed towards the scorpion. The system reported that all of the monster's stats had been decreased by 10%. The boy remembered the protagonist's sad face and thought that he had never seen him like this. Blue sparks appeared in Yusung's eyes and he came to the conclusion that Jin-hyuk was not perfect either. The boy cut off the scorpion's stinger and jumped down. The monster raised its head and claws, screaming in pain. Yusung smiled smugly. The green-skinned monster was lifting cars up. Jin-hyuk stood on the edge of a tall building, looking at two blue screens that said that a quest had been activated, the conditions of which were to destroy 3 despairs. The system reported that the reward would depend on the result. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. Alice offered to help him, but he refused because there were too many unnecessary witnesses nearby. He remembered the tall tower and thought that he had originally planned to launch them into Murim and take advantage of the chaos to steal the rebound pill and martial arts texts. But Jin-hyuk didn't expect that Liao's greed would ruin everything. There were people lying under the rubble of the buildings. The protagonist gritted his teeth tightly. He then took out a glittering weapon and said that it was infuriating. Jin-hyuk drew 3 arrows onto his bowstring. The arrows quickly flew forward. They emitted a blue glow. The huge monster was imprisoned, and the system reported the activation of the 2-star corner barrier. The monster raised its head and opened its mouth wide as the protagonist jumped upward. He crossed his swords, activating the mandala skill. Jin-hyuk attacked the monster, and its limbs stretched upward. He gritted his teeth and thought that from now on, he would be more careful in his calculations. Teresa raised her hand, activating sacred healing. The people with gray skin, red eyes, and sharp fangs ran forward quickly. The girl frowned and thought that they should not touch her, otherwise they would be injured by her sacred power. The monster with purple armor was smiling, and Teresa concluded that she had to get rid of it. She dropped down, activating Sacred Fall. Suddenly, rays of yellow light began to appear around the monster. These rays also attacked the mutated people. Teresa held a sword in her hand, her eyes wide open, and the system reported the activation of Sacred Enhancement. She attacked the monster and it raised its head, opening its mouth with sharp fangs. The blade of her sword entered its body. A blinding flash flashed and Teresa stepped back. In a couple of jumps, she was at a great distance from the enemy. The monster gritted its teeth, its body began to dissipate little by little. Teresa frowned and thought that the sacred power was at work and that she needed to get to the cataclysm while avoiding the people it was controlling. The monster clenched its teeth tightly, then it raised its arms, releasing purple streams of energy. These streams grabbed the bodies of the mutated people and lifted them up. The monster held them high above itself. Teresa's blue eyes widened and her mouth fell open in shock. She remembered how she held a teddy bear as a child while her parents told her that they had a duty to protect people in danger, even if it meant risking their own lives. There was a shield and sword hanging on the wall, and her parents added that it was the Laurentia family's burden. Little Teresa smiled happily when her parents told her to remember this. The girl froze with a look of horror on her bloody face. The monster opened its mouth wide and laughed loudly. Teresa watched with fear in her eyes as blood sprayed from the people's bodies into the air. She fell to her knees. A shoe fell at her feet. Teresa looked down and said in despair that it would be better if the monster killed her. Tears appeared in her eyes and she repeated these words. Her tears turned black. The system reported that Teresa was showing signs of infection. The girl, kneeling, lowered her head down while the monster looked at her. The enemy smiled bloodthirstily. Suddenly, a green monster appeared behind him, opening its mouth. The monster fell down, causing a huge explosion. Jin-hyuk jumped to the ground, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He frowned and asked with an angry expression what Teresa was doing. He looked at the thought body that was holding the green monster's body with its hand and said that he understood that it was annoying. Looking at the kneeling girl, he added that this, however, was too much. Jin-hyuk raised his hand, emitting a blue aura, and said that he would not let Teresa die like this. The purple glass began to crack, releasing a yellow light. The monster opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. The huge horned predator was bound with chains, and the system reported the manifestation of the ancient dragon form of Kaguma. A message appeared on the red screen stating that the restrictions of the trial tower were in effect. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth when the system reported that his mana consumption had been increased by 50%. He said that he did not care about it. The dragon's eyes shone brightly. The thought body fell to its knees, and the system said that overwhelming superiority was activated. A purple spiral appeared in the air. Kaguma opened his mouth, breaking the chains that bound him. The protagonist sat next to Teresa and activated a 3-star defensive barrier. He leaned towards the girl and ordered her to kill the enemy. The thought body opened its mouth. Kaguma released a stream of magic from his mouth, and the system notified that the unique skill punishment blade was activated. The thought body was immersed in purple fog. The city was destroyed, craters were visible in the ground. Inside was the charred body of a monster. The system reported that it was destroyed. Kaguma turned into a small dragon and began to lick Teresa's face. The dragon looked at the protagonist when the girl did not wake up. Jin-hyuk activated the greedy gaze, and his eyes turned red. He squinted, reading the information on the screens that Teresa had shown signs of infection. He took the girl by the shoulder. Alice asked if Teresa had fallen, and Jin-hyuk answered in the negative. The vampire put her head on her palm and asked if the protagonist knew about the consequences of infection by the saint. Jin-hyuk stood up and said that he knew. Teresa's eyes were closed, and he added that in the future, everyone should be careful around her. The system reported that the battlefield selection was deactivated. The black scorpion lay on its back, raising its claws. It was also destroyed. Yusung was kneeling, holding his bloody hand, as the system sent him numerous level-up notifications. The boy opened his eyes and frowned as someone approached him. Jin-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and said that Yusung did well after all. The boy, who was holding the broken sword, said that the protagonist might look down on him, but he still had a long way to go. Yusung smirked, picked up the weapon, and said that he now realized that he could reach Jin-hyuk. The protagonist narrowed his eyes silently. He then gave Yusung a golden sword, telling him to throw away the broken things. The boy took the sword out of its sheath, and the system said that the weapon was called the Heavenly Source Sword. The protagonist turned away, closed his eyes, and praised Yusung for doing a good job. Suddenly, the system sent an urgent message asking if Jin-hyuk would return to the ballroom. Hastings stood on a pedestal in the middle of a large room and spoke of how they had learned that, having escaped the Watcher's supervision, the Murim forces had interfered with the test. He then bowed and apologized as the manager of the upper floors of the tower. Hastings snapped his fingers, gritted his teeth, and said that words alone would not fix this. However, he raised one finger, and a bright circle appeared above it. It then turned into a large purple blob of magic, and the system announced that Hastings, the manager of the upper floor, had been punished. The goblin frowned and said that the Miram had committed an unacceptable crime, and he could not ignore it. The audience gaped in shock as Hastings said that as a penalty, they would confiscate all the coins that Miram owned. The brown-haired man clenched his jaw in anger and frowned. He clenched his fists, turned away, and thought that he couldn't contact either Carmen or Ensu. He didn't imagine that Miram could go broke. He accidentally bumped into a man in black with his shoulder and apologized. His mouth dropped open in shock when he saw the heavenly source sword in someone's hands. The man frowned and shouted that Yusung stole the weapon and was brazenly carrying it around in public. The boy looked at him with an angry expression. The man was taken aback when he saw Yusung's face. The boy grabbed the hilt of the golden sword. The man became bald. His comrade looked at him in horror. Yusung closed his eyes and advised him to watch his language in the future. The man tilted his head and thought that Yusung was not bad. The system reported that all the conditions for copying had been met, and that he needed to defeat Yashio using someone else. It then reported that after success, the player would be able to copy the nude skill, which is what happened. The skill description appeared on the dark screen. An image of a sword was visible. The protagonist grinned contentedly. Hastings approached him with a chair in his hands and said that everyone was very excited because of the sudden quest. People looked at the blue screens, and the goblin said that initially, Jinhak should have chosen the same side as them. Hastings, with an awkward smile, said that he was sorry that there was a breakthrough, and apologized again for not allowing the tower forces to intervene. They stood on the balcony, and the protagonist replied that the goblin could not do anything. Hastings smiled and said that Jinhak still survived and defeated the enemies. He closed his eyes, asking what the protagonist would do now and if he could help him with anything. Jinhak raised his hand and said that he had as many as 2 items. Suddenly, the glass doors swung open. Hastings ran into the room and shouted loudly that he had a big announcement. The audience looked up in excitement. Some of them looked unfriendly and wary. The goblin raised his hand towards the protagonist and announced that Jinhak would not be joining the existing factions. The brown-haired girl was surprised that this was considered big news, and the man standing next to him asked not to disturb him because he wanted to listen. Jinhak smiled when Hastings shouted that he would create his own faction instead. The man's mouth fell open in shock, doubting that it was possible, and the girl said that this had never happened before. Hastings smiled widely, pointed to the bright blue screen, and said that the number of points the protagonist had gained today was 1.5 million because he had fulfilled a hidden condition by gaining over 1 million points, which gave him the right to create his own faction. The goblin looked towards Jinhak with a smirk and thought that they really didn't know how he knew about this route. Suddenly, the white-haired man raised his hand and shouted that as a representative of the Empire, he protested. Penhammer clenched his fists and walked towards the protagonist. Hastings said with a smile that one side of the tower refused to accept the formation of a new force, and according to the rules of the tower, this refusal is valid for a year. The goblin began to walk away, and Penhammer took a step forward, asking Jinhak what this meant since he had promised to join their side. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and clarified that he said that he would think about this cooperation. The man gritted his teeth and said that Jinhak had no plans to agree, and they had spent so many resources to fulfill the condition he set for them. Penhammer waved his hand, asking the protagonist not to make him repeat it twice, and said that he must keep his promise. The protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets and grinned silently. He imagined himself surrounded by many eyes and thought that representatives from all factions were watching him, and if he lost, his idea of founding a new faction would turn to dust. Jinhak thought with a smile that this was a great opportunity to use something. He thought of Alice, who was lying on her side and saying that she was not doing anything, as the protagonist had ordered her. Suddenly, the vampire's eyes widened in surprise when Jinhak said that he would take some. An image of 2 silhouettes and swords was visible. Sharing all was activated. The system reported an exchange with Alice's blood trail skill. Jinhak spread his legs wide and opened his mouth. A red light appeared in his eyes. The system notified that he could control the blood of all living beings within a certain range. The protagonist's eyes sparkled dazzlingly. Red light began to appear around him. The blood trail skill was activated. The people watching this situation opened their mouths in shock, covered in sweat. Penhammer looked at his palm and thought that it felt like the blood in his body was boiling. The man frowned and opened his mouth as if he realized something terrible. Jinhak grinned slyly, and Penhammer thought that the protagonist was someone he would never be able to convince to join them. The hero was full of energy. He asked if Penhammer still wanted to veto. The man was shielding himself from a strong gust of wind. He closed his eyes and said that he took back his words and asked the hero to finally stop. Mana began to evaporate. The hero said that he was very glad about this. Hastings folded his hands behind his back and looked at Rick. They were drinking tea. Rick said that it was better to keep an eye on the hero. He smiled and said that the guy will exceed all their expectations. Hastings smiled slyly and said that it was not a joke. He walked up to the hero with a smile, raised his finger, and said that since he took his words back, the hero needs to choose a name for his faction. Jin-hyuk thought about it. The system reported that the name of the new faction was registered. It was called the Veterans Company. Penhammer glared at the hero and hoped that they would see each other soon. He entered the rune portal and said that then they would talk about their relationship again. After that, Penhammer behaved more reservedly. A large team of construction workers were rebuilding the city. The restoration of Beijing after the breakthrough was proceeding rapidly, even without a single attempt to get to the truth. A large memorial was built in memory of the dead. Someone put a flower as a sign of mourning. Xiaoding looked mournfully into the void. A guy ran up and asked, "Where is Mr. Gunchong?" He asked, "What are the plans of the China Guild?" She turned around gloomily. Her arm was in a cast. Many journalists approached her. The guild, which was considered the largest in the country, according to Xiaoding, fell apart due to the disappearance of all the leaders and the head. The girl bowed and said that it was not the guild forces or even the government that saved them during this breakthrough. They pulled phones towards her. She said that the first ones to arrive immediately after the incident began were Jin-hyuk and Yusun. An unknown guy in a hoodie looked at the names of the dead. Xiaoding said that if it weren't for them, the monument standing here would have been many times larger. The guy was surprised by something. He looked at the grieving woman with a child. He activated the cold heart. He put down a flower. The system reported that the hero began to maintain composure even in stressful situations. The flower fell. The hero walked away. Alice fell onto the bed, enjoying its softness. She said that she thought she would die of boredom. The hero smiled. Studying the system, the vampire said that she did not imagine that the hero would create his own faction. He used 1,500,000 coins to increase the maximum number of members to 23. The coins in his hand were absorbed by the system. After the release of Xiaoding's interview, the viewership income of his channel increased sharply, so he spent the money wisely. The maximum number of members increased to 23. The hero sent the information in an envelope. He created several invitations. He waved them and the envelopes disappeared. He smiled, and information about the member joining the group immediately arrived. Yusung accepted the invitation first. The next were Timan, Yanhua, Melina, Yuri Gang and others. Melina looked at the invitation with displeasure. Yuri was sleeping in bed. Time passed and they all responded to the invitations. And Teresa, she sent a message that she was already in a faction and could not accept the invitation. The guy thought about the fact that Teresa was the only one who rejected his invitation. Obviously, she, as a paladin, joined the Empire. She pressed the new envelope, expecting a similar outcome, and sent a new invitation. An invitation appeared in front of Andrea. She accepted it with a smile. The hero smiled, thinking that he now had an almost endless supply of resources from the lower floors, but this was not the end. He used free copying. He decided to use the reward he received for destroying the body of thought. The system reported that the hero could copy the enemy's skill without fulfilling the copying conditions. Osiris's skill Sanctuary of the Sun was copied and now the hero could reproduce the power of the sun. Mana points began to increase. The hero waved off a bunch of system notifications. Something surprised him and he opened his eyes. He looked at his stats. He smiled, seeing what he needed. He had become even more perfect than before. Alice frowned at the hero's smugness. She smiled, thinking that she had never seen a person with such an evil smile and she was still having a hard time getting used to it. Something caught her attention. She sat up abruptly. She thought about how the hero was the first to borrow her bloody path, and there were too many strange things around him because there were things that only someone living in the tower could know. She carefully stood on the floor, thinking that she needed to ask the hero something. Suddenly, her face began to glitch. The hero turned around and saw a strange picture. The glitches disappeared. The hero asked what was wrong with Alice. She put her hand to her forehead and said that she wanted to ask him something about her future plans. The hero calmly said that he was going to the 8th floor. He smiled and said that he would deal with a few things before that. Hastings was reaching for the door handles. He was asked to stop. He handed the goblin an envelope and asked if Hastings could give it to Homan. This became the hero's second request. The goblin grabbed the envelope and said that it didn't sound that difficult. He asked what was in the letter. Jin-hyuk smiled. The letter contained an offer for a deal. The hero stood in a dark cave. It was the 5th floor, a stalactite cave. He jumped onto one of the spikes. He closed his eyes and calmly opened them. Around him, many warriors were sitting on the spikes. Homan, the leader of the Black Wind Society from the Murim faction, silently looked at the hero. The hero showed a book and suggested that they begin. He activated the greedy gaze. He thought of Murim. A group of people stood in front of the tower. They were the main force of the middle floors of the test tower. A world where superhumans live who have mastered martial arts, and the strongest of them is called the Heavenly Steed. and those who worship him call themselves the cult of the heavenly steed. Among this group, Homan is considered one of the worst because of his skills. And now, after Miram lost all the coins, his desire for success has reached its peak. The man folded his hands behind his back and asked what he wants. The hero began to study the characteristics and skills of the character. According to the copying conditions, Homan desperately wanted to succeed, and if he was given even a glimmer of hope, the hero would be able to copy one of his skills. Jin-hyuk smiled. He threw the book to the man. He looked at it and asked what it was. The hero smiled and remained silent. Homan asked what it meant. Jin-hyuk told the man to take it since he already got what he wanted. Homan remained silent, not understanding what the hero was talking about. He relaxed, deciding that he had brought the elite members of the Black Wind Society anyway. He smiled wickedly and thought if this book was really about the Sword Master, it would definitely help him succeed. He opened the book and thought that now he had hope for. The copying conditions were met. The book contained children's drawings. The drawn boy was afraid of the drawn cat. Homan looked at these drawings in surprise. The hero had already turned around. Homan asked what it was, and the boy replied that it was a diary that the Sword Master kept as a child. He said that it was incredibly difficult to get. Homan threw the book on the ground and asked, was the hero mocking him? He shouted that he had spent a fortune to come here, and the hero called him here for this. The hero stretched out his hand, saying that the guys had been idle all this time, so he decided to show him something. He clenched his fist with a smile, and said that as a disciple of the Dark Emperor, the dragon who ruled over heaven and earth. Homan looked at the hero in shock. The dragon who ruled over heaven and earth, the Dark Emperor, the right hand of the heavenly steed. Homan looked desperately into the void and thought that this was an important figure who had the same roots as their Black Wind Society. The warriors took out their weapons. He stopped them with his hand. He did not know how an outsider knew about him. He ordered everyone not to move. He walked menacingly towards the hero, asking how dare the hero desecrate the name of the one he served. He promised to shut the hero's dirty mouth with his own fists. He rushed forward. The hero smiled and said that everything went well. Homan appeared behind the hero and swung his fist to strike. He activated the black sky. His fist glowed. He wished death on the hero. A blue explosion was heard from the blow. Homan looked at the hero in shock. He easily stopped it with one hand. Homan could not believe that the hero stopped his black sky so easily. He was thrown towards his subordinates. The hero's fist glowed purple. He used the fusion of the skills of the sword graveyard and the black sky. Mana streams began to swirl around the fist. He could copy and combine the received abilities and combine skills at any time. The system reported that the fusion was complete. He swung with a smile. The combined skills were always an improved version of the original. The art of the black sky was activated. Homan began to cover himself from the wind. He recognized the technique of the Dark Emperor. The hero was already striking. He used the dark fist that destroyed humanity. Homan screamed. The mountain was blown through by the explosion. There was a gaping hole behind the man. He looked at the hero in horror. The man asked if he believed him now. The hero smiled, clenching his fist, from which mana was oozing. He asked if the man believed that he was the disciple of the Dark Emperor. Homan was enlightened. Tears appeared in his eyes. He thought about how he heard the Emperor leaving the tower to recruit skilled guys. He had already taken his first step. He broke his forehead on the floor and greeted the disciple of the Dark Emperor. Everyone else also bowed and began to greet the hero. Homan smiled and cried that he now had a chance to change his life for the better. Jin-hyuk smiled slyly, realizing how easy it was to convince the guys from Muram. Just by naming the master, he decided that he would leave all the work on the 8th floor to him. The 8th floor of the test tower, a huge labyrinth. The straight line distance is 10,000 kilometers. It was almost equal to the diameter of the Earth, and it was so huge that it had its own ecosystem, where its own animals lived. This floor is dangerous only because of its size, so the method of clearing it is quite simple. The dinosaur was chewing grass. It was necessary to find a crystal of power somewhere inside the labyrinth. Melina was walking in cool glasses. She was walking through the town. The hero, Melina, the trump card of the Demonic People Association, she was sent on reconnaissance. She walked through the crowd and hundreds of gates leading to the labyrinth, overflowing with shops. A fortune could be made on items from the labyrinth. Melina looked at the jewelry. She realized that she worked hard for the hero and therefore she can finally relax a little and look around a little. She started to ask with a smile how much it cost. But the hero appeared next to her. Melina nervously put her glasses back on. She walked forward, which confused the hero. He approached the girl with a bloody smile and asked where she soaped herself. After a while, Melina cooled her bruise in the alley. The hero said that she came to the 8th floor to look at the double impact. She looked at the hero and said that Lancelot told her that the 8th floor was getting cleaner. Jin-hyuk thought about the double impact, which was a phenomenon of large-scale movement of several floors. Melina again applied the cold pack to her forehead and said that it was burning. She noticed something ahead, and then she threw a dagger forward. The unknown girl blocked it. Jin Hyuk turned around and asked her to stop because they were allies. The girl's shadow stood behind the hero. He asked Melina if it was okay to throw a dagger at the first person he met. Melina asked why hide in the shadows. The shadow began to dissipate and the hero decided to imagine. A dark-haired girl in a black kimono stood in front of the heroes. The hero said that this was Volian of the Black Wind. He looked at her characteristics. The girl looked down. The hero could copy her skill if he could gain her trust. He frowned at the girls, trying to understand what he needed to do. Melina pointed her finger at the girl and asked why she was dressed like that. She joked that it was a historical one-man show. Several blades appeared at Melina's throat. The ninjas stuck their heads out of the shadows, which made the girl hiccup in fear. A bunch of Volian's comrades were on the roof. Jin Hyuk asked Melina to moderate her ardor, because in addition to Volian, there were 30 more people hiding in the shadows. Melina laughed and said that they should be enough to clear the 8th floor. She walked away waving and saying that she was glad to see him. She wished him luck and suggested that they meet at the next meeting. The brand of sorrow activated. A handprint lit up on Melina's face. The girl's face began to smoke. She walked forward and called the hero to join her. A huge canyon, 20 kilometers from the entrance to the 8th floor. The system showed a timer for 4 minutes. The sorceress turned around and called the commander. The man frowned. The sorceress said that the reconnaissance squad never returned. It was Jack Friedman from the Rockheed Guild. He looked down, thinking that something strange was happening, because there should be no threats on this floor. He felt a threat. He looked at the huge cavern below him and asked what was going on then. Someone's foot stepped on the branches. Jack heard it. He drew his sword and used body enhancement activation. Arrows flew forward. Jack began to parry the arrows. His hands were shaking. He did not understand what kind of power it was, and he understood that there were no monsters here that possessed such power. The sorceress stood behind him and shouted that they were surrounded. A monster appeared in front of the squad. A bunch of goblins covered in red lines looked bloodthirstily at the heroes. The sorceress cheered up and said that she would sort it out. A fiery beam struck from her staff. Flames flared up. She opened her eyes wide. Goblins jumped out of the smoke and ran to attack. The sorceress dodged the attack, but her face was cut. She closed one eye. Blood spurted from her mouth. The sorceress fell to her knees. Her comrade ran to help her. The goblins used poison. Jack fought off the attacks. They asked him what to do. The goblins attacked. They were unusually strong. Jack understood that they could easily kill them. Volin appeared among the crowd. She gestured for silence. She pointed forward. A bunch of blades tore the goblins apart out of nowhere. Jack and his squad looked at their salvation in surprise. The goblins fell to the ground dead. Someone stepped on one's head. Jack looked at the hero in surprise. Jin Hyuk put on the mask of the unknown. He frowned through the mask. He looked at the red stripes on the goblin's head. Another volley of arrows flew at the heroes. The bloody hand caught all the arrows in mid-air. The unknown remained cold-blooded. Large orcs covered in red lines appeared from the bushes. The unknown took off and used the steps of the Demon King. The orcs swung and began to throw spears again. The hero activated the spears of mana. Melina began to dodge the hits. The unknown slid under the hero's feet. His fist glowed. He used the Emperor's Art of the Black Sky. He hit each orc in the chest, and each one fell to the ground already dead. Jack screamed, realizing that he had not even noticed his movements. Volin looked at the hero calmly, but her respect increased only by 5 out of 100. The stranger turned around and was surprised that the respect of a ninja can be earned like this. They began to examine the orcs. Melina asked who these monsters were. There were never any like them on the 8th floor. The stranger was silent, looking at the red lines. They were given by the boss of the 9th floor, and there should not be ogres here at all. He stood up and said that these were the consequences of double influence. He turned around. He looked at the observer through the sphere. The bosses of the 8th and 9th floors looked at the sphere. The hero realized that they had united. The werewolf tapped his claw on the sphere and said that the annoying intruder had arrived after all. The bird girl laughed and said that it was all for him. Meanwhile, a duckling was swimming in a hot tub. An old man was bathing and enjoying the water. He got scared. A system window appeared with an urgent call. Jin Hyuk smiled and greeted the old man. He offered to make a contract. The man calmed down and suggested that next time they agree on a meeting time in advance. The Black Wind Ninja cut a log in half. They trained, chopping and carrying trees. New goblins attacked again. Volin calmly killed one after another. She exhaled. She shook the flask with a red potion. Jin Hyuk took it and sniffed it. Melina asked what it was. He gave the potion to the goblin to sniff and said that it was nothing special. He said that it was a medicine that affects monsters with a red mark. The goblin stood up abruptly and smiled. The hero said that the potion makes monsters obedient. Melina thought about it and mentally said that such people are usually called slaves. The ninja rolled up a made cart. The stranger pointed his finger and gave the order to go forward. The goblins were pulling the carriage forward. They were tied up and ran forward like crazy. Melina frowned, asking if he had really captured them just for this, to use them as transport. The hero turned to the girls and said that the 8th floor was huge and so there was no point in wasting their strength, although the real meaning was different. Melina asked what it was. The hero smiled under his mask and said that it was necessary to show the new owner of this place. The bird girl was angry while the hero said that such plans would not work. Volian tapped Melina on the shoulder. She folded her arms over her chest and asked if the leader had always been so cruel. Melina smiled and said sarcastically that this fool would stop at nothing until he was sure that everything was going according to plan. She said to look more closely. She said that among all the people she knows, the unknown person was whipping the goblins at that time. Melina said that Jinhak looked the most like the Demon King. Volin asked again in surprise. The sorceress was spitting up blood. Catherine was asked to hold on a little longer. Jack was leading his partner and said that they were almost to the exit. Jack, all sweaty, looked ahead. Someone asked them to stop. An unknown shorty appeared from the portal. Jack began to take out his sword and asked to reveal himself or he would attack. The shorty pointed at himself and asked who he was. He towered over Jack on black tentacles. The shorty had fangs in his mouth and a horn on his forehead. He swung and said that he was just a loyal servant. The carriage rushed forward. The hero asked to stop. He looked up and asked if they had fallen for the bait yet. He bought a bunch of cheap pickaxes and activated the amplification barrier. A flame lit up in his hand. He said, "Let's see if they can ignore it." A powerful pillar of light struck the canyon, and the cheap pickaxe item was forcibly amplified. Melina looked at the light in surprise and asked, did it really work? The hero was able to create a temporary diamond pickaxe. He gave each goblin a pickaxe and sent them to the wall. The goblins began to cut a passage through the wall with crazy smiles. Melina smiled nervously, saying that this was crazy. She looked at the deep passage and thought that at this rate, it would not take even a week to clear it. She frowned and looked at the hero and mentally asked why the hero's methods were always so absurd. She thought about going over to his side. A portal opened. Someone said that at this rate, nothing would remain of the 8th floor. A horned boy appeared and said that he understood heroes perfectly well. He addressed the unknown. He waved his finger and told the girls not to hurry. He showed the sphere with the hostages. Jack and his squad were being shocked. The shorty said that the people saved by the hero were now resting in a beautiful place. They started attacking him while he was saying that if they followed him without further ado, he would let them go. The hero grabbed Shorty by the face and activated the giant's hand. Shorty's eyes widened, not understanding how he had failed to react. The hero's fist lit up. He said that he didn't care about the hostages and that Shorty had made a mistake. The stranger frowned and said that sending someone who could open portals was a stupid mistake. Black tentacles wrapped around the hero's hand. Shorty closed himself in a cocoon. He crawled out of the hand, realizing that he had greatly underestimated the hero. The hero calmly hit Shorty with the Imperial Art. He grabbed the boy by the collar and asked where he had gone. His fist lit up again. He said that the boy had not gotten the beating he deserved. The girls watched as the hero beat up Shorty. The bird girl watched in shock. She gave the monsters a red mark. A portal opened behind her. The shorty, all beaten up, fell out of the portal. The hero entered the room and quipped that preparations were in full swing. He stretched his arms and said that he had been forced to come early and hoped that he and his team had not disturbed anyone. Melina touched her forehead and said discontentedly that, of course, she understood everything, but she looked at the huge pile of red monsters and asked if this was too much. Volin grabbed her sword and said that there were too many enemies and they would try to clear a path to retreat. The stranger turned to the girl. He sternly said that she had forgotten who he was. She was surprised. She looked at the hero and said that he was a disciple of the Dark Emperor, a dragon who ruled over heaven and earth, and the hero agreed. The monsters growled and prepared for battle. The hero offered to watch as such opponents would not be able to touch him with a finger. He turned around and said no matter what happened, she had to trust him because he would never let his people be killed. Volian was slightly shocked. She remembered how she had a cut on her shoulder. She asked herself when that was. She had obediently sat on her knees in front of someone and endured the pain. She asked when the last time someone had worried about her safety was. She had treated her wounds on the bed. It had been so long that he had managed to forget. He looked at the moonlight with relief. His feelings. He smiled and accepted the order. Volian's respect increased by 20 points. The bird screamed and ordered to get rid of the trespassers, and to those who succeed, she would grant the territory of the 8th floor. Everyone jumped up. A huge troll with an axe appeared in front of the hero. He said that he was Kangura from the Black Rock tribe. He decided to trample the hero into the ground. He swung and screamed. The axe cut through the ground. A moment later, Kangura was lying without a head. All the monsters looked at this sight in fear. The hero stood in a fighting stance. No one understood how he killed this troll in one blow. Jinhyuk thought that there were 3 bosses on the 9th floor. He looked at the frightened bird, realized that he could not see the remaining 2 and assumed that they were clearly up to something. The bird clenched its teeth and began to think about how to buy some time. The monsters rushed to attack. The bird ordered to attack and bring the head of the humans. Jack and his squad were lying in the dome, all wounded. The guy was all tense, but the system showed that the live broadcast was unavailable. He buried his face in the floor. He needed to somehow contact him. He thought about a way. His ring was shining. At this time, in the American Awakened Association, someone asked, "Is he really mocking her now?" The girl slammed the table. It was Ashley from the media department. She asked why Jack disappeared on the 8th floor. The man was writing something in a document and saying that players from India and Russia were currently seriously destabilizing the international situation. At the moment, it was impossible to send America's best players for reasons of national security. The man with glasses pointed at the girl and said that she understood everything herself. He leaned on his fist and said that the 8th floor was a giant labyrinth and he would get out of it alive if he just tried. Ashley glared at the man. He said that he understood that Jack was her boyfriend and therefore asked her not to be too dramatic. She punched the wall. Hedges pressed himself against the opposite wall. Ashley asked, "What national security were we talking about if they couldn't even save one of their own players?" She leaned on her fist. She felt that Jack was clearly in danger. She looked at her ring as well as Jack's. Her eyes lit up. She used a request to divide vision. Mana washed over her. The system confirmed access. She saw that Jack was captured. She saw how the unknown fought monsters. A message came that the unknown person was here. Jack wrote that he did not know how it happened, but the boss of the 9th floor was here and was leading a bunch of monsters. He looked at the huge bird girl. Jack's eyes were burning. He asked to warn everyone that the rules of the tower were not what they knew. Ashley smiled, hearing Jack. The live broadcast began. People began to watch the unknown person fight monsters. Players began to comment on everything in surprise. People were surprised by the monsters and unknown people. Someone even suggested that the unknown person could defeat Jin-hyuk. The unknown person shook the blood off his hand and suggested that the boss himself join the fight so as not to give him experience points. The bird sparked with electricity. She swung and screamed at enough games. She activated a lightning charge. A bunch of lightning bolts began to hit the hero from the ceiling. Volan began to panic, but Melina was calm. Lightning struck the hero. The bird was surprised. The spirits appeared. They said that they would protect the master. A special squad of 5 elementals appeared. The bird asked why the spirits from the 25th floor were here, and on the human's side too. The spirit said that the master had given them a good thrashing. The stranger prepared his hand and asked if it was his turn. The 5 spirits turned into combat forms. He pointed at Volian and said that it was time. The ninja jumped. The rest of the Black Wind representatives appeared. The spirits began to fight the monsters. Melon scratched her head and said that a real mess was happening and it was cool to have such spirits. The stranger turned around in surprise. Melina looked at him. The brand of sorrow was activated. Melina ran forward. Her face was burning. She said that she would show the hero the strength of a soldier from Russia. Alice turned to the hero and asked if the hero needed help. He told the vampire to rest. He looked at the battle and said that everything was under his control now. But that was for now. Jin-hyuk fell silent, casting a long shadow. Night, a house, Unnai was being called inside and asked not to forget to take off her shoes. Yanghwa rubbed her nose as Teresa looked at her house in surprise. The girl said that it was technically her grandfather's house. Teeman waved to the girl and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Teresa turned around. She saw that the couple was watching a broadcast from America with the main character. They sat on the sofas. Teresa asked if they really knew the identity of the unknown person. Teeman said that they had known each other since the 2nd year of middle school, and by looking at his movements, they immediately knew it was him. Teeman frowned and said that the 8th floor was just a huge boring maze, but something had changed and the boss of the 9th floor was there now. Teresa came close to the TV. Yanghwa asked if it was too early. Teresa frowned. She looked at Melina and Woliang. She said that she had not seen these girls before. Volan swung his sword. He cut one orc after another. Ninjas appeared from the shadows. They cut the orcs into pieces. Melina said sarcastically that the guy was very strong and that they would definitely win. A huge lizard appeared. The bosses of the 9th floor, the Lizard King and Black Fang, appeared. The bird was glad that her comrades had arrived. The system said that the bone in the hands of the Lizard King forever destroys the enemy's weapon, and the Fang branch, soaked in pure blood, inflicts incurable wounds. Jin-hyuk frowned, seeing the unpleasant artifacts. The bird screamed at the bosses, asking why it was taking so long. The lizard said not to act like they were in charge. Fang said that it was very difficult to get the artifacts. The bird screamed and ordered to deal with the little man. The stranger looked at the monsters. Fang frowned and said that the bird was making a fuss over some buck. He jumped in with a pack of wolves and said that he would destroy the hero in the blink of an eye. The stranger opened a system window and addressed the ninja. The ninja ran forward with orders to protect the leader. The ninja began to fight the wolves. Fang frowned. He slammed the ninja into the ground with one blow. Blood began to flow through his mask. The monster was bored. He opened his mouth and said that he would eat everyone. Volian zigzagged towards the monster. He struck the wolf with his sword. He was serious. He appeared here and there, making cuts. Blood dripped onto the floor. The wolf was oozing blood. The ninja were saved. Volian brushed the blood off his sword. Fang called him a small-time Miram henchman. Melina fought the goblins. She hit several monsters at once. The hero called the girl. She screamed and said she was busy. The hero pointed to the mirror and said it was a countdown to her death. The system showed 4 hours and 2 minutes. He smiled and said that if the girl wanted to get out alive, then she should protect the mirror until this time was over. Melina smiled nervously. She began to wave her whip and said that she would do anything for the sake of life. A huge cobra made of mana rushed at the enemies. The unknown ran forward and used the dream mode. Wings appeared. The spirit jumped forward using the wind jump. The hero landed. The system reported that thanks to the help of the wind, the hero can move over long distances. He began to move very quickly across the battlefield. He ran towards the lizard, who screamed that he would kill him as soon as he landed. The dragon's wings flapped. The hero sat on the dragon's back and flew forward, leaving the lizard behind. The dragon looked at the hero and demanded that he quickly descend. The live broadcast paused at the moment the unknown landed. Youngwood jumped off the couch. She screamed that it all ended at the most interesting moment. They began to ask her not to break the TV. Rick was sitting in the library and working, complaining about how much work the hero had added to him. He used the projections of the tools. He cut out the moments of change from the unknown to Jinhak. He said that these were unknown conditions of cooperation. He remembered how Jinhak pointed at the dragon and said that she would give him his scales because no one else could get them. Rick leaned back in his chair and thought that he definitely could not miss this. He looked at the system message that higher beings could not invade the 8th floor. Rick mentally asked, why did the hero need a barrier? He did not understand his plans. He saw a red notification. A bunch of red notifications from the system appeared. He ran into the portal. Rick's office was empty. Someone entered it. A gloved hand reached for something. The unknown said that he did not even imagine that he would think everything through so much. The hand reached for the system message. The unknown person in the mask destroyed the message with a touch and said that he had also prepared. The system reported that the barrier had deactivated. The winged creatures attacked. The hero was flying on a dragon and ordered it to fly closer to his head. Jinhak swung 2 swords. He chopped off the heads of the creatures. The swords disappeared. He looked at a bunch of monsters and a girl bird. He asked, did she really bring monsters from the 9th floor? Daylight activated. A glowing sphere appeared. Jinhak began to pull the string of the elven bow and said that it was time to thin out the ranks of monsters. A magical red shot was activated. A huge red beam fell on the enemies. The bird covered itself with a wing covered in lightning. She clenched her teeth. Clouds of explosions of different colors swallowed the crowd of monsters. The bow disappeared. The hero said that he finally did it. He frowned, and the dragon was indignant. He looked at the bird and said that he was a little arrogant. The bird swung its electric wing, using a lightning discharge. The dragon began to dodge the projectiles. The bird screamed furiously and asked to get the hero already. The lizard and the fang fought. The monsters could not reach the unknown. They brought the military headquarters, but the enemy was not embarrassed in the least. The bird broke out in a cold sweat. She decided to cast aside doubts and take the heroes by numbers. Something surprised her. She watched as Melina protected the golden mirror. The system reported that the creation was complete. In front of the mirror lay a golden thread that merged with the mirror. Melina smiled, saying that she managed to survive. The system reported that the call of those who responded to the call of the thread user began. Large yellow portals opened. The lizard screamed, asking what was happening. He was surprised that the creatures from the tower answered the call of a man. The floor that answered the call is connected. A huge foot appeared. Caracal came out with the ice trolls. The stranger saluted and thanked him for coming. He promised the troll 3 months of pay. The chieftain smiled. The offer pleased him. The trolls blew their horns, and they rushed to attack. The monsters screamed in fear. A massive battle began. The lizard asked why the ice trolls cooperated with people. Caracal grabbed him by the throat. He slammed him to the ground. The lizard stuck out his tongue. Caracal swung his hammer and said that there was no warrior in the world who would not answer the call of his savior. The bird saw Caracal kill the lizard king. The black wind ninjas chopped the tusk into pieces. The bird watched the fight in fear, not understanding why everything had suddenly changed. The hero slowly approached her. He said that everyone was busy. Was she just going to watch? He approached the boss and offered to begin. The bird smiled and was covered in electricity. She asked if the hero really thought. She erupted with lightning and asked if the hero really thought he could defeat her alone. She activated the lightning armor. The hero activated the mandala. Now he could predict the trajectory of the enemy's attack. The bird attacked with lightning. The hero put up a shield of mana and the electricity was reflected. The bird realized that the guy had predicted her attacks and reflected them with his bare hands. The hero approached the bird in an instant and touched her stomach. He hung in front of her in the air. He looked at her through the mask and said that the fairy tale was over. The bird screamed and asked to let him say something. The hero's fist was covered in purple mana. He used the art of the black sky, and he hit the boss in the stomach. The bird bent over. Blood spurted from her mouth. Caracal watched their battle. Volian smiled. Fang shouted that they were retreating. Someone appeared behind the crowd. Melina fell to the ground, glad that it was over. The stranger turned to Volian. He said that the spirits would deal with the remaining enemies. They bowed to the hero and congratulated him on clearing the 8th floor. The system began to show notifications about leveling up. Jinhyuk was silent. Water and flames danced behind his back. He frowned, thinking that he had missed something. He turned to the body of the bird. Ona smiled, saying that having experienced his attacks, she realized that his level. The bird smiled, blood flowing from its mouth. It said that the hero's level was not even close to his. Jinhyuk was surprised. There was a flash. A red sphere appeared under the ceiling. The hero tensed up. The sphere filled the room. Everyone was covered in red light. The hero tensed up, thinking that he had prepared enough. Someone was hanging in the air in front of the hero. He appeared. The demon looked at the hero. An hour earlier, the city at the beginning of the 8th floor. The hero asked Melina to wait. He thought about it and said that he understood that they had discovered a double effect when invading another floor, but he looked at the girl menacingly and asked why she hadn't told him the reason why she had been sent to study him. The brand of sorrow activated. Melina began to throw herself from side to side, holding her face and screaming that it was all the higher-ups. They said that she could meet someone special if she followed here. The hero thought about it. His hand glowed blue. Now the hero was nervous. He thought that he had prepared enough, signing the contract with Rick. The demon looked at the hero silently. He flew up to him. He looked at the hero menacingly. He understood that he seemed to have met someone special. The demon had yellow and blue eyes. He addressed the hero. He pulled the mask off the hero's face and said that he was the one who interfered with his plans. The demon was surprised. He looked at the rings and said that it was not easy to maintain sanity in his world of images. Alice grabbed her head. He said that someone was trying hard to protect the hero. The demon smiled and said that her efforts were in vain and the hero's death was near. The hero could not activate the greedy look due to the difference in levels. The demon's hand was approaching his face. He asked to give him at least a drop of information. The system returned an error. Luck was activated. Green flash. The system reported that only part of the information was available to the hero. The hero was shocked. The demon smiled maliciously. The hero said the name of the demon. Hanging over him. The demon's name was Maekdros, who absorbs death. The demon was surprised. Jinhyuk smiled and said that he was waiting for him. He fell to the ground. The skill world of images was deactivated. The hero looked at the demon nervously. The demon pointed his hand at him and asked how he knew his real name. The system did not allow him to see most of the information except for his name and rank. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He thought that Alice passed out, resisting the barrier. He looked at the others. They were frozen, even Kaguma and the spirits. He looked at the demon and knew that the probability of him defeating this demon was laughable. 0%. Lemon glared at the hero and demanded an answer. The hero touched the ground. All he could do was. He bowed and said that he was a dark apostle serving Viriel, one of the demon kings called the Rotting Heart. The demon thought about it. The hero closed his eyes. He asked if he was familiar with the organization of demonic people who worship demons. He said that he cooperated with them to find the demon. He introduced the Demon King and said that as Masidros knew, the Demon King was not interested in the ranks of the Pandemonium. He only did what he pleased. He said that at first he wanted to become an apostle, but by serving the king, he learned a lot about himself. He smiled wickedly and said that he was quite an ambitious man. The demon asked again. Jinhyuk smiled again and said that he wanted to serve another king. The demon thought about it. He said that the information he had was correct. Besides, considering his dark energy, he really could be a dark apostle, but he pointed his finger at the hero. He activated the black bullet. A bloody sphere began to form near his finger. He asked if the hero was worth it. The hero remained silent. The demon said that he had to be valuable enough for him to turn a blind eye to interference in his plans. He frowned and demanded to prove his worth to him. Jinhyuk smiled and said no problem. He used the sacred abode of the sun. The demon was surprised. His world of images was covered by another. He looked ahead in surprise. He saw the bored ancient Egyptian god Osiris. His eyes lit up. Light began to pour out of his eyes. Rays of light struck from his temple. He could not understand who was using his skill. A solar flame appeared above the demon. He covered himself from the bright light, thinking that it was not perfect, but it was definitely the power of an Egyptian god. Jinhyuk bowed and asked how to demon. He looked at the demon angrily and said that he was able to touch even the realm of gods. The demon smiled. He said that the hero was really an interesting person. He deactivated the skill of the world of images. The red veil began to fall from everyone. Melina opened her eyes wide. Everyone began to feel themselves, asking what kind of strange feeling this was. Catherine and Jack lay unconscious with foam at the mouth. Valian closed his eyes, realizing that he was affected by a strong dark energy. He looked at the leader and thought since he was okay. Jin-Hyuk held a key in his hands. The demon offered him to take it. It was the key of divergence. Macrodos said that the hero would need it to break the contract with the demon. He folded his arms across his chest, smiled, and told him to find a crack in the tower and use this key to enter. He thought the hero could handle it just fine. He opened a black portal and said that he had met dark apostles before, but the hero was the most interesting and brave of them all. He smiled and said that he had no choice but to admit that Viriel had an eye for apostles. The hero squeezed the key, mentally surprised that the demon had met other apostles. He frowned, realizing that someone had managed to obtain this title. Alice asked if the contractor was okay. The hero mentally replied that he survived thanks to her. Alice held her forehead and said that it was a high-ranking demon with a high rank. Those who could use time stop can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The hero approached the crystal of power. Alice asked if everything would be okay after lying to the demon. Jin-Hyuk said that he had a plan. The system reported that the 8th floor was successfully cleared. The hero touched the crystal. Natasha from the 9th floor was defeated, which meant that the 9th floor was also successfully cleared. Volan bowed and congratulated him on capturing another floor. He asked what the hero planned to do next. The system began to increase the hero's levels. Jin-Hyuk turned around sullenly and said that he would complain. Meanwhile, in the Great Magic Library, Rick was adjusting his hat. He chuckled. Jin-Hyuk loomed over him menacingly and asked if they had a minute to talk. Rick said that he created the barrier that forbade higher beings from entering with his own hands. The men sat opposite. Rick said that while he was not here, a gap formed in it. Jin-Hyuk said that a hole appeared in the barrier that a mid-level manager had put up. He folded his arms and asked how the old man would justify his absence. He remained silent, but he said that Miram had suddenly invaded the empire that day, and he, as a manager, needed to be there. Jin-Hyuk was surprised. He thought about it, thinking that they should have weakened after confiscating the coins. He tried to understand how they. Rick stood up and said that this excuse would not help him break the contract with the hero. He adjusted his hat and said that as an apology. He waved his hand, took off his hat. It was covered in green light. Rick said that he would allow the hero to buy it. One of his items. They walked through the storage room. Rick said that the items here were very rare. He smiled and said that even the opportunity to buy them was already a very generous reward. Jin-Hyuk was confused. He thought that the old man was trying to sell him something. He pointed his hand to the side and said that the currency for the purchase. He summoned the little dragon and asked if its scale would do. He pointed to the glitter of the scale. Steam came out of the old man's nostrils. Jin-Hyuk hugged the dragon and said that he wanted to exchange one scale for a cracked compass. A scale and a cracked compass. Rick activated deep breath. He put his hand on his belt and said that the ancient one had not yet grown up, so one scale would not be enough. He spread his hands and said that the cracked compass was very unique. He asked how he would live if he sold it at such a low price. The bargaining skill was activated. He leaned over to the hero and said that he had an idea. For 10 scales, the hero could get the compass and rent the ancient species for a week. He was literally going into the minus, so he said that this could be considered a gift. He stood up with a discount hammer. The hero thought that the old man was known for his ability to bargain for anything and everything. He smiled. The old man was surprised when the hero said he didn't need it. Jin-Hyuk carried the dragon away. Rick asked after him, didn't the hero need the compass? Jin-Hyuk hugged the dragon and said that he wanted to solve everything in a good way, but he had set a high price. He thought it would be easier to talk to Hastings. Rick bit his tongue. The hero said that he knew that breaking a contract with managers was a serious crime. The hero and the dragon smiled slyly. The guy said that first a mid-level manager, now a mid-level one. He was sure that the top manager would be delighted. Rick screamed in horror and asked the hero to stop. He raised his finger and said that he would give the compass for just one scale. Jin-Hyuk rolled up his sleeves. He approached the dragon and said that he would take just one scale and would only pinch it a little. The little dragon began to cry and be indignant. Jin-Hyuk and Rick froze. The hero asked not to make such a face. Kaguma looked at the hero pitifully and moaned. The old man and the boy were lit up with cuteness. The old man asked to bring the payment later, which pleased the dragon. The hero picked up the compass of cracks, which pointed to the breaches in the tower. He smiled. The old man sat down at a chair. He asked to keep everything a secret from Hastings. The boy stopped and said that he had one last request. He smiled and said that the manager of the lower floors, Carmen, continues to interfere in the affairs of the tower and he hopes that he will soon receive an appropriate punishment. Rick adjusted his hat and asked not to worry about him anymore. He clenched his fist and said that he will make sure that the hero never sees him again. A statue of a praying girl, Carmen asked for mercy. He trembled with fear and said that he made a mistake. He knelt and said that if he was released, he would definitely fix everything. He asked for mercy. The stranger stirred tea and said that he made a mistake. The stranger said, looking at the shorty, that he had combined the 8th and 9th floors so that he would not fail, and even a high-ranking one had given his support. Sweat was pouring down Carmen's face. The stranger said that he had taken risks, and he was calling his failure a mistake. The stranger pointed a glowing spoon at the boy and said that he was pathetic. The tentacles grabbed the boy. He was crying and begging for another chance. Hastings looked at him angrily. They asked for mercy, but he only grinned. He stood up and asked why there were only idiots around him. He looked at the statue and asked the ancients not to worry too much. The statue smiled a fanged smile. Hastings said that he would not let anyone reach the sanctuary. The next day, a video was published in the Hall of Fame. The system reported that it was edited by the manager. Everyone praised the fight of the stranger with the bosses of the 8th and 9th floors. The more the popularity of the unknown grew, the more clear questions appeared. Who will win, the unknown or Jin Hyuk? There were active debates. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Defiled, Jin Hyuk stood at the huge door. He looked at his stats. He smiled, seeing that he had raised 7 levels at once. Someone came up from behind. He looked at the dissatisfied Alice and asked, did it really not work? Alice was holding Portwaite's necklace in her hands. She said that everything worked, but he was not listening and apparently did not like something. 15 minutes ago, corpses were lying all over the hall. Alice activated the bloody path. Her loyal servant. She called him to awaken. The vampire jumped up. He looked at Alice. She looked at him and said that she was glad to meet him. The vampire's name was Velis. She smiled and asked if he would serve her again. Velis was confused. He bowed to her with a smile in agreement. Alice looked around the bloody hall. Velis said he would serve her for the rest of his days. Velis was screaming that he didn't understand how Alice could sign a contract with such a fool. The necklace was fluttering. He was asking to kill him again. Jin Hyuk looked away. Meanwhile in the city, Alice looked out from behind the door. She said that he again. Velis was screaming. The hero angrily twisted the necklace from side to side. Velis hit his head on the floor. Alice went to the necklace and asked not to worry because the hero was better than he thought. Jin Hyuk looked at the message. He went out the door and said that he would be gone for a while. He asked to take up the training of a vampire. Life was in full swing. It was a sunny day. The hero was walking in a hoodie. He sat down on a bench next to Penheimer. He closed his eyes, saying that since he came here, the Empire had more than enough coins. Penheimer was sitting there wearing a Hawaiian shirt and glasses. He said that the world outside the tower was amazing. He asked if he fit in here. Jin Hyuk said that he needed more practice, otherwise he looked like a tourist. They went to a cafe. The hero was eating ice cream and asked what the man just said. Penheimer was enjoying his food. The hero asked, did the Sky Steed finish his training? The big guy said that he was seen during the invasion on the 24th floor. The hero frowned. He thought about how Miriam's strongest figure had started moving and it was causing trouble. He opened his eyes, thinking that it was too early. He should have come out after they cleared the middle floors. Did the religious part of Miriam decide to join forces with the Sky Steed to win the war? The guy looked at the big guy and asked if he really came here to ask him to get rid of the Sky Steed. Penheimer said that the Miriam invasion was their problem. He said that such a request would be over the top. The hero frowned. Penheimer said that their defense system was completely destroyed during the last invasion. They looked into the matter and found that it was one of their people. The hero asked if there was a spy in the Empire. He took another ice cream. The man said that they only asked the hero one thing, namely to find this spy. He finished his ice cream and said that if the hero found this spy, then the Empire would support the hero and provide the shortest routes to the upper floors. He turned and walked away. He said that he would contact the hero when they started hunting rats. He turned around, his glasses reflecting the sunset. He said that there was one more thing. He stood half-turned and said that according to their scouts, the Miriam were planning something big again and he should prepare. The hero walked down the street, thinking about the invasion of the Greater Demon, the return of the Heavenly Steed, and the war on the middle floors. He looked at his reflection. He thought about how the scenario of the tower that he knew was changing. Everything was happening much earlier. He looked ahead and asked himself if he could continue to cope with these events. The glass cracked. It shattered in front of the hero. People were scared and began to cover themselves. The hero walked towards the building, thinking that he needed to unwind. The system reported that the hero had entered the first floor of the test tower. The hero was standing in an amusement park. Alice looked back and asked if there was even such a thing on the first floor. The hero said that few people knew about this place. Velis blocked the girl's path and asked her to follow him so that he could cover her. He was serious, thinking that in this life he would definitely protect Alice. The hero looked at the unexpected guest. It was an embarrassed Teresa. She smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hero didn't understand why the girl was embarrassed. Teresa's face sank. She knew that he would not be alone, although she was hoping for a date. Jin Hyuk hugged the girl and asked why she was embarrassed. Was she ashamed that she did not join her faction? He pointed his finger forward and offered to take a look. Yusung approached the heroes. Jin-hyuk said that even the stalker came. Yusung frowned and asked if they were really going to train here. Jin-hyuk clapped and offered to begin. A system notification appeared. The hardcore amusement park event was activated. From now on and until the end of the event, the use of skills and items will be limited. A plush rabbit landed in front of the heroes from a great height. He waved his hands and said welcome to the park. He called himself Ravi and said that he would be the guy's guide. Everyone looked at this creature in surprise. Ravi said that this event has only one goal, to survive and escape from this hell. The rabbit looked at the heroes with a gloomy look. He said that it will not be easy, because they cannot use their skills and items. The rabbit's face became more and more terrible. He said that terribly strong monsters will pursue the heroes. The system reported that a hellish amusement park was opening. A horror raccoon jumped out at the heroes. Alice shrank in fear. She hit the raccoon, calling it disgusting. Ravi looked at the vampire in shock. Everyone was tearing the animatronics apart. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that they just became too strong. He asked to think of it as a vacation. The rabbit looked at the chaos and asked everyone to stop. He watched as the heroes destroyed the amusement park with a smile. Ravi began to cry and began to ask to stop. Meanwhile, on the 24th floor of the test tower in the Empire, people were standing under a torn flag. Jinho smiled and said that it was a good job. He looked at the corpses of the Imperials and said that his friend had destroyed one of the Imperial orders that they were so proud of. He said that it was high time to accept him into their ranks. Gunchong looked at the corpses menacingly. He thought about the powers he had gained with the help of Murim. He thought that the world outside the tower was just a sandbox for children. Jinho said that Gunchong could safely leave the tower. If he could get rid of Jin-hyuk, then their work would be even easier. Gunchong looked at the corpses and said that he could handle it himself. Gunchong turned around and said that he had too many strong partners. He said that if he tried to kill him, they would risk their lives to protect him. Jinho thought about it and said that they should deal with them first. He asked who was the biggest threat. Gunchong said that it was. He thought about Teresa, who was now having fun destroying robots. Jinho smiled and recognized the girl who was protected by the entire empire. He said that this would be a great opportunity for them. The team of heroes frolicked against the backdrop of explosions. Teresa looked at the hero with a smile and left. At this time in Amsterdam, the girl looked at Teresa and summed up that they went to the park not just the two of them, but as a group. Teresa smiled and said that it was still fun. She remembered how they destroyed robots together and said that thanks to the destruction of that park, she was able to get rid of all her worries. The girl thought that her friend was talking about the events in Beijing. She leaned forward sarcastically and said that due to frequent meetings with the hero, she herself became too similar to her. Teresa began to deny everything. She smiled and said that after the last walk, she realized something about the main character. She said that he seems like a wayward and selfish person, but there are a lot of wonderful people around him. Teresa remembered the hero and said that she understood why. From the moment they first met, he was always full of confidence. She remembered how they sat in ambush. She said that the hero always knew what to do and never hesitated. She remembered how he laughed and how she was surprised. She said that the time spent with him was filled with joy. Teresa smiled. She looked away, embarrassed, and said that she finally understood that now he could not devote as much time to her as before. Maria looked at her friend with a smile and thought that anyone would start to be jealous, and she was just upset. She called the girl a nice child. She leaned even closer and asked him to introduce her. Teresa looked away. The sky was red. An earthquake began. Maria tried to understand what was happening. Teresa looked at the sky and realized that it was not an earthquake. Teresa found herself on the roof in a few jumps. She was floating in the air. What she saw horrified her. She couldn't believe it. At that time, construction was underway on the 5th test floor. Andrea was training. She was training with the hero. He was giving her advice and easily dodging her attacks. He advised her to watch the enemy's legs and add fake attacks. He caught the blade with 2 fingers and said that now the upper floors of the tower are open. He asked if the annoying players have decreased. Andrea laughed and said that sometimes strong rankers come, but it is not a problem. Her hands glowed with mana. She threw 2 waves at the hero and said that she has become stronger too. She activated the punishment strike. The hero easily dodged her attack. The girl drooped while the hero giggled. He looked at the sad girl and thought that she had grown a lot, and when they first met, she was just a small crying girl. He looked at the construction of the 5th floor, saying that it had changed greatly and soon the local population would become part of his army. Andrea looked at the hero with a sad face. He said that she had a long way to go and suggested that she get up, because nothing would change if she sat still. Alice and Balooz looked at the girl with displeasure. The vampire said that she had not taught her such things. Alice began to scold Andrea. The hero smiled and noted that they got along well, and under Alice's supervision Andrea would become much stronger. Alice was also telling Balooz something, who was gradually getting used to it. The hero saw an incoming request for a video call from Sanjin. He looked at the man with the scar and said that they had not contacted for a long time and asked what happened. Sanjin shouted that it was urgent. He said that he needed to come to the association. Jin Hyuk frowned and asked what was there. Sanjin was nervous. He said that right now in Europe, there is a massive breakthrough. Skeletons and monsters were coming out of portals. Lots of portals were opening in cities and monsters were causing mayhem. At least 60 gates were opened and their number will only increase. The chairman said that this is the biggest breakthrough since the tower appeared. He started listing the countries where this happened. He said that gates were appearing all over Europe at the same time. Monsters were running to attack. The army was firing. The bullets were just ricocheting off the monsters. The man said that he was not sure that the defensive front would last long. Flame strike activated. Monsters were covered in fire. The soldiers looked at the flames in surprise. Maria used a magic circle. She said that there was no point in the soldiers' attacks. She put on a suit and said that the soldiers should help evacuate the residents. Teresa also put on armor. She fought the monsters. Teresa said that it was time to begin. Maria cast a fireball. She put her hands out and the entire square was filled with fire. The girls were smiling. Teresa definitely felt guilty about the events in Beijing. Maria watched the girl help evacuate people. She smiled and thought that she was really amazing. A strange voice sounded in her head. It said that her skills were good for a human. Maria's eyes widened. A huge bone hand grabbed her. A huge stream of mana absorbed her. The bone face glowed menacingly in the darkness. Maria turned around. Spears were flying at her. She was pierced through. A powerful beam pierced the building through. Teresa turned around and began to call out to her friend. A huge monster in armor appeared behind her. He swung and struck. The entire square was covered in smoke and dust. Teresa threw off the debris. Someone noticed that, as they said, she was strong. The monster said that he was looking for her. A huge skeleton in armor called the girl's name. It was the Great Death Knight. Teresa nervously clenched her teeth. The events take us to Germany, where the undead were attacking everyone. Someone attacked all the monsters in an instant. The twins landed, saying that they hated the feeling of killing the undead. Casey threw back her spear and said that she already missed the days when she and Jin Hyuk were together. Judilo glanced at the monsters, saying that Europe had come to an end, but the puzzled sister did not hear him. The twins sadly answered the call, but a moment later they were glad to learn the identity of the caller. It was Jin Hyuk walking around the city. Becoming serious, the protagonist asked where they had been. The joyful twins answered him, saying that they were now in Germany and there was a strong breakthrough of monsters. Entering the office, the protagonist told them to listen to him carefully because he had a favor to ask of them. Without stopping to fight for the phone, Judilo asked what request he had. Soon, the voices of the twins agreed to it were heard in the alley. The events take us to the headquarters of the Awakened Association. The leader of the association looked at the map and said that 3 hours had passed since the breakthrough in Europe. There were already 40,000 victims, and communication with Europe through the system had become impossible. The large guilds of the continent were busy defending against monsters, but without additional support, Europe would be destroyed. A very tense man said that once Europe was destroyed, they would be next. Looking at the many hunters, he announced an emergency meeting. 3 representatives of the association bowed, expressing their hope, asking the Awakened to help. All the strongest Awakened tensed up after hearing this. Jin Hyuk frowned. He lowered his gaze and thought. The events take us to the past. Andrea smiled, asking how Teresa was doing, and then asked to tell her that she was bored. Stroking the girl's head, Jin Hyuk said that he would definitely tell her this. Happy about this, Andrea went home. Alice closed her eyes, saying that since Europe was already in such chaos, Teresa definitely did not stand aside. Looking at Andrea's trace, the protagonist said that in order to become stronger, Andrea needs to train hard, and bad news will distract her and lead to worse results. Looking at the protagonist, Alice asked if she should stay aside since the breakthrough was happening outside the tower. Despite her, Jin Hyuk told her not to interfere because this situation could not be resolved with her efforts. But a moment later, he smiled, asking her to stay and look after Andrea. Alice smiled hearing him. Turning to the protagonist, the vampire said to rely on her and come back alive. Events return us to the present, to the protagonist standing in the crowd. He clutched his phone, very worried. At this time, most of the buildings in Amsterdam were damaged. Maria, having lost the fight, was lying on the ground. Teresa and the Death Knight continued to clash blades. The undead swung her sword to strike. A moment later, Teresa jumped, dodging the enemy's sword. The system announced the activation of the Divine Blade. Many swords of light began to appear near Teresa. They fell on the knight, but were unable to penetrate the defense. Teresa was shocked because the holy power only scratched the undead. The Death Knight was angry, looking at his opponent. He swung his sword, deciding to take advantage of the enemy's vulnerability. Teresa became nervous, realizing that she could not dodge. The huge sword was already descending on her. The knight's blow created a powerful explosion. The undead stood motionless, trying to find Teresa. While the smoke cleared, the knight expressed his surprise. Looking at the defeated Teresa, whose armor crumbled, the knight said that she had held out for quite a long time, although paladins were always problematic. The knight turned around, asking his master's opinion. Veyrodom, whose body was enveloped in dark mana, did not answer. He only looked at the paladin arrogantly. The Lick, bending over the girl, thoughtfully said that he understood why the people of Miram wanted to get rid of her. It turned out that it was all because of the sacred power in the girl's chest, which was pure and strong. Approaching Teresa, the Lick was able to see another interesting energy. He straightened up abruptly, surprising the knight, saying that they would take her and he would carry her. The knight asked him if he wanted to break his promise. Looking at the sky, the Lick said that he had found something more valuable than death, after which he ordered Maria to be taken as well. At this time, Casey was filming everything on her phone. Judilo asked his sister if they could handle such strong opponents. Smiling madly, the girl called her brother a fool because they should not even think about fighting. She sent a photo to the protagonist. Jinhyuk's phone vibrated. Looking at the screen, the protagonist learned about Teresa's capture. A moment later, he became furious when he read that Casey and her brother would not be able to handle it. At this time, Hwangbo landed gently on the ground. The four siblings arrived in Amsterdam. Looking at the skeletons, Danso expressed her disgust. She involuntarily shuddered when she saw a skeleton pierce a person. Gunhyun and Danso irritatedly asked Hwangbo why Miram entrusted such a job to the skeletons, because they could handle it themselves. Hwangbo frowned when he heard a female voice. Standing on a hill, the girl said that it was because of their failure on the 4th floor. Hwangbo was surprised to learn the identity of the girl. The girl in the luxurious dress was the master of Miram, who was the first of her contemporaries to achieve perfection. Solon glanced at Hwangbo as she greeted him. Looking at him sadly, she said that a warrior is only valuable when he follows orders, not when he questions them. Gunhen and Danso were frightened by the girl's words, while the two older brothers simply closed their eyes. Veyrodom came and asked if everyone was here. Smiling, the Lick welcomed everyone to the new land of the dead. Pointing to the skeletons in uniform, Veyrodom asked if this place was not amazing, since there were too many warriors among such weak people. Veyrodom was happy, saying that there was such an abundance of the dead that he could bring back to life. Looking at the Lick, Solon ordered him to stop, since they were here to make sure that his promise was fulfilled. Falling into a stupor, the Lick told Solon that she did not like romance. Then he raised the shield of Teresa. Veyrodom smiled terribly and said that the pathetic paladin was no match for him. Gunchen and Danso were very happy, taking the shield. They were glad of Teresa's death. Gunhyun, Danso, and Veyrodom began to rejoice at the girl's death. Solon looked at them thoughtfully. At the same time, many helicopters were approaching Amsterdam. Inside the cockpit, the manager reported the imminent entry into Amsterdam's airspace, but all the gates leading to Europe were captured by the enemy. Standing next to the protagonist, T-Chun said that once they landed, there would be nowhere to retreat. Then he asked if he was satisfied with the squad. Jinhyuk lowered his gaze without saying anything. He closed his eyes. His lips stretched into a smile when he said that he was quite satisfied with the squad. Jinhyuk and Yeonhwa smiled, saying that the four of them would be enough. Yeonhwa made T-Men nervous, saying that they had already been in such situations. Grinning, the protagonist asked Yusung what happened to him. He even decided to ask to join the squad himself. Yusung closed his eyes, telling the protagonist to shut up since he was just doing whatever he wanted. Looking at the tablet, T-Chun asked Jinhyuk if there were any more orders. The protagonist said that the boss was a strong Lick, Veyrodom. A moment later, he extended his finger, saying that as long as Veyrodom had a supply of corpses, his army would not run out. Pointing to the map, he ordered to block the rest of the gates so that he would not be killed by Veyrodom and more civilians, and they would calmly fight him. After accepting the order, T-Chun said that rankers from all over the world were arriving in Europe by both air and land routes. They would try to help them. T-Chun smiled, wishing good luck to the protagonist. Jinhyuk chuckled upon hearing him. Suddenly, the pilot exclaimed in alarm. Many demons were approaching him through the air. Looking at the nearest demon, the pilot announced the approach of enemies. T-Man immediately activated the Machine King, which the system announced and said that he would deal with them. 5 drones immediately began firing, and the system announced the activation of a magic shot. Having hit the target, the magic bullets exploded. T-Man worriedly announced the possibility of a collision due to the huge number of enemies. Jinhyuk began to stand up, turning to Yusung. He pressed the hatch button, telling Yusung to look at him carefully. Yusung was surprised when the helicopter hatch opened. Jinhyuk jumped out of the helicopter. Pointing at Yusung and smiling, the protagonist told him to watch how real masters deal with such situations. Yusung was shocked by what he saw. He screamed, watching Jinhyuk fall. The protagonist created 2 magic circles, and the system immediately announced the activation of the barrier enhancement and increased range of vision skills. As the protagonist's mana began to concentrate, the system announced the activation of ice creation. The demons screamed in fear as they saw the bright light. The 1,000-year ice prison was activated, turning the demons into ice. Jinhyuk closed his eyes, calling for Sylphid. The spirit of the wind instantly appeared next to him. She entered battle mode, picking up her master. While Taemin and Yanghwa were rejoicing, Yusung was very angry. At the same time, Waradam felt some kind of pressure. He turned around, wondering who had come this time. Looking at the sky, the Lick was surprised that someone had rethought the magic formula, increasing its power. Thinking about it, the Lick realized that a very talented mage had come to him. Jinhyuk, who was riding on horseback, assumed that the Lick's thoughts were exactly like that. The protagonist turned his head, noticing the gate and realizing what Waradam's next move would be. A huge skeleton leg came out of the portal. Soon the bone dragon came out of him completely. His pupil flashed, after which the system notified about the activation of the split gaze. Waradam was very happy, setting up surveillance on the enemies, wishing them death. The bone dragon roared sharply, creating a gust of wind. The system notified that he was using fear. Because of him, the helicopters deviated from their route. Yanghwa, Taemin, and Yusung felt an invisible pressure. Yusung began to curse because of this. A moment later, he exclaimed, no longer angry. He saw Jinhyuk grinning, taking Kaguma in his arms, telling him to show the power of the strongest. Kaguma roared, and the system immediately notified about the activation of fear. A second later, the system notified about the cancellation of the skill of a lower being by a higher one. 2 gusts of wind collided in the air and dissipated. The system notified about the disappearance of the bone dragon's fear skill. Waradam was horrified upon recognizing the dragon. At the same time, Kaguma was rejoicing at his achievement. The bone skeleton bowed its head due to Kaguma's skill. Even its legs buckled due to it. The dragon shook its head, denying what it saw. Waradam was shocked, not understanding how a human tamed an ancient dragon. Looking at him again through the bone dragon, the Lick wondered if this guy was the one Miram warned him about. Jinhyuk, riding on top of Kaguma, frowned. Suddenly, Yusung began to run out of the helicopter. Angrily, he jumped out of it. He gritted his teeth in anger. Yusung landed on Sylphid. Grinning, the protagonist told Yusung that he was like on an amusement ride. Yusung shouted, saying that if he could do it, then he could too. Yusung then looked at the enemies, realizing that even though he said that, fighting in the air was problematic for him. Jinhyuk shouted for his remaining comrades to leave and leave the enemy to them. Yanghwa and Taemin accepted the order. The bone dragon began to form wings. A moment later, it flapped them and rose into the air. Roaring loudly, it rushed towards the enemies. As the dragon flew towards them, Yusung asked if the 2 of them would be enough to win. The protagonist answered him by saying that they would manage, but they should not waste much mana since they still had to fight the Waradam. Rushing towards the enemy, Jinhyuk said that they would first capture the enemy's attention. Yusung and Jinhyuk flew past the bone dragon, striking it. The bone dragon glanced at the helicopters in the sky, but then it looked angrily at those who had injured it. Jinhyuk smiled widely as the dragon followed them. The events take us to the Amsterdam Palace, near which a crowd of undead has gathered. The system notified about the activation of the division to all, after which it notified the twins that the better they understood each other, the more areas there were that they could share. Casey became sad, asking her brother what he wanted from her. Judilo was frightened by the skeleton looking at him, asking why he was staring at him like that. His sister answered him by telling him not to pay attention, because he did not understand anyway. A moment later, the skeleton turned away and Judilo calmed down. At the same time, Teresa was unconscious. She was bound in magical chains in the square. Casey thought, looking at Teresa in the night, although she and her brother found the paladin, she was bound with some chains. The Death Knight was also standing nearby, creating an obstacle. When the knight turned his head, Judilo became worried. Casey tried to calm him down. The knight suddenly jumped forward, causing Judilo to tell Casey that he was coming here, and she asked him not to be dramatic. Casey, closing her eyes, said that now they just looked like beautiful corpses. But a moment later, she was puzzled when the knight began to approach them. The knight swung his sword, saying that they had spies. The twins dodged the blow and happily ran away. At the same time, the bone dragon continued to pursue the protagonist and Yusung. Yusung sent a wave of mana at the dragon with a swing of his sword. The system notified him of the activation of the aura blade. The dragon opened its mouth, destroying Yusung's attack. The protagonist looked at Yusung with disdain, reminding him of the mana economy, who got angry, asking how he was going to catch the dragon then. Jinhyuk closed his eyes, saying that it was because Yusung only thought about the fight. He was so weak. Yusung was confused when the protagonist said that they just needed to time it right. Jinhyuk suddenly started flying upwards, telling Yusung to follow him. The bone dragon followed the 2 boys. Jinhyuk chuckled, telling Yusung that they should enter the portal that the dragon came out of. He then pointed to the portal itself. Yusung and Jinhyuk rushed towards the portal. Yusung frowned in understanding, assuming that the protagonist wanted to kill the dragon by slamming it into the ground. Soon, they were already at the portal. As they flew into it, the bone dragon roared. The dragon was stuck, unable to fit through. It roared angrily in displeasure. The system announced the activation of a 2-star spell acceleration barrier. The protagonist created a magic circle on his palm. The portal began to shrink while the system announced a 200% increase in spell casting speed. The dragon's head separated from its body due to the portal closing. Jinhyuk chuckled as the system notified him of his level up. Kaguma licked his lips as he looked at the corpse. Yusung watched in shock as Kaguma began to devour the dragon's head while Jinhyuk applauded him for doing so. Yusung smiled awkwardly as he finally understood the protagonist's plan. Looking at the empty streets, Jinhyuk said that they had gotten behind enemy lines. Looking at the streets, Jinhyuk was a little disappointed that they still had to walk to the Amsterdam Palace. Yusung and Jinhyuk turned around abruptly. Behind them stood a surprised Lick praising them for their ingenuity. Where Autumn smiled, saying that looking at them made him remember the days when he was a human. The system notified the activation of the aura blade. A moment later, Yusung struck the Lick's face. Standing in front of him, he told him to die and stop talking. But then he frowned. While healing, Where Autumn got angry, saying that modern people really have lost their sense of romance. Where Autumn grabbed his crown in frustration, while the protagonist looked at the system window with a full list of his characteristics and description. Then a system window appeared with a detailed description of the life of the Lick, who was previously a great mage who conquered the tower. The system notified Jinhyuk of the copying condition, which was to make Where Autumn experience the bitterness of life. While his pupils were shining brightly, Jinhyuk said that physical attacks did not work on him because his body was an illusion. Yusung pursed his lips, realizing that only magical attacks could cause damage. Where Autumn was wary, trying to figure out how Jinhyuk knew about his body. Suddenly, the Lick screamed in fear, calling himself weak and asking his friends to come out. Yusung and Jinhyuk nervously looked into the distance. A moment later, they saw 5 of Miriam's fighters. Solon landed gracefully. She looked at the enemies with disdain. Her pupils glowed as she looked at the boys. The events take us to France. Jinho pressed the hatch button. Smiling, he was a little surprised that Yoonseok was going into battle, although he had only been with girls before. Yoonseok smiled, looking at Jinho. Remembering Caracal, Yoonseok said that he finally decided to calm down. Jinho smiled, happy about this. Soon, the two of them jumped out of the helicopter and landed in the middle of the street filled with skeletons. Jinho grinned, starting to transform. He suddenly began to roar, and the system notified about the activation of the roar of a wild beast. Then the system notified that all enemies within the radius of the skill will attack the user, and for 30 seconds, the defense will be increased by 30%. Jinho and Yoonseok began to fight fiercely. At the same time, humanity began a counterattack. Players were urgently sent to different parts of Europe to protect places, albeit foreign to them, to defeat the invaders threatening all of humanity. Even Yoonseok fought against them, but the skeletons did not decrease. Where Autumn began to get angry, starting the battle in full force. The events return us to Amsterdam, to the protagonist standing in front of his enemies. Where Autumn began to disperse his body, saying that he was leaving. Gunhyun grinned, looking at the opponents. Pointing at Yusung, he gloatedly asked if he was the one he defeated on the 4th floor. Yusung frowned, barely containing his anger. Suddenly, the protagonist intervened with a grin, calling Gunhyun and his brothers cowards whom he had defeated last time. Then Jinhyuk parodied an angry Gunhyun. Gunhyun and Danso became embarrassed, starting to shout that it was wrong and that it was Jinhyuk who was a coward, since he had brought a huge weed to help. Jinhyuk smiled, calling the situation funny. Gunhyun and Danso became awkward when the protagonist asked them what they had done wrong, that they had even been assigned guards. At this time, the protagonist looked at the full description of Solon's characteristics. The system notified about the skill copying condition, saying that the girl's pride in her skills was excessive. Solon thought about it while Jinhyuk read the copying condition, which was to make Solon use her skills and hold out for 5 minutes. Jinhyuk remembered Penheimer telling him that according to their spy, Miriam was planning something big again. Jinhyuk stopped smiling, realizing that the enemies were serious since even Solon came. Suddenly, Yusung came out in front of him, saying that he would deal with them himself and he had to go after Where Autumn. Yusung slightly bowed his head, telling the protagonist that he was better than him in magic. Jinhyuk glanced at his comrade, asking if he was confident that he could handle so many enemies. Hearing him, Yusung bared his teeth. He rushed into battle, shouting for the protagonist to go. Jinhyuk ran away, wishing him luck. Gunhyun saw this and suddenly shouted, asking where Jinhyuk dared to go. But a moment later, he exclaimed in shock. Yusung's sword was approaching at great speed. He barely managed to reflect his blade with his own. Yusung sharply turned his leg. Turning around, he kicked Gunhyun, sending him flying back. Huangbo caught his brother who flew away. Standing in the way, Yusung told them not to even think about following Jinhyo because only he was allowed to do so. He then held his blade in front of him. Yusung screamed sharply using various skills. The system notified about the activation of desperate determination. Then it notified about the attack power, which increased by 20%, due to which the defense decreased by 10%. Gunhyung and Huangbo looked at Solon with displeasure, who ordered them to attack. Obeying her, all four of them jumped, deciding to attack Yusung. Furious, Yusung walked past the enemies, attacking each one. Solon watched the fight, thinking about Yusung. She smiled faintly, realizing that Yusung was determined. At this time, the undead were walking along the streets of Amsterdam. Jinhyung ran at great speed. He formed fire in his palm, deciding to destroy all the skeletons. The system notified about the activation of the fire element. A moment later, flames and an explosion filled the street. The unharmed protagonist ran out of the smoke. He looked around, trying to find a direction. Jinhyuk looked in the direction where the concentration of dark energy was growing. He pushed off the walls, hurrying towards Teresa. He landed on the edge of the roof, but pushing off from her, he completely destroyed the concrete. He jumped from roof to roof, trying to arrive before the girl was infected. At this time, Teresa was suffering greatly, experiencing terrible pain. Her chest was shining brightly while the dark energy was trying to invade her soul. Autumn, who had enveloped himself in dark energy, praised Teresa for his endurance. Touching the formed spell, the Lick asked Teresa if she could not make him wait. Having approached, the Lick began to get irritated because of the arriving people. Autumn again began to envelop himself in mana, telling Teresa that it was high time for her to give up. Teresa gritted her teeth, enduring the hellish pain. The Lick got angry and yelled at the Death Knight, distracting him. Slightly leaning over, the Knight said that they had lost 2 spies. Autumn stopped being angry upon hearing this. He dispelled the spell, saying that they had found it. Forming an artifact, the Lick told the Knight to take it and use it in battle with the guest. The system announced that it was a magical relic, a black buffalo bone. The Knight took the relic, listening to the Master's order, telling him to gather soldiers and strengthen the barrier. While Teresa was trying to catch her breath, the Lick ordered to bring Maria. She was abruptly shocked upon hearing this. The girl raised her head, looking at the Lick. Autumn looked back at her. His pupils flashed, after which he said that everyone has weaknesses. Teresa, hearing him, was horrified. At this time, Yusung was fighting off attacks from 4 warriors. Gunhyun and Huangbo swung their weapons, both irritated. They struck at the same time, forcing Yusung to try to block. Yusung's tensai flared and glowed with mana. The system announced the activation of the soul-chasing Kai sword. Yusung used the Kai sword art to push all of his enemies away from him. Gunhyun was surprised to see that Yusung had become twice as strong since their last encounter. Solon attacked, saying that it was surprising that an outsider knew this technique. She smiled when Yusung was able to parry her attack. They clashed blades a couple of times, and the girl became more and more amazed by Yusung. Solon smiled wildly, asking Yusung if he wanted to perfect the technique. The tense Yusung did not respond. He jumped back. Yusung stood in front of the girl, asking what she was talking about. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl asked Yusung if he would go with her to Murim to feel the connection with his sword even more. Solon looked at the guy haughtily and asked if he wanted to become stronger or meet the creator of the Kai technique. Yusung tensed up when he heard her words. Yusung thought about becoming stronger while facing his opponents. He smiled while thinking about it. Yusung took a stance and said that no matter how advantageous it was, he couldn't stop Jinhyuk from saving the saint. While Gunhyun was angry, Yusung started to like Solon more and more. At the same time, an explosion occurred in the square. Jinhyuk was very tense while fighting with the enemies. He rushed straight at the Death Knight in the crowd of skeletons. The Death Knight put the artifact in front of him. The system notified about the activation of the black buffalo bone. The symbol of the beast appeared in the air. The protagonist felt pressure. The ground beneath him completely caved in, creating a crater. He gritted his teeth, realizing that it was all because of the artifact. But after a moment, he looked up at the sky in surprise. 2 helicopters flew over them and someone was descending towards them. Yeonho was approaching at high speed, her leg raised to strike. Her kick slammed the knight into the ground. The knight stood up abruptly, looking at the artifact in his hand. Everything around the protagonist began to hum, the system notifying about the cancellation of the gravity field. Jinhyuk smiled, praising the girl. The knight stood with his head bowed, angry at them. He spun around, swinging his blade. Yeonho managed to kick him and retreat. She jumped back as soon as he swung his sword. Suddenly, a lion symbol appeared on the artifact. The system notified about the activation of the black buffalo bone. A huge lion made of flame rushed straight at Yeonhwa. The girl was scared, saying that even for her, this was too much. Suddenly, the tank fell right on the lion, and the system only notified about the activation of the King of Machines. Teemin glanced at the girl with a smirk, asking if this was her first fight. Yeonhwa smiled, not responding to his taunt. Jin-Huk ran away as soon as Yeonhwa told him to run and leave the knights to them. Jin-Huk exclaimed as he ran. All the dead people seemed to be standing in his way on purpose. The lick's eye socket flashed brightly. Jin-Huk gritted his teeth, understanding the lick. The boy screamed, asking to come out and help him, and in return he would do what they wanted. The twins' masks fell to the ground. The joyful brother and sister asked Jin-Huk to swear that he would fulfill his promise. The twins grabbed each other by the hands. They spun each other around in the crowd, killing many enemies with their spears. They only glanced after the protagonist, asking him to take care of himself. Where Autumn looked at Teresa arrogantly, saying that he knew people like him well. The lick hung Maria in front of Teresa, saying that they could not bear the suffering of other people. Bound by mana, Maria was held in the lick's hand. The system notified of the activation of the lightning blade. Maria screamed sharply as lightning began to torment her. Teresa also screamed, begging the lick to stop. Where Autumn looked at the paladin arrogantly, saying that all this was her fault, because if she had more power, this would not have happened. Maria continued to scream and run. Teresa was crying, looking at this. Jin-Huk was running forward at all available speed. Standing in front of Teresa, the skeleton was tormenting both girls, telling the paladin that in fact no one would help her. Tears in the form of darkness began to fall to the ground. Teresa was crying black, terrifying tears. When she lowered her head, the system notified about the appearance of signs of pollution. After that, Maria immediately fell to the ground. Pointing at the girl, the lick was glad that the girl gave up. He began to bring his finger shrouded in mana. Jin-Huk, seeing this, cursed before he could reach her. A moment later, the lick touched her head. Teresa screamed sharply. While she was screaming, and her body was shrouded in dark mana, the system notified about the fall of the holy whole country. A dark pillar of mana hit the girl directly. Yeonhwa and Taemin looked away worriedly, not understanding what happened. Autumn looked thoughtfully at Teresa. She came out of the cloud of dark energy. She grabbed her head sharply, fixing her hair. Then she sighed with relief. The demon that had taken over Teresa's body said that it was nice to get out. The lick began to laugh, rejoicing at his success. Looking at the summoned lick, he said that he had done even better than he expected. The lick and the demon looked at the protagonist, after which Autumn gave his first order. He pointed at Jin-Huk, ordering him to kill him. The girl stretched out her hand, starting to form a weapon from the darkness. Soon a blade of darkness formed in her hand. Not paying attention to the joyful lick, the girl rushed to attack. Jin-Huk summoned twin swords, preparing to defend. He blocked the girl's attack with difficulty. The ground beneath him began to crumble and grind. Jin-Huk gritted his teeth from the tension. With a swing of the sword, the demon threw the protagonist back. Jin-Huk stood up leaning on his sword. He grinned, telling Teresa that he liked the old him much more. Smiling, Teresa asked if her weakness was convenient for him. Casey and Judila watched from the side as Teresa and the protagonist exchanged blows. Teresa grinned, enjoying the battle. Casey and Judila admired Teresa's coolness. Jin-Huk barely blocked the attack while Teresa said that she felt better now. In a few moments, Jin-Huk and Teresa had already clashed a couple of times, changing the location of the fight. Swinging to strike, Teresa said that no matter how hard she tried to be closer to him, there was always a vampire next to him. She hit the protagonist with all her might, but he was able to dodge. Teresa screamed, asking if this was mockery, because she could not even hide her feelings. The girl's blade absorbed a huge amount of darkness. She smiled widely, saying that she would not be the only one to suffer. Jin-Huk barely managed to block the girl's attack. The swing of her blade made the protagonist slide on the ground for tens of meters. Jin-Huk crashed into a building due to the blow. He held the blade in front of him, looking at Teresa. Looking at the girl shrouded in darkness, the protagonist realized that she was becoming stronger, absorbing the dark energy of Autumn. The protagonist crossed blades, and the system immediately notified about the activation of the sword cemetery. He abruptly rushed forward, realizing that if he did not figure this out now, he would not see victory. He, shrouded in darkness, approached the girl. Using the dance of the dark blade, Jin-Huk dealt multiple blows from different sides. Teresa barely managed to parry each of his attacks. She grinned, acknowledging Jin-Huk's speed. Teresa asked the protagonist who held the sword to her throat why he finished the blow. Was he afraid that after killing her he would never see that naive Teresa again? Jin-Huk's face twisted with anger after hearing this. Teresa extended her finger, moving the blade away from her throat. She abruptly struck the protagonist's chest. But a moment later she grabbed his clothes, saying that his weak appearance did not attract her at all. Taemin saw this and screamed worriedly, but Casey covered his mouth, ordering him to be silent. Casey looked at Teresa, saying that something had awakened in her. Teresa grabbed Jin-Huk's face, not understanding why the older loved him so much. Letting go, Teresa grinned. She touched the protagonist's dark energy, and abruptly clenched it into a fist. Then she immediately began to absorb it. She opened her eyes, saying that the protagonist's dark energy was not bad at all. Jin-Huk chuckled when he heard this. The lick standing to the side shouted, ordering him to kill Jin-Huk quickly. Jinhyuk smiled when Teresa turned around and disobeyed the order, where Autumn was very shocked by this. The girl stood in front of the protagonist telling the lick that his magic was pretty good, but Jinhyuk's energy was much better, so she was leaving him. Jinhyuk closed his eyes when Teresa also said that she liked him before, where Autumn grabbed his jaw, not believing what was happening because he had put so much effort into resurrecting him. He even deceived the people of Miram and tortured people for this. The lick was very angry that the girl only had enough dark energy to betray him. Suddenly, the artifact in the knight's hand rushed away. A moment later, it appeared right in where Autumn's palm. Picking up the artifact, the lick told Jinhyuk that he would pay for everything he took from him. The system announced the activation of the Black Buffalo Bone Awakening. A huge shadow loomed over the protagonist and Teresa. Smiling, she said that she would fight the Death Knight. Suddenly, the dead began to turn around all over the world. Jinho and Yoonseok were confused, not understanding where the dead were heading. T-Chun was also confused, turning his head all the time. He suddenly remembered how the protagonist told him to block the passage to the other areas. T-Chun turned around, shouting that they must stop them and delay as many as possible. At the same time, Jinhyuk smirked at the beginning of the true battle. The lick began to envelop himself in dark energy, where Autumn suddenly crossed his arms using magic. At the same time, a huge mountain of corpses began to glow brightly, and a moment later, a bone giant was formed from it. The normal skeletons flew into the air, absorbed by the giant. The giant had already begun to form armor thanks to the skeletons. Yanghwa and Timan were very scared when they saw the leader of the dead. Jinhyuk stepped forward, ordering to stop the skeletons that were heading towards Autumn. And although the players from the association fought the skeletons, they could not cope with all the undead. Looking at the boss, Jinhyuk said that, having merged with the rest, Autumn would continue to grow and the damage done to the city would increase many times over. Even now, the transformed Autumn was a huge titan. Yanghwa and Timan ran away, fulfilling the order. Autumn began to bow down. Seeing this, Jinhyuk decided to do everything beautifully. Smiling, Jinhyuk told Autumn that it would not be able to take its eyes off him. At this time, Kaguma sniffed the stone. He pointed in the direction and the dwarf began to dig. At this time, Autumn stepped forward and already destroyed several buildings. He rushed forward, approaching the protagonist. The knight looked at the gentleman, realizing that he was very angry. Suddenly, Teresa called him uncle and called out to him. While warming up, the girl told the knight that this time the fight would be different. Pointing her sword at him, Teresa said that she was much stronger than the saint. Looking at her, the knight said that he was just wondering about her current abilities. Teresa bent down, getting into a stance for a dash. She instantly pushed off from her place, rushing towards the enemy. The collision of the girl and the knight caused the ground around to crumble. She smiled widely, asking the knight how he dared to speak to her so arrogantly. The knight threw the girl away from himself. While delivering another blow, the knight said that although she moved better, she talked too much. Teresa smiled widely, calling the knight's assessment interesting. In a second, they had already clashed blades a couple of times. Angrily, the knight asked Teresa why she was a master's limit, since she could have become even stronger. But a kick to the head from Teresa interrupted him. The girl was angry, telling him not to ask what he himself knew perfectly well. Teresa, with a smile on her face, continued to clash her blade with her opponent. Looking at her opponent, she understood that although Jinhyuk's energy was attractive, their Autumn had an endless supply of energy and the energy was not so terrible that she would have to throw it. Then in her subconscious, she scratched her head, asking what to do with her, a saint. Saint Teresa sat hugging her knees. The dark version of her looked at him without asking how long she would sit like this. But as soon as Teresa's dark side grabbed the protagonist, the saint immediately raised her head, looking at her pitifully. But a moment later, she smiled, rejoicing at Jinhyuk, and stopped crying. Teresa continued to fight with a wild grin on her face. Moving around the battlefield, she asked if there was a way to seal this will, this profile. Casey and Judilo admired Teresa at this time. Running, Jinhyuk scolded the twins for their frivolity. He frowned, realizing that the situation was unpleasant. A few minutes ago, Teresa pointed at him, ordering him not to let anyone surpass him in magic. Looking at him sadly, Teresa said that if she did not lose interest in her, the saint would have one less reason to be sad. Jinhyuk smiled, remembering this. For him there was a reason to develop dark magic. Autumn screamed and struck sharply. His giant version struck Jinhyuk. One of the four hands struck the ground, creating an explosion. Skeletons flew into the air while the protagonist concentrated mana. He pointed his palm at the enemy, and the system notified him about the activation of daylight. A beam of energy struck the giant's body, and a moment later, it completely pierced his head. But the dark energy immediately began to heal the wound and the giant was not killed. Looking at the protagonist through the crack, Autumn said that he still would not be able to get rid of all the skeletons. While the skeletons were healing the wound, the Lick said that he knew that he was talented from the beginning. Arrogantly looking at the protagonist, he told him that this was not enough to consider him an opponent. Jin-hyuk frowned when the skeleton asked him what price he was willing to pay. After all, he himself sacrificed his family, friends, and even the great royal mages he cared about. He even sacrificed the castle, causing it to burn in flames. Then the Lick folded his palms, shouting that he even sacrificed his soul and body. Many magic circles formed in the sky while the Lick said that he had lost everything. Casey and Judilo, who were saving Marius, were very surprised by this. Jin-hyuk raised his head, looking at the circle in the sky. A smile stretched across his face. A huge bookcase with books appeared behind the protagonist. The system announced the activation of fusion. Then the system announced the beginning of the fusion of the fire element and ice creation skills. But a moment later, the system reported the impossibility of combining these skills. Jin-hyuk simultaneously cast 3 spells, and the system notified him of the activation of the 1-star barrier of multi-layered perception and the addition of daylight to the fusion. Jin-hyuk shouted, telling the Lick to see his abilities. A moment later, the system announced a successful fusion, where Autumn was shocked by what he saw. Teresa and the knight stopped fighting and looked into the distance. Teresa was amazed and surprised by what she saw. A huge number of magic circles of different colors formed in the sky. Jin-hyuk flew slightly in the air using infinity magic. The system notified him that he could use any magic spell without using up his mana. The protagonist grinned while the system notified that the use time was limited due to the instability of the skill. A moment later, it reported that the use time of the skill was equal to a minute. Casey and Judilo were very surprised by what they saw. Yanghwa and Timan also did not remain indifferent and even screamed. Jin-hyuk swung his hand, forming a mixture of different magic. The system notified the activation of daylight and a magical red shot. Many beams flew out from the circles in the sky. A moment later, all the attacks hit the giant's body. Having formed the Ice Witch, the protagonist began to attack. The system informed him about the activation of the Cold Witch's breath. The giant's leg was covered in a layer of ice, making it difficult to move. Where Autumn became nervous, unable to move a finger. Suddenly, flames began to appear under the ice. The flames began to rise into the air, and at the same moment the system reported the activation of Hellfire. Where Autumn frowned, realizing that the protagonist had used the instability of magic to cause an explosion. Looking at the guy who was forming the magical gauntlets, the Lick could not believe that his magic was stronger than his. The Lick became very angry, calling it unfair. The system notified the protagonist about the fulfillment of the copying conditions. A moment later, the system reported the successful copying of the skill of creating the dead. Jin-hyuk grinned, asking the Lick what he said. Forming a row of magic circles, Jin-hyuk asked the Lick if he still didn't understand anything even after living so many years. Where Autumn exclaimed as a row of magic circles formed above his head. Jin-hyuk formed a holy cross and said that life had always been unfair. The system reported the activation of eternal redemption. A beam of energy struck the giant's body, where Autumn screamed, feeling terrible pain. After the attack, a cross of holy energy formed on the ground, and the system notified the protagonist that his time was up. A moment later, the system reported the deactivation of infinity magic. Jin-hyuk leaned against a hill of stones. He sighed, feeling very tired. Casey and Judilo carefully peeked out from behind cover. Casey, as always, began to rejoice prematurely in her victory. Jin-hyuk glanced to the side when he heard Where Autumn's voice calling him amazing. Forming Where from the darkness, he admitted that, even if for a moment, Jin-hyuk had used magic superior to him. Jin-hyuk was wary when the Lick asked him what he would do now. Returning his form, the Lick said that he could not be killed so easily. Casey looked strangely at her brother who had previously suggested that the Lick was not dead. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that his last attack did not deal critical damage. Because he knew that he could not be killed without being destroyed, his life force was sucked out. Smiling, the protagonist said that the Lick hit him well. Where Autumn, who was looking at him, remained silent. Throwing up his hands, the Lick asked why he had done such meaningless actions then, because in the end he was left without mana. Pointing to the side, Jin-hyuk said that even he had failed to notice something. The Lick frowned, puzzled by the enemy's words. Where Autumn opened his jaw and exclaimed. The ground nearby began to rise. A joyful Kaguma and a tired dwarf emerged from it. Seeing the sphere in the dragon's paws, the Lick screamed in fear. The dragon grinned, holding the vessel of the Lick's life force. Looking at Jin-hyuk, who had picked up the dragon, Where Autumn realized that Jin-hyuk had not cancelled the dragon's summoning. The Lick was very scared, realizing that all the attacks before were just a distraction. Taking the sphere in his hand, Jin-hyuk said that Kagum has a very good nose for magic. The Lick got angry when the protagonist began to spin the sphere in his hand, shouting at him not to dare drop the sphere. Jin-hyuk suddenly became serious after the Lick's words. When the dragon and Jin-hyuk began to play with the sphere, the Lick began to beg him to stop, being ready to even become his slave. Taking the sphere in his hand, Jin-hyuk said that he had no reason to listen to someone who had caused so many problems. Looking at the skeletons, Jin-hyuk told the Lick that he had killed too many people. Then, looking at the grinning Teresa, He said that he had even tortured the girl dear to him. Jinhyuk shoved the sphere into the dragon's mouth and asked how the lick treated those who begged for mercy. Waradam began to bite his fingers, realizing what horror would happen to him. While the dragon held the sphere over his mouth, Jinhyuk told the lick that Kaguma would slowly absorb his vessel like candy. The protagonist became wary, seeing something. A wave of mana was approaching him. Jinhyuk apologized, taking Kaguma in his arms. Jinhyuk held Kaguma in front of him, protecting himself from the enemy's attack. The sphere in the dragon's mouth cracked, being hit by the attack. A moment later, it shattered into pieces. Solon and Jinhyuk stared at each other in confusion. Solon did not understand what happened. The protagonist screamed in shock, and only the lick cried and screamed in grief. With a scream, he began to dissipate, turning into dark mana. The system notified about defeating the boss of the 14th floor. Then it notified about receiving a special item, the robe of the great magician. Then the system reported that the player who dealt 90% of the damage was Jinhyuk, and the player who dealt the final blow was Solon. The protagonist was angry upon learning this. The system announced that the rewards would be distributed according to the contribution made. Jinhyuk looked at the girl angrily, realizing that she had interfered with him. Solon closed her eyes, saying that she did not expect everything to end this way, but that they could consider it a breach of contract. Jinhyuk was insanely angry looking at Solon. She smiled, saying that Jinhyuk was not easy to defeat and with his existing skills, he could easily reach the middle floors. Solon jumped into the air, saying that they would fight when they were both in a state for it. The protagonist stared at the place where the girl had been. A moment later, he began to tremble violently, and then he fell to the ground due to fatigue. Jinhyuk looked to the side and asked the girl who came near him about the night. She answered him by saying that he escaped thanks to the portal. When the girl stopped next to him, Jinhyuk asked her name. She answered by saying that her name was Nuna. Nuna closed her eyes, saying that there was no point in her staying and stealing his magical energy. She glanced at the protagonist one last time, saying to take care of Teresa. In the inner world, Nuna grabbed Teresa's hand. She raised it sharply. Having slapped Teresa, Nuna said that she said a few words to Jinhyuk. Teresa was embarrassed when Nuna told her to be bolder. But then the saint looked at Nuna in shock, saying that if she did not do this, she would take the protagonist for herself. Teresa smiled and nodded in response. Nuna saw off her friend with a smile. In reality, Teresa pounced on the protagonist. She cried and rejoiced, being happy, hugging him. The twins saw this and immediately began to show their displeasure. Jinhyuk noticed Yusung coming. He turned away, trying not to show his wounds. Jinhyuk smiled, realizing that he was trying to pretend to be cool. Yusung smiled mentally, saying that it had been a long day. The zombie opened its mouth wide, moving forward. The heroes looked at the living dead in front of them. Yoonseok, holding a sword in his hand, said that he and Miss Yangba would go forward, and the rest needed to block the retreat path. The girl, knitting her eyebrows, looked ahead. She turned her gaze to him and smiled, asking where such solidity came from. Noticing that the captain was not like this before, the guy smiled, saying that he was growing up. The Weratum that caused the breakthrough in Europe, although it disappeared, left them a gift in the form of many dead people. The boy swung his sword deftly, and the girl, smiling furiously, raised her fist to strike. The two of them easily fought off the approaching undead. Even with the forces of players from each country gathered, it still took a long time to eliminate them. A large number of crosses were lined up under each other. According to reports, the number of victims in this incident was 100,000 people. The man in the suit signed the document. Humans faced 2 consecutive breakthroughs for the first time in history, and in order to protect their kind from the tower, they founded the World Committee of Awakened. The man stood behind the podium, surrounded by people in suits. Behind him was the emblem of the organization. The people stood with one hand raised, bent at the elbow. It was decided that the awakened from all over the world should conquer the tower for the survival of humanity and unite, rejecting values, religious and cultural differences, at least pretending to. The man raised his hand, turning his palm outward. The girl in the cap and mask asked, "Is this the world outside the tower?" Her eyes widened and her hair flew in the wind. She said that it was amazing, at the same time similar and different from her native place. The guy looked at the building under construction in front of him, saying that it used to be cooler here, now all the buildings are being restored. The girl looked at him with interest. She lowered her head, asking if all this happened because of the boss who broke out of the tower. The guy put his hand on her head, asking why she was so upset. The girl opened her eyes wide. Jinhyuk smiled, saying that it was not her fault, she was on his side, so she should not bow her head. She happily raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Their attention was drawn to the words that the contractor was right. The guy and the girl looked away. Alice sat on a chair with her legs crossed, talking about how the floor boss could lose heart so easily. She should be confident in herself. The vampire with long hair smiled and closed his eyes, saying that it was absolutely true. The protagonist looked at the girls with displeasure, thinking that she had become more arrogant since Velis appeared, so he should teach her a lesson. The girl in the cap happily folded her palms, calling Alice a teacher. The vampire sitting next to her was happily glowing. The guy turned around. He looked at the tall tower in front of him, thinking that when she first appeared, he treated it playfully. Jin-hyuk lowered his head, remembering Chunyeom lying on the hospital bed, the guy standing with his back turned, and Teresa's bloody body, thinking about the incident with Grandpa Yonghwa, Beijing, and now Europe. The boy looked down sadly, thinking that if he could finally conquer the tower but lost everything else, would there be any point in it? The boy's attention was drawn to the footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Yusung. His face was covered in bandages. The protagonist was surprised that Mr. Stalker had come. Sitting down on a bench, Jin-hyuk leaned on the back of it with his hand, saying that the man looked better than he expected. It was nice, asking the man sitting next to him how it went. Yusung lowered his head, saying that it was not difficult to deal with the guys from the clans, but during the battle, an unknown person appeared. The man remembered how he lay on the ground, baring his teeth, pressing his hand to his chest, saying that this person dealt with him with one attack. He was on a completely different level. He was trembling, barely able to open his eyes. This stranger called himself the Dragon Emperor, ruling the sky and earth. He remembered the man whose face was hidden in the shadow. He was dressed in traditional clothes. Jin-hyuk opened his eyes in surprise. He thought that the Dark Emperor had already begun to act. The protagonist closed his eyes and clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he always wondered why the connection with Wallen was cut off. Apparently his lie was exposed. Yusung looked at the guy with confusion, asking what kind of sour face he was. The man looked away, asking how Teresa was. The young man looked at him in surprise. The girl was lying on a hospital bed. The protagonist said that she was currently recovering in the hospital. She would recover quickly, and because she was being looked after. The girl with red hair, whose arm was in a cast, watched the girl with a smile. The man said that he understood everything. He got up from the bench and walked forward, saying that he needed to go because he had a training session on schedule. Jin-hyuk leaned against the back of the bench, sighing in displeasure, saying that he was just acting tough. Alice stood next to him, her arms folded in front of her, asking about the girl who had finally succumbed to the infection. Was he sure she shouldn't be eliminated? The guy looked at her. He smiled and closed his eyes, saying that now she just had a split personality. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. Jin-hyuk imagined Teresa lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by two personalities, her past and happy self and her dark-haired self with a dark mark on her face, saying that her fallen self had decided to coexist with the original one. As long as they maintained friendly relations, Teresa would not become a threat. Alice turned away in displeasure, saying that if he changed his mind, he should tell her. The protagonist walked in front of the two girls who were chatting pleasantly, thinking that his Black Sky Emperor art was based on dark energy, but he didn't think that the Demon King's curse would be useful in this kind of situation. He imagined Teresa's fallen personality and smiled, thinking that she was more trustworthy than he expected. Maybe change isn't always that bad. The boy's attention was caught by the ringing of the phone in the back pocket of his jeans. He brought it to himself. The screen showed a notification of the first level security code. The hero was surprised by this. The young man frowned and answered the call, saying hello. The man with a scar on his face informed the player Jin-hyuk that the director of the Awakened Association was calling him, apologizing for the urgency, asking if he could come to the association right away. In front of him stood people in red robes, holding the phone to his ear. He said that they were visited by people who wanted to talk to him about something important. According to them, it is connected with the forces of the Empire. Jin-hyuk frowned. The girl with earrings and the guy with a bandana smiled sarcastically. An airplane landed on the platform. The man announced that he would provide the hero with a private jet, offering to use it. The girl in the cap widened her eyes, asking if it was really an airplane. Alice smiled, raising her hand to her chest, saying that her student was right, saying that she had been surprised in the past too. The vampire walked down the aisle, raising her finger, saying that if it was her first time flying on it, she had to do a ritual. The girl walking behind her asked what she was talking about. Alice widened her eyes. They were shining bright red. She said that this ritual was terribly important, telling her to watch and learn, otherwise this huge piece of flying iron would crash. The girl in the cap widened her eyes in surprise. Alice, smiling, took off her boots, saying that she had to take off her shoes first. The girl did everything as she asked. The vampire climbed onto the seat and stood on one leg, saying that she had to stand on the chair, take 5 steps and clap her hands. Her student obediently did everything. Alice covered her eyes with her palms and smiled, saying that in the end you need to close your eyes before takeoff. Doing it just once you can not worry about the whole flight. Asking how she liked it. The girl in the cap covered her eyes, telling the teacher that it was amazing. Jin-hyuk smiled sarcastically and, taking out his phone, pointed the camera at them, thinking that she still believed it. The hero was going to take a couple of good photos for the future. The plane flew forward, overcoming the white clouds. The girls were sleeping on the chairs. The status windows reported that agility was increased from 25 to 30 points. Physical strength was increased from 34 to 40 points. Mana was increased from 213 to 221 points. The guy swiped the window with his hand, covering his eyes, thinking that this was enough. His eyes opened wide, shining with a red light, thinking that it was time to look at the skill copied from Where Autumn. The system showed the name of the selected skill creation of the dead. A picture of a skeleton's hand appeared, above which was a skull. The status window reported that having a corpse, the hero can create a soldier dead. The guy turned his head, going to look at it. On his plate was a bone from the eaten meat. The system reported the creation of a dead man. A small skeleton appeared above the plate. Jin-hyuk pointed at it with his finger, saying that since it appeared from a stake on the bone, then its name will be Kostian. The skeleton looked at him in surprise. The main character took it in his palm. The skeleton sadly shrank, hugging his legs with his hands. The guy thought that this skill is useless now, but over time the balance of power will change, so it will definitely come in handy in the future. Jin-hyuk leaned back on the plane seat. The skeleton jumped off and ran down the hallway. The young man thought that he had lost some of the profits because Solon had dealt the final blow. But at least he had gotten the great mage's robe, which was also good. The hero was going to sleep. The skeleton walked up to the door. Laughter was heard in the room with things on the shelves. The second voice just had to be quieter. Casey and Judila were sitting in the dark, smiling slyly, saying that they would live together for a long, long time. Under the night sky was a tall building with large windows. It was the headquarters of the Hunters Association. A question was heard about how long they would have to wait. The man sitting opposite the guests who had arrived said that the player Jin-hyuk was already on his way, asking them to be patient. The guy sighed in displeasure, saying that this was why people were unhappy with the Korean Association. He put his finger to his face and lowered his head, saying that the president couldn't even urgently call a single player. No authority. Next to the S-rank hunter from the Gandhara Guild, Aaron, sat a girl. From the same guild, it was the S-rank hunter Chandra. The man with the scar on his face put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes, saying that they appreciated their time, and that's why they were providing a first-class hotel and amenities. He frowned and glared at them from under his brows, asking if they thought they were crossing the line. Aaron smirked, looking at him. The girl sat silently next to him. The protagonist put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that it was a good job. His eyes widened in surprise. The hunters sitting opposite him furrowed their brows when they saw Jin-hyuk in front of them. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The guy smiled, saying that he would take care of the rest. The man left the room, pausing at the door and closing his eyes, saying that he would leave them. The protagonist sat on the sofa opposite the hunters. He frowned, asking them to speak since they called. They looked at the guy in surprise. The liar thought about how he didn't notice the boy entering the room, wondering if he had a skill that could hide his presence. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, thinking about how he thought that watching the video was a cheap game, but in reality, he felt an unknown power emanating from the hero, incomparable even to the president of the association. Jin-hyuk looked at them intently, a dark aura emanating from his body. The hunter thought about how he needed to calm down, because they were both S-ranks. Drinks were poured into 2 glasses on the table. Aaron said that they had a proposal. The boy crossed his legs, saying that currently all the top rankers were focused on the war for the middle floors. The outcome and the winner would definitely affect the other players. In the end, anyone who wanted to climb up would be forced to join this battle for power. They were represented as tiny figures on the game board, surrounded by chips and chess pieces. Aaron smiled, putting his hand to his chest, saying that he would be brief, asking the hero to join them, the Gandhara Guild and the Muramu. Jin-hyuk looked away with displeasure, thinking about the Muramu forces being involved again, asking why on earth he should do that. Chandra put her hand forward. A map appeared on the table. With green marks, the girl said that they could give him information about the Empire. The system reported that the war map was being activated. She pointed to a specific place with 2 green marks around it, saying that they had data on her main military bases. The protagonist frowned, listening to the words that this information was only available to a select few. He thought about how they got it. The guy looked up at them, asking what of it. Chandra raised her hand and covered her eyes. Aaron smiled, saying that it was intriguing, but it was just the tip of the iceberg because they had much more valuable resources. The guy's eyebrows arched, saying that if the protagonist agreed to work with them, he would tell them who their informant was. Jin-hyuk frowned, thinking that they were already close enough with Muram to know the identity of the spy. The girl looked at him, imagining 2 people talking, saying that getting to know the informant would help the protagonist gain a lot of information. He would easily gain an advantage in the war. Aaron smiled widely, clenching his hand into a fist, saying that they would help Muram win and would be on the winning side. The protagonist brought his hand to his mouth, releasing air from his mouth. The hunters repeated his sound in confusion. Jinhyuk covered his face with his hand and lowered his head. Apologizing for this, he said that their ideas were so ridiculous. The guy's eyes widened and shone red. A terrible grin appeared on his face. The system reported that the greedy look skill was activated. The secret thoughts of the target were being viewed. Aaron and Chandra furrowed their eyebrows, opening their mouths in surprise. The guy's eyes widened. He did not understand what it was. The hero's facial expression changed so abruptly. He thought about the fact that he already knew who the spy was. Jinhyuk jumped up from his place. Aaron put his hands forward, asking what he was doing. Did he not need information? To which the guy replied that he absolutely did not care. He imagined a man with a scar who was being worshipped by the people in suits standing in the corridor, saying that the hunters were quite rude to the president, asking if it was possible to behave like that in a foreign country. A terrifying grin appeared on the young man's face. Bright magical seals appeared in his palms. He said that he could not let them go just like that. Aaron tried to shout something to Chandra, but did not have time. Jinhyuk's palms fell on their foreheads. A bright blue energy penetrated from the head. The hunters opened their mouths. A bright flash appeared in the office of the building, which could be seen even from the outside. Urim, the 21st floor, it was represented by mountains and trees growing on them. A man with long white hair walked along the path forward, asking Valiang if someone was pretending to be his student, even used the imperial art of the black sky to convince Hamian. The Dark Emperor raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, saying that he did not know whether to call this act surprising or daring. The man looked at the boy, asking him to tell him about Jinhyuk. The boy, holding the weapon in his hand, bowed his head and raised his hand to his chest, telling the Lord that this was a vicious man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Volian frowned, saying that like any other villain, he used his subordinates as tools and then threw them away. He remembered the protagonist whose face was hidden by a mask and his words to the boy that no matter what happened, he just needed to trust him and follow him, saying that he would never leave his people to die. Volian, his eyes wide, looked at him with his mouth slightly open. The boy's gaze became sad. He lowered his gaze to the floor. The man furrowed his brows in surprise, thinking about how Jinhyuk managed to melt the heart of this child who was known for his cold-bloodedness. The Dark Emperor, closing his eyes, remarked that it was sad, asking if he had time to become attached to the hero. The boy lowered his head, answering no and asking for forgiveness. They quickly walked forward. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that this man is a criminal who has tarnished the name of the heavenly demon cult, so they cannot leave things like this. The Dark Emperor frowned and called Helgam. The man in the cloak jumped to the ground, leaning on it with his knee and hand. The man looked at him, ordering him to bring Jinhyuk. The guy in the robe nodded his head. The Dark Emperor wanted to personally see the one who shook Volian so much. The unknown man in the robe replied that he understood the order and disappeared, jumping high into the air. The tall building was bathed in the rays of the bright sun. The door handle turned. The twins Casey and Jujilo entered the room, smiling, the girl holding different lockpicks in her hands, saying that they finally managed to open the door. She happily ran around the large room, asking if this was really Jinhyuk's brother's house. The guy froze in place, asking if they would live here now too. He happily rolled around the bed, saying that a large bed was great. The girl jumped high on it, suggesting that her brother scare the protagonist when he came, saying that she wondered when he would return. In the background, the TV was playing the news. It was reported that players from India were caught walking around in their underwear in the middle of Seoul. It was confirmed that they were Chandra and Aaron, S-rank players from the large Indian guild Gandhara. Casey's eyes were wide open, touching the cork of the wine bottle with her finger. The door creaked open. Jinhyuk looked ahead with a displeased expression, his brows furrowed. The siblings were fast asleep. Casey was hugging his arm. The protagonist closed the door. The boy slapped his forehead, asking if the twins had really broken into his house and were waiting for him. Kaguma's eyes widened. The boy began to pet the dragon, asking not to worry. He happily closed his eyes and stuck out his tongue. Suddenly, giant gray-green insects appeared nearby. Salamander frowned, telling the others to look at these insects. Undyne pressed her hands to her face in horror, saying that they were so disgusting that even tears welled up. The dwarf thoughtfully raised his hand to his head. This was the 12th floor of the anthill. 5 spirits stood in front of the main characters. Salamander asked why the owner called them, because this was an anthill ruled by a queen. Jinhyuk closed his eyes, holding a T-bone in his hands in front of him, asking the others to meet their youngest. The guy said that he was joining them so late because he was very weak, so they should make him stronger. The spirits looked at the skeleton in his hands in surprise, asking how this should happen. Jinhyuk said, like this, and kicked the T-bone at the spirits, scattering them in different directions. Kaguma looked at this with shining eyes. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, noting that they could not cope on their own, and since he was the eldest, he should look after them. The dragon frowned in displeasure and exhaled. With a loud cry, he rushed after them into the pit. Jinhyuk smiled, saying that this was great, because this way the skeleton should become stronger. The system reported that the level of T-bone had been increased. The skeleton, barely standing on its feet, fought with the insects surrounding it, holding a sword in its hand. T-bone was barely coping. The dragon and Winda helped it, fighting off the insects. The status windows above it reported that the level had been increased. The protagonist smiled, looking at them, thinking that if Kaguma was happy, he would watch the skeleton grow, then the next time they met, it would become much stronger. Alice, hugging a pillow, turned to him, asking what now. The guy, quickly walking forward, said that they would go to the middle floors of the tower. He imagined a king chess piece and falling chips with hieroglyphs, saying that the Miram troops began to attack the empire earlier than expected. If they did not intervene, they would seize its territory. Since the boss of the 14th floor, where Autumn, died, there were about 90 days left to clear the 15th floor. The protagonist imagined a skeleton boss, an hourglass and a high tower, saying that while the other players were busy conquering it, he would lay the foundation on the middle ones. Alice propped her head on her hand and, arching her eyebrows, asked if the hero had refused to join the empire earlier, would everything really be okay? What if they decided to take revenge? Jinhak smiled, looking at the brightly shining decoration, saying that Penheimer gave him the thing, which means they need him alive. The system notified that this is the Emperor's ring. The description of the item moves the user to the selected place in the Empire's territory. The guy said that during the faction selection, he only kept silent about something a little, asking if everyone does this. The girl frowned, asking displeasedly if he was serious. The status window notified that the Emperor's ring was activated. Jinhak smiled, clutching the decorations, a bright light oozing from his fist. He said that in order to freely move around the middle floors, it is important to establish good relations with the Empire. Therefore, the hero decided to focus on Penheimer and begin to lay the foundation. Jinhyuk smiled, frowning and imagining a man with a crown. The status window notified that the hero had received an invitation from a resident of this floor and was being teleported to the selected location. Pixels shone brightly in a room with tall columns. The protagonist found himself sitting on a long map, his brows furrowed in surprise. The guy pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows, looking forward. In front of him, a man with a long gray beard sat on the throne, his head down gloomily. The guy asked if he was the emperor. The man looked up at him with a heavy gaze, his thick brows furrowed. In front of the young man was Lionheart III, the ruler of the empire. The guards, with the crack of knightly armor, rushed towards the hero. They pointed their spears at the guy's face. Jinhak folded his hands in front of him and lowered his head, exhaling heavily. The guards shouted that this was an invasion. The protagonist smiled and, closing his eyes, said, "That's the first impression." The boy imagined an emperor holding a sword, his face hidden in shadow, and behind him was a lion's face. Lionheart was the third legendary ruler who brought the empire to great prosperity, but after his successor died for unknown reasons, the emperor's energy began to fade. He lost the will to live and simply waited for his death, turning into a powerless old lion. He imagined a skinny lion grieving over the body of a dead lion cub. The emperor, frowning, looked forward with a heavy gaze. The guard swung his weapon. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, repelling his attacks, thinking that the right hand for such an emperor was the imperial great sword master Penheimer. The boy watched as the man saw off the departing ruler, asking him to follow him. Penheimer turned to the protagonist, frowning. One of the knights jumped on the table where the map was laid out, shouting that he could not catch the guy. The hero jumped up. Jinhak turned his gaze to the man, saying that it was he who called him here. The young man looked behind the knights, but the man was no longer there. He thought about where this old man could have gone. The guy, dodging the guard's attack, stood on one hand, thoughtfully rubbing his chin with the other. He thought that since Penheimer teleported him here, it meant that this was part of his test. The knights shouted that they would grow old faster than they could catch the guy. Two guards, swinging their swords, quickly approached the main character, who was thoughtfully squatting and looking away, thinking that if one of them died here, then it would not be easy to restore relations with the empire. Then the hero decided that he would not kill them, but he would organize training for them. Jinhak punched the two knights who approached. They flew back, falling on each other and dropping their swords. A frightening smile appeared on the hero's face, his eyes shining brightly. Trembling ran through the bodies of the knights surrounding him. One of them said that the boy had punched him in the stomach, to which the other called the hero a monster in the flesh. The boy opened his mouth wide, ordering everyone to take a step back, saying that they would deal with the intruder. Two heroes walked along the red carpet, a man in armor whose face was almost invisible and a boy with blonde hair. The knights cried out in joy when they saw the sword masters Abraham and Mackenzie arrive. Jinhak turned his gaze to them, his eyes shining brightly red. The system notified that the skill-greedy gaze was activated. The young man with earrings in his ear frowned sternly. Taking out his sword, his characteristics were presented. His name is Abraham, 25 years old, a player of level 125, strength is 72 points, agility 85 points, physical strength 70 points, magic 36 points, sixth sense 103 points, the number of stats is 0, profession, knight, skills, fast blade, leading swordsmanship, magic movement, great defensive magic, speed, mind protection. The status window showed the copying conditions. Abraham cares deeply for his close comrade Mackenzie, but he has a secret that the man wants to hide. If the hero reveals his secret to Abraham, he will be able to copy one of the swordmaster's skills. The man in knight armor stood motionless. Jin-hyuk smirked, noticing that the secret was a cruel condition. The boy frowned, his red eyes shining, thinking that since these two were among the top 10 sword masters in the empire, why were they still in the palace? Shouldn't they be on the front lines fighting the Murim? The bottom of the boy's jacket flew up. Abraham took a step forward, saying that this was the sacred meeting room of His Majesty Lionheart. The youth held out a bright blue sword in front of him, ordering the hero to stop his senseless resistance and surrender. The system notified that the skill Aurora Blade was activating. Jin-hyuk froze in place, looking at the sword master standing in front of him. The knights around loudly admired that this is the same Aurora Blade of the Great Master. The protagonist put his hand to the side, a green sword began to appear in his palm. He said that he can do this too. Abraham opened his eyes wide in surprise. Mackenzie opened his mouth slightly. A smile appeared on Jin-hyuk's face. He waved the weapon, leaving a dark trace in space. The system notified that the skill Song of Blades was activated. The protagonist froze, holding the sword in front of him and looking at the guy in front. The knights around loudly discussed that the Aurora Blade of such a size is impossible. Is this man also a swordmaster? The guy smiled, looking away, thinking that since the atmosphere had changed and they all fell silent and calmed down, they could begin to act. The man waved his hand, shouting that they should not be deceived, because this man is a pagan. The man asked everyone to look at the color of his aurora. It was far from a transparent blue glow. Can't they see how this cloudy purple sword exudes an ominous energy? The main neuron turned to him with displeasure. Abraham froze with his mouth open. A man with long blonde hair and a beard pointed at him with a finger, saying that this was a clear sign of a barbarian. This man was Duke Weinstullen. The man frowned, smiling widely. Jin-hyuk frowned, looking at him. At this time Abraham, swinging his sword, rushed to attack, shouting that everything was correct. He swung the blade, wishing death to the dirty heretic. The guy closed his eyes and raised his head up, stepping aside, thereby dodging the blow, saying that this infuriated him. The young man's eyes opened wide. He did not understand how the hero managed to dodge the blow with his eyes closed. Abraham stopped, resting his feet on the floor, swinging his blade again. The system notified that the skill Demon King Sword Step was activating. The young man turned around in surprise, asking where he had gone, while Jin-hyuk was hovering behind Mackenzie. Abraham's eyes widened when he saw this. The protagonist reached out to the man's helmet. The young man loudly shouted his comrade's name. The sword master put his hand forward, asking the protagonist to stop. Jin-hyuk, with a smile on his face, removed the helmet from his head. Mackenzie turned out to be a bald man. His eyes widened. His smooth scalp was shining. The maid dropped the tray, covering her face with her hands. The guard stepped back, screaming loudly. The protagonist put on his glasses and, adjusting them with 2 fingers, noticed that it was an unforgettable shine. A bright glow appeared in his other hand. The system notified that the skill Daylight was activating. He extended his hand to Mackenzie's head, asking to borrow it for a while. The bright light from his hand reflected off the man's bald head and created a flash. The guards screamed loudly because of the pain in their eyes. They fell to the floor. Abraham covered his face with his hands, squeezing his eyes shut. Mackenzie's helmet fell to the floor with a loud sound. The man fell onto the red carpet. The wanderers surrounding him noticed that the main character had disappeared. Abraham slowly opened his eyes. Weinstullen, turning around, pointed his finger at the entrance, shouting for the guards to quickly find this guy. The sword master approached his comrade, asking if he was okay. Mackenzie quickly put the helmet on his head. His face was hidden in shadow, but the marks shone brightly on his cheeks. He answered yes, but noted that the damage would have been less if they had not made such a noise. Abraham apologized to his friend, saying that it was too unexpected for their eyes. On the wall hung a portrait of Lionheart III. A hand was visible from behind it. The system reported that the copying conditions were met. The skill Quick Blade was copied. Jin-hyuk, smiling, knelt down and took off his glasses. The twins slept surrounded by a large number of sweets. The hero noticed that Casey and Judilo were very cute when they slept. The outskirts of the imperial capital, the water from the drain pipe flowed into the river. Someone said that there were a lot of leaflets here. There was a wanted poster on the wall. The bounty on the head of the criminal was 550 million coins. A resident of the city said that this man was a pagan who broke into the imperial palace. Another resident asked what happened to the face of the criminal. People in the square were discussing that the collapse of the ruling power is around the corner since there were invaders. A man in a dark robe walked along the street with his companion. Alice frowned in displeasure, saying that her friend had become too popular and that it was impossible to go out so calmly after what happened. The protagonist smiled, saying that there was no need to worry. They walked along a deserted alley. Jin-hyuk said that more people would be interested in him because he insulted two great sword masters right before disappearing. The vampire asked if her friend thought that he was being pursued. Remembering how Weinstelen pointed at him and called him a pagan, the guy thought that this complicated everything. He suggested asking why he was wanted. The heroes approached the door of a small house. The creaky door opened. They went inside. In the center of the room sat the culprit of the incident. Penheimer smiled, saying that he was glad to see guests. Waving his hand, the man said that they did a great job and now they can rest with a small snack. Alice looked around and said that this house looked too shaky to be called safe. Sitting down at the table, the player sarcastically thanked the member of the Empire for ignoring him and calling him a criminal. Lowering his head, the old man explained that he wanted to test the abilities of the guests because it was very important to see how they would react to an unforeseen situation. Smiling contentedly, the guy asked if this test was passed. The answer was affirmative. Alice stared at the bottle of wine, and as she sat down at the table, Penheimer stated that he was pleasantly surprised at how quickly the guests had managed to escape. Raising his hand, the young man asked for permission to catch the spy and asked if a shortcut to the upper floors of the tower had been prepared. The old man smiled and answered in the affirmative, but added that the player should know something. Looking at his companion, he explained that the Empire must capture the middle floors in order to gain access to the upper floors. Leaning his hand on the table, the protagonist asked what would happen next, and thought to himself that the man had finally revealed his true intentions. The middle floors were fighting against Miram for the Citadel of the Giants, a fortress with a huge tree growing in the center. Looking down, Penheimer stated that Lionheart was not stable at all. The nobles were shouting at each other. They were fighting for power to sit on the throne after the death of His Majesty. The old man slammed his fist against his knee and added that it was very disappointing to see such a thing in such difficult times when unity was needed the most. Alice drank a glass of wine and the man said that it would be difficult for him to keep his promise if the Miram forces captured them. Thinking that the situation was much worse, Jin-hyuk frowned and asked what they wanted from him. Raising his hand, the old man said that he would give the opportunity to choose one of the imperial treasures as an advance payment. Extending his hand forward, he asked his friend to lead the raid to capture the Citadel of Giants. Grinning, the boy said that for giving the royal family's treasure to an outsider, he could be executed. Closing his eyes and grinning, Penheimer replied that he would gladly give his life to protect the Empire and His Majesty. A notification popped up saying that the third special task for the first conqueror of the tower had been received. The player had to help gain Lionheart's trust and lead the Empire to prosperity. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. The new notification said that if successful, the third feature would be unlocked. Seeing this, he grinned contentedly. The people at the table shook hands in honor of the agreement. Looking at his ally, the young man said that he would do this for his own benefit. The old man, who does everything for his country, lowered his eyes. Alice wiped her mouth with a napkin. The player said that he learned something about the spy. The man raised his hand, surprised by this news. Suddenly, the vampire looked back, feeling something strange. Someone was approaching the house. The masked man pulled a white glove over his hand. Putting her hand back, the girl said that someone was approaching and that the stranger emitted a very unpleasant smell of mana. Penheimer frowned tensely, thinking that the man had followed them without being detected by magic. The protagonist said that they had been followed. Drawing his sword from its sheath, his ally said that age was taking its toll. He promised to correct this mistake. Alice approached the door. Suddenly, the door broke in half. Dark demons rushed into the room. The vampire screamed in fear. Punching a demon, he said that she had just eaten. The other demons rushed at her, bearing their claws. The man immediately jumped up from his seat. Cutting the demons in half, he declared that no one would dare touch his guests. The monsters' bodies melted on the floor. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk realized that someone had used necromancy, which was despised in the Empire. Due to the activation of the Emperor's Black Sky art, his fist was filled with dark energy. There was only one answer. The roof of the house collapsed. Looking at the gaping hole in the ceiling, the old man was afraid for his shelter. Alice said that it was absolutely unsafe. The boy rose high into the sky above the demons, summoning a bow in his hand. The monsters bared their fangs viciously. Activating Magic Red Shot, the player fired several arrows at them. The fiery projectiles pierced the bodies of the demons. The boy landed in front of the corpses of his enemies. Looking back, he asked them to stop doing such nonsense. Taking a step forward, the stranger said that he just wanted to leave a good first impression. Putting his hand to his chest, he introduced himself as Kawain from the Demonic Human Association. Near him, the 21st floor, green mountains towered above the clouds. Solon noticed a blue glow next to her. A portal opened above the ground. A man came out of it. The girl smiled contentedly. In front of her was Yusung. Looking at the mountain valley, she asked if her friend liked the view of Miram on the middle floors of the trial tower. Looking away, the boy thought that he had arrived here too quickly. With her back to him, Solon asked if he should be grateful to her. Smiling, she reminded him of how she had talked the Dark Emperor out of killing him. Back then, the bloodied boy was trying to catch his breath. The girl was sitting on one knee in front of the emperor, begging for his life. The old man summoned a cloud of dark energy in his hand and asked how anyone could dare to stand in his way. Solon closed her eyes and asked him to forgive his subordinate. Hearing that the swordsman had gained a lot of experience and would soon become Seung's disciple, Yusung's mouth opened in surprise. The man raised one eyebrow in question. As they walked along the road, the boy voiced his thought that his ally should not have said that name and asked why she had lied. Introducing the swordswoman in a white kimono, he said that Seung was a legendary sword master in the past and that now she was either dead or a gray-haired old woman. Frowning, Yusung stated that the girl should be prepared for the consequences if she had lured him here on purpose. Looking back, Solon said that her friend must know this world well, and thought to herself that he was very handsome when he was angry. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it was very rude to call the master a white-haired old woman. Yusung raised his eyebrows in surprise. A sparrow was sitting on the girl's finger. Young Seung was sitting on a rock, holding her sword in her hands. The founder of the sword Kai technique turned around and greeted the man using her sword. Penhammer went down to the basement and offered his hand to Alice. They were told to go to the Imperial Treasury. The vampire nodded and closed the hatch behind her. The protagonist stood in front of his opponent, wanting to listen to him. The hatch slammed shut with a dull sound. Pointing his finger upward, the old man asked if it would be right to leave their friend alone. The girl smiled, saying that it was not worth wasting your nerves in vain. She explained that when a contractor asks to leave, it means he has a plan, so they should stop chatting and just go to the treasury. The guys sat down at the table opposite each other. Smiling, Cowan said that following Penhammer was the right decision and that he was glad to meet. Keeping a serious expression on his face, Jinhak said that it was time to get down to business and asked what was required of him. The goo left behind by the demon spread across the floor. The guy asked him not to talk nonsense about the demonic human association so as not to start a difficult battle. The opponent replied that he was not going to invite him to them. Smiling, Cowan explained that even if they shook hands, they would still put a knife to their throats. The player narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Due to the enemy's commotion, the guards would soon arrive at Penhammer's house. Raising his hand, the masked man suggested that they not waste time and exchange information honestly. Melina crossed her arms, asking what happened to Kavin. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl said that she did not know much because she was on Hosenbelt's side. Due to the activation of the brand of sorrow, the burn on her face flared up again. The girl screamed that she remembered something. Putting her face to the ice block, Melina said that Kavin was one of the knights of the Round Table of the Association, who, unlike Hosenbelt, was known for his active work on the front lines. Turning away from the ice block, the girl added that the man was good at necromancy and swordsmanship, and had outstanding skills in searching for information. The notification announced that the scales of trust had been activated. A scale appeared above Kavin's head. His hand was clamped in a vice. The notification said that each side must take turns asking questions and answering truthfully. A circular saw appeared next to the vice. The notification warned that in case of evasion or lying, the scales would condemn the offender. Kavin waved his hand and declared that they both must tell only the truth. A malicious grin appeared on his face. The member of the association suggested that they have some fun until the guards arrived, since both sides had accumulated many questions. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he wanted to hand them over. The notification announced that the conditions of the scales of trust were accepted. The guy called for the interrogation to begin. His hand was in a vice. The guards approached Penhammer's house. The knights in armor ordered the criminals to surrender without resistance. However, when they entered the house, the table was broken in half. The knights realized that the criminals had escaped. Jumping out of the house, the knight ordered everyone to disperse and find the pagan. A drop of blood fell to the floor. Holding his wounded hand, Cowan said that his enemy was not that simple because he almost lost his hand. A smirk appeared on his face. The association member never thought that he would be asked such a question. Tilting his head, Jinhak asked how many people in the association became Dark Apostles. The enemy's eyes widened in surprise. Opening his mouth in fear, he could not understand how the player knew about the Black Apostles, because they can only be learned through close contact with the leaders or communication with demons. The circular saw rotated. A notification said that the scales of trust intervened because members must answer only the truth. Closing his eyes, Cowan realized that he had no choice and answered that there were currently 3 apostles in the association. The scales wobbled. The notification confirmed that this was true. The masked man smirked and said he hadn't expected such a question and said it was his turn. A coffin chained up against the tower, the association member asked how to get to the tomb of the Antichrist, the ruins hidden on the 15th floor of the trial tower. He knew his opponent had a lot of information about the tower. The boy furrowed his brows in determination. Cowan narrowed his eyes, deciding that he definitely knew about the tomb of the Antichrist, and the middle floors were a clear indication of that. His eyes flashed wildly, confident that he would find the tomb and contribute to the resurrection of the Demon King. The saw began to spin again, a notification reminding the participants that they must answer only the truth. Leaning over the table, Cowan urged his enemy to tell him everything he knew. Placing his free hand on his chin, the boy asked if this was the place where demons could be summoned. He stuck out his tongue and sarcastically replied that he would not tell where it was. Cowan opened his mouth in shock. The scale sparkled. A notification said that this answer was true. The saw stopped. The opponent was surprised that such an answer was counted. Looking at the grinning player, the masked man asked what was going on. The scale clock sparkled. There was a very simple way to distinguish truth from lies. The human heart beat in time. The trust scale skill was based on the target's heart rate. The protagonist exhaled. Intermittent breathing was activated. The notification said that the player can now control the volume of breathing and heart rate. He smirked, thinking that any phrase would be considered true due to the pulse control. Cowan could not understand why his opponent was not punished after such an obvious lie. Sweat appeared on his tense face. Gritting his teeth, he thought that the guy had even mentioned the tomb of the Antichrist, but he still found a way to bypass Libra. Jin Hyuk's hand appeared with magic runes. Clenching his fist, he activated the 3-star barrier spell weakening. The vice instantly crumbled into small fragments. Cowan's mouth opened in confusion, seeing that his opponent had managed to destroy the handcuffs. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the player stated that thanks to the enemy, he learned that there were 3 Dark Apostles in the association that needed to be dealt with. The flame in his hand flared up. Grinning, the guy said that it remained to find out what the association was doing here. A notification announced that the brand of sorrow had activated. Light energy touched the head of a frightened Cowan. Emergency exit activated. Green energy broke the table and ricocheted into the wall. An explosion was heard from the other end of the room. A notification reported that instead of moving to a safe place, the player received minor damage. Sitting on the wooden debris, the masked man said that his enemy was very dangerous due to unknown barriers and subjugation magic. Grabbing his injured hand, he decided to tell something interesting in honor of his defeat. Grinning, Cowan said that he had inspected the surroundings of Murim on the way here and that they were not the only players on the middle floors. The young man frowned in disbelief and asked what he was talking about. With his eyes shining, the association member said that the unknown person was hiding on the middle floors. Introducing Yusen surrounded by girls, he said that the swordsman was in Murim. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The masked man summoned a magic circle in his hand and said that he had met the player, almost losing a limb, but the enemy had also lost his right arm. Grinning, Kavin declared that the enemy could continue to fight the association, but should check more often to see if his comrades had betrayed him. Having said goodbye, he disappeared into thin air. The guard approached the hut. Holding their weapons in front of them, the knights ordered the criminals not to move. Entering the house, the guards saw that there was no one inside. The guards ran in different directions, loudly stomping on the wooden floor. The protagonist sat by the stairs of the underground passage. Squinting, he decided that he needed to change the situation in his favor. The sun was shining on the imperial palace. Someone said that the pagan had not yet been caught. Pointing to the poster, Weinstein loudly asked how much longer they would have to wait for the enemy to end up in prison, and said that it would be worthwhile to draw a normal portrait first. Waving towards the knights, the man ordered the heretic to be brought to him before the empire's status fell even further. Throwing the wad of paper aside, he declared that the guards were incapable of anything unless they were shouted at. Passing the column behind which the knight stood, the duke asked if there was any point in playing hide and seek with a criminal when the empire was busy fighting Murim. Abraham looked away. Remembering the battle with the player, the knight said that everyone had seen that the heretic's aurora blade was much larger than those of the sword masters. Frowning, he concluded that the pagan was probably higher in level than he was. Looking away, Abraham suggested that it would be wiser to recruit him to their side. Raising his fist, Weinstein ordered the remaining guards to search the entire territory of the city. Smiling, the knight thought that he was talking to himself because no one was listening to him. The man in the dark robe disappeared around the corner, remaining unnoticed. The notification said that the robe of the great magician gives the user 20% stealth. Smirking, the protagonist thought that he would not be caught anyway. Walking along the carpet, he thought that he was moving in the right direction. Opening the door, Jin Hyuk looked into the room. Penheimer put his hand forward and reminded that he promised only one thing. Taking a bottle of potion in her hand, Alice asked if he really felt sorry. The vampire took several bottles out of the chest. Looking back, the old man asked his friend to stop his companion, who had already taken too much. While the girl was putting potions in the portal, The guy asked his ally to prepare wine. Walking through the imperial treasury, the man asked what his friend would choose and asked him to stop at one thing, otherwise there would be problems. Looking at the bright sword hanging on the wall and the armor lying on the pedestal, the player thought that there were many incredible artifacts of the middle floors. Putting his hand on the display case, he decided that this was the only thing he needed. Behind the glass was the blood of a red dragon. The boy said that he would take it. Penhamer smiled, asking how his ally would use the blood of a dragon, which was difficult to handle even for the mages of the Empire. With a determined frown, the young man replied that he knew that working with dragon blood was not easy. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The notification said that the authority was confirmed. The old man took out a bottle from behind the barrier, confident that his ally would find a great use for it. Saying that this was all he could provide, the old man handed the bottle to his friend. He hoped for his help in capturing the citadel. The sun's rays illuminated the imperial city. At this time, it was also a clear day in Korea. The notification said that a video call request was received. A call window appeared in front of the twins. Seeing the protagonist, they greeted him. There were clothes scattered around the room, trash on the floor. Seeing his sofa, Jin-hyuk asked if the siblings were in his house. Casey replied that he imagined it. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he didn't care because he promised that they would live together and said that he had a task. The twins looked at each other happily. A wide smile appeared on their faces. The video call was ended. Remembering Kawin's face, the player thought that the enemy did not ask about the tomb of the Antichrist by chance. Because it is one of the few places where demons can appear, the fact that a member of the association was going there meant that the tomb probably contained summoning relics. Frowning in displeasure, Alice asked if she would have to live with the twins. The guy said that he made a promise, but he could buy them the lower floor if his companion did not like it. Walking along the busy outskirts of the capital, the vampire asked why no one was paying attention to them if her friend was wanted. Summoning magical energy in his hand, the young man replied that he looked like he always did, only in her eyes. His face changed. A notification informed about the activation of a 2-star illusion barrier. Alice screamed in fear. Raising an eyebrow questioningly, she asked why they came here if they needed to prepare for an attack. Suddenly, the vampire saw something in front of her. The protagonist explained that they needed to look in one place before going to the citadel. In front of them was the blacksmith's house. Opening the door, the player said that despite the unattractive appearance, the forge was home to a talent that was impossible to pass by. The best blacksmith of the Empire was sitting on the floor. Empty beer mugs lay next to him. The sign above the door read Oren's Forge. The sign next to it said that customer satisfaction was only 1.6%. This shop occupied the first place from the bottom in the rating of the inhabitants of the Empire. Seeing the piles of garbage, Alice pressed her hands to her chest in disgust and said that this smithy was more like a trash can. Above the sleeping dwarf was a sign that said you can pay with alcohol. The vampire asked if they really needed a blacksmith like that. The protagonist confirmed this with his glowing eyes, and greedy look was activated. The status window described the many skills that the sleeping dwarf had. Drool was dripping from his open mouth, and the copying conditions stated that the user must rekindle the fire in the soul of the exhausted and helpless blacksmith in order to copy one of his skills. Jin-hyuk put his hand to his mouth and asked him to wake up, but there was no response except for snoring. He held his hand out in front of him and asked for something to be passed to him. Alice took out a bottle of Imperial Royal Prince aged 50 years. Raising it above his head, the boy declared that the bottle of wine was wasted while the blacksmith was sleeping so soundly. The dwarf shuddered, hearing this through his sleep. Heading towards the exit, the player declared that they would have to leave with a bottle of good alcohol. Since the owner of the shop was sleeping, Oren extended his hand and asked him to stop. Frowning menacingly, the blacksmith asked to give him the bottle right now. The boy playfully shook the bottle in his hands. Taking the bottle and taking a sip, the dwarf said that it was incredibly tasty wine, and asked what the customers needed. Spreading his arms, the young man said that he needed to strengthen his equipment. The sign in front of the blacksmith was written with many angry reviews. Oren was surprised that someone decided to trust him. Scratching his stomach, he called himself a drunkard who had long since lost his skills and asked if the customer was sorry to trust him with his weapon. Summoning a clot of energy in his hand, the protagonist replied that there was no need to worry about trifles and that he would pay generously if the blacksmith accepted his order. A notification informed him that the skill sharing everything had been activated, the target of which was Alice. The girl's eyes lit up. The Queen Pendragon bracelet appeared in her friend's hands. The vampire objected, saying that this thing belonged to her. Taking the bracelet in his hands, Oren called it a valuable thing that was hard to get and asked if the client was sure of his decision. Jin-hyuk nodded, despite the objections of his companion. Placing the bracelet on the anvil and taking a hammer in his hands, the dwarf said that he had nothing against it as long as he was paid. He asked the client not to regret his decision. His eyes lit up. Activating metal breath, the blacksmith emitted a wave of fire. The flame heated up the bracelet lying on the anvil. Oren swung his axe, beginning the process of strengthening the equipment. The hammer hit the bracelet with force. A red notification appeared that the item was destroyed. A corresponding window appeared, saying that the bracelet was broken. The notification said that the enhancement was failed. Alice turned white with fear. Putting her hands to her face, she screamed desperately. Scratching the back of his head, Oren said that his hand slipped. Suddenly, his eyes widened when the client said that everything was fine. In his hands were many artifacts. The vampire cried, seeing that her friend stole her entire collection of treasures. The third floor of the Tower of Trials, a crowd of people gathered in the Temple of Change. Players surrounded Teresa, introducing themselves as her big fans. Someone asked why she was dressed like that. Someone asked her to take part in the broadcast. Smiling embarrassedly, the girl thought that her comrade promised to send someone here, but the number of people was amazing. Someone stepped on the railing of the second floor balcony. Leaning forward, Casey asked the people present to clear the way. The people's mouths dropped open in fear. The twins grinned madly. The players ran in terror. The siblings jumped off the balcony. Teresa greeted them and asked if her friend had sent them. A portal opened in the temple. The saint pointed at it with her hand, saying that she had asked the Empire to prepare invitations for them. The twins crossed their arms in displeasure and declined the invitation. Teresa objected, saying that they should accompany her. Judilo looked at her suspiciously. Pouting, Casey said that she would not go anywhere with such a weakling and that they would not hesitate for a second if her other personality was here. The saint lowered her head and sighed heavily. The next moment, she grabbed Judilo's forehead. Her face changed, her hair turned dark. The girl angrily said that the twins should obey the saint. The boy smiled and made the sign of peace with his fingers. The girl pointed at herself and said that she wanted to do the same. Squinting, Teresa's alter ego promised to play with them if the twins escorted the saint to Muram. The twins agreed. The blue portal sparkled. A notification said that another enhancement had failed. The rainbow necklace with the stone had been destroyed. Holding the remains of the necklace in her hands, Alice said that she wore it when she was in a good mood. Looking at the shaking girl, the dwarf thought that out of 10 attempts, not a single one had been successful. The vampire clenched her fists furiously and looked at him. The blacksmith wondered if he would definitely stay alive. Putting on an apron, the protagonist said that this was enough. Oren looked back and asked what he wanted to do. Taking a hammer in his hand, Jinhak said that he could do the same. The dwarf narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Taking the blade in his other hand, the boy said that the one who was the best blacksmith of the prosperous empire in the past was now just a drunkard whose movements would be easy to imitate. Pentagris's fangs sparkled. Closing one eye, Oren thought that blacksmithing was not that easy to master and that his client was too confident. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he heard the sound of a hammer, a notification informing him that the equipment had begun to be strengthened. The player swung the hammer. The dwarf's mouth dropped open in amazement, thinking that his client was not that simple, because he struck the heated metal at the perfect moment, using a bold and precise technique. The boy poured a bottle of red dragon's blood onto the blade. The blacksmith could not believe that someone had harnessed the blood of a dragon. He wondered if the guest planned to maximize the efficiency, but beads of sweat were running down his tense face. Watching the player wield the hammer, the dwarf was angry that he had humiliated his dignity. But at the same time, raising his eyebrows in admiration, Oren couldn't help but rejoice at the sight of the reddened blade that had absorbed the dragon's blood. The breath of metal skill icon appeared. A notification informed that the copying conditions had been met. The hammer froze in midair. Seeing the guest put the hammer down, the blacksmith raised his eyebrows in surprise. Clenching his fist, he asked why the boy had stopped, since he was doing so well. Clutching the hammer in his hand, the young man replied that he had merely imitated the master, but he was unable to reproduce true skill. Extending the sword to the dwarf, he said that this enhancement should be completed by a true professional. Oren extended his hand in amazement. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he, like no one else, knew the emotions of a person at their peak. When a person reaches the limit, everything around him begins to seem boring. The dwarf was sitting in front of a pile of weapons. At such a moment, there was enough incentive. The blacksmith picked up the hammer. A red-hot blade lay on the anvil. Oren sighed heavily. Jinhak grinned contentedly. Motivation allowed the man to feel the old fire in his chest again. The dwarf swung his hammer with force. His eyes lit up. His hammer was covered in bright flames. The hammer struck the blade. The notification said that the equipment had been improved. The blade sparkled with lightning. The notification said that the limit of equipment improvement had been reached and that the blood of the red dragon had successfully merged with the equipment. A new notification said that the hidden potential of the equipment had been revealed. The guy closed his eyes, blinded by the bright light. The blacksmith gritted his teeth, looking at his work. The runes on the blade glowed blue. The notification said that the highest difficulty improvement was successful. A blue haze emanated from the blade lying on the anvil. The description said that with every third attack, the chance of a critical hit increases by 7%, and if the user damages the weapon, the attack power will temporarily increase by 100 times. Oren clenched his fists in joy, feeling his own strength. The player took the blade in his hands and thought that with such a weapon he could easily deal with even the bosses of the upper floors. He was distracted from his thoughts and looked up when he was called. Scratching the back of his head, the dwarf thanked his client for allowing him to experience this feeling again. Clenching his fist tightly, he smiled and said that he still had room to grow because there was still much to explore. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, the young man replied that he was glad to hear it. Opening the sheet and pointing at it with his finger, the guy asked to sign the contract and join him in order to receive much more amazing experience. Putting on his reading glasses, the blacksmith asked to give him 3 hours to read each clause of the contract. Waving his finger, the protagonist agreed that contracts should always be read very carefully, but offered an interesting thing if the contract was signed right now. He promised to protect the owner of the shop from his companion. The dwarf looked at Alice in surprise, her face distorted with extreme rage. The vampire asked how the blacksmith could rejoice after destroying her entire collection. Jinhyuk grabbed her as she rushed at the dwarf to finish him off and said that he could not contain her ardor for long. Oren shouted that he would sign the contract right now. It was getting dark outside. Hearing a strange ringing, the boy's eyes widened. The blacksmith looked around in amazement. The sun had set behind the horizon, hidden behind the mountains. The bell on the high tower rang. The sentry reported an attack. Weinstellen ran into the throne room and asked if Miriam had invaded their lands. The knight replied that Miriam had nothing to do with it. The guards looked into the distance, standing on the fortress walls. A huge foot shook the earth. The giants crossed the border and attacked the castle walls. Abraham raised his eyebrows in fear, realizing that the giants had decided to attack the capital while all the knights were at the forefront. The giants rushed forward, holding their weapons in their hands. The warriors took their positions on the fortress wall and prepared for battle. Watching what was happening, the player thought that the giants must have been in the citadel, which Penheimer asked to conquer. Thinking of something, he narrowed his eyes slyly. The guy handed something to his companion. Alice asked why she needed it. Smiling, her friend replied that he had a plan. The knights fired projectiles from ballistas on the order of the commander. The giant reflected the discs, holding out his hands in front of him. One of the knights said that their weapons were useless. His comrade looked at him and ordered him not to lose heart, because they just needed to hold out until the sword masters arrived. The warrior shouted that he would not give up the wall. The giants were approaching the fortress. The 2 giants clasped their hands, and the third ran towards them. He put his foot on their hands. The king of the giants jumped into the air. Ograkun, his eyes blazing, promised the Imperials a quick death. The giant's body destroyed the fortress wall. The horsemen on horseback noticed that the wall had fallen. Abraham gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that the enemies would cause irreparable damage while he was getting to the wall. Seeing something, the sword master raised his eyebrows in fear. Ograkun, lying on the rubble of the wall, looked ahead. A bright flash appeared. The skill icons Mandala, Thousand Poison, and Giant's hand merged. A notification announced that the fusion was successful. The young man's hand caught fire. The protagonist jumped into the air, concentrating all his energy in his fist. The notification said that the giant's strike skill had been activated. Swinging his fist, he ordered the enemy to disappear. The powerful blow sent the giant king's body flying into the air. He landed on the other side of the walls, knocking down his warriors. A video camera appeared next to the player. A notification said that the video recording had started. Bloody energy appeared around Alice's hands. Putting her hand, covered in red smoke, forward, the girl asked the contractor to watch her work carefully. A notification said that the bloody path had been activated. Bloody waves washed over the enemies. The next moment, they rose into the air as if in cocoons. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist cut their bodies, activating the quick blade. His eyes lit up. A notification announced that the demonic Sword King's steps had been activated. Jinhyuk landed on the stone floor of the fortress. Getting to his feet, he thanked his companion for her good work. A notification said that the video recording had been completed. Alice asked if her friend wanted to test her abilities, her face covered with a dark veil. The boy smiled and said that the time had not yet come. The guards ran up to them, exclaiming that the great mage and knight had saved them. Suddenly, the Imperials stopped. Seeing the player in front of him, one of the guards said that he had seen him on the wanted posters. The man who had climbed the fortress wall ordered everyone to disperse. Weinstellen lowered his head, trying to catch his breath. The great sword master stood next to him. Frowning, the Duke said that he had seen how the criminal had defeated the giants by hiring a powerful mage. Unsheathing his sword, Abraham thought that he would not miss the chance to avenge Mackenzie if the enemy started another battle. Putting his hands forward, the player asked to be arrested. Alice looked at him questioningly. The Duke smiled and said that there was no question of that. Joyfully throwing up his hands, he shouted that the appearance of the hero was a gift from God and that thanks to him the capital was protected from the giants. The man with a beaming smile invited the guests to enter the imperial palace, promising a warm welcome. Alice's eyes widened in confusion. Her companion grinned. The sun was shining on the capital of the empire. The heroes who had defended the empire stood on the carpet in the throne room. Weinstolen extended his hands to them and greeted them again. Bowing, he apologized for the incident that had happened earlier, explaining that the atmosphere in the capital was extremely tense due to the war. Waving his hand and laughing, the Duke said that he would have invited them long ago if he had known that they had such outstanding abilities. The guests exchanged glances. Raising his fist to his mouth and clearing his throat, the man said that the guests needed rest after the recent incident and suggested that they discuss everything the following day. Turning to the guards, the Duke ordered them to prepare a room for their saviors. Abraham, standing behind everyone, crossed his arms in displeasure and thought that only recently this hero was considered an intruder. The protagonist smiled. Looking at him with disdain, the sword master thought that he was facing a very mysterious person. Someone approached him from behind. Mackenzie put his hands to his helmet and cried, seeing his offender in the castle. Turning his back to the guests, Abraham said that he asked him not to go out and offered to have a glass at his expense. There was a bottle of wine next to the bathtub. Alice took a sip from the glass. Sitting in the bathtub filled with foam, the girl happily declared that this was heavenly pleasure. Looking back, the protagonist asked if she liked it. The vampire closed her eyes happily and replied that this was the only reason to put off revenge, because she hadn't had the slightest chance to wash herself in the last few days. Jin-hyuk smiled. Looking at the video they had managed to film on the fortress wall, he thought that once his companion had appeared as a powerful mage, the Empire's attitude had immediately changed. Imagining himself against the backdrop of millions of views and mountains of gold, the guy decided that their popularity would skyrocket if they named Alice the second unknown, and then he would have enough coins to expand the unknown's scope of activity. Imagining Weinstolen's face, he thought that the Duke had first called him a heretic, and now he was carrying him in his arms. An image of Aaron appeared in his head. The player assumed that, judging by the expression on his face, the Gendhara guild member could guess who the spy was. Perhaps he already knew that Weinstolen was the spy. The guy waved his hand, and the video disappeared. Looking down, he thought that there would be no benefit in telling Penheimer about the identity of the scout Nurum. Looking at the atmosphere in the Imperial Palace, it could be concluded that the Duke had already taken full control. The chess knight was standing on the board next to the king. The youth thought that there were too many unknowns in their world. There was a knock on the door. The door creaked, and he saw his guest. Abraham, holding 2 glasses and a bottle of wine in his hands, offered to drink as an apology for what happened. The knight placed the glass on the table. Sitting at the table, he said that Mackenzie had never felt such shame. The protagonist asked him to convey his apologies. Taking a sip, the sword master said that the people outside the tower were only able to reach the 10th floor. Smiling, Jin-hyuk said that he was here at the request of Penheimer, who was planning to conquer the Citadel of Giants. Looking down, the blonde thought that his comrade had finally managed to find someone worthy. Grinning, his guest asked why the knight was not happy that they wanted to help them. Introducing his older comrade, Abraham said that Penheimer had always been loyal to the Empire and His Majesty and was always ready to sacrifice his life, which was very worthy of a knight. In the main square stood a majestic statue. The Empire was losing its power along with its ruler. Looking at his interlocutor, the sword master explained that even if the Citadel was conquered, without a true leader, nothing would change. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, he said that then the Empire would be captured by Murum's forces. A sly smile appeared on the player's face. Flashing his fiery eyes, he asked if the knight wanted to side with Weinstolen in order to betray the Emperor. Abraham shuddered in fear. Jumping up from his seat, he knocked over the chair. Waving his hand, the guy said that he just wanted to clarify the situation and that they had no need to fight. With a sly glance, the young man said sarcastically that he understood that for the sake of the country one could give up the honor of a knight. With an evil grin, the sword master appreciated the intelligence of his guest and decided to get down to business. Putting his hand to his chest, the blonde said that his reward for conquering the Citadel would be greater than Penheimer. The player squinted with interest. The sun's rays illuminated the houses of the capital. Patting the horse on the neck, the Duke thanked the guest for accepting the Empire's request. Standing in front of the heroes sitting on the horse, Weinstolen explained that to the west of the Citadel there was an Imperial camp where they could request help. Bowing, the man wished them luck. The protagonist nodded approvingly. The horse went to the exit of the fortress. Abraham, standing behind the Duke, asked if this man would really be on their side. The man replied that it did not matter. Squinting angrily, Weinstolen asked the sword master to tell the commander to make the most of the player and capture the fortress at the first opportunity. The sword master raised his eyebrows in confusion. but agreed. Remembering the knight's face, Jin-Hak wondered if Abraham would have said that the Empire would fall to Muram's forces if he knew the identity of the spy. Looking back, Alice asked if the contractor really wanted to cooperate with a traitor. Closing his eyes, the guy denied it, saying that the Duke's head was probably bursting with ideas on how to use him and quickly throw him away. The citadel appeared in front of them. The player decided that first they needed to gather more information to see the full picture. The Holy Kingdom of Seeds, in the center of the fortress stood a tall temple. Raising their hands to the sun, the nuns recited a prayer. One of them covered her mouth in surprise, thinking that she was seeing something like this for the first time. Teresa had 2 balls darting around in her chest, the dark energy creating an unusual metamorphosis. The people present turned around when someone entered the temple and said that according to the rules, the girl needed to be purified immediately. Sabina put her hands on her waist and said dejectedly that it was hard to do anything in this situation. The saint lowered her eyes and asked for forgiveness. The archbishop put her hand on her head and said that the brighter the light, the stronger the shadows. Stroking Teresa's head, the woman explained that there was no reason to worry because her sacred power was strong and pure enough. Walking down the hallway of the temple, Sabina asked if her guest wanted to conduct research here. The answer was affirmative. Pointing her finger forward, she asked if the saint would take these people. The nun reached for the plates, saying that they were needed for worship. Someone said that they would just borrow them for a while. Casey built a tower of dishes on her brother's head and said that a new world record was in the works. Judilo sneezed and the tower collapsed. Watching them, the archbishop noted that these children were too naughty and asked if everything would be okay. Teresa replied that she would have to try. Looking at her novice, the woman said that she believed in her and that she would personally have to convince the other ministers of the importance of her work. After these words, Sabina asked why this research was needed. Clenching her fist, the saint replied that her friend had asked her to do it. Resolutely looking at the priest, the girl explained that her friend was going to attack the 21st floor and cause a major disaster. The woman pouted in surprise. Putting her hand to her chest, she asked if this was really God's will. Teresa asked if she had any guesses. Sabina narrowed her eyes and said that recently people have been disappearing in the Empire. All of the missing were the guardians of ancient relics, the whereabouts of which are now also unknown. The nuns were holding sparkling boxes in their hands. Putting her hand on the shoulder of her novice, the archbishop said that they did not have people to deal with this situation because of the war with Muram, but now the saint has become God's salvation for their country by coming at such a time. Hearing that she was entrusted with the research, Teresa confidently clenched her fist. Appearing in the video call window, the protagonist reported that he encountered an association of demonic people on the 21st floor. This news greatly surprised the girl. Imagining the face of the devil, Jin-Hyuk explained that while everyone was busy with the war between Muram and the Empire, the association was going to summon a strong demon. The saint opened her mouth in shock. Keeping a confident expression, the player said that he knew how dear the Holy Empire was to his friend. The little children were playing with Sabina. Everyone looked very happy. A little boy climbed onto the archbishop's neck and put his hand forward. The player asked his ally to investigate what the association was doing to protect the Empire. Teresa nodded nervously. Smiling, the boy promised to send her people who could help her with the search. Judilo stretched in irritation. Casey rubbed her palms together happily. The team consisting of the twins and Teresa went to look for clues. Kaguma swung his paw in displeasure. Until the 12th floor of the trial tower, the dragon fought with the elemental spirits against annoying insects. Seeing the level up notifications, T-Bone raised his knife up and reported to the captain that he had grown up and could now speak. Kaguma looked away and sighed in displeasure. The skeleton said that it was very rude of him. The ants tried to tear Sylph apart. T-Bone said that everyone tried for his sake, but hearing the dragon's displeased sigh, he promised to shut up if he was not eaten. Grabbing his friend's skull with his teeth, Kaguma suddenly saw a notification that said that the summoner's call was activated. The same notifications appeared in front of each spirit. The dwarf said with relief that freedom was finally waiting for them. The notification said that the summoning of summoned creatures began. T-Bone happily clasped his hands together. He said that it was finally his turn. A sparkle flashed in his eyes. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully along with Alice. The skeleton frowned. Kneeling down and holding his knife up, he asked the owner if he liked his solid appearance. Silence fell over the clearing. The horse stood to the side and chewed the grass. Alice said that the skeleton had grown, but was still too weak. Scratching the back of his head, Jin-Hyuk confirmed this, stating that he had a long way to go. T-Bone bowed his head in disappointment. The vampire asked why Kaguma had not come. Her companion replied that he had asked the dragon to rest. The notification said that the ancient creature did not respond to the summoner's call. His face with his tongue hanging out appeared on the doorbell window. The dragon was angry that he was forced to work and was not given a treat. T-Bone wiped his tears with his hand. Alice asked why her friend was trying to grow a skeleton. The guy replied that the time would come and she would find out everything. Smiling, he said that in any case, He wanted to test him. Looking at the forest thicket, the player offered to put T-Bone against the man pursuing them. A man in a robe was sitting on a wide branch. Looking around, the stranger realized that his presence was noticed. Taking a fighting stance, the skeleton ordered the pursuer to leave and promised his master that he would deal with the enemy. Someone jumped out of the treetops. The stranger landed in front of the heroes. The man took off his robe. Several more people appeared from the shadows. T-Bone hid behind his master's leg. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, the commander of the Shadow Squad said that the Dark Emperor ordered the player to be brought to him. Hall took out a sword that looked more like a flexible ribbon. Taking a fighting stance, he said that the enemy should be punished for pretending to be the Emperor's student. Putting his hand on T-Bone's head, the guy asked him to take on the assassins because it was time to show his skills. Summoning bloody energy in her hand, Alice said that she would destroy the enemies. Putting a finger up, the player warned that murder was prohibited. The vampire called this rule terrible. She asked if her friend was making things difficult on purpose. The young man turned his head and smiled. He looked at the cliffs towering over the forest. The answer was negative. Someone was standing on a stone ledge. The Dark Emperor was watching the events together with Volian. The old man thoughtfully scratched his beard, explaining that it was necessary to see how strong the one who pretended to be his student was. The enemy jumped up. Activating the aura blade, Hall rushed to attack, but the player managed to dodge the writhing sword. After doing several somersaults to avoid the attacks, the protagonist thought that in front of him was one of the strongest Murims who could be useful. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the Emperor appreciated the agility of his opponent. Volian narrowed his eyes, thinking that the enemy should be more careful in a fight with the White Snake. The man lowered his sword, finding himself in range. Frowning furiously, he shouted that his opponent was dodging well. The flexible blade of the sword flew through the air like a whip. Covered in red energy, Heil asked his opponent what he thought of this. A notification said that the deadly blood bomb had been activated. The blade of the sword rushed forward. Dodging, Jinhyuk asked if the squad leader was supposed to bring him to the Emperor. Jumping into the air above the blade of the sword, he asked why he had to use so many killing techniques. The White Snake gritted his teeth in anger, not understanding why he was doing everything he could but still missing. The boy dodged the writhing sword again. Suddenly, the man looked away. The bloody assassin fell to the ground. Pointing at himself, T-Bone urged his enemies not to look down on him, because he had much more power than he appeared to have. Watching the battle, Heil couldn't believe that a small skeleton soldier was fighting on equal terms with a squad of shadows. Sitting on the back of the fallen assassin, Alice said that the enemies were extremely lucky. Holding a huge ruby club in her hands, the vampire said that everyone would have been dead by now if not for the contractor. After these words, she threw the club on the floor. The man's mouth opened in shock, seeing that the rest of the assassins were defeated by the girl. The squad leader looked back when he was offered to conduct a test. Grinning evilly and flashing crazy eyes, the player offered to see how much the Dark Emperor valued his warrior. Powerful swings of the sword cut the trees in half, but the young man managed to dodge the attack. Activating the ice creation skill, he summoned an ice wall in front of him. The White Snake's legs were frozen. Activating the law of self-defense, the man destroyed the ice shackles and shouted that such tricks were useless against him. Activating the demonic Sword King's steps, the protagonist snuck up on him from behind. Concentrating the dark energy around his fist, he stated that he just wanted to get attention. The notification announced the activation of the Emperor's Black Sky Art skill. A huge wave of energy rushed forward behind the fist. Seeing the enemy's fist in front of his face, Heil realized that he had used the Dark Emperor's Dogman technique. A powerful explosion rang out, causing a flash of purple light. The astonished leader of the Shadow Squad fell to the ground. Someone held the player's hand, ordering him to stop the fight. A satisfied smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face. The Dark Emperor removed his hand and asked him to stop. Alice leaned forward, calling out to her friend. T-Bone asked if he should kill the enemy. Without turning around, the boy waved his hand and asked his friends not to worry. Seeing the Dark Emperor, he thought that the old man had finally shown himself in person. The player sat with him on a mountain of monster corpses in the era of virtual reality and games, when the Tower of Trials was completed and nothing remained. They drank and laughed. The Emperor was one of the few characters with whom you could have a heart-to-heart talk. The guy's eyes lit up, happy to see him again. A notification said that Greedy Look had been activated. The old man looked away. All of his stats in the status window were hidden. Bowing before him, Heil said that he was infinitely ashamed that His Majesty had to stand up for him. Amwin closed his eyes, saying that everything was fine because it was his own fault for giving the order, misjudging the enemy's strength. The White Snake closed his eyes, expressing his regret. Looking around, the Emperor thought that their opponent was surprisingly easy to fight off Heil's attacks while holding a monster with terrifying strength near him. Alice was entangled in thick chains. The man thought that her power was somehow limited. Frowning, he supposed that the girl would be difficult to resist if she were to free herself from these shackles. The old man put his hands behind his back and said that the skills of the man who fought the white snake were amazing. Pointing at himself, the young man asked if he could be credited with the victory and if the man knew about the honor of the strong. He waved his hand and added that it was impolite for adults to interfere in the battle of the young, and Hyle opened his mouth in amazement. Clenching his fist, the leader of the Shadow Squad asked if the enemy knew who he was talking to. Amwon raised his head and laughed loudly. Grinning, the Emperor said that he personally confirmed why Volian liked the player so much. The warrior raised his eyebrows indifferently. Looking at him, the protagonist asked how he was doing. Volian silently turned away, and Jinhyuk thought that the young man was very offended. He looked up when he heard that the Emperor knew that the player was pretending to be his student. Smiling and recalling the course of the battle, the old man said that he wanted to punish the deceiver, but changed his mind after seeing him use the Emperor's black sky art. Squinting slyly, the man suggested that the enemy stop pretending and really become his student. The guy thoughtfully lowered the corners of his lips. Gritting his teeth angrily, Hyle decided that His Majesty would not have taken an outsider as a student if he had killed the enemy. The player agreed, scratching his chin. Amwon was surprised by such a quick decision. The young man stuck 3 fingers up and said that he had 3 conditions. The Emperor frowned with displeasure. Crossing his arms over his chest, the player said that he had every right to ask for such a thing if they would be each other's student and teacher. Vol intensely knitted his eyebrows. Hyle opened his mouth in fear. Standing behind his leader, the white snake thought that the enemy had crossed the line. The old man grinned slyly, assuming that his future disciple thought that the world would be at his feet. Summoning dark energy around himself, he decided to show his enemy who was boss. Watching the energy grow, Alice asked the contractor if everything was okay. The young man smiled and asked her to step back with T-Bone. Keeping calm, he held up 3 fingers and said that he would not join the cult of the divine demon, and their temporary relationship would be based on a contract. The next condition was to hand over the White Snake and the Shadow Squad to him for 3 days. Standing behind the Emperor, Hyle shouted that his opponent had gone crazy. Holding up 1 finger, the protagonist prepared to voice the last condition. Volian raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that he would have to go with the player. The dark energy raised fragments of stones into the air. Amwon called these conditions impudent. Approaching his enemy, the old man asked if he had finished his speech. Running away from the dark energy, Hyle ordered everyone to disperse, otherwise no one would survive. The Emperor asked what last words the enemy had to say, his eyes burning fiercely. Jinhyuk smiled and closed his eyes. The Emperor's black sky art activated. His eyes turned purple. Concentrating the dark energy in his hands, the player stated that if the man accepted his conditions, they would complete the 13th demon formula, which he had failed to complete on his own. The old man stepped back in shock. Standing in front of his opponent, he thought that he had wanted to master the formula for a long time. Looking at the man's mad face, Amwon wondered how he knew about this. White clouds floated above the green valley. Alice held the T-Bone in her hands. A booming laugh rang out. Hugging the player, the Emperor said that they met for the first time, but it was as if they had known each other for 100 years. Pointing his finger at his new disciple, the man ordered the assassins to listen to his orders for the next 3 days. Leaning down, he asked the disciple to tell him when everything was done so that their bond could be formalized. Patting the player on the back, the old man was happy that he would finally be able to complete the formula thanks to the person who could understand his technique. Grabbing the disciple's cheek, the Emperor asked where he had been all this time. Volian narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Looking at how his leader embraced the young man, the warrior thought that he had criticized his opponent for pretending to be the disciple of the Dark Emperor, but now he had become one for real. Volian remembered how the protagonist had firmly said that he would go with him. The young man smiled slightly, calling Jinhyuk a truly extravagant person. Closing his eyes and placing his hand on his heart, the warrior was glad that they met again. The protagonist and the girl in the long cloak walked side by side and talked. Hyle and Walren walked behind, and the old man said that first Jinhyuk had disgraced him in front of the master, and now he should address him as a master. Walren smiled, closed his eyes, and told Hyle not to be angry because the protagonist was actually good to his people. The old man raised his fist and glared at Walren, and the girl with red eyes walking in front asked if this was the reason Jinhyuk asked not to kill them. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that it wouldn't hurt to have extra hands to capture the giant citadel. The girl looked at Jinhyuk and asked what kind of fortress it was that they were preparing so hard for the raid. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes wide in shock, and Jinhyuk smiled widely. In the distance, a fortress and a tall tree were visible, and the protagonist said that it was a big and annoying place. At the western gate of the giant citadel, burning stones were falling from the sky and explosions were heard. There were people standing behind the blue barrier, and the man who was riding a horse said that most of the spells did not leave even a scratch. Count Javier, the Imperial Commander-in-Chief, frowned and ordered to begin since there was no other choice. A warrior in a long cloak created a bright green shield. The system reported the activation of barrier resistance. Knights in iron armor walked forward. One of them raised a red flag, ordering the first line to attack. The knights closed their eyes and clenched their teeth tightly. Then they ran towards the blue barrier, shouting that they were fighting for His Majesty Lionheart. A knight's foot passed through the barrier. Suddenly, round seals appeared in the air, and the system reported the activation of the World Tree Barrier Tangrassel and the 12-star Barrier Perception Distortion. The knights rushed forward, emitting a green aura. They wanted to have time to reach the gate before the shield was destroyed. One of the knights was covered in sweat and clenched his white teeth tightly as the red screen showed that the barrier resistance had been destroyed. He dropped his sword and fell to the ground with a loud scream, and the system reported that the perception had been distorted. Javier gripped the bridle so hard that his sweaty hand shook and he cursed loudly. He clenched his jaw and frowned, saying that even with the best barrier of the Empire's mages, they could not hold out for more than a second. Javier did not know how they could break through the enemy's defense. The knights lay on the dry ground, letting out heavy and painful sighs. A muscular man with a huge hammer in his hands looked down at them with a smirk and called them small. His eyes emitted a bright yellow light, and he shouted with a wide grin that the knights were not able to cope with a basic barrier, which amused him greatly. One of the knights widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock and fear. A broad-shouldered man walked towards a tall tree. Giants grew under the influence of the concentrated mana of the World Tree, so they became bigger and stronger, gaining immunity to curses. Men with muscular backs closed a massive door. Giants think that they are special because they were chosen by the World Tree. They stood and looked up. Giants think that their people are the only ones who can rule the test tower. A girl with short brown hair smirked and said that it was time to show the results of training. She looked at Yusung, whose face looked stern, and called him the heir to the Kai Sword technique. The youth looked at the huge world tree and thought that he did not expect to be in the place where he came to chase that scoundrel so soon. Yusung suddenly frowned when someone asked why he was here. A man with long dark hair raised an eyebrow, asking if Yusung had decided to join Murim, and Yusung thought that the man looked familiar. He remembered his angry face and realized that he was the former leader of the China Guild. Yusung thought he had disappeared, not expecting to meet him in Murim. The girl put her hands behind her back and said with a smile that they could skip the introduction since they knew each other, and suggested that they join forces to take over the giant's stronghold. She hugged Yusung's hand and said that she would expect great results from him. There were many people standing around them. The protagonist was sitting, saying that Yusung had finally joined forces with Murim. Alice brought her hand to her mouth, laughing, saying that it was all because of Jinhyuk's ridicule, and she would have left too if she were in his place. Suddenly, she froze in shock, a smile frozen on her surprised face. The protagonist picked up the necklace, and Alice screamed, begging him not to twist the ring. While Jinhyuk was spinning the necklace with an evil smile, Hyel asked Wal Yon about his words about the protagonist being kind to his subordinates. The young man with long dark hair looked at Jinhyuk skeptically when he called him. The protagonist tucked the ring into his shirt and said with a smirk that he had something for Wal Yon. The light was on in the white tent. It was night. Yusung held a glowing sword in his hands with his head down. His eyes were closed, and he thought that in the master's Kai Sword technique, he finally saw the slightest chance to catch up with him. He imagined Seyoung's face as she waved her hand in the air. Suddenly, Yusung opened his brown eyes and frowned. Then, he swung his sword sharply. With a serious face, he told someone to stop hiding. Black smoke was visible on the floor, and Yusung said that he was warning only once. Waljin folded his hands in a polite gesture and said that there was no need to fight because Jinhyuk sent him to deliver a message. Yusung frowned and asked if Waljin was the girl-like swordsman who helped defeat the boss. Yusung placed his hand on his waist and gritted his teeth, and Waljin thought that he knew the protagonist's alternate identity. Yusung raised his sword, asking the other person to speak faster, and Waljin thought that, just like Jinhyuk said, Yusung was a friend. Waljin closed his eyes and took out a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, he read the letter with a calm face, in which the protagonist wrote that he was sincerely sorry for Yusung joining the Murim. Yusung's sweat dropped as Waljin continued reading. Jinhyuk wrote in the letter that since this is how it turned out, Yusung should get useful information about the Murim, and then he will count this request as a simple punishment. Jinhyuk smirked contentedly, and his letter said that otherwise he would tell Teresa that Yusung had defected to the Murim side, which was the cause of the breakthrough in Europe. The boy closed his eyes and asked if that was all. Waljung sweated as he looked at the piece of paper, saying that it was better not to read it, and Yusung yelled at him to read it. The protagonist smiled widely and laughed, and Waljung read the rest of the letter, where it was written that Jinhyuk was going to strip Yusung naked and hang her upside down in the center of Seoul. Waljin pulled the paper away from his face and read the last part of the letter, in which the protagonist said that out of respect he left Yusung's underwear, and then said goodbye. Yusung grabbed his head and gritted his teeth, thinking that now he had one more reason to kill Jinhyuk. Volian put his hands behind his back, closed his eyes and mentally asked the protagonist not to make him do this again. Jinhyuk stuck his finger in his ear and said that it was very itchy. He thought with a smirk that Volian must have conveyed the message. Placing his hands on his waist, the protagonist looked at T-Bone and said that they would now move on to the pressing matters. He extended his hand forward, creating a bright seal. Jinhyuk smirked, creating bright magic in his hands, and said that they would begin to capture the Citadel of Giants. The system reported the activation of 3 different barriers. Alice stood at the blackboard and pointed at it with a pointer, providing information about the raid Citadel of Giants, where in the west was the Empire, in the east was Murim, and in the south was Jinhyuk. The sky was dark, the silhouette of the World Tree was visible. The bearded man raised his hand to his forehead and said that their enemies would never be able to break the barrier set by their mother. He smirked and laughed, calling the humans naive idiots. Suddenly, another giant hit him on the head and yelled angrily at him to stop messing around and start patrolling. The bearded man touched his head, picked up an axe and walked forward, asking what was there to inspect. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in surprise. T-Bone was walking with a dagger in his hand, his bones clicking as he walked. The giant froze, looking at the skeleton in bewilderment, who immediately ran away. He opened his mouth in shock. T-Bone ran up to the protagonist and reported that he was caught. Jinhyuk smirked and replied that he was just looking for one enemy while the system reported resistance to the barrier. The giant frowned his unibrow, looking down in shock. A bright silhouette of a woman was seen, saying that she felt that her barrier was being attacked by enemies. She closed her eyes and said that the people were trying their best to get through the barrier. This was Tangressel, the World Tree. A giant with long hair lowered himself down and bowed, telling Tangressel not to worry, because no one could get through her barrier. The king of the giants, named Ogrikun, stood up and said that if they did not, he would deal with the intruders. He raised his hand up and clenched his fist. From the dais, he addressed the crowd and shouted that the people were now attacking them to take away their mother. Ogrikun closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, saying that as sad as it may sound, the future of the giants of the World Tree was at stake. The giants opened their mouths in shock and began to sweat when they heard these words. Ogrikun raised his fist and shouted loudly that if they, the descendants of the Great Blood, stood up to defend themselves, they would surely win. He frowned and asked his comrades loudly if they were ready for war. The goblins raised their fists and roared that they were ready. A brown-haired man approached Ogrikun and asked if they really had a chance to win, and he replied that they would lose if the enemy decided to surround them. Ogrikun narrowed his eyes and said that it did not matter, however. He introduced Tangressel and said that as long as she lived, they would live. A shadow fell on the face of a giant with a beard and one missing tooth. He entered the tree, and Tangressel asked why he came here. The woman turned away, saying that everyone had come outside, when suddenly the giant fell to the ground. Tangressel frowned and said that their enemies had finally gotten through. Jinhyuk raised his hand with a wide smile and greeted the woman, asking if she was expecting guests. As the protagonist walked towards Tangressel, she thought that only giants could enter here, meaning that Jinhyuk had used that giant as a key. The woman looked down, her face covered in sweat, not understanding how a human could break through the barrier and come this far. Tangressel raised her hand up, and the system announced that she was activating the summoning. The room lit up, and she mentally told the soldiers of the Lost Paradise that a human dared to enter here without her permission. Spiders, centipedes, and butterflies crawled along the tree trunk, and Tangressel ordered them to make Jinhyuk pay for her sin. The protagonist and T-Bone jumped high into the air. Jinhyuk smirked and thought that the World Tree had an inner and outer powerful barrier, and it took a lot of strength to maintain each, so she couldn't activate them at the same time. He imagined the silhouette of a woman, and thought that the inner barrier would only activate if the outer one fell, and the reason for their strength was quite simple, in other words, double protection. With a wide grin, Jinhyuk thought about what would happen when both barriers were threatened. He waved his hand, activating the fire element, and came to the conclusion that in that case, Tangressel would have to remove one of the barriers. The protagonist attacked the insects, throwing a fire blast at them. Tangressel frowned, looking at the burning centipedes and spiders, and Jinhyuk shouted for her to choose. He held a sword in each hand, cutting the bodies of the insects with them, and said that the first option was to fall on the walls of the citadel. The protagonist arched his black eyebrows, his eyes glowed brightly, and then he offered the woman death by his hand. Tangressel frowned and gritted her teeth, not understanding what was wrong with this madman. In the catacombs of the underground cemetery of the Holy Empire, people were visible and loud sounds were heard. A girl and a boy with blonde hair were waving their weapons in the air. Teresa's white cloak fluttered in the wind. Her face was sweaty. She looked at the pile of armored skeletons and thought that the holy knights buried here had turned into walking dead. She frowned and thought that this shouldn't be the case. The system reported an incoming video call request. Teresa's face appeared on the screen, and she first started talking to Jin-hyuk, then fell silent in surprise. Without stopping fighting the insects, the protagonist said with a smile that he was fine and asked the girl to talk. Teresa reported with a serious face about the appearance of the undead in the catacombs of the Holy Empire, as if the holy power that protected this place had disappeared. Jin-hyuk, standing half-turned, told her to destroy the dead and summon all the knights of the Holy Empire. He threw his weapon over his shoulder, frowned, and thought that the demonic people who had already been in the catacombs were working faster than he thought. The system reported that the video call had ended. While the girl and the boy with blonde hair were fighting the skeletons, Teresa stood with her back to them and her head down. She frowned and thought that since Jin-hyuk reacted like that, something really bad had happened. A skeleton was approaching Teresa, squeaking loudly. She grabbed its skull. The girl and boy smiled happily when Teresa informed them of a change in plan. She grinned slyly and said that she would absorb all the dark energy. Her hair began to darken and patterns began to appear on her face. The caterpillar spat out green liquid from its mouth with a loud squeak. The protagonist, whose eyes had purple sparkles, was fighting insects, and Tangrasal thought that he was strong. Her mouth was open in shock and she came to the conclusion that the insects of the world tree were no match for him. Agrikun frowned as the woman called out to him in her mind. The giant bowed as he saw Tangrasal, who told him that there was an intruder in her lost paradise and commanded the giant to come to her. Agrikun's eyes widened and he began to sweat as Tangrasal said that the white jade would be in danger if she did not activate the inner barrier. The giant imagined the large glowing orb in the woman's hands and thought that it was the essence that contained his mother's powers, so it could not be allowed to be taken away. He looked at the giants lying on the ground and thought that if Tangrasal deactivated the outer barrier, the Empire and the Murim would break through here. Agrikun's brows furrowed and his nose wrinkled. He decided that he would try to sort this out. In the eastern part of the giant's stronghold, the Murim camp, there were many white tents. Armed warriors quickly ran forward. Ahead of them, a young man with brown hair was running, screaming that he didn't want to die. He suddenly opened one eye and looked away in confusion. The people looked at their palms, surprised that nothing had happened. The young man turned around and said that the barrier had hit. The woman put her hand on Yusung's shoulder with a smile and said that she didn't know what had happened, but that it was their chance. She crossed her arms as the man ran away from her in an instant. She smirked and told Yusung to show her what he had learned. The man ran past the other warriors very quickly, leaving a white streak in the air. He frowned, holding a sword in his hand. The warrior raised a red flag and ordered the others to attack. Everyone quickly ran forward towards the massive fence. The giants' mouths opened in shock when they saw that his mother's barrier had disappeared. They stood at the top, looking down. Yusung jumped over the fence and landed on the floor. He held a gilded sword in his hand, and the system reported the activation of his weapon. The man attacked the giants one by one with lightning speed, and crimson blood spurted out from their bodies. Yusung knelt down, swinging his sword, his eyes shining brightly. The giants fell to the ground dead, and he stood up. The woman in red clothes passed by the corpses and said that Yusung cut the giants, who were known for their durability, so easily. She looked down, saying that it was a good result. Yusung frowned, silently looking at her. He then looked at the warriors climbing the wall and thought that without the barrier, the walls would be captured quickly, and it was the same on the Empire's side. He frowned and thought that the curtain couldn't just fall, and it was probably the protagonist's doing. Yusung looked at the world tree, wondering what Jin-hyuk was doing right now. Tangrasal raised her hands while her long hair floated in the air. She spread her arms out to the sides, lighting up the surrounding area with the activation of the inner barrier. Jin-hyuk frowned and sweated. He fell to the ground, and the system reported the effect of gravity, which was increased tenfold. While he touched the ground with his hand, the system sent out many notifications about the change in his stats and abilities. The protagonist grinned and thought that even his barrier couldn't handle these curses. He looked at the woman who had a huge caterpillar appear behind him and realized that she had decided to protect herself in the end. T-Bone walked up to Jin-hyuk, looking at him worriedly, but the protagonist replied that he was fine. He asked Tangrasal with a wide smile if she thought it could stop him. The woman looked down at him and replied that no matter how strong Jin-hyuk was, this was her territory. A bright light was visible in her stomach, and she added that the protagonist should not even hope to survive if he was not born with her blessing of white jade. Jin-hyuk placed his hand on his knee and replied that Tangrasal's internal barrier was strong, but now that it was deactivated, the giants outside were being mercilessly destroyed. The giant with an axe in his hand screamed loudly. His body was covered in blood, and the protagonist asked if this was okay with the woman. Tangrasal tilted her head, furrowed her brows, and replied that her heart ached, but she had no choice because it was the only way to deal with Jin-hyuk. The protagonist chuckled, asking if the woman was sure that no living creature could survive here. Tangrasal narrowed her eyes, called him a fool, and asked if he thought she was lying. She raised her hand and shouted that all life here was under her control since she was the world tree. Jin-Huk smiled, his eyes shining brightly, and he said that was a good answer. The system reported the activation of Anubis's trial. A bright symbol appeared, a ghostly image of a woman was visible, her hand stretched out. Tangressel frowned and froze in surprise, and the system said that her skills had been reduced by 50%. Tangressel's mouth fell open in shock, feeling her strength disappear. Her eyes widened when Jin-Huk said that no living being could ever escape her curse. He added with a smirk that was why he brought T-Bone, who looked at his master in confusion. The skeleton suddenly began to burn with purple flames, and the system reported that he had been selected as an opponent. Suddenly, a black fog appeared, and T-Bone beeped loudly. Tangressel raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth in confusion. 2 blue flashes flashed in the darkness, and the system notified that T-Bone had evolved into a great death knight. The skeleton stood inside a huge armor, saying that he had become very strong. When Jin-Huk called him, T-Bone turned around. The protagonist pointed his finger at Tangressel, saying that she had white jade in her body. The skeleton ran forward when Jin-Huk ordered him to take the jade. Tangressel screamed loudly for her insects to stop the enemy, and the huge caterpillar rushed forward. T-Bone was quickly approaching the woman. He held on tightly to the mount. Then the skeleton swung his arm, attacking the huge insect. Tangressel's jaw dropped and she frowned in shock when she realized that the curses were not working. She thought that Jin-Huk knew this would happen. T-Bone knocked the huge caterpillar to the ground, and a deafening explosion was heard. The armored hand grabbed Tangressel by the throat. When T-Bone took the jade from the woman's stomach, she arched and screamed loudly in pain. The white jade glowed brightly, and the skeleton said that he would quickly pull it out. T-Bone frowned and asked Tangressel to be patient and not to twitch. Suddenly, he looked up and saw someone's black silhouette above him. Jin-Huk turned around, frowning. Ogre-kun jumped down, attacking T-Bone. The giant stood on the ground while the skeleton ran away. Ogre-kun placed his hand on Tangressel's back. She raised her palm, activating the outer barrier. Outside, the giants were fighting the humans. The warrior with the white headband turned around and shouted loudly for the others to kill the giants and take the citadel. Suddenly, his head tilted to the side and his mouth opened in surprise. All the humans fell to the ground at the same time. The warrior stood on his elbow, gritting his teeth from the tension, unable to move. The giant with the beard frowned and shouted loudly that the Mother's Mercy had returned, calling on his comrades to attack. Jin-Huk stretched his hand, clenching and unclenching it. He frowned his black eyebrows and thought that the inner barrier had disappeared. While Ogre-kun sat by Tangressel, the protagonist thought about how she activated the outer barrier at the same time as the giant arrived. Jin-Huk looked to the side and thought that even for a world tree, changing barriers requires a lot of energy. Tangressel was breathing heavily. She suddenly fell, raising dust in the air, and the protagonist thought that she would not be able to activate the inner barrier for some time. Ogre-kun placed his hands on the hilt of his sword. Jin-Huk activated the greedy gaze. The system provided information about this giant. He was level 80 and had many skills. On the blue screen, it was written that Ogre-kun believed that the world should be ruled by the giants of Tangressel, and if Jin-Huk promised him the continuation of their lineage, the chance of getting a special reward would increase. The system told about the conditions of copying. T-Bone asked if he should take revenge, and the protagonist answered negatively, lowering his head. Then he smirked and added that Ogre-kun belonged to him. It was night. A large tree was visible, while someone was talking about Murim and the Empire getting through the walls. However, they were having trouble because of the barrier. In the middle of the forest, there were people in black cloaks. One of them was talking on a video call about how they had finished preparing for the ceremony. The masked mage looked at the face of the blonde man with glasses and said that the secret room on the 15th floor was still not opened, but all 4 relics from the Sacred Empire were in his possession. The man with glasses, whose face was visible on the screen, said that it was sad that the plan had failed, but there was no other way. He opened his red eyes and told the mage to leave the citadel, because it did not matter who captured it. A bright pattern was visible around the sharp branches, and the man added that the citadel would be useless in the end. Suddenly, the pattern began to emit an even brighter purple glow, and the man said that these fools were fighting without even realizing what was happening. The mage raised his hands up, asking the others to be patient, because an unusually fun festival awaited them. Suddenly, one of the mages let out a loud cough, and red blood spurted out of his head. The other mage turned around, asking who was there. A skeleton in armor and a helmet fell to the ground. A man with long hair and a sword in his hand stood not far from the mages. Walren, whose eyes emitted a bright glow, frowned and said that there was an impressive pile of garbage here, just like Jin-Huk said. He narrowed his eyes and summoned a squad of shadows. The next second, warriors rushed towards the mages, and purple lightning appeared in Walren's eyes. Fresh blood flew in the air, loud pain screams were heard. Ogre-kun threw his sword over his shoulder and asked how a person dared to touch their mother. He called it unthinkable impudence. The giant swung his weapon and fiercely yelled that only the children of Tangressel were allowed to enter here because this was a sacred place. The sword strike sent debris flying into the air, and the system reported the activation of the giant strike. Jinhyuk jumped at the armored creature that had the T-bone. The protagonist then jumped into the air, smirking as he said he didn't care about their family ties. Ogre-kun used his sword as a shield when Jinhyuk attacked him, and the system reported the activation of the Colossus strike. The protagonist clenched his fist and yelled with a mad smile that once was not enough. He slashed at the giant's sword over and over again, who was clenching his teeth tightly from the effort. Ogre-kun furrowed his thick eyebrows and thought that Jinhyuk was strong. He swung his weapon and yelled that he admitted that the protagonist was not an ordinary person. Jinhyuk jumped down, bracing his hand on the ground, and the giant asked what about the protagonist's comrades who were outside. Ogre-kun smirked and said that right now, due to the influence of the barrier, they were probably being cut into pieces. The warriors attacked the screaming giant. Ogre-kun asked if Jinhyuk would leave them there. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if the giant was worried about his allies. Yusun clenched his jaw tightly while holding his sword in his hand, and Jinhyuk said that if his allies couldn't even endure this, he wouldn't recognize them as his comrades. The system reported the activation of the Emperor's Black Sky Art, and the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, shouting with a mad smile at Ogre-kun to worry about himself. The giant once again held out his sword, defending himself from Jinhyuk's attacks. Suddenly, Ogre-kun coughed, drops of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was horrified that the protagonist had broken through his defense, the Muramov technique. Jinhyuk sat on the ground, emitting a purple aura, and the giant flew back and crashed into a tree trunk. While Tangressel was calling out to Ogre-kun, an armored monster controlled by T-Bone appeared behind her. She turned around and dodged his hand, and the skeleton said that he only needed to take something. He apologized to the woman. Jinhyuk thought with a smirk that there were two ways to clear the 21st floor. Tangressel stretched out her hands, and the protagonist thought that the first way was to take the white jade. Ogre-kun was wiping her face while gritting her teeth, and Jinhyuk thought that the second way was to defeat the boss chosen by the white jade. The protagonist smiled madly, wondering what they would choose. The caterpillar was attacking T-Bone, the giant was sitting on the ground, and Jinhyuk thought that the insect warriors would soon die, and the white jade would be in danger. Ogre-kun's eyes shone brightly, and he mentally told Tangressel that he would use something, so she needed to be careful. The woman frowned in confusion, sweating. The giant gripped the hilt of his sword. Jinhyuk silently smirked, watching him. Ogre-kun's eyes began to emit a green glow, and he gritted his teeth so hard that the veins on his face became visible. He stomped his foot on the ground, emitting a green aura. The protagonist turned around and saw Ogre-kun growing in size, shouting that he was going to show why he was considered the king of giants all this time. The system reported the activation of Berserk. Ogre-kun, whose skin had darkened and his hair had grown longer, glared at Jinhyuk. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. The blue screen showed that for 30 minutes, Ogre-kun's attack power, attack speed, and movement speed would be increased by 30%. The giant took a step, and the ground beneath him cracked. He swung his weapon, gritting his teeth. Tangressel crossed her arms and ordered the soldiers to protect her. T-Bone turned around and stared at the woman in surprise. Ogre-kun raised his hand, approaching the opponents with a furious expression. Then he swung his sword, green lines appeared in the air. He used the crazy cyclone technique. The protagonist crossed his arms, activating the moon-hiding claws. He spread his legs wide, his white cape fluttered in the wind. Ogre-kun's rapid attacks destroyed Jinhyuk's protective barrier. T-Bone put his hands on his head, trembling in fear. The protagonist smirked and said that the giant was really strong. Black smoke was flying around. Ogre-kun only frowned and roared deafeningly. Jinhyuk realized that the giant had completely gone crazy and smirked contentedly, saying that this was even better. A drawing of a star was visible. The system reported the activation of skill fusion. Images of polygonal figures appeared. They indicated the skill Colossus Strike and the skill Moon Hiding Claws. The protagonist extended his hand, emitting a blue aura. The system notified that the 3-star barrier was activated and the white beast was added to the fusion. Jinhyuk clenched his jaw, his eyes began to glow, and the system warned that there was a risk of karma collapse when trying to recreate a part of the Supreme Being. The protagonist had used up his mana reserves. A light blue fog appeared around him. Ogre-kun rushed towards him. The giant opened his mouth wide and attacked the protagonist. Suddenly, Ogre-kun frowned in confusion. A yellow and blue hand was visible in the middle of the smoke, and the system said that the passive skill Moon Seal was activating. The blue screen showed the successful creation of the skill, and that due to the current level and conditions of use, only 10% of it could be produced. Jinhyuk held the giant's huge sword with one hand. His strength was increased by 50%, and he had 3.5 minutes left. The protagonist said with a smirk that collecting interesting things could bring great benefits. Tangressel's jaw dropped in shock when she saw Jinhyuk holding Agrikun's weapon with one hand and realized that it was the energy of a higher being. The woman furrowed her brows, not understanding why the protagonist was emitting an aura of a higher world. The giant opened his mouth, looking at his opponent in shock. Agrikun flew into the air when Jinhyuk pushed him away. He swung his hand, leaving blue marks around. His eyes turned yellow, and he said with a bloodthirsty smirk that since the giant was the boss of this floor, he would give him a worthy death. The warriors quickly ran forward. Yusung and the woman standing next to him looked up in surprise. Suddenly, the man frowned in shock. The giant with yellow eyes opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. He flew into the air from the powerful blow, his long hair disheveled. A huge blue hand clenched into a fist attacked Agrikun. Yusung's mouth opened in shock as he watched. Someone was jumping quickly on the broken wood, leaving a white streak behind. The protagonist approached Agrikun that was floating in the air. Jinhyuk then clenched his hand into a fist, using the Tonggrave giant soldier technique. A blue light appeared. The giant received a blow to the cheek and furrowed his brows. He received 3 more blows to the forehead and the other cheek, causing his face to shrink. Jinhyuk delivered incredibly fast blows to Agrikun using the brutal kill technique. The giant threw its head back and dark blood gushed out from its body. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly, as did his hand. The dark-haired girl looked up in surprise. Javier's mouth was wide open and he also looked up. Putting on her glasses and sitting on a hammock with unusual beasts, the other girl looked up. Lifting her sunglasses, she looked up at the sky with a smirk. When bright flashes from explosions appeared in the sky, she lowered her head and hugged the little animal. She also stated that he really likes to show off. The huge blue night surrounding the protagonist's body swung. With glowing eyes and a victorious smile, the protagonist struck. Jumping from above, he dealt a powerful blow to the stone building. Dozens of stone fragments flew from his knight's cloak. Covering his face with his hand and covering his eyes, Yusung tried to stay on his feet. Gritting his teeth, he mentally asked with rage on his face what Jinhyuk was doing. In the 7-meter hole, Agrikun was lying, struck by the attack. A notification appeared about the end of Berserk. Opening his mouth, he spat out a lot of blood. Lying on the ground, he declared that he was so ashamed of this defeat that he could no longer call himself a king. Approaching him, the protagonist clenched his fist, emitting blue energy. The man declared that the protagonist had won. The bloody brown-haired man closed his eyes. The boss of the 21st floor, Agrikun, had been defeated. The protagonist slowly walked along the destroyed ground. The copying condition was to suppress Agrikun with force. The copying conditions were met. In front of the standing Jinhyuk was a blue bouquet of flowers, and a red chevron appeared behind him. Berserker was successfully copied. The silhouette of part of the girl's face appeared. Bringing her hands to the baby, she declared that she tried to create a paradise where no one could harm her family, but in the end, everything ended up like this. Several muscled and crippled men looked up sadly. She added that her children would soon die, and this place would become an outpost for capturing the 21st floor. Lowering her head and starting to cry, she said that she would no longer resist. The protagonist looked at her coldly and slightly madly and told her to finish it quickly then. An image of a destroyed stone wall under the night sky appeared. The knights joyfully shouted that their mercenary had defeated the tower's master. Raising their hands, the armored men joyfully declared that they had won. Smiling triumphantly, the brown-haired fat man mentally stated that he had captured the unyielding fortress single-handedly. He also mentally added that no one could have thought that the man sent by Weinstullen would be so smart. Sitting on his horse, he raised his hand and declared that the Empire's forces had taken the citadel and that it belonged to them now. The angry guys, clenching their fists and holding their wounds, quietly said that they needed to attack them now. Another guy said that they should regroup. Turning to them, the dark-haired guy told them not to jump to conclusions. Looking at the dozens of defeated warriors, he declared that he would never believe that he had done this for the benefit of others. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist said that they should come here, for the Citadel of Giants was now his. A notification appeared that the Citadel of Giants had become the property of the Veterans Company faction. Javier's eyes widened in shock. Looking down with anger and disgust on his face, the protagonist asked him what he was staring at and told them to get out if they didn't want to die. The huge blue monster, looking at the timer in his hands, said that from now on he would be responsible for restoring their morale and said that they would start with 20 squats. Gritting his teeth from the weight of the log, the man squatted. The monster told them to sit down and shout purification. When he told them to stand up, several muscular men began to stand up with a huge log on their shoulders. Caracal continued to watch as several groups of giants were exercising. The protagonist said that he brought him so that the giants would cooperate faster, because he, as the leader of the Ice Fang tribe, knows well how to train warriors. Several people were rebuilding buildings and carrying various materials for them. The protagonist stated that with the help of the giants and Tangrassel, the citadel was quickly restored. thanks to the promise of not killing her children and not taking the white jade. A girl made of blue aura told the giants what to do. Jinhyuk said that they also managed to establish contact with Tangressel. He clicked on the system window with a huge smile. His coin count was 32,554,632. He looked at the recording of the raid on the Citadel with a crazy grin, which collected almost 8 billion views and entered the top 10 in terms of views. He said that the reaction to the middle floors, which were first released online, was excellent. A man with a huge amount of jewelry on his body looked at the screen with clenched teeth. The protagonist added that the released video brought in a huge amount of coins, causing many top guilds to feel threatened. The man's hand was shaking, clenched into a fist. Because of just one person, they felt themselves in a crisis situation that shook their power. The protagonist raised his finger and began to create an item that fell from Agrikun. He received the great sword of the berserker. He looked at the wide 5-meter sword in his hand in surprise. The protagonist said that it was simply huge and asked how he would carry it. Closing his eyes, he calmly threw the sword back, told Kostian, who jumped forward, to catch it and use it for training. The protagonist turned his head, hearing the voice. The girl said that she could not believe that he was using the giant's sword so easily, and said that the master was truly amazing. The purple-haired girl bent her legs with a smile and looked at him. He claimed that the way here must have been difficult. Andrea replied that it was not so much and she only answered the call of the master. The purple-haired girl happily ran to the lying Alice. The protagonist mentally stated that she had already finished the preparations. Squinting his eyes and remembering the blonde girl, the protagonist thought that all that was left was to wait for Teresa and then he would be able to take full control of the situation. The boy approaching him called out to him. Lowering his head and placing his hand on his heart, Bolian stated that he had conveyed his demands to Muram and the Empire. The protagonist said with a smile that he had done well and asked how they had reacted. Opening his purple eyes and remembering the man's face, he stated that they had said that if the protagonist wanted to compete for the right to use the Citadel, they would have to send a delegation tomorrow. He added that the Empire thought they had been betrayed and that Commander-in-Chief Javier was furious. An image of a frustrated Yusin appeared, placing his hand on his head. The boy stated that he was very unhappy when he heard that one of the conditions was his presence at the negotiations. With a furious expression on his face and steam coming out of his mouth, the protagonist said that this stalker should have been punished a long time ago and asked how he dared to betray him and go to Muram. Looking at the protagonist, Bolian thought that he could not get used to this expression. Closing his eyes, he said that there was something else. The unusual branches emitted dark lightning. The guy said that it was a relic that they took from the demonic people. Looking at it, he added that he moved it to the warehouse, as the protagonist said, and asked why they left such a dangerous item in such an obvious place. Looking at the powerful aura streams from the item, the protagonist said that there are things in this world that complicate everything if you understand them. He added that the guy should not waste his strength in vain. Lowering his gaze, Bolian tried to sadly object. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist told him not to have any buts and to just follow him. Turning around, he stated with a smile that the boy had worked hard. Closing his eyes and touching his shoulder, Bolian thanked his captain with a smile. Sitting on a hammock, a blonde girl asked if they could rest for a while now that they had captured the Citadel. Crossing her arms, an indignant Andrea said that they needed to train and she thought she had called her to learn. Walking up to the two girls, the protagonist stated that capturing the Citadel was not the end. Folding his arms, he stated that they would use it as a base to expand their forces in the future, but to do so, they would need to ensure the defense of this fortress. Turning to the side, Alice asked if he really thought that Muram or the Empire would try to capture them after he had taken them apart single-handedly. Covering his eyes, the protagonist said that he was not talking about the inhabitants of the 21st floor, more dangerous creatures were already right under their noses. Turning around abruptly, he said that tomorrow they would be busy protecting this place. Putting his hands on his belt and looking at them, he added that that is why he would now test their skills. Putting out his palm, he said with a sarcastic expression that a simple test was too boring, and asked how about a bet. He said that whoever caught him within 5 minutes would be able to make any wish. Alice smiled with interest. Adria asked in confusion. Raising his finger, he continued that if no one managed to do this, then tomorrow they would wear what he chose. The skeleton looked at him in surprise. The two girls exchanged glances with a smile. Looking at those who had become people, he asked if they were ready. The system announced that a timer had been set for 5 minutes. All the fighters rushed from their place. They put their hands forward and jumped on the protagonist from different sides. He smiled with glowing eyes as he looked at them. He began to activate the skill demon Sword King steps. An image of a huge tree appeared in the middle of a broken stone wall. The next morning, several small people stood looking at each other. The protagonist said that they had arrived on time, but they did not have furniture that was the right size. Javier and the blonde boy looked around the room. The protagonist said that they could sit on the floor if they wanted. These were the forces of the Empire. The girl and two boys looked at them. These were the forces of Murim. They said that if they did not want to, they could decide for themselves. The purple-haired boy narrowed his eyes and mentally asked what was going on here and thought that they were being bullied. A man with cat ears appeared in front of them. His body was wrapped in bandages. 3 people and the protagonist stood in front of him in incredibly diverse themed costumes. The man mentally asked what kind of masquerade they were throwing. Sitting on the stone throne, the protagonist stated that for their information, he made this chair himself. Smiling, he said that they should finally begin negotiations for the right to use the fortress. Looking at her outfit, the purple-haired girl said that she was a little awkward, but she liked it. An image of an ability icon appeared, which depicted a leg taking a step. The activation of Demon King sword steps began. The protagonist instantly slipped between 4 opponents. Andrea fell to the ground, trying to grab him. Raising his head, he said with annoyance that she thought she had become faster. With a crazy smile on his face, the protagonist continued to dodge and quickly rush around the location. The girl asked if he was moving too quickly. An image of a dark tail appeared. Raising her hand to her body, the purple-haired girl once again mentally stated that she was awkward and imagined what would happen if she had enough strength to catch the protagonist. The dark-haired boy stood wrapped in bandages. Looking at his hands, the skeleton mentally wondered if he was the only one who hadn't changed. Looking at the protagonist with his legs crossed and his head pierced by a knife, she mentally wondered if the people outside the tower liked this. Pointing his finger at the 5 people standing in front of each other, the protagonist stated that as far as they knew, the giant citadel was the only fort on this floor where troops could be stationed. He also said that he thought it was unnecessary to say that it was the most important object in the war for the 21st floor. Raising his finger, the protagonist said with a smile that they should see how far they were willing to go to get it. Raising his hand, the angry brown-haired man stated that his words were different from the original agreement and asked if his empire was on Nihil. The dark-haired boy grabbed his sheath. The man asked why they had to bargain on the same terms as Murim. The protagonist turned around and made a gesture with his hand. Looking at the guy sitting on the throne, Javier declared that he would not tolerate such treatment. The guy next to him told him to stop. A powerful arcing blow passed near the face of the commander-in-chief of the empire. He looked down. He fell and cried out in fear. Bringing a 7-meter sword closer to him, the protagonist stated that it seemed that he was the only one who did not understand the situation. Abraham clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. The dark-haired girl put her hand to her chin, and the guy thoughtfully looked forward. Looking at the commander-in-chief, sweating from fear, the protagonist asked if they really did not understand why everyone was peacefully standing and listening to him. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, he stated with a slightly mad expression on his face that he was the only one in control of the current situation. Pulling Javier away, the fair-haired guy asked Jinhuk to forgive him. He added that the Count was not a trained enough person to assess the strength of his opponent. Looking at him seriously, the purple-haired guy said that they were ready to bargain and asked what he wanted, coins or maybe monastones. Swinging his hand and breaking the wooden floor under him, the protagonist said that he did not think that Gunchan would dare to show up so shamelessly. Narrowing his eyes, he added coldly that if he had been in Beijing during the outburst, there would have been far fewer victims. Bringing his head closer to him, the protagonist said that he was living well after betraying humanity and moving to the tower. Approaching the slightly taken aback Gunchan, the girl told him not to give in because they needed this place. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist said that they did not know how to bargain at all, did not even know the basics. Throwing away the hoop with the knife from his head, the protagonist told them to prepare and gave them a day to draw up acceptable conditions. The indignant commander-in-chief raised his hand, saying that this was beyond his comprehension. He was putting himself too high. Gritting his teeth, the blue-haired boy trembled with anger. Looking down seriously, Abraham thought that the situation was unexpected, but he was truly amazing. Looking at the back of Jinhuk, who turned away, he mentally stated that the boy not only captured the citadel single-handedly, but also took it into his possession, thereby stopping the war between the forces of Murim and the Empire. Narrowing his eyes, remembering Weinstollen's angry face, he mentally said that if the citadel fell into his hands, he would start a rebellion. Looking at the stone throne, he mentally asked if the fate of the Empire could change with the appearance of just one person. Someone patted the dark-haired boy on the back. Volian, wrapped in a bandage, pointed to the side. The boy looked there questioningly. The silhouette of a girl formed near the protagonist and asked how the negotiations went. He answered that they were so-so, and he gave them time to think. The girl said that it was wonderful. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what she wanted to show him. In front of him were 2 babies wrapped in leaves. Putting her hand to her chest, she said with a smile that they were the next generation of children raised with the help of white jade. turning around and starting to walk in the other direction she said that he knew very well. But all this time the inhabitants of the tower wanted to take her white jade to use the citadel as a military fort. Smiling, putting her hands on the children's beds, she said that she understood their wishes because she knew that this was her destiny. An image appeared where the girl created from aura cried and declared that she would no longer resist. Then the protagonist looked at her coldly. At that moment, she accepted her fate. Tears ran down her eyes. She declared that he did not destroy her. She turned to look at the protagonist who was looking at the tree. She added that he gave her a new chance back then. Hugging the child and closing her eyes, she swore on the name of the world tree that she would raise these children for him. Smiling, she added that this time it would be different. Looking at the brown-haired sleeping child, she named him Agrikun. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that he was very embarrassed. Shifting his gaze, he mentally asked if White Jade really had such an ability too, and mentally declared that it meant that this was not just a condition for conquest. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that it was good that he decided to go a different way. Walking up to the protagonist, Volian said that he brought the holy sword. The protagonist turned his gaze to the right. Putting his hands in his pocket and turning his back to him, the protagonist said that no one would disturb them here and he could talk. Lowering his gaze, he asked what Jinhuk wanted. Slightly lowering his head, the protagonist asked if it was obvious and asked why he put Teresa in danger and joined Muram. Lowering his head, Yusung said that they had killed many people. He added that the creator of the Kai sword that pursued souls, Sin, should have been there and he had no choice but to go and check. Clutching the blade, he asked if there was a chance for him to defeat the protagonist. Seriously looking into the boy's eyes, the protagonist mentally stated that in the end, having achieved the hidden condition, he was able to meet the changed Sin. Smiling, the dark-haired boy stated that he did the right thing, he did it to catch up with him. Extending his hand with the blade forward, he declared that he would show his progress right now. The secret he learned when he joined Muram. Creating 2 blades from blue energy, the protagonist said that he would see what Muram gave him and whether it was worth it. He also called the guy a stalker. With glowing eyes, Yusung thrust his sword into the ground. The battlefield selection was activated. Yusung's world of feelings was opened. A stream of energy and lightning spread from the place of impact. The system announced that a training ground had been opened at the user's call. Smiling, the protagonist mentally declared that this was the place a stalker always chose to fight, a training ground. Dust rose from the guy's sharp jerk. The protagonist, blocking Yusung's furious attack, declared that he would never change. Gritting his teeth, the dark-haired boy did not stop trying to overpower the protagonist. The Song of Blades was activated. 10 quick wedge attacks rushed towards the standing protagonist. Large shards of stone flew across the location. Jumping back, the boy slid across the floor. Holding 2 blades in his hands and taking a stance, the protagonist thought about why he was not attacked in response. His sword emitted blue lightning. The boy asked why he continued to ignore his sword. Taking a new stance and covering the sword with powerful energy, the protagonist used the Black Soul Sword dance, the 10th form. With burning eyes, he opened his mouth and screamed that he would not forgive. Making a powerful swing, he delivered an arcing attack with the blade. Streams of lightning flew across the entire location. Smiling and looking up, he mentally asked if Yusung wanted to kill him. The battlefield was destroyed and filled with electricity. The hero cursed Yusung. He looked ahead with a smile. The current almost knocked out his eyes. The hero concluded that the guy wanted to kill him. A powerful electric volley hit the floor. Yusung swung his sword. He tensed up. The hero said that the thunderstorm of truth is a good technique. Yusung turned around. Jinhuk said that if he cannot develop it above 6 stars, then the enemy will easily remember the technique pattern and therefore it is better to increase the degree of completion, sacrificing the low level of form. Yusung attacked the hero and asked him to shut up, but the hero easily dodged and said that he had already used up his strongest technique. Yusung began to swing his sword, saying that he had struck thousands of times already. He shouted that he sacrificed everything to defeat the hero. Tears flew. He asked why. Jinhyuk abruptly fell silent. Yusung sat down and started crying, saying that the result was the same every time. He cried and said that he didn't know what to do next. Jinhyuk remained silent. Yusung's eyes widened when the hero said that he wasn't weak at all. He sat down next to him and said that he didn't expect to be able to see the 10th form of the Kai sword right now. He said that the guy had talent in addition to trying. He smiled and said that the reason he lost was because he was rushing too much. Yusung took his hands away from his face. The hero said that the thought that he would die if he didn't catch him right now made his goal unattainable. He pointed his finger at the guy and said that's why. He smiled and told him to continue following him at a slower pace because he was always ready to fight him. It dawned on Yusung. He remembered all the moments of the fight with the hero and mentally told himself that he always wanted to defeat him as quickly as possible. But in reality, his strength. He remembered all the battles they had together. He realized that his strength grew when he wasn't thinking about defeating the hero. He looked down and realized that in the end, he was the one who was limiting himself. Jin-hyuk started to sneer, asking if Yusung had cried enough. He slammed the ground. The hero easily dodged. Jin-hyuk fell silent. Yusung said that thanks to the hero, he was able to regain his original goal. He took the sword and said that he thought the hero was a demon doing unimaginable things, but it turned out to be completely different. Yusung smiled and thanked the hero. Jin-hyuk smiled back, thinking that it was nice to receive gratitude from someone like him. He used a greedy gaze, mentally asking himself if the copying conditions were met. The system reported that the copying conditions were met. The hero smiled slyly. He saw the additional conditions, thanks to which the hero would be able to copy Yusung's skill, which he had yet to acquire. He asked the guy to stop. Yusung looked at the hero in shock. The hero smiled slyly, saying that he would have to punish the boy for his betrayal. At that moment, in the camp of the Miram forces, Solin and Gunchon were sitting at the table. The girl invited the stranger to come in. The boy and the girl were shocked. Yusung entered the room in a maid costume. This form could only be removed with the help of a destructive attack from the enemy. He slammed the door sharply. He walked gloomily to the table and asked them to pretend that they did not see anything, because everything has its reasons. Solin blushed, thinking that this was to her taste, and she did not mind at all. People in robes stood in a cave in front of a demon statue. Purple light was shining from its base. The stranger in the mask said that although they managed to get information about the 12th floor from Jin-hyuk, they could not continue to summon the Demon King. He was sorry. He looked at Kavian and said that it was not his fault, because he had the power to destroy the 21st floor. The light was getting stronger. The system reported that contact with the underworld was successful. The eye on the statue lit up and opened. The call was finally answered. An offering was needed to connect the dimensions. The ritual of sacrifice began. The statue opened its fanged mouth with long tongues. A tentacle grabbed the unknown. Blood spurted. The sorcerer was carried away from the guy. The rest of the sorcerers began to be absorbed alive by the statue. The unknown cursed Kavian. All in blood, he laughed. Turning to the great relatives of the Demon King, he began to ask them. He raised his hands. The light of the statue began to fill the cave. Kavian asked to absorb this place. The walls of the cave began to collapse. The system reported that the path to opening the door to the demon world stretched forward in search of the key. Lightning struck through the roof of the castle. It struck high into the sky. The pilgrim's crown of thorns answered the call. Chunggong covered himself from the wind. Everyone began to assume that the assault had begun. Everyone looked at one place in shock. A huge interdimensional crack opened in front of the gate. Huge clawed fingers crawled out of the crack. Solin and Abraham tensed, feeling such strong magic. Large lips appeared from a bush on the ceiling of the room. Everyone threw their heads up. The lips reported that a demon had appeared inside the citadel. People ran away in horror. The skeleton's face looked at people through the crack. The system reported that people could flee or fight back. Jin-hyuk spoke into the flower. He said that this was all. The knights ran forward and prepared for battle. They shouted that the citadel should belong to the Empire. They should not allow it to be destroyed. T-Bone held flasks with a fire resistance potion in his hands and offered to take them. A huge hand emerged from the rift. The star girl was hanging in the air, looking at what was happening. Tangressel was asked to listen carefully. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that high-ranking demons would be summoned here soon. He asked to make sure that her barrier would be activated at full power. Heat and cold weakening barriers were activated. Tangressel created barriers. Gravity field and movement restriction were activated. She waved her hand. The concentration barrier was activated. Many runes were burning in front of the girl. The effect of all barriers was activated in the designated area. The demon provoked people. He shouted at them to fight. Tangressel bared her teeth angrily. The system reported resistance to the barrier. The demon climbed through the rift, spreading chaos and flames. He shouted at people to fight and die. The skeleton's eyes were burning with flames. He said what he felt there. People looked at the monster in horror. Purple lightning struck from the roof of the temple in Miram. The pilgrim's crown of thorns reacted. The purple flash grew stronger and an explosion destroyed the roofs of the buildings. Cold spread through the space. A girl in heels appeared. She was wearing armor. She was the Ice Soul Demon Magdra. The flash also rang out in the Holy Empire. The Holy Blood Stake reacted. Explosion. A demon appeared. A huge bull in armor, the demon of the Hell of Inevitability, Selkaram. He screamed furiously. The wave from his scream scattered stones. Teresa stood behind the twins. Casey said that the demon looked dangerous. Judilo said that they should handle it. Teresa was serious. She thought her body was falling apart just from looking at the monster. She understood that this demon was far from the level that 1 or 2 S ranks could handle. Someone put a hand on her shoulder and said that he saw that she was frozen with fear. The man said that there was nothing to worry about. Behind Teresa stood a large group led by Sabina. Teresa smiled. Sabina screamed furiously. She turned to the Sisters of Light. She offered to pray. Everyone raised their swords. Sabina said that they had the protection of the Goddess of Light. The twins charged with atmosphere. Everyone ran to attack. The houses were burning. Many knights lost limbs. Abraham looked at the demon and realized that he was a top-class one. Tangrasil cast barriers and tried to hold them if they did not have her support. Abraham tensed up. He understood that everything here would have turned to ashes long ago. The skeleton was selling fire resistance potions for only 3,999 coins. People ran up to him. There was a lot of demand. Abraham wondered if he really started selling these potions knowing what would happen. T-Bone noticed someone. Jinhak and Yusung in a maid costume were walking through the crowd. He was the master of the citadel. Abraham looked at the maid in shock and mentally asked himself, what is going on here? He asked, how can you have fun in this situation? He smiled, thinking that Jinhak was an influential person after all and most likely he had something planned. Jinhak teased Yusung, saying that this outfit did not have much effect, but the public's reaction was impressive. Yusung looked at the hero tensely and told him to mock as much as he wanted. He suggested that it would be better to move on to the real plan. Jinhak drank a fire resistance potion, thinking that he expected a demon to appear after seeing the pilgrim's crown of thorns. The demon was covered in fire. Jinhak thought that he did not expect a high-ranking demon to appear. It turns out that the demonic people had enough information and they were better than the hero thought. He pointed his finger to the side. He said that the portal with the skeleton is connected to the underworld and therefore the demon's mana supply is endless. As long as it was open, their chances of winning were close to zero. If it weren't for Tangrasil's containment barrier, this place would have turned to coal long ago. But even she would have a hard time holding it for long. The system screamed about resisting the barrier along with the skeleton. The hero and Yusung stood in front of him. He said that when Tangrasil got tired, they would have to replace her. The vampire's wings flapped. Kaguma and the girls flew away. The hero said that everything was needed to hold out until the group sent to destroy the source of magic arrived. Alice hugged Andrea and said that it had started there too. Andrea said that as the master had said, demons had invaded. They flew over forests and fields. Alice asked if they would find anything here. Andrea said that the 21st floor was big. Kaguma looked at the girl. She said that they could only trust his instincts. The dragon made a turn and accelerated its flight. The skeleton screamed. Antrade called his comrades. Hands began to emerge from the ground. Demons were crawling out. People were sounding the alarm. Jinhak calmly drew attention to himself and said that he had a new announcement. He smiled and said that now they would hunt the demon pawns and whoever contributed the most to exterminating them would receive additional points. Abraham frowned. The hero said that no one wanted the citadel to collapse. Solon looked around. The hero asked why they didn't join forces. Chungon frowned and asked what the hero was talking about. He asked why they needed to defend his fortress. Abraham shouted to attack and said that if they got less points than Muram, their vacation pay would be reduced. He shouted for the Empire. Chungon turned around in confusion. Solon took out her sword and said that they couldn't lose. Chungon couldn't believe what was happening. Everyone ran to attack. Enemies became allies. Chungon asked everyone to stop because they were being manipulated. The Muram Empire began to destroy the demons. The hero thought that at least for a moment he asked them to forget about the feud. He thought that with the buff of Tangrasil and his potions, they killing small fry. The hero smiled. He was gaining experience. All the experience was transferred to him. The demons released flames from their mouths. Junhyuk turned around. Yusung ran to attack. The hero shouted after him that it was not time to join the battle yet. He shouted and asked not to forget to sip the potion because his experience. He grabbed the potion and said that Yusung would burn if he did not drink it. Yusung jumped on the demons. They opened their mouths, in which flames began to form. They released a large flame. Jinhyuk fell silent in shock. There was an explosion. The demons looked up in surprise. Completely naked, Yusung activated the Kai sword. He smiled. The maid uniform was destroyed. Clothes made of mana began to appear on his body. Jinhak stood next to him and said that it was a worthy idea. He asked if he really wanted to take off this uniform that much. Yusung's fire resistance increased by 20%. The guy's clothes appeared on him. He said that he had worn them for a long time and said that his suit had a higher level of protection. Jinhak smiled maliciously and thought that in any case, he had already taken photos. People looked at the skeleton, who began to actively resist the barrier. Jinhyuk assumed that they would have to fight him soon. At this time, in the ice castle of the 21st floor, Magra cast ice magic with a smile. The girl called Gunchon and demanded his quick return. She said that a high-ranking demon would soon destroy everything. Yungon looked at the girl angrily and said that he was not in the best position either. The girl asked if demons had appeared in the citadel. Gunchon turned around and said that a demon had appeared here too. He was watching the hero argue with Yusun and said that the demon needed to be dealt with. The man turned around and asked about the hero. The girl and man were bowing in front of him. He said that he shouldn't be afraid of some player because he was chosen by Muram. He smiled and asked him not to make fun of him by mocking the stories about the hero. He asked what was special about him. The hero activated his greedy gaze. The system said that due to the significant difference in levels, it was only possible to consider the copying conditions. The system said that if the hero could take his attack, he would be able to copy any of his skills. Jin-hyuk smiled nervously. He thought that if he met such a monster face to face, there would not be a hair left on his head. The only way out was to make it after the portal closed, giving him infinite mana. Antrad bowed under the pressure of the barrier. Tangressel screamed and said that she could not hold him back any longer. The skeleton screamed, breaking the barrier into small pieces. Tangressel screamed in pain. She jumped to the side. The hero and Yusung ran to attack. People ran away in fear. The hero screamed that if people approached the demon, they would die on the spot. The hero activated the ice creation skill. An ice target with weights appeared. They wrapped around the demon's body. Yusung jumped. He made many swings, using the sword of Kai that pursued souls. The demon's eyes shone. He said that this was all ridiculous. He swung the sword, splashing flames, and said that he would incinerate everyone here. He swung the sword. Yusung looked at the attack in fear, which he could not dodge. His body was wrapped in threads. An instant before his death, he was thrown to the side. He fell to the ground. He looked at his savior in surprise. Hell held an ornate sword in his hand and said that they were a temporary unit assembled by a hero called the Shadows. He remembered Jin-hyuk asking to save everyone who might get hurt. Their origins should not matter. Hell looked at his sword and thought that it would be no good to have to work again. He wondered if the hero would call Alice again. He thought about it and decided that orders should be followed after all. A fiery attack flew through the entire citadel. Tangressel lay on the ground and desperately screamed that there were her children lying in the leaves. The hero swung, activating the sword graveyard. He struck the fiery slash. He gritted his teeth, flames burning near his face. He screamed, mentally understanding that even the maximum power of the aura blade was not enough. He called for Salamander. The fire spirit responded and ran. He switched to battle mode and stood behind the hero. There was an explosion. Tangressel breathed a sigh of relief. The hero fell to the ground. His sword was red hot. The system reported that the copying conditions were met and now the hero could choose one of the demon's skills. He exhaled, thinking about leaving the demon to the stalker to restore his mana. His eyes widened. He felt someone else's killing intent. Chang'un was running at him with a sword. He looked at the hero angrily. The blow hit the shield. The shield was spinning. It was shining with mana. Energy scattered in different directions. Solon looked at the guy and asked what he was doing. After all, at this rate, they would lose the right to trade for the citadel. Gongchen turned around and asked the girl to shut up. He asked if she didn't understand that the hero was playing with them. Jin-hyuk sat and silently listened to Gongchen say that this was the perfect chance because the demon's attack weakened him. Gongchen shouted that first the elf forest, the breakthrough in Beijing, the faction selection, and now the attack on the giant citadel. Jin-hyuk was gloomy. Gongchen shouted that he brazenly manipulated everything. He jumped up while the guy was saying that he finally realized. He swung his sword, calling the hero a true demon who deserved to die. Someone blocked Gongchen's sword. Wolling appeared from the shadows and said that attacking the captain in such a situation. He looked angrily at the guy and asked, "Has he really lost his mind?" Gongchen frowned and said that he felt familiar shadow magic. He assumed that the guy came from a demonic cult. He asked if the hero had brainwashed him. He screamed and asked him to move out of the way so that he could kill him. He said that even the appearance of the skeleton demon was the work of the hero. Waljin stood in front of the hero while Gunjong was saying that he was sure that the boy had noticed at least once how suspicious Jin-hyuk was. He asked to refresh his memory. Waljin remembered asking the hero where he got this information from, about who was a member of the association and when certain events would happen. Then the hero thought about it. Waljin looked at the hero, who then replied that for some reason he couldn't tell about it. Jin-hyuk then smiled and said that the boy would find out about everything when the time came because he was his right hand. Waljin smiled. He pointed his sword at Gunjong and said that he was the captain's sword, and a sword does not question the words of its master. Gunjong looked at the heroes, thinking about the ninja's words. He gritted his teeth and said that they were making fun of him. In an instant, he jumped up. The ninja and the boy met with their swords. Gunjong shouted that he would kill the boy first. Solin watched the battle. She was nervous, thinking that no matter how much she hated Jin-hyuk, but it was necessary to choose the right place and time. She asked herself why attack the one who controls the current situation. An arrow pierced her leg. While she thought that Gunchan would be smarter, she turned around, saying that it was burning badly. T-Bone stood behind her with a smile, holding a tube and a needle. He asked if the girl had a minute. In his hands, he held a fainting sting. The girl's consciousness began to cloud. She fell onto the stretcher prepared by the skeleton. He dragged her against the crowd, shouting that he had a wounded patient and asked to let him through. Wal Yun was fighting with Yungan. Jin-hyuk nervously watched this battle and thought that despite Gunchan's unexpected intervention, Wal Yun was holding up quite well against him. However, the main problem was not solved yet. He frowned ahead, although he managed to repel one of Antrad's attacks. The demon looked at the hero with a challenge. He thought that he would not be able to block the next ones since the mana consumption was too high. He needed to hold out at least until the portal closed. The dragon was flying forward at that time. He saw a hole in the ground with an unknown monster. A bunch of fanged creatures had grown together into one. They were the fruit of necromancy. Alice stuck out her tongue, saying that she hated this. Andrea fell down, taking out her knives. She smiled and thought about how the master had given her a new life, protecting her from those fanatics. She approached the many-faced monster. Finally, she had a chance to repay that debt. It began to attack with a scream. Purple flashes illuminated the pit. Alice landed behind the monster, saying that this was Andrea's first fight, but she had done well. She approached the magic circle, said that the summoning spell created with the help of the sacrifice and the relic was quite a difficult technique. She put out her hand, it sparkled red. The vampire smiled and said that the technique was difficult for a human. She used summoning destruction. A tongue of red flame shot out of the pit. The system reported that the connection with the underworld was lost. The red gap in space closed. The bull looked ahead and said that the contract was broken. He swung again and said that he did not care. After all, their defeat was predetermined. Judilo, covered in blood, said that he could not fight him anymore. Casey said that Brother Jinhak would scold them if they died. The demon attacked. Judilo began to scold his sister, asking who the hero would scold if they were gone. Sabina ran forward. She activated the holy shield. He, writhing in pain, took the blow on her shield. She screamed, blood flowing from her mouth. She said that she would not let Teresa's comrades die. She screamed even louder and ordered Teresa to act. Teresa jumped up, swinging her sword. Her eyes were glowing. She activated the holy fall. A huge holy cross hit the ground. She was breathing heavily. Everyone looked forward. Casey said that it was cool, but the demon did not take a single hit. She asked, did not she say that the chances of winning would increase after the portal was closed? Teresa was silent. She thought that the demon was still strong, even though he was no longer receiving mana. At this rate he would definitely destroy them. Sabina looked at her sister. She said that there was no other choice. Sabina screamed and said that she knew about her situation, but all the sisters looked at Sabina in fear. Teresa walked forward. Sabina said that if she used this power now, she would definitely become the object of their hatred. Sabina looked at Teresa pitifully, who said that she did not understand because this place was her second homeland. Teresa smiled and said that she was ready to take on this burden for the sake of his protection. The system reported that the connection with the underworld was cut off. The skeleton looked at his hand and fell silent. Yusung knocked down another demon and looked at the demon. He was surprised. The skeleton decreased in size. He looked at the hero and asked what he did again. Jinhyuk smiled and said that Alice did it. The skeleton was still looking at his hand. The hero said that they should still be careful. Just because his height had decreased, it didn't mean that his strength had decreased. The demon clenched his fist. The heroes got into a fighting stance. The demon said that they thought they could defeat him just by closing the portal to the demon world. He swung his sword and said that this was incredibly stupid. A spiral of fire was directed at the heroes. Jinhyuk stepped forward with the Perseus shield. All the people began to spin into a fiery whirlwind. Jinner shouted at the white snake to take everyone and leave so that the two of them could deal with it. Hell grabbed the wounded soldiers. Jinhyuk and Yusung looked ahead. The demon suddenly began to close the distance. He swung. The fiery strike began to destroy the area. The boys dodged. The demon said that they were pretty fast. He raised the fiery sword and said that he had a request. He asked the heroes not to die too quickly. He had not enjoyed a fight for a long time. Yusung frowned. He noticed that his strength remained the same, but his speed increased. Sweat was pouring down his face. He asked if they even had a chance to defeat this demon. Jinhyuk looked at the demon and asked Yusung if he doubted. He walked towards the demon. A sword appeared in his hand. He said that Yusung was thinking about whether he could defeat him. He activated the sword graveyard. He covered himself in mana and said that he would teach the guy something and asked him to watch more closely. The twins smiled happily. The hero said that the veterans, no matter how critical the situation was. Teresa was covered in dark energy. Seals appeared on her face. Her armor darkened. Jinhyuk smiled. He said that they would always find a way out of this. Teresa smiled slyly. The bull attacked. Teresa easily parried the blow. They exchanged 100 blows. The sisters shouted that it was blasphemy. They looked at Teresa in horror and said that she was using the power of darkness. Sabina was sullenly silent. She folded her hand on her belt and said that they would talk about it later. She said that she was tired and had lost too much blood. The demon attacked and shouted what impudence. He growled and asked the girl to die already. He activated a strong coffin. A cocoon appeared, which grabbed Teresa. The girl easily cut the coffin and attacked again. Swings cut through space. Pieces of flesh flew in different directions. The twins chopped the monster. They folded a heart and said that they were here, encouraging their sister. Teresa smiled. She stood next to the twins and said that she was not so weak that she needed saving. Judilo smiled and asked to save him. Blood flew from the ninja's mouth. They continued their fierce battle. The ninja fell to the ground. Gunshin called him a fool. He pointed his sword at him and said that he should have realized it at the very beginning. He screamed that he could not be defeated. Waljin leaned on his sword. Gunshin asked why. Knowing this truth, he continued to fight for Jinhyuk. Waljin smiled. Yusung watched the battle between the hero and the demon. The ninja said that the hero was special. He smiled and waved his sword. Waljin said that he had interests that he would never understand, and he was also cruel, and he liked to play pranks on others. Yusung watched the battle in shock. Waljin said that when he stood next to such a captain, Yusung got motivated and smiled. Waljin said that no matter how strong the enemy was, Yusung ran to attack. Waljin was firmly confident in their unconditional victory. He stood up, smiled, and pointed his sword at the enemy, saying that even though he was stronger than him, he would continue to fight. Yusung and Jinhyuk fought the demon. Yusung was serious. The demon thought that this man was not a big threat. He frowned, thinking about his comrade. He watched how easily he dodged the attacks and thought that he was too good at dodging attacks and wasting his mana easily. The hero activated Soul Suck, increasing his mana. The demon asked if he expected to defeat him when he exhausted his strength. He attacked again and screamed how annoying. Antred activated the special battlefield, the border of the underworld. He swung his sword and like spilled water, flames enveloped everything. The world of images opened. Yusung and Jinhyuk found themselves in another world. They looked at huge cliffs and seas of lava. Antred smiled and asked if they had time to rejoice over one successful attack. His power points increased by 20%. He activated the summon allies. Demons appeared. The demon said that this world was created by his will. A bunch of demons surrounded the heroes. Antred said that they would not get out of it alive. The minions rushed to attack. The heroes began to fight them. Yusung chopped everyone into pieces and said that at this rate. Jinhyuk looked at the guy and said that Yusung could also create a world of images. He asked to activate it and take the hero with him. Yusung screamed that his field would inevitably collide with the local barrier and so he would waste mana. The hero said to just try because he had a plan. Antred silently watched the battle. The hero said that they would never defeat him in his own world and their only way out was the barrier. Jinhyuk jumped forward, leaving Yusung alone. He began to chop monsters and complain about the hero. He was angry, cutting monsters, thinking that there was no choice. He activated the battlefield selection. Yusung stuck his sword into the ground and a new space began to open. The system reported that a new image world had opened. Jinhyuk ran forward. A space opened behind him where swords were stuck swords. His eyes lit up and he attacked. The swords pierced the demon world's barrier. The space turned blue and cracked. The demon thought that the swords created by the image world were hitting important points of the magic circuit of his barrier. Yusung turned around and asked the hero to stop. He asked if he had a skill that could activate the image world. Jinhyuk ran forward and said that of course he did. He copied Yusung's skill. He jumped onto one of the rocks. He folded his hands. A purple light flashed. He activated the battlefield selection. The image world opened. The demon's barrier began to crack and the night sky began to appear. The demon said that the degree of completion of the world imagined by the user directly depends on the level of understanding of the desired place. He looked at the hero and asked if he thought he could surpass the world that he, who has lived for thousands of years, had honed for centuries. Jinhyuk smiled, thought about the demon stopping on the 40th floor and mentally asked how dare he compare their experiences in the tower. He smiled and said that he would show him how wrong he was. The shadow sword stabbed into the ground. The twins lay on the ground without strength. The bull said that the creature living on the middle floors made him like this. Teresa was hanging upside down. He held her leg. He was amazed at the desecrated saint. He said that her darkness was amazing and her existence could shake the very foundation of the demon world. Teresa intervened and asked who was he to tell her whether she should live or not. She looked at the red flash. The demon opened its mouth, in which a charge of mana began to form. She was trying to stall for time. Imperial art of the black sky. Leaf. The demon's hand burst. Teresa fell to the ground while the demon screamed in pain. A man came up to her and apologized. He asked if she was Teresa by any chance. She smiled and offered to guess in 3 tries. The bearded man smiled. She asked if Jinhyuk had sent him. Teresa was sitting in the garden. They were weaving wreaths for her. Amwon rubbed his chin and introduced himself as his teacher, and also that she was not at a loss for words. Besides, it was not easy for him, since in his old age he had to take on a student. He thought about the recent battle and said that he wanted to get here quickly, but first he had to deal with a demon in Murim, since despite his dislike for their faction, they were still people who practiced martial arts. The sky lit up red when Amwon turned around. Behind him stood a demon, from whose hands blood was flowing. He wanted to say something, but Amwon got angry that this demon was so noisy. He turned his entire body towards the monster and attacked it, saying that it was time to rest. Amwon took a step, and the tile beneath his feet broke. He attacked using magic, arrogantly asking to be allowed to relieve the demon of pain. The Emperor used the Emperor's black sky art, sending a purple-black sphere above himself, and then used a black spot. The monster fell to the ground. The system window reported that the demon Selkaram had been defeated. Teresa chuckled. Amwon's eyes were still glowing with magical light when she thought that Jinhyuk had already taken such a monster into his hands. She bowed her head, closed her eyes, and thought with a smile that she would have to rush to his aid, but apparently there was no need. The demon was blazing with fire when Teresa thought that because he would solve everything as usual. Jinhyuk peered into the purple flashes when a cracking sound was heard. The system window reported that Jinhyuk's image world was opened. The purple flashes were breaking as if the sky was cracking at the seams when Teresa thought that she could not even imagine such a thing. Jinhyuk smiled contentedly and his eyes flashed like lightning. He was standing on a high rock when he used the spell of the top of the lonely tower. The demon began to look around, not understanding where he was since he had never seen it before. He looked at the guy in front of him and thought that, however, this was not enough to destroy his image world. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The system window reported that the hidden condition was met. The sword seemed to pierce through glass when a cracking sound was heard. The system window reported that the image worlds of the Pier of Blades and the top of the Lonely Tower were reacting to each other. The next system window reported that due to the high understanding of the players, the image worlds were merging. Yusung watched as the surroundings were bathed in purple light. Blades were being stabbed everywhere as if into a surface of water. The moon and towers were being destroyed. He looked around as Jinhyuk landed next to him and the spells of the special image world and the player world were used. The system window reported that all player stats were increased by 30%. Yusung felt power coming to him. The demon felt himself losing his abilities. The system window reported that all enemy monster stats were decreased by 30%. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought that this was impossible since his image world was destroyed by ordinary people. Jinhyuk materialized his sword and addressed the demon as a stalker, telling him to prepare himself since they were about to use a joint sword dance. And Yusung looked at him in surprise, asking what he was talking about since they had never trained like that before. Jinhyuk looked at him with a smirk and said that they had done this 1,000 times, they just needed to refresh their memory. Yusung stared at his sword in disbelief, thinking about all the moments. The weapon was covered in many serrations, and Yusung remembered their battles with surprise. He held the sword out in front of him as he understood everything. Yusung and Jinhyuk stood back to back, and Yusung said that he understood him, to which Jinhyuk praised him. They rushed forward together. The system window announced that the Song of the Blades was activated. The boys rushed to attack the demon, synchronizing at 20%. They attacked the demon together, striking it. Yusung looked at Jinhyuk in surprise, thinking that he saw his next strikes. Jinhyuk smiled contentedly, seeing sat on a rock and looked at the blue butterflies with a smile, telling Yusung to think of it as a dance since he would be able to understand the rhythm, breathing, movement of his partner, and even the flow of his soul, and then together they would easily defeat enemies that were stronger than them. She smiled and said that when they reached the perfect level, when two blades merged into one, it was the 11th form of the Kai sword. At that moment, they reached 66% synchronization. Their movements were so fast that they resembled a bizarre lattice. They reached 99.9% synchronization. Yusung and Jinhyuk landed at the same time after another strike, leaving behind the demon the year the blades merged. Yusung's eyes were shining as he was focused. Jinhyuk was still smiling contentedly. The demon received a jagged wound across his entire body. A deafening explosion was heard, and when it sounded that this could not be, that they defeated the ancient monster. Gunchan raised himself up, leaning on his hand, and said with surprise that Jinhyuk ran the supreme being. Valian grinned and thought about the captain. He looked at the angry Gunchan in front of him, and thought that he would not be able to keep his promise since he could not handle it. Gunchan took an attack pose. However, he suddenly froze. A deafening explosion was heard since the fanatic's strike was used and Gunchan flew back. Valian looked at the unexpected defender in surprise. Andrea landed in front of him. She wrapped her arms around him, placed a protective sphere on them, and asked the boy to hold on tight. The system window reported that the fanatic's shield was activated. The next system window reported that it provided protection for 10 seconds. Gunchan's face twisted into a mask of anger since he was again interrupted. He looked up as someone was approaching and saying that the contractor didn't like things that belonged to him being broken, and he saw that his apprentice had taken this boy under her protection. Magic flared around Alice as she said that there was nothing to limit her in using her power now, so let him disappear. Gunchan looked at the girl in surprise and thought that he understood. Alice attacked him with a crimson whirlwind as the boy thought that this was a very unpleasant dream. The system window reported that the world of images was disappearing. The wall was breaking with a crack. The warriors in the city were helping the wounded. The demon's hand lay limply on the ground as he thought that according to the master's wish, He was supposed to burn the entire 21st floor and turn it into a demon base. He raised his other hand to the sky, gradually crumbling, and asked why his master trusted him with this. His mask gradually turned to dust as he moaned why the master was now just watching him die. Jin-hyuk looked at the crumbling demon and thought that it was blaming its master. Apparently it did not know that due to the peculiarities of the world tree, it could not look here. He waved his sword and said with a smile that this was the price for his loyalty, and wasn't it a shame to be abandoned so easily. His expression became cunning when he said that the demon had served the commander of the Demon Legion Guntafer for thousands of years. The demon was surprised that he knew his name, to which Jin-hyuk replied that a dying man did not need to know it. He threw the sword over his shoulder and said that the demon was going to die anyway, so let him give him his heart, and then he would take revenge on Guntafer. The demon listened thoughtfully, that Jin-hyuk would present an interesting gift to the master who betrayed him. Jin-hyuk leaned towards the demon and cunningly said that this would be his revenge for the traitor who abandoned his loyal subject. The demon put his hand to his face and asked if this was a parting joke. He smiled broadly and said that it was arrogant to think that a human would kill Guntafer. He opened his chest, in which a heart glowed, and said that, however, he liked his offer. He handed over his heart and said to keep his promise. The system window reported that the relic of the heart of Antrad had been received, and Jin accepted the gift. The demon collapsed to the ground. The system window reported that the demon Antrad had been defeated. Jin-hyuk clutched the demon's heart with a grin as the giant citadel's defenses were closed. The baby's feet stomped on the cobblestones. The spirit watched over the baby as peace finally returned to the giant citadel after the death of the great demon Antrad. Many warriors were negotiating at a large table as the Murim and Imperial forces had decided to temporarily stop fighting for the citadel due to the massive damage caused by this invasion. Jin-hyuk watched as the clan leaders shook hands, and since the citadel had been taken over by a third party, there was no further argument. Yusun was searching the ground for something, thinking that the demons didn't drop any loot when Jin-hyuk grinned as he thought that he had easily hidden the reward that Antrad had dropped while Yusun was recovering. The system window reported that the conditions had been met. The next system window said that they needed to repel Antrad's attack. The next system window said that the Flame of Beginning had been successfully copied. Another system window said that the Flame of Beginning replaces the fire element due to its high compatibility. Jin-hyuk looked at the flame coming from his finger and thought that it was quite a useful skill. He checked his inventory and thought that Antrad's heart would definitely come in handy for finding demons. Something caught his attention. Someone approached Jin-hyuk. Amwani Teresa entered the room. He looked at the girl with a smile and said that they were great, since this request was not an easy one. He asked her about the twins, and the girl said with a smile that they were resting in the Holy Empire since they were very tired. Amwani said with a satisfied smile that he had heard about his students' deeds from the White Snake, and that he had not only captured a citadel that no one had been able to overthrow for decades, but had also put an end to the struggle between the Murim and the Empire. He said that his methods were cunning, but the result was excellent, to which Jin-hyuk bowed and said that his teacher flattered him, since all this was only possible thanks to his help. Jin-hyuk looked at Terez with satisfaction and said that now this was their fortress, and Amwon thought that the White Snake had told him something else. He remembered the man kneeling before him and thought that for the first time he had used his sword to save people, not white, distinguishing between enemies and allies. Amwon smiled. He looked at the guy and thought that he was really very busy. Rose petals fell on the heads of the triumphantly returning warriors, and the people shouted that the heroes who defended the empire had returned. One of the townspeople held up a portrait of the wanted man, saying that he had gone from being a criminal to a hero. The warriors were also smiling. Jin-hyuk asked with displeasure if the celebration was too grand since the threat had not yet passed. Abraham, with a satisfied smile on his face, said that Jin-hyuk was right, but now he just needed to smile and wave at the people since that was what the people needed. The people reached out to them when Abraham said that, from the war with Murim to the demon invasion, there had been too few reasons to be happy lately. Jin-hyuk looked closely at the smiling guy and thought that he cared about the well-being of the empire more than he thought. He frowned, remembering their conversation, and apparently that was why he asked him not to reveal the information that there was one more demon left on the 21st floor. Jin-hyuk thought about the 3 broken spheres and how they managed to deal with 3 high-ranking supreme demons, but after investigating, it turned out that there were 4 of them on the 21st floor. He thought about the snake-like demon. Jin-hyuk remembered the severed limbs and how all they knew about the survivor was the number of people he had killed. He turned around at the girl's scream and thought that it would be better to enlist the help of the entire floor to find him, plus he would contact Murim through Yusun. Jin-hyuk turned to Andrea and asked where Yusun was, to which she replied that he said he left something in the citadel. In the underground dungeon of the giant citadel, someone was laughing. Solon was leaning against the wall when she was asked if she was ready. T-Bone was holding a magic spider and saying that the girl stole his master's experience points, so it was time to pay for that sin. The system window reported a listening spider. T-Bone looked at the device. The system window reported that it enters the user's body and records the sounds of the surroundings. Solin fell to her knees. The system window reported that the listening spider enters the user's body. The spider ran up the girl's hand, to which T-Bone was surprised that that was all. An explosion was heard, and he flew to the side. Someone entered and looked at Solin, saying that he was wondering where she was. Yusung grabbed his head, scolding Jin-hyuk, to which T-Bone said that he should not come near, even though he was also a subordinate of the master, but he would not allow it. Yusung kicked T-Bone with his foot. He grabbed Solin in his arms, carrying her out of the dungeon, saying that the girl would owe him. Lionheart sat on the throne and said that they were the heroes who defeated the demons, and that he wanted to see their faces. JNHU, Andrea, and Teresa knelt before the ruler when he ordered them to raise their heads. Lionheart knitted his brows and said what he saw. He looked down at the warriors from the height of his throne and said that he had not been so happy in a long time. Since the death of the prince, it seemed that nothing would bring him joy anymore. He closed his eyes and smiled calmly, since today he realized that the world had not yet betrayed him. Lionheart drew his sword. The courtiers were greatly surprised by this. They whispered that His Majesty had drawn the sword of the first emperor when the ruler rose from his throne. He took a step forward and said that he highly appreciated their bravery and the honor of his ancestor Emperor Lionheart I. The emperor placed the sword on Jin-hyuk's shoulder and said that he would grant the three of them the great title of the empire, as well as their most precious treasure, the heavenly destination stone. Jin-hyuk thought about this gift with greed. One of the courtiers opened his mouth even more in surprise and thought that this could not be, since the celestial destination stone was the greatest treasure of the empire, allowing one to communicate with the gods of the higher floors. He clenched his hands into a fist and thought that giving a treasure that only members of the imperial family were allowed to see was an insult to the entire empire. Lionheart moved his sword aside and said that the gift would be delivered to them tomorrow, since the empire must celebrate this victory. He put his hand forward and ordered that the heroes be given the most extravagant banquet, since it was necessary to show what imperial hospitality meant. Barrels of drinks were carried in a cart. The warriors began to shout that His Majesty had ordered that meat and wine be distributed to all the people, and if there was any left, they would be executed. People in the city made speeches for the emperor. Someone checked the microphone with the count. The men on the stage began to perform imperial rock. The girls were enjoying the evening when Alice said that as expected, the imperial banquets were impressive, and Andrea enthusiastically replied that it was the first time she heard such music, as it made her want to dance. She turned to Teresa, who was smiling tensely, to dance with her. The lead singer was screaming into the microphone. The girls were dancing. Jin-hyuk folded his arms over his chest and watched the girls with a smile. Yusung landed on the balcony, and Jin-hyuk, without turning around, asked him how he managed to get up here since it was high, although this was to be expected from a stalker. He looked slyly at Yusung and said that he missed the moment when they were greeted as heroes, to which Yusung replied that he was not interested in such things. The light ball was hanging from the ceiling when Jin-hyuk asked what was wrong with Yusung. He smirked and said that he would not say anything more about his training with Seung. After all, he now had a teacher from the Murim as well, but he should not even think about joining their side. Teresa suddenly released her alter ego and almost took off her shirt, to which Andrea tried to stop her. Yusung smiled slightly when he heard that he was a member of the veteran company. They were standing apart from the noisy company when Yusung said that he wanted to tell him one interesting thing, since he learned some information from the Murim. Yusung asked if he knew about the poison demon Velmariel, which was raging in the north. Jin-hyuk immediately became focused and said that he was going to deal with it tomorrow after he received the heavenly appointment stone, since there was a possibility that the nobles would be able to influence the emperor's decision. Yusung closed his eyes and said that there was no need for that, since someone had already dealt with it alone. Jin-hyuk looked at the guy in surprise. One of the nobles was covering his ears in anger, and behind him stood a girl hiding in the shadows. His eyes glowed scarlet when Yusung said that right now, on Murim's orders, she was hiding in the castle. The noble went to his office, where he smashed everything and cursed. He leaned his hands on the table and thought that he was going to get the fortress, take power into his own hands and overthrow the emperor, but because of one foreigner, all plans went down the drain. A vase of flowers flew to the floor and broke under curses. The girl behind him ordered him to calm down, as there was no point in getting excited. Weinstellen turned to her when she asked if he should do nothing if he wanted something, to which he asked if she was suggesting they start a rebellion right now, as Jin-hyuk and his companions were here. Nishara, an S-rank warrior and head of the Gandhara guild, called him a fool. She pointed to Chandra and Aaron who had arrived with her, and said that was why they were here. Alice was half lying on the table, holding onto a bottle and saying that alter ego Teresa was holding up well, which was why she immediately liked her more than the original. Teresa, holding her head, asked what she was talking about, as she liked Alice much more. The girls continued to have fun, When Andrea thought that although she had managed to bring them into the room, she could no longer tolerate these drunkards, she hugged herself as Jin Hyuk, who had begun transforming his suit, told her to leave them to have fun. He smiled, since no matter what, Teresa and Alice needed to get closer too. He changed into his normal clothes and asked Andrea to tell him what happened to Gunchon. The girl began to remember and tell him that Gunchon had met a fitting end for such an arrogant person, and she had left no trace of him. Jin Hyuk grinned, considering this to be great news since it was one less headache. Andrea suddenly caught the green bundle. Jin Hyuk looked at her with a satisfied smile, saying that it was a gift for saving Bolian. Andrea unwrapped the bundle and looked at the sphere in surprise. The system window reported that it was a fox bead. The bead glowed gold. The system window reported that the difficulty of obtaining it was SSS, and it allowed one to transform into a Kumeho when touched. The next system window reported that the accessory had been selected. The girl looked at the bead with delight. The system window reported that after the transformation, the user gains various abilities, including increased speed, and the owner cannot be changed after the accessory has been selected. A golden glow enveloped the room. Andrea turned into a Kumeho, to which Jin Hyuk said that it suited her much better than the previous costume. Jin Hyuk looked at the pleased girl and said that now she can return to her floor, since he does not think the residents will be happy about the boss being away for too long. Andrea spun around, examining herself, and Jin Hyuk noted with pleasure that she clearly liked the fox bead. He checked the inventory and thought that among the items that fell from Antrad, except for the fox bead, the rest were not very useful. Suddenly, he discovered something. The system window reported the Oblivion Serum. The next system window reported that the difficulty of obtaining it cannot be measured, as it is used for large-scale memory manipulation of beings outside the tower. Jin Hyuk looked at the bottle with the magical contents. The system window reported that the duration of memory distortion depends on the filling level of the Oblivion Serum. Giant twisted the bottle in his hands, thinking about large-scale memory manipulation, since he did not remember such an item in the game. He walked to the window and thought that the tower he was climbing hides a lot of power. The next day in the castle, Teresa looked ahead in surprise. She passed by the treasury, thinking about how many high-ranking items were in it, but she told herself not to be fooled by their shine. She followed Jin Hyuk and Penhamer, who said that all these treasures were enchanted, and if you touch them, a trap will be triggered, and it will be difficult for those blinded by the relics here to survive. Penhamer became serious and said that they were now heading to the place where the ancestors of the imperial family rest. People with impure intentions were not allowed to enter this shrine. He turned to Abraham and asked him to confirm his words. Abraham looked thoughtfully ahead. They were walking along a high bridge when Abraham said that His Majesty would reward them as promised, which was why they were coming here. Penhamer led them to a hall with a statue of a woman with 4 wings, and said that the emperors of previous generations rest here. He stood in front of the statue above the imperial tomb. Jin Hyuk looked away and thought that it was so strange to enter it by invitation, since he had only been here after secretly entering. Penhamer and Abraham knelt before the emperor, who praised them for their good work. The stones on the statue began to glow when it was announced that the heroes had killed 3 demons. Lionheart took the stones in his hands and said that as promised, he would bestow upon them 3 heavenly assignment stones. He extended his hand and said that the heavenly assignment stone was an item that allowed one to communicate with the gods of the tower, and it was originally only given to people of royal blood. His face became sad as he asked them to remember that it was only a means of communication to communicate with the gods, and they must have the appropriate qualities. Jin Hyuk took his stone and heard that only the chosen one would be chosen as the owner of the stone, and those who were not chosen would never be able to use it. Teresa was surprised by this. She looked at the wings of the statue and said that in addition to the 3, 1 more was missing. Jin Hyuk lowered his head and said that it had already been used by a legendary king who was recognized as a deity for his absolute power, overwhelming strength, and aggressive rule. They looked at the painting of Emperor Lionheart I. The overlord frowned and heard a question about whether this meant that none of the subsequent emperors could stand on par with him. Jin Hyuk smiled and said that the king's authority had only declined over the years. Penhamer said his name in annoyance. He drew his sword and told Jin Hyuk to watch her words, for despite his merits, he would not tolerate such insults. Penhamer heard the ruler's request to calm down, for the boy had said everything correctly. Lionheart looked at the statue and said that authority was something his servants always talked about. He frowned and said that he knew that he could never be as powerful as His Majesty the First Emperor. On one of the coffins lay a lily, and the ruler said that there was no more strength or courage left, and everything he took for granted disappeared in an instant, just like his buried ancestors. He looked at the lily. His face darkened with sadness, and he said that authority had become too burdensome for him, so he asked to accept these stones and protect the people of the empire in place of the useless him. Jin Hyuk glanced sideways at Lionheart and thought what a pathetic emperor he was, since if he were in their place he would have gotten rid of him long ago. Penhamer stood there with a sad face, Jin-hyuk looked at him thoughtfully. The system window reported that all barriers had been removed. Penheimer turned around in surprise. The system window reported that the protective magic had been neutralized. The next system window reported that enemies had entered the Imperial tomb. The sound of running soldiers was heard. They were surrounded by enemies. One of the men stepped forward and said that the emperor was distributing the empire's treasure to foreigners. That was why the country was in such a state. Weinstollen came out with his sword at the ready and addressed his majesty. Penheimer roared like a bear. How dare he contradict his majesty? Weinstollen smiled insolently and called him an insolent old man, since he was not the only one who bared his teeth at the emperor. Penheimer stopped short in surprise. Weinstollen retreated, and behind him was the table of the sword master Mackenzie. Penheimer looked at Abraham, who stepped forward. The guy clenched his teeth and lowered his head. He drew his sword. Abraham held the weapon in front of him and said that this was the first and last time he was warning. He looked at the players and asked them to step back, since this did not concern them. Jin-hyuk grinned. He drew his blade, refusing to do so since he had not yet received his reward. Abraham went over to the side of the conspirators when the question was heard about what they were doing. Weinstollen stood behind the knight and ordered the warriors not to stand there like a pillar and to attack now. Abraham pointed his sword towards the king and said that this was his last warning to step back. He looked at Yusun, Jin-hyuk and Teresa and said that he did not want to harm those who saved the empire. Footsteps were heard behind the guy and a question was heard about his inability to point a sword at benefactors. Nishara smiled and asked to leave the players to them. Nishara stood at the head of Chandra and Aaron and said that they did not care if some players fought with others. She called her comrades with a satisfied smile. Chandra attacked Teresa. Aaron rushed at Yusung. Jin-hyuk looked closely at Nishara. He repelled the girl's sudden attack from above. Nishara with a furious smile said that she was glad to meet Jin-hyuk. The system window reported that a greedy look was activated. Jin-hyuk repelled another attack when his eyes flared scarlet. The system window reported that it was impossible to view the target. The next system window reported that the target was currently under the protection of the mandala. Jin-hyuk was surprised by such a spell. He parried another blow, and Nishara jumped aside. She mocked the guy and offered him, while it was not too late, to join them, since in this case they would receive a good benefit. Jin-hyuk concentrated on parrying all the blows and listened to how when Weinstollen successfully captured the empire, he would give 10% of all profits to the Gandhara Guild. Penheimer and Lionheart stood behind the players when the girl said that the emperor was in a hopeless situation. Nishara looked at the guy in surprise. Jin-hyuk smiled. He mockingly said that apparently she did not know who sword masters really were. 3 blades closed, and sparks rained down from the triangular gap. Penheimer fought back the attacks furiously. He glared at his former subordinates and said angrily that he did not remember teaching them such a thing. He looked at Abraham and Mackenzie and asked why they had betrayed them. The 2 blades crossed in furious blows. Penheimer fought back another attack and Mackenzie said that they had not betrayed the empire, but the emperor, who had done nothing while the country was being destroyed. Abraham screamed furiously, asking his former teacher to look at him for himself. Lionheart looked at the battle dejectedly when Abraham said that he could only watch them fight and had no fighting spirit. Penheimer turned to his master. He lowered his sword, saying that his majesty was definitely not in good health after the death of the crown prince. He raised his sword and said that the blood of Lionheart still flowed in his body. Penheimer screamed in rage and charged, using the Aurora blade as he had sworn to protect him. Abraham and Mackenzie gritted their teeth as they were blinded by the light of the spell, but they immediately charged, saying that if this was his answer, then they had no choice. Penheimer screamed in rage. Aram and Mackenzie attacked together. First blood was drawn. Lionheart watched the battle tensely. Jin-hyuk and Nishara turned around. Blood was pouring onto the floor. Abraham looked at his former teacher in surprise. Mackenzie's sword entered Penheimer's heart area, and Abraham said without understanding that he could destroy them with this attack. Blood poured out of Penheimer's mouth as he asked why he did not do so. Penheimer looked at his sword and said that the blade of a sword master is obligated to protect everyone, including the emperor. He looked at Mackenzie, then his gaze moved to Abraham and he said that they were his students and brothers. Penheimer hugged the boys and asked what kind of mentor would hurt his protege, then called them fools. The man closed his eyes in pain and said that he could not protect them from the wrong path, then apologized. Penheimer fell to his knees and Abraham continued to hold his hand. Abraham turned around with tears at the voice that said that this was a good deed and mockingly asked if they wanted to know something interesting. Jin-hyuk looked at Nishara with a smile and said that Weinstollen, who they wanted to make the new leader, had already joined Niram's side. Nishara smiled contentedly when he nodded at her and said that these players had also received their invitations. Abraham turned around and asked if Weinstollen's words were a lie. His eyes widened in realization of what he had done. Weinstellen looked menacing when he asked if Abraham was sorry now. Jin-hyuk continued to fight off the attacks when he said it was not too late, so let them take Penheimer and the Emperor and run, to which the guy replied that they were surrounded. Jin-hyuk turned to Mackenzie. He heard a surprised look on his face when he heard that he should remember what Jin-hyuk said about his injury. He remembered the dancing crowd. At the festival, Jin-hyuk sarcastically asked for forgiveness for that incident, because he came to protect the Empire and not to tease him, to which Mackenzie covered his face with his hand and asked them to forget about it. Jin-hyuk looked at the people with a smile and said that it seemed to him that Mackenzie's injury was strong enough. He looked at the guy in armor and said that he could tell him how to overcome the injury. Mackenzie turned to him. Memories mixed with reality when the guy's helmet flew to the floor. Mackenzie knelt down and flashed his bald head, remembering that when he could show it freely, that was the moment he would get rid of it. Nishara looked at Mackenzie in surprise, and Jin-hyuk smiled contentedly. The system window announced that daylight was being activated. Blue beams of light flew into him and hit him right in the head. Mackenzie reflected the spell with his bald head, and people around him stopped seeing anything because of it. Chandra and Aaron covered themselves with their hands. Teresa and Jin-hyuk put on glasses, and the girl said that it was surprising, although now she understood why he gave her glasses. The sad emperor heard words of apology. Mackenzie grabbed Penheimer and the Emperor Abraham, who said that he would accept any punishment for their betrayal, and they ran away from the battle. Lionheart looked sadly at Penheimer. His eyebrows were tensely drawn together on the bridge of his nose. Weinstellen got angry and said that the fugitives could not be left alive, so he ordered to follow them. Jin-hyuk looked at the fleeing crowd and said that all of Nishar's subordinates ran away as if scalded. He looked at the girl who was rubbing her eyes and said that now they could talk in private. Jin-hyuk reached for his glasses and said that he was expecting to meet the player who had defeated the demon of the 21st floor alone, although it turned out that there was nothing special about her. He smiled and his eyes sparkled from under his glasses when he suggested that they fight for real since they were alone. Nishara grinned contentedly. She took her weapon and said that she would show him her true power. Fiery flashes began to emanate from Nishar. The system window reported that the unity of the body was being activated. Jin-hyuk watched the spell in admiration. Nishara seemed to be on fire, and in the flames one could clearly see the image of the god of destruction Shiva. Fire filled the space when the spell of unity sounded. Jin-hyuk covered his face with his hand and wondered where she got the patronage of the mandala. Nishara took a step, and the tile crumbled into stone chips. He looked at the girl who led the god. Nishara, with a malicious grin, informed that the emperor did not have much time left. She thought of the fugitives and said that thanks to his tricks they managed to avoid a major crisis. Yusun frowned, looking around the space. He threw a metal disc at the treasure. The system window reported that the tomb robber trap was activated. Arrows flew from all sides. A mace fell from the wall. Aaron and Chandra barely dodged the weapons flying at them. The emperor hung on Avram with sad eyes, and Nishara said that there were no people left in the empire who would side with this vegetable. She smiled mockingly and told Jin-hyuk not to waste her energy and just join them. Jin-hyuk spread his arms and said that she was right. He also thought about the fugitive and said that at the moment there were no supporters of the emperor in the capital except for his close associates. He smirked and said that was why he gathered them in advance. Abraham's mouth opened in surprise when he saw something in front of him. Teresa smiled. The nuns were standing in the hall when Jin-hyuk thought of them as those who would follow the emperor. A trickle of blood ran down Penheimer's beard when he asked why Archbishop Sabrina was here. The man fell into her arms, and the woman asked how her love had come to this. Sabrina called for healing magic and told him not to move as it would stop the bleeding. The system window informed him that sacred healing was being activated. Sabrina looked at Tears with a smile and said that the child had told her that people had gathered in the capital who wanted to harm the emperor in order to start a rebellion. Sabrina looked down sadly and said that this was probably why the connection with the city had been cut off for a while. She hugged Penheimer and told him that he was a good boy. They continued to hug when they ran into the room. Weinstellen pointed at the archbishop and angrily asked why she was there. Sabrina became furious and said that she had come to rip the heads off of people like him and called him a traitor. She turned to the other fugitives and promised that they would sort this out and that the rest should take the emperor to safety. Weinstellen clenched his fist and said that they were just pathetic knights and did not even know the whole situation. Did they really think they dared to change anything? The system window announced the activation of the command. The Duke snapped his fingers and a magic disc appeared above his hand. The system window announced that his voice would be heard within the selected area. His voice echoed throughout the castle and the servants heard Weinstellen speaking, demanding that all the knights gather. The courtiers looked at the spell disc, which said that His Majesty had betrayed the empire, and he was going to betray the country into the hands of foreigners. Weinstellen looked mad as he continued to speak into the disc that this was an order from the commander-in-chief Weinstellen, who demanded that the empire be defended. A cry sounded over the castle to overthrow the emperor. The knights looked at each other, recognizing Weinstein's voice. One of the knights started, wondering if his words were true. He saw the fugitives and did not know what to do with it. The knights rushed after them, encouraging each other to catch them. Sabrina hit one of the knights on the head so hard that his nose started bleeding. Her fingers were scratched by the helmet, and with a disdainful expression she said that it seemed Weinstein would be serious. She began to warm up her hands and ordered her subordinates to avoid unnecessary killing, so they had to hit, but not to death, because the protection of the light was with them. Chandra and Aaron ran through the corridors of the castle. Chandra with a serious expression said that everything had become much more difficult than they had assumed, to which Aaron replied that their primary task was to capture the emperor, who blocked their way, demanding that they stop. Kasem stood with a pole at the ready and said that they should play with them. Judilo squatted when he said that they were the same players. Aaron grimaced, and Chandra wrote a letter. The system window reported that Nishara's letter said that the Knights of the Holy Empire had arrived, so they were asking for her support. Nishara immediately read the letter, clicked her tongue in displeasure and said that he had prepared himself and that it was still difficult to do business with him. She put her hands on her hips and said that it meant that she could only get rid of him and capture the emperor herself. Marasha activated her magic and went to attack when she said that since he was one of the treasures of humanity, then she would not kill him, so be it. She sent another spell to attack, saying that she would see if he survived. Jinhyuk dodged the ring of fire. The spell almost hit him from behind. The ring of fire circled around Jinhyuk in certain lines. Nishara caught her weapon. She began to blaze like a fire again when she used the deadly chakra wheel to attack. Jinhyuk shielded himself with both hands. Nishara jumped into the air, destroying everything around her using an annihilation spell. A deafening explosion was heard. The girl landed on the ground. She looked ahead with satisfaction when she heard that despite the deity behind her, this place is the tomb of the imperial family. Jinhyuk was covered in bloody hands when he said that it was not normal to raise such a mess here. Nishara winked and said that she didn't care about the people in the tower since they had nothing to do with climbing the trial tower. His eyes flashed angrily and she asked what Junhai wanted. The boy was holding a stone in his hands when she asked if he really wanted to use the heavenly destination stone. She frowned, since if his behavior angered the gods, then there was no hope for a good outcome. Jinhyuk clenched his fist and said that he was already used to the fact that the gods hated him. He activated the stone in his palm and said that you can only hate someone who is interesting to you in one way or another. The system window reported the activation of the heavenly destination stone. Jinhyuk released the stone and it hovered in front of him. The system window reported that an attempt to communicate with higher beings was in progress. Nishara covered herself with her hands, trying to hide from the light emanating from the stone. A scarlet aura began to cover her when she called Jinhyuk a name. The system window reported that the higher beings had responded to his call. A scarlet aura filled the area. The system window reported that the higher being wanted to manifest. Nishara screamed in fear. The system window reported that the tower's restrictions did not allow this action. Jinhyuk continued to hold the stone. The system window reported that, according to the tower's capabilities, contact was only possible through conversation. There was a cracking sound, and the next tablet asked who had said so. A hand clad in armor reached for the tablet. The system window reported that the higher being was trying to break the tower's restrictions and manifest. A devilish grin appeared. The warning tablet fell apart. God appeared in the hall. The system window reported that the higher being had broken the tower's restrictions and manifested. God smiled contentedly, saying that Jinhyuk had first refused the offer to become a dark apostle and ran away and was now calling out to him. His eyes flashed with anger as he said that he would not tolerate such a thing. Jinhyuk looked at the god in surprise. The boy smirked when he heard him repeat his fiery speech. Viriel's rotting heart appeared completely in the room and looked at Jinhyuk, saying that he personally came to hear her. The question was asked if Jinhyuk remembered what he told Viriel back on the 5th floor. The boy smirked and said that a tiger should obey a dog. He dodged to the side, calling the situation absurd. The god loomed over him, asking who was the tiger now. Jinhyuk looked at him and smirked, saying that it was a pity, of course, but now was not the time for jokes, and maybe it would have been better if he had helped since he came. Viriel frowned. He threw his head back, laughing, and then said that Jinhyuk spoke as if he owed something, so he should just wait and he would curse him. The god glared at the boy sharply. Jinhyuk asked with a smile if he had added the condition of trying on a maid costume for Yusung. Viriel remembered watching the game while wearing glasses and sipping his drink when Jinhyuk said that he had interfered with the system to set it up, and didn't that mean he liked his content. He spread his arms and asked him to help now, and Jinhyuk would repay him with more interesting content in the future. Viriel thought about the words that Jinhyuk would give him entertainment, that he would dispel boredom once and for all. Jin-hyuk grinned, talking about fun that could not be found in the trial tower. Nishara listened to their speech with interest and confusion. She looked at the god in surprise. Jin-hyuk's eyes were shining with divine light. The system window reported that the unity of bodies was being activated. This time, Jin-hyuk was on fire, and Viriel's silhouette was visible in the fire. The silhouette of the god behind Nishara roared in anger that Viriel had sided with the man. The god grinned maliciously, and Jin-hyuk repeated the gesture when he explained that the reason for this was simple. Viriel's face became more like an evil mask when he said that this kid was very interesting. Nishara jumped back, trying to dodge the attack. Jin-hyuk used the fist of the Demon King. The system window reported that the Colossus strike was activated. The next attack knocked the blade out of Nishara's hands. The girl crashed into the wall, and blood sprayed from her mouth. Nishara growled in anger and said that wasn't it Jin-hyuk who said that destroying the Imperial tomb was bad. Jin-hyuk smiled ominously, saying that everything was fine. The surprised girl heard that he would simply say that she did it. Viriel laughed. The battle continued in the hall. Eren and Chandra were fighting side by side when Eren said that the twins didn't belong to any guild, so why were they bothering them? Casey said with a happy smile that she didn't need a reason, and Judilo said that they didn't know anything about such things. They smirked, saying that they would tell her if they were really interested. Eren and Chandra looked at them in surprise. The twins attacked together, saying that everything was later, that they liked their brother Jin-hyuk. Teresa watched their battle. She looked at the twins with pleasure and thought that they really liked him. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She sat down on the floor and thought that there was a huge energy battle going on underground. Shiva got angry and said that he would not be defeated. Nishara screamed because of the spell being cast when Shiva said that he didn't even want to see his terrible behavior. The system window reported that the 1,000-year-old Great Mandala had blossomed. Nishara chuckled and thanked her god. Viriel folded his arms and said that it was so much fun. Nishara assumed a fighting stance when the god told Jin-hyuk that Shiva had shared his true skills with her, and now the unity of the body would not be enough. He frowned and said that although he was a high-ranking demon who could defeat Shiva, they lacked synchronization, so his skills could not be counted on. Viriel was surprised when Jin-hyuk began to look through something and said that it was time to show him something interesting. The system window reported that the third advantage of the first conqueror of the tower had been used. The next system window reported a special spear, and that he could use a copy of the special spear that the Supreme Being wielded. The spell began to work. The system window reported that the scope of use was limited to the higher beings that were in contact with it, and it could not be used again. Another system window reported that he needed to help Penhammer gain the trust of Lionheart III and return the Empire to the path of prosperity. He remembered the award ceremony. The system window reported that he had fulfilled the conditions of the third task, the first to conquer the tower. Jin-hyuk looked at the sign and thought that he had gained the trust of the Emperor, but had not yet returned the Empire to the path of prosperity, so it was unclear why this happened. Jin-hyuk frowned and thought that he did not know why the system was constantly giving him leniency. He grinned slyly and prepared for another attack when he thought that he could not lose them. The system window reported that a special spear was being activated. The next system window reported that a copy of Viriel's spear was being played. There was a deafening crack and a spear appeared above Jin-hyuk's head. Viriel chuckled contentedly, looking at the black spear Kishin and thinking about how he could use Kishin without his permission. Jin-hyuk frowned contentedly since he had already said this. Viriel laughed behind the boy, and Jin-hyuk, attacking, reminded him that he would amuse him. The system window reported that the Great Mandala was activating. Many system windows reported that the mandala was becoming dirty. The attack came to the fire flower. Shiva angrily asked where Viriel had dug up such a monster in human form. The demon laughed contentedly, since this is the nature of a demon. Shiva grabbed his head with his hands. The system window reported that the unity of the body was cancelled. The next system window reported that the Great Mandala was cancelled. There was a deafening crack and a cry from Nishara addressed to her god. Jin-hyuk smirked and said that he had fun. Nishara screamed in pain and blood came out of her mouth. Jin-hyuk raised his hand and made a gun with his fingers as an explosion was heard, and the guy said that you can't kill an S rank over something like that. The fight in the hall continued. The floor suddenly exploded and flames burst out from under it. Teresa looked up in surprise. A pillar of light was rising up as the girl blocked it with a shield. The explosion made a huge hole that the sky was visible, and Viriel said that he hasn't had this much fun in a long time. Jin-hyuk gave a thumbs up as the demon praised him for his good content. The system window said that the unity of the body was cancelled. Viriel said with a smile that next time he will make him his dark apostle and promised to see him again. Jin-hyuk looked at Nishara, who lowered her head and said that she gives up. Nishara smirked through her pain and told him not to think that her defeat could stop the revolution. Jin-hyuk cast spells on her and grumbled that he let her live and he was arguing, so he told her to get some sleep. The system window reported that a 2-star hypnosis barrier was activating. Jin-hyuk walked away from the girl and thought that he was not pleased. But she was right, since he could not stop the rebellion. Jin-hyuk thought about the death of the king and how unless the emperor himself took action, otherwise the empire would fall due to internal conflicts, in which case he would not be able to receive the reward that Penheimer had promised. He closed his eyes and thought about whether to be content with the third feature and give up the shortest route to attack the middle floors. The guy exhaled heavily and heard that he needed to restore the fighting spirit of the emperor. Alice appeared from the ring, who had an idea on how to awaken the spark in him. Despite the hole torn in the floor, the battle in the hall was still going on. The emperor looked at the scene indifferently. He did not react when someone called him. Alice approached him, saying that the emperor did not look well as he sat with a downcast face. Her eyes flashed purple when she asked how he had inherited the name Lionheart. Mackenzie glared at the girl and asked what kind of disrespect to his majesty was this. Abraham stopped Mackenzie by placing his hand on his chest. He looked closely at his friend and said that this mage was a colleague of Jin-hyuk, so they should wait and see what she did. The girl stood over the sitting emperor. Lionheart looked at the sword that appeared in surprise and heard that she could not look at it. Alice raised her sword above her head and said that the Lionheart she knew was not like this. Her lips moved, casting a spell. The system window was unable to clarify what exactly was being activated. Jin-hyuk watched with interest. The system window reported that a soul he had a deep connection with in the past was being temporarily summoned. Alice's sword began to glow and she said that it was time to teach him a lesson. The light reflected on Lionheart's face when he heard that the first emperor would do it. The spirit of the first emperor, Lionheart I, appeared in front of the emperor. Lionheart couldn't believe it. He remembered the statue of this man. The spirit of His Majesty Lionheart I was smiling. He sat down in front of the current emperor and asked his 38th generation descendant why he was sitting here in complete despair. The first emperor looked at his great-grandson with a kind smile and said that he should not be upset, since this was not something an emperor could afford. Lionheart tried to get up, saying that his child, to whom he gave everything, had left this world. His eyes filled with sadness and he asked how he should live on. Suddenly, Lionheart heard a spirit speaking to his son. The first emperor placed his hand on his knee and said that all of their blood relatives were with him now. He chuckled good-naturedly and said that Lionheart's son was a wonderful child. And after talking to him, he understood why you chose him as your successor. The spirit looked around and said that he did not think that Lionheart's son would be happy to see this battle scene. Suddenly, many spirits appeared and the first emperor said that on the day he joined them, wouldn't he want to tell his child that he had lived a worthy life under the name Lionheart? Lionheart's mouth fell open in surprise. He remembered his son whispering something in his ear. Then the emperor patted his head. The first emperor smiled. Tears began to flow from Lionheart's eyes and the first emperor said that he finally saw a sparkle in his eyes. The system window reported that Lionheart was the first to activate the emperor's message. Jin-hyuk looked up. His voice echoed throughout the hall, commanding attention and asking everyone to listen to the first emperor's command as children of the empire. Penheimer stretched his hand to the sky as he was being treated. The first emperor spread his arms and ordered them to lay down their weapons and stop the battle. The swords fell with a clang. Weinstellen looked at his stiff arms and thought that his body was not moving. Suddenly, a hand pinned his head to the floor. Sabrina clenched her fist, telling the Duke that the rebellion was over. The first emperor addressed the people and said that they could decide for themselves now. He smiled and thanked them for calling him. Alice looked at the teacher and said that even with the mask, he recognized her. The first emperor knelt before Alice and noted with satisfaction that she had managed to escape the labyrinth, but he was sorry to have to leave her again, despite the fact that he was already dead. Alice placed her hands on his face and told him that everything was fine, so he shouldn't worry about her. She looked at her hand and said that she had already found someone she could rely on. The flag was flying over the tower, and the rebellion that had broken out in the capital of the empire had come to an end. For raising a rebellion, Weinstellen and his comrades were sentenced to death. However, by the mercy of the emperor, they were sent to a correctional facility led by Sabrina. The sword masters did not escape punishment either, but they resisted. Ishara and her comrades were forced to leave their money and weapons when Jin-hyuk said that it was an excellent price for their lives. They left through a portal. Since Jin-hyuk could not kill the Gandhara guild members, he simply decided to take all their equipment and coins. He looked away, since despite the small number of victims, due to the quick resolution of the situation, it was enough to make people doubt the authority of the emperor. They constantly whispered about it. The people crowded around the castle. The emperor came out to them, and their doubts were dispelled when the people saw the emperor again, full of strength. Lionheart clenched his fist and loudly declared that he was promising them something. Penheimer watched the emperor return with pleasure. He looked at Jin-hyuk and said that it was all thanks to him. He extended his hand to the boy and said that he would provide him with the shortest route to the middle floors. Jin-hyuk chuckled. They shook hands. Penheimer smiled contentedly and said that the great sword master of the Penheimer Empire would become Jin-hyuk's ally. The boy grinned contentedly. He told Alice, as they stood together on the balcony, that he thought everything would go wrong. The crowd echoed the emperor, and Jin-hyuk said that thanks to her, things had ended well, and then asked how she knew the first emperor. Alice put her head in her hands. She remembered their battle together and said that they had talked a long time ago. Jin-hyuk looked at her and thought that he definitely heard the word teacher. He remembered Alice during the battle and thought that she told him not to worry because she had found someone she could trust. Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that he probably didn't really want to talk about it now. Suddenly, something caught his attention. In the crowd, someone was standing wrapped in a cloak. He turned around and asked Alice to wait there, to which she was indignant that he was leaving again. He threw a bottle at Alice and said that it was a gift, so let her drink it. The man pushed his way through the crowd. The cloaked figure headed for the steps. She thought angrily to herself that it shouldn't have happened. The system window reported. The brand of sorrow was activating. Something hit the cloaked figure. Jin-hyuk attacked her from behind, asking if she really thought she could escape from him. He smirked and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Ophelia was rubbing her bruised neck. Ophelia was standing in front of a group of people, taken aback. She was slapped. She fell to the floor, and it was reported that Bershan and Mikhail, who had dedicated their entire lives to the prosperity of the Dekazis family, had been killed. The girl sat with her eyes downcast and was asked why she was the one who survived. The boy asked in a menacing tone if she had begged for her life and bowed before the man. Ophelia cried and was told to go to the 21st floor, find out how to find Bamung, and not to return until she had succeeded. Baring his fangs, the boy declares that otherwise she will die in hellish torment. Ophelia holds the weapon in her hands, covering her eyes. It is reported that the brand of sorrow is activated. A light appears on the girl's face. She opens her eyes wide, and tears are visible in her eyes. A notification comes that the life of a slave belongs to the master. Self-deprivation of life is prohibited. The weapon falls to the ground. Ophelia kneels, realizing that she cannot return home and dispose of her body either. She cries, wondering if they can just kill her. The boy sits down, saying that if he wanted her dead, he would have brought Alice here. Propping his head on his hand, he tells her to stop suffering. She cannot die. She will work for him for the rest of her life. The girl wipes away her tears, calling herself a noble creature. Jin-hyuk looks at her questioningly, wondering if the vampires are still looking for Bamung. He looks away thoughtfully. Ophelia is grabbed by the face. Smiling, the boy tells her to come back and tell them something. She looks questioningly when he tells her to tell him that she knows where to find Bamung. A weapon is shown when it is said to be the best sacred relic for hunting dragons, the dragon-slaying blade, Bamung. The sword is stuck into the corpse of a poisonous dragon, and it turns out to be somewhere deep in one of the dungeons on the 21st floor. It is said that ordinary players and residents of the tower have difficulty finding the entrance to this dungeon. A certain cube is shown. It is said that its location changes randomly and does not have a specific pattern of appearance. Jin-hyuk walks down the street, deciding that there is only one way. He looks at a passerby who is scared of him. The boy looks at the wall in fear, and it is said that the greedy gaze is activated. Information about Phesis is provided. Jin-hyuk stares at the boy, knowing that he will have to use him. He closes his eyes and tells him to stop with his ridiculous pretense. He remembers that Phesis has been following him since he arrived, and the boy asks if he knows him. Jin-hyuk smiles and asks what they want from him. A cube is shown and a line is heard saying that it is the work the boy is working on, the tower ranking. Phesis smiles, saying that it is able to measure the skill of everyone active in the tower and compile a ranking. Waving his arms, he states that he would like to include Jin-hyuk's data in it. He smiles slyly, claiming that ever since he heard about his exploits, he wanted to add his data to the list. That tower does not even have a basic system for determining player stats. With the tower ranking, it is possible to collect all the information about the players and organize it beautifully. The boy smiles, thinking that Phesis is so obsessed with analysis, very similar to Old Man Rick. He looks thoughtfully at his creation, believing that this is the request from the copying conditions. A system window appears in front of the boy, and he claims that Jin-hyuk only needs to sign a consent to the transfer of personal information about himself and all members of his faction. The boy slyly says that he will sign everything, but for a small favor. Phesis immediately enthusiastically asks what he can do for him. Jin-hyuk happily claims that everything is very simple. He needs to find the entrance to the dungeon where the Dragon Slayer sword Bamung is buried. The boy is amazed, and they ask him if he can handle it. He tenses up, noticing that the Empire has forbidden entry to this place. Getting up from his seat, the boy decides that they are getting an unequal deal, and he must divulge his personal information. He frowns, calling it impudence, and says he's leaving and hopes they never meet again. Phesis stands up worriedly, asking him to think about his situation. He hangs his head, claiming that he's just a researcher, so if he becomes an enemy of a strong army, he'll be in great danger. The boy is surprised when Jin-hyuk asks if that's a problem. The boy smiles menacingly, asking why they don't just keep their dungeon expedition a secret. Thesis looks at him, confused. The Black Crow Guild appears. The girl looks exhausted, saying she's going to go crazy. She complains, asking how she'll have time to process all these statements, and the man notes that they won't be getting any rest anytime soon. He cries, remembering that this never happened when Alice was watching over them. Everyone looks at him questioningly when there's a knock on the door. A boy and a girl put their hands out to announce that they have arrived. Everyone is shocked when they realize that they are the S ranks of Europe, the crazy twins Casey and Judilo. They confuse the girl when they claim that Jinhyuk asked them to help with the guild business. After all, they are family. Judilo sticks out his tongue, asking if the boy told them about it, and asks for a bank card. Hyun is dumbfounded, realizing what the message meant. Smiling, Casey asks what they need to do, and hopes that it is something interesting. People turn around, noticing something. They look around, and the twins notice that there are too many applicants, so they will hold the first test right here. They smile menacingly, stating that the condition for passing is not to die before the test is over. People watch in shock. The twins jump into the crowd. They start to scare everyone away, and a question is asked about what the crazy twins are doing here. Hyun smiles, deciding that he can rely on the S rank. Alice would have done the same. He looks at the picture, hoping that the girl is okay. There is a ring on the boy's chest. Jinhyuk thoughtfully asks if this is really here. A strange building is depicted, and Thesis says that it may seem different at first glance, but the entrance to the dungeon is here. Smiling, he states that he can clearly see how the dungeon is formed. It is reported that the pass is activated. The boy grabs the door handles. It is said about the forced opening of the entrance to the place where entry is prohibited and a fine. Thesis throws open the doors, and the boy realizes that without him, he would have to use complex magic or the Emperor's items. Thesis enthusiastically jumps up, claiming that he is also very curious about this place. They enter the building. Someone approaches it. The hooded man notices that Ophelia has tried hard this time. He holds out his hand. His eyes flashing, the vampire tells everyone to go. Fasces opened his mouth in surprise, shaking his head up and down, a blush appearing on his face. He cried out happily. On the wall, the history of the owner of the sword Bamum, the great dragon slayer, was written in hieroglyphs. The guy was kneeling in front of her, arrows were flying towards him. They came out of holes in the stone wall. The young man was shouting about what was written here in an ancient language, how he killed the poisonous dragon Fafnir. The spirits caught the flying arrows with their bodies. They bared their teeth, trying to stop them. The guy cried out that it was simply incredible and amazing. Fasces adjusted his glasses, saying that if it were not for the spirits of the hero, he would not have read anything because of the trap. Jinhyuk smiled, looking at him. At this time, the spirits flew in different directions, trying to stop the arrows. The boy's eyes widened as he told the protagonist that he knew spirits didn't make contracts with humans, asking how he managed to do it. Jinhyuk smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he had opened the way to their hearts with his love and care. He pointed at them with his hand, asking if that was true. The spirits smiled awkwardly, fending off the arrows, saying that it was. Jinhyuk smiled menacingly, throwing his head back, reminding the spirits that if he or Fasces suffered even a little, Kaguma would definitely punish them. The spirits hiccuped nervously. Undyne and Salamander hit T-Bone, asking why the youngest was so quiet. Look how hard they were working, asking if he thought he needed to speed up too. The protagonist looked at Fasces, who was happily writing something down in a document, wondering if that was enough to satisfy the copying condition. The status window reported that the copying condition, show the guy how well the hero treats his companions, was not yet fulfilled. The status window notified that the skill flame of the beginning was activated. The fire at the base of the torches on the wall was shining brightly. Jinhyuk stood in front. He clenched his hand into a fist, above which was a fiery flame. Faces froze in place, fascinated. The spirits lay motionless behind their backs. T-Bone, with arrows in his head, stood tiredly near the protagonist. The young man screamed loudly, seeing in front of him the giant skeleton of the poisonous dragon Fafnir. A sword was pierced into his head. The weapon was shining brightly, emitting blue energy. It was the dragon slayer sword Bamum. The guy said that the spirits worked hard, protecting them from traps these 3 hours, so they can rest. He threw them a bright blue stone. The creatures looked at it with interest, gathered in a crowd. They loudly thanked the protagonist. Fasces put his hands in front of him, telling Jinhyuk not to get too close to Fafnir. The boy looked at him in surprise. The dragon's skull, which contained the sword, was covered in something dark and slimy. The boy said that he died, spewing poison. Wormwood resentment against Siegfried. They say that no one will remain alive, approaching such a strong poison. The protagonist, waving his hand, called up a status window, asking the boy standing behind him not to worry, because he knows about it. Even if he passes through it, he will be able to use the sword only if the dragon itself chooses it. Fasces smiled and opened his eyes wide, saying that the hero really knows everything about this tower, wondering if he wants to become an explorer with him. Jin-hyuk smiled, repeating the words about the explorer of the tower. He thought that it would be fun to travel with the guy, because no one was as interested and open-minded about exploring the test tower as Fascies. The protagonist imagined the young man happily sitting surrounded by magical animals. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that despite this, he could not agree. He turned to the young man and, smiling, noted that this was a good offer, but now was not the best time for such a thing. Fascies looked away in surprise. There was a smile on the face of the protagonist. He, looking at the crowd of people in dark robes, said that they had uninvited guests here. Fascies opened his mouth in surprise. The man's face was hidden by the shadow of the hood. He raised his head. His long blonde hair was visible. The stranger, looking at the brightly shining blade, said that they finally found the Dragon Slayer sword bomb. He turned to Ophelia standing next to him, saying that this is good work. The girl looked up at him. She closed her eyes, thanking him for his words, saying that he could now return to the Decassus household. Jin-hyuk put his hands on his hips, looking at the crowd of people in front of him, saying that the mosquitoes from Decassus had arrived, suggesting that they had spent a lot of money to bring everyone here. The man put his hand out to the side. His fangs were visible. He said that they always sacrificed something for the tower. They searched all the middle floors to find this sword and even resorted to the help of a demon. The man's eyes glowed bright red. He said that no one would have thought that they would have just followed the protagonist. He called it absurd. Jin-hyuk smiled, pointing his thumb at the sword behind him, asking if they wanted to get it, since even they, the highest beings, could not resist this poison. The minions of the stranger in the robe rushed forward. The man said that there was no reason to worry because he already knew how to get rid of him. His eyes flashed brightly in the shadow of the hood. He ordered to catch the researcher alive, because he would be useful. It would be nice if he spent the rest of his life as the Decassus family's bloodhound. Fascies frowned, his mouth wide open in surprise. He immediately turned around and ran away, shouting that in this case he would not be able to study the tower, and he did not want this. The protagonist froze in place. The system reported that the skill Quick Step was activated. The young man ran quickly, putting his hands in front of him. Holding a flashlight, he asked Mr. Jin-hyuk for forgiveness. The status window notified that the activation of Quick Step occurs without penalties. The guy said that he would go first. The vampire's minions were preparing to attack the fleeing guy with a flashlight in his hands. Suddenly, only a trace of blood remained from the vampires. Fascies looked up in surprise. The young man stumbled and fell to the floor. The paws of a black dragon were visible in front of him. He raised his head and opened his eyes wide, seeing an ancient one in front of him. His face was red from the blow, and blood was coming out of his nose. The dragon looked at him slyly, standing on half-bent paws. Jin-hyuk, looking at this, smiled, asking Kogum to take care of Fascies. The dragon, baring his teeth, made a characteristic sound. The protagonist moved forward, putting his hands in his pockets, saying that he would take care of the rest. Jin-hyuk put his hand forward. All 5 spirits took their true form. T-Bone stood in front of everyone, raising his hands up, holding a sword. The people in robes bared their teeth and opened their mouths in surprise, showing their fangs. The protagonist grinned, asking if they really thought that everything would be the same as their last meeting. The guy said that he heard that vampires are weak to fire. Salamander was next to him. His eyebrows were drawn together and tongues of flame came out of his mouth. With a loud sound, the spirit of the Tomb of Kings released streams of flame at the vampires standing in front of him. A bright light illuminated the battlefield. T-Bone watched the battle of the dwarf, saying that the elders are very cool. He ran up, getting ready to rush into the attack, but the guy's hand lifted him from the floor. The skeleton looked at the protagonist in surprise. The guy smiled, offering him to take one thing. He held it in his other hand. Undyne and Sylphid looked in different directions. Kaguma, narrowing his eyes, quickly moved forward. Looking at all this, Ophelia opened her mouth in surprise and widened her eyes, not understanding how the 5 great spirits and even the Ancient One were fighting together. She noticed that Jin-hyuk had become stronger since the time of Mikhail's murder. Many of the Decassus were not even fit to hold a candle to him. She bared her teeth, thinking that this was not a problem for her. A red clot of energy appeared near the gnome. He looked at it in surprise. The clots around him began to shine brightly. The system notified that the skill blood explosion was being activated. Red clots of energy exploded around the 5 great spirits. They screamed loudly. The protagonist jumped back, looking at the destroyed wall and fallen stones, saying that they were barely fighting a couple of spirits. The Decassus would not see a great future. The leader walked forward, holding out his hand with a magic seal, saying that as soon as they returned, strict training would await them. His henchmen were kneeling, leaning their hands on the floor, asking the leader for forgiveness. The man reached his hands to the hood of his robe, saying that he would now show them how powerful their family's power was. The system reported the activation of the Greedy Gaze skill. A characteristic appeared in the characteristic window. The man's name was Amalem. Race, vampire. Age, level were unknown, as well as points of strength, agility, endurance, mana, and influence. In the details of the description, it was said that due to the large difference in levels, it was impossible to see the information about the target. Amalem frowned, his red eyes flashing. In the status window there were conditions for copying. The man is the owner of pure blood. The hero will be able to copy one of the skills if he frees himself from Amalem's mind control, which absorbs the hero's blood. Jin-hyuk frowned, his eyes shining brightly red. He thought that this was the head of Dekazes, which meant that he needed to get rid of the mind control. The spirits, tired after the battle, could barely stand on their feet, and, flying near the protagonist, asked him to be careful because this man was on a completely different level. The guy's eyes were covered by dark hair. He told them to go to Kaguma and help protect Fasces. The vampire's opponent would be himself. Amalem put his hand in front of him, leaving a red trace in space, saying that the guy looked confident, but even with spirits and an ancient, he was no match for him. The system reported that the skill Blood Alchemy was activated. The vampire waved his hand and streams of blood rushed forward. The system reported that the skill Flame of the Beginning was activated. The protagonist raised his hand, bright tongues of flame stopped his attack. The man appeared behind the protagonist. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He hit Jin-hyuk in the back, throwing her forward. Amalem's eyebrows furrowed. He noticed that he had a fairly fast reaction for a human. He was even able to dodge in such a short time, but it was still not enough. A scratch appeared on Jin-hyuk's face from which blood was flowing. The vampire opened his eyes wide and put his hand forward, saying that he was going to see how powerful his blood was. The blood clot acquired spikes. The system reported that the skill Blood Explosion was activating. Jin-hyuk looked at the wound on his face in horror. A bright red explosion thundered on the battlefield, raising debris of the floor and dust into the air. Amalem froze in surprise, putting his hand forward. The curtain of dust gradually settled. You could see the silhouette of the guy. He was lying among the rubble, leaning his elbow on the ground, saying that he had fortunately dodged, asking if the vampire would fight directly. The boy leaned his hands on his knees. The man did not understand what was happening. He looked thoughtfully at his palm, thinking that this was the first time he had seen such an explosion. His blood not only smelled sweet, there was something special about it. Jin-hyuk took off his jacket, frowning in displeasure, asking if the vampire wanted to kill him or if he still needed to take the sword. Amalem frowned, saying that how he got the sword was not the boy's concern, but he was looking for it for another reason. The man pointed at the protagonist with his finger. He imagined the ring hanging on the boy's chain, saying that it contained the criminal sealed by him. The man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he came to return Alice. Jin-hyuk thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and closed his eyes, repeating the words about the criminal. He spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he did not understand what the vampire was talking about. Amalem frowned, his eyes flashing, telling him not to fool around, because he clearly saw on the 7th floor that Alice was with him. The protagonist threw his head back, covering his ears with his hands, shouting that the explosion was so strong that he could not hear anything now. The man stood silently opposite. Jin-hyuk looked in surprise at the clots of blood around him. Amalem put his palm forward, his eyebrows were furrowed, and his eyes were shining brightly. He ordered this senseless performance to stop immediately if the hero did not want to die, asking to call the vampire he was hiding. The protagonist raised his hands and smiled, saying that he heard it now, assuring him that he could only call one vampire. He joyfully shouted for her to come out and not be shy. The man turned around, hearing a step behind him. Amalem raised his eyebrows at Ophelia. The girl looked away in embarrassment. The leader asked why she was there. Ophelia closed her eyes. A shudder ran through her body. The vampire knelt down. The man asked if it was true that Jin-hyuk was looking for Bamang on the 21st floor. She closed her eyes, telling the master yes, because she personally saw it. The men stood on the kneeling girl. She said that the protagonist enlisted the help of a mysterious researcher who is able to find the burial place of the sword. The leader's face was hidden by the shadow of the hood, but his fangs shone brightly under the light. He was pleased with the information he received. He told the girl to leave. Ophelia stood up, moving forward on the red carpet. The girl opened her eyes wide and pressed her hand to her shoulder, saying that this was her chance to restore her honor. The system reported that the Brand of Sorrow skill was being activated. She closed her eyes, baring her teeth. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The protagonist ordered her to bring him a closed relic of the Dekazes family, the Traitor's Bracelet. Ophelia found herself on the threshold of the tall doors. Grinning, she rolled up her sleeve, looking at the jewelry on her wrist. The leader opened his eyes wide, seeing this relic, asking why him. The stones in the bracelet shone brightly. The system reported that the Traitor's Bracelet was trying to remove the seal. The Traitor's Bracelet was confirmed. Ophelia, opening her mouth, put her hand forward. A red seal appeared around the jewelry. The status window said that the blood relationship with the Dekazes family was confirmed. 9 minutes and 59 seconds remained until the seal was removed. Amalem rushed to her and, frowning, asked what she was doing. The girl moved her hand back, not letting him touch her. The system notified that the brand of sorrow was being activated. Ophelia's eyes turned blue. She opened her mouth, taking the blade in her hands. The status window notified that it was not recommended to remove the trader's bracelet before the seal was removed. Anyone who tried to take it would be attacked. The vampire opened her eyes wide and pulled her hand back after she had struck, screaming no. She fell to the ground and, trembling with her whole body, asked for forgiveness from Sir Amalem, saying that it was not her, it was itself. The man's eyes shone brightly, his eyebrows frowned. He looked at her angrily, asking how she dared to raise a hand against him. Tears rolled down Ophelia's face. She thought that she was finished. The man, releasing his claws, rushed towards the girl, who held her hand out in front of her, screaming that she had decided to betray Decassus. The vampire struck the place where the girl was sitting, raising debris and dust into the air. The system notified that the skill Demon King Sword Steps was activated. Ophelia's eyes, filled with tears, opened wide. Jinhyuk jumped up, grabbing the girl with him. She looked at him in surprise. She furrowed her brows, asking why he saved her. The protagonist smiled, reminding her of the words that she would work for him all her life. He threw her aside, landing on his knee, noticing that the seal was not yet removed. The guy appeared behind the vampire, saying that he can't do anything about it because Ophelia is now his servant, saying that he should have looked after his subordinates better. Blood clots appeared near Amalem. His face was hidden in the shadow. He said that he would make it so that the guy would not utter another word with his dirty mouth. The vampire swung his leg to strike, standing in a pool of blood. The system reported that the skill transmission was activated. Amalem threw the protagonist into the wall, causing a loud explosion, raising dust and debris of the wall into the air. Jinhyuk was pressed into the wall. The system reported that the skill blood alchemy was activated. The vampire bared his teeth, moving forward with his eyes shining. He summoned a bloodhound. A bloody monster appeared in front of the protagonist, whose body was twisted without his own will. It opened its mouth right in front of the guy. The system reported that the skill right hand of Tomgrave was activated. Jinhyuk, his eyes flashing, swung his hand, which overcame the blue color. With one blow, the young man managed to stop the attacking monster. The system reported that the skill blood explosion was activated. Amalem, baring his teeth, moved forward. There were clots of blood around the protagonist's face. His eyes were shining brightly. The system reported the activation of the skill Demon King Sword Steps. He dodged the vampire's attacks with zigzagging movements, raising rock fragments and dust into the air. Jinhyuk hit the floor under the man's feet. Ophelia covered her face, protecting herself from bright flashes and flying debris. The hero quickly changed their location. She opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide, thinking that this battle was on a completely different level than the battle with Mikhail. The girl turned her gaze to Kaguma, who appeared next to her. The dragon frowned, making a strange sound. She asked what he was talking about, asking him to wait, to which Kaguma again replied, Kaio. Salamander held one of the vampires in his fist, releasing streams of fire at him. The rest stood in front of him, frozen in place. Leaving behind a bright light and debris raised into the air, Amalem rolled the protagonist down the wall. He threw him hard to the floor, causing a bright explosion. The vampire came down to the guy sitting in the rubble with his head down, saying that it was really amazing that he was able to reproduce the hand of a giant soldier from the upper floors. The man's brows furrowed. He ran his hand over his face, wiping away the blood, saying that even with such force, he only left a scratch. The protagonist, with his head down, said that the vampire was wrong. The man froze in place, not understanding why he was saying that. Jinhyuk said that the scratch that the man called meaningless was just what he needed. Amalem looked at his wound with concern. The protagonist smiled, showing his blood on his finger. T-Bone happily picked up the chalk, telling the master that he was done. A magic seal was drawn underneath it. Amalem froze, his mouth wide open, unable to believe that this was really it. The system reported that the tower's containment capacity was weakened by 20%. The 4-star barrier restriction of the real world is activated. The countdown on the timer was over. The main character and the vampire found themselves inside this barrier. The system reported that the seal of the trader's bracelet was removed. Ophelia quickly removed the relic, thinking come what may, because she had nowhere to return to anyway. The girl, closing her eyes, threw away the bracelet. The protagonist immediately caught it. The system reported that the blood of the magic caster was needed to remove the seal. Jinhyuk smiled, bringing his finger covered in vampire blood to the relic. Amalem put his hand forward, shouting at the guy to die. The system reported the activation of the skill blood explosion. The protagonist smiled. Clots of blood with spikes surrounded him. An explosion thundered in front of the vampire, raising dust into the air around him. He frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The system reported that the blood of the magic caster was confirmed. Streams of blood moved forward. The status window said that the seal of the Decassus family that bound Alice had been released. A girl appeared in front of Jin Hyuk, the bottom of her cloak flying high up. She bowed her head, saying that she was Alice Ataraxia, the head of the Ataraxia family, and would make him pay for all his sins with her name. The vampire straightened up, her eyes shining brightly. Alice looked at the guy half lying on the floor. He was telling her to go forward and take revenge. A smile appeared on the girl's face. She answered yes and took a step forward. Alice frowned. Red energy appeared around her. The girl said, "Forward." The people in black robes opened their mouths in concern, saying that the seal that restrained Ataraxia had been released. A bright trace appeared in the space. Amalem cut off the heads of 3 henchmen with a blade in one motion. He stood up and, knitting his brows, called them traitors who deserved to die for calling her name. The vampire bared his teeth, looking forward. Numerous blood bubbles appeared around. The system reported the activation of the skill Blood Bullet. The vampire, his eyes flashing, put his hands in front of him. Alice stood motionless, her body protected by a barrier so the attacks did not touch her. The girl's eyes flashed, explosions were heard behind her. The system reported the activation of the skill Blood Alchemy. Amalem swung his sword and rushed to attack with a cry. Alice put her hand in front of him, thereby stopping the man in midair. The system notified the activation of the skill Blood Path. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She told the vampire that so much time had passed, but she still found it hard to believe. The glass of wine fell to the floor. The girl remembered how she sat on the throne, holding the glass in her hand, saying that when all the monarchs turned away from her for refusing to expand their power, he was on her side to the end. Alice looked away. Amalem stood by her throne, his head held high. And after all that, he was the one who betrayed her. Amalem bared his teeth, frowning. The girl furrowed her brows pitifully, her eyes shining. Blood gushed from the man's mouth, his eyes widened. Alice pierced his body with her hand, screaming that she would not forgive him. The vampire flew far back, crashing into the wall with a bright explosion. Having broken through the wall, the man managed to stop. The system with the golden status window reported that the special skill Red Coffin was being activated. Amalem put his hands in front of him. A bright flash flared between his palms. The system reported that the target would be buried with blood. Bloody rectangles with spikes began to appear around Alice. The man said that he was sure that the balance of the tower would benefit their family, but in the end, she chose the tower instead. The girl frowned in displeasure, looking at him. The vampire's mouth opened wide, and the vampire's eyes shone with white light. There was a bright energy in his hands. He said that she was considered the strongest vampire for several worships, gave up the future of her blood relatives for the sake of a pathetic balance. The man's palms joined. The system reported that space and time was compressed. Bloody thorns rushed towards the girl. Amalem said that if she threw them again, he would seal her as many times as necessary. The thorns on the other side also moved. He screamed loudly, calling for a red coffin. The girl was sealed in a bloody coffin with thorns inside and out. The coffin fell in front of Ophelia. She began to bite her nails anxiously, saying that she was finished. Jin Hyuk, drinking a drink to restore health, asked why she thought so. He smiled, saying that Alice was the strongest vampire. Amalem breathed heavily, his mouth wide open. A bright light began to seep out from the coffin. A giant bright sphere appeared on the battlefield. The man frowned as he looked at it. Fasces smiled widely and adjusted his glasses, saying that it was just like in the legends. Dark wings appeared on Alice's head. The system notified in the golden window that the special skill revelation of the creation of the world was being activated. The picture showed the sunrise over the planet. Alice spread her 4 wings, pressing her hand to herself. She was in battle mode, the Empress of Pure Blood. Amalem frowned, his eyes wide open, thinking that because the restrictions had weakened so much, she was able to activate the special skill. There were holes all over the man's body. The girl's blood energy swirled around her palm, thanking him for his words. Alice swung her hand and frowned, saying that she would not hesitate now. The system notified that the skill Super Regeneration was being activated. Amalem rushed forward, baring his teeth and thinking that he couldn't keep up with her. The girl attacked him from behind. The man's eyes rolled back. She threw him aside with all her might. A loud explosion thundered, debris and dust rose into the air. The protagonist, turning around, smiled, saying that he would leave it to Alice and he himself would take the sword. The vampire rushed forward, her eyes sparkling, asking him not to worry because she had not yet had enough of his suffering. The status windows reported that the bark of the misty tree of Mount Peshin and the ointment of the Melorman Clinic should be mixed in a ratio of 3.25 and 1.758. The guy moved forward, smiling widely and dodging attacks from behind. In his hands he had a blue cup with the mixture. The status window reported that he received an unidentified liquid. The windows, blocking each other, reported that unidentified liquid was being used. Poison resistance increased by 50% for 5 minutes. The system reported the activation of the 1000 poison skill. Poison resistance increased by 50%. The guy rushed towards the sword that was stuck in the dead dragon's head. The people in robes screamed, looking at his back, intending to prevent him from taking the weapon. The guy stopped. The status window notified that due to the poison effect, the hero would lose 11% of his health every second. The protagonist clenched his teeth, blood flowing from his mouth. The vampires fell, blood flowing from their mouths. They had fallen under the effect of the poison. One of the vampires in the robe put his hand forward, calling for a bloody spear, screaming that he did not understand how he could withstand the poison. A man with long hair nearby called for the same spear, ordering them to attack with magic and not come closer. Ophelia pierced him from behind with her sword. The guy with long hair turned around, asking if she was the Decazes family's dog. The girl smirked, asking if he had seen Miss Alice fight, saying that she would not stay on the side of losers either. The system reported that the hero had started bleeding, and due to the effect of the poison, his movement speed was reduced by 5%. Jin-hyuk approached the sword, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He smiled. His face and outstretched hand were covered in blood, saying that it was a very strong poison. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword with his hand, saying that he would deal with it in one go. The protagonist, his eyes sparkling, pulled the sword out of the dragon's skull, leaving blue and purple marks in space. The system reported that the skill star blessing was activated, as well as the skill imperial art of the black sky. The status window reported that the poison was blocking the hero's vision. The mana paths were blocked due to the effect of the poison. Jin-hyuk frowned and clenched his teeth. Blood was coming out of his eyes and mouth. He managed to pull the sword out of the skull. The guy bared his teeth, raising the sword with blue energy above himself. The system reported that Fafnir's resentment sank into oblivion. All the curses of the poison disappear. The skeleton of the giant dragon gradually disintegrated into small particles. The guy with long hair turned around. Ophelia smiled happily and opened her eyes wide. Fasces opened his mouth in surprise. Kaguma froze in place. His eyes wide, the spirits turned yellow closer. Alice, standing with one foot on Amalem's chest, turned around. A smile appeared on her face. The guy opened his mouth. There were traces of blood on his face. Jin-hyuk smiled, looking at the sword in his hand. The status window reported that it was the Dragon Slayer sword Bamam. Amalem smiled. Blood clots gathered around him. He could barely move, saying that he assumed that the guy would be able to get through the poison and get the blade, and he was right. The vampire disappeared from under Alice's foot, leaving only a puddle of blood. The girl looked at the protagonist with concern. The system reported the activation of the transmission skill. The vampire appeared behind the protagonist, his eyes shining brightly. He stretched out his hands towards him, releasing his claws. Alice opened her mouth wide and shouted the vampire's name. Grabbing the protagonist by the hair, Amalem ordered the girl to stop. Putting Balmung to Jin-hyuk's neck, he said that he would cut off his head if the vampire took even one step. Alice gritted her teeth. The enemy said that he was curious about how she got out. Looking down, the man understood how it happened. Squeezing the guy's hair in his hand, he said that this mortal took out a blade that was legendary, as if he had done it dozens of times already. Biting his wrist, the vampire explained that such a person cannot die. Blood dripped onto the stone floor. Deciding to accept the player into the Decazes family, Amalem brought his wounded hand to his mouth so that he would drink his blood. A notification informed him that mind control had been activated. Alice put her hand forward, wanting to stop the enemy. Blood poured out of all the holes on the boy's face. His ghostly incarnation was in pitch darkness. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. Dozens of vampires hovered above him in the darkness. The notification said that mind control had begun and that the skill's effectiveness had been increased by 100% due to the caster's purebred bloodline. The boy's body writhed in terrible convulsions. Licking his finger, the vampire decided that it was difficult for a human vessel to cope with mind control. The player's hand shook. He stood up like a zombie. The mage said that there would be no problem with following orders anyway. Frowning angrily, Amalem ordered him to catch Alice's ghost. The protagonist stuck out his tongue and muttered something. The vampire's mouth dropped open in surprise upon seeing this. Alice raised her eyebrows in confusion. At the same time, the heroes burst out laughing, leaving the enemy perplexed. Wiping away a tear, the girl smiled and said that she almost fell for this trick. She praised her friend for his good acting. Amalem's eyes widened in fear, watching what was happening. Adjusting his hair, Jin-hyuk asked if he had managed to deceive the enemy well. A notification informed that the copying condition was to free himself from mind control. The blood explosion skill icon appeared. The notification said that the condition had been met and the skill had been successfully copied. The vampire bared his teeth in amazement, thinking that someone had managed to get rid of the effect of his skill. Holes immediately appeared in his body. A hail of arrows pierced the enemy. Smiling contentedly, Alice praised the contractor for his good work. Amalem clenched his teeth furiously. Super regeneration activated. Wiping the blood from his nose, the boy stated that he had seen the enemy's thoughts trying to destroy his mind, and that it was impressive. The ghost kicked the enemy. The protagonist's spirit hit the vampire with all his might, who was no match for him. The ghost landed on a stone slab. A shining exit appeared in the pitch darkness. The player stated that he had solved problems much more difficult than this. The stage was completed. Activating the blood explosion, he summoned a clot of energy in his hand. A notification warned that the blood in the air would explode. Amalem's eyes widened in fear, wondering how a person without pure blood could use the blood explosion. Launching a blood arrow forward, the boy said that it was not a bad thing. A powerful explosion was heard at the end of the room, shaking the earth. The vampire jumped out of a cloud of black dust. Gritting his teeth in anger, he decided to increase the distance so as not to completely lose the pace. Summoning a magic circle in her hands, Alice asked him to take his time. A notification announced the activation of Vladimir's harpoon. Iron chains appeared from many magic circles. Each of them pierced the enemy's body. The taut chains completely fettered their opponent. Hearing that he was called Carefree, the vampire's eyes flashed with fury. Touching Bauman, the young man explained that it was a mistake to think that they were just people from the middle floors and not to take the main weapon. The protagonist raised the blade into the air. The notifications described all the effects of the Dragon Slayer sword. The special effect was reconstruction of the legend, recreating the battle of Siegfried and Fafnir. Holding the shining blade in his hands, he said that the vampire lost precisely because of this. Blessing of the Star and Emperor's Art of the Black Sky were activated. Bauman, emitting dark energy, pierced Amalem through and through. Red blood gushed out of his mouth. Multiple notifications appeared about the activation of super regeneration. Putting his hands in front of him, the vampire realized that he would die if he stopped using the skill for even a second. Hearing his name, he looked up tensely. Pointing at him, Alice wished the enemy to quickly go to hell. The sword caught fire thanks to the Terce's horrific flame. Flashing her red eyes, the girl promised to send the heads of the other families to him. A bright light appeared above the head of the dying Amalem. The fiery sword rushed down to pierce the body of the enemy. The heat of the sword immediately incinerated the vampire's skin. A deafening explosion was heard. A notification appeared confirming that Amalem was defeated, followed by notifications about leveling up. The protagonist hid behind a column to avoid the blast wave. A new notification said that the seal of Decassus was received. The vampire's servants rushed to run, learning that their leader was dead and that there was no more hope. Holding the pen, Thesis was upset that it was over. The notification announced that the special skill revelation of the creation of the world was cancelled. Alice stood in the middle of the ruins. Jinhyuk and her comrade looked at her worriedly. The fiery sword cooled down. Lying on the stone rubble, the girl said that the revenge she had dreamed of for so long became closer to being fulfilled that day. Looking at the sword, the vampire said that she thought she would be happy, but everything turned out completely differently. Approaching her from behind, the guy asked what happened. Smiling, he offered to go and eat something that she liked. Closing his eyes, the player added that her mood would definitely improve then. Alice smiled sincerely, looking at her friend. She agreed with him and suggested that they leave quickly. The light illuminated the castle room. T-Bone along with Kaguma happily ran to meet the owner. Ophelia looked down in disappointment, wondering what to do now. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when someone called out to her. The player narrowed his eyes and asked why she wasn't coming with them. Ophelia's mouth dropped open in confusion. Jumping to her feet, the vampire ran after her friends. Thesis happily hung his backpack on his back when he was asked to walk faster. The synergy skill icon appeared. A notification informed that the skill had been successfully copied and that when using 2 or more skills at the same time, the ability synchronization level would increase by 10%. The condition for copying was a good attitude towards comrades. The team of heroes was heading towards the exit of the dungeon. A notification informed that the condition had been met. The upper floors of the trial tower, the full moon rose over the vampire district. A wooden chair caught fire. People jumped up from the table when they saw this. Looking at the ashes left by the chair, the man in the robe concluded that if the chair of Decassus had burned, then Amalem had died. Someone said that it was wrong to classify the enemy as an ordinary person. The old vampire looked away. Stirring his tea with a spoon, the monster explained that this was a very unusual person, with a huge amount of knowledge and experience. Walking down the carpet, Hastings concluded that all the heads of families would end up like Amalem if they continued to interfere with Jinhyuk. Baring their fangs, the vampires could not believe that they had to let a mere mortal go. Sitting at the table, the old vampire said that no one would have thought that the manager of the upper floors would appear here to tell everyone how good this mortal was. Exention frowned menacingly, saying that he had enough humiliation for today, and asked the goblin to explain what he wanted. Taking the cup, Hastings noticed that the leader of Ataraxia always got down to business, and replied that he had a plan to eliminate the enemy. The tailor took a sip. The vampire sitting at the table asked why the manager protecting the balance of power in the tower decided to help them. Grinning, the goblin replied that he was lending them a helping hand precisely to maintain the balance. A notification appeared, stating that information about the veteran company had been provided to the tower rating. The man handed his friend a sparkling cube, with which he could check the tower rating at any time. Holding the cube in his hands, the protagonist asked why Thesis did not take it for himself. The researcher, trying to find something in his backpack, replied that it was a gift. Smiling and winking, the boy said that just looking at Fafnir and the Dragon Slayer sword made him delighted. Thesis waved his hand and left. Jinhak thought that they would meet again if fate allowed them. Looking at the cube, he decided to use the cube wisely. Suddenly, someone distracted him from his thoughts and made him look back. Teresa was happily running towards him, waving her hand. Leaning over to catch her breath, she asked where her friend was. The guy answered that he had some business. He asked what the matter was. A cute blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Walking along the garden, Sabina asked if her novice would continue to attend the night courses. The answer was affirmative. Looking back, the Archbishop warned that serving the Goddess of Light can be very difficult, and said that she would have to give up a lot in order to get the second class and become stronger. The saint lowered her eyes. Looking ahead, the woman said that the most unpleasant thing would be that she would not be able to tie herself with family ties. Penhammer stood on the balcony, looking at the sky. The happy young man held his beloved in his arms. People who chose a life of limitations for the sake of fulfilling a sacred duty could only remember the beautiful moments with those they loved. Smiling, Teresa thought that she had no other choice because she needed to become stronger. Sabina hugged her novice tightly. A pillar of light illuminated their bodies. The notification said that by the decision of the Archbishop, the saint was exempted from service in the forces of the Holy Empire without receiving any fines. The woman smiled, saying that she received her position for this day. Stroking the novice on the cheek, she asked her to go to the one with whom the girl wanted to be together. A notification appeared that the saint joined the Veterans Company faction. Looking at this notification, the protagonist thought that it was hard for the joyful Teresa to leave the faction because of the paladin position. Turning to him and clenching her fist, the girl suggested celebrating her joining. Blushing with embarrassment, she wanted to invite her friend to her place. The dark alter ego got the better of her and grabbed Jinhyuk by the cheeks. Gritting her teeth angrily, the girl invited her friend home to throw a party. Putting her hands in front of her, the guy agreed. The heroes walked along the road. Putting his hand to his chin, the player said that Teresa was from a family of nobles. Crossing her arms over her chest, Alice was surprised. In front of them was a huge gate, behind which was the Laurentia family mansion. The guy said that he did not know about his friend's wealth. The butlers opened the doors of the castle. The girl said that they came very early. Folding her hands in a castle, the saint asked if it was difficult for the guests to get here and said that she was very glad to see everyone. Andrea threw herself on her neck. Volian nodded approvingly. Alice and Bellis were standing at the door. Ophelia looked away in embarrassment. The player realized that they were seeing each other for the first time and introduced the new member of the faction. Smiling, Teresa said that it was nice to meet her. The vampire raised her eyebrows in confusion, thinking that she was not recognized only because of the different shape of her ears. The man with glasses welcomed everyone to the Laurentia family home. Dustin shook the boy's hand, and they introduced themselves to each other. Smiling, Teresa's father said that he had heard a lot about the hero who saved Europe from his daughter, not believing that she was fighting side by side with such a strong man. Hearing that this calmed him down as a father, the protagonist smiled. The man asked when they planned to start a serious relationship. His glasses flashed. Hugging her father, Teresa rushed with him to the second floor. Closing the door behind her, the girl asked the guests to make themselves at home while she talked with her father about some snacks. The door to the second floor slammed shut with force. Soon, Yusung and 4 more slaves of the protagonist appeared on the threshold of the mansion. Despite the fact that the stalker was constantly indignant, in the end he did everything he was asked. Melis stood in front of the school board. The vampire held lessons on how the inhabitants of the Tower of Trials should behave in the outside world, although initially Alice was supposed to do this. The twins broke through the window of the mansion. No one called them, but they came anyway. The very last to arrive were the joyful Teeman and Yonghwa. Standing on the balcony of the second floor, Jinhyuk asked to pay attention to him. All the guests turned their gaze to him. The guy said that everyone present here is a member of the Veterans Company faction and can use this opportunity to get to know each other better. Raising his index finger up, the player suggested starting their first meeting. Yonghwa and Yusung tried to sit on the same chair in the fight for victory in musical chairs. The twins stuffed their mouths with chocolate cake. Teresa looked around, trying to find her companion. The player went out into the garden. Looking back and out the window, he thought that the faction members were getting along well. Holding the seal of Decassus, the boy decided that it was the perfect time to check the rewards that dropped from Amalam. The seal rose into the air and sparkled. A rift appeared in the garden. A notification informed that the treasury of Decassus was opened. A new notification said that the user would receive 1 random relic from the treasury. A 6-sided die fell to the ground. A 6 was rolled. A painting called Where Silence Reigns appeared in the air. A notification warned that only those who have studied the forgotten language to a sufficient level will be able to see the true value of this painting. Taking the painting in his hand, the boy was upset that his high luck stat let him down. Looking at the notification, he thought that the forgotten language was mentioned in the second advantage of the first conqueror of the tower. A bright flash of light showed many colorful paths. The player assumed that someone was helping him finish the quest with forgotten languages. Suddenly, a notification appeared next to him. The protagonist read what was written there with horror. The bugged message said that Jin-hyuk had finally come to the right conclusion. A question mark appeared on the notification. The guy swallowed nervously. The notification said that a video call had started. The voice from the bugged window said that he was not going to harm anyone. The call window hung in the air, but the stranger still did not show his face. The voice said that they had been watching the player for a long time. Squinting, the guy was surprised that it was not one person. The window was split into pixels. The voice confirmed that there were many of them. A question mark flickered on the screen. The stranger said that they were the creators of the trial tower. Teresa walked along the pool in which Kaguma was swimming. The twins ran past. The alter ego said that this was her chance. Grinning, the dark version of the girl urged her to find her friend. While everyone was distracted, the saint staggered, wondering where he could have gone. Suddenly, she looked back. Outside the window, in the garden, the light was on. The player put on virtual reality glasses. At the time when he streamed his passage of the Tower of Trials, about 20 people were watching him, thanks to whose donations the guy made ends meet, but still past this game, the nicknames of the donors appeared on the screen. One of the donors, who did not have an avatar, was called Always Welcome a New Hero. The first letters of the nickname made up the name of the stranger who called. Squinting, the young man remembered that this viewer often left good comments under the video. This viewer was the founder of the Tower of Trials. The voice from the hanging window was glad that the player finally remembered who he was. The pixels of the window were glittering. The stranger explained that their history was much longer than one might think, because they provided enough financial support and built a training ground to maintain physical fitness. The protagonist asked with wide eyes if the creators were helping him so that he could focus on conquering the tower. The answer was affirmative. He asked why they were doing this. The window was the only source of light in the garden. The stranger stated that the player was different from those people who quickly give up. The creators believed that he would definitely be able to see the end. Jin-hyuk grinned while repelling the attacks of enemies. The voice explained that the tower was created to test what a person can achieve in an unfair and stressful environment, and only the protagonist could enjoy it. In the end, he went to the end and climbed to the top. A notification appeared outside the call window about receiving the title of first conqueror of the tower. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy asked if the creators passed on all the benefits and hints about the forgotten language. The voice was surprised that he understood so quickly. Looking down, the player asked what the creators wanted now. The video call window sparkled. The stranger replied that the boy had to climb to the top again. Frowning, the player asked what would happen if he refused. The call window hung silently in the air. The glass of wine fell to the floor and broke. T-Bone scratched his head in embarrassment. The faction members laughed. The stranger said that humanity would meet its end, as planned. The wind blew the girl's hair. She stopped behind her friend. The boy noticed her approaching, but did not turn around. Putting her hand on her hip, Alice asked why the contractor was standing there alone and not returning to the mansion. Looking back, the guy smiled. Sitting on the edge of the fountain, he said that he was checking the rewards from Amalam. The vampire asked if there was anything useful there. Her friend replied that there was almost nothing. Smiling happily, Alice said that she got rid of one of the 6 monarchs who betrayed her. Lowering his head, the player reminded him that he promised to help take revenge. The girl looked at him carefully. She said that she knew that her friend would keep his promise. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, feeling something. The vampire laid her head on his shoulder and asked what was bothering him. Closing her eyes, Alice offered to talk about it because he was the only person she trusted. The guy was her only contractor. Looking at her, Jin-hyuk smiled. He thanked his companion. Teresa was hiding a few meters away from them. The girl smiled, looking down. Her dark alter ego put his hand to his forehead in displeasure. An airplane was flying high above the clouds. A general photo of the faction was displayed on the phone screen. The meeting helped the faction members become friends. It is important to understand each other for teamwork. The player looked at the phone. A smile appeared on his face. The question mark in the video call window sparkled. The voice asked the guy to get to the top and remember one important thing. Due to bugs, the inscription on the call became unreadable. The stranger warned that the 50th floor was different from what it used to be. A reflection of a tense young man was visible in the porthole. He thought that due to restrictions he was unable to fully hear the phrase, but the creators said that the 50th floor had changed. Looking away, the guy thought that there was no need to worry about it. The twins were sleeping in their chairs, covered with blankets. Volan was sleeping in the lotus position. Andrea had reclined her chair and was sleeping on her side. The protagonist looked at the chair next to him. Alice was fast asleep with a smile on her face. Kaguma was lying on her lap. Jin-hyuk grinned and firmly decided that it was not only the tower that had changed. The sun was shining on Yongwa's house. There was a glass of milkshake on the table. Someone said that they had prepared it especially for the guest. Taking the cocktail in his hands, the player thanked his friend. Junyoung was sitting opposite in the lotus position. Taking a sip, the guy noticed that the old man's mana had increased significantly and asked if he had started climbing the tower. Taking the cup in his hands, the man confirmed this and added that he had begun to use this system to train with his students. A powerful blow destroyed the rock in front of Junyoung. The man stated that this system would allow people to gain strength that was unattainable in their world. The player thought that he had lured the man to his side in time, his eyes flashing red. The man took a sip from the cup, covered in red energy. Even without the test, it was clear that he was a rank higher than S because martial artists had great potential. Junyoung hugged Amwon, and they laughed. The boy thought that he was very similar to the Dark Emperor. Putting his hands on his knees, the old man asked what brought his comrade here because he clearly did not come to say hello. Smiling, the young man asked for permission to take Yongwa to the 15th floor of the tower. The man answered with an open mouth that he did not need his consent for this. There was a blue vase on the table, a flower was growing in a pot nearby. The player said that this was not all and suggested that they go for a walk. Yongwa stuffed her mouth with food. Looking at her, Timon was surprised by her disproportionate appetite. Suddenly, they looked back. The protagonist stood with Junyoung on the balcony. Timon asked what they were talking about. The girl replied that she didn't know and asked if her friend would finish his lunch. Taking a piece of meat with her chopsticks, Yongwa assumed that their comrades were discussing the expedition to the 15th floor. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise. On the coffin lay the stone skull of a horned monster. The only ray of light from the window on the ceiling illuminated the tomb of the Antichrist on the 15th floor of the trial tower. There was the infamous boss. The purple-haired girl covered her face with her hands. The Morning Witch bared her fangs and looked up. The sun's rays illuminated the camp of the offensive squad near the ruins of the tomb of the Antichrist on the 15th floor. The red-haired woman frowned. She was from the strongest organization in Europe, Olympus. The blonde-haired man closed his eyes. He was the representative of the strongest organization in Asia, Tangun. The woman leaned her hands on the table and said that the strongest guild in the world, Gandhara, was also present. All the most outstanding figures gathered in one place. She gritted her teeth and said that not only were they unable to conquer the ruins, but they could not even break through one guard. Yoonseok waved his hand and said that he understood Nishara's confusion, but they had no other way to defeat the apostles of the guardians of the 7 deadly sins. There were people lying on the floor. The man said that they needed time to devise a decent strategy because the guardians were completely resistant to any influence and used an unknown spell that made the attacking squad fall asleep. The woman frowned and thought about how they had already announced on behalf of humanity that they would be able to successfully conquer the ruins and hand over the witch's jar to the Awakened Association. The angry scarlet deity shouted that this was a disgrace. The goddess gritted her teeth and said that she had no right to use her power after asking the demon to spare her life, so if Nishara wanted to win her favor again, she had to prove her worth. A drop of sweat rolled down the woman's face. She thought that if nothing changed, Shiva would leave her. She looked to the side, noticing some noise at the neighboring tent. Nishara looked outside, wanting to understand the cause of the noise. Her eyes widened in surprise. She saw 4 people and recognized Jin-hyuk. The protagonist and his companions stopped. The people were happy to see him and said that now they finally had hope. The guy smiled, greeted Maria and Yoonseok who came up to him. Another man said that he was glad to meet. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes and looked at someone carefully. Nishara raised her hands. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that their meeting happened earlier than he expected. The guy smiled when Maria asked if they knew each other and said something like that. Nishara frowned in displeasure. Jin-hyuk opened his mouth and said that a group of veterans would join in the conquest of the ruins. He closed his eyes and told Nishara that she shouldn't be so nervous because he wasn't going to take all the credit for it, he just wanted to catch the witch. The protagonist imagined the dragon and the purple hexagon and thought that he needed to copy the skill Black Tears of the Morning Witch because it would come in handy later to fight the dragon. He grinned and said that Nishara could pass on the witch's jug in his name. The 2 people froze opposite each other. People admired Jin-hyuk and said that his arrival gave them hope. The guy turned his head slightly, mentally resented being called selfless and thought that he wasn't some kind of volunteer. His eyes turned red. The system notified that the greedy gaze skill was activated. Blue status windows appeared in front of the people. The protagonist thought that there were so many rankers gathered here that it was more like a buffet for him. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Maria was smiling. Her stats were displayed in the system window. The system notified that in order to copy her skills, the protagonist must use his magic skills to earn her admiration and respect. He smiled widely when the system sent a message that if he fulfilled the conditions, he would be able to copy the Hellfire skill because that was what he was looking for. Teresa clenched her fists and thought that she would definitely be able to protect Jin-hyuk this time. She raised her hand when the guy called her name. The protagonist pointed at the red-haired girl and told Teresa that she would be in the rear team, and he and Maria would go to the front. The paladin lowered her hand. Jin-Hak leaned towards her and said that there was a reason for everything. He opened his mouth and whispered something. Her eyes widened in surprise. Yeonhwa and Taemin watched them. Teresa pressed her hand to her chest and said that in that case, she would take responsibility. Yeonhwa and Taemin looked after the girl in confusion, wondering what could have affected her infusion so much. Jin-Hak pursed his lips. The columns disappeared into the shadows. The order to go sounded. The squad walked along the corridor. The ruins of the Antichrist consisted of 7 areas. There were almost no monsters here. Yoon-seok waved his hand and said that the creatures created by the Morning Witch mainly lived here. The protagonist added that the apostles of the Guardians of the 7 Deadly Sins were an exception. They frowned, hearing a noise ahead. A creature with large fangs placed its hand on the wall. The party froze at the appearance of the Apostle of Pride. Yoon-seok raised his sword and told the others to prepare for battle. He opened his mouth in confusion when someone asked if they wanted to step away for a while. Jin-Hak smiled and said that it was for their convenience. The witch was watching the scene through the screen and was outraged by the behavior of the annoying humans. She was surrounded by purple circles. She asked why they couldn't just leave her alone and wondered how much longer this would go on. Cowan pressed his hand to his chest and said that as a member of the Demonic Human Association, he completely agreed with her words. The woman turned around. It was the boss of the Tomb of the Antichrist, the Morning Witch Isabella. She pointed at the sculpture in front of her and said that she was just an ordinary witch who led a quiet existence and created apostles in the image of the 7 deadly sins. Black liquid dripped onto the floor. Isabella did not understand why people would attack someone who wanted a peaceful life. She pressed her hands to her face and screamed in despair, asking why they couldn't just leave her alone. The man smiled and said that was why they had come to help her. The witch's eyes turned yellow, and she asked curiously if he really intended to help her and how exactly he was going to do it. Someone appeared behind Kawaii, and the man said that his plan was very simple. A woman approached them, and Kawaii said that his faithful assistant Tristan would sort everything out if Isabella opened the 7th room. She smiled. Maria and Nishara opened their mouths in surprise and stepped back. The monster opened its mouth wide. Yangwa frowned and screamed. She hit the guard and asked how it dared to raise its head so high. Pride fell to the floor, and the system announced that the apostle was being put into a humble pose and that immunity to damage had been cancelled. The protagonist ran forward. He clenched his fist. The system sent a notification that the Colossus strike was activated. Jin-Hak hit the monster. The observers discussed why they used such a strange method and suggested that in the pose of humility, the apostle of pride can take damage. Yoon-seok smiled and thought that these guys were amazing as always, because each of them has excellent abilities and teamwork has improved greatly. A green beam hit the monster. Nishara grimaced in displeasure when Yoon-seok said that they finally made some progress, although now they may seem incompetent. Maria watched in surprise. This was the first time she saw Jin-Hak and his team fight. She frowned and thought that the word amazing did not quite fit this situation. Jin-Hak and his team continued to beat the monster. Maria thought that this was more like some kind of one-sided bullying. The dark corridor was empty. The protagonist yawned. He and his team were lying on the floor. Yangwa said she didn't have the strength to even breathe. Taemin said he wished every cell in his body would fall asleep. They closed their eyes tiredly. The protagonist thought that talking and breathing was too tiring. The monster grabbed its head and screamed. The system sent a notification that the Apostle of Sloth's defense was reduced by 100% due to extreme laziness. A blade pierced the creature. The protagonist waved his hand. The system notified that the Apostle of Sloth was defeated. They smiled widely. Jin-Hak said that this boss makes him laugh every time. Yangwa asked if it reminded him of the old days. Maria raised one eyebrow and thought that their tactics were strange. The red monster was lying on the couch. It was the Apostle of Wrath, to whom the protagonist gave 3 hours of psychological counseling and aromatherapy. Maria frowned again. The monster lay among the gold coins. In order to deal with the Apostle of Greed, Jin-Hak used an immeasurable amount of money. She narrowed her eyes at the 3 people and thought that their approach was completely different from the one that considered only the use of force. The woman smiled and told Nishar that although their methods were quite specific, it seemed that they would soon be able to take over the ruins. She looked at the empty passage and called out to Nishar again. Someone fell to their knees. The woman raised her hands, called out to Shiva and asked the god to answer the sincere sound of his believer. Nishara lowered her hands to the floor and thought that the deity was not answering her for some unknown reason. Tristan smiled and said that the guild master of Gandhara looked lonely and abandoned. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She shuddered. Nishara turned around abruptly and demanded that the speaker show himself immediately. The woman in the black mask crept up behind her. She leaned towards Nishara's ear and said that she would help. The system reported that the Whisper of Darkness was activated. An orange stripe appeared. Guildmaster Gandhara told Tristan to leave. Clouds of dust rose around her. The invisible woman said that rank S masters were indeed different, since Nishara was able to resist her mind manipulation. She frowned and thought that the invisible opponent was using a mental attack, taking advantage of the fact that she could not activate the mandala. Her eyes turned yellow. Tristan said that she apparently wanted to activate the mental barrier. Nishara fell back. The system notified that the Whisper of Darkness was activated. Assistant Cowain said that she would not succeed because the deity had left her. Someone tightened his belt and sighed heavily. Yanghua rubbed the back of her head and said that she would hardly be able to defeat the Apostle of Lust again. Timan cleared his throat in embarrassment and said that he could not find the words, and in general it was not true that one could talk about such things. The girl raised her finger and said that if Teresa were here, she would have fainted. Jinhak asked what exactly was embarrassing them so much, because only Maria was here, but she was blindfolded. The woman pressed her palm to her mouth. Yanghua indignantly screamed that she was taking off the blindfold. Timan covered his face with his hands in embarrassment. The girl ran to Maria, shouting at her that she should not look. The protagonist imagined the monsters and thought that they had 2 apostles and the boss of the ruins left to go. The blushing Maria cleared her throat embarrassedly and called the protagonist. She pressed her hand to her face. Jinhak asked if she wanted to evaluate what she saw, but the woman said that it was something else. The protagonist frowned suspiciously when Maria said that she had not seen Nishara for some time. A chest full of blue stones fell to the floor. The guy pressed his hand to his head and said that he liked working in the rear because he only had to go and collect magic stones. The blonde guy began to drool. He said that there were so many crystals that no one would notice if they took one. Someone hit them on the head. Yunseok closed his eyes, told them to stop talking nonsense and keep working. The guys picked up the chests and ran on. The captain found it hard to believe that capturing the infamous ruins was happening so easily, but he was glad for the opportunity to relax. Someone approached him. Nishara lowered her head. Yunseok asked why she was here. He raised his hand and called her again. The woman stopped. She spread her arms out to the sides. The system sent a notification that the resonance skill was activated. Nishara grabbed the wall. Yunseok raised his hand and winced in confusion from the loud noise. People froze at the collapsed passage. It was the only way to the leading vanguard group. The man opened his mouth, asked what Nishara was doing, and said that as an official representative of the Tangan Guild, he would file a complaint. He looked at her in confusion. The woman's eyes glowed red. His eyes widened in surprise. Blood spurted. Nishara attacked Yunseok. An image of a guy appeared on the screen in front of Maria. The caller said that they were in trouble. He explained that Nishara began attacking everyone indiscriminately after she destroyed the passage. Maria opened her mouth wide when she was told that Captain Yunseok was injured. She ordered him to be sent further to the rear for treatment. Blood flowed from the man's mouth. Yunseok grabbed the opponent by the shoulder. The guy said that the captain believes that he is the only one who can stop Nishara and does not intend to retreat. The woman turned and said that they should go back and clear the passage. Jinhyuk replied that it was too late. 2 women walked down the corridor. The protagonist said that they had guests. He pursed his lips when he felt a disordered energy. One of the women smiled widely. Jinhyuk recognized the morning witch Isabella. The witch turned to Tristan, said that she did a good job and, as promised, was able to injure the squad from the inside, so according to the given word, the 7th room is now theirs. The witch turned her head and asked if they really destroyed the apostles she worked so hard on. Black liquid flowed from her eyes. Isabella said that now it was her turn to watch them suffer. A monster appeared in front of them. It was the Apostle of Gluttony. Maria raised her hand and screamed. After all, she stretched out her hand and ordered her subordinate to devour them. The monster rushed forward. The woman's body was surrounded by fire. The system reported that the Hellfire skill was activated. The monster, engulfed in flames, continued to show signs of life. Maria panicked, thinking that her skill was not working. Yanghua grabbed her to take her away from the enemy's blow. They landed on the floor. The girl said that magic did not work on this fat man. The woman suggested that some strange tactics were needed again. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth and said that the method of killing this apostle was the strangest of all. Gluttony stuck out his tongue. The protagonist asked if Maria saw the things hanging on the monster's neck. He saw a black skull and said that although it was not clear at first, because they were very dry, but these were the corpses of monsters that lived in these ruins. The protagonist stuck out her tongue and said that they had to eat these treats to damage the apostle. Maria frowned in disbelief, unable to believe what exactly they would have to eat. Isabella laughed contentedly and clapped her hands. The rankers ran away from the monster. The witch said that this was their punishment for breaking into her house. Jinhyuk's eyes turned red. The system notified that the greedy gaze was activated. The witch clenched her hand into a fist. A status window appeared above her head. The protagonist pursed his lips. Read the conditions for copying the skill in the system window. which required returning to the moment of Isabella's birth and giving her a body, and thought that it would not be difficult. The witch bit her finger and remembered something. She thought of the fighting people and said that she completely forgot to tell them. The floor cracked under the feet of the terrible creature. People were running away in panic from the Apostle of Envy and the demonic people that Isabella had sent to the rear. The spider-like monster was advancing. Someone gave the order to retreat. Cowain jumped up with a sword and said sadly that he had a lot of work to do. The man smiled and said that the place where the demon would arrive should be clean. They were running away. Someone contacted Maria via video link and said that demonic people and the apostle had attacked the rear. Someone appeared behind the protagonist's shoulder. The creature said that it was not too late. Jinhuk looked at Viriel with displeasure and asked how he ended up on the 15th floor. The demon replied that he had used a couple of tricks so only the guy could see and hear him. He smiled slyly and said that if Jinhuk became his dark apostle, he would receive powers that would allow him to resolve the situation in a second. The monster surrounded by fire continued to attack. The demon said that their situation was not the best and attacks on the apostle would not work. The protagonist smiled and said that he had no problems. Kawaii grimaced in displeasure. He looked at the girl who appeared in front of him in surprise. Teresa looked at the man with displeasure. Jinhuk told the demon that he had prepared the strongest reinforcements. Kawaii smiled and said that he did not expect the protagonist to prepare an ambush for his ambush. The girl looked at him sternly. She remembered how the guy leaned towards her and said that he felt the demonic energy of a member of the demonic people everywhere, the same one who summoned demons in the Holy Empire, so he would definitely come here. Jinhuk said in her ear that he said this because he knew how important the Holy Empire was to her. Teresa narrowed her eyes and said that she could not forgive Kawaii because many sisters of the Holy Empire lost their lives because of him. Her alter ego smiled and asked if she was accidentally talking about those ignoble girls who pointed at them after the rescue. The girl tried to object, saying that they did not know about their situation. The alter ego turned around, but did not argue. Teresa lowered her eyes and said that she would catch Kawain and hand him over to the Awakened Association. The alter ego approached her and said that Kawain would not apologize for his actions, and the Sacred Empire meant nothing to the association, so the man would remain unpunished. Her eyes glowed blue. She told Teresa to kill the enemy and make him pay for touching a place dear to her. The girl pursed her lips and did not answer. The alter ego narrowed his eyes and said that she was annoying her. Teresa found herself in a cage. The alter ego walked away, leaving her alone, saying that she should sit and think because she would not tolerate this. The monsters ran forward. With its mouth wide open, the system announced that it was activating the necromancy skill. Kawain pressed his palm to the floor. He smiled, said that he could die like that, and asked if a saint could kill a person. Teresa hit him and asked how he could call himself a human. She grabbed the man by the hair and said that she did not see anything human in him. The girl raised her hand to hit him and said that she only saw a garbage cockroach. People were running away. The Apostle of the Wind looked at the people running below. The man held a piece of paper in his hands and did not pay attention to what was happening. Jiangyon brought the paper close to his face, trying to understand the notes Jinhuk left for him. He took off his glasses and said with irritation that the handwriting was too small, so he could not read it. A blue line appeared next to the monster's face. Jiangyon kicked the apostle. The man smiled and said that while Jinhuk and Yangho would deal with everything, he would beat the monster to exhaustion. Blood splattered in front of Teresa. Maria watched the events through the screen in amazement and was surprised that the protagonist, expecting an ambush, hid reinforcements. Viriel continued to fly next to the guy, laughing and praising him for preparing for an ambush in advance. The demon looked at the monster and asked what Jinhuk was going to do with this fat man. The guy looked at Timon running next to him and asked him to distract the apostle. Green drones flew towards the guardian. The system notified that the drone summoning was activated. The monster was trying to catch it. Isabella clenched her fists, asked what the apostle was doing and reminded him that he was supposed to catch people, not these things. A blue beam hit the guard. The system reported that the steps of the demonic sword king had been activated. The protagonist landed on the floor, holding the mummy in his hands. A fire lit up in front of him. The system reported that the skill of this world's cuisine had been activated. The system window said that the item 101 gourmet recipes was being used. The system also sent a notification that no matter what ingredients he used, he would be able to make a fantastically delicious and appetizing looking dish. The three people leaned over the fire. Yonhwa asked what Jinhuk intended to do. The protagonist placed the plate on the table. He wiped his hands with a towel and said that only one of these 4 dishes did not contain monster meat, so he would not scold them if they spit it out because of the strange taste, but they might get lucky and get a normal dish. He raised a finger and said that there was no other way to defeat this apostle when Yonhwa said that eating monster meat would leave her with a lifelong injury. They closed their eyes and put the food in their mouths. Jinhyuk advised them to do it at the same time and imagine that it was normal food. Maria put her hand to her lips, thought that it was quite tasty and assumed that she was lucky. She turned to Yonhwa and Timon. Everyone was sure that they were the ones who got the plate without the monster meat. The system sent a notification that they felt kinship with the Apostle of Gluttony. The notification appeared in front of all three. The system reported that they can now damage the Apostle of Gluttony. The protagonist brought his fork to his mouth. With his mouth full, he said that they should think about eating normal food without the monster corpse and added that these are just signals sent by their brains. They turned pale from nausea. The guard caught the drone. Yonhwa jumped and hit it. The system reported that the wind angle was activated. A green screen appeared in front of Timon. The system reported that the skill King of Machines was activated. Flames surrounded Maria. The system notified that she was activating the skill Fire Whip. Isabella raised her head and watched what was happening in confusion. The system sent several notifications that heavy damage was received. The Apostle of Gluttony was lying on the floor surrounded by fire. The witch opened her mouth and trembled. Someone called her. Black tears flowed from her eyes. Jinhyuk smiled slyly and said that only she was left. The witch cried even harder. She closed her eyes and screamed that he was wrong. The system sent a notification that black tears were activated. The protagonist smiled and thought that he succeeded. Smoke came out of the black-purple drops. This was Isabella's skill Black Tears. The witch fell to her knees and sobbed. Jinhyuk jumped back and told the others to be careful. A black tentacle reached out to Maria. She winced in displeasure. Yonhwa reached out and crushed the tentacle. She looked at the blackened hand in fear and asked what was going on. The system reported that inanimate objects were coming to life due to the presence of negative thoughts. The girl kicked the black clot away from herself. Jinhyuk said that the tears of a witch should not be touched because they can corrupt them with the thoughts of a witch. Yonhwa said with regret that she really liked these gloves. A dark stream hit the chest of the statue. Eyes with red pupils appeared on the statue. Isabella continued to cry surrounded by living statues. The monster opened its mouth and growled. Maria frowned, said that all the nearby statues were turning into monsters and asked what they would do. The protagonist smiled and replied that nothing needed to be done. The witch continued to cry, pressing her palms to her chest. Jinhyuk said that they just needed to wait until she cried enough. In Andrea's territory, on the 5th floor of the testing tower, there was sand. The people in yellow robes raised their hands above their heads. Someone said that this place used to be just an abandoned, rotting building full of heretics, but now it's becoming like a real base. Andrea smiled and said that it was all thanks to Alice and Jinhyuk. The vampire looked down with a frown. The second girl noticed that something was wrong and assumed that the master was worried about something. Alice looked down and said that she should have gone to the 15th floor too. Andrea was surprised and said that everything should be fine because Teresa was there now. Alice continued to look down and said nothing. She remembered how there were empty mugs on the floor. Someone said that there was no more room in it. The two girls were lying on the floor. Teresa's alter ego asked if Alice knew that she was the concentration of all the grudges, the girls' hidden ones. The vampire said that she had a pretty nice personality. She smiled widely and said that it was quite funny because she had all the worst traits of Teresa. The alter ego said that sometimes she got so tired of being correct that it was hard to hold back. She opened her blue eyes and said that sometimes she wanted to seal Teresa away forever. Alice stood up and looked at her drinking companion with concern. The alter ego laughed and said that, unfortunately, she couldn't do that. Leaning on the fence, she thought that vicious paladins were always terrible. The vampire looked away with concern and thought that the master would certainly handle everything himself, but she should be prepared just in case. Andrea pressed her hand to her chest and looked at her with concern. Alice stroked her head, apologized for making her worry and said that everything was fine so she could relax. Teresa was sitting astride Kawan and beating him. The girl's alter ego smiled widely and admitted that she felt great. There were traces of blood on the man's face. The girl thought with satisfaction that this is what awaits those who dare to touch their people. She struck again. Kawan was amazed by her power because according to his data, Teresa did not have such power. The man raised a trembling hand, said that he surrendered and asked for mercy. Teresa smiled slyly. She threw Kawan away from herself and said that mercy is for weaklings. The man crashed into a column. His body was wrapped in dark fetters. He opened his mouth wide and screamed that he had already admitted his defeat. Teresa smiled widely and raised her finger. The system notified that the witch hunt was activated. Kawan's body disappeared into the fire. A scream was heard. This was the ritual of burning a witch. The girl bowed her head and asked herself what to do now. In the fire, a silhouette of a man engulfed in flames was visible. The dark paladin raised her hands and said that even though it was just revenge, she felt much better. She touched her cheeks and thought, why not just possess this body? The real Teresa was still sitting in the cage. Isabella wiped away a tear and said that she finally felt better. She looked at the statues nearby and said that they were now her new demon apostles and should protect her. Manhwa gave a thumbs up when Jinhyuk said that this was their chance and told them to prepare for a delta combination. Maria pointed at herself and asked what she should do. The protagonists smiled and said that they could handle it themselves. They ran forward. Jinhyuk said that the three elder veterans were working well together. A blue magical glow appeared on his hand. The system reported that ice creation was activated. Ice crystals appeared in front of the protagonist. It reminded him of the past. The demon apostles were surrounded by ice and defeated. Timon stuck out his tongue in effort. The system notified that drone creation was activated. The drones flew towards the demons. Manhwa ran forward, hiding behind the ice. She pushed off from the ice block. The girl jumped. The demon's attention was distracted by the drones while Manhwa approached them. Her eyes glowed red. The system sent a notification that acceleration was activated. The movement speed was doubled for 20 seconds. Red stripes appeared between the drones. This was the Delta combination. Maria stood to the side, watching what was happening. She thought that she had never seen such a series of attacks before. Timon looked at the screen. Jinhyuk frowned. Manhwa clenched her teeth. Maria thought that they were focusing on their special skills and did not look like the classic combination of tank, healer, and attacker. Isabella opened her mouth in fear and asked them to stop. The team continued to beat the statues. The witch asked why they were so persistent in destroying her creations. A magic circle appeared in front of her. She repeated her call to stop with displeasure. The system reported that the three-star curse self-hatred was activated. She winced and fell. The system notified that the barrier was destroyed. Jinhyuk raised his hand, said that he had heard about her barriers and asked if she was so naive that she thought that he would allow her to activate them. He smiled and said that he would never allow this to happen. The system sent a notification that the moon seal was activated. The system informed that the effectiveness of barrier magic was sharply increasing. A notification came that the barrier can now be activated with minimal mana costs. Blue streams surrounded the protagonist's hand when he activated the 9-star barrier and the multi-layer barrier technique. A circle with constellations appeared. It was a zodiac sign. After that, a scorpion appeared. Isabella watched in shock as the witch began to cry again. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.